an enigmatic voice echo, preparing to tell us Sry. The voice mentioned the existence of powerful and dangerous organizations across the world, but all of them, no matter how formidable, trembled before a single individual. Amid a battlefield strewn with enemy CRPC, an old man with silver hair saw, and the name was called Peter. The most shocking thing was that the living legend Peter was an old man over 60, calmly lighting a cigarette. In an alley filled with crepes, the masked man began to taunt, claiming that if the old man hadn't revealed himself, he would have becked me the legendary assassin in history. But now, the old man had thousands of hunters after him, and his life savings were snathed right from under his nose. The man continued to sneer. The surviving gangster, his face severed in blood, listened to the masked man's sarcastic remarks about Peter's tragic fate. The masked man on a pile of crepes, gun in hand, pointed at the gangster and asked directly, "You are him, aren't you, Peter?" The gangster saw, clearly disbelieving this absurd scenario. "Thousands of eyes are weighing your every move, waiting for a chance to send you off," the masked man sighed. "Yet none of them called find you, let alone kill you," the man continued to mock. "I know you're a legion, but this is impossible." The masked man TK a step closer, his voice full of challenge. "Do you really want to know why? It's simple, because you'll never find me." The masked man bent down to look at the gangster lying on the ground, preparing to reveal his hand. "Because the Peter you're all looking for," he sighed, raising his hand his ridiculous mask. The gangster began to tremble, sensing smething omino. No way. He widened his eye, sweat pouring down as he realized the horrifying truth. "Why? You are." The assassin's shadow emerged, holding a heavy gun, and the gangster screamed in despair. "You are Peter?" The scene shifted to 3 months prior, in an old, deserted alley. Old man Bays in his boxra, ignoring a warning from Smiona over the phone that he only had 3 months left to live. Old man Bay mused, telling himself he had dedicated 50 years to the Ciampani, and regretted a single moment. Holding a photography box, he affirmed that he had lived a fulfilling life. However, a lingering regret remained in his eye. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Old man Bay realized there was one thing he had never had his picture taken. Ding! The bell of the old box ray chime. Interrupting his though, a high-shouldered girl with a slender figure entered the SRE. The girl looked around the box-filled shop, and Aska, "I want tea by middle shoal text box." Old man Bay, who was arranging box, paused for a moment when he heard the customer's voice. He turned back with a warm smile, welcomed the girl, and confidently declared that his small sir had everything. Mr. Bay stated that he had all kind of text box, ancient and modern, and asked the girl which kind she need. She replied that she only needed the latest edition. The high shoal girl explained that she was buying box for her younger sibling who was in middle shoal. Old man Bay glanced at her uniform and immediately deduced she was a student from the nearby high shoal, which the girl firm. Based on the color of her name tag, he even correctly guessed she was a third-year student, making the girl exclaim, "That's right. You're really knowledgeable." The girl looked surprised by the box ray owner's keen insight. Old man Bay placed a sack of brand-new literature box on the counter, saying she wouldn't need all of them. The high shoal girl shyly fezed. She only had 1,001, no enough for new box. But Mr. Bay waved it off. "Oh, I didn't need them. Jus take them," he said firmly. "It's fine." Then used his sinewy hand to tear open the plastic wrapping of the sack of box. Done with the task, Old man Bay smiled meaningfully. "See, now they're technically used box." Seeing the girl's gill, he looked her right in the eyes and sighed. "I can see you truly care about your sibling. Be goat to your loved ones while you still can." He concluded his advice with a poignant remark. "That way, you can live without regretting anything." The high shoal girl awkwardly misaddressed the boxray owner, stammering tea crack herself. "I mean, sir." Old man Bay, while wrapping the box, calmly told her Tiju call him Mr. Bay. The girl unexpectedly asked if he had ever regretted anything, causing the old man's sinewy hand to freeze. Mr. Bay mused, admitting that anyone who lives to this age has their own regret. A painful memory flowed back. The image of a little girl crying desperately as Smione carried her away, with the whisper, "This is the only way for you and her to live." The old man ended his though, saying there were Smee regret he simply couldn't let go of. He advised the girl to do everything she could for her sibling Z. She wouldn't have regret like him later. Suddenly, the high shoal girl's demeanor changed. Standing on the sack of box with a knife in her hand, she growled, "It's no tea late tea, get out of here. Leave now, and I won't kill you." She froze, realizing the old man had known her intentions all along. Mr. Bay began a sharp interrogation. He knew every student in the shoal by face and had asked around to be sure. He exposed her lie. You said you were a third-year student. But this shoal has only been open for 2 years. Expo. The assassin Unbiol Jo was speechless, realizing she had been caught. The old man delivered the final blow, and the last thing that gave you away was the strong, metallic smell of blow. Did you think a few drops of perfume cold hide the scent of blow on your knife? She bitterly realized she had been played by this old man like a cat with a mouse from the very beginning. Realizing there was no retrea, the assassin decided to fight to the death, swinging her knife and lunging to attack. But at that very moment, she felt a terrifying pressure. What the hell? I'm clearly the one holding the knife. Fear surged at peak as she sensed a deathly aura from the old man. Why'd I feel like I'm about to disappear? With a whoo, old man Bay moved like lightning, making the assassin realize he was right in front of her only when it was too late. Thump! He placed the carefully wrapped sack of box on the counter, simply ignoring the knife pointed at him. The old man looked the assassin straight in the eye, his voice firm. Take the box. I know you weren't lying about having a younger sibling. I've been in this business for 50 years. I can tell Jews by looking in Smion's eye. Old man Bay exposed her. You're owls from the Yongguang orphanage, aren't you? Decades have passed, but their methods are still exactly the same. The female assassin panicky, accidentally calling him Sizer before quickly caressing herself T sir. The old man continued T, explain the rules of the game. In our organization, if you fail to complete your volunteer mission, then it's time to activate Plan B. With the old man lunged forward with the speed of a bia. In a flash, he had seized the young assassin's throw, his aura slightly overwhelming her. The female assassin's eyes widened in terror, her mind barely managed to think. Plan B? What the hell is he talking about? Suddenly, 2 O'Hare assassins dropped from the ceiling, weapons at the ready. It turned out this was the real Plan B. Bang, bang, bang. The assassins fired mercilessly, and Old Man Bay immediately pulled the girl in front of him as a human shield, then fell to the ground. While Dijing Bola, the old man explained the brutal rules of the game. If you fail, they'll eliminate Bo, the target, and the volunteer. The female assassin lay on the ground, stunned to realize she was merely a pawn about to be disposed of. Wait a minute. She noticed a pole of blow spreading from the old man's abdomen. This old man had taken a bullet to shield her. The assassins canned T fire wildly, determined to eliminate Bo of them, no one to be trifled with. Old Man Bay drew the pistol hidden on his person, preparing to turn the table. Swift as a blade, 2 assassins had seized the shoal girl, pressing a gun to her head take her hoj. Old Man Bay grated his teeth. The situation had me simply disadvantage you. Wham! An assassin delivered a devastating punch to the old man's face, making him stagger. Damn this boy is too hard to control. The ponytail assassin sneer. Really? This sickly old man is the legendary Peter? A tated man stepped in, bowing his head. My apology, Mr. Peter. At the same time, the old man collapsed from exhaustion. The bald man, named Achman, spoke mockingly. Being a legend is all well and gee, but it seems even legend can't escape cancer. The old man lay sprawled on the floor, looking up at a tall figure who had just arrived, and asked directly, What do you gain by killing me? The Bo replied. The Bo is worried about you. Old Man Bay was Sune, no expressing his name to still carry such way. The bald man, Achman, announced a shocking piece of news. Out there, thousands are craving your life, Mr. Peter. Dozens of gun barrels pointed directly at Old Man Bay's slittery back, and the bounty on the legend's head was announced. 7.6 billion won. Old Man Bay slumped on the floor, but still smirk. Really, that's the money in my ActionToon. The bald man confirmed it was the price for his lifetime of dedication. The bald man sealedly declare, but now, anyone can snatch that money. Achman growl, his face disredded by greed. Such an easy esra. Why shouldn't I get a piece of eye? Old Man Bay looked up, his eyes sharp as razor, challenging. Or perhaps I should send you off quickly? Kapow! A devastating punch landed squarely on the old man's face, without an ounce of mercy. The assassins swarmed the old man. The TP no assassin sneer. You should have Jews gone quietly. You're going to die sen anyway. Thoo! The TP no assassin delivered a final punch, sending the old man flying in the rom behind them. The assassin dozed off his Han, smugly. I think I've taken him down. I was a bit nervo, but it was easier than I though. Let's finish the bald man stepped in, looking at the old man's seemingly Moyani's boy behind the curtain. Unexpectedly, the old man was still CNSIU, throwing out a strange object and smirking. Here's a little gift from me. The bald man panicked as he realized it was a flash smoke bomb. The bald man's face turned ashen, only managing to utter a desperate curse. Kabam! A blinding explosion of light engulfed the entire bookstore building, overwhelming everything. As the smoke cleared, the TP no assassin and his accomplices realized the old man had Venetia. He yelled, "Damn he deliberately lured us to the back, Dieter." The bald man furiously ordered, "Hes bleeding al. He can't have gone far, find him quickly." Amid the cha, the showgirl Un Biol Josil sat silently in the corner, her vacant eyes staring into space. Sha. A heavy rain began to pour down on the city, as if to wash everything away. In a deserted playground under the torrential rain, a figure in a red plaid shirt collapsed moyonni. Under the pouring rain, the legendary assassin Bai collapsed, gasping for breath amid a pall of blood. The old man trembled, bitterly admitting Tan himself. "I can't even fight a decent battle anymore." His once sharp eyes were now filled with worrying. He muttered to himself, "It seems I really am old now." Memories flowed back. That organization was my entire life. A group of children assembling firearms in seed of Thai. While her children learned to write, he had to shed blood to learn how to use a knife, one strike to finish. While teenagers were dating over the phone, he was learning how to eavesdrop until his ears rang. By adult, while Owers went on blind date, he was a spy, surviving on his own in the bitter CLD of winter. And when Owers started family, he was fighting terrorists on the battlefield to save his life. Meanwhile, the new beau sat casually, making a chilling remark. "Peter's reputation is formidable, but the old man is senile now." He sneered as he thought about the legend's edition. "Now, with sickness dragging him to the grave, he's beck me much weaker." A smirk appeared in the shadow. The beau ordere, he must be eliminate. Back in reality, Old Man Bay gritted his teeth. "I gave up everything for this organization." His fist clenched in the mew, he growled. "And now you're telling me I'm jus disposable?" Rage, flare, his hand clawed at the ground. "How dare they treat me like thee?" The old man refused to accept this meaningsless death. "I cannot die like thee." A single motivation ignited in his men, anything but that money. His face was eathed with grim determination, all for one goal. That money. A painful memory resurfaced, a little girl screaming, as Smione carried her away. Thursday, finally. The old man's worn-out boy claps, Moyonle. In the silent playground under the curtain of rain, the legend of a bygone era lay there, his fate unknown. Outside Achman's lair, the heavy rain continued to fall through the night. In the Mezikethan, the TP no assassin cursed furiously for letting Peter and the Mace of Bounty slip away. The Hoey-wearing assassin suffed that he had thrown away his kickboxing championship title for this job, while the TP no guy sneer, Legan, my. Everyone's the same when money's involved. The TP no assassin held up a foe of Old Man Bay, swearing he would personally boil the old man alive to change his life. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. "You know, that's the first foe of me ever taken," startling the two assassins as they saw a strange young man dressed exactly like the old man in the picture. The young man sealedly aided that the foe was taken without his permission, making the two assassins sigh in relief, thinking this wasn't their charge. The young man cloothed his che, muttering to himself that he didn't understand what was happening, only knowing that he had woken up like the TP no assassin, annoy, pushed the young man and growl. "This isn't a place for brat like you, get L." Quick as lightning, the young man seized the assassin's his voice sharp. "I'm exactly where I need be. Take me, Dockman." The two assassins eyed the young man suspiciously, still no realizing what they were up again. The TP no guy sneer, assuming the young man was Alsace competitor in their line of work. "Ah, you're in the business?" he growled, declaring that rivals couldn't be allowed to leave alive, then unleashed a devastating punch. "Huh?" The assassin's punch was effortlessly spay. The young man had caught his fizz with Ju One Han, leaving the TP no assassin Sune. The assassin broke out in a CLD sway, unable to believe his opponent's strength. How is he strong and bare-handed? The young man's face was shrouded in shadow, only oppressive silence answering. The assassin looked up, his voice trembling as he asked an unbelievable question. "Cool. Cool'd you be the legendary Peter?" The young man sealedly CN firm, tightening his grip. "Yay, it's me." Crack! The assassin's hand bones shattered amid a horrific scream. Seeing his CM Raid's hand broken, the Hoey-wearing assassin drew his knife in charge, yelling, "You punk! Pow pow pow." The Hoey-wearing assassin didn't even get to swing his knife before taking a CMBO of punches to the face, sending his weapon flying. Anohair ponytail assassin emerged from the kitchen, clothing a knife, his voice trembling as he asked, "Who the hell are you?" Peter C. Eldley Retre, beginning a liqueur on assassin rank. Knowing how T use sharp weapons is only third rate. The assassin looked bewildered, no understanding what Peter was rambling aboo, while the legend C continued T explain. Measuring all kind of weapon is CCND rate. As for the first rate, Peter held up a giant opus leg, his eyes sharp. Hey, can turn anything into weapon. The assassin's eyes widen, unable to believe the ridiculous weapon before him. An opus leg? You basar? Insulta, he furiously charged, determined to silence Peter with his knife. I'll shut you up. Smack. A devastating swing with the opus leg knocked the assassin's knife away. The assassin's eyes widened in horror, unable to prose what had happened. Swow. The flexible yet powerful opus leg wrapped tightly around his throat. The assassin only managed a desperate scream as he was choked. Peter used him as a flail, slamming him around the keithen with a terrifying crash. The trucher didn't speed there. Peter lifted the unfortunate assassin over a seeming poe of bro. Ka-clang! His entire head was plunged into bubbling, boiling water. Ho seam billow, engulfing the entire keithen that had endured a massacre. The TP assassin, his hand broken, lay twithing on the floor, stammering, "You, who are you? Why are you dingthy?" Peter didn't answer, simply picking up his own wanted foe, an old man Bay's boy, a sene unfolda, old man Bay's surrounda, and a voice announced the exorbitant price on his hay. Your current bounty is 7.6 billion won. The voice continued to echo in the old man's ear. Thousands of people out there are hunting you, Mr. Peter. S. Ju, CME here. The bald man with the opus tat smirked sinisterly, propoing, or why didn't you just let me kill you already? The young Peter held up the foe of old man Bay, challenging. So this is the only prof of my face you have? He lit a cigarette from the burning foe itelf, arrogantly declaring, anyone who want to hunt me you try. Peter's eyes blaze. He asserted firmly as the foe burned T Asha. But the old Peter is dead now. Vrom. A luxury car sped through the night street, a voice desperately shout. I can't believe we low track of him. Inside the car, the boyguard was frustrated, while the bandaged-eye woman beside him calmly ordery, Son, Peter's bounty will be officially announced. I need to cath the old man before then. The bandaged-eye woman said with disdain. He has cancer. He's going to die anyway. As a senior, he should share his asset with us before he go. Shouldn't he? Night fell upon a luxurious Chinese resort, with light rain pattering. Creak. The young Peter, still in the old man's clohe, opened the doctor and stepped inside. He loked around the empty resort, no asul inside. The young Peter mutered with CN temp. You're lucky, Achman. The Sene shifted to a crowded train station, where an old man resembling Peter walked toward the men's restroom. The surrounding crowd buzzed with whispers as a hand-me young man emerged. Whoa, look at that guy. Is he a mole or smithing? Inside the restroom, the young Peter TK off his shirt, staring in astonishment at his muscular six-pack physique in the mirror. How can this be? He examined his boy, realizing, the bullet wound in my abdomen is gone. Even the pain from the cancer cells has simply vanished. Peter touched his youthful face, still unable to believe the truth. I've returned to my younger self. How did this happen? He pondered. Though he didn't understand what was happening, one thing was certain. The organization won't recognize me now, as the wanted poor of Old Man Bay appear. The young Peter looked directly at the mirror, his eyes sharp. But more importantly, throb, the old man's worn shirt was shreath tie, about ta tear from his bulging muzzle. You'll need Chloe's that fee. Clamor. The noise from outside reached Peter's ear. He turned with a questioning lock when he heard Smione mention an 80 million won advertising CNTRA. A few thugs were puffing on cigarettes in the forbidden area, laughing at Oher's pain while a father had teak for his child's mouth because of the smoke. The cropulent CEO complacently boasted about using dirty money to buy luxury brand, while his tated subordinate knowed in agreement. The wealthy man continued babble about his trick of deceiving naive children, signing CN track, with a few cheap branded item. Peter, in his tight plaid shirt, stepped forward, and Cieldali demanded that they go outside de-smoke, as this was a forbidden area. The two thugs turned around, looking annoyed. Are you talking to you? Peter retorted sharply. Is anyone else smoking here? Slap. The fat CEO slapped Peter across the face, warning the kid, no be insolent and get low while he was still in a go-em. Peter feigned humility, then turned his back and walked away, causing the two thugs to sneer, thinking they had scared him off. But instead of leaving, Peter calmly loked the bathroom doctor, deciding to clean up quickly. He turned around, his muscular back rippling as if to tear his shirt apart. He turned back, to face them. The two thugs still didn't understand what was happening, mocking. Wow, this kid thinks he's a superhero, huh? Peter cracked his knuckles and growled. Alrish, let me teach you a lesson about how to treat adult. The fat CEO low patience, waving his hand and ordering, come here brah. Ka, pow. Without a whir, Peter delivered a devastating punch straight to the CEO's smach. The fat man's face disrighted in pain, his eyes rolled back, and saliva splattered everywhere. The giant crashed to the floor, unconscious, after Zhu one blow. The tated subordinate panic, quickly drawing a dagger and taking a defensive stance, shouting, what the hell, do you know who I am? Peter turned his back, a sarcastic teen in his voice. I dunno who you are, but I know you're holding a dagger, and you're holding it wrong. The tated man froze, looking down at the knife in his hand, completely psychologically overwhelmed. He quickly denied it while clumsily swinging the knife. Who said I was going to swing it wildly? Peter's eyes flashed with a deadly red glint as he took an offensive stance. If you're going to stab me, you won't extend your arms right out like an amateur. The tated man, enraged at being expo, shouted, shut up, then charged forward with the knife in hand. Peter dagged lightly, spun around, to disarm him, then delivered a lightning-fast punch-kick face slam CMB. Grabbed by Peter's claw, the tated man's face turned pale. His eyes rolled back in extreme terror. Peter held the man's own knife, his voice icy. I haven't stabbed you, ye. If I ha, you'd be dead 3 times over. The thug lay flat on the floor, trembling as he asked Peter's identity, and received a deadly warning about his true profession. Peter grabbed his shirt, making him cry out in pain as his shoulder joint was twice. Leaning close at his opponent's face, Peter whispered his final threa. You won't leave here alive. Understand? Terrified out of his why, the tated man wet his pan, and Peter didn't forget to utter a sarcastic remark. The thug called only Sammer in fear, as Peter issued an absolute ban on all dirty dealings from now on. Done with the task, Peter checked his phone and froze. Old Man Bay's bank account had been empty, with only around 0 remaining. Now, in a sillish sui, Peter strode through the subway station, his anger flaring. The only thing I asked them was not to touch that money. His eyes were sharp, filled with killing intent. So this is how you finally treat me. On the Sri, he overheard student boasting about scholarships from the Glory Club, the name that started it all. Memories flowed back. Yongguang Orphanage, where Peter Bay grew up, a place that had excised for 50 years. But the old orphanage had now crypté, becking a large-scale criminal organization, operating under the guise of charity, under the name Glory Club. The entire city was filled with advertisement for the Glory Club, a perfect facade severing an underground empire that manipulated politic and finance. Peter's eyes burned red with hatred as he swore, I dedicated my entire life to this organization, and I will be the one destroy I. Night fell upon an old warehouse, where the first battle in the Purge was about to begin. Inside, a goatee beau sat perched on a chair, smirking mockingly. Did you see me alone to cath me? Peter's tall, with an overwhelming aura, and replied Cly, you're no skilled enough for me. T hunt you, unlike the legendary Peter. The ball, tated assassin, taunted the old goatee beau sitting on the chair. You guys at the Glory Club have been running rampant lately. The assassin smirk, declaring bluntly, let's skip the pleasantry, finish this quickly I can go home. The goatee beau sneer, adopting a superior air. No sfa, what's the rush? The beau showed off his force. A group of muscular PMC Bagner mercenaries appear. Hearing you are seeming, I've prepared a welcoming CM mighty. The beau poot looked at his opponent, then ordered his underling, what are you waiting for? Your Gez is here, go entertain him. The mercenaries roar, then charged in like a pack of hungry bi, determined to devour the assassin alive. Who? A whistling sound of wind, as the assassin vanished from the sight of the small fry. The Sene, after 1 sec, the chair was flung far away, and the floor was drenched in a pall of fresh blood. The goatee beau fell sprawling to the ground, his whole boy trembling violently, stammering incoherently. No way. What the hell is the? The beau's face turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain. Unable to believe his eye. How? How the hell is that poible? The bald assassin reappear, his voice full of sarcasm. Your welcoming party was a bit grand, but Al's a bit disappointing. He was twising the redhead CM Ander like a rag, the sound of bones cracking echo. A profile appear. Coename Achman, rank B+. The goatee beau was an extreme pawnee, shouting in vain. Dawn, Don.cme near here. The assassin Achman charged straight forward, preparing to finish off his lost prey. The scene shifted, a luxurious Chinese-style restaurant at Nai. Inside, the CR piece of the goatee beau lay dead on the floor, and the one-eyed girls looking at the scene. Ano Hairman walked in, and the girl reporte. All security cameras were destroyed, with no signs of weapon. The bald manager, Als Achman, concluded firmly. It's Peter, then muttered bitterly. How did that old man survive and still have the strength to kill my men? The manager ordera, his eyes blazing. A bounty will soon be placed on Peter. I must catch him before anyone else. The one-eyed girl received the order, her expression CLD and resolute. A flashback flashes by. An image of old man Bay in his youth. Then a scene of a young man in a red plaid shirt collapsing next to a dead woman. Blow staining the floor. The blindfolded girl, CLD replied. T. The hunt order. Under, sir. Clang. The doctor of a luxurious Chinese-style restaurant was suddenly pushed open. A group of 3 bloked the doctor. The tated bald man spoke up. Huh? What's thy? We're Claude Tay. The group in terror, facing a young man calmly eating alone. The muscular man growl. How did you get in here? Do I have an appointment with you? Young Peter casually picked up Smef, replying curtly. N. There's no prior appointment, but we have a debt to settle. The bald man smirk. Deb? Did I send debt collectors after you, or smithing? Peter retra. Exactly. A cloel Deb. Peter's eyes sharpening, and he stated a figure that stunned his opponent. Approximately 7.6 billion won. The bald assassin merely smiled faintly, his expression unchanged by the cloel sum. But immediately after, the smile vanished, and the assassin's eyes turned ice-kill. Locke, the doctor. The bald man surmise. I guess you're one of Peter's ACM plies. Whoever you are, you won't leave here alive. But his mind was a me, and he wonder, boo, who the hell is this guy? And how days he know about Peter? He's definitely no from the Glory Club. I have no information about him. He continued DT, speculate about all SRT of thing, from a secret SNDT, a disciple, but dismised them all, because Peter was a lone wolf, while the muscular henchman had already kecked his gun with a click. The bald assassin narrowed his eye, carefully scrutinizing his opponent. Young Peter didn't flinch either, his gaze meeting theirs directly, full of defiance. The bald man held up 2 finger, adepting a superior air. I'll give you a chance to live. You have 2 choice. 1. Tell me where Peter is and leave unharmed. Or 2. Resist and take a bullet. T. The he. Peter merely hummed softly, his attitude nonchalant. I didn't like either of those option. He picked up a piece of crispy fried opu, his voice dropping T a deadly teeny. You know, everyone who's ever heard what I'm about to say, no a single one has lived to tell the tale. Peter smirk, offering a challenging third option. How about thigh? I am Peter. The bald assassin's face went blank, completely bewildered. What the hell are you talking about? Peter siffed at the small fry. Already hard of hearing at such a young age? I sigh, I killed those 2 guy. The bald man started. To feel smithing was wrong. His logic crumbling. Why? Didn't Peter kill them? This doesn't make sense. While his opponent racked his brain, Peter calmly continued eating, completely disregarding them. The henchman in the red vez gripped his gun, while the bald man growled. What's your snession tea, Peter? Peter looked up, his eyes sharp, completely feral. The girl with glazes was no pushover either, silently drawing a knife and getting into poison. Her face feared and injuries, but her eyes still clow. The bald man prees. Do you really want no? Peter replied curtly. Very much. Peter casually issued a deadly challenge. There's one way for you to find O, and that's to kill me. The bald man sneer, as if victory was azure. Perfect. Killing is my profession. He ordered his subordinate, let him live long enough to talk, and the man in the red vez immediately obey. Swish. Before he could pull the trigger, a pair of chopsticks flew through the air and plunged right into the gunman's throat. Thwack. The henchman fell backward, eyes wide and white, blood gushing from his neck. Thu. The rest of the group froze as they saw their CM Raid's boy hit the floor with a thu. The girl with glazes was utterly horrified, unable to believe he had been taken D Dublin by a perfect show to a vital spo with chopstick. Peter Cialdelli reached O, taking on a pair of new weapons from the chopstick holder. The bald man stepped over his subordinate's boy, beginning his persuasion. Which organization do you belong? There's no way Smione with your skills cold be unknown. Or how about working for you? Flatly rejects. The bald assassin furiously yelled, Basar, and wildly fired his gun. Rat-a-ta-ta. Peter swiftly grabbed a red tray as a shield. impoably blocking the barrage of bullet. The bald assassin sneer, liqueuring him. Hey, inexperience, truly youth. He pointed at the bullet-riddled tray and the poodle of blow on the floor, acing superior. This isn't a movie, Key. Tables and chairs can't spril bull. While reloading, the bald man continued to entice. Tell me what you know about Peter, or CME work for me. He fired a no-hair volley of bullet at the tray, but 3 chopsticks unexpectedly whizzed past his face. The bald assassin froze, his face blank, no understanding what had happened. He realized the poodle of blow on the floor was actually chili oil spilled from several spice jar. Realizing he'd been tricked, he frantically searched. Damn where did he go? He frantically searched everywhere in a pawnee, feeling as if his opponent was a guh. A chilling sensation ran in his spine, and the bald man realized something was wrong. From above, Peter swapped done like a predator, seizing his tated he. Crash! Peter said knowing, slamming the assassin's face directly into the red tray. Smack! A swift blow to the wrist sent the bald man's gun flying into the air. Clink! Peter deftly caught the gun falling through the air. Ka-pow! Without a second's hesitation, Peter pressed the gun barrel directly against the assassin's head and pulled the trigger. The bald man was dazed, blow gushing from his mouth, unable to believe Peter's terrifying speed. Peter closed in, his hand glowing, ready for the finishing blow. Crack! Peter grabbed the assassin's head and neatly twised it 180 degrees. Through. The assassin's lifeless boy collapsed on the floor. Peter sel doubtly looked down at his CN key. Uterly expressione. He calmly stepped over the CRPC, leaving the assassin with one final question in his min. How is this possible? The bald man lay sprawl, his mind muttering about decades of combat experience. Yet he had never encountered a monster of this age. Memories flowed back, and he recalled his Mazer's teaching. There will CME a day when you face Smiona stronger. You must wait for their guard T-drop T, break their rhythm. Young Achman asked in CN Fusion. The ultimate strategy? A brutal training sent appear. The Mazer yelling, squeeze tighter! While young Achman was breaking his opponent, the Mazer S looking at the defeated boy from training. CLD Lee warning. The most dangerous thing is T, turn your back on an enemy when you think you've won. Thanks to that, Lezen. Young Achman was confident that he would never load anyone. Back to reality. Peter was about to finish him off when the bald man suddenly pulled hard. Crack! The bald man grabbed Peter's leg tightly, using all his might. In a flash, he spun around, executing a dangerous grappling lock. Crack! Snap! The bald man frantically twisted Peter's joint, the sound of breaking bones echoing repeatedly. He roared in Peter's suffering face. I've been in this business longer than you've been alive. Key. He tightened his grip, growling. Did you hear me, you brah? It's time to die. While Peter merely smirked. Yeah, longer than me, my F. Suddenly, the bald man's eyes widened in horror. He looked up and saw Peter standing tall in the distance, completely unharmed, making him wonder. If he's there, then who is thee? He looked DON in horror, realizing that the one he was breaking was one of his own subordinate. The bald man broke out in a CLD sway. Realizing he had been in this business for decade, and that very experience TLD him, he would surely die by this man's hand. The bald man secretly assessed Peter's strength, including that he might be on par with, or even stronger than, the legendary 12 Apol. Realizing the harsh reality, the bald man hazily retreated, his voice trembling. Why? Let's talk. In desperation, he grabbed the shoal girl Unbiol, yelling, I'll hand this girl over to you. She's quite useful. With her hair grabbed by the bald man, the shoal girl Unbiol Sil argued defiantly. I refused to go with him. But he snapped back. Shut up. We're talking Bazine. Peter sealedly reply. Alri, making the bald man overjoyed as he hazily sealed the deal. Yay, you understand. The deal is DNE? The bald man pushed Unbiol toward Peter, stating his term. Take her. D whatever you want. Let's pretend knowing Hapain. Then turned his back, intending T flee, secretly vowing T find and deal with his enemy later. Peter's voice reminded him, don't forget your ultimate strategy. The bald man froze, bewildered, no understanding what was happening. Peter began, T liqueur, the dying man. The moment you turn your back on an enemy because you think you've won the battle, is when you're dead for sure. The bald man froze, CLD sweat pouring as he realized his fatal mistake. Memories flowed back, and the bald man recalled his master's old teaching among the trainee. One day, you will face Smion much stronger than you. To win, you must wait for them to drop their guard to break their stance. Peter sneer. delivering Anna her fatal psychological blow. I'm the one who bothered your subordinate. Toll estimated damage. About 7.6 billion won. The bald man's face went pale, stammering in Pawnee. It can't be. The image of the hellish training clause from years ago reappeared in his min, when he was still a greenhorn Roki. Finally, the bald man realized who he was facing, the legendary name escaping his lips in horror. Peter? Peter asked casually. Do you remember what I said earlier? The bald man fell silent, recalling the rumors among assassin. No one who has seen Peter has lived tell the tale. Peter s'en firme. That's right. Then lunged forward with the speed of a gu. Pow! A lightning-fast flurry of blows rained Duan, the dry sound of breaking bones echoing as the bald man couldn't react in time. The bald man was sent flying straight out the window like a broken pup, while Peter's in place, cleanly ending the fight. Night enveloped the city. A purge had ended in silence. Elsewhere, a female subordinate with a full back tat was reporting the B. Achman is confirmed dia. All security cameras at his facility have been destroyed, leaving no trace. The bow showed in tear, muttering about how a sick old man, showed directly in the face, cooled Rekver in a day, and wipe out 4 assassin, while the ponytail assassin was hanging upside down, being tritured nearby. The bow ordere, send word all assassins affiliated with Glory. SSS rank mission, 7.6 billion won bounty. The bow's ATP the city, his bare back displaying a demonic ta, officially giving the order. From now on, I authorize Peter's assassination. As night fell, Seoul's street were still bustling with people, completely unaware that a bloy hunt was about to begin. An innocent little girl pointed at the giant advertisement screen, curiously telling her father, "Da, lock." The crowd on the sidewalk als looked up in unison, drawn by the dazzling light from the building opposite. Amid the crow, Peter als spay, his sharp gaze looked on the advertisement screen. On it was a cheesy charity campaign by the Glory Club, but Peter knew full well this was a disguised bounty noise targeting him. 2 female employees of the Glory Club Welfare Foundation approached Peter, offering him TD Nate, 20,000 won a month, help tho in knee. Peter TK, the advertisement flyer, staring at the image of a lonely old man, his mind already understanding their true nature. Rip. Peter's sinewy hand clenched, crumpling the cheap advertisement paper into ball. He looked up, his eyes CLD as ice, declaring, "They won't need find me, because ill.cme find them fur." Peter strode down the street, his mind racing. To take the Glory Club, I need Ali. And I already have Smioni in min. A hunting DG's jaws bared sharp fang, saliva dripping, full of wildney. But the problem he wasn't sure he wanted TC Pirate with her, an enigmatic woman leading a 4-legged monster with glowing eye. Peter sewed out an abandoned public restroom, overgrown with weed, and littered with trash everywhere. Clang. His hand pushed open the rosy metal Dr. T enter. Inside, a group of homels people were sleeping sprawled. Oh, Peter. Muttering. Gee. It get more crowded every time I see me back here. He carefully sept pause a deeply sleeping old man with a white beard and hair, stobly saying, "Excuse me, let me pa." Peter approached a wall plastered with absurd advertisement from loan sharking tea organ sale. His finger pressed on a business card advertising Ho Nai, activating a secret mechanism. A hidden doctor open, revealing a spiral staircase leading Dante a pith black basement, and Peter stepped in without hesitation. Peter entered the base, his eyes feigning surprise. Wow. He glanced around the luxurious penthouse, muttering, still as flashy as ever. From the cliche of foreign wines to the designer furniture, Peter SFFE. Quite a way to burn through money on these things. Suddenly, a sharp cane tip pressed directly against Peter's neck. He glanced, mocking the one holding the cane to him. What's the point of these gaudy cloas and porcelain plate? You can't even appreciate them anyway. A woman wearing sunglasses appear, holding a cane, her hunting DG growling beside her. Because you're blin. The woman smirk, her voice full of challenge. It's been quiet lately, but it seems I'll have clean up a few boys' tay. She take a deep breath, beginning read Peter through her sense of smell. She analyze. He's young, no smell of alcohol. No, a vagrant from out-eyed. But she all smelled ano her sen, the scent of death. No way is he a petty thief. I smell the blow of an assassin. As then as she finished speaking, she swung her cane, attacking with tearing speed, pressing. Did Glory send you? Peter easily degged the continuous cane strike. Her speed was no joke. After a clotage, Peter landed lightly, making her acknowledge. Fa, you little ra. She continued swing her cane, growling. Wath your sep. A cane swing grazed Peter's face, shadering the wall behind him, and she grumbled. That wallpaper is very expensive. Peter caught the cane with one hand, blocking her attack. He looked directly at his opponent, beginning to suspe. At this point, I can't help but wonder, have you never seen a blind person fight like Thai? Or are you Zhu lying about being blind? The woman froze for a moment at the tricky question. Seizing the moment of her disration, Peter spun around, using her own cane to send her tumbling through the air. Peter pinned the blind assassin to the chair, admitting, Honesley, I'm a bit surprised myself. I didn't expect Glory to have such a Tug operative like you. You've got me a little on edge, boo. The assassin turned the table, pulling out a dagger and holding it to Peter's throat while he still held the upper hand. He smirked. You're to green. Restrain, she still defiantly challenged. You wouldn't dare lay a hand on a disabled person, would you? But what can I say? This fight only end when one of us bites the dew. She roared, calling for backup. Alexander mucking, bite him, and the giant hunting DG lunged forward with jaws wide open. Contrary to expectation, the DG didn't attack, leaving the blind assassin Sune. Why? The fierce hunting DG was now lying on its back, wagging its tail furiously, letting Peter swrath at belly with Deliga, completely ignoring its bewildered owner. The blind assassin sat up, still no understanding what was happening, her mind in turmoil beside a glass of wine. She rubbed her eye, staring intently at Peter with extreme skepticism. Why? You are. She lunged forward, grabbing Peter's face and pinching his cheeks to examine him, her voice full of astonishment. Back in your young boy? This made him visibly annoyed. That's enough. As she kneaded Peter's face, she exclaimed, Skin's firm. The old man's smell is completely gone. Peter was speechless. You've been groping me for half an hour now. After a while of examination, she dramatically collapsed on the sofa, making Peter ask, What in the world are you doing? She sprang up, grabbing Peter and frantically demanding, Is this how you die? Tell me. I want to know what you die. She pressed her face close, relentlessly questioning him about the secret. Or is it how you died that matter? A gun? A knife? Poise? Spill it all. I want to be young again. After a chaotic outburst, she finally calmed Dwen, a small bump forming on her forehead. The conversation turned serious again, and she asked directly, Are you really planning to take on all of Glory by yourself? Peter replied curtly, Yea. Peter gazed into the distance, declaring his plan. I intend to go right in. Eye of the SRM. The blind assassin looked puzzled. The eye of the SRM? What does that mean? Peter sup, explaining his audacious strategy. Glory is desperate to kill me. There's only one way to overturn them from within. He turned back with a deadly, confident smile, including his unbelievable plan. Hat is to beck me, a new assassin for the Glory Club. The assassin was ash-choked. She sprang up, shouting, Nonsense. Peter merely calmly replied, I knew you'd say the. The blind assassin suddenly paused, her lifeless eyes seeming to awaken. Wait a minute. She grabbed Peter's shear, her mind racing. You're young again. No one recognizes you. If you beck me an assassin for Glory in this guise. Peter merely smirked, letting her deduce his brilliant plan. The entire Glory organization will pour all its effort in planning Peter's elimination right before his eye. The assassin stepped back, acknowledging the harsh truth. Sometime, your mind truly scares me. But then she plopped down on the chair, pouring CLD water on his idea. But the problem your plan won't succeed. She pointed out the fatal flaw. To beck me an assassin for the Glory Club, you must see me from the Yongguang orphanage. She explained clearly that the old Peter indeed came from that orphanage, but this new Peter was just a complete stranger, unqualified. Peter merely smirked seriously, replying succinctly, Actually, there's still her way. The scene shifted to a grand high shoal, where female students were whispering, Oh my gee, have you seen him ye? A group of sillish female students were excitedly disusing a new ho-boy who had appeared, their eyes sparkling, and that ho-boy was none other than Peter, in a shoal uniform, perched on a desk with the demeanor of a king. His plan was to enroll in Shin Yongguang High School. The girls were captivated. His name is Sun Gu Kim, and his skin is even brighter than my future. A bold female student struck up a conversation, inviting Sun Gu to the assembly hall, and he merely replied Cly, acing aloft. The name tag on his chest clearly read, Sun Gu Kim, below which was the G emblem of Shin Yongguang School, a private institution founded by the Glory Foundation ITELF. Outwardly, this was just a normal shoal, where student and even female teachers fell for the new student. But the truth was entirely different. The real purpose of this shoal was T-Train Assassin, a professional training ground for the next generation. A tabby cat was snuggled on Peter's shoulder, sleeping soundly, while he thought about his objective. He determined that the only way to become an assassin for the Glory Club was to join the shoal's intensive assassin training course, amid a crowd of female students surrounding him. The entire shoal was noisily gathering in the Grand Assembly Hall for Smee even. Amid the crow, the blind assassin's voice echoed in Peter's hey. ITLDU, the assassin class only accept orphan. Do you have a know her way in? And he fidently affirmy. I. Peter throw in the hall, knowing full well that T be recruited into the assassin class, an exception had T be made. And T beck me that rare exception, he had T be the mo out-anding among this crowd of small fry. The blind assassin and her DG gaped in astonishment at the insane plan, while Peter calmly see firm, that's right. He tapped the microphone, preparing for a shocking debut. I will ensure Peter quote, diffidently TK the poem, declaring, I am the new transfer student, Sun Gu Kim, leaving the entire hall bewildered and wondering what on earth he was ding. All the student, teacher, and even the blind assassin were stunned when they heard him declare his desire, T beck me an assassin. With a challenging smirk, Peter aid, I am an assassin, when it CMS T Academy. The fangirls immediately swoon, filming and streaming at his supremely significant demeanor. Suddenly, a burly guy shoved a female student aside. Get out of the way. The shoal beau and his cronies surrounded Peter, and he merely smirked, thinking T himself, looks like the bait has been taken. The thug poot, his voice full of sarcasm, hey little assassin. The menacing Yusol Jung growl, asking Peter if he was flirting with his girlfriend, while Peter nonchalantly replied that he didn't understand a thing. Yusul's face sciented with rage, tears welling up in his eyes. It was exactly the perfect drama Peter need. It turned out that Yusul Jang was famous for being deeply infatuated, paired with Yejin, and dubbed the Mo romantic Q-play in Shoal. But Yejin was clearly captivated by Peter, her face flushing red as she looked at him. You'll pay for thee! Yusul roared, and threw a punch right at Peter's face. Yusul's punch was what had helped him dominate the entire Mapo Disri, a blow powerful enough to knock out anyone. But for the first time in his life, his punch was dejed by Smion else. Peter launched a lightning-fast counterattack, and in that instant, Yusul felt death approaching. As Peter's fizz was about TCNNA, Yusul cooled only think in despair. Imsri I couldn't proc you, my beautiful Yejin. Such a pathetic though. Instead of delivering a devastating punch, Peter merely gave the shoal beau a gentle tap on the hia. Whack! Immediately after, a face-slapping blow disreeded Yusul Jang's face like a twisted piece of rubber. The shoal beau collapsed to the ground, whimpering in pain like a child, while his subordinates froze completely. An old teacher suddenly rushed over, loudly shouting T forbid, fighting on shoal ground. The old teacher grabbed Peter by the claw, grumbling and demanding T call his paren, but received the chilling reply. He's probably D, which immediately silenced him. The teacher dragged Peter away while Yisul Jang continued to stream for a fight to the death, even though no one bohered to hold him back. In the office, a powerful man was deep in though, templating the recent incident. The shoal's musular director found the new student quite interesting, suggesting further investigation might be needy. But then he changed his tune, phaser than flipping a rice paper, a deadly glint in his eye. Or perhaps, Zhu eliminate him. TBDNE with I. Peter was escorted away by the teacher, leaving behind a group of female students whispering about how CL and attractive he was. In the middle of the schoolyard, Unbiol Jo froze when she recognized the new student, frantically wondering, is this guy going to ruin this shoal? Shin Yongguang High School looked truly peaceful, unaware that a living legend had stepped inside. Peter nonchalantly carried his meal tray and sat next to Unbiol, politely asking, may I sit here? Unbiol flinched, questioning what Peter was doing there, while he casually replied that he was running away from his fan. She pretended not to be hungry, picking up an apple and taking a perfunctory bite. Peter glanced at Unbiol's mountain-high meal tray and sarcastically remarked, your plate seems to have quite a low of F, doesn't I? Making her blush and snap. Shut up. Unbiol suddenly grew pensive, recalling the life-or-death pact between her and this terrifying man. In the flashback, Peter sat opposite a wounded Unbiol, CL asking a direct question, do you want to live? He held out a foe of an unfamiliar man and CM band. If you want, CNFS, that this is the one who killed Akmen. That's your ticket to live. Back in the present, Peter looked right into Unbiol's eye. I kept my promise. Why are you still following me? Oh, and I wasn't intentionally looking for you either. Yunbiol grumbled at Peter while munching on her apple, claiming that because of him, the organization was waithing her, making her life exponentially harder. Peter nonchalantly retreat, reminding her that it was thanks to him that she was still alive. To sit there and EA, which infuriated Yunbiol, but she couldn't argue. She warned Peter that he didn't understand how harsh this place was, and an outsider like him wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. Peter merely listened in silence, his deep gaze fixed for war, no bothering to pay attention to the half-hearted Threa. Yunbiol then changed Tachi, suggesting Peter help her since he was already on her side anyway. But he seldly asked, "Why should I Ditha?" The assassin smirk, uttering a cryptic remark, "I'll see and attack you later, Yunbiol." Then he delivered the finishing blow, calling her by her real name. "Or should I call you Yuna?" Yuna, Yunbiol, froze on the spo, as her biggest secret was Expo, while Peter had already turned and walked away simply in Cian Troll. The Sene shifted T-Shin Yungguang High Skull, bustling with the atmosphere of a sport festival. Jonathan, the Shoal's track and field czar, was sprinting on the track, seeing fident that he was the phase. But that illusion shattered when Peter, in his Shoal uniform, casually jogged past him like a gust of wind. Peter patted Jonathan's shoulder, CM fording the deegest boy, while a new group of fangirls surrounded him, cheering for the transfer student heartthrob. The Sene shifted 8 Anohara Civity, a pointer indicating a giant number 2. It turned out to be an eye exam, the pointer sweeping acro the chart with various character. Peter sat crow-leggy, severing one eye and flawlessly reading the small's character, leaving the entire class gaping in astonishment, while he nonchalantly asked if there were any harder te. The next class was kecking, with the TPIC being advanced fruit carving technique. The teacher instructed the class to be careful with knife, while the female student whispered that a young mazer like Sungu Peter surely had never had to step into kithen. Peter picked up the fruit knife, his eyes sharp like an assassination mazer, preparing his weapon. A few CND later, he unveiled a rabbit sculpture carved from an apple. Lifelike that a classmate exclaimed they had seen the rabbit breathe. The Senna abruptly cut T, a gun barrel pressed against the side of a man in a striped sweater, forcing him to speak. The gang leader, puffing on a cigarette, carried a brom over his shoulder defiantly. "I said I didn't like cleaning," say smithing. "You quar," the old teacher angrily shouted back. But the student only SFFE, believing this weak teacher would at Moju give them a perfunctory punishment. A subordinate raised his phone T film, threatening T accuse the teacher of child abuse and cause him T low his teaching license. The teacher's face turned red with anger. He pointed and yelled that this was an infringement on a teacher's right, but was met only with indifference. Lowing patience, the leader swung his arm and punched the teacher directly in the face, shouting, "Shut your mouth, old man." He continued T threaten, warning the teacher T know his place if he wanted T keep his job, while his subordinate gleefully suggested uploading the clip, T, TikTok. The subordinate was laughing gleefully. About T upload the vid. When he suddenly noiced Smion approaching, Peter ambled forward, carrying a box, causing the thugs to burst into laughter, mocking his reputation as an assassin. Peter asked before them all, sealedly asking directly, "Did you assault our teacher?" The leader sneer, his attitude extremely insolent, preparing T spit a glob of saliva in Peter's face. A glob of phlegm flew directly on Peter's uniform, while the entire group burst into excusing laughter. Peter glanced Duan at the Seine, his eyes as sharp as dagger, growling, "Otherwise." Blow rushed at his Hia, and the leader roar, "You'll pay for thee." Then lunged for war, throwing a hawk punch. To slow. Peter merely tilted his boy slightly, and easily dodged the punch. The leader frantically threw a series of puncha, but no a single blow managed to touch Peter. He only saw blurry afterimage. Peter D'd the final blow, his eyes glowing terrifyingly revealing the immense gap in their skill level. A thunderous slap. Peter counterataki, slamming the leader face first to the ground, much to his own astonishment. Seeing their bow defeat, the subordinate in sportwear grabbed a brick, yelling, "Die, you basar," then charged for war. Peter's sill, no bowering T-dodge, allowing the thug T swing the brick directly at his hay. Crack! Peter threw a straight punch, shattering the brick mid-air before it could even touch him. Having been thoroughly beaten, the thug, their faces bruised and beter, mumbled apologies to Peter with bowed hay. Running while being punished, the small fry thugs yelled Threa, "Justice will prevail." Peter merely shrugged and calmly replied, "Exactly, that's why I choose one." Peter turned T-check on the teacher, but instead of thank, the old man began his moral liqueur. "Why are you fighting in Shoal?" Ignoring the nagging, Peter bent down to pick up the phone the thugs had left behind. It turned out the phone-tained video of them bullying the teacher named Sungu. They truly were a bunch of trash. Suddenly, the bald teacher sprang up with terrifying speed, effortlessly darting past Peter. He landed, smirking confidently. I knew I. The teacher shed his weak facade, TK a firm bat stance, and declare, I have an eye for people. Key. You're no ordinary type. Prof? He pointed the CFFE cup in Peter's hand, stating that during the intense CMBA, he hadn't spilled a single drop. Discarding his teacher persona, he sat down like a bee, bluntly questioning, Tell me, Sungu, where did you learn this martial art? The teacher rephrased the question, his eyes sharp. Or rather, why did you have to learn I? Peter didn't flinch, his eyes as sharp as dagger, enunciating each word, revenge. He gritted his teeth, declaring his ultimate goal, to avenge the glory club that slail my life. He recounted his tragedy, lowing his home, family, and money, living a life worse than death, while the teacher listened in silence. After listening, the teacher revealed his muscular physique, TK a sip of CFFE, and extended an invitation. Sungu, would you like to join our volunteer club? Peter smirked, a meaningful smile, for he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. For a fleeting moment, the image of the teacher throwing a punch directly at his face flashed in his mind. It turned out everything was calculated. Peter had been waiting for teacher Lee to seek him out, while Sil, playing the role of the Shoal heartthrob, captivating all the female Sudan. He didn't bother to hide his true ability, displaying overwhelming 20/20 vision during the eye exam, which utterly shocked the entire Sial. Even in kecking clay, Peter casually demonstrated his skill by carving a rabbit with a surgical knife, proving himself to be an all-around monster. Teacher Lee Sungu TK a sip of water, revealing his true identity, an assassin trainer for glory. Walking and explaining, the teacher revealed details about Shin Yongguang Skull's volunteer club, a disguised assassin training program reserved only for a select few. Peter sullenly turned the drock knob, preparing T-Sep in the tiger's den that the teacher had arranged. The teacher declared this was where glory trained assassin, and Peter merely stared straight ahead in silence, his eyes sharp as blade. Peter sand the ROM, thinking to himself, this is an assassin training camp? It looks no different from a normal classroom with student snacking. The teacher's at the poem, announcing the new member T, the entire CA. Amid the crow, Yuna froze, unable to believe her eye. Why is he here? Peter stared intently at Yuna, making her break out in a CLD sway, as she secretly cursed him note TAC familiar. Without a whir, Peter gave a provocative wink, making Yuna jump. Yuna was in Uterpani, her mind racing, unsure if he was Jews teasing her or signaling that she was about to be eliminate. Peter smiled and entrusted himself as Sungu Kim, but in his min, he was cursing this fake welcome. The two class bully, one skinny and one muscular, stepped forward to size Peter up. The profiles of the two were revealed. Biggie Dako specialized in speed, and Junior Dako specialized in strength. Bo, wondering why there was a diplomatic entry in the club. The teacher smirked sinisterly, suggesting the class hold a small welcoming ceremony for the new member. A few naive students in the class gleefully suggest a BBQ party. But the welcoming ceremony here was a group assault. The entire class simultaneously drew knife, their eyes turning in though of predator, ready to tear apart the new piggle. The Dako brohairs led the charge, aggressively advancing toward Peter, ready for their grand entrance. Yuna rushed out to intervene, shouting that Peter would deal with them in an instant. The muscular Junior Dako shoved Yuna aside, roaring, Get out of the way, Yuna, unless you want a beating. The two ringleaders before Peter, arrogantly asking if he had any experience fighting petty thug. Peter calmly replied to the Kijin about his fighting experience. Probably just a few times. Around 1,500 times in my life. The Doko brohairs roared that this would be his last battle, then charged in like two raging bull. But reality was different. Peter easily blocked the attacks of Bo Youngzers, as if he were Jews playing. Restrain, Biggie Dako Sil subornely liqueur, saying this was no place for petty thugs and that they were risking their lives for a noble goal. He continued to growl that their goal was T. Beckme, a legendary assassin, Jews like a certain Smione. It turned out that the ideal figure they all revered was none other than a Pole Peter, a heavy day of irony. Peter sealedly pushed the buzzcut guy away, sorrowfully saying there was no place here for tho who go in through the back, doctor. He easily slipped out of the encirclement of the two trainee assassin, leaving them staring blankly at each oher. Peter doozed his hand off, showing his exasperation with the two Youngzers' duo performance. He arrogantly raised his Han, signaling for both of them to attack at once to speed things up. The Dako brohers became furious, thinking this kid definitely wanted T die. They yelled about their 18 years of experience, then once again charged into attack. Peter only CL thought T himself while facing the attack. I've been ding this for 65 year key. The Sene afterwar, the Dako brohers were panting heavily, smug about their victory, even boasting that they had only used half their strength. The whole class applauded loudly, mocking that the Roki was sared he ran away without daring to fight back. A deserted hallway in the shoal at Nai. Peter walked calmly when a voice called out from behind him. Hey, Sungu. Yuna blocked his path, questioning Peter if he thought he was better than the Ohers in the volunteer club, and that she wouldn't be easily fooled. The girl looked straight into Peter's eye, asserting that she had observed him from beginning on. It turned out Peter hadn't run away at all, but had artfully dodged the attacks of Tho Tuidi, causing them to crash into each Oher and be knocked out in the blink of an eye. Yuna asserted that Peter hadn't even bohered to clench his fizz once. Peter nonchalantly replied that he always fought with all his me. But Yuna snapped, "Liar, and I can prove I." She pointed out the clear difference. While the two idiotic Dako were drenched in sway, gasping for breath, Peter, on the Oher Han, hadn't shed a single drop of sway, his face as CLD as ice. Slam! Yuna suddenly pressed Klo, pinning Peter against the brick wall. She placed her hand on the wall, blocking his path, and Quagione. What the hell are you ding here? Sneaking int Shoal is already suspicious, and now you're hiding your true strength. What's your plan? Their eyes me, Yuna growl. Answer me. But Peter only calmly asked back. Do you really want no? Both facing each O'Hare in the deserted hallway. The atmosphere as tense as a shrethed string. Peter still maintained a calm expression, with no intention of answering the Kijin. Slide. Instead of confronting her, Peter slowly slid, down to sit on the floor, completely breaking Yuna's Kabadan Po in the mo absurd way poible. He's up, doozed his pan, and walked away, waving go by. Well, on her time then, it's lunchtime now, leaving Yuna stunned and yelling, It's midnight, you lunati. The Sene shifty a deserted soul bus, but nigh. A middle-aged bus driver was happily mixing a packet of energy powder, mutering a falafi. They say after the rain, CME's sunshine. He jumped for joy, having Zhu landed a customer who boked the entire bus for 1,000,001. It's truly my lucky day. But when he saw the customer, he paused slightly, wondering, Huh? I remember the boking was for a group. A man in a sui, wearing polite glaze, stepped forward to greet him, confirming it was Zhu him. The driver asked about the Oher, and the customer replied, It's just me. However, I have a bit much luggage. The man pointed behind him. Behold. A long, Endel's line of sutas, piled high like mountain, appear, enough to fill the entire ba. The driver broke out in a CLD sway, muttering curses while straining his back. Carry them. But then he paused, realizing smething unusual. The man in the suit sharply pushed the driver's hand away from a suitcase, issuing a challenge. Shall we play a game? The mysterious customer pressed his face close to the driver, his voice full of danger. Trite guess what's in this luggage. The bus sped along the deserted mountain road at Nai. The driver glanced at the customer through the rearview mirror, muttering himself. I'm no playing your silly game. The customer still sat calmly with his arms crow, wearing a mysterious half-smile. But the driver knew for sure what he had seen. His face pale, sweat pouring W like rain. Clunk. He vividly remembered the moment the customer placed the Sude's Dombalin, and it had automatically clo. Scene change. Teacher Lee Sun-Goose before all the trainee assassin, announcing, Listen up. We have a new mission from client Unchang Choi, chairman of Deha Group, one of Glory's biggest sponsor. The team that completes the mission will be personally recommended by the chairman and receive a volunteer license. In Oher Wur, you will beck me official assassin. Peter's and Yunbiol's eyes gleam, the decisive moment had arrived. An eager trainee asked about the mission's CN10, and teacher Lee reveal, this mission is T-Resu a Hoj. Recently, there's been a series of kidnappings targeting teenager, and the problem one of the victims is Chairman Choi's precious Sen. A female student raised her hand, wondering why they didn't Zhu report it to the police quickly, saying it was Zhu about finding his SN. Teacher Lee held up a foe of the SN tied up and severed with a sack, his hand gripping the picture tightly. Chairman Choi's murderous face appear, and Teacher Lee growl, what Chairman Choi want is revenge. The student began whisper and Disu, a female student whispering her friend. We do need save Chairman Choi's sen. The whole classroom became noisy. Smee thought this was a sweet deal, while Oher sensed danger, believing such an important mission couldn't be intrused Roki. Thunk. Peter used his slipper T, hit a babbling guy on the back of the he, declaring CNC'sly, "I'll take I. The res of you can row here for the res of your live." Immediately after, the Dako Brower, one burly and one agile, Al stepped forward, declaring to Teacher Lee that besides them, no one else was skilled enough to take on this mission. The Dako Browers sneer, sphing that a few more insignificant teammates wanted to bask in their glory. It turned out TB Peter, dubbed the privileged one, and Anohair female student Als eagerly raised her hand to join. The girl snap, accusing Peter of imitating her and asserting she raised her hand fur. But Peter calmly replied that even if it was a special SL, he was still a club member. The whole group gathered before Teacher Lee, ready to receive order, asking if they needed to go there and smash things up. Teacher Lee, with a stern expression, delivered a CN-size reply. "No ye." The Sene shifted to a bustling amusement park. Excited screams echoed from the roller coaster ride. Teacher Lee announced the first step was to let low at the park, astonishing the group when they learned this was the mission location. Amid the vibrant carnival atmosphere with alluring dancer, the whole team still didn't understand anything. The Dako Broher, two burly men accused to killing, now looked dumbfounded, wondering why people were walking around outers in swimwear. Peter CLDLET, the group TSP looking around, while the girl accompanying them was still engrossed in eating ice cream. The girl was still dazed when two of her boys approached Tot, asked for her number, asking if she used TikTok. Recalling the mission briefing, Teacher Lee specified that Chairman Choi's SN was kidnapped at this very park. The assigned mission was extremely simple. Find and resume the Hoj, and simultaneously deal with the kidnapper, with the only information being the victim's profile. The girl flipped open the park map, lamenting that the only clue was the victim was last seen here, with no clear location, no even knowing if he was alive or dia. She glanced at Peter, wondering why he called BSCN Feeden, if he had a plan in Min. Peter looked like he unders everything, stating firmly, "Let's go that place fur." As the team arrived at a ride, a park employee apologized with clasped hand, announcing that reservations were required to enter. The burly Dako Broher go angry, roaring who would make reservations for a roller coaster, while the surrounding crowd SFFE, thinking they were country bumpkin. Peter glanced contemptuously, secretly thinking, "Don't these people know they can use an app to make reservation?" The girl checked her phone and reported that all o' her thrill rides were fully booked, driving the Dako Brohers crazy because the mission was urgent, yet everyone was foused on playing. The Dako Broher, two muscular assassin, were streaming excitedly on the merry-go-round like two genuine children. Moving the bumper car, the younger brower carried his older brower in the car, drifting until the tires smoke, while the bunny-eared girl was speechless. Now, who's the trashy assassin? The group headed the shoeing gallery. The chubby Saul owner sweet-talked them, assuring them the game was as easy as pie, while Peter directly asked about the prize. The Saul owner smirked, secretly thinking he'd hit the jackpot this time, as he had aided weight the suffed animals no one cold win. The bunny-eared girl picked up the gun, pretending innocently that she had never used a fake gun before, while the Saul owner was gleeful, about to fleece the key. The result, Peter and the bunny-eared girl carried a huge pile of stuffed animal, thanking profusely, leaving the Saul owner dumbfounded, kneeling on the ground, no understanding what had happened. Peter S. alone, waving the group excitedly playing. Junior Dako called his broher, to play the next game, while the bunny-eared girl was selded for eating while walking. The Oher three waved to Peter. They truly looked like they were enjoying themselves, making him ponder. It seems everyone is truly happy. He recalled his hellish pa, a mud-stained boy having to crawl through barbed wire under the supervision of brutal trainer. Peter secretly though, perhaps the childhood of Tho 3 was no different from his own, and he decided, "Jus enjoy yourself, key." Because no one knew when they would have such joyful moment again, the bunny-eared girl smiled brightly. Separating from the crow, the bunny-eared girl sat alone on a bench, muttering that the whole group had foregone the main mission, and were playing like children. Suddenly, her phone chimed, startling her, making her wonder what was happening. The phone screen displayed a notification. CNSing. T Ungil Chua RP. The girl was Sune. Isn't this the chairman's SN's name? The girl panicked when she realized the Hoj was nearby. Images of him being dragged away by two masked figures flashed in her min. But then she looked closely at the notification on her phone. Her eyes widened in surprise. The signal's location was the woman's restroom right in front of her. The girl hesitated, unsure whether to call for backup or investigate herself, then decided to go in and check the situation fur. Inside, a red-haired woman was standing in front of the mirror. the bunny-eared girl entered and decided to observe. She secretly thought there was nothing suspicious, but then broke out in a CLD sweat when she realized the signal was CMing from the woman herself. The bunny-eared girl TLD herself be careful, and offered a friendly smile approach the red-haired woman. With a sweet smile, the girl goes straight to the point, asking about the earphones the woman was wearing, which startled her. With a bang, a burly man bursts in, shouting what was happening, and the red-haired girl immediately played the victim, accusing the bunny-eared girl of attacking her. The tated man aggressively cursed, accusing the bunny-eared girl of attempting theft, while she hazily denied I. Thinking he had the upper hand, the man swung his hand, slapping the bunny-eared girl directly in the face, declaring he would teach her a les. He raised his large, flat hand, intending to grab her his face full of menace. At the same time, out-eyed, Peter and the two Dako broers were looking for the mising girl. Peter remained calm, asserting one thing confidently. Crack. Back in the restroom, the bunny-eared girl bit through her lollipop, her eyes sharp. Peter confidently TLD his teammates that she could absolutely handle herself. And indeed. She flipped TDG the thug's attack. Quick as lightning, she landed behind him, using her legs tightly lock his neck in a dangerous hole. Who? She throws the sharpened lollipop directly into the thug's ear. The lollipop speed right next his eardrum. The girl feigned an apology. Sarcastic teen. Oop, almost slip. She pulled out the lollipop then shoved the broken candy piece directly into the man's mouth, forcing him to shut up and asking again. Now what did you say? Turning to the red-haired girl who was trembling like a leaf, she whispered, repeating the question. Where did you get these earphones? Outside in the park, Peter was strolling on his phone when people around him started murmuring. The bunny-eared girl ran frantically toward the group, panting as she reported, Everyone, these are Yoon-gyeol's earphone. Iju found their lost location. Peter merely replied CLDly that he had also deduced the same location. He began to analyze. The best way to dispose of Smiona in an amusement park is to take them to a place where streams wouldn't arouse suspicion. Peter raised his phone, pointing to the haunted house area, which was reported as sold out all day but had no one entering. That's their Hideo. Peter gave a thumbs up, declaring confidently, We're going in the haunted house. Click. The Ronwo and Dr. Severed in talismans and blow-on, slowly open, revealing a dark space within. Biggie dog, acing like a senior, growl. Playtime's over. Fouls up, we know what's CMing. Well, go fur. As soon as they enter, Biggie Dako scurried behind his muscular younger broer, prompting Peter Teton. You said you'd lead the way, you quar? Peter suddenly spay, his eyes sharp and claw. He sensed smething extremely unusual. Looking at the empty hallway, strewn with blowain, Peter muttered with suspicion. How the hell can I no sense anyone's presence here? The bunny-eared girl asked again, CNFUs. But Peter only warned CLD. Be ready for anything. A sweet-smelling white smoke began to emanate from the floor. And Peter smirked. It seems our mission truly begins here. Biggie Dako began Teep Pani, but Peter reassured them all that the mission was already halfway DNE. Peter reiterated Lee Sungu's instruction. Resu the Hoaj, and take down the culprit. Then he revealed his trump card, because the first part of the mission was for them get kidnapped themselves. Immediately, the entire group collapsed the floor, hit by the initiati. Peter lay on the floor, his eyelid heavy, trying to say ciensis but eventually fading A figure in trousers and leather shoes leisurely stepped over the boys, sprawled on the floor. Bang! The office doctor was violently pulled open. Lee Sun-gu rushed in, his face drained of chlor, shouting at his subordinate. Where are the key? Contact them immediately. The subordinate tried call, but no one answer. He asked blankly what was happening. Lee Sun-gu gritted his teeth, his voice filled with worry. The opponent is Songd Park. He explained that Songd Park was a monster once nominated. TB in a poll, but was kicked out by the glory organization ITELF, because he couldn't be central. The subordinate Sil tried Ted be optimisi, thinking the trainees were capable enough, but Lee Sun-gu bluntly crushed his hope. Lee Sun-gu broke out in a CLD swear, his face pale as he thought of Sangd Park's terrifying power. The subordinate, in a wheelchair, turned pale, seeing Lee Sun-gu's Asion, stammering, Sir. Inside a gloomy warehouse, dens of suitcases were neatly arranged, signaling a bloy purge. Peter and the bunny-eared girl had been captured, bow tied tightly back to back, uncnsu. Songd Park, the buther in a red apron. Son above, looking down at his prey, casually explaining, Key, know what I use? Chloroform. He continued his sick liqueur on the effect of the anishetti, while the bunny-eared girl subtly surred awake. Back in the office, the subordinate frantically urged, "Sir, we have TSP him now. Songd Park is." Lee, revealing his prosthetic leg, gritted his teeth. A lifelong psychopath. The subordinate cried out in despair, "There's no time left. We have to save the key." The bunny-eared girl peeked open her eye, realizing the kidnapper had sniffed out smething Amy. A horrifying scene flashed in her min. The madman Sangd Park would saw off all their leg. Suddenly, the phone hidden in her pant pocket vibrated intensely. Sangd Park reached in and pulled out the phone, his eyes sealedly fixed on the incoming call. He answered. And on the other end was Lee's stern voice. "Sang." Lee growled through the phone, his threat sharp as a knife. "If you dare touch a single hair on my Sudan, see insider yourself Dea." Songd Park let out a CN descending laugh, calling Lee by his real name. "Long time no see, Guangyu. Is that how you talk to your senior?" He continued to poke at his opponent's pain, his voice full of sarcasm. "Or are you afraid he'll chop off their leg? Jews like I did your." Lee roared in fury, but Sangd Park cut him off. "Come on, how about we play a little game?" The brother caressed the bunny-eared girl's leg, offering a deadly proposition. "Try to guess how many of your student legs will still be intact when you get here." He laid out the term, "Gee's correctly, and Chairman Choi's SN will be released. Gee's wrong, then, Guangyu?" This made the subordinate standing nearby wonder why his beau was terrify. Lee trembled violently, sweat pouring down him, as horrifying memories of the monster Sangd Park rushed back to torment him. Biggie Dako yelled in the abandoned warehouse, challenging the hidden kidnapper, while Yuna and Sungu remained tied up. Over the phone, Sangd Park smirked and ordered his subordinate, certain that the enemy would target the two weaker Hoja's fur. Yuna was startled to see Sungu, seemingly sleeping soundly, mouth agape, speechless at his unbelievably carefree attitude. Out of option, she decided to rely on herself, using her testy wiggle and untie her shoelace. She poked Sungu's face with her photo to wake him, but he suddenly opened his eyes and nonchalantly sought. "I wasn't sleeping," Yuna Samare, trying teak for her embarrassment, quickly explaining she only meant to pinch him awake with her tea, but Sunguju looked at her with an expressionless face. Ignoring Tha, Yuna began to execute Plan B, rhythmically slamming her bound wrists against the ground to break the restraint. While she was still struggling, Sungu had already revealed his free Han, making Yuna freeze. Since when? It turned out this office worker had been able to break his restraint for a long time, Zhu waiting for the right moment. Seeing the neatly cut ropes on the ground, Yuna warned that this was no ordinary kidnapping, but Sungu simply replied, "I know." Sungu's up, walked straight toward the danger, and unexpectedly asked Yuna an unrelated question. "Do you like gambling?" The Dako brohers bloked the way, with Biggie, the older broher, acing superior, ordering the lowly office worker to spill everything if he wanted to live. But the true mastermind had already appeared. Sangd Park, in a sealish sui, stepped out and went straight to the main point. "Where is Chairman Choi's SN?" Sangd Park smirked with a sick grin at the youngster's attitude, then delightedly propo. "How about we play a game?" The two brutish Doko brohairs immediately rejoice, clearly unaware of what they were about to face. The brother laid out the term, "If you win, I'll release Chairman Chua Sen," causing the subordinate eavesdropping in the car to cry out in despair. Bu Sangd Park slowly continue, his hand stealthily slipping inside his jacket. Slash! He pulled out a pair of curved, murderous knife, declaring the price for the lure, bow of you, each leave one leg behind. Contrary to expectation, the Dako brohers became extremely excited. Biggie, the older broher, licked his lip. "Oh, you're the real deal. No juice me petty office worker." Rip, both of them tore open their shear, flexing their bulging muzzles and growling, "We'll make sure you never walk again." Clang! Sangd Park threw a curved knife toward Biggie Dog. The brother extended his Han, casually saying, "The game is only fun when played fairly." Biggie Dako caught the knife, growling a warning. "You'll regret old man, because I'm quite skilled with a knife," then charged forward like a whirlwind. Calling himself Shin Yongguang Skull's #1 knife wielder, the young man swung his knife to attack but was easily blocked by Sangd Park. "Easier than I, though," Biggie confidently mused as the two continuously exchanged move, believing his youthful vigor would overwhelm the slow old man. But then the young man paused, beginning to realize smething was wrong. "Wait a minute!" Biggie Dako gritted his teeth, feeling smething utterly illogical about this fi. He stared at Sangd Park's knife, muttering, "We're definitely using the same type of knife. But why?" The blades clashed once more with a strange sun. Biggie stepped back, sweat starting to pour as Sanged Park spoke mockingly. What's wrong, Ki? Is the fight no going your way? His younger broer, Junior Dog, saw his elder broer Loking Sian fuse, while Biggie glared resentfully at the knife in his han. Sanged Park let out a savage laugh, revealing the harsh truth. This knife has no sharp edge. Jews then, Peter and Yuna rushed in, shouting, "We're here to help!" Thwack! Biggie Dako raised his han, decisively bloking the two. He turned his heya, his eyes full of pride. Stand back. This is our fight. Peter and Yuna froze, hearing Biggie declare, "If we can't win, neither can you." Ju sand back and wath. Junior Dako knowed in agreement with his broer, Bo tensing their boa, ready for a fight to the death. Biggie looked directly at Sanged Park, beginning to explain. Old man, it seems you didn't understand what our life's goal I. The flashback began. At the orphanage. The final challenge before graduation was Hell Week. We were thrown into an isolated forest for a month with no water or F. The only thing provided was a single bull, Biggie Dako Rikunte. While O'Hare children used the bullet to hunt wild boar, or even to betray, pointing guns at their CM raid. Some weaker ones chose to end their own life, their brains splattering before the horrified eyes of the young Dako broher. But the two broers were different. They refused a pathetic death, and were determined to survive at all. Carrying the wild boar's carcass back together, they had kept their single bullet until the very last moment, believing it was the key. Young Biggie pointed his gun forward with a lock of grim determination, sensing that this bull would be what decided their fate when a giant bear appeared, roaring. Finally, after Hell Week end day, on the truck ride back, only the two brohers remained, as the sleigh survivors among 181 children. But even more shocking was the Sry of a legion. The legendary Peter, Walk, at their age, had set an unprecedented record for 58 years. He was the only one to pause the hellish tests without using the bull. Returning to the present, Biggie Dako declared that 10 years had paused. He tailed Sanged Park, directly that brohers had poured all their effort into becoming a legend like Peter. Peter S. from a distance, silently observing with an unreadable expression. Biggie Dako smirked arrogantly, growling, "Old man, you should know you are knowing but a stepping snee for us to reach our ultimate goal." With the two Dako brohers simultaneously charged forward like two fierce bia. But Sanged Park was a sep phaser. He slipped past Junior and seized Biggie in the blink of an eye. Junior Dako screamed in alarm when he saw his broher capture Sanged Park, while restraining Biggie, sigh, ITLD. But Biggie seized the opportunity to unleash a dangerous spinning kick. Biggie roar, swinging the supposedly sharp knife. "You'll regret giving me a knife." Sanged Park merely sneered morbidly, completely disregarding the attack. "Oh, forget about the leg." Sanged Park easily grabbed Biggie's sneering, "I think I'll take your arm and see." Biggie realized the knife in his hand was merely blunt, with no sharp edge at all. In rage, he changed to Tachi, deciding to use the knife to stab inside of Slash, while Junior alls rushed in to Asi. But the blunt knife tip only lightly poked Sanged Park's neck, completely harmful. Sanged Park SFFE, "You want to beck me, Peter?" While Biggie Dako was stunned in silence. With incredible force, Sanged Park snapped the knife in half right in front of Biggie, his voice full of sarcasm. "You think you can die?" The broken piece of the knife was actually a traditional Nepalese kukri short sword. Standing from a distance, Peter explained to Yuna. "It's 3 times heavier and 3 times harder than a normal sword. I've trained with this my entire life." Peter smirked, asserting the weapon's caliber. "Phaser than a knife, thicker than an axe. A kukri is truly a killing weapon." Sanged Park's profile appear. Former glory assassin. Eskrima expert. Previous estimated rank. A. The Dako brohers couldn't believe their eye, roaring, "Shut up, old man," then charged to attack the monster, who was gracefully wielding his blade. Sanged Park moved like a ga, gliding effortlessly through the air, completely evading all attack. His skill level was an insurmountable wall. Sanged Park's blade strokes painted a dance of death, completely overwhelming the two broer. Defeated and full of injury, Biggie Dako could only gasp for Peter and Yuna to run. Yuna screamed in horror, seeing the two brohers sprawled but Sanged Park casually told her to be quiet because he hadn't killed them yet. He laughed morbidly. "However, we need to finish the game that has begun." Sanged Park raised the kukri high, aiming directly at Biggie's leg on the ground, declaring, "1 leg for each of you." Over the phone, Teacher Lee Sun-gu cried out in despair. "Don't touch the key, Sang, please. I'll give you my remaining leg in exchange." Yuna froze, realizing this madman truly intended TDI. Songd Park casts a see and descending glance. Then Sugaze. Or perhaps, we play a game. Amid the tension, Peter calmly stepped forward, making an incredibly bold wager. Double the sock. Take bow my leg, one arm, or even my head if you wish. Songd Park chuckled mockingly, showing amusement at the youngster's audacity. Indeed. Glory's kid are different. Very well. Clang! Peter threw Biggie's kukri knife to the ground, flatly refusing the specialized weapon. Songd Park, with an air of superiority, extended his hand, inviting, "The game must be fair, Rye. Do you need a weapon?" The rabbit-eared girl cried out in alarm, trying to sp him, but Peter only replied curtly, "N." Instead of a weapon, Peter picked up an old metal tray with colorful floral pattern. He smirked, his eyes full of challenge. "This is enough." Songd Park couldn't help but burst out laughing at his opponent's ridiculous choice. He laughed maniacally, wiping away tears as he sighed. "You kid really are a bunch of clown." "But listen, kid." His smile vanished. Songd Park swung his knife and charged with terrifying speed, growling, "I won't go easy on you, Zhu, because you're young." Swish! Peter lightly leaped, neatly dodging the assassin's fatal knife strike. Clang! Clang! Peter used the metal tray as a shield T-block. Songd's successive slashes, the later mocking. "How many of my slashes do you think your iron tray can withstand?" Songd Park put all his strength into eye, roaring confidently. "I'm sure one strike is enough." Slash. A flash of a slash appear. But Songd Park's pupils CNS riced in extreme astonishment. Screech! Teacher Lee Sungu slammed on the brake, shouting in the car with a panicked expression. "What the hell is happening? I can't let history repeat itself." A haunting image flashed back. Teacher Lee Sun-gu in a different form, holding a kukri, swearing no tea let Sangd take everything from him again. The scene shifted, a luxurious cassin, where a muscular female dealer reassured Smione. "There's no need to be tense, madam. How about we play a game?" A my-serious man, gnawing on a chicken leg, spoke to the female dealer in a CN descending TNE. "As a dealer, you must be smart. I'm sure you know which side to bet on." In a metaphorical cassin, the female dealer Cieldelli declared, amid a siege of assassins wielding chainsaw, "Zhu's bet on me." The flashback shift, showing a young Lee Sun-gu, in his role as a manager, informing Songd Park that he had caused too much trouble, and would be purged by the organization. Lee Sun-gu declared the CN track terminated immediately, and the chainsaw-wielding assassins roar, ready to tear Songd Park apart. CN fitted as they were a team specialized in handling B-rank assassin. The young manager recalled that, although he knew Sangd was a skilled assassin, he didn't believe he could take on 5 B-rank assassins at once, until he saw a flash of light from Sang's pair of knives. A deadly whirlwind ensued, Songd Park single-handedly wiping out the entire chainsaw team, proving his skill completely surpassed ordinary human. The image of Songd Park's slaughter reflected in Lee Sun-gu's terrified pupil. And on that day, Lee Sun-gu's assassin career ended when Songd Park severed one of his leg. Back in the present, Lee Sun-gu thought taunt himself that even if their weapons were theoretically stronger, once Songd held though knife, the battle was designed to be. Songd Park sneer, mocking Peter. "You're lucky, Key." But what now? Peter silently looked at the metal tray in his hand, which had been perfectly sliced in half. The rabbit-eared girl was about to rush forward to help when Peter spepped her with a Kijin, having recognized his opponent's weapon. "It's a kukri knife, isn't I?" Peter calmly analyzed, saying he was quite shocked to see Sang's kukri knife's sharp, as this type was usually a blunt weapon. Crack. Peter used his bare hand to crush half of the metal tray, pure muscular strength deforming the metal. The rabbit-eared girl was stunned speechless, realizing a horrifying truth. What the hell? He didn't use that tray as a shield at all. Peter held the 2 sharp metal piece, smiling. Now I have the perfect weapon." While it dawned on the rabbit-eared girl, he waited for it to be sliced in half to use his knife. Songd Park no longer SFFE. He swathed his Hia, admitting, "No ba. You're trying to prove you're no an ordinary Key, aren't you?" The assassin recalled his previous slash. He was absolutely certain he had hit the target, but in a blink of an eye, Peter had retreated a step incredibly far, Zhu enough to dodge the fatal blow. Songd Park realized it wasn't a coincidence. This kid was definitely no ordinary. He take off his jacket and growl, "Listen, Key. I'd know where you learned these petty trick." Songd Park growl. "But though little tricks won't work on me," then charged forward with terrifying speed. He wondered if this was a plan or Zhu luck, deciding he had to verify it himself. Slash, slash. Songd launched a flurry of slasha, certain he had drawn the kid to shrey. The assassin smirked smugly. I should have known. You're Sild green and inexperienced. But then his eyes widened, realizing smething was wrong. Whew! Peter glided pause like a gaw, and Sangd realized his slash had only grazed a strange object. The thing he had shredded was a pillow? Slash. While he was still bewildered, a spray of blow erupted from Sangd's neck. Peter had moved behind him at Smee point, holding two sharp metal tray pieces in his hand. Blow began to seep from the queue. The assassin realized he had narrowly escaped death and resolve. I will kill him. Songd Park tremblingly touched his neck, thinking to himself. He go behind me in an insan. If I hadn't bloked with my hand, my carotid artery would have been severe. Peter S. tall, his eyes clo, raising his pair of makeshift knife, and asked directly, Who are you, really? Songd Park began to analyze the situation, realizing Peter's weapons were dull to penetrate thick clothing or block his knife, and that was why he thought himself when he saw Peter charge straight at him, aiming for his exposed neck. Clang, clang, the two clashed, with the deafening clang of metal. Songd Park started to low his breath, completely unable to keep up with Peter's movement speed. What the hell is this key? Peter's eyes blazed with blow-red killing intent, making Songd Park fearfully wonder, is he even human? From a distance, the rabbit-eared girl analyzed in Pawnee. That guy's kukri knife is extremely heavy. One slash is enough to destroy everything. A hit means certain death. But that man, she concluded, looking at Peter's back, is even slower than Sungu. The rabbit-eared girl analyzed. That guy's weapon is heavy. If this fight drags on, Peter is sure to win. Slash. A small streak of blow splatter. Peter Jugo a wrath on his cheek. The rabbit-eared girl gaped in horror as she saw Peter get high, while Songd Park smirk, to Kath pray, you need proper gear. Slide. The assassin started to draw smething from his knife's sheath, and though, were a pair of sharp dagger. It turned out the true weapons were hidden inside, leaving the rabbit-eared girl sunny. Peter glanced, immediately recognizing the problem. Thump. The man had discarded the heavy knife sheaths on the ground. Peter immediately realized. After shedding the excess weight, his speed advantage was gone. The assassin lunged forward like lightning. Clang, clang, clang. The two clashed with furious speed, daggers sparking. The rabbit-eared girl couldn't believe her eye. That guy has cletly transforma. So far. But she quickly noiced smething unusual. Why? Though weapons resemble ice pick, specialized for stabbing. So why is he wildly swinging them instead of thrusing sry? The girl wondered. Songd Park slid forward, closing in on his target in a flash. He furiously roared, Die, you little raw. Hal! The assassin's knife tip spept right before Peter's throw. Unbelievable! Peter had clamped the Inming blade tightly between two fingers. Songd Park trembled, his weapon slipping from his grasp in utter shock. Spin! The knife fell to the ground, the assassin frozen, staring at his opponent with a face unable to accept the truth. Peter's there. See Elderly dropping a taunt. What's wrong? Low feeling in your limb? Songd Park was Sune. Then he muttered bitterly. Now I understand, you cunning Ra. The assassin realized Peter's target wasn't his throw. From the very beginning, all of Peter's attacks aimed at a single spee. Songd Park looked at his Han, severed in Q, bitterly admitting. His target was my Han. Peter calmly explained like a surgeon. Extensor tend. The pawl of blow at the assassin's feet was prof of the precise strike. Flexor tend, median nerve, radial nerve, ulnar nerve. If severed every necessary muscle, nerve, and tend. Peter held up the blow-stained metal tray piece, see including his anatomy lesson, as you can no longer use your Han. Peter's gaze was devoid of emotion. From the SAR, he declared a harsh truth. I had no intention of killing you. Songd Park grinded his teeth, unable to accept the fact that he was being underestimated. He looked at his opponent, still unable to comprehend. Clearly, the kid in front of him was no ordinary type. Songd Park stared at Peter, his eyes gleaming with certainty. The killing intent emanating from Peter was like a fierce tiger, forcing Songd Park to add me. I know you've killed Kuntal's people before me. Peter held up the metal tray piece, repeating his opponent's boa. Earlier, you said this metal tray cold never defeat your swar. He smiled defiantly, declaring the reversal. But now, the tables have turned. I will finish you with the very power you underestimate. Dark memories flowed back, a group of thugs laughing morbidly. Look at him. Ha ha ha. He's drinking his own urine. In the pa, a boy was hung upside down from a tree. Utterly humiliate. That boy, with resentful eye, had ethed a single thought into his ear. Every day that pass, I want to kill this basar. Sungd Park's memories resurface. He recalled the thug who bullied him, the one who always laughed while he could only silently endure, lacking the strength to resi. But an event changed everything, awakening the monster within him. Two snarling, foaming battle DGS charged for war. The bully released the DGS to attack young Sang, proposing a morbid wager. If you can defeat these two DG, I'll speed bullying you. The challenge. Want to play a game? Unexpectedly made Sangda's heart pound wildly. Smething within him had been assivate. Even though his boy was exhaust, survival instinct TKC entroll, forcing him T-Fi. He didn't flinch, extending his hand straight toward the sharp fangs of the two Bia. Crash! Sangd turned the table, punching the bully in the face, realizing that beating his life on a game, snap, only made him stronger after he ruthlessly broke his enemy's bone. From then on, adult Sangd immersed himself in purge, feeling adrenaline and extreme pleasure every time he gambled his life. These life-or-death games had become an addictive drug, a craving he couldn't esapi, and that's why, with a savage smile on his blow-smeared face, he was confident that he had never lull. Back in reality, Peter used the very gift bag T grabbed Sangd's throw, slamming his face right into the wall, ending his self-indulgent monologue. Thwack! Sangd flew like a rag doll, utterly helpless against Peter's strength. Clang! The gift bag fell to the floor. Sangda's game had officially ended. The rabbit-eared girl waved from afar, her heart pounding, completely choked by the unbelievable reversal. Peter lunged like a guh, making Sangd frantically scream, "Get away from me, you basar!" Corner Sangd pulled the pin on his final trump card, a grenade, yelling, "Kneel before me." He furiously raised the grenade toward a row of sutas, threatening to blow them all to smithereen. Peter maintained a CLD expression, as Sangd shouted his ace. "Do you know what's in these sutas? They're the children you're looking for." Sangd Park roared his trump card, revealing Chairman Choi's SN was stuffed into one of the suites. The rabbit-eared girl turned pale, realizing this madman had stuffed all the children in suites, and if the bomb explode, they would all be obliterate. Peter still maintained a CLD expression, while Sangd Ki continued to boas loudly about the gas pipe, CSM, threatening to send the entire area to heaven. The madman screamed, demanding Peter kneel and beg for his life. "Do I?" Peter challenged with an impossibly clean knee, and in a flash, he closed in, shoving the grenade straight in Sangd's mouth. Peter used a sharp object to clamp the grenade's pin, clyidely announcing, "I've pulled the pin, as if you didn't want to die, clench it ti." With the pin clenched in his mouth, Peter declared chillingly, "This is how you truly threaten Smione." Kapow! A heaven-shattering punch landed directly on Sangd's face, leaving him dazed but still forcing him to clench the bomb tightly. Kapow! On a hair blow, Peter's punches landed without fail, cornering his opponent. "Who?" Peter grabbed Sangdae and spun him around like a TP. Peter's fizz clenche, exuding an overwhelming aura, preparing for the finishing blow. Kathu! Sangda's entire boy was slammed straight on the floor, leaving a dent in the ground. Lying sprawled on the ground, Sangd cold only Sammer in despair, while Peter casually prays, "Well DNE." Click! Peter calmly re-engaged the safety pin on the grenade, telling him that crying like a child was enough, and to get up. "Because we're no DNE ye," Peter sighed, holding a small flower, his eyes as sharp as blade. Sangd scrambled at his feet, trembling and suturing in Pani, completely unable to believe what had Jews happen. Standing from afar, the bunny-eared girl gaped, unable to guess what this monster would do next. The assassin, once arrogant, now knelt on the ground, his face smeared with blood and tear, trembling as he proposed, "How about we call it a draw?" He promised to keep everything a secret and release the children, begging Peter for his life, while Peter and the bunny-eared girl Zhu watched in silence. Teacher Guangyu ran in the alley, shouting for his student. Guangyu's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the person lying flat on the ground, Sang. In his memory, Sangd Park was a CLD-blowed assassin, exuding an overwhelming aura with a kukri knife in Han. But reality was harsh. Sangd was crawling at Guangyu's feet, his face streaked with tear, trembling and begging for his life. Peter appeared with the key, Junior Dako casually carrying two unconscious henchmen under his arms like chicken, nonchalantly asking about the samba dancer. The mission at the secluded warehouse finally came. Non. Chairman Choi's SN, the target of the kidnapping, was found safe. The assassin Sangd Park, who had been on the run from the organization for 13 years, turned out to be no ing but a loudmouth, now being stuffed into bag and sill trying to shout for a draw. Zip, he was officially packaged, ready for express delivery back to Glory headquarter. Guangyu wathed the two people in prosive suit, CMET clean up the me, silently thinking that the nightmare of yesteryear had finally ended. The young assassin, however, were deluding themselves. Biggie and Junior putting their arms around each O'Hare, claiming credit for defeating Sanged through their CM bind attack. Guangyu narrowed his eyes suspiciously, unable to believe these two kid could defeat that monster. He glanced at Peter, who was feigning innocence, and resignedly TLD himself. If he said it wasn't him, I guess I have to believe I. Thanks to CM pleading the mission. The entire team was promoted to official assassin, but Biggie Dako only received a shabby-looking volunteer car. In the elevator, they all complained loudly about defeating an assassin who might have been S rank but only being ranked D. S. Peter had T, signal them, T, shut up. The elevator continued it, descent T deep basement, B12, and the atmosphere began to grow tense. The elevator DR slowly opening, and Peter and Yunbiol Joe looked out with surprised expression. Waiting for them were two muscular female guardian, their eyes as sharp as razor, exuding an utterly overwhelming aura. The trainee assassins turned pale, frantically praising the clo but it was too late. The two women's seal hand had already bloked the doctor. A charming woman in business attire, between the two muscular boygar, greeting them, "Welcome me, I've been waiting for you." Everyone in the elevator turned deathly pale, frantically pressing the clo button repeatedly and shouting that they were the ones she was looking for. The woman smiled professionally, gesturing for the group to follow her. She led the team up a luxurious staircase, explaining that the chairman was very interested in them, especially for saving the heir of the Deha group. The entire group was treated deed an overflowing lavish bonk, with the two female boyguards standing guard behind them, while the woman announced that the chairman had ordered them to be well taken care of. Next, they were taken to be fighted for expensive designer sui, making them look like proper underworld figure. The Dako brohers smugly boasted that it was thanks to them that everyone else go to enjoy the fancy meal and free designer Chloe. The woman jured that there were still more gif, placing her hand on a large, intricately carved doctor. She slowly opened the doctor, announcing that the chairman's great gift was right inside this ROM. The Dako brohers gape, their eyes wide with shock at the sight inside. A massive armory appear, with hundred of firearm, from Piesel's T assault rifle, gleaming brightly on the wall. The woman explained that the Deha group owned a world-class arsenal of ammunition, and only supplied it to Glory's assassin. She aided that to celebrate the group becoming official assassin. The chairman would provide all the equipment they need. Biggie Dako smugly declared that pro like him and his broer didn't need gun, and Junior Dako immediately chimed in. Yet immediately after, the two brohairs had loaded themselves with guns like two mobile rack, leaving the woman speechless as she suggested sending them by mail for convenience. Yun Bioljo was mesmerized by the display of Damasus and S30V seal dagger, unable to believe such high-quality items were being given away for free. She reached out for a knife, but then hesitated. Biol withdrew her hand, telling herself that she didn't deserve this weapon because she had been Te Useles in the recent battle. The woman turned at Peter, who had been silently observing until now, asking if he had shown anything her face full of curiosity. Amid a heavy arsenal, Peter indifferently picked up a fountain pen and declared, "I'll take thee," while secretly thinking he had worn out these TYS long ag. Suddenly, the secretary's phone rang, and she immediately adepted a serious expression. She respectfully answered the phone, "Yay, chairman," while Peter else calmly responded as if the call was for him. The secretary announced that she would take the entire group to the chairman's office, making Biggie Dako smugly prow, thinking he was a VIP. She smiled meaningfully and apologized, preparing to pour CLD water on the kid enthusiasm. The secretary bluntly stated that the chairman only wanted to meet Peter privately, making Biggie Dako seethe with resentment. In the luxurious elevator, the display showed it ascending to the 41 seconds floor. The secretary began a psychological praising Peter's refined choice of the pen, as it was a familiar item. She continued probe, revealing that it was a limited edition from 40 years ag, which made Peter pause for a bia. Peter fabricated a sry that the pen was left to him by his grandfather, but the secretary immediately ret. "But didn't you grow up in an orphanage?" Peter, his deflation tactic seen through, immediately changed the subject, directly asking why the chairman wanted to meet him privately, but she refused to answer. The elevator DRS opened on the penthouse floor, signaling their arrival. The female secretary led Peter into an extremely luxurious office and reported to the chairman, "I have brought Mr. Kim Sun-gu as you request." Peter looked up, facing a burly man in an expensive suit who was already waiting. That man was Eunchang Choi, chairman of Daeha Group, the magnate of the global arms industry, welcoming Peter with an inscrutable smile. Chairman Choi appeared friendly, inquiring about Peter's dinner and new Chloe, to which Peter responded politely. Peter cuts right to the chase, asking the reason for this private meeting. But the chairman merely smiled and TLD him there was no need to be tense. Chairman Choi TK a step toward Peter, admitting that Peter's vigilance was entirely Jusify. He moved closer, his eyes sharp as blade, and delivered the psychological finishing blow. Because, Sun Gu, I know exactly who you are. Even with his card laid bare, Peter's eyes remained sharp and close, without a ripple. The legendary assassin merely curled his lip in a challenging smirk, with no intention of playing along further. The Sene shift T the Pa, the 24th of December 1978, at Namsan Mountain, where a man was being tortured with electricity until convulsing. In a filthy basement, two agents were interrogating a muscular, blonde-haired prisoner, angrily demanding to know the whereabouts of Eunchang Choi. Despite being battered and bruised, the prisoner smirked arrogantly, acing subborn. He curled his lip, his voice full of defiance. How many more times? Do I have tea? Say I. There's only one way. T save that key. The Soviet prisoner growled his demand. That I. Hand over the missile that South Korea developed with the USTR Soviet Union. The threat was Isuo, making the former chairman Choi Sager refuse and the Sen of Daeha Group will die. An aide hastily reported while his bow was disraw. The president has cane-tased the United States. They've already sent their Mo elite force, including Delta Force. T Mao, an aide named Mr. O, was on the phone with a tense expression, seemingly receiving ominous news. In snow-white Siberia, a lone operative sat ATP, a speeding train. Through the SPI, a Delta Force combat helicopter appeared amid the blizzard. Kabam! The helicopter exploded into fireball, signaling the American Rescue mission had failed miserably. Aide O turned T the stunned chairman. Chairman, it's time. The former chairman Choi desperately sought the Los Reser, Yongguang Church. He frantically pounded on the church doctor in the middle of the night, shouting, Father, urgent, open the doctor, it's me Daeha Choi. Inside the CN ephesianal bow, he delivered the grim news to my serious figure, Brohair, please calm down. My CN, Eunchang, has been kidnapped by the Sovi. The chairman cried out in despair, clothing the bar. You want Daeha Group's support, DNTU? I'll give you everything. Support for the next 100 year. He was beating everything, pleading with the pry. Didn't you train 1-2 a pole? Send your Bs 1T, save him. The desperate plea was met with an ICLD reply from the pre. I didn't understand. What the hell you're talking about? The prize calmly reassured him. No need to worry. Everything is according to Go's plan. The old chairman shouted pray, as the prize casually declared, Go's missile has landed in Mao. Vroom. A dark figure on a motorcycle tray through the snow curtain, shooing off like a bull. The old chairman was still trembling like a leaf, recalling how 3 special forces teams had been wiped and this Apol was going alone. The prize firmly asserted, he is more than capable. At the same time, a figure gently landed on the roof of the moving train car. He alone will easily complete this mission. The assassin's sinewy hand twies the train car's dark knob. The prize declare, my sen is the strongest among them. The assassin in winter gear C. Elderly stepped inside. The Soviet slaughters were Suna, and their seasoned bomber asked, what the hell? How did you get in here? And you're alone. The assassin merely exhaled a CLD puff of smoke, then smirk, perfect. The CM commander hadn't even prosed what was happening. Bomb! The bullet logged directly in the center of the CM commander's forehead, his skull exploding. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a. The assassin moved like a CRM, unleashing a barrage of bullet without missing a single shot. The entire train car turned into hell, Soviet soldiers falling like cut straw. Bomb! The lost leaders take a bullet the hay. The assassins amid the pile of crypts, sealedly declaring, I brought enough bullet for every head in here. Creak. He walked to the lost doctor, where the Hoj was being held. The kidnapper held a gun to young Eunchang's head, shouting, drop your weapon. Unless you want this kid's brains splattering everywhere. The kidnapper recognized the intruder's identity. As rumor, you're that monster, aren't you? Peter the Apol. The assassin raised Bohan, feigning surrender with a sarcastic air. Then he unexpectedly spoke in Korean, calling the Hoj by name. Leeson, Eunchang. The kidnapper was Sune. Peter sealedly ordered young Eunchang. When I cunt T3, duck your hay, startling the boy. 1. Peter began to kun, raising his hand while the kidnapper shouted at him to speak Rusian. Teta. Peter bent a finger, ignoring the kidnapper who was lowing patience and threatening him. 3. Jews as the kidnapper was about to pull the trigger. Peter already held a sin between two finger. Who? Peter flicked the sin with the speed of a bull. Thwack. The sin logged directly in the kidnapper's forehead, making his head snap back while Unchang managed to duck his head in time. Standing over the CRPC of the KGB Lieutenant Clonal, Peter uttered a phrase in Russian, CLD as ice. Farewell. Young Unchang was still trembling, stammering his thanks to the one who saved him. Peter lit a cigarette, ignoring the boy's thank, while Unchang swore he would never forget this deb. The assassin exhaled a puff of smoke, completely disregarding the Hoja's promise. Peter placed a hand on Unchang's hair, his voice devoid of emotion. Listen, Unchang. I didn't see Emmy here to save you. In the blow-saked train car, Peter bluntly declared, I came to save the future of Deha Group. Understand? Now, get up. Peter turned and walked away, leaving young Unchang T follow behind, secretly admiring his savior's clan. Back to the present, Chairman Choi Unchang, now a powerful magnate, looked directly at Sungu and asserted that he had never forgone his benefactor throughout the past 40 years. Chairman Choi stared intently at Sungu's face, beginning to deduce. You must be Peter's grand, Chairman Choi declared, seeing evident because they looked alike, but Al's puzzled as he heard Peter had no family. Sungu, Peter, flinched slightly, thinking to himself that it had been a long time since smithing had surprised him like thigh. Sungu smirk, deciding to play along. It's go that you know. The kid from back then has now beck me a successful businessman. Chairman Choi wondered why Sungu only TK, a fountain pen from the arsenal. T which Sungu humbly replied, your kindness is enough for me. Sir, there's no way I'd let the grand of my life-saving benefactor leave empty-hand, Chairman Choi said firmly. And a flicker of interest sparked in Sungu's eye. A heavy warehouse doctor slowly opened, and Chairman Choi began to raccoon. Once upon a time, your grandfather saved the technological future of the Deha Group. The charming secretary drew back a curtain, revealing the gleaming S, Petrus V4 superbike. She began to promo AI, the Mo powerful engine, an unofficial speed of over 500 kilometers per hour, and even a self-function against surveillance camera. Peter replied with a poker face. I need these thing. While Yuna's eyes sparkled like a child, drawing mockery from the Dako Brower. The two foolish Dako Browers lugged out a pile of Cumbersme firearms and proposition a, hey, can we trade all this for the bike? T which the secretary gave a CLD refusal, absolutely N. Yuna was still captivated by the bike, her hand caressing the helm, as she innocently asked what Peter was. Ding. Get on, Peter ordered curtly, putting on his helmet and starting the engine, leaving his two subordinates yelling in frustration at being ignored. As he sped away, Peter's phone vibrated, displaying the name Coach Guangyu O. On the other end of the line, the limping teacher Guangyu, reviewing a file, Aska, it's me. Are you kid having fun? Peter listened out the call, while revving the throttle, as the teacher announced, it seems the seniors at Glory want Dodie meet all of you. Upon hearing the new, the Dako Browers' eyes lit up, and they smugly declare, let's show them what our true strength I. Peter row the S, Petrus V4, like a blur on the Roa, with Yuna behind him urging him to go phaser T-shake off their two subordinates, clumsily chasing them on Electric Sir. Teacher Guangyu continued to instruct over the phone. Oh, when you arrive, tell them the Ruthels, Rokis have arrived. The teacher included the call as the group of four, impeccably dressed in black sui. Before a Klol church, the Doko Brohers once again put on air, the elder ruffling the younger's hair. Being famous in the assassin world is truly tiring. T, which the younger chimed in, we're S-rank assassin. It's only natural they'd want to meet you. Peter asked Yuna if she was ready, and the girl seemed worried, seeing the Oher too overly excited for a meeting. The Kloel Woendars of the church appeared before them, exuding an aura of solemnity and way. Creek Peter placed his hand on the doctor, slowly pushing the heavy portal open. Yuna gasped in astonishment at the sight inside. Wow, this is, where the revelations are beswe? Inside was a magnificent sanctuary, packed with Cian Gregant attending a service. Inside the sanctuary, Glory's assassins were praying, awaiting their missions or revelations based on their rank. A chubby prize was conducing the service, distributing the holy sacrament to the assassin Cian Gregan, insiat of a CM Union wafer. What was handed out was a wafer Cian sealing a paper slip that read, B-rank mission. Peter and Yuna observed from a distance, realizing this was how the low-rank assassins received their assignment. The Doko brohers eagerly sept forward, the younger asking the elder what he received, surely guessing it was an S-rank promoyan mission. Bowful's faces fell when they opened the wafer, finding only a single word inside. Phi. The prize, sneer, explaining, "First time here? We didn't give missions T-Roki," which infuriated the Doko broer. The prize continued T-Mok. "However, we have prepared a premium cup of sacred blow for you," then held out a golden chalice filled with red liquid. Thwack! The prize unexpectedly slammed the chalice directly on Biggie Doko's head, splattering blow everywhere. The prize laughed maniacally, pouring the remaining liquid on the dazed Biggie's head. Like the? His benevolent expression vanished, replaced by a sinister smile, as the prize growl. "I've been waiting for you, D-rank trash T show up." Biggie Dog, Bloy, smirked and crushed the fight wafer in his hand. There are always fools who didn't know fear until they tase pain themselves. He glared at the prize, veins bulging. "I guess you're one of them." All the assassins in the church row, forming a circle, ready for an all-out brawl. Two senior assassins began warm up, one with a sard face and one with a ponytail, taunting, "Don't think well, go easy on you Zhu because you're B rank." The prize and his two boyguard loped Dwen with CN descending eye, sneering, "You pathetic bra. You didn't understand where you stand in this system." Biggie Dako's eyes widen, his killing intent erupting. "Of course we don't understand." "Who?" He deftly died a lightning fast attack, roaring. "Because we were born to sand at the TP." The Dako brohers charged into battle simultaneously, rushing straight into the crow, the elder shouting, "Remember this well. The next S-rank Apoles are Biggie and Junior." Junior Dako faced a senior, his eyes close. "Quite the mouth on you, B-rank old man. Playtime's over." Junior Dako fought fiercely, single-handedly sweeping aside the B-rank underling, forcing them to me. "These kid are no pushover." Unbioljos, eyes shone brightly, as she secretly cheer. "Gee, Biggie and Junior. They're even stronger than when they dealt with Sanged Park." The chubby prize glided away skillfully, T-Degen attack. But his face clearly showed astonishment. "What the hell?" Juz, as the prize regained his CM pure, he realized the skinny kid had vanished, with only Junior Dako charging toward him. Suddenly, Biggie Dako emerged from under a church pew, grabbing the prize's ankle. Biggie Dako lunged up with a savage grin, loking directly in the panicked prize's face. "Loking for me?" Biggie roar, signaling for their CMB attack. "Junior, now." Junior Dako had already appeared silently behind the pre, raising bow hand deliver a finishing blow. With blow splattered on Biggie Dako's face, the prize asked mockingly, "You said your dream was to beck me a sect, Peter?" The prize sneer, holding his blow-stained staff. "I once had that dream. Now it's time for you Rokis to wake up." Thu. The priest used his staff, T pierced through Junior Dago's han, pinning him to the pew, and growl, "As you sigh, playtime's over." Yunbioljo gasped in horror, while Peter maintained his poker face. Biggie Dako screamed in anguish upon seeing his broer severely wounded. "Junior!" The sard-faced assassin lunged forward, delivering a devastating punch that disfigured Biggie Dako's face. Unbioljo panica. About T intervene. But Peter held her back, calmly asking, "How does it feel?" The sard-faced assassin placed a hand on Peter's shoulder, calling out T Unbiol. To witness the real deal in ASEAN, a data panel appear. Glory Assassin Jang. B rank. 33. Specialty. Gliding. Zhang continued T-punch Biggie Dako relentlessly, explaining, he climbed TB rank by dedicating his entire life to this work. For Mo Assassin, that's enough to be considered a big CS. A statistical panel appear. D-rank Assassin. 336 inches tall, specializing in targeting civilian. Next panel. C-rank Assassin. 200 inches tall, CN fronting violent criminal organizations like gang. Final panel. B-rank Assassin. 100 inches tall, specializing in resleving internal CN flick with Oher Assassin. The Sard man CN continued his liqueur. Class A Assassin, a tal of 36 live, specializing in missions involving national security. He explained the path of an assassin. A life filled only with weapons and blow, crawling through each rank to climb T the TP of the organization. The Sard man looked at the new recruit. "Certainly, you can dedicate your entire lives to climbing T Class A. However, mere effort alone cannot help you reach Class S." A hand holding a Rory appear, introducing the 12 Mo elite individual. They are known as the Apole. The Sard man grabbed Biggie Dako by the neck, growling. Hey Key, want to know how to beck me in a pole? Biggie Dog, despite his batered face, still struggled to ask. How, exactly? The chubby prize suddenly appear, laughing maniacally and throwing a punch. Die and be reborn. Kapow! The devastating punch knocked Biggie Dako, unconscious instantly. The prize doozed off his hand, siffing. This is why you don't disrespect your senior, Maya Pole? Go home and cry, to your mommy. A know her thug chimed in. They're orphan, they don't have moher. The prize turned T Umbiol, his eyes full of Sientemp. You little girl. He snapped his finger, sneering. Aren't you Achman's subordinate? Your skill is only Class D. You don't have what it takes to be an assassin. The prize continued. Provoke. And hey, you cold pay for your siblings' medicine with Zhu half the money that Oxy VZTE. Slam. Peter had already seized the prize's finger before he cold finish his sentence. Peter warned Esledly, don't crow the line, sir. The prize was Suna. What's with this bra? The prize tried squeeze Peter's hand back with force, but it was Usel. His veins bulge. Yet he couldn't move eye. He roar, you want trouble? Peter simply stared back in silence with a deadly gaze. A flashback appear. The blind woman was yelling at Peter. Absolutely N. You mustn't draw attention. You must be Sungu Kim, a Roki assassin. How the hell did you take Duan Sungd Park, a Class A assassin? She continued. Admonish. With your skill level, glory will noise you sooner or later. Forget the plan. Zhu say low key for me. Peter simply replied curtly, I know. Back in the present, Peter thought to himself. If I want revenge on them, I need it say hidden and maintain my identity as a Class D assassin. Slap. The chubby prize slapped Unbiol. Directly acro the face. To provoke Peter. You think you're S? Clang the hero? Saving the damsel in disarray? The Sard prize pause, surprised by Peter's offer. Hit me however you like. Peter maintained his poker face, deciding to endure it, to preserve his hidden agenda. Peter pointed to the unconscious Junior Dako and the injured Biggie Dog, stating plainly, Jus let us take our friend to the hospital. He bowed his head, showing submission. I promise I won't forget this valuable lesson. Please, sir. The chubby prize sneer, pleased by Peter's incision. Ha. Fine. You know your place, don't you? But he immediately reneged, extending his hand. In return, the prize declared descendingly. I want all of you to hand over your volunteer permi. Peter silently stared at the prize's outwreathed hand, and all the Rokis behind him were all speechful. The prize smirka, laying Duan a challenge-filled condition. When you're ready, take me Duan, CME back and get them. The entire team degesedly helped each oher out of the church in the sunse. Simpleta de fea. Biggie Dog, being helped along, muttered bitterly. I can't believe I. Unbiol's next T. Peter. Visibly worry. If we say we low our permi, the cash will definitely sell us until we can't lift our hia. Biggie Dako turned back, his voice full of remorse. Yuna, Sungu. I'm Sri I Kulden Proek you two. He tried T-Sund S-Arng. But it's a go thing, you two didn't jump in. Permit can be replaced, but if you two go her, it would be a hazel. Biggie Dako turned away, muttering with self-respi. Damn I. As the leader, I shouldn't have let you see me like thee. Thunk. Peter unexpectedly placed a helmet on Biggie Dako's hay, saying nonchalantly, Let's go, Captain. Biggie Dako was bewildered, while Peter simply said, smithing unrelate. It's lunchtime. Biggie Dako hesitated for a moment before replying, his voice regaining spiri. Yeah, vrom. Motorcycle tires screeched on the roa, and the team sped off, leaving a Kleilesen behind. Under the sunset, Peter carried Unbiol on his motorcycle, gliding swiftly across the bridge along the riverbank. Sighting behind him, Unbiol called, Oh, hey, Sungu? She goes straight to the point, her voice full of determination. What I need TD to back me stronger, Peter replied indifferently. That's a foolish question. Why would you ask smething like the? Unbiol preset on, no accepting a vague answer. What I mean, aren't you angry? Peter recalled the scent of the Sard and eyebrowless seniors triumphantly snathing the team's permi. He replied calmly, Why should I be angry? We're weaker than them. Wrestling is only natural. Pa! Peter reached back and gently patted Unbiol's helm, an unexpected gesture of CM4. Unbiol's eyes flickered slightly at his caring gesture. She unconsciously tightened her grip on Peter's shear, a completely involuntary reaction. Peter's gaze through his helmet visor remained claw, but he seemed to be calculating smething. The motorcycle continued at T speed away, leaving behind a mess of KO and tangled emotion. Meanwhile, at the church, the Sard man gloated about his victory. It truly feels refreshing, T-crush though key. The eyebrowless man standing next to him all sneer, believing the Rockies would snid have to pack up and find O'Hare work. The eyebrowless man suddenly asked about the kid from earlier, hesitating whether to call him the pretty one or the eyebrowless one. The Sard man crest him. It's the tall hand-me one. His eyes were extremely fierce. The Sard man suddenly shivered as he recalled Peter's sharp gaze, a sense of unease creeping in. No sooner had he finished speaking than Peter's figure loomed at the end of the church. Truly a case of speak of the devil. The Sard man immediately taunted. Hey Key, did you see me here for an O'Hare beating? Or T repent for daring to talk back to your senior? Peter ignored him, clasped his hand in prayer with a rory, his voice icy. Why did you have to go so far? Scarface liqueur. From TN, you'll realize how terrifying this world I. But Peter C. Eldley, retret. Indeed. And am here to show you, juice tha. Peter raised his hia, his gaze sharp, declaring firmly, Tony, for the first and last time, you will witness an S-rank assassin. In the silent sanctuary, Peter's alone facing the two senior assassin, his aura completely overwhelming them. Scarface's face went blank upon hearing the, muttering. The power of an Apole? He burst into maniacal laughter. Sphing. You think you're ho suff? I've been in this business for 14 years and haven't seen a single Apole. Scarface turned T the eyebrows man, a lock of disdain on his face. Hey Jong, we need teach this kid a lesson and kick him o. But when he turned back, Scarface realized his CM raid, Jong, was standing frozen like a statue, eyes wide with terror. Scarface was utterly bewildered, stammering. Jong? Why is he standing there like a road tree? Jong was breaking out in a CLD sway, his mind streaming as he stared at Peter. He tried taunt Reger himself that Peter was Jew, a lowly D-rank student, a no-boy. He had no weapon, no armor. The only thing in his hand was a string of Rory Bea, leaving him completely exposé. But Jung's instinct were streaming wildly. Something is wrong. Peter's crimson eyes flash a gaze that cold never belonged to a mere D-rank key. Seeing his CM raid frozen, Scarface taunted, Hey Jung, don't tell me you're scared of this key? Jung quickly denied E. Jung tried to shake off the uneasy feeling, telling himself he was Jew, imagining things, and that Peter was merely an insolent bra. Scarface stepped forward, beginning to preach the law of the jungle among assassin. Seniors have the right to execute juniors who dare to defy them. He roared. That's executing your junior. Then hurled the Bible straight at Peter. Scarface was confident that Peter would surely raise his hand T-block I, a basic reflex. Wham! Jesus perdis. Peter raised his hand T-block the Bach, simply exposing his side. Immediately, Scarface unleashed a devastating punch at the opening, believing victory was certain. Peter smirked. Scarface had no idea that the legend's target was never his side. Scarface writhed in horror as his reflection appeared in Peter's eye, who growled, It's your eye, your finisher. Peter's eyes gleamed with a deadly lie, looking onto his targe. Peter's hand subtly CN trace, an incredibly small movement, yet enough to end the fi. Scarface was stunned as blow, and blue bead splatteray. He sammer. Why? Wha? Peter CLD raised the Rory Bea, the weapon he had used to attack Scarface from an impossible distance. A clinking sound echoed as the string of bead retrace. Scarface remained moyonle, his brain unable to prose what had happened. Crash. A terrifying sound erupted from behind as the church pews were utterly shattered by an unseen force. All the pews behind him were swept away, the impact force throwing Scarface forward. Scarface's eyes widened, completely unable to comprehend where the attack had CME from. Peter swung the Rory bead like a seal whip, lashing straight toward the unbalanced Scarface. Scarface's jaw dropped in horror as he saw the deadly CRD rushing toward him. The Rory CRD wrapped tightly around Scarface's neck, Cience rising with no rom to breathe. Scarface screamed in despair. Jiang, what are you standing there for? While Jiang cooled only sand, frozen in fear. Scarface tried to resist, but it was futile. He realized he was powerless against this absolute strength. In his min, Scarface saw Peter standing tall like a G, an insurmountable presence. He let out a pathetic scream as he experienced the illusion of being killed 1,000 times in a single moment. The reality, Peter merely's there, calmly facing the two panicking senior assassin. Peter TK only a light step. But Zhang Flinche, sweating profusely, admitting in his min. With my CM bad experience, I know this fight is definitely L, but as Peter TK O'Hare Sep, The eyebrows man began to realize smething was terribly wrong. His heart pounded. CLD sweat poured his intuition telling him that a mere defeat was light, a CN sequence. The eyebrows man realized this was no longer a battle, but an execution. The apocalyptic aura, emanating from Peter, far surpassed anything he had ever imagined in his life. In his hallucination, Scarface saw himself being slapped hard by the ponytail man for his own foolishness, wishing only to die and be DNE with I. Peter's there, silently waving Scarface kneeling on the floor, utterly broken. Scarface hazily clasped his hand, pleading miserably, "Im Shry, Im truly Shry." Peter grabbed Scarface's hand, the man who had just been arrogant now stammering for his life. "Please, spare me this time. I promise I'll never." Peter gently patted Scarface's face, an Ocean that was CM forting and utterly humiliating. Peter leaned close at his ear, his voice icy. "I heard one of an assassin's basic skills is the ability to sense death." Peter turned and walked away, delivering a final blow. "In that regard, you truly are a capable assassin," leaving Scarface kneeling in despair. The ponytail man furiously yelled, "What the hell are you doing? Are you just going to let him go?" But the eyebrows man screamed back, "Shut up, do you want to die?" The ponytail man still didn't understand, muttering, "What the hell? Has Jus a key?" Then turned to look at Peter with a puzzled expression. Jus then, the blind woman and her German shepherd, emerged from a luxury car, asking worriedly, "Why cause trouble? What if you get caught?" Peter calmly replied to her concern. "That won't happen," then explained in detail. "That guy is a B-rank assassin, yet he low T a D-rank assassin," Peter sighed, pointing toward Scarface, who was being helped up by the chubby prize in the church. "That's the ultimate humiliation. He won't dare show his face anywhere again." Peter climbed onto his superbike, continuing his psychological liqueur. Couldn't even lift a finger against an 18-year-old key. "If it were you, would you dare spread that Sri, G1? The woman named G1 was speechless, muttering T herself. "Sigh, I followed him out of worry, and he talks to me like that?" Peter said little, his hand gripping the throttle of the powerful motorcycle. "Vroom!" Peter twised the throttle, and the bike sped off in the night, leaving everything behind. Lee Sun-gu explode, veins bulging as he roar. "Are you messing with me? A volunteer license is as precious as life itself, and you low I?" In the office, the Dako brohers' faces were drained of chlor, sweat pouring dwen like rain. Sharing a single, though, were srow. The two idiots started racking their brains for excuse, from being ambushed, their mohair accidentally washing their clohe. T reporting T the police, but every idea felt unbearably soupy. In their pani, a voice rang, "Oh, hey, key," startling them bow. The Sard man, one of the veterans Peter had stared away, appeared out of nowhere with an expressionless face. The Dako brohers were stared out of their wee, screaming, "Ah, gah, the power of go, CM pells you." While the Sard man Ju wanted T talk civilly, the two musular men immediately TK a defensive stance, their voices trembling as they asked the Sard man if he was there, T cause more trouble. But he snapped, steep clowning around. "You brah." The Sard man held out his hand, flipping through Smeekar. "Anyway, I came to return these thing," leaving the Dako broers dumbfound. Junior Dako was overjoyed, instantly, thanking and praising the Sard man as a go person, but only received a searching glare, and the curse. "Get L." In a luxurious office, Peter was examining the student file of Yuna Lee, who was Al's known as Unbiol J. The Sard man cleared his throat, CLD sweat streaming Dean, as he recalled his confrontation with Peter, muttering, "That kid Sil gives me go bump." The Dako brohers bowed deeply, profusely thanking the Sard man, while Peter sat at a nearby desk, silently observing everything. Peter held Yuna's volunteer card in his hand, thinking to himself that he had return it to her. No seeing Yuna, Peter heard Junior Dako bragging to her club members about how they had outsmarted professional assassin. Outside, the training ROM, streams and crashing sun resounded fiercely. Inside, Unbiol was training frantically, stabbing the training dummy repeatedly with a knife and screaming, "You're pathetic." Memories flowed back. An image of the kidnapper Sengd Park easily incapacitating an enemy with a knife hilt appear. In the flashback, Songd Park moved like a GA, Jing attacks and counterattacking in a flash. Yunbiol's face at that moment showed knowing but utter horror and helplessness. Memories of the humiliating defeat against the seniors resurface, when the ponytail man easily kicked away a group member, affirming their weakness. In her agony, Yunbiol recalled the time she had been helpless, and realized this time was no different. She screamed in despair, sweat and tears streaming Dadawen as she realized the harsh truth. Who? She frantically swung her knife, stabbing the dummy, venting her anger at her own weakness. Sweat sake. Unbiol selled herself. I'm truly pathetic. I can't do anything at all. She gritted her teeth, telling herself that if she didn't get stronger, she would put her younger bro her Yujin in danger. A CLD voice rang out from Bihin. Pathetic in what way? Peter had appeared without her noising. Peter held out the membership card, stating directly, Here I came to return this to you. Unbiol bowed her head to the ground, refusing to take it back. Forget I didn't deserve that license. Peter saw through her here, holding a phone with a picture of 2 children. Is it because of your younger broher? Peter crushed the phone, his voice full of judgment. You call yourself pathetic, then try to throw herself into an assassin's life that decent suit her. Is it all juice for that key? Struck at her cra, Unbiol flew into rage, grabbing Peter's claw and roaring, Shut up, what you know. Peter calmly removed her han, his gaze sharp. It's true I'd know much about you. He easily restrained Bo her han, his voice overpowering. But I'd know a few thing. For example, about your younger broer. Peter delivered a fatal psychological blow. That boy isn't your biological broer, is he? Yunbiol froze, completely choked by Peter's question. Peter leaned closer, whispering with authority. Tell me, what happened between you and your younger broer? Memories flowed back. A boy named Yujin looked up at Yunbiol, invitingly. Sicer Yuna, I want to play the spinning game with you. We're family, aren't we? Young Unbiol sealedly looked Duan, her hand gripping an iron bar. Family, my a. She bluntly turned her back and walked away, harshly throwing back a sentence. Get low, Yujin. You're no even my biological broer. Unbiol's train of thought revealed the bitter truth. She was an abandoned child in a subway locker, Smione, who had never had a family. In the flashback, Unbiol sat alone in a desolate playground, telling herself that she didn't want to be abandoned ever again. The young girl huddled in the twilight, believing it was better to live alone. The cruel pa resurfaced. Unbiol lay on a hospital bed, severed in blell, on the verge of death, while everyone frantically screamed her name. A young doctor reported to the old manager that she had been shot during the mission, bleeding uncontrollably, and they had run out of blow bag. The old manager delivered a clé, calculating Verdi. What for? Dispose of her. The doctor tried to salvage the situation, but the old man brushed him off, treating her as a replaceable item. Forget I have plenty like her, and the subsidy has been cut anyway. Yujin was chased out of the ROM, while Unbiol lay there, accepting her fate and thinking that she shouldn't have been born. The young girl knew the true nature of this place, even feeling relieved that everything was finally over. A single tear rolled down. Unbiol thought peacefully to herself, Thank God I'm finally da. But she woke up in a clean ROM. Suna asked the doctor why she was still alive, and was TLD. It was a miracle. Memories returned classed an earlier time. Unbiol asked 2 of her orphans about Yujin, but no one had seen the boy. She suddenly realized smething, spinning around with a panicked expression. The doctor recounted that Yujin had defied his warning. The boy said he had to save his sizer, even if it meant death, while Unbiol was frantically running to find him at that moment. The truth was, reveal. Yujin lay on the hospital bed, with an IV drip in his arm, having denated his blow to save Unbiol, and only weakly asked, Is my sizer feeling beater? Unbiol rushed away like a whirlwind, a bitter thought echoing in her mind that she had always believed she had no family. But she was wrong. A family member had always been there, standing silently in the playground, waving her from afar. She cried out in tears as she realized the painful truth. Why did you dutha, Yujin? The old orphanage manager walked with the doctor, grumbling about Yujin's treatment, calling the boy a drain on the budge. Jews as the old man was about to order Yujin to be disarda. A devastating slap landed squarely on his face. It was Unbiol. Unbiol crawled on the floor, begging the doctor no to abandon Yujin, much to the old director's astonishment. The young girl asserted that she was healthy enough to earn money, and would save her all of the boy's treatment. With fiery eye, Unbiol declared, I'm his older sizer, and for the first time, I've found a reason to exie. Back in reality, Unbiol's eyes welled up with tear, questioning whether or no they were blow relatives no longer mater. She grabbed Peter's tie, her eyes filled with determination. I will save him no matter thee. Peter Cieldelli removed her hand, admitting he had been Tinoi and overstepped his bound. The assassin turned and walked away, telling her she cold auntie knew her training session. Yunbiol called "Oh," her voice trembling as she had might. "You are the strongest person I have ever met." She clutched Peter's sleeve, an act that showed her complete desperation and humility. Peter's eyes flicker, maintaining a terrifying pour in the face of her plea. Unbiol looked up, tears still in her eye, imploring, "I need your help. Help me make me stronger." She called him by his alia, "Please, Sungu." Placing all her last hope in this man, Yunbiol fell silent, awaiting judgment from the man in whom she had jusaked her entire future. Suddenly, she seemed to snap awake, cursing herself for her weak demeanor, finding her damsel in distress ridiculous. She cleared her throat, trying to regain her usual CNPR 5 what? I want. Unbiol pointed directly at Peter's face, boldly declaring, "You will beck me my mazer." The two S facing each her under the single lie, the atmosphere shifting from pathetic tense as a taut string. Peter raised an eyebrow, his voice full of sarcasm. "Is this how you usually ask for favor?" Tease. Unbiol blushed and snapped. "Fine. Forget I didn't need a mazer." Then turned and walked away. Juice, as she turned away, Peter casually "You I was already thinking about it on the way here," making Unbiol freeze, her eyes lighting up. Peter began his liqueur, bluntly criticizing Unbiol. "Think about you're physically weak, lacking stamina." He continued to tear her. "Cowardly and ho-heed, you pose all the worthless qualities of an assassin. Humiliate." Unbiol was about to argue back when Peter cut her off, his changing. "However, Yuna, what you is a pair of eyes born for killing." Peter's words stunned Unbiol, her eyes welling up with tear. Peter explained that he had been observing her since the battle at Achman's restaurant until now. A flashback flicker. Unbiol, despite being wounded and one eye bandage, remained unfazed in a life-or-death battle. In Unbiol's memory, the image of Peter effortlessly wiping out the muscular mercenaries reappear, a display of absolute power. Peter's fist clenched, a symbol of undeniable control and authority. Anohair flashback showed the older version of Peter single-handedly taking on a group of suit-clad assassin, moving like a phantom. Pa Unbiol had gaped in astonishment, witnessing Tho high-level battle. Even the sen of the madman Songd Park slaughtering opponent with his kukri knife was recorded by her eyes without missing a single detail. Peter include. No, for a single moment did she take her eyes off the battle. Unbiol's eyes were like a high-speed camera, trying to absorb every technique, analyzing every movement. Back in the present, Peter acknowledged, "Your dynamic vision is even more incredible than that of professional baseball player," making Unbiol blush awkwardly. Peter adjusted his tie, exuding absolute confidence. "Anyway, I know of a weapon that can turn your kuntal's weaknesses in strength. This is the only weapon that will help you defeat any opponent," he declared firmly. Unbiol clasped her hand, waiting. Peter continued, "If you mazer you won't even need a mazer." He turned his back, delivering a powerful final statement. "That weapon will transform you into true assassin." Unbiol stared blankly at her palm, where a mysterious object was glowing, no understanding what was happening. The Sene shifted elsewhere. The no-eyebrows assassin and his ponytail ACMplice were gleefully cunting their weekly wage, disusing the Apollo's enormous enemy. The high-ranking Apollos lived like king, sanding on luxurious yachts, enjoying all the world's extravagance. The no-eyebrows assassin sniffed the money, siffing that a D-rank assassin's salary of only 1 million won was truly pathetic. Sungu entered the ROM, finding the Dako Broers disusing Yuna and her 2-week part-time job. They speculated that the girl was probably diligently scrubbing floors smeeware. In reality, Yuna was cleaning up a crime scene, a bloy battlefield that made her Clyg want vomit Jew by loking at eye. But Yuna was different. She could handle anything, gut and all. Truly a rare fin. After work, she quietly gazed at a foe of herself with her AD-peptid younger broer on her phone. The reason the girl worked tirelessly was her Monsraus appetite, and Yuna's secret saving money was devour the free shoal lunch. The Dako broers once again began preaching their philosophy that AT earn money. One must know how AT spend advising Sungu to learn from them. But Sungu didn't bore listening. His mind was preoccupied with the thought that Yuna surely held Smee secret about her younger broer. Suddenly, her phone chimed. Yuna had massaged the whole group. The massage was extremely puzzling. Buy me a sarf, in the middle of warm spring weather, and the meeting place was an ice factory, with a temperature of -20 degrees Celsius. Biggie Dako immediately go a runny no from the CLD upon arrival, wondering why Yuna had dragged them all to this icy hell. The two brower, wrapped in sarves and shivering, yell, demanding Yuna pay them 1,000,000 won for a day's work. Yuna appeara, nonchalant in her sportwear, ruttering that they didn't even have money for lunch last week. She snap. I'm training, you iddy. The two full, curio, tried punching the ice block, but only found their hand aching. Yuna cieldeli repli, no berhonde, then held out her hand, revealing a strange weapon on eye. Unbiol stared blankly at the new tie in her han, her voice hesitant. What is thee? It was a rope dar, with a gleaming metal tip and a sturdy sill of rope. She looked skeptical, asking directly, do you mean this will help me beck me a real assassin? An illustration showed a wushu mazer executing a move, the rope dart creating a fiery trail that tray through the air. Old Man Bay explained that the weapon's strength lay in its unpredictable trajectory, but Yunbiol Sil wondered why no juice use a gun for spee. The two clownish Dokgo browers burst laughter as if they had won the luri, mocking the archaic weapon and calling it a child's tie. Bomb! Yunbiol tested it with a shadering a thick block of ice, but the Dokgo browers still clapped sarcastically, claiming guns were still the bees for a one-show-one-kill approach. Biggie Dokgo nodded in agreement with his friend, stating that firearms were still more powerful and easier to use. Old Man Bay appear, highlighting the fundamental difference. Guns require 5 bullets for 5 kills, but this weapon is different. In a demo vid, a female assassin with blonde hair swung the rope dart at wind-tearing speed. Who? A streak of light grazed the faces of the Dokgo brower, leaving them frozen with wide eye. The female assassin in the demo continued to twirl the weapon, her gaze sharp and full of killing intent. Old Man Bay included with a killer line. But with my rope dar, one swing clears them all, and an entire row of ice shelves explode into 100 pieces. Biggie Dokgo was terrified. Let out a shrill scream, then grabbed his brower, stammering. She destroyed everything with one swing. The two petty thugs whispered to each O'Hare, planning to check the weapon's price online, but Yunbiol showed them a chilling glare. Night fell, and the hellish training session finally concluded. As Yunbiol prepared to leave, she encountered the factory owner, a rank D assassin named Bingsu Park, who inquired about the training wrestle. Bingsu Park glanced at the devastated battlefield Yunbiol had created. He muttered that he had seen many assassins train there, Smee even spending all day breaking ice without but he had never seen anyone turn the place in strap like her. Bingsu Park sigh, looking around the warehouse, which looked like it had been bombed. Yunbiol was about to reach for her wallet, to pay for the ice she had broken when Bingsu Park waved his han, saying it wasn't necessary. The warehouse owner Rikunte. Your friend came by and paid for a full 1,000,000 won. As an image of Old Man Bay quietly leaving appear, Yunbiol was Sune, no understanding what was happening with that annoying old man. Bingsu Park tedder a tube of ointment. He else telled me to give you the. On Yunbiol's esroth hand was the ointment. The warehouse owner he said you'd need apply it before it sar. Yunbiol quietly turned and walked away, her mind a jumble of thought about the old man's unexpectation. She left the freezy ice fakery, the place that had witnessed her disruptive display of power. Under the sunset, the young girl's silhouette walked alone, appearing smewat slittery. On her phone, Yunbiol awkwardly fumbled, unsure how to properly thank Old Man Bay. She deleted and retyped repeatedly, flustered by how to address him, and finally go annoyed when her phone rang. Biggie Dokgo Kale, and Yunbiol Samir. Making up an excuse to ask about lunch to hide her embarrassment. Old Man Bay's voice suddenly came from the O'Her N. Oh, Rai, Yuna. Congratulations on finding your true weapon. Biggie Dokgo hung up, muttering to his brower about Yuna's overwhelming skill, saying that girl was born to wield that weapon, and 10 years of training wouldn't make him as G. Biggie walked across the shoal ground, his inner monologue. Yuna, do you know? The perfect weapon and the power you've always sought were actually always in your han, he sighed, looking at Yunbiol's file, with a picture of her performing rhythmic gymnasy. The scena abruptly shift, a stream echoing in the silent space. You basar, songed Park, his face smeared with blah, panted on the floor, his eyes burning with a murderous glint. He madly yelled his name. I am Sunged Park, holding a knife to an O'Hareman's throat. His boy severed in SARS and gross kta. In the middle of a blow-saked arena, Sanged Park alone challenged a crowd of rank B and C assassin. You think you petty thugs can take me Dwan? The crazy man in glazes looked at the terrified crowd backing away, muttering with amusement. Well, this is quite the predicament. A voice echoed as a hand crushed an ankle. Rank B can't take you Dwan, and rank C is definitely trash. To deal with the great Sanged Park, a rank A assassin, Igua, It would take an Apole, the man in the white cat declared as he turned and walked away. The Apolis row CLE, between two rows of subordinates bowing low, facing Sangd Park, who waited at the end of the blow-saked critter. With a blow-smeared face, Sangd Park glared at his enemy, his eyes behind his glazes glinting with deadly intent. Clang! Sangd Park's knife fell to the floor, right in front of the Apole's garish blue slip-on shoe. The Apole bent down to pick up the knife, casually asking, "I heard you like to gamble, Sang. Want to play around?" He pointed the knife at Sangd Park, his voice full of challenge. Can the great Sangd Park, an assassin who almo reached S rank, an Apole, be skilled enough to defeat a real Apole? The Apole whisper, face with Sang. Sangd Park froze, the image of a skeletal demon reflected in the Oherman's glasses, making him sammer. You're an Apole. Scene change, a little girl throwing a tantrum on the hospital floor. I didn't want Yusoljong and Ano hair subordinate in patient gowns snickery. Haha, what a quar. It's Ju Sha, what's the foos abu? Yay, Ju. A few seconds later, the entire group of thug, including Yisoljong, trembled like leave, clothing each oher, and asking the nurse, "Me, can you sedate you?" Peter, in Sungu Kim's boy. Al's impatient Chloe, grumble. Jida, they need this much blah? Is this a blowbank? At the reception desk, Peter and Yuna were completing the paperwork. When asked for his birth year, the old man Almo blurted out 55, but quickly crested it to 05. Amid a series of Peter's inner monologue admitted there was one thing that worried him, the M. A nurse opened the examination Ram Dr, calling out loudly, "Patient Sungu Kim, please CME in for your blote." Peter narrowed his eye. He knew exactly why they were ordering blote. He thought T himself, their goal was T-Chain, the assassin, because even if they rejuvenate, their DNA and fingerprint would never change. And that chain of data was what they used to hunt WN and kill anyone who dared to betray the organization. Peter sat still as the nurse drew blow, calculating in his min, they'll see the DNA of the ancient Peter maths, the DNA of this young Peter. Being exposed is only a matter of time. Peter realized a fatal problem. In Oher were. My true identity is about to be expo. Elsewhere, the blind woman, applying cucumber slices with her DG, heard the news and immediately questioni. Why? What the hell did you do? Peter, now impeccably dreze, calmly reply. I said Jew went for a blote. Wham! Wham! She flew into rage, pounding Peter's back and yelling, "You old geezer, are you insane? I can't believe you." She continued him relentlessly, claiming that Peter offering his blow. The enemy was no different from putting up a billboard saying, "I am Peter for the whole world." See. Peter nonchalantly replied, "An advertisement? No, a bad idea," which infuriated the girl, making her threaten to kill the old man on the SP. Peter reassured her, "There's absolutely no way. I'd sit idly by and let them do as they please. I already have a plan to erase all trace." With a cienfitant and dangerous smile, Peter revealed his plan. Blow up the hospital. Wham! Wham! The girl hit Peter again, yelling, "That her, Jiwon, then CME up with a plan that isn't garbage." Jiwon removed a cucumber slice, her eyes wide. "Did Beckming Young again make you delusional about your power? Do you even know what kind of hellish place that hospital I?" Peter smirka, stating firmly, "Of course I know. It's one of the glory club's biggest treasure." The Shin Yongguang General Hospital building in Seoul appear, massive and CLD under the gloomy sky. Inside, the hospital appeared normal, with doctor, nurse, and patient CMing and going. But the truth was entirely different. This was the assassin's base of operation, where assassinations were saged as medical acidin. Injured assassins were treated, and boys were disposed of. Peter analyzed, "That hospital is definitely string my DNA in their data center. So I have no choice but to blow up that data center, right?" Peter sigh, but Jiwon interrupted. "But you know who is guarding that hospital?" Jiwon put her glazes back on, her face serious as she warned. "It's a Pole Nathaniel." Hearing that name, Peter merely smirked. "He's a sick basar." Click. The doctor of a dark ROM creaked open, signaling an impending confrontation. In a dark, high-tech ROM, a figure in a white lab cat sat before a screen. His name was Nathaniel. The screen displayed the profile of a Pole Nathaniel, whose real name was Hyun Il Na, a doctor at Shin Yongguang Hospital. A flashback revealed his pa. He was once a genius, doctor, but after a blowy medical accident, he vanished without a trace. The Sene shifted 4 years ago in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, under a fiery sunset. A police car was patrolling a dusty dirt road in the favela. The Brazilian police officer curiously peered out the window, wondering about smething strange ahea. He muttered a curse, thinking Simeone was playing a prank on the police by hanging Chloe's acro the roa. When he loked Chloe, the officer realized it wasn't Chloe's but human CRPs, and he let out a blordling scream. In a pani, the officer floored the accelerator and crashed the car into wall. An entire Rio gang had been massacred, and their boys hung on Chloe's line. A horrifying sight signaling that Oher gangs were tearing each Oher apart. A heavily armed SWAT team was ordered to deploy, ready to wipe out the criminals with authorization to open fire if they resize. The SWAT captain cautiously opened the doctor of a criminal Hideo, smelling the pungent scent of gunpowder. The captain signaled his team, TSP, sensing smething was wrong. Inside was a battlefield. No, a soul inside. Only blow and piles of firearms bent and mangled like tie. An even more horrifying sigh. Guns and daggers were impaled all over the wall, proving this was no ordinary show. One soldier started to feel a chill in his spine. Sugazing they retreat, to report the situation, but his CM raids didn't The captain called out Sergeant Fernand's name, but the sergeant only managed a single reply before falling silent. A goalie blue hand suddenly appear, grabbing directly at the surgeon. Who? The soldier was swiftly dragged into the darkness, his stream abruptly cut short. The captain only managed to hear the crunching sound of breaking bones echoing from the darkness, his face paling with extreme horror. After the gruesome sound of breaking bone, the entire hallway fell into deadly silence, with only a spreading pall of blow remaining. Slow fops echoed from the darkness, and the captain tremblingly called out his subordinate's name. Sergeant Fernand? He wondered in horror what kind of monster was in there. A chilling voice echoed from the dark dray, arrogantly demanding, "Give me more." Who? An object flew past the captain's face, making him flinch. Thu, a blow-stained combat bow dropped right in front of his feet, clearly belonging to the CM raid who had just been dragged away. The captain swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the darkness, the foops growing closer. His pupils, CN's rice, primal fear rising as he realized what he was about to face. From the darkness, Apollo Nathaniel emerged, holding the SWAT soldier's helmet, surrounded by dozens of CR pieces hanging from the ceiling. He's amid the battlefield he had created, muttering in boredom. Give me Smioni stronger. Terrify. The captain screamed and pulled the trigger, emptying an entire magazine into the monster. The automatic gunfire struck the target, but seemed to have no effect. The Sene Shifta. Peter was reading a report on the massacre. 6 Norius gangs and the world's strongest military police force had been wiped out in a single day. Knock knock. There was a knock at Peter's office, Doctor. The blind woman and her DG enter. Peter still deep in thought before the screen, dubbing that a human cold bend firearms with bare han. The blind woman's sneer, CN firming that it was TP secret government documentation from Re. And all of it was true. She warned Peter that such a monster was hiding in the hospital, suggesting he use a stealthy plan instead of a direct confrontation. Peter S. up, thanking her for providing useful information, which made the blind woman quite pleased. Peter, nonchalantly sigh, thanks to you, I've figured out how to infiltrate, which made her freeze, realizing all her effort to dissuade him had been in vain. The blind woman angrily walked away, muttering that if Peter wanted to be buried 6 feet under, he could go ahay, but the old man merely replied calmly, don't worry, I didn't die that easily. Amid the bustling street of Seoul, life continued as usual with the blaring of car horn. A little girl suddenly pointed to the sky, exclaiming to her father, "Da, lock." Pasersby began murmur, the name Peter, echoing from everywhere as they looked up at the electronic billboard. Amid the crow, Peter sadly looked down at the paper in his han, thinking, it's knowing major. It was a flyer from the Glory Club soliciting donations for the elderly, but the old man only needed them to help him send a very provocative invitation. August 24th, Peter will visit Nathaniel. In a luxurious car, a subordinate reporter, B. Eve hacked Glory server and run Sun Goo's advertisement. Will he be alright? The blind woman replied, if Glory caths him, you'll be the one in danger. Beating your life on a 19-year-old old man's prank? She put on her glace, her gaze sharp. He might be Reckle. Boo. In 50 years of work, I've never seen him fail a single mission. She stated firmly as Peter's back disappeared, in the crow. Night fell upon Seoul Yongguang General Hospital, where the eye of the SRM was about to make landfall. Inside, a group of Glory's rank D assassins were in a CMIN. It seems Peter is really alive. He even hacked the headquarters tipo that billboard. A group of low-level assassins shate, knowing their place. Where's you gatekeeper? The real deal guys handling that old man are. Ho over there. Nathaniel's two personal soldier, the Undertakers of Rio Squaw, exuding killing intent, estimated TB rank A and B. The assassin in patient attire couldn't hide his excitement. Rank A assassins are already rare, and now even Apole Nathaniel is here. This is amazing. In the mind of the low-level thug, an earth-shattering battle between two Apoles was about to unfold. One asked for perdition, the O'Hare sneer. Nathaniel, of curse. Old Peter is almost 70, and I heard he has cancer. Suddenly, the assassin in the Dar's cat waved it off, his eyes serious. No dut about I. Peter will win. Two burly senior assassins appear. Are you brat cheering for the Targe? But O'Hare intergees. Let them be. It's normal for Rookies to admire Peter. Peter's silhouette headed straight for the hospital, while the senior assassin Mutera, Honesley, am secretly hoping he doesn't see me. The O'Hare gave a faint smile. His face is plastered all over the country. There's no escaping now. A senior assassin sneer, pro-laming like a profi. Actually, he probably won't even make it inside. A manager S before the low-level assassin, outlining the plan. Listen up. If you see Peter, no engaging in CMBA. Pretend be respectful. Approach him, then inject him with a tranquilizer. The manager Ade. If you spo him, hit the emergency button immediately, and rank A assassins will arrive Tiasi. Peter, disguised as Sun Gu Kim, node knowingly, replying curtly, clear as day. The legendary assassin's eyes gleamed with amusement, and he thought to himself, this game is fun. Peter smirked sarcastically, mutering T himself. Peter having T-cath Peter, how amusing. The manager yell, to your poison. And the assassins satyred like a disturbed beehive. Peter alls go deeply into character, rushing off and shouting, Sun Gu Kim here. Peter is seeing. Scene change. In a hot tub filled with blow-red water. A voice echo. S. Peter has declared war? A group of crime bows were saking, disusing how the entire organization was shaken by the new bow, and the mistaken decision to provoke Peter, the bow with the demon tat on his back at might. I was worried the moment they wanted cut Peter. Now we can't even find him. And who knows when hell snap and wipe everyone. Oh. A red-haired old man patted Chairman Choi's shoulder. Unchang, you know Peter well, you know how reckless he can be. The red-haired old man continued to liqueur. Don't make things worse. Zhu clean up quietly. If you can't cath him, give up. Deent drag us int I. Chairman Choi bowed his head, feigning remorse. I apologize. It seems I didn't think things through. He looked up, his face full of false sincerity. I promised not appropriately from now on. Smack. Chairman Choi's demeanor changed completely. He rose from the tub and snarled, I swear, I was only polite to you old geezers for a sec, and you think you can walk all over me? He clenched his thigh, veins bulging. After Beckming B, you should have known better and quietly retreat. Chairman Choi grabbed the red-haired old man's hair, dunked his head under water, and roared, do you think im smay small fry, gettle, you wreathed old worm. His face, shrouded in shadow, was filled with killing intent as he declared war. I'm waiting for you, Peter. My masterpiece against my father's masterpiece. Let's see who survive. Back at the hospital, an assassin was running when he tripped and fell, stammering in horror at smething he saw ahead in the infirmary. Peter, in his daughter's disguise, grabbed the head of a panicking assassin who was pleading, why, please, snap, a clean neck twee, instantly sending the opponent to their demise. Thu, the lifeless boy fell to the floor, Peter Seeley doozing off his hand, as if knowing had happened. O'Hare Patient, however, was ecstatic after Peter adjusted his back. Wow, that feels amazing. So young yet as skilla. The patient inquire, by the way, do you know, Dorhyun Ilna? But Peter casually replied that he had never heard the name. Peter strolled leisurely, Dawn the hospital saw Ritter, exuding the aura of a genuine doctor. The old man adjusted his glass, his mind fully foused on the objective. I must find Nathaniel. But it seems Hyun Il-na doesn't exi. The computer screen displayed Hyun Il-na's old profile, confirming that the Apol had simply discarded his old identity to go into hiding. Peter asserte. But one thing is certain, Apol Nathaniel is hiding smeware in here. Standing on the escalator, Peter surveyed the entire vast hospital lobby. The game was now a race against time to see who found whom fur. Two low-level assassins in patient attire called out to him from behind. Hey, Sungu, Peter quippy. Don't people with leg casts usually use wheelchair? But the two clowns, Zhu brushed it off, telling him no tea nitpick. The two boasted about their pathetic ranks, and loped Don on Yuna for having an even lower rank. Simply unaware, they were talking tea, the final B. The trio entered the lobby. The two reported that their reconnaissance was Cleety, and promised to precate Peter if anyone suspicious appear. Suddenly, the one in the wheelchair shout, his eyes gleaming as if he had found treasure. "Ah, I think I found Peter." He held up an old foe of Peter, compared it to a chubby uncle in a red plaid shirt walking by, and declare, "Holy CW, it's really him." The two clueless thugs immediately blocked the poor uncle's path, while Peter behind them was speechless at this Semitic A. They tried to discreetly drag the uncle away, while the poor old man was still trying to explain that he was Jew a regular patient. A nurse walked over, saw the strange scene, and asked Peter, "Do you need a syringe? Aren't you supposed to take him for a blote?" Peter merely smiled meaningfully, ignoring the clowns behind him. The hunt had officially begun. The hunt for Peter officially began, with the entire hospital loked done under the guise of a free health checkup. Two D-rank assassins are still struggling with the poor old man, trying to drag him away while he screams that he's only there for a checkup. Smack! The tall assassin takes a thunderous slap to the back of his head from behind. The one in the wheelchair turns around, his face teared in a curse. "Who the hell was the? How dare you walk around like the?" Yuna appears in her shoal uniform, making the assassin in the wheelchair gape. "Yuna, why are you here? Rank 335 has no business being here." Yuna stumble, quickly fabricating an excuse. My younger broer is here." With the, she scrambles toward the restroom, leaving the two clueless thugs to delude themselves. "She must be overwhelmed by our power, and our rank of 333. Peter observes from a distance, silently wondering why Yuna is here. He dismisses that thought immediately, telling himself he has no time to worry about his subordinate, recalling Jiwon's mind-reading like warning. In Ano her loation, Jiwon is relaxing with her hound, getting straight to the point. "Have you found a way to loat Nathaniel Yi?" It seems searching the HR department was useful. Peter Sand with his arms crowed in the hallway, assessing the situation. "Nathaniel and I are hunting each O'Hare." He mentally calculates his plan. "I must maintain my Sun Gu Kim disguise, and force Nathaniel to reveal himself." Peter's gaze falls upon a muscular dark-skinned man, carrying a baseball bat, walking with an O'Hare medical staff member. The man's profile appear, Rorig, a member of the Undertakers of Re, B-rank assassin, who only hobby is killing. He is intimidating the small fry. "If you D-rank punks mess up, I'll be the one to send you off." Peter flashes a fake friendly smile. "Seps for war. Nice to meet you. Im Sun Gu Kim, D-rank of glory." Im Ju's pacing through. He chuckles inwardly, his plan taking shape. "It seems I've found him. Since the fisherman won't show his face, I'll have to use bait to lure him. Peter send a signal to Jiwon. "Jiwon, I think it's time." Jiwon smirks provocatively, replying, "Alri, it seems my underlings are about to get a go warm-up." Elsewhere, a pair of sinewy hand are carefully washing with sap under running water. A figure in surgical scrub, with a fully covered sand silently looking int the empty operating room, ready for battle. Peter, in surgical scrub, professionally kicks open the operating room dock door. Inside, Rorig, the dark-skinned butler, is sighting with his baseball bat, bewildered by the uninvited Guy. The muscular man question, "Who are you?" While Peter sand silently, hand raised in a gesture of harmlessness. Peter nonchalantly entrouses himself. D-rank assassin. Sun Gu Kim. In charge of Tae's surgery. Rodrigo contemptuously order. D-rank? Get out and find Peter. But Peter replies, sealedly. The problem I'm no looking for Peter. Peter gets right to the point, his voice full of challenge. I'm looking for a Pole Nathaniel. Where is he? Rodrigo rage. A trash D-rank like you dares to call him by name? Peter smirk. I didn't expect you to answer. But an assassin asks for Smiona's whereabout for only one reason. To kill, of course. Peter finishes, and lunges forward like a ga. Rodrigo laughs gleefully, swinging his bat in response. Perfect timing. I was getting bored. In the Cientrol ROM, a medical staff member rushes to report. Door D. You have to see the. The subordinate present a tablet to a Pole Nathaniel. His voice trembling. I think you should see for yourself. Nathaniel glances at the security camera screen, seeing Peter confronting Rodrigo in the operating room. Nathaniel observes silently, then a smile of amusement spread across his lip. He has no intention of intervening, simply enjoying the go show. On the screen, the battle begin. Peter narrowly dodges Rodrigo's thunderous bat swing. In just 3 seconds, Peter breaks Rodrigo's bat handle with a lightning kick. Exactly 5 seconds. A perfect roundhouse kick lands squarely on the brother's temple. 7 sec. The impact force is SS wrong. It creates a small explosion. Rodrigo's head deform. The B-rank assassin flies like a broken pup, slamming into the wall. In less than 10 sec, the fight ends. Rodrigo lies moyones at Peter's feet, the floor in ruin. Nathaniel smiles with great interest as he wades through the screen. Oh, 10 sec. Through the security camera, Peter walks away CLDLE, leaving Rodrigo curled up on the operating ROM floor amid sated equipment. He can't believe a B-rank assassin, was cleanly dealt with in a mere 10 seconds. Nathaniel touches the screen, confirming the brutal reality that Zhu unfold. A meaningful smirk appears on the Apol's lip. He has recognized the legend. He's really here. Peter. Nathaniel turns to ask his subordinate about the target's whereabouts. But the subordinate stammers that the security team is trying. TCN firm. The subordinate breaks out in a CLD sway, CNFizing, that all camera data is being wiped clean, and they are completely helpful. The subordinate fearfully begs for his life, but Nathaniel simply turns his back in silence. Nathaniel is no angry at all. On the scenery, he is extremely excited, believing that even the madman Sanged Park is eager. He locks at Sanged Park floating in a test tube, whispering that the legend Peter is within reach. Nathaniel calls out a list of her warriors in the test tube, declaring that all of them are awaiting Peter's arrival. He locks in the voice, as if speaking directly to Peter. I've reserved a VIP spo for you. A gigantic laboratory appears with hundreds of test tube. Nathaniel declares he is eager to strip the legend bare. Scene change. Peter's old hacker is cheering with joy over the perfect disguise, dumb to every wrinkle. Peter sit with the blind woman and her DGCLDLE declaring, now that the bait is daya, it's time for Nathaniel to reveal himself. Finishing his whir, Peter throws the surgical shrubs in the trash, ending his role. The bait has been K. It's time. Ambush the hunter. Peter stand on the roof P of a tall building, ready for battle. Meanwhile, on a no-hair roof P, Unbiol Jo is sighting and eating a hamburger. She checks her phone and receives a strange message claiming TB from the hospital, mentioning a Pole Nathaniel and requesting a meeting. Unbiol Jo was startled, wondering if the Oher party had sensed anything, recalling the time old man Peter saved her life in a Chinese restaurant. Sighting on the Roft P, she TLD herself, it was B's no T run into anyone, as it would only endanger Oher. She especially didn't want to meet Sun Gu, but a CLD voice echoed right beside her. YN. Peter, in the guise of Dor Sun Gu, suddenly appeared behind her, making Unbiol jump as if she'd seen a gu. She quickly made an excuse about having lunch with her moher T slip away, but Peter held her back with one han, nonchalantly saying, no more lie. Sit duen. He offered a box of fried chicken, introducing himself as rank D assassin, Sun Gu Kim, leaving Unbiol speechless. Peter made up a SRI about accidentally ordering 2 portions, but Unbiol knew perfectly well that this place required a minimum order of 2 portions for delivery. He rested his hand on the table, stating directly that he wanted to kill time because he'd arrived early, then probed to see who she was planning to meet. Unbiol broke into a CLD sway, realizing that if she was seen with Peter, both of them would be DME, while he kept holding up a piece of chicken to tease her. She snapped at him to leave, but Peter Zhu pointed at the fork suck in her chicken piece. Then why didn't you put down that chicken fur? Caught ow. Unbiol had no choice but te acep, alri. Zhu's one piece. Bo sat down to eat together. Peter teased, I thought you said Zhu one piece? Unbiol quickly retra. I meant one piece at a time. Go I? After eating, Peter tapped his fork on the box, asked directly who she was waiting for, then urged, I'm DNE. Spill, I. He goes straight to the point, questioning the real reason Unbiol was at this hospital. Unbiol admitted it was hard to truce him, as the first time they met, she was on Achman's side. She seen Tinu, saying she knew he was CNS Ed, T the old bookstore owner from before. As a flashback showed the kind old man. A more brutal flashback appear. Old man Peter lay slumped in a pall of blow after taking a bullet for her. Peter CLDLE confirmed. The old man was dead, and declared he was looking for Smione. Unbiol curiously asked who he was looking for, and Peter explained that she had CME to this hospital for a special reans. As she must have met the person, he sug. He held up his phone, the screen displaying Hyun Ilna's profile, and asked directly, do you recognize a Pole Nathaniel? Peter looked directly at Unbiol, exposing her. Don't deny. You are rank D assassin Yuna. But you weren't called T Hunt Peter, because he wanted to meet you personally. While Unbiol was still bewildered, Peter waved his hand dismissively. You're Misakan, you fool. The guy in this picture isn't Nathaniel. Peter thought himself about her real name. Is the real Nathaniel Yuna Lee? Unbeol heard it and immediately jump. Rushing Foop's approach, a group of people drawing near while a voice rang warning of a dangerous individual lurking. Bo Peter and Unbeol looked up, sensing an approaching wave of killing intent. Unbeol visibly tensed up, her intuition telling her a monster was about to appear. Peter subtly smirked, his eyes sharp. Finally decided to show your face. A tall man with wavy mauve-green hair, wearing a lab.ca, appeared imposingly. His name tag clearly Rhea Hyunil Na, alias Nathaniel, Hopital General Manager. Apol Nathaniel silently observed, his eyes lifeless yet exuding terrifying pressure. Nathaniel silently assessed Peter, the stranger who had Jew appear. Who is this punk? Unbeol broke into CL'd sway, thinking frantically to herself. If these two clash, it's truly over. Contrary to expectation, Peter sup and bowed deeply, respectfully saying, Hell, door. He grinned widely, introducing himself as Rank D assassin Sun Gu Kim, feigning extreme honor at meeting an Apol. Peter shook Nathaniel's hand firmly, with excessive enthusiasm. I, Sun Gu Kim, will give my all to deal with that Peter guy. Jews leave him to me. He grinned, perfectly playing the role of a fame-hungry Roki who flattered his superior. Nathaniel stared at Peter's his eyes unwavering, clearly no believing a single word. The Apola ignored Peter, ordering Unbeol directly. Yuna. To my office. She turned pale when called. Nathaniel, along with his subordinate, CLDLD turned and left, leaving behind a silence as tense as a taut string. Peter narrowed his eye, the humorous mask vanishing, replaced by CLD calculation. So that's Apol Nathaniel. Clearly. His hand twitched slightly, veins bulging with a warlike intensity. He's no ordinary assassin. A subordinate was reporting to the high-ranking doctor about the group who had captured Sungd Park. The subordinate, Mr. O, tried to downplay the severity, but the mauve-green-haired Apole dismissed eye. That's for me. Decide. Mr. O tremblingly handed the file to his B. The Apole deliberately let the document slip from his hand, a clear display of intimidation. Thu. The papers satered on the Isolater, and Mr. O frantically bowed and profusely apologized. The Apole merely looked Twen silently, no bohering to acknowledge his subordinate's excuse of slipping. An image appeared in the Apole's mind of Peter grinning foolishly, introducing himself as Rank D assassin Sun Gu Kim, his gloved hand tweaked slightly. A Rank D assassin? Mr. O summered TC firm the name Sun Gu Kim. The Apole smirked with great intere, deciding to keep this one close, as he would make an excellent specimen. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jiwan was yelling int the phone. In extreme pawnee, beck me part of Nathaniel's entourage? Peter, meanwhile, calmly played chess with Smee children in the Hopital courtyard, despite Jiwan's shouting about him being invited in the lion's den. He casually thought himself that tie with an Apole who thought he had found him, but accurately knew knowing would be a low of fun, while Jiwan was about to explode with worry. Click. Peter hung up abruptly, ignoring Jiwan's shouting. Then muter, Nathaniel's entourage. No idea what he though, but I'll find out soon enough. Peter then ended the chess game, letting his young opponent cheer happily for her victory, while her boy Pute, claiming he had let her win. A moment later, her subordinate in a white lab cat came to give Peter a key card. This guy explained it was a mazer card that cold open every ROM in the Hopital, and congratulated the Rank D guy, saying the doctor very rarely recruit new people. He began to lay out 3 rules for starting the B. 1. DNT speak unless spoken. TT. Never question the DTR's ASEAN. And finally, he emphasized, never, and I mean never, refuse an AC of kindness from the doctor. Peter wondered what kind act cold make the guide sweat profusely in fear, while the subordinate urged them to hurry. The elevator doors opening, and the guide reminded him, the doctor doesn't like TY. The guide bowed his head to report that he had brought Sun Gu Kim, and the green-haired Apole simply replied with a curt ah. The Apole smirk, uttering a meaningful remark. You've arrived at the perfect time, perfect. The Apole announced the start of their patrol, followed by a formidable squad, the Undertakers of Rio from Brazil, all A and B rank assassin. The faces of these Brazilian mercenaries were all fierce. They didn't belong to glory and had no concept of loyalty to the organization. The entire group obeyed only 1%, the green-haired Apole. They walked with an overwhelming aura that dominated the entire Hopital Corridor. Door O, a high-ranking subordinate. Approached T report T the Apol about the plan T hunt done the real Peter. He confidently stated that they had sealed off all hospital entrances and exit under the guise of a virus leak, trapping everyone inside. Furthermore, they had cleased blow samples from all elderly patient in the hospital, with DNA result XPS'd in 48 hours T expo Peter. In their min, the legendary Peter, no matter how masterful his disguise, was merely prey waiting T be caught. Door O arrogantly included that Peter could no hide his DNA, and was now cranier, with no asape. The Apol merely smiled with satisfaction at the rapport, as if everything was going according to his calculation. Peter maintained a poker face, but in his min, he calculate, their plan seems sly, but taking Dove Nathaniel won't be easy. In a patient rom, the boy sock frantically screamed N, as the Dars prepared treat him, the Apol and Peter's nearby, and the Apol reassured the boy that if he underwent treatment diligently, he would soon be able to play Ser, and go to Shoal. A female doctor named Yom arrived. Report on the patient's condition, and the Apole ordered her. Take charge of this case. Peter glanced at his wath, thinking to himself that this Apole definitely had a purpo in putting him on the team, but as far, he'd only been wandering around Ding Uselle's thing. Suddenly, the Apole turned and asked Peter directly, "Are you disappointed that you joined my retinue but haven't seen the true face of an Apole?" Peter replied, "No at all," but the Apole smirked and exposed him. "No need to lie, it's clear on your face. Follow me, I have smithing interesting to show you." Nathaniel led Peter down a secret staircase. The air was close, filled with the scent of danger. Peter immediately realized, this area is no on the hospital map. The further down they went, the more uncertain Peter fell, wondering what kind of hell awaited them at the end of this path. The Apole silently led the way, and Peter thought to himself, what the hell does this madman want to show me? Beep. Nathaniel swiped his car, and a high-tech doctor opened. Nathaniel turned back and asked, "What do you think?" Peter's eyes were sharp and clear, and in his min, only two-word echo, "Discusing." A gigantic laboratory appeared, filled with test tubes containing human bois, and Nathaniel proudly declared, "This is where my dreams see me true." Nathaniel led Peter, Clower T, one of the specimen, asking mockingly, "Are you interested in biology?" Peter replied curtly, "Basic knowledge." The Apole began his insane monologue about Darwin and the theory of evolution by natural selection. Then he declared chillingly, "However, Darwin was wrong." He pressed his face close to Peter, streaming with a deranged expression, "Evolution isn't decided by Go or nature. It's decided by me." Nathaniel explained his twised philosophy, eliminating the weak, nurturing the strong that was true medicine. He smirked sinisterly, whispering, "And that's why I've had my eye on you, son," when a piercing alarm suddenly blare. Both were startled as the base's loudspeaker season blare, "Red alert, red alert." An urgent announcement echoed throughout the laboratory. A test subject had escaped right within the underground area. Thump. Thump. A massively muscular test subject, severed in scythes and sar, smashed through it, containment chamber, and burst O. The alarm continue. Test subject UNC controllable. Two guard rained bullet on the monster, but it was Usel. The monster charged directly at the Guar, before they could even comprehend what was happening. Wham! Wham! In the blink of an eye, the two guard were wiped out like trash. The test subject frantically rushed toward the emergency exit, while the CSIM began a cunt-one T-seal off the entire area. The test subject roar, determined to esape headlong before the gate slammed shoe. Despite being hit with several sedative, it still charged like a wild bee, with only one CCND left until the doctor. Crash! It slammed directly into the wall, intending to smash through the surface. Bomb! But inside of breaking the wall, it own boy shadered int fragment of blue snee. Apol Nathaniel's tall on the Oher side, speaking the monster with Jus, a casual flick of his Han. He turned back to Peter, his voice clo. We were in the middle of a conversation. The test subject loked up, its eyes filled with utter horror, realizing it had Ju run into the true apex. Nathaniel angrily punched the wall right next to Peter, causing it to crack wide open. "How dare a lab rat like you interrupt my conversation?" He still, letting the cracks spree, his overwhelming aura making the space feel frozen. The Apol casually brushed his Han, "My apology. Now, back to Buzine." As he spoke, he thrust his hand into the cracked wall, crushing the CN Crete. "As you can see, I favor the strong." Nathaniel began his insane ran, boasting about diseasing Ohers and stripping them of their power for research. He looked directly at Peter, his eyes filled with obsession. "Sungu, I've seen potential in you." The Apolzi continued to entice him, claiming Peter's power was a rare CMRD, and that he wanted to witness Peter's evolution. He extended his Han, saying with blow, and Cien Crete du, accept this kindly. Nathaniel smirked sinisterly, promising, with my help, I can make you as strong as an Apole. Meanwhile, in Anoher Critter, Dor-O and a subordinate hurried along, their faces drained of chlor as they disused the Apole's power. Dor-O recanted in horror. What's even more terrifying is that he can sense Oer's presence through walls and perfectly time his attacks to crush Vissam's skull. Elsewhere, the blind woman was calling Peter, a dejected expression on her face. Hey Peter, how about we give up and run? But Peter remained silent, his eyes gleaming with determination, for he was now extremely curious about the origin of the Apole's abnormal power. Peter seldly listened, the blind woman, grumble over the phone, warning that his blow sample was about to be analyzed and his true identity expo. The blind woman looked helpful, shouting in the phone, so what else can you? While her DGLs looked bewildered, Peter revealed an extremely audacious plan. Swapped the DNA result, which he believed would be safely shred in the Apollo's office after 48 hours of prosing. The legendary assassin held up a keycard, declaring confidently, with thigh. Ignoring his CM Rod's frantic warning, Peter headed straight for office number 3, confidently asserting that he wouldn't be caught. At precisely 2:53, Peter placed the card on the reader, beginning an infiltration meticulously calculated the millisecond. A flashback showed Peter had closely monitored the Apole's schedule, from visiting patient T checking file, precisely calculating the available WinW, the sliding Dr. Opine, and Peter told himself he had exactly 4 minutes and 30 sec to complete the mission. He stepped into the empty office. His only task now was to find and swap the real DNA result. Without wasing a second, Peter rummaged through the drawer, acing swiftly and professionally. At the same time, the Apole was still playing the role of a benevolent doctor, visiting a child patient hugging a teddy bear. The Apole continued his schedule, casually disusing work with a female nurse. In the hospital Sariter, the Apole was walking with his subordinate, including Dor-O. The Apole asked Dor-O about the DNA result of the elderly patient, and was confirmed that they had been sent to his office. Dor-O reported shocking news with a tense expression. After pairing all the blow sample, none of them matched Peter's DNA. The Apole smirked, repeating the unbelievable information. He had scanned the blow samples of every old man in the hospital, but still couldn't find Peter. Dor-O proposed a ridiculous theory that Peter might be hiding in the ventilation duct, but then dismissed it as absurd. The Apole smiled seriously, beginning to deduce in a completely different direction. What if we try? Imagine a little. What if Peter, an image of Peter and his old boy appeared in the Apole's min? A crucial piece of the puzzle had fallen in place. The Apole realized with a jolt the truth of the matter. He doesn't look like we remember? His eyes flashed with a deadly glint as he looked toward his office. Peter broke out in a CLD sway, realizing he had been caught red-handed by Apole Nathaniel in his own office. Nathaniel CLD Quigione. A mere D-rank assassin, breaking into Apole's private office. What the hell are you doing here? Peter calculated frantically in his For the past 2 days, Nathaniel has patrolled on schedule. I should have had Anoher 2 minutes and 30 sec. Peter looked up, facing Nathaniel's blowhole eye. The Apole demanded an explanation, while Peter was still in shock over his ruined plan. Peter began to piece everything together, from Nathaniel acing kindly toward the child patient, to him disusing work with Dor-Yom. It was all an A. Even the boasting about the discusing secret in the basement was an elaborate trap trick Peter into believing he held the upper hand. Nathaniel extended his Han, his overwhelming aura making Peter realize a horrifying truth. Peter froze, sweat pouring down him. Could he have suspected me from the very beginning? Nathaniel narrowed his eye, his voice full of challenge. Well, Peter tried to remain calm, pulled out a sack of Dooman, and began his well, I wanted tea, give this tea, the doctor. Nathaniel glanced at the Dooman, asking curtly, what is thee? While Peter hastily explained, Dorhong asked me, deliver it, you urgently. Just as Peter was about to slip away, Nathaniel grabbed his claw with lightning speed. Nathaniel leaned in close, his voice dropping low. It looks like you've already loked through these Dooman, Sungu. The Apole tightened his grip on Peter's shoulder, his sharp gaze piercing Peter's face. Tell me, why are you curious about the blow test result of the elderly patient? Peter was speechless, crennered as Nathaniel exposed him. You just said you didn't know what these Dooman were. Nathaniel continued his interrogation. giving Peter no time to breathe. What in here cold poibly interesse you much? Peter's eyes widened in shock, completely outmathed by Nathaniel's interrogation. What are you trying to find while sneaking around my office? Nathaniel released Peter, turned his back, and spoke like a Verdi. If you can't answer, then there's only one possibility. Sungu. The Apol slowly explained. You can hide your identity through word, asion, and even appearance. Nathaniel turned back with the triumphant smile of a superior. But there's one thing you can't hide, and that's your DNA. We still haven't found Peter, have we? I knew I. Nathaniel smiled sinisterly, deducing that Peter was definitely here, but in a completely different guise. The Apol explained that he had searched through plastic surgery, recrod, but found knowing, proving Peter had used a different meth. Peter, in Sungu's guise, broke out in a CLD sweat, realizing he had been completely seen through. Cornera, Peter immediately swithed, tia subservient moe, bowing profusely and apologizing for overstepping his bound. Nathaniel CLDLE ordera. That's enough. The Apol unexpectedly reached out and lightly patted Peter's face. Nathaniel, with a superior air, uttered a CND-sending remark. You have smething on your face. I'm glad you're serious about your duty, but maintain the dignity of a glory member. You may G. After Peter frantically thanked him and flew, Nathaniel loked at his finger with a thoughtful expression, wondering, what is the Apol realized that what was suck to his finger was real human skin. While Peter was walking to the critter, trying to maintain a calm demeanor, Nathaniel loked at the image of old Peter on the table, concluding that Sungu wasn't wearing a mask. It was the real flesh of a teenager. Crack. The Apol angrily crushed the tablet screen. With a deranged smile, Nathaniel whispered into the shaded table. Peter, where are you hiding? The Sene shifted an underground arena where all kind of weapons were allowed. A modern-day Roman Coliseum. And it king was the champion. Intrusing Carter Forgeman, nicknamed the Slasher, king of Mexic's underground arena, an expert in deadly kick. Anohair-tated fighter was warming up, listening to Carter's reputation. Carter Forgeman's ATP, the CR pieces of his defeated opponent, proving the rumors of his world's deadliest legs were true. An Asian youth in casual clothes stepped in the ring, making Carter ask CN temptuously, who's this Asian punk? Do you want to die in this ring? Pow. Before he could finish his sentence, the Asian youth delivered a lightning fast kick to Carter's leg. Carter lay sprawled on the arena floor, screaming in agony as the Asian youth held up his trin-off leg, while Anoher, formidable fighter in a snowy region, wondered about the world's Ranges fee. In a flashback battle, the seal fizz of the formidable bearded fighter clashed fiercely with Apollo Nathaniel's kick. A heavily armed, dark-skinned gang, claiming to be the Sranges in the whirl, was gathered in a warehouse. The Sen was deslate. The Apollo, in a CLD sui, walked away, leaving behind the entire gang, now strung up like laundry. He's amid a pile of weapons and a pole of BL, wondering, I have sought out and defeated all the Sranges individuals globally. But why? The Apol tightened his grip on the gang leader's neck, whispering into his face. Leeson. You will never be the B. The Apol continued with a cruel expression, as long as Peter Xe. Peter's image appeared in his min, a blurry yet haunting shadow. The Apollo's face became frantic. All the people I've killed, including you, have babbled about that damned Peter. He smirked morbidly, growling. Who exactly is this Peter? What must I deet meet him? The gang leader gasped, eyes wide, stammering his last occasion in life. What the hell to first meet this Peter? You all keep talking a boo. The Apollo's eyes gleamed with extreme madness as he realized, why? Why am I the only one who has never met this Peter? If I want to beck me the Sranges in the whirl, it seems I must seek you, Peter. He loked at Peter's image on the shaded table, asserting, as for your wearaboo, I'm sure the last person to meet, you will know. Back in the present, in the hospital office, Apol Nathaniel ordered Door O, Mr. O, bring our little friend here. In Anohair part of the hospital, 2 D-rank assassins, disguised as patient, bloked Unbiol's path. Answer, you, Yuna. What is a mere D-rank like you ding here? How did you get to participate in this important mission? Unbiol thought irritably that these small fry would never understand, while one continued T. Kijin. We even saw you enter Apol Nathaniel's office. Did you receive a special mission? Suddenly, a tall figure appeared behind Unbiol, calling her name. Yuna. The muscular man, San, CLDly announced. The door want to see you. Right now. Don't ask too many Kijin. The 2 D-rank assassins recognized Sant of the Undertaker, a true A-rank assassin, and were stared out of their why. What the hell, Yuna? Yunbiol turned pale, muttering the name Nathaniel with extreme horror. Upon Nathaniel flipped over the foe of old Peter, his gaze as sharp as a razor. In the office, Nathaniel began his interrogation, fousing on how a D-rank girl like Yunbiol could return unharmed after encountering an Apole. He tapped his hand on the table, continuing to press her, reminding her that she survived even when pursued by A-rank assassin Sungd Park, asserting that her skill level was insufficient. Yunbiol broke out in a CLD sway, telling herself she had denied everything since he had no prof. Thump! Nathaniel slammed the table, his face close to her, growling if this was due to luck or a miracle. Nathaniel laid his card on the table, directly stating the Apole's hypohesi, "We believe the." In a flashback, Peter, in his younger boy, had given Unbiol smething, proving they had prior CNTA. You received help from Peter, Nathaniel CNTinue, thrusing the old man's foe into her face, and made a deal with him. He sneered savagely, mocking what a worthless orphan like her cold probably offer a legend in exchange. Nathaniel leaned in close, his sharp eyes full of suspicion. Or are you his spy? Seeing her speechful, Nathaniel backed away, changing Tachi. I know you're in a difficult position, Yuna, so I have smething for you. He held up his phone. On the screen was a foe of Unbiol hugging her younger broer, Eugene, and he emphasized, you can't let your broer die. He revealed that little Eugene was suffering from hemophilia and was bedridden in the hospital. The cruel doctor aided that with simplication, the boy wouldn't live more than 3 years, a fatal psychological blow. But then he made an offer, taking Unbiol's trembling Han. I can save little Eugene. He boasted about the hospital's 4.5 billion won serum, which could cure her broher's illness with Ju 1 drop. Nathaniel looked directly into Unbiol's eye, his voice full of authority. You're a smart girl, Yuna. I'm sure you know which side to cho. Cornair, Unbiol stammered fearfully, asking what she had te. Nathaniel smiled a triumphant smile, revealing his plan. Peter has arranged .tcme, find me on the 24th, and your mission is provide all the information he recce. Upon Nathaniel Sealdelli ordered Unbiol, treating the task of luring Peter into trap as a trivial mission. He emphasized the advantageous deal for Bo. You can't earn 4.5 billion won in 3 years. You save your broer, and I get Peter. He announced he would arrange a hospital ROM for her, and held out a piece of paper. This is your prescription. Crack! Unbiol's eyes widened in horror as her wrist was broken. The Apole squeezed the girl's rye, his overwhelming strength causing the bone T-snap cleanly. Unbiol screamed in pain, collapsing on the floor while Nathaniel writhed from above. He placed a crow sandal on her uninjured Han, his voice full of temp. My hospital only admit truly injured patient. Unbiol's tear-filled eyes looked up, full of resentment and fear at the next threa. Nathaniel sat with his leg crowed on the table. Continuing to apply pressure to her hand, and if you refuse, you'll be very interested to know who receives this prescription next. After swing terror, the Apolis up and left, leaving Unbiol trembling and curled up on the floor. The nameplate outside the hospital ROM had been changed to Yuna Lee, officially making her a patient under his control. In the hospital ROM, Unbiol sat on the bed looking out at the rain, her heart in turmoil. This time, Sun Gu is helping me. If Nathaniel find O, everyone will die. She looked at the foe with her broer on her phone, desperately searching for a way. Ooh, but if I play my card right, I can save Eugene. What should I now? Knock knock. The sound of knocking startled Unbiol. She quickly invited them in. Her eyes widened in astonishment when she saw the uninvited Gu. A strange doctor wearing glazes with a sly smile entered the ROM. Time for your ingestion. The strange doctor casually turned on the TV, T-Wath a singing CM petition, despite Unbiol furiously asking what he was ding. Unbiol was furious that the doctor who had put her arm in a cast was the very man now citing CM fordably in her ROM. The girl angrily snathed for the remote, but Peter easily deed and goes right, to the point. Are you trying to get rid of me because of Nathaniel? Peter immediately dropped his playful demeanor, his face turning clow. By the way, there's smething. I've been wondering Abu. He lightly tapped Unbiol's cased arm, his gaze sharp. I remember no breaking your arm. Peter leaned in close, his voice hardening. Tell me, who did this Tanju? Unbiol froze, her eyes wide with panic at his direct question. The girl avoided Peter's gaze, stammering his real name, Sun Gu. She quickly changed the subject. What are you ding on the 24th? Peter pressed her. The 24th? Why? If there's smithing you want to say, you say it now. Unbiol fluzzardly refused. I can't say it now. The girl finally blurted out in a punny. Zem to the cloak tour at 2 p.m. on the 24th. Peter asked again, TCN firm. The one in the hospital lobby? Inbiol, snap. Don't ask any more question, Jus D as I say. Reassuring herself that this was the bee's way, the only way. She pleaded one last time, her eyes full of hidden meaning. You have to be there, okay? Peter was silent for a moment, then replied curtly, accepting the gamble. Alri. Outside, the rain-sill poured Duen relentlessly, as if signaling an ill omen. Unbial's tears dripped onto her phone screen, where a photo of her hugging her younger broer Eugene was displayed. The girl sat alone on the hospital bee, desperately praying. Eugene, please tell me this is the right thing. Standing outside, Peter silently waved Unbial's lonely back, muttering. This is all you can now. Shin Yongguang Hopital's majestically in the Nai, it 30th anniversary banner, like a ready TMBS knee. In Anohir Ram, Apol, Nathaniel, and his subordinate, the undertakers of Re, were preparing. And he smirked. The 24th. You have no idea how long I've waited for this day. A giant advertising screen in the city unexpectedly brought us a challenging message. Peter will visit Nathaniel. The Apol looked up at the sky, a crazed and sick smile spreading across his face. I've been dying to meet you, Peter. Through a sophisticated earpiece, a voice rang calling Yuna's name. In the hospital lobby, under the wrathful eye of Lee Sun-gu, the enemy interrogate, Where is Peter? Unbiol lowered her voice flat as she answered, revealing no emoang. She sien firmi, he's on his way here. Juas Peter sro sien fidently through enoher krider. The clock's hand, eld, Lee ticked for war, bit by be. Tick-tika, the atmosphere grew taut like a bow's ring. The clock struck exactly 2 p.m. The decisive moment had arrived. Unbiol bit her lip, her eyes revealing her inner turmoil. Apol Nathaniel sneer, secretly urging. Hurry up. Peter raised his gaze sharp, his aura overwhelming, ready for any scenario. A flow of memories rushed back. Eugene's childish voice echo, teasing. Yuna, do you have a boyfriend now? The Unbiol in the memory snap. Boyfriend? Their Jew friend, but her younger bro Hersil didn't believe her. Eugen continued tease about the Mo hand me guy in the PH, but Unbiol incised they were Jew friend. The boy dreamed of going Wath the World Cup in 3 years. Cheer for the national team. Unbiol excitedly agreed immediately. Let's go then. I'll book the plane ticket right now. Eugen, who was overjoyed, suddenly stammering, never min, see. The stark truth was reveal. The boy lay on a hospital bee, severed in tubes and wire, and he made the excuse that he was afraid of flying to hide his illn. Unbiol knew full well her broher was lying. She gently chided him and let him know worry about money. She tried to reassure her broer that the doctors had found a cure, promising a bright future, and ld him to eagerly await the day they would go to the World Cup. Unbiol curled up on the floor, her entire boy trembling in pain, her phone beside her sill displaying Eugene's name. Back in reality, Unbiol's tall, her eyes CLD as she declared, I have no her choice. She affirmed that this was the best way in this situation, and answered an invisible question that Peter was on his way. Meanwhile, Apolli Nathaniel, disguised as a Dr. SRO powerfully through the hospital corridor, his mind fixated on a promise. Nathaniel's eyes blaze, he hissed through clenched teeth, demanding that the one named Sun-gu keep his promise. The large clock in the hospital lobby continued to tick, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. A green-haired doctor with a craze, sick smile appear, signaling a new variable. Time continued. T-paw. The clock remain. A silent witness to the mised appointment. The green-haired DR's smile fade, his eyes CLD and dangerous as he looked Dion at his prey. He spoke, asking Unbiol, who was slumped on the floor, his teeny full of dissension. Yuna? Unbiol's alone in the hospital lobby. Impatiently wondering why Peter Sill hadn't appeared, she answered the phone. Nathaniel's voice rang asking what was wrong, and she called him Sun-gu Tisientinu, her charade. Nathaniel on the her end of the line growled, 1 were, 2 o'clock. The Dr. S forlornly in front of the clock tore outside the hospital, shouting int the phone that she had arranged to meet him there. Recalling the Seni in the hospital Ram, Unbiol had Nathaniel.see me. The clock twere at 2 o'clock, and he had asked if it was the one in the lobby. Unbiol emphatically denied specifying that the target was the clock in the park. She even threatened him directly, saying that if he dared to go anywhere else, he would be finished, leaving him no choice but to silently agree. Back in the present, Nathaniel glanced at his Wath, his expression growing increasingly annoyed at being sup. In the lobby, Unbiol secretly calculated that if Nathaniel despaired that the one who killed Achman was Peter and no Sungu, then Peter's life would be in extreme danger. Unbiol's eyes swept Acro the hospital lobby. It was filled with Nathaniel's subordinate, from assassins and labcat T thugs loitering everywhere. This situation was difficult for Sungu. She cold only sigh. With only one thought in her min, please run, Sungu. Memories flowed back, starting from the day Peter, a stranger, suddenly walked into her life. The early days at the volunteer club, when Peter was still an enigma, walking beside her and teacher Lee Sungu. She had once been extremely wary, even cornering him to interrogate him. But then Peter was the first to show her the joy of sharing a simple meal. He was the first to join her in silly activities like raising hand in Sella, and he was the first person to show her the thrill of clearing out a fraudulent game saw. When Bo were tied up, Peter was the only one she could trust to rely on in that perilous situation. He was the one who drove her on his powerful motorcycle, speeding away. She recalled the phone call, the time she sought him out for help. It was Peter who picked her up when she fell, helping her realize her true strength. His eyes at that moment invade unspoken true. Looking at the foe with her younger brother Eugene on her phone, Unbiol's resolve grew stronger. Sighting on the hospital B, waithing the rainfall, she TLD herself. After all how cold I betray him. She pressed her lips together, preparing for the UP-seeming life or death gamble. Suddenly, a green-haired doctor with a cunning face appeared, called her Yuna, and asked what was wrong. Unbiol hid her hand behind her back, gripping her skur. Her mind racing to prepare her A. She began her A. Her voice trembling as she phase. I lied, because you said you would help cure my brower. I'm sorry. Unbiol started her A, telling the Dr. Nathaniel in a shaky voice that Peter would never show up while she was here. With a thu, she collapsed to the floor, playing the role of a helpless prey to the very end. The girl begged T work T Atna for her Misaka, promising T D anything, even clean the hospital, and be the mo diligent employee. With tears welling up, Unbiol cried oh, pleading with him no T harm her younger brower. Nathaniel smirk, calling her Yuna sarcastically. The Apol zealdily declare, in the end, you still couldn't lure Peter here. It's a shame, but it can't be helped. Crack. Nathaniel crushed smething in his han, his eyes blazing, as he pronounced a death sentence. Now you must die. He ordered the musular henchman behind him, his voice full of CN temp. Clean up, Usale. I knew you would fail. Bring her brower here. Teat me. Ring ring ring. The fire alarm suddenly blared loudly throughout the hospital, announcing a fire and demanding immediate evacuation. The crowd in the waiting hall began top pani, pushing and shoving top find an asape route. Amid the crow, Biggie Dako was pushing his younger brower in a wheelchair, shouting, forget the CA, determined to get O. Suddenly, Biggie Dako froze, his ears perked up, listening intently. Thu. 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 A series of emergency roller, Dieter simultaneously slammed shoe, loking all exy. The Dako brohers froze before the newly sealed emergency exy, realizing this was no a drill. Back in the main hall, all of Glory's assassins who had infiltrated the hospital revealed themselves, forming a tight encirclement around Unbiol. Nathaniel saw on the second floor, looking done, his face expression a fire, the Apole TK, a breath and declare, I didn't smell any smoke, investigate immediately. Unbiol was bewildered by the sudden turn of even, wondering about the fire alarm that seemed TCME out of nowhere. The green-haired doctor approached, asking why she was crying, making Unbiol startle as she realized. Could it be? In her despair, Unbiol imagined Peter walking toward her. Peter's image appeared in her min, standing prosively and saying, I'm here now. In her illusion, she dazedly called out, Sungu? And he merely repeated their promise. The silhouette of Peter in her imagination confirmed their rendezvous at the clock tower. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the hospital, the real Peter was entering, using a walkie-talkie to expo the fire alarm. The civilians have all flow. He continued advance, deducing that anyone still remaining were neither real medical staff nor genuine patient, as numerous disguised assassins simultaneously revealed themselves. Peter alone faced an entire army of assassins surrounding the main hall, sealedly declaring, I guess you all came here to kill me. Back in reality, Unbiol was still being interrogated by the green-haired doctor. She frantically asked, Sungu, what are you doing? The green-haired doctor smirk, mocking Unbiol's question about whether Sungu would see me T save Yuna. He approached, bending Duan to lock at Unbiol, asserting, I knew smething was fishy. The green-haired doctor laughed morbidly, his eyes seemingly seeing through everything. His gloved hand clenched, ready for the next action. He continued T-ton, saying that he already knew about the shady scene between the two of them. Behind the green-haired Dr., a group of musular henchmen appear, and he challenged, "But D, you think you can take on all of the Undertakers of Re?" The Sene shifted Ta Rio slum, a place dubbed the City of Undertaker, where the average life expectancy was only 16 years old. A father, clothing his chill, desperately begged for their lives before the muzzles of the children's gun. Two holding guns larger than themselves, laughed gleefully, thinking that using guns and robbing people was much more fun. Bomb. The two kid were Dea, lying on the ground, a testament to the harshness of this place, where Mo died before even turning 10. A flashback Tiri, a giant mass grave, filled with crepes, a place called the City of Funerals because boys were innocently dumped here. In this hellish place, the weak die. That's the law of nature. Surviving only proves one thing: you're the real deal. The Undertakers of Rio gang dominated all the dirties, activity, kidnapping, drug trafficking, pimping. They were the most powerful gang in all of Brazil, truly a bunch of musular monster. Back in the present, the green-haired doctor smirk, and 100 of the Stranges members of that gang are all gathered here. He looked down at Peter, standing alone in the hospital lobby packed with assassin, challenging, "Do you really think you can take on all of them by yourself?" The doctor flashed a morbid smile, calling Peter by his alia, Sungu. He began his enticing speech. "As I said before, I see potential in you. You're like a tiger cub." An image of a tiger cub appear, and the doctor you. "If you let me take care of you, you'll beck me the strongest predator." But immediately after, an image of the tiger cub being TRN, apart by a pack of hyenas appear, and he warned, "For now, you cannot defeat the adult Bia." The doctor made his final offer, his voice full of cunning, steep playing the her. "Come with me. I'll give you proper training." Peter used silently, looking up. Expression A. He then simply shrugged, a gesture of refusal that couldn't be clear. The green-haired Dr. Siga, seemingly understanding, very well. I see you've made your choice." His gaze gave the order. "I suppose this is what you want." Immediately 2 enforcers from upstairs swapped down. 2 B-rank assassins from the Undertaker's gang, Raffaello and Sao Paul, drew their daggers mid-air and roar, "You're a dead man, sin." Sao Paulo yelled contemptuously, mocking Peter's rank. "Come on, you pathetic D-ranker." "Who?" Peter moved like a G, unleashing a flurry of slashes that shredded Bo B-rank assassins to pieces before they even touched the ground. Yunbiol's jaw dropped in horror, while 3 Oher enforcers from the Rio gang standing nearby were al-sunned speechful, unable to believe the display of power they had witnessed. The green-haired Dr. Muse, unable to believe Peter cold kill from above, without looking, and even hitting every vital point. Blow dripped from the fountain pen in Peter's hand as he spoke sedately. "Tell me." Peter's eyes glowed with a deadly red hue. He clicked the pen lightly and growled at the doctor. "Do you still think him a mere cub?" Between the 2 CRPs of the enforcer, the green-haired doctor began his anatomy liqueur. Cuting an artery takes 1 minute and 12 seconds, a vein 40 seconds, but the carotid artery only takes 12 ccnd. Finish Smionov. The green-haired Dr. continued his morbid calculation. "Let's say it takes 1 minute to kill 1 guy, but you're facing 100 assassin." Sungu. A savage smile spread across the DR's lip. He was extremely excited by the impending spectacle. Peter's engulfed by a sea of assassins waiting to tear him apart. And the DR's final question echo, "Can you last 100 minute?" The assassins roared like a pack of wild bia, shouting that this country was peaceful, and they had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Without further Peter charged right at the crowd, screaming for his life. "Who?" Peter glided pause like the wind. An elbow strike TK one-man Duen, while Anohair had his neck snapped instantly. Rapid kick. Peter spun and delivered a devastating kick, sending a tated thug flying in the air like a ragged DLL. Despite their CM raids strewn acro, the ground, the remaining assassins still charged wildly, shouting, "Everyone charge!" From a distance, Unbiol's face turned pale. She realized this situation was too dangerous, even for a monster like Sungu. Peter was cornered in a narrow space, facing a musular mob armed with pipes and club. His Asape route was sealed. Peter assessed the situation. These guys showed no hesitation upon seeing their CM raids die. They showed no signs of slowing W. 2 seasoned assassins stepped forward, mocking Peter. "Why is your face as pale, Key? We grew up together, unlike that doctor of yours who lives in luxury." One of them roared. We see death every day. Then swung a massive water pipe straight at Peter's but he deftly dodged. Amid a battlefield littered with corpses, Peter moved like a dodging attack. But the green-haired doctor mented from afar that merely dodging wouldn't get him anywhere. Cornered against a wall amid medical equipment, Peter gasped for breath as the green-haired doctor declared, "It seems you've run out of places. Run." The green-haired doctor provocatively taunted, "What now, Sungu? You've run out of places. Run." He pointed toward the armed assassins who were blocking the hallway. "Any idea?" Peter lowered his acknowledging the disadvantage. "There's no denying outnumber." But then he looked up, a crazy smirk on his face. "This makes it even better." Without a word, Peter's hand landed on the fire cabin. The assassins looked at each other in fusion. One of them yelled in Pawnee, "What is he ding? Why?" "Rip!" Peter ripped the fire hoe from the cabin. The bald assassin's eyes widened in horror, no understanding what was happening. Fwah! Peter opened the valve. A high-pressure stream of water swept through the hallway, sending the small fry flying. Standing amid the water, Peter Lee declared, "Why are your faces as panic? I've only just begun." The assassins were thrown back by the water stream, streaming desperately in helplessness. Click. The sound echoed as Peter glanced. Her plan had taken shape. The water hoe was empty. Only a few drops fell from the nozzle in his hand. Peter casually sighed. "Oh, it seems that's enough slipperines for now." The assassins scrambled to their feet, mocking. "Quite clever, but do you think you can kill us with a fire hoe?" Peter turned his back on them, his gaze fixed on the defibrillator on the wall. "I already did you." He yanked out the two electrodes of the machine. The greenish current began T-charge. "I've only just begun. I'll Thump! Peter slammed bow electrodes on the waterlogged floor and growled, "It's time." Bzzz! A horrifying surge of electricity spread across the water's surface, sending the entire group of assassins flying in the air in a mass electrocution. Clap. Amid a pile of assassins convulsing from electrocution, Peter calmly knelt down. The battlefield fell eerily silent. A green-haired doctor applauded from afar, a sarcastic smile on his face. "Excellent, Sungu. You've impressed me again," he continued, clapping, analyzing with amusement, deliberately luring them all. "In the chroner use the fire hoe." Then following up with the defibrillator. "You're full of clever trick." The green-haired doctor admitted, "Sungu, I take back what I said about 100 minutes. You've already wiped out half of them, and there's still an hour left." Splash! Peter ted the defibrillator on the floor, reading sealedly. "You think I need almost 2 hours to clean up these guys? No, a chance." Peter bent down. Pick up a file from a fallen thug, his eyes gleaming with a new idea. "Ah, this is interesting." He casually, writing smething in the file, making the green-haired doctor frown and wonder, what the hell is he ding? What is he writing? Clack. A new group of armed assassins rushed forward, speeing short when they saw Peter throw the file to the ground. On the file was a diagram of the human boy, with a bright red X directly on the carotid artery, clearly marking the fatal weakness. Peter calmly walked toward them, beginning his liqueur of death. "Don't you guys know? Stabbing the carotid artery causes rapid blow. How can you hope it'll saf no thee?" He pulled out a pen, it tipped transforming int, a razor-sharp blade, and declare, "And that will be the cause of death on all of your Otzi report." San, one of the leader, his face drained of chlor, sweat pouring down him as he realized the harsh truth. "I underestimated him, and now it's too late." He tremblingly included in his mind as he looked in Peter's knife-sharp eye. This guy was never Smion we cold, take Duan from the Tsar. Without a word, Peter charged into the pack of wolves like a beginning the slaughter. He moved with unbelievable speed, dodging attacks and counter-attacking in a flash, turning the hallway into Bloy Sage. Amid the SRM of blow, Peter was the epicenter of disruption, each movement claiming a life. The entire crowd of assassins was wiped. Piled a chaotic heap, at the vicar's feet. From afar, Unbayol witnessed the entire scene, her eyes wide with astonishment and awe. She recalled the legendary tales of the world's strongest man, a living legend she had Zhu in Kuntere. In Yunbiol's flashback, she remembered, "Everyone around me kept talking about him, but that legend was knowing like the heroic Sris it here." This legend was Zhu, an ordinary old man. The elderly, Peters, in the middle of the boxray, looking utterly unremarkable. That old man was Zhu, a sub-born old warrior, who go beaten flat by a bunch of men in Sui, know-it-all like an assassin, who could take on 1,000 men. Lying flat on the floor, Unbiol looked up and realized a harsh truth. The pole of blow splattered on the floor, Was prof that no, all rumors were trustworthy. But now, she began to reconsider. But perhaps, juste perhaps, if though rumors were true, and this was Peter's true face. An image of the younger Peter, surgical knife in Han, appeared in her min, Henai Gua. Yunbial imagined Peter single-handedly charging into 100 enemy, swift as a whirlwind. His is exactly what Oers Moose have witnessed. The younger Peter, a blow-stained pen in Han, was CLD and overwhelmingly powerful. A few shrieks of blow splattered on the floor ended Yunbial's flashback. Standing on the CCND floor, observing, Apolli Nathaniel smirked with amusement. Wow, he clapped sarcastically. Sungu, I knew showing you wasn't a misake. It only TKU 13 minutes. Wipe out 100 men. The entire ROM was littered with the crypses of assassin, with only Peter and Yunbiol standing amid the wreckage. Peter looked up, his voice icy. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm no DNEA. Nathaniel, surprise, asked what he mean. You're still alive and kicking, aren't you? Peter looked right, in Nathaniel's eye, his voice a challenging growl. Cho, DICME up to you. RD, you, CME, DDON. Hear yourself? Peter's gaze was razor-sharp, leaving his opponent no rom to retrea. Kabom! Nathaniel didn't say much, directly jumped from the second floor, cracking the floor with a powerful landing. He's firm and overwhelming aura radiating around him. Sungu, I guess. You already know my answer, didn't you? Nathaniel growled, his eyes blazing, ready for a fight, to the death. Amid a battlefield littered with crypts, Apol Nathaniel looked at Peter and Yunbiol, his voice full of curiosity. Sungu, I'm ju curieux. Nathaniel began to ramble, unable to understand how a mere kid-cold pose, such formidable skill, deeming Peter's D-rank assassin status absurd. He questioned Peter's true identity, speculating whether he might be a foreign assassin, but then dismissed the though. As Peter was too young, Peter interrupted, sweeping his hair back with an arrogant flourish. Listen, Dor Nathaniel, I else have smithing to ask. Peter's gaze sharpened like a razor, and he sated sealedly. They say that tho who lacks the confidence talk the M. Nathaniel fell silent for a moment, then curled his lips into sneer, replying, Sungu, let me make one thing clear to you. There's a very thin line between confidence and arrogance. As he finished speaking, Nathaniel shoved forward like a bulla, cracking the ground beneath him. Who? Peter immediately raised his hand in a defensive stance, ready to block the direct attack. Pow! Nathaniel's punch collided with Peter's defense, creating a tremendous shockwave that spread out war. Peter thought in astonishment as he was pushed back. He's damns wrong. Unbiol's frozen in shock from afar. She couldn't believe that even after bloking, Peter was still sent flying, realizing how terrifyingly powerful this Apole was. Peter slid across the floor, quickly regaining his balance after the devastating impa. He looked directly at his opponent, his gaze unwavering, only intense foos as he called his name, Nathaniel. In Peter's eye, Nathaniel exuded a chilling green killing intent, looking no different from a monster. How can he be wrong? Is he even human? Yunbiol began Tatpani, realizing the situation was extremely disadvantageous for their side. She muttered in fear, believing Peter must be exhausted after single-handedly dealing with hundreds of soldiers, and now facing the final B. Completely overwhelmed, Peter continuously endured Nathaniel's SRM-like attack, making Unbiol think desperately. At this rate, Sun Gu will low, unable to wath any longer. Unbiol shouted in Pani. Sun Gu, run! Nathaniel picked up the CR pieces of Rodrigo and Raphael, laughing savagely and mocking Peter. Sun Gu, tell me you're tired already. Now the real fun begin. Despite the perilous situation, Peter's eyes remained CLD as ice, without a ripple of fear, only deadly calculation. Wham! Wham! Nathaniel furiously swung the CR pieces of Rodrigo and Raffaello like two mace, smashing directly into Peter. Peter was sent flying, while Nathaniel charged forward with terrifying speed, growling. You know being tired isn't an excuse, Rye, because I didn't give a damn about the... He launched a devastating spinning kick, sending Peter soaring into the air. Crash! Peter was hurled directly into the elevator doctor with incredible force, causing the seal doctor to dent deeply. Standing up amid the dust and smoke, Peter couldn't believe his opponent's strength. I've never seen such power from a human. Where does he get it from? Bomb. Nathaniel charged again like a bully, giving Peter no time to breathe. Standing from afar, Yunbiol burst in desperate terror, muttering in fear. Sungu. Nathaniel is too strong, he's going to die. Suddenly, the elevator doors closed and began to descend, leaving Unbiol staring blankly after I. Inside, Nathaniel casually pressed the elevator button. He had witnessed Peter's agility earlier. With a sinister smile, Nathaniel explained his plan. Though, if we fight in a narrower space, you'll have nowhere to run. Peter's eyes narrow, Faust intensely, ready for a life-or-death battle in the CN-fined space. As soon as he finished speaking, Nathaniel charged right at Peter like a predator inside the free-falling iron cage. Bomb! Wham! Wham! Nathaniel unleashed a serum of punch, forcing Peter into defensive stance and mocking. Is that all you've Sun-gu? He continued to T-punch relentlessly, roaring. Where's that fighting spirit you had earlier? I thought you'd be more excited, Sun-gu. Wham! 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 Each of Nathaniel's punches carried terrifying weight, leaving Peter only able to block with his arm. Nathaniel ended his CMBO with a thunderous punch, his voice full of disappointment. I guess you're Zhu, like the res of the trash, huh? Bomb. Crack. The impact force from the battle deformed the entire elevator cabin, shattering the glass. Crash. The elevator's seal walls began to buckle, unable to withstand the power of the two monsters inside. Snap. The elevator cables snap, sending sparks flying everywhere. The entire elevator plummeted straight down the shaft with a terrifying crash, signaling a catastrophic end. High, white smoke billowed from the mangled wreckage that was once the elevator, indicating the battle had been anything but gentle. From above, Yunbile frantically screamed Sun-gu's name, desperately trying to find a way down to int that death trap. In a dark laboratory, a green-haired doctor walked among test tubes, containing people, muttering, I have too many questions about you, Sun-gu. He looked at the monitoring screen displaying the wreckage, questioning. I was supposed to meet Peter Tay. Why did you appear in C? What is your relationship with him? The green-haired doctor narrowed his eye, a crazy hypothesis flashing in his min. Sun-gu? Don't tell me. Amid the scrap metal, Peter sat moyenne, head bowed low, while the DR's voice echoed, full of judgment. You are already Dea. The green-haired doctor curled his lips into sneer, acing like a know-it-all. It's the same for everyone. Standing in the middle of the laboratory, he declared smugly, anyone who fight me meet the same end, because when I fight, I always give my all. But then his expression changed slightly, a hint of annoyance creeping in. However, what annoys me a little, he stared at Peter's image, realizing an absurd truth, is that there isn't a single swath on your face. The green-haired doctor cracked an intrigued smile. This prey seemed far from ordinary, unlike what he had though. The flashback returned to the elevator scene, where Nathaniel was unleashing a serum of punch, roaring. Jus now. I put my full power into noking sme sense into you. Wham! A devastating punch from Nathaniel seemed to have hit at mark, creating a terrifying burst of force. But the truth was harsh. Yet you dodged all the attack. Peter moved like a phantom, evading every punch with feather-light grace. Furthermore, Peter didn't even bother to use much strength, blocking the Apollo's punch with Zhu Wanhan. Back in the present, Peter sup, doozing off his clothes as if he had woken up. My apology. I shouldn't have done the. He yawned, then delivered a singing tone. But I accidentally dozed it off for a sec. Hearing tha, Nathaniel's face, off, panel, surely twithed with rage, while Peter added a fatal remark. You really bored me Jew now. Peter curled his lips, into smirk, his eyes full of disdain. You said you put your full power in the. I see. With a snap of his finger, Peter took his stance, waving his hand provocatively. Come on, bring I. This time, I'll give my all to fight you. Provoked to the extreme, the Apollo furiously charged in like a wild bee, unleashing a full power attack. Peter's eyes sharpening, his playful demeanor gone. This time, it was the real deal. Bomb. Their two fizz collided, creating a terrifying energy explosion that blew away everything around them. Security cameras captured the moment two monsters exerted all their strength, the battle appearing evenly mathy. In the central room, the old hacker anxiously asked the blind woman, Are we lowing? Sun-gu seems to be at a disadvantage. The blind woman calmly stroked her growling guard DG, smirking. Worry? Let me tell you an interesting story about him. The flashback returns to 55 years Og. A trainer asked the Roki trainee, What is the origin of strength? Amid the crow, young Peter silently listened as his teammates gave cliché answers like skill and physique. The trainer, no, a bad answer. Then he pointed at a massive, gigantic rock and ordered. Now, smash this rock. The trainees turned pale, stammering that it was impossible, while a muscular guy noised Peter had quietly left. Young Peter was wrapping a tattered cloband around his han, ignoring the taunt from the small fry. He began punching the rock with his bare hand, while his fellow trainees with crowed arm, sneering, thinking he was Zhu making a fool of himself. Thu! Thu! Peter persistently punched the rock day after day. The Sene repeated itel from morning till night, an insane level of persistence. A month later, dawn broke again over the training ground. The old trainees return, the musular guys sneer. Heh, that kid Peter. Disappeared for a whole month just to see me back here? They loked at the Silintak rock, gloating T each oher. In the end, he couldn't di. Serves him right for being favored over oher. Suddenly, a female trainee gasped in astonishment, her voice trembling. Why, look! The musular guy alls froze, realizing the cracks and shape of this rock were completely different. He horrifyingly see include. There's no way this is a new rock they put here. It turned out that the mountain of shattered rock fragment was proof of young Peter's insane persistence, leaving his fellow trainees speechless. Back in the present, Peter and the Apol were exerting all their strength against each O'Hare, the terrifying pressure creating a blinding dust SRM. The Apol narrowed his eye, analyzing. Sungu, do you know what the limit of human strength I? He started his spiel, bringing up the world's strongest strongman who cold lift 1,155 pound as an example. The Apol smugly declared that even that strongman was no math for him, but now he was struggling against an unknown opponent. Two current of power violently collide, and the Apole growl. Are you even human? Is this the power of Smione who hasn't received my blessing? Peter smirk, asking an unrelated question. Door, have you ever been hit by a car? Because my punch hurt more than being hit by a car. Peter finish, unleashing a devastating punch. Crash. The Apol was sent flying backward like a ball, the impact force tearing through the floor. No giving his opponent a chance to breathe. Peter show forward with terrifying speed. Continuing T Cloen. The Apol only managed T Sammer. Hua? Before taking a full CMBO of continuous punches, and kicks T the boy. Peter attacked like a SRM, turning the doctor into a mobile punching bag, with no opening T retaliate. Amid the flurry of blow, Peter still maintained an incredibly clean demeanor, completely dominating the fight. Anohair powerful punch landed directly on the Apol's face, it power seeming T tear through space. Finishing blow. The Apol was slammed straight into one of the giant test tube, shattering it completely. In the Cienteral ROM, the old hacker cheered joyfully. He won. Sungu won. No one could survive that high. But his joy was short-lived. He suddenly froze, making the blind girl next hint him wonder. Huh? What's wrong? From the rubble, a sarcastic voice rang. Oh. Nathaniel, what's going on here? The green-haired doctor stepped out from the smoke, smately unharmed. He looked at Peter and sighed. I'm sure you can't understand why I'm still alive. Peter's there, looking done at his bleeding hand, while the green-haired doctor see include. And after attacking me, your hand are already shattered. The green-haired doctor TK off his shirt while speaking in a raised voice. Do you remember what I say? I am the one who dicates human evolution. He smirked with a sick grin. And you, Sungu, will be the first T witness I. With a rip, he tray off his lab CA, revealing a completely different boy, sinewy and gross. His entire boy turned reddish-orange, muscles bulging amid a yellow smoke, and he smugly declare, "This is my evolutionary legacy." Peter Alce froze, thinking to himself that this guy was truly insane, wondering what the hell he had done to his boy. The green-haired doctor asked smugly, Sungu, have you ever heard of anti-fragility? He explained his insane logi. If you can't kill me in one blow, then the pain you inflict only makes me stronger. A flashback image showed his boy, TRN and Bloy, but it was self-healing and becoming Tuger. He even confidently boasted about having created a rec-free speed buff Poyan. The doctor looked directly in Peter's eye, his voice full of challenge. The more pain, the stronger I gi. Do you understand what I mean? Finishing his whir, the green-haired man charged forward with terrifying speed, roaring. Your chance of defeating me. Peter realized immediately that Zhu's one small misake would mean instant death for him, is basically Zur. The green-haired man grabbed Peter, used his boy as a human whip, and began to swing him. Kabam! Peter was slammed straight on the floor with terrifying force, creating a shocking explosion. The entire ROM was engulfed in deuce and smoke after the devastating impa. The green-haired Dr. S, amid the rubble, muttering incomprehensibly. No one has ever survived after I've caught them. But why is this happening? He looked at Peter, who was kneeling on one knee on the floor, his T&E slightly sarcastic. It seems I should see and congratulate you. The green-haired monster couldn't believe his eye. This is impossible. He recalled the moment he struck, certain that he had grabbed Peter's neck. 0.1 second. Within 0.1 second, the doctor realized the extraordinary thing that had jus happené. Peter had used his own shattered hand to create an opening in an insan, narrowly escaping the death grip. The green-haired doctor muttered in astonishment. In 0.1 sec, he made a split-second decision and DG'd my chokehold. How cold a normal person have such quick reflex? Peter looked up, his eyes close, sweat streaming down his temple. He's up, his hand on his che, telling himself, "Iju barely escaped death." Peter's hand glowed red and emitted faint smoke, veins bulging. Jus a fleeting grasp, and my hand felt like it was burned. One thing is certain, crash. Peter was sent flying by a devastating kick, shattering one of the experimental subject tube. The green-haired doctor casually leaned against the cracked wall, waving his prey. From the floor, Peter looked up, his eyes burning with deadly resolve. If tho hand had caught me, I would surely be srap. The green-haired monster flexa, muzzles bulging, shouting in excitement, "More! Show me more!" He's in the middle of the lab, boasting loudly. "Even, you still haven't defeated me. That's because I'm sensantly evolving." He snapped his finger, grinning provocatively. "I'll give you one more chance to beg like a D, come on." His deranged face revealed his sick intention. "I'll turn you into true work of art." Peter silently bowed his head, seemingly accepting his fate. The green-haired doctor smiled triumphantly, thinking his opponent had given up. "Ah. I knew you'd eventually understand my vision." In the car, the old hacker panicked. "Huh? Is Sungu going to surrender? If all of us will be caught." The blind woman remained calm, but her DG growl. Peter looked up, spreading his han, his voice icy. "The first time we me. I knew you were different from the Oher. That's enough. It's time for a new approach." He Sentinu, his voice full of sarcasm as he raised his han. "You've let your greed for power blind you." The green-haired doctor frowned. "What are you trying, T?" Peter replied curtly. "What else?" An illustrative image appear, a naughty child being spanked by an adult as a lesson. "There's only one way, T, deal with a spoiled chill." Peter sigh, beginning T unbuckle his bell, and that's a go-beating. The green-haired monster showed no fear. In C, he trembled with extreme excitement, clothing his head with Balhan. "You really know how to entice me." The green-haired doctor roared with Dalig. "Yay, that's the attitude." Then Bo lunged at each O'Hare like bull. Boom, boom, boom. A series of earth-shattering impact erupted as the two monsters began exchanging blow. Peter said knowing more, unleashing a flurry of wind-ripping punches straight into his opponent's sinewy boy. Wham! A hawk punch from Peter slammed directly into Dara's rib, with such force that the surrounding air disserté. But the Mad Doctor was no pushover. He flexed and retaliated with hammer-like blow, creating a sarem of fist and kick. In the car, the old hacker broke out in a CLD sway, unable to believe his eye. What the hell is happening? While the blind woman maintained her CLD expression, she calmly remarked, "I'm no entirely sure, but one thing is certain. This is no ordinary human battle." The battle raged on, and Endel's SRM of fists and kick, neither showing any signs of backing D's. The green-haired doctor looked directly at Peter, admitting, "Sungu, you truly are strong." He's Hiantinu, his eyes gleaming with interest. "You're completely different from any opponent I've faced as far." The doctor flexed his muzzle, his boy glowing, declaring, "But one thing is certain. My boy is constantly evolving, even during this battle." He roared in extreme excitement, "I've never had such a thrilling fight." Then he lunged back in the exchange of blow. With a mad grin, he wondered, "How much stronger can I get? How much tuger can this boy beck me?" Bo once again became a blur, only flashes of light visible after each deadly impa. The doctor suddenly sepi, his eyes full of CN templation. "However, there's one thing I still wonder, Abu. You've proven your terrifying strength." He looked at Peter searchingly. "But Smough, what gives you the confidence TCN to know this battle?" The doctor leaned in close, realizing, "Why'd I no see even a hint of wavering in your eye?" The mad daughter's eyes widened. He seemed to found the answer. "Then there's only one possibility." Quick as lightning, the doctor grabbed Peter's arm, his voice resolute. "Sungu, I've made up my min." He forcefully spun Peter in the air, his voice full of malice. "Your pleas are useless. Now I'll dissect you, tear you apart, and extract your secret." The green-haired doctor roared that he would crush every bone, every cell in Peter's boy, then slammed him violently to the ground. Kaboom! With a mad grin, he sneered, "Pathety. The last thing you'll see." is my phi. The doctor lunged forward, delivering a finishing blow aimed directly at Peter's Moyon's face. Witnessing the scene on screen, the old driver and the blind girl froze, their faces paling with horror. He's going to kill Sungu. Please. The blind girl screamed in despair, while Peter remained extremely calm, thinking T himself, the more pain, the stronger you go, Rai. Lying on the floor, Peter recalled his opponent's explanation. Damaged muzzles would tear, then heal and make me stronger. And he had found a way to accelerate that Recfree Pro. Peter's eyes gleamed sharply. He thought in himself. I've been waiting all this time. The green-haired doctor flinched and shouted. Wah! Peter replied sealedly, his gaze unwavering. I waited for you, to reach the peak of your strength. The doctor was Sune, stammering in disbelief. Peter explained his Han. Once muscles develop their limi, they will siempre the bones and nerves in the boy, and eventually, you will be completely immobilized. The green-haired doctor froze right on TP of Peter, horrified. Realize his boy was loked slee. He gnashed his teeth, bitterly admitting, I hadn't realized. I was inextricated by this battle. Feel my boy siphoning. Peter simply loked up in silence, while the doctor realized he had been completely ignorant of the side effect of his own ability. The doctor's eyes were blow. He couldn't believe Peter had seen through his weakness in Jews a few minutes, an ability that even Paul Nathaniel would envy. Peter maintained his CLD expression, as if everything was within his grasp. Peter declared curtly, You low. The green-haired doctor roared in utter helplessness and Baturna. In his frenzy, he recalled being thrown by Peter and roar, Impoible, I won't accept thee. His flashback continued with scenes of slaughtering Kuntels live, including a muscular blonde man. Gain this power. He had endured Endel's pain. Trituring himself with a boy wrapped in blow-soaked bandages hone his ability. His eyes welled up with tears of resentment. I transformed myself into the perfect human. He recalled his identity as the genius doctor, Apolli Nathaniel, and could accept the truth. And yet you're telling me I'll die at the hand of this bra? The green-haired doctor sneer, muttering, I didn't think it'd have to go this far. Click! He flipped the strap of his child's clogs back, officially swithing TCM Batmo. He suck out his TNG way, showing off the rainbow pill, explaining that despite its side effect of melting muzzle, it would transform him into the ultimate living being. Gulp! He swallowed the pill whole, declaring that Peter deserved to witness his final stage of evolution. With blowho eye, he chillingly declare, in 3 minutes, this world will be completely destroyed. Blow oozing from the Scherner of his mouth, he sneered and bid Peter his final farewell. Who? His hairs on end, and his boy began to transform with a suppressed growl. At the same time, Peter sumped his foe done, and the ground cracked under his power. An aura of power emanated around Peter as he tay his stance, ready to confront the monster before him. The green-haired doctor had finished his transformation, loking like a deranged demon, charging straight at Peter. I've burned my boy, he roared as they clashed in midair. Bomb! Bow through punch, their collision creating a terrifying explosion, shattering the arena floor piece. The doctor realized with Paterni, I've reached my final form, yet he can still read my movement. Peter Deeged and Kuntaratake, a devastating punch landing squarely on the DR's face, making him realize he was up against an impenetrable wall. The doctor fell flat on his back, eyes wide with shock, finally understanding why he had felt smithing was off from the very beginning. He muttered in Pawnee, unable to believe that a mere kid like Peter possessed such extensive combat experience, just like the person he had yearned to defeat his entire life. In his min, the image of a divine punch appear, the power of one who is at the peak of the world, an unreachable level. The DR's eyes seems rised in utter horror as he realized the undeniable truth. Peter's crimson eyes flasha, and the name Peter appeared in the daughter's mind like a death sentence. The Sene shifted 2003. A voice echoed in the dark space. It is time for you to take your oath. Back in the paw, in 2003, at the matriculation ceremony of Yangwang Medical University, an oath resund. I swear it dedicate the res of my life to humanity. The entire hall of medical students solemnly recited the Hippocratic oath, promising to use their medical knowledge for G. Amid the crow, student whispered in astonishment about a special individual present. The representative speaker for the new student chort was Intrus, Hyun Il Na, a 13-year-old prodigy, the youngest student ever to enroll. But this prodigy's pa was far from Roy. The Shrai flashed back to August 1994 in the pediatric war, while O'Hare children eagerly received gift from a Santa Claus impersonator. Young Hyunil lay silently on his hospital bed, his eyes lifeless. The boy was taught that he was born this way because he was chosen by G, like a power on the wall that read, "Go loves all his children." Hyun-il wondered bitterly, chosen to be weak? There must be a reason behind being born a sickly chill. A TV program about crayfish molting T Beck me bigger and stronger planted an idea in the boy's he. Hyun-il began. T. Believe this was Go's mission for him. T. Achieve what ordinary humans called. T. Evolve himself like animal. The boy's smile became twised and deranged as he concluded. Then I need T Beck me the ultimate human T achieve thee. Fast forward to 2012. A patient, show and bleeding profusely, was rushed into the emergency room in critical condition. Two medical staff members in verse, revealing that the patient was a serial killer and no one wanted to treat him. But they als admired Dor Na for taking the case. Hyun-il Na, now a young doctor, calmly prepared for the surgery, regarded by his colleagues as a true doctor. However, in Hyun-il's min, he only thought of it as work, and found it strange that his colleagues were concerned with Ethi. But as the salpal was about to touch the patient, he froze, feeling an unprecedented sensation. His heart pounded, no from pressure, but from a morbid excitement as he gazed at the killer's robust boy. He thought T himself, among all the people I've met, you have the strongest physique. How did you obtain such a powerful boy? An obsession arose. He yearned to analyze every single part of this boy, his eyes wide with madness. A final flicker of reason appeared, wondering how a Dr. Cold even thinks such a thing, but the faint denial was quickly extinguished. The mad Dr. Hyun-il Na deluded himself with a twised ideal. I am a doctor, and my mission is to upgrade and evolve humanity. He recalled the fateful moment. Juza Momanag. I was simply scything his organ, but when he came to his sense, his hand and feet were severed in blood, and he realized he had TRN apart the prisoner's brain. Terrified by his own Asion, the young doctor screamed hysterically and fled the operating room. Having low everything, he hid away in a South American slum. A perfect place, because it teemed with guinea pigs for his insane experiment, as shown by the scent of him sanding over a moss grave. In a chaotic laboratory, he observed, DC, and verified his morbid hypohes. He proved his own growth by killing strong individuals to further his research. He personally upgraded the weaknesses in his own boy, severed in bandages after painful surgery. Discarding his parent gene, he smugly declared that he had given birth to a new species of human, himself. He had once thought himself the pinnacle of evolution, until he took a devastating kick from Peter, ending the flashback. Peter's kick was as powerful. It sent the mad doctor flying, causing him to smash numerous test tubes containing O'Hare experimental subj. As the dust settled, it revealed the devastated laboratory. The test tubes containing the enhanced warriors were all shattered, with liquid spilling everywhere. The mad doctor sat slumped on the ground. His boy, deformed after taking the pill, had deflated and was severed in blow. He muttered in pain, his spine broken, muscles atrophy, unable to even lift a finger. Peter appeared sealedly, warning the doctor, "Don't move, you'll die phaser." Peter glanced at the shattered test tube on the ceiling, where he had once been imprisoned, then asked the doctor a question. The mad doctor looked up at Peter, bitterly speaking of the 30 years he had poured into research to make me stronger. He slumped his face to the floor, completely unable to comprehend why Sungu could pose such overwhelming power without the insane effort he had made. Peter's amid the ruined laboratory, casually questioning his defeated foe. Do you want to know why you couldn't keep up with me? Let me explain it simply. He acknowledged the mad dear's effort. It's true you've toiled relentlessly for year, but I've put in you as much effort. Peter turned and walked away, delivering a final remark that left his opponent's son for 65 years. The mad dealer's eyes were wide with shock, his mouth agape, unable to believe the number he had you here. 65 years? Peter's back exuded an overwhelming presence, a living legend with battlefield experience far beyond imagination. The mad doctor smiled bitterly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As a doctor, I can't comprehend this logic, but at Leah. He looked up at Peter with eyes filled with bow admiration and resignation. I go to meet you before I die. The mad doctor take his lost breath, whispering the name of the one who had defeated him with complete acceptance, Peter. The narration began. Glory's cleanup crew had arrived at the Seine, where the CRPs of Brazilian mercenaries lay sauter. All of Nathaniel's subordinates had been wiped. No, a single one survived the purge. The cleanup crew pushed away a srether covered with a white sheet. All information about the assassins within the hospital system had been erased. The Seine shifted to a peaceful sunset, marking the end of the Bloy battle. Inside a slowly driving van, one of the two assassins disguised as patient spoke up, asking the driver. The two burly men sat in the back seat, still in their patient gown, eagerly suggees. Coach, isn't it time for us to be promoted to C rank? The man called Coach sneered mockingly. Haha, D. You think getting .C rank is as easy as pie? Now take off though fake.ca. The two clowns still tried Tita. One crowed his arm, acing superior, while the oher pointed Tita's leg, incising it was metho-acing. One of them began boasting about how bravely they had fought against the Brazilian assassin, then turned to seek agreement. Yuna, sitting in the front seat, replied CL'd lie. Yeah, making the two men mistakenly believe she was acknowledging their strength. Yuna glanced at Peter, who was calmly reading a newspaper beside her. An indescribable feeling arose within her. She secretly thought that even though everything was settled, she wasn't happy. The image of her younger brother lying in a hospital bed resurfaced in her mind. In a flashback, the Dr. Nathaniel held Yuna's hand, making an offer. Yuna, I can save little Eugene. He revealed the life-saving serum from Yongguang Hospital, valued at 4.5 billion won. Ju's one drop was enough for a complete cure. Back in reality, Peter suddenly asked Yuna, Are you thinking about your broher, Yuna? Making her jump. She quickly denied claiming she was thinking about Shoal lunch, and Peter lazily let the matter drop. Peter aided CL'd aidly. Nathaniel destroyed all the serum anyway, so it doesn't matter anymore. Seeing Yuna's spirit drop, Peter then sigh. But Yuna, I'm sure you'll find Ano her way to save him. Yuna could only mumble a hopeless thank you in response. The van finally arrived at Shin Yangguang Schoolyard under the Manhwa. As soon as they go out of the car, the Doko Brewers began their cinematic A, one sniffing the air as if he had returned from an international battlefield. Lee Sun-gu interrupted the student dramatic performance, telling them, no to be late for Shoal. Then the group bid farewell to their cash. Peter noiced a bag left in the car, a calculating glint in his eye. He called Yuna over and asked about the bag. She bewilderedly said it wasn't her, perhaps the cash had foregone Vi. Peter casually sighed. Jus take a lock. Maybe Eugene will like making Yuna freeze when she heard him mention her broher's name. She curiously pulled back the receiver and clo. No understanding what was inside. A sturdy metal briefcase was revealed, looking extremely important. Yuna's eyes widened slightly. She was utterly Suna. Tears welled up in her eye. She stammered Sun-gu's name in utter disbelief. Inside the briefcase were numerous test tubes, containing the precious yellow serum. She couldn't believe it. And Asuka, how did you? Peter simply replied calmly. I'm surprised. He turned and walked away, explaining succinctly. Nathaniel didn't actually destroy them, leaving Yuna alone with her rekindled hope. Leaning against the car, Yuna clothed the briefcase, containing her hope. Tears streaming dulled her face for the life-saving gift Peter had left. Night fell over Yongguang Hospital, which had endured an earth-shattering battle. A subordinate reported the B. We've evacuated all the patient and severed everything up, while Bo S. looking at the gaping hole in the middle of the hall. The traces of the battle were still there, a seal wall TRN apart like paper, proving this was a game for Monster. The hospital greeter was stained with blood, a silent and deadly battlefield. Amid the devastated laboratory, the Bo C. elderly asked, was it Peter? While his subordinate CN firmed the media had been silence. The subordinate was sweating, CN firming with a trembling voice. Yay. It was Peter. An old man in a hazmat suit questione. The security cameras clearly captured his face, but there are no senis showing him entering or leaving the hospital. The subordinate fearfully explained. That's right. Hiju appeared and disappeared like a geech. An icy female voice emerged from the shadow, emphasizing each word. Did you say gay? Making Bo the subordinate, and the Bo turn around. The subordinate was utterly panic, quickly denying everything, and begging for his life. He collapsed to floor, screaming hysterically in utter terror as he realized he had made a fatal mistake. Slash. The unfortunate subordinate's boy was torn into 100 pieces by Kuntal's invisible slasher. A hoed female assassin emerged from the shadow, her long blade sill dripping with BL, and she asked contemptuously, Peter? A-G-H? She turned to the B, casually asking, B, you're no angry that I killed one of your DG, are you? The Bo merely smirked meaningfully. Of course N. The newly appeared Apol showed disdain. That Nathaniel. He died even before being officially trained as an Apol. What a disgrace. Clang. She tightened her grip on the sword hill, her eyes sharp. Peter, huh? The title of the one who had Jus aced was revealed, the Sword Phantom, and she declared, It seems I'll have to teach him a les. The sene shift. Peter lowered his hia, his voice deepening with authority. Listen. Guangyu's face was snacld as he bluntly declared. From now on, all of you will perform CM Unity service. Biggie Dako crowed his leg, putting on air. Ha! We Jew finished a mission, and are already being called for Anohair? Being famous is truly a pain. Junior Dako rubbed his face in frustration, asking if this mission was assassination or espionage. Yuna Lee show a glare suggesting. How about we sew his mouth shoe? Peter quietly admit. Honesley, I didn't understand why they assigned this mission to all of you. Guangyu emphasize. However, this is precisely why this volunteer club XE. Jews go and perform well. The entire team was taken Dada Ramu fishing village. Far, far away. The Dako brohers looked bewildered. Huh? What is the? We thought we were volunteering. Why are we in this go-forsaken place? It turned out they really had volunteer. The group of assassins looked like a picnic party, carrying several children from Uil Shoal. Yuna Lee asked a staff member, are these guys Alrai? Then turned to T explained, Peter, that they needed TD actual volunteer work, to be recognized by the shoal. The Dako brohers threw themselves on the ground, whining like children and yelling, I won't die. We're superstar, why are you making us these trivial tasks? A beautiful teacher with brown braided hair approach, gently asking, excuse me, are you the volunteers for Tay? Her name tag clearly Rhea, Uil Shoal teacher, Yejin. The two troublesma Dako brohers were still sprawled on the ground, their faces turned defiantly deep the sky. Just a moment later, these two were wearing knickel hat and floral pan, vigorously pulling weed like real farmer, flattering the teacher. See teacher? We're the bees volunteers on earth. Teacher Yejin frantically cried. Oh, why? Though our flower DNT pull them while the two Cluels idio carelessly threw the flowers away. Yuna Lee cold only sigh in exasperation. They're truly beyond help. Yuna Lee still didn't understand. I wonder why the teacher sent us all the way here. This area is too far. Peter loked int the distance. CN firming. We are more than 300 miles from Seoul. In a flashback, Guangyu sat casually, his voice hardening. I didn't know what this is Abu. But the official order is clear. Remember carefully. You are here, volunteer. Strictly no, causing trouble that would reveal your identity. Back in the present, Peter and Yuna turned and walked away, seemingly having accepted the situation. Peter walked toward the shoal, asserting, there must be a reason we were sent here. Yuna Lee wathed Peter's retreating back, muttering T herself. What the hell? I've never seen him frustrate. Meanwhile, the Dako brohers had finished their work, sat Don T Ri, and struck up a conversation with a student. Hey Ki, can I ask you smithing? Are you a student here? Teacher Yejin smiled and replied, the Dako, brower, haha, I'm a teacher here. Thank you for saying I lock young, though. A finger was raised, signaling step right now. The Dako brohers put on a suave, warning the teacher, noti develop feelings due to their differing satuse, making Yuna speechful, their ding siamity again. A middle-aged man in a security uniform cheerfully welcomed the group. Ah, the volunteer student are here. Welcome to Uil Shoal. The security guard enthusiastically made a lame pun about the shoal's name, making Peter and Yuna's group freeze. While the security guard and the teacher forced smile, Peter and Yuna were snee-face, only wanting him to shut up immediately. The security guard led the group inside, explaining that although the schoolyard looked clean, there was a pigsy in the back that needed cleaning. Peter silently followed, his eyes sharp, clearly analyzing the situation and no believing this absurd reason. Yuna Al sensed smething was off. Something isn't right. Were we sent all the way here to clean? Suddenly, two menacing gangsters appear, their voices arrogant. Hey old man, the shoal's rent is overdue. Are you going to pay up? The security guard hastily explained the shoal's difficult situation, but the debt collector brushed him off, no caring at all. To appease the situation, the security guard offered a large basket, implying he wanted to give them SME rural gift. The two debt collectors looked into the basket full of poet, sneering at this pathetic bribe. Crash! The fat gangster kicked the security guard, and the basket of poets flying, roaring. You think this trash can make us leave? Teacher Yejin frantically ran to help the security guard up, while the two arrogant thugs declared they were Zhu Ding business according to their CNTRA. Yuna quickly held Peter back when she saw him about to charge. Don't get involved, Sungu. The teacher, TLD us no T cause trouble. Teacher Yejin helped the bleeding security Huar, desperately yelling that the shoal was barely surviving on government subsidy, as they had no money. The Oher gangster squatted down, looking at the teacher with a filthy gaze. Little lady, there are many Oher ways to pay off a deb. He pressed his face, clothed the teacher, lifted her chin, and uttered suggestive were. With a face like thee, you cold make a tien of money without being a teacher. The gangster continued his threatening remark, his hand still firmly holding the teacher's chin. Men should never use their hand to hit women. Biggie Dako sept o, bloking the gangster who was harassing the teacher. You claim to use your hand to proke them, but I can no forgive what you've done. The skinny gangster hadn't even had time to understand what was happening when a thunderous punch flew right into his face. The fat gangster furiously roared, raising his thigh. How about I use this hand to smash your face? While teacher Yejin frantically begged them to pee. Junior Dako lowered his hia, muttering, I feel like smething very light Jews landed on my face. He sat down on the ground, with blows streaming from his nose, but still joking around. Must have been a moquette bite. Ignoring his older broher Biggie Dako who was pointing at his utterly smashed no. A series of crashing sunned echo, signaling a failed atom T show-off and a thorough beating for the two broer. The result. Bo Dako broers were bedridden, their faces swollen like they'd been sung by B, barely breathing. Teacher Yejin tended to their wound while apologizing, but the two still tried /. The ones you should be worried about are the fizz of Tho Basar. The security huar, his back aching terribly, explained that Tho were thugs who specialized in extring people in this area. Teacher Yejin thanked the group for their help and invited them to stay at the shoal overnight. Peter approached the sick bee, looked at one of the broer, and remarked, "You've mature." A scena appeared in Peter's min, of him alone facing the shoal's TP bully, led by Yisul Jang. An O'Hare memory flowed back, this time of him encountering two O'Hare thugs in a dark warehouse. A thunderous punch was thrown, showing what true strength was. No the Semitic act of Tho two clown. Peter said in a philosophical teeny, the greatest display of strength is knowing when to hold back. You've impressed me, Tay. Peter turned his back and walked away, ignoring the two broers calling after him, making them quickly sever their embarrassment with the teacher. We were Joe's talking to him, teacher Yejin. Night fell, the sky full of star, and a lonely figure sat on a swing in the playground. It turned out to be Yuna, who had changed out of her sportwear, quietly swinging in the dark. Her face hardine, her eyes pensive as she stared in space, clearly contemplating smething. The sen shifted T when the team was preparing to leave. Peter called out, T Yuna, who was stepping out of the car with a bandaged arm. Yuna, aren't you getting your luggage? Yuna, her arm still in a K, sealedly brushed her han, saying, This isn't mine. Inside the bag was a briefcase, containing 5 test tubes filled with suspicious liquid, resembling CN Traban. Yuna's face turned pale, sweat poured down, her voice trembling. Son Gu, why would you? She sat down outside the car, clothing the briefcase tightly, her mind in turmoil. Yuna TLD herself, she had to thank Peter, but didn't know how to bring up the TPF of this item. While low in though, Peter suddenly appeared behind her, asking a question that hit home. Did seeing Tho children Tay remind you of your younger broer? Yuna flinche. Peter calmly sigh. You look like you've seen a GH. Yuna awkwardly denied it repeatedly when asked about his Sudan appearance. She thought to herself that this might be the right time to tell him. Yuna stammered as she started a conversation with Peter, trying to find the right word. Peter unexpectedly thanked her for lost time, leaving Yuna frozen, unsure what he was talking about. Peter's face remained sneaklow, showing no aman. A flashback surge. Yuna was in a hospital, desperately pleading with the doctor. Nathaniel, Jews get the clock twir. Yuna clarify. No, the clock twir in the hospital lobby, but the one in the park. She fell to her knee, wailing in utter despair. Back in the present, Peter looked at Yuna with understanding eye. I'm sure you were scared then, but you still tried to proec me. Yuna was astonished by Peter's word, realizing he was thanking her for her brave Asion. She quickly and hesitantly denied I, but Peter merely replied that he was glad to hear I. Yuna finally goes straight to the point, asking Peter if he was related to the legendary Peter. She continued T Kijun, unable to believe that a mere D-rank assassin could be strong enough to wipe out in a poll like Nathaniel. Peter only smiled seriously, promising, when the time is right I will tell you everything. In the deserted park, Yuna sat on a swing, her head bow, seemingly in a fierce internal struggle. She mumbled a thank you, her voice as faint as a moquette's buzz, showing no trace of an assassin's aura. Peter sat beside her, calmly asking, what did you say? While Yuna was exasperated, unable to properly express her thank. Yuna tried to repeat I, But Peter still feigned deafness, his face expressiona. Sorry, I really didn't hear anything. Trolled to her Limmy, Yuna explode, shouting like thunder. I said thank you. Peter merely replied nonchalantly. Alri, calm Duan. Yuna angrily sup and walked away, cursing Peter as a teasing jerk, and warning him, be careful. Peter only smiled faintly, clearly delighted by the teasing Jews now. The assassin mumbled himself, remarking that Ba Yuna and the Dako siblings had matured a bit. After everything include, Peter decided to leave, abandoning the quiet swing set Sine under the starry night sky. Night fell, and the shoal was enveloped in silence. Peter Srow alone donned the deserted hallway, his fopes echoing. He stepped before the janitor's room, a place that seemed utterly unremarkable. Knock knock. Inside, the janitor sat before a bank of security monitor, calling out to see if anyone needed help. Peter entered, feigning concern upon seeing the janitor still awake, and advising him only be met with a sale joke. The janitor burst into laughter at his own joke, while Peter merely's there with an expressionless face. Peter's face remained stiff as a statue, clearly indicating the janitor's joke had failed miserably. Well, I'm leaving now. Go nigh, Peter sighed, then turned and departed. Zhu, as Peter turned his back, the janitor's voice rang, breaking the silence. You can't fool me. The janitor sup, his eyes sharp as blade. I've lived my entire life surrounded by the stench of blow. Do you think that childish AC is enough to conceal your identity? The janitor ripped off his uniform, revealing a muscular physique, and declare, You're wrong, Key, because your boy reeks of blood. Peter no longer bohered TA, admitting that volunteering was due an excuse to infiltrate this place. He turned around, his sharp gaze fixed on the janitor. And you are who I'm looking for. The janitor, now completely transformed, held the brom like a long saber, proclaiming his title, Apole Seaman. Peter retret, stating clearly that he knew the old man was a swordman who wielded a blade better than anyone else in the world. Simon smirked, admitting that Peter had thoroughly researched him. His eyes turned will, issuing a deadly warning. Then you alls know you won't be leaving here alive. Peter recalled Simon's reputation. Any swordman who wield a blade will have a small opening, and that opening is the opponent's chance to counterattack. But with this man, it was different. Peter's eyes gleamed with intense foul. It was as if he cold read his opponents though, allowing no opening to appear. A past battle flash. Simon sweeping aside opponent with perfect sword strike, without a single wasted movement. The Sranja's weapon, or even the Faza's bulle, cold neither resist nor evade his sword strike. Crack. An entire bamboo forest was shredded in an instant by an invisible technique. Thu. The shattered bamboo fragment plunged into the ground around Peter. In a flash, Peter was crinnered and had all his movement locked dumble by a bamboo priz created by Simon. Facing each O'Hare, Peter provoke. Let's see if you're worthy of the title world's greatest swordman. Simon S. tall amid the bamboo four, his full title reveal, Spiral Sword Master, Apole Simon. Simon tightened his grip on the woe and swore, declaring a terrifying truth. There are only 2 people I couldn't defeat within 10 move. You should be proud. A flashback of their battle appear, CN firming Simon's were. Because you are one of them. Peter looked straight at his opponent and explained. You see, there's one thing humans can't hide. That is hobby. Simon replied, asserting that everything from sen, guy, manner of speech, to even breathing, were undeniable sign. The old janitor admitted he initially dared no believe thinking it was impossible. But after a life-or-death battle, Simon's eyes gleamed with absolute certainty. Bomb! Simon throws his staff right into the ground, completely ending the combative atmosphere. The old swordman's eyes shone with utmost reverence as he began his declaration. The night wind rustled through the bamboo four, signaling a shocking change about to unfold. Simon suddenly knelt on one knee, bowing his head. I, Apole Simon, respectfully greet you, big broer Peter. Looking up with reverence, Simon sigh. I have mised you dearly, big broer. Peter froze at the sudden turn of even, only able to respond to Simon's question about his rejuvenation with, I suppose. The two sat down on a rock, Simon sighing in relief, rejoicing that Peter was still alive and unable to believe his eye. Simon started teasing Peter about his paw, while Peter grumbled, telling him no tea bring up though embarrassing sries again. Simon praised Peter for looking much more dashing than in his previous life, especially his healthy, jet-black hair, leaving Peter speechless. Peter acknowledged his opponent's skill. You, the world's undefeated swordman, truly deserve the title of Spiral Sword Macer. Peter admitted he almost die, but Simon quickly denied. No way, big broer. I knew it was you from the SAR. Simon grinned widely, saying that Peter's skills hadn't diminished after all these years. Still as formidable as ever. Simon humbly replied, saying that all his skills were taught by Peter. Recalling a scene from the pause where Peter guided a small, ragged Simon, Peter changed the subject, asking how Simon found this remote, desolate place to live in seclusion. Peter go don ti buzin. By the way, have you heard about Nathaniel's incident at Yongguang Hospital? Simon confirmed he had heard about the CM Moyan, then immediately recognized the culprit, stammering T call Peter Reckles before quickly cressing himself T strong and brave. Simon cuisine. But why did you do that? Could it be? Peter, with a sneezed face, declared bluntly. My plan is TCM plately wipe out the Glory organization. Simon frantically tried to dissuade him. Big bro her, this venture is too risky, even for you. You know what kind of monster Glory has backed me now. The swordman growled, eyes blazing. Let me join. I'll tear each one of them apart. But Peter dismissed him. You Jews stay here and clean the schoolyard. Peter cut Simon off, reminding him sharply. Are you going to throw away all those years of hiding? Simon bowed his head, his voice dropping, recalling a haunting paw. Sometimes I still dream about that nigh. The flashback returned, to a scene of a young Simon furiously wielding a blade, being held back tightly by a silver-haired Peter. If I hadn't spept you that day, arrogant brat wouldn't be sitting proudly on the throne now. Even if it see my life, I would gladly die. The shadow of the bow appear, full of authority. Returning to the present, Peter TK out a Rory and began to recount the deep origin. Father. Flashback T, 60 years ag. Father Gabriel, founder of the Yongguang orphanage, was depicted as a saint. From among the orphan, 12 special children, including Peter, were specially celeste. From then on, their lives were a living hell, treated like animal, forced to eat dirt and to survive brutal training exercise. They were forced to slaughter each O'Hare, and in the EN, the 12 surviving children were forged into killing machine. Though 12 children became the country's TP secret agent, known as the 12 Apole. Before long, Glory and the 12 Apoles became a globally influential force. Until one day, an incident hour, Father Gabriel brought a strange boy to the orphanage and detected him. As time passed, that child began to crave power, his eyes fixed on the throne, and finally, he usurped the throne for himself, sighting on the throne with the CR piece of the one who had sheltered him. Returning to the Pasene, Simon screamed maniacally, waving his blade, demanding T charge in. I'll kill you. Silver-haired Peter had used all his strength hold back his raging disciple. Calm Don Simon. While Simon struggled, big bro her. Let me G. In the paw, silver-haired Peter held the streaming Simon tightly, dissuading him. This is for our sake. Now is no the time. The narration. Continue. The new B.O., with the demonic tat on his back, had completely seized. Glory, transforming it into Roan den full of below and decay. Back in the present, Peter said, T. Simon, back then, I was powerless, but now, I pose the ultimate power, youth. Peter turned his back, his eyes sharp. You Jew swath from behin. That man destroyed our King DM. The legendary assassin smirked confidently, declaring firmly while Simon sat behind him. And I will be the one to destroy his kingdom. The Sen shifted tu il Shoal, where the volunteer trip was about T on. The Daco brohers loked glum, complaining that the philosophy of giving love to receive love sounded truly absurd. Here's why. The children at U il Shoal swarmed Peter like ant tea sugar, while his 2 disciples who had worked their backs off were sidelined. Teacher Yejin came to check on them, expressing concern about the thugs from the previous day, but Biggie Daco replied with a smug lock. No need to worry, those sumbags won't be CMing back. A flashback appear, a hand wringing out a pair of blow-stained glove, accompanied by a loaded question. Was it necessary to go that far? It turned out, the 2 debt collectors had been tied up, gage, their faces pale with fear on a boa. The Daco broers heeledly hung the 2 small fry on the maw, warning that if they ever showed their faces here again, they would face an S-rank assassin. Back in the present, the 2 disciples reassured teacher Yejin that everything was fine, and they would keep this secret, leaving her bewildered and confused. The entire volunteer group left the picturesque island after completing their mission. At the harbor, the group bowed in thanks to the Lols and the shoal board for their hospitality. The cheerful janitor teased Unbial Joe with a pun, making her visibly annoyed while Peter Juswatha. Someone called teacher Yejin's name, and she turned T-Lock with a gentle smile. The Daco bro hairs immediately brightened up, promising T return every year juste to see her, and the teacher happily agree. Peter quietly loked out at the sea when a familiar voice rang, "Oh, big broer." The janitor approached to teach shake Peter's Han, revealing his true identity. "Call me any time. Res Ezher, Apol Simon will always be on your side." Peter smile, thanked Simon, and TLD him T take care before leaving. Immediately after, the sky suddenly turned ominous, and rain began to fall on the harbor. The rain grew heavier, and the roaring waves crashed against the seawall. The entire island was engulfed in the SRM, signaling an impending battle. Lightning Tray, Acro, the sky, striking a display of power D when upon Uil Shawl. In the security room, Apole Simon, still disguised as a janitor, calmly sat reading a newspaper amid the thunderous room. A blow-stained hand grabbed his cap, and Simon muter, "Go heaven." Revealing his long, dashing hair, Simon smirked as he sensed an intruder. Quite a low of visitors lately. Two figures cloaked in raincats suddenly appear, and Simon sprang to his feet, taking a stance. "But I wasn't informed of your arrival." Simon Cieldelli keysioned the uninvited Gue, his hand already wrapped and ready for CMBA. "UDNT lock like you're here, T volunteer, do you?" The hoed female assassin spoke, her voice filled with killing intent. "So this is where you've been hiding?" She drew her swore, identifying her targe. Apole Simon, one of Father Gabriel's 12 disciple, als known as the Spiral Sword Mazer, Korea's strongest swordman. Simon didn't bow her, asking directly, "A female swordwoman and a hulking brute like a bear? So you're the fake Simon that Glory recently recruit?" The female assassin revealed herself, exuding an overwhelming aura. "I heard you were Japan's great swordman." Sword Phantom. Her hulking AC Melplus smirked mockingly, clearly self-satisfied. Simon ripped off his outer layer, revealing his tent physique and aurori. "I have no interest in such title." The female assassin narrowed her eye, revealing her sark purpo. "We were only promised an enormous sum of money." Simon gently seized his opponent's sword, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, how pitiful, you came all this way for knowing." He loked directly in the female assassin's face and continued. "And you've made a mizak." Clang! Simon assembled his saf into cleat weapon, his eyes sharp. "Who dares to be audacious?" The hoed female assassin smirk. "Heh. Locks like this trip wasn't in vain after all." Simon retorted with sharp, fightant eye. "No need to worry. I always ensure every Gez receives the warms welcome." Bo lunged at each oher like lightning, a declaration of war echoing. "One of us will no leave here alive." Night fell upon the old shoal, rain pouring done. A flash of light erupted in the schoolyard, signaling the start of the fierce duel. Clang! Simon's sword and the female assassin's blade clashed, creating incredibly ethereal arc of blue and purple energy. A blinding explosion of light hovered as the two blades meet, unleashing terrifying power. Bo slid backward on the saked ground due to the immense impact force. The female assassin showed disappointment. Hearing of the renowned Spiral Sword Mazer, I had smee expectation. But it seems you're no as formidable as I, though." Blow seeped from a gash on Simon's bicep, and she sientined, T. Tawn. "Perhaps you've truly grown old." Simon smirk, calmly admitting, "Perhap. You're right. This sword and I are a bit dull now. Because if I were as sharp as I once was, you would have been gone long ag." Simon unleashed a fierce counter-attack, while the female assassin pulled out a mysterious vial. The assassin narrowed her eyes and called, "Oh, hey, old man." "Whew." She lunged forward with terrifying speed, roaring, steep acings high and mighty. Simon narrowed his eye, calculating. And though this girl's swordmanship is no ordinary, but there's owls that hulking brute with her. To take on Bo, I need a wider battlefield. Having decided, Simon else charged straight, ehea, his eyes filled with determination. Crash. Bo moved and fought simultaneously, crashing straight into the building, shattering the glass doctor. Simon parried a blow, and issued a prosive warning. "Hey, DNT damage, shoal property, or ill punish you." The female assassin smirk, uncaring. "Why worry? No one will ever find O." She unleashed an incredibly powerful swirling sword strike, putting all her strength into finishing him, especially when you're about to die. Bomb! Simon shattered the wall, rocketing out-eyed to change the CM-bat terrain. The sword phantom landed amid the rubble, cursing angrily. "Damn I! Where did that slippery old man run off?" The hulking assassin asked if his ACM place was Alri, but the sword phant merely smirked fidently. "Don't worry about me." The rain poured Duan on the Bambo 4, a perfect sage for the impending death math. "Who?" Simon glided like the wind through the bamboo four, narrowly jing deadly slasha. Simon's mind analyzed at high speed. The definition of a sword is a sharp piece of metal designed for clean Q. He realized his opponent's weapon was no ordinary blade. What that girl uses isn't a sword, it's a saw, made to tear human flesh. Simon continued. Analyze her fighting style. She might no slash many time, but each strike is deep and rips through flesh. But more importantly, Simon felt smething was Amos with this duo, as they charged together. The old man looked at the sword famp's insane smile, and was certain, they are definitely hiding smething here. The two assassins landed, surrounding Simon in the deserted four. Simon s silently in the pouring rain, blow beginning to seep from the gash on his arm. The sword phantom sneer. Oh, look at the old man seems to enjoy being dramati. This is a perfect place. She loked doin at the chasm beside them, moking, for a heroic death. Simon raised his eyes sharp, and began to get serious. Young lady, do you know why I am called the spiral sword mazer? The sword phantom showed impatience. Do you think I care? Steep sawing, old man. Let's finish this quickly. I'm busy. Suddenly, the hulking assassin spoke up, warning his accomplice, his voice tense. Why? Step back. Things are about to get dangerous. Simon smirked fittingly, the smile of a superior. You're wry. Why speak, when I can show you? Simon TK, his stance, energy radiating around him, and the ground beneath his feet began to glow. Spiral sword technique. A terrifying surge of aura erupted from his boy, ready for a disruptive blow. Simon immersed himself in a state of absolute concentration, feeling the air, the wave, and even the rain around him. CMETA sandal. Everything, SPP, except for one thing, the swirling sword energy forming from his own boy. The sword phantom felt fear for the first time in her life. Her mind cold only stream. Run. But it was too late. Simon charged forward like a SRM, his sword flashing with a deadly shriek of lie. A massive vortex of sword energy erupted, and the sword phantom was swept into the center of the attack before she cold Rhea. The massive assassin Waitha, silently acknowledging that this was power forged through hundreds of thousands of battle, the kind that had struck fear into the entire world. Simon unleashed the final move of his skill say, Heavenly Realm, a perfect sword strike that ended everything. The sword phantom shriek, then collapsed to the ground in the pouring rain. Simon spoke seedly. So you're the best swordman in Japan? Thanks for the warm-up. It's been a while since I had a decent fight. He turned to the Oher massive assassin, his eyes sharp. Now it's your turn, big guy. The Hode man calmly replied. Former Apol Simon. Your swordmanship is truly astonishing, but it's too late. Simon frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? You're the ones about to be defeated here. He maintained his fident demeanor, but a bead of CLD sweat began to trickle down his temple. Suddenly, Simon's eyes widened in astonishment. A deep, blowy gash unexpectedly appeared on his chest, tearing through his cloa. Simon was aga, unable to believe his eye. What the hell is thee? Since when? How is this possible? The massive assassins beside the sword phantom's boy, his voice full of sarcasm. What's wrong? Did you think you'd won this fight? Simon broke out in a CLD sway, his mind in turmoil. I definitely cut through that girl with my sword. He realized the sensation was like shooting through a go, knowing more than an illusion. The sword phantom suddenly appeared in a ghostly form, surrounded by Kuntal's demonic eye, whispering, Or am I truly seeing a go here? Simon realized the previous attack was an illusion, his mind in disarray. When did this happen? Sweat poured down as he suddenly remembered a critical detail from the fight. In Simon's min, the image of the sword phantom appeared alongside a perfume bowl, her true weapon, a powerful hallucinogen. Simon smirked, regaining the demeanor of a illusion? I've been through all SRT of trick. This is a minor obstacle. Sweat still flow, but his eyes sharpened with determination. If my eyes are deceiving me, then I need to sploking. He lowered his concentrating intensely, asserting that he had repeated this technique hundreds of thousands of times. It was ingrained in his very being. Amid the raindrop, Simon cast aside his sigh, declaring firmly, To me, vision means knowing. He closed his eyes tightly. The entire world around him vanished, leaving only pure assassins in sin. Simon unleashed his ultimate technique, spiral swordmanship, a massive vortex of sword energy that engulfed the entire four, sweeping everything away. The massive assassin standing outside Els exclaimed in astonishment at Apollo Simon's terrifying technique. Simon frantically swung his sword in his hallucination, trying to cut down the go haunting him. he roar, blow gushing from his wound. Get L, you filthy demon. Do you know who I am? The sword phantom juiced there, laughing gleefully, mocking. Go heaven, this old man is truly beyond help. Let me tell you why I'm called the sword phantom. She smiled eerily, whispering in the void. That's because I truly am. A sword-wielding phantom. She vanished and reappeared, her purple sword glowing with deadly lie. The Sene shift, to Shin Yongguang, High Skull, on a beautiful sunny day. A voice echoed acro, the shoal ground. Hey guy, can I ask you smithing? In the lounge, Junior Dako slumped Dwan, his face dejess, asking his friend, is love always this painful? Yejin isn't even replying to my massage. The former Shulbo now looked pathetic, showing off his ignored massages on his phone, making Biggie Dako exclaim, that's horrifying, no wonder she's no replying. Junior quickly defended himself, showing an older chat where Yejin had reply, his eyes sparkling. Yejin truly is an angel. Door O reported the situation. On the table was a no from a female agent, the sword-wielding woman, and the bear-like man. But after sending that massage, she went seamlessly silent. Junior Dako turned T. Unbiol, asking how T handled girl's tantrum, then slapped himself when he criticized her for no acing like a girl, making Unbiol snap. Get L. Peter remained silent, his eyes sharp, clearly calculating Smee plan. Seeing Peter about T slip away, Junior Dako grabbed him, pleading for help. Juzen Unbiol choked him until he gasped for air, while Peter calmly made a call. Jiwan, are you free? The Sena shift a precarious cliff by the sea, waves crashing violently under a gloomy sky, signaling an impending battle. Jiwan shivered from the CLD and grumbled about the smell of the sea, while the older man in the baseball caps, with his arms crow, asking Peter what the hell he was looking for in this go-forsaken place. Peter sat down and opened a Woan box. Inside was a photograph, and immediately, Jiwan's DG micking growl, sensing danger. Jiwan was startled, asking her DG blankly, Micking? What's wrong with you? Peter lowered his hey, Cian assumed by Regra, thinking T himself. If only. In a flashback, Apole Simon, a silver-haired warrior, had once pleaded Tatum Pani Peter, promising Ta slice through every enemy. An O'Hare flashback appear. Simon shook Peter's hand and pledged to be there immediately, if anything happened, making Peter feel even more tremente. If only I had been by his side. The gift box was opening. Inside was a severed prohetic arm with the name Peter scrawled on its sleeve. A trap of obvious malice. Peter clenched his fee, his face darkening with anger and regret, wondering if the tragedy would have occurred had they been together. Through a soccer's binular, the group of Peter, Jiwan, and the old mans on the cliff edge, see completely within their sigh. A sut wearing goggles was hiding in the busha, reporting over the phone, Mazar, the target has received the gif. The sut confirmed the target was indeed an old man, but added that he wasn't alone. He panned his binular, seeing a girl and a DG, then a young man, but then he froze. Smething was wrong. Where's the key? Before the soot cold finish his sentence, Peter appeared out of thin air right behind him, snathing the phone and binular. The sut broke out in a CLD sweat from fear, shootering as he wondered, what the hell? He was way over there just a second ag. How did he know I was here? While Peter was on the phone, the old captain from earlier silently approached from Behin, raising his dagger, intending to stab the Progenes by surprise. From the Oher end of the line, a provocative female voice rang, oh, am I speaking with Peter? While Peter Seal-Deli asked directly, you're that phantom, aren't you? Peter growled in the phone. Listen, I know how you think you're going to get away with thee. As he spoke, Peter twised and broke the sut's arm, who was kneeling at his feet, ignoring his desperate scream, but he better be alive. Peter's face darkened, his threat knowing, if he is. Crack! Peter used one hand to crush the hand and knife of the old man who tried to stab him, making him scream in extreme agony. The assassin on the Oher end of the line still smirked mockingly, nonchalantly saying, Jus notha. Peter's eyes glowed with a deadly re, and he finished his warning in an ICLD voice. You will die a slow and painful death. The Sene shifty a luxurious yacht, gliding swiftly across the sea. A dapper man in a suit is on the deck. On the phone. Are you Alrai? Do you know where you're going? And Cian fidently reply, of course I know. In An O'Hare person's hand was a foe of a giant yak, empanied by the CM men. Going to her place, huh? This place is really dangerous. In a state-of-the-art Cian troll Ram, the blind woman, Jiwan, explained over the phone. Every ship in the world has information, but there's only one that's plately untraceable. Jiwan, with her sunglasses reflecting the screen, reveal. It's known as the Go Yacht. The image of the Go Yacht appear, a cruel and eerie ship in the dead of night, where the kidnappers were holding Simon captive. The man on the yacht CNTU. No one knows where they go. That ship. Everything is hidden. But there's one thing I'd know, and that's their origin. He explained. In Korea, we have glory. Japan ALS has a similar organization. An ancient Japanese temple appeared under a gloomy sky. The narration continuing about an assassin organization that has exiled for a millennium. Kitoryu. Their infamous massacre targeted the TP Yakuza gang in the Kant region, as known as the disappearance of the Yamat Gumi gang. The Sene shifted a massive banquet hall, strewn with the boys of 2,000 Yakuza members, murdered during the Bo's 60th birthday party. Amid a sea of blow and crips, two hoed figures as tall, the perpetrators who had wiped out the entire gang. Jiwon mused. I definitely know about that incident. But why call it a disappearance? Wouldn't massacre be more accurate? The man on the yacht explained the Rians. That's because even after a brutal battle of 2,000 ende, no a single boy was left behind. They cleaned up the scene perfectly. Japanese police immediately issued a res warrant for the two culprits. But they vanished like jock, living up to their reputation. Many years later, one of Tho two phantoms returned to take Korea, backing the new Simon of the Glory organization. Over the phone, Jiwon warned. That sword woman is highly skilled. She severed one of Simon's arm. No T mentioned the location is out at sea. If you die, no one will find your boy. Peter Cieldelli asked back. Are you sure you didn't need my help? He clenched the foe in his hand, his eyes filled with killing intent. I didn't care how dangerous this place. How many guys I have to fee, or how many times I have to die. I will make them pay for daring. Lay a hand on my CM raid. Peter casually aid. Oh, I have backup. The ally on the yacht, hearing thee, was speechful, muttering. See, I knew He just want to hog all the spoli. Peter's two excellent assistants were the Dako Broher, dressed in janitor uniforms and yelling, why are we always suck with these ridiculous outfits? I want to wear a Boyguard suit. Peter turned back, his face expressional. ITLD you two know TCME. The muscular younger Broher continued TCM plain. You always want to have all the fun by yourself. The legendary assassin seriously warned. You two cold actually die. But the Dako Brohers were unfazed. The older Broher, sucking on a lollipop, uttered a philosophical remark. Assassins didn't fear death. Death is merely a badge of honor. A voice called out from Beihin, using Peter's alia, Sun Gu. The chairman of Deha Group, Unchang Choi, a magnate of the global arms industry, appeared with a dignified demeanor. Peter advised him, T, go inside, T, keep warm, while his two subordinates were still, bickering, demanding, T, be boyguard, instead of scraping barnacles off the boa. Peter noiced the magnate's tense expression and asked, but why do you lux worry, sir? Chairman Choi wiped his sweat, admitting, how cold I know be worry. This ghost ship is a mobile black market, harboring everything from CN Taraban, illegal weapon, and Slen artifact T human trafficking. Chairman Choi explained that no matter how powerful or wealthy, they cannot set foe here without their permission, then thanked Peter for helping him board the ship. Chairman Choi pointed forward, excitedly exclaiming that he saw their destination, while Peter Glee reassured him no T worry. Amid the fog and falling snow, a Clowell ship appeared, identified as a Paul Simon's Go Yacht. Peter's eyes gleamed behind his sunglasses. He thought to himself, I'm eager to meet the sword phantom. The legendary assassin's purple eyes shone with determination. Let's see Ju how ruthless she truly I. The massive Go ship, an unofficial base of glory, appeared in the night sea, and Peter affirmed, but mauve all, I'm eager to be the one to punish her. Inside the luxurious yacht, a shore fat VIP Gez was yelling, damn bring your bow out here. The Gez threw a Chrysal ashtray at the head of a female staff member kneeling on the floor, cursing her for being unreasonable. A CLD female voice rang out as high heels approach. Don't go spreading rumors about my staff. And Bo, you've go it all wrong. The sword phantom, the true owner of the ship, appeared with her giant boygar, declaring, here, everyone calls me Mazer. The female Apol smirked powerfully, her eyes sharp as blade. The boyguards behind her, his face expressiones but exuding enough killing intent, terrify the small fry. The sword phantom invited the VIP Gez into Ram tea talk, her teeny full of sarcasm. Have you forgotten who I am? The chairman of Dusong Group, Sil Firle, arrogantly yell. With Ju's one call, I can drown you in this sea. I am the chairman of Dusang Group. The sword phantom leaned in close, her voice seductive yet laced with death. Don't want go at my rum? Then how about we'd it right here? She whispered in the fat man's ear, promising to give him a sensation more exhilarating than anything he had ever experienced. Immediately, the VIP Gez's eyes rolled back, veins bulged, and his voice convulsed as if electrute. His hand trembled uncontrollably, and he stammered incoherently. Sweat poured off him like rain. The arrogant magnate finally realized he had poked a hornet's nest, his mouth agape in horror. The sword phantom sealedly waved the man sinking into the terrifying hallucination she had created. She smiled with satisfaction, uttering a sarcastic remark. Oh my, Mr. An. I never knew you had an interest in such thing. Crunch. The sword phantom crushed the fat chairman with her F, saying disdainfully, That's right, go boy. Taking a sip of champagne, she ordered sealedly. Now, throw him in the sea. Tormented by hallucination, the chairman cold only tremble, his face pale with terror. The Clole boyguard hoised the lifeless boy, asking his mazer, Do you think Peter will show up? The sword phantom smirked fittingly. Hes received my gift, hes bound TCME. The sword phantom's beautiful face twised into deranged smile. She growled. Then I must kill him to claim the reward. Come here, Peter. In Anoher Kreener, the Dako brohers in their janitor uniforms gaped in astonishment. Wah, what the hell is thee? A scene of a super luxurious nightclub appear, with flashing light and partygoers dancing wildly. Next was a Clole outer swimming pool, as lavish as a 5-star resort. Beaux were stunned to see the magnificent main hall, no different from a luxury hole. All around were the ultra-rich, from Arab magnates to Western billionaire, the kind of people the brewers joked probably used DLR bills to wipe their bew. Biggie Dako turned to his muscular younger brewer, his eyes sharpening. Ready, Junior? And received a firm N. A blonde VIP Gez looked down at the two brohairs diligently cleaning the floor. With an air of superiority, the Gez called out loudly, Hey, come here, and the Dako brewers immediately scurried over. The blonde VIP smiled magnanimously, extending a thick wad of dollar bill. Here's a tip. Go job, boy. The Dako brewers froze when they held the wad of money, stammering as they mentally calculate. $100 is about 100,000 won. Then. Beaux, their eyes widened as they stream, realizing the tip amounted to 1 million won. The two country bumpkins began date dream, Juice a few more floors tea clean, and they cold swim in money. A manager in a black suits from afar, quietly observing the two janitors rolling on the floor, celebrating like madmen. The sage light flare, a voice echoed throughout the yacht, welcoming all Gez to the phantom yacht. The sword phantom, hose of the party, raised her glass and announced, Before the Alcyon, we have a few items we'd like to officially introduce to you. In a flashback, Apollo Simon claps dead at his desk, next to a note detailing clues about his enemy, a woman with a sword, and a man as big as a bear. Peter squinted at the party hoe, muttering to himself. So it's you. Glory's new. Simon Empower. A red claw was pulled away, revealing the main item of the Alcyon. A test tube containing a glowing purple liquid named Poarok. The wealthy VIP Gez looked up at the sage, listening as the hose poured a rhetorical question about the world's most powerful weapon. The sword phantom introduced the formidable item. Wrong. This can claim hundreds of thousands of lives in less than 2 minutes, the most lethal biochemical bomb, Poarok. Peter Sill, couldn't believe he, thinking to himself. You want me to believe this woman TK doing Simon? She doesn't look like it at all. How cold she? The VIP Gez paled as they recognized the weapon's origin. What? The real Poarok? The Soviet bomb discarded for being T. Dangerous? The sword phantom caressed the glass casing, her voice full of mystique, quieter than a bull, more agonizing than a nuclear bomb. In the audience, an old man's hand trembled with rage, clutching his cane tightly. Damn I wondered who slell I. The Rusian arms dealer magnate Vicar Igor roar, his face flushed crimson. You wretched bith! How dare you seal my Poarok? The old man pointed toward the sage, ordering his two formidable boygar. Bring that bith here immediately. Two bull-sized boyguard aggressively advance, but were spept on the stairs by Anoher equally massive boyguar. You cano proe. One of Igor's two boyguard shoved the Oher man aside, growling, Get L, unless you want to die. The two boyguard closed in on the sword phantom, intending T attack, but she merely glanced at them indifferently. You lower T slow, she smirked seriously. It'll probably take a while for you to feel I won't I. Suddenly, the two Clole boyguard froze, then collapsed at the floor in extreme agony, screaming desperately even though no one had touched them. Peter's eyes widen, completely choked by the absurd sigh. What the hell? Am I seeing thing? The crowd of Gez als Panike, no understanding what was happening. Why are they rolling on the floor? Knowing happened. Them. Peter frowned, his gaze becoming extremely serious as he realized these people were no ordinary small fry. One of the two boyguards screamed desperately as his face seemed to be crushed and melted by invisible force. The sword phantom's Cloel boyguard twirling on the sare, gently grabbing the two massive boyguard as if they were tie. It turned all this monstrous boyguard did was place his hand on them. The crowd of Gez was stunned by the violent prelude. The party's atmosphere instantly deflate. The sword phantom stepped forward, gracefully apologizing for the delay, and announced the continuation of the program as if knowing had happened. She announced that the main auction for Porok would begin tomorrow with a starting bid of $200 million, leaving the entire hall agape. Standing center, Sage, the sword phantom continued to entice the audience, revealing that she had a little secret she wished to share. She smirked meaningfully, announcing there was one more special item, something that surpassed everyone's wild imagination. The VIP crowd immediately erupted, shouting, "See what the rare item wa." The sword phantom brought a finger to her lip, silencing the entire crowd with a powerful gesture. With sharp eye, she announced that this special item would be revealed tomorrow. Standing in the crow, Peter thought to himself, this secret item was definitely more formidable than Porok, and he knew this was the trap set for Simon. Peter's eyes hardened behind his sunglaze, determined to track Donna Simon. From the balcony, the sword phantom and her boyguard observed the crowd below. The sword phantom confidently stated that if Peter didn't appear tomorrow, he would forever loathe the chance to retrieve that item. After war, Peter's ally invited him to dinner in the banquet hall, as they had been resed all day. The ally seriously warned Peter to be extremely careful, especially with the woman from earlier. He emphasized that even the wealthies and most powerful individuals on this ship were mere puppet in that woman's han. Memories of the sword phantom's deranged smile resurface. The ally asserted she was the most wicked creature he had ever known. As the ally was about to speak of the man standing next to her, Peter immediately asked, "Are you referring to Mr. Choi?" The sword phantom and her muscular boyguard approach. She sneered at Peter's ally. "It's been a long time. I guess you couldn't resist Porok's charm, could you?" The dangerous woman grabbed the ally's tie, seductively inviting. "Long time no see. Let's have a meal together. I'll prepare a lavish feast Jew for you." The ally broke out in a CLD sway, forcing a smile as he refused. "Oh, I apologize. I was planning to skip dinner, tonight." The sword phantom leaned in close, her voice hardening, eyes sharp as razor. "Get the hin." Thump, thump. The ally's heart pounded. He realized this woman was exceedingly dangerous. Smack. A hand unexpectedly pushed right into the sword phantom's chair, interrupting her intimidation. Peter appeared, sealedly standing in front of the ally and declaring, "Tonight's dinner will have to be rescheduled. The chairman is no feeling well." Peter leaned toward the sword phantom, his eyes challenging behind his glaze. "But if you truly need Smion to dine with, I can go and see." Peter's gaze was razor sharp, without a hint of fear, directly confronting the formidable figure before him. The sword phantom narrowed her eye, showing interest in the boyguard who had appeared and dared to interfere in her affair. Peter esarted the still-trembling ally away, while the sword phantom and her giant boyguard waved them leave. The sword phantom smirk, already plowing in her min. This brat has smee goo. We'll see." As he was walking away, the ally suddenly called, "Oh, why?" The sword phantom turned around, provocatively sprayed perfume, and accepted the challenge. "You know what? I think I'll accept your offer. Dinner date night, you and me." Peter still, issuing a cryptic warning. "I advise you tail on your belt before you arrive." Peter's eyes gleamed with a deadly glint, implying that this dinner would no be about the foe on the table. The sword phantom continued to spray her strange perfume, smiling enchantingly. "That's because, well, truly enjoy ourselves at the dinner table." A purple hallucinogenic mist from the perfume bowl enveloped Peter. She licked her lips sinisterly. Peter froze, his glasses reflecting the invading purple me. It seemed he had fallen victim to her trick even before the fight began. Peter fell victim to the trick. The deadly scent of that woman began to take effect. The sword phantom smugly pated Peter's che, muttering, "All men are the same, easily enchanted by me." In the hallucination, the sword phantom licked her lips sinisterly, whispering into Peter's ear that he didn't even know what was seeming. She suddenly turned away, her eyes gleaming brightly as she saw her mazer appear. It turned out the mazer was the brand new cleaning crew. Biggie and Junior Dog, the two muscular men reporting they were ready to clean up everything, even kill people. The two subordinates began to bicker over who Peter, their mazer, favored more, making his heart skip a beat at their Semitic ante. Peter was startled, clearly speechless, with these two clumsy subordinate, the sword phantom Sigi, showing annoyance at the cheap A. She lightly patted Peter's cheek as if seeing fording a chill. Looks like you're lucky, darling. With that sigh, she and her giant bodyguard turned their backs and left, leaving Peter and the two clowns behind. Peter is frozen, his mind still reeling. What the hell was that Jew now? I almolo all sensation. How did she do that in an insan? The Dako Brohers called out loudly, pulling Peter back to reality. Peter narrowed his eye, realizing that scent was definitely a type of hallucination, while his two subordinates were still enthusiastically demanding tea clean up every speck of dew. The Dako Brohers vigorously clean, yelling in excitement upon hearing the sword. Font would tip them thousands of dollars, swearing tea keep the place spoils until death. The two even asked if they needed tea wipe their mazer's fee, promising tea make her tea nails sparkle. Peter cooled only silently with his two subordinates, acing utterly, ridiculu, simpletly helpful. In a luxurious bathroom, the sword phantom was saking in the tub, her giant bodyguard guard nearby, and she began to speak cryptically. She gently surrowed the row petal shroon water, her voice seductive. Don't you want see how ho and wet it will go? The bodyguard seemed no tea undersen, asking what she mean, and only received a cryptic reply, Jus think about I. The sword phantom recalled Peter's Fia, single-handedly taking on 100 Brazilian assassin, and above all, that legendary man had crushed Apollo Nathaniel in dew. Soaking in the bathtub, she mused. He can truly turn a battlefield into his own sage, but I still can't believe a 70-year-old man cold defeat an Apollo at the peak of his power. The muscular bodyguard spoke up, questioning. Are you sure that was Peter? Then explained that this ship was equipped with dense radar, unlike that dilapidated hospital. Even considering the possibility of disguise, the bodyguard firmly asserted, clearly, that old man is no on board. The sword phantom sped up row pedal, asking again, so you mean Smiona's impersonating Peter? And the bodyguard CN firm, stating that they must find the audacious individual interfering with the organization's affair. She provocatively smirked. Have you forgotten? We have that thing in our Han. The bodyguard cold only remained silent at his mazer's cryptic reminder. The sword phantom glanced at him, her voice full of teasing. Are you worried about that man? She FFE. Ridiculu. I don't care if he's a man or a woman. I'm just curious to see his face. Then she turned to the bodyguard, continuing to taunt. What's wrong? Are you worried that I'll set my sight on Smion else? The sword phantom asked directly, her eyes razor sharp. The giant bodyguard still maintained a CLD expression, remaining silent, no answering. Finally, he only softly replied, of Kursen, the Cloa luxury yacht. The sword phantom's impregnable fortress glided across the sea in the sunset. In a deserted hallway, a young service staff member quietly pushed a laundry car. The staff member's CLD face and sharp eyes showed that this was no ordinary person. Peter had entered the fray. Flashback Senna. In a Bamboo 4, a young Chairman Choi was talking tea. An older man. Anyway, Ims Gla. You know, I didn't have any o her family. He expressed his absolute loyalty. We may no be blow relative, but the only one I can call my broer is you. If one of us has to die, I'll take that bull. In the flashback, Chairman Chua sworn broer said in a deep voice. I ju said I'd want you tea, get her. The young Chairman Choi only listened in silence. His face still showing youthful innocence but already revealing a determined expression. The older broer turned back, his eyes full of resolve. I cannot die. He emphasized. I refuse to die until our promise is fulfilled. So you should cut back on drinking and take care of your health. Chairman Choi laughed, unable to believe You still remember that promise? I also remember you said you quit smoking, but I can still smell The older broher merely smirk. Indeed. Nohing get pause you desi. Back in the present, Chairman Choi, now a powerful magnate, monologue. Simon, my broer, you are als my family, and that is why. He recalled the smile of his sworn broer, a smile full of warmth and true. Chairman Choi's gaze turned sharp and claw, filled with murderous intent. I am willing to kill hundred, even thousand of lives if it can bring you back. A captivating female auctioneer on stage announced. The first round of the auction is now underway in the ballroom. All attention on this ship should be foused there. Chairman Choi Reselve, I must seize this opportunity to find Simon at all. In a deserted hallway, Peter, disguised as a service staff, was pushing a laundry car, heading straight toward two guard as massive as Guardian. A dark-skinned guard spepped him and asked, "What are you doing here?" Peter replied sealedly, "Zhu delivering ROM service." Peter nonchalantly pushed the cart past the two Jian. One of the guards suddenly paused, his eyes flashing with suspicion. He grabbed Peter's shoulder and growled, "The problem, there's no Asian waiter on this ship." The two guard decide, perhaps he's CNS the person the Mazar is looking for. Take him to her. Peter, merely smirk. Interesting. You must be pirate. Thu. Peter continued, pushing the car. Now on it were the boys of the two Guar, taken data and s quickly they couldn't even make a son. But I have T ad me. You guys are sharp eye. Peter opened the Dr. T, a CLDS Rage ROM. Inside was a battlefield littered with Ohergard bois, blow splattered everywhere. This was the Kithen. Peter sept in the engine ROM. Guard boys lay sated amid the seam hising from the pipe. In a luxurious restroom, Peter's amid hair piles of boy, mutering T himself, that he had turned the entire ship upside down but still, hadn't found a trace of Simon. He yanked off his bow tie, his gaze sharpening. If there's only one place left. Peter had identified his targe, convinced that Simon must be there. The sage lit up, and a voice rang, "Oh, Alri, let the Alcyon begin." The female Alcyonier introduced a 1,780 masterpiece by Monet Martre T. The crowd of wealthy Gui. The crowd buzzed upon hearing the painting's history. A royal wedding gift, thought T have burned T Asha. The female Alcyonier smiled radiantly, shouting the starting by, "We shall begin at $1 million." The bidding war began, with influential bidders continuously raising the price from 1.1 tons $1.3 million. The female Alcyonier included when no one else buy, announcing an Italian had won at $1.35 million. The entire hall erupted in applause as the masterpiece painting found its new owner. After the prelude, the female Alcyonier bow, her voice full of hidden meaning, and now, the main event of the show truly begin. Two butlers pulled back the red curtain, revealing a massive, fortified safe on the sage. The crowd of guests began to speculate, assuming that inside was smething even more valuable than the previous painting. The female Alcyonier sneer, biological weapon, precious jewelry, all of though pale in comparison to this item. She continued, T praised the item, asserting it was more precious than any jewel, more valuable than any weapon. A guest dubbed it value, but the female Alcyonier merely licked her lips slyly. "Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough." She approached a giant ship's wheel, placed her hand on I, and began turn I. "I have prepared this item for a very special person." The wheel creaked as it turned, and she continued, "And that special person will know the true value of this item." The female Alcyonier announced the ultimate item of the Nai, the ultimate weapon of the Glory Club, former Apol. "Simon!" The safe doctor swung open, revealing a heavily muzzled man in chain, his boy Batere. She continued, "T introduced the Ho item. In his prime, he was the world's #1 swordman. The legendary title was Prolime, the Spiral Sword Mazar." The crowd of VIP guests fell silent. The atmosphere grew thick. A guest Samir, asking if it was a creeps. Zhu then Simon slowly looked up, his eyes still held life. The female Alcyonier smirked provocatively at the hidden one. "How does it feel, Peter? I know you're waiting." She spread her arm, challenging the entire hall, her voice filled with Della. "I know you're boiling with rage, show yourself." "Well, it doesn't matter if you D&T show up," she sneered. "Because I'll find you one way or anoher." Her smile turned cunning. "Anyone who sees this scene will have only two types of reaction." The crowd of guests cried out in panic and astonishment, unable to believe their eye. "Or you're choked, you freeze." The female Auctioneer's eyes gleamed with madness. The sword phantom's giant boyguard sand the crow, scrutinizing each face. Countless guests were still, frozen in place, unable to prose this insane situation. Or the female Alcyonier squint, searching for her true target amid the sea of people. She gritted her teeth, a wide, delighted grin spreading across her face as she sensed her prey was about to take the bye. "You're absolutely furio." Amid the crow, Peter's eyes blazed with overwhelming murderous intent. On the balcony, the female Alcyonier s beside her giant boyguard, observing the chaotic scene below. The boyguard leaned down and whispered into his mazar's ear. "Have you found him, ye?" The female Alcyonier replied cryptically, her voice filled with amusement. "Found him, but I'll no found him." The giant boyguard broke into sway. His tated eyes widened in horror. I swear, he was Zhu right there. He recalled the moment Peter twirling amid the chaotic crow, his gaze as CLD as ice. I felt his murderous intent, sharp as a dagger. Peter's shadowy figure with blazing eyes appeared in the boyguard's min. On the balcony, the sword phantom asked her boyguard in CN fusion, "Amizake? Impoible. So, what's happening?" She gritted her teeth, her face filled with calculation. Never min. A sinister smile spread across the sword phantom's lip. "Let's see if you can get through Thee," she declared loudly. "Al Rai, let the Apol Simon Osion begin." And a cage was slowly raised, inside which Simon was chained. With a crazed expression, the sword phantom shouted the starting buy. $10 million. If no one bid for the spiral swordmazer, he will die on the spee. She continued to set her trap, looking directly at the crow. But if you can't hold back and make a buy, you're Dea, Peter. Peter gritted his teeth, realizing he had fallen into trap. She's using Simon to lure me. Oh. He analyzed the desperate situation, looking at Simon gasping for breath. Fear. I have no money. Second, if I buy, I'll reveal my identity. Peter clenched his fizz until his knuckles turned white, helplessly. Moreover, there are too many eyes and ears here to use force. He looked at his old CM raid. With only one question in his min. Simon. The image of Simon hanging, his back severed in SARS and his arms severe, appear, causing Peter pain. How can I save you? The sword phantom lightly patted Simon's her voice full of sarcasm. Oh, how humiliating. Once an Apol more valuable than nuclear weapon. Now Ju's a piece of discarded flesh. She grabbed Simon's hair, leaned close at his face, and whispered venomously. But I bet what hurt you more than anything is being abandoned by your own CM raid. Turning T, the silent crow, the sword phantom loudly asked, Well, is no one going TB? She continued to fan the flame, her voice full of mockery. Or is it because he low an arm, making him defensive G? Peter clenched his hands tightly, that his knuckles crack. The sword phantom delivered the decisive blow, placing her hand on Simon's neck. Since this is perishable G, if there's no buyer, well dispose of him. Il cunt T5, then he die. The sword phantom began the death. Cunt, 5, 4. The VIP crowd turned pale with fear, while she leaned close to Simon with a savage smile. 3, 2. Simon looked up, accepting his fate at the last moment. 1. Peter gnashed his teeth, veins bulging on his clenched fizz as the final moment arrived. Jus as the cunt one ende. A clear voice rang shattering the deadly silence. 20 million. The sword phantom froze, her perfect plan ruined at the last minute. Peter also looked up sharply, unable to believe his ear. A hand row from the crow. The biter was Chairman Choi, of Deha Group. Chairman Choi, with the demeanor of a superior, declared bluntly, I will buy him for 20 million. The old beau aided a firm statement, asserting his satu, payment entirely in cash. The sword phantom was deeply shocked, muttering T herself. Chang Choi? Why is he getting in my way here? She realized the problem was more serious than she, though. Hes supposed. TBR boss right-hand man at Glory. Grinding her teeth, the sword phantom tried an honor, remained calm, announcing in a professional tenor, Alri, we have a bid of 20 million. Does anyone have a higher offer? Chairman Choi's subordinate stared at her, while she declared the Ocean Claude if there were no further buy. The sword phantom muttered the beau's name, Chang. She smiled, congratulating Chairman Choi amid the crowd's applause, but her eyes were sharp as dagger. You're hiding, smething, aren't you? The Sene Shifta. Simon had been taken to a luxurious ROM, lying unsciences on the B, his injured boy bandage. Chairman Choi and his subordinate entered the ROM. The old beau explained, No need to feel guilty. I've had ties with Glory since the very beginning. The subordinate realized the predicament. If we didn't save him this way, we would fall into the sword phantom's trap. This is truly a dilemma. The subordinate, continue. If we didn't buy him, he'd die on the spee. But now that we have, they're starting to suspect you. That's exactly what the sword phantom was aiming for. The subordinate looked at Chairman Choi, who was wiping sway, stating firmly, Staying on this ship now is T Dangerous. The old Bosihei, admitting that there was no safe way to escape from here anyway. The subordinate CL'd eldly. Reply. There I. Then declared that he had prepared a few trump card for this situation. The subordinate S alone in the luxurious hallway, his demeanor extremely CNF fiden. He turned and called, Oh, hey, upon seeing two shimmering figures approaching from a distance. Two muscular assassins, dressed like nouveau riche in fur.ca, appear, arrogantly asking the subordinate, "Hey bumpkin, what do you want with you?" The two slung their arms around the subordinate, liqueuring him about making money. How can a low-level assassin get rich? You have to be smart like you. One of them suddenly remember, "I thought you came here at Beck me, a legend like Peter." The two nouveau riche suddenly froze, as if they had an epiphany. The skinnier one wondered aloud, "What's wrong with you?" Then answered himself that perhaps they had been blinded by their luxurious lifestyle. The skinnier one punched the one in the Gucci shear, growling, "Cleaning might buy us designer clothes, but it won't make us legend." Then boss seriously asked, "What's the mission this time?" The subordinate looked at his two henchmen, who had regained their CM pure, and began to assign the task. "Something extremely dangerous is happening on the ship, and only the two of you can spry." The two nouveau riche SFFE, mocking, "We've cleaned every nook and cranny on this ship, even the VIP's shoes weren't spare." The subordinate smirk, "Perfect. All your effort will be rewarded in this mission." The subordinate officially intrudes them. "From this moment on, the two of you will be assigned a special A-rank mission." Returning to the sick room, the subordinate enter, looking at the spiral sword Mazer lying on the B. Simon was still, gasping for breath due to a high fever. His boys severed in SARS and injury, simpletly UNCSIU. The subordinate silently looked at the man on the B, his gaze pensive. He recalled a sene from the Pa when he was younger, with an unfinished question. "Hey big broer, did you ever wish?" In a Pa's flashback, young Simon sat on a rough P, lamenting his life as an assassin, wishing he could eat his moher's cacking and go to shoal, like a normal person instead of carrying guns and knife. He looked Duan at the schoolyard where student were playing and wished he was a normal kid like them. Young Chairman Choi Turna, his face cla, asking directly, "What's wrong with you? You're talking nonsense." Simon forced a smile, admitting that an assassin had no chance of going to shoal, but still allowed himself to dream, a little. Choi suddenly interrupted, "Then build a shoal yourself." Simon was dumbfounded, no understanding what was happening. Choi declared firmly, his eyes full of ambition, "You and I. This shoal will be for children with no money, no parent, no home." He's up Sry, the aura of a bow already evident in his youth. "It will be the first shoal of it kin." Choi turned back to Simon, making an unbelievable offer. "Then you can sooty and fulfill your dream. What do you think?" He even smirked confidently, including, "I'll even lend you textbox for free. Sound G?" Simon was completely stunned by his broer's promise, only able to utter, "Broer." Simon abruptly dismissed absolutely n. As Choi looked surprised, he quickly explained, "It's know that the plan has a problem." He flashed a bright smile, his voice filled with determination. "It's that ill by the box myself." The flashback ended, and the present-day Chairman Choi bowed his head, his expression heavy and contemplative. He was tightly gripping Simon's bandaged hand, who was still unconscious on the hospital B, and plead, "Wake up." Choi's by the B, his voice filled with pain as he looked at his broer. "We still have to go to shoal, didn't we? You promised me. My broer Simon. Please wake up." Out tied the doctor, the trused subordinate, silently, witnessing his bow trying to awaken his close friend. The Sene Shifte. The sword phantom and her giant boyguard walked through a corridor littered with unconscious squar, she looking extremely annoyed. The boyguard looked at his Miss Ray, grinding his teeth and cursing. "That basard Unchang Choi. I knew I couldn't sand him from the SAR." Crack! In a fit of rage at being interrupted, the sword phantom swung her hand, smashing a decorative satu by the wayside. The sword phantom roared in fury, bite her that her plan was ruin. How dare he? Why does he care about that spiral sword Mazer? The giant boyguard Cannell, solicitously worried about his Miss Ress's injured leg, but the sword phantom sealedly order, "Kill him." Her eyes were sharp and clo as she muttered viciously, "Decapitate that basard and hang his head for everyone on this ship to see." The boyguard quickly tried to dissuade her, reminding her that the target was the chairman of Deha Group and couldn't be killed without the boss order. Slap! The sword phantom swung her hand, sending a nearby guard sprawling, then growl, "Is your bow your mazer or the mazer of this ship? I didn't think." The giant boyguard immediately crest his paw, asserting absolute authority. "Don't be mistaken. I am the captain. Everyone here must obey me." The sword phantom ordered a full assault on Chairman Choi's Rom, aiming to eliminate Bahim and the spiral sword Mazer, believing Peter would eventually show himself and surrender. "Knock, knock." A knock echoed at Chairman Choi's Rom. Inside, Chairman Choi and his subordinate were surprised as they weren't expecting anyone. but the subordinate quickly geezed it was room service since they had ordered dinner. The balcony view overlooked a tranquil night sea, signaling an impending SRM. The subordinate went tea open. The doctor, while Chairman Choi thanked him and invite, "What did you order? Let's eat together anyway." The server who entered was Peter, carrying a tea tray and announcing, "Only tea, sir. I've returned the F." The seek was TCLD to be eaten. Chairman Choi grumbled, believing the young lady, the sword phantom, was deliberately playing a trick on him by sending terrible faux tea annoy him. Peter poured the tea while reassuring him, while Chairman Choi worried for him. "We still have an injured person in the ROM, and you're at a growing age, Sun-gu." Peter bowed professionally. "I'll be back before the tea get close." Peter stepped into the hallway, the son of the ROM doctor clowing behind him. He didn't go far, spying right in front of the adjacent ROM's doctor. Click. Peter opened the daughter, his eyes CLD and emo lay. Inside the dark ROM, a pile of guard lay satyred on the floor. Peter mutere. "It seems the service on this ship truly has problem." Peter held 2 pepper shaker, muttering about professional tea brewing knowledge. "The perfect temperature for brewing tea is 60 degrees Celsius. He continued tea analyze. "The tea on this ship is 75 degree, which mean you are no qualified tea, BC considered, a luxury yacht." As soon as he finished speaking, a Zen armed guar, weapons at the ready, surrounded him from all sides. The guard began to whisper among themselves, thinking Peter was Zhu showing off, that taking on 10 armed men alone with 2 pepper shakers was pure delusion. Anohair felt smething was off. This server exuded a strange aura, but Sils concluded it was just a cheap psychological trick. Peter merely smirked, his eyes sharp as if reading their every though. "What's wrong?" "Can't sh." While the guard were still bewildered, Peter moved, gliding like a go through their encirclement and liqueuring. "If you rely slayly on firearm, your skills will forever stagnate. Let me show you." Peter sighed, raising his hand. There are times when a pepper shaker lid is stronger than any bullet. The guard froze stiff as Peter charged straight in their formation, using 2 shakers to take double-double, each man without missing a single high, making them wonder if he was even human. Peter explained a basic lesson to the new recruit. "The reason you can't pull the trigger is very simple, my friend. You surround the enemy in a circle and intend to unleash gunfire from all direction." Peter Cientinho. While the Siamander roared in helplessness. "Show him now." "But you alls realize there's a chance the enemy will dodge." Peter's CLD voice echo. "And finally, you'll never dare pull the trigger, because once he out me will be that you'll show your own CM raid." Pew, pew. Blow splattered as stray bullets struck their own side. After the prelude, Peter gripped the 2 pepper shakers firmly. "Now for the main even. You'll see how terrifying ordinary pepper can be." He swung the 2 shakers in the air. Crash! The 2 glass shakers shot away, and a massive cloud of pepper powder explode right in the narrow critter. "Damn I can't see anything." The guards scream, clothing their face, completely disoriented and blind. Seizing the opportunity, Peter charged in, used the remains of a shaker tea smash, 1 man directly in the face, then appeared right next to Anoher, terrifying him. "Damn, when did he get here?" The guards screamed desperately as their own CM Raid's bullets struck them amid the blinding smoke. From within the pepper cloud, Peter's CLD voice echo. "What a pity." Peter's silhouette emerged, delivering his judgment. "If you had used close-range weapons inside of gun, you might have lived a few more seconds, you poor wrath. Now you'll miss night's main even," Peter said as he dashed away. Gliding past the pile of guard he had Ju cleared the tated boyguard rushed into the ROM, his voice trembling as he reported. "Ms. Ray, there's an emergency. It's about the men you sent to Unchang Choi." The sword phantom, Misrez of the Yak, exhaled cigarette smoke indifferently. "Are they all Dea?" She calmly and for me. That's I. The darlings I sent to Unchang Choi were all professionals personally soliced by me." Flicking her cigarette ash, she continued to deduce. "But if they were all eliminate, there's only one probability." "I knew she whispered to herself. The sword phantom flashed a sinister smile. "That old man has been hiding by Unchang Choi all this time." The boyguard interrupted again, stammering. "Misra, the Resoran." The sword phantom snap. "What now? Speak quickly." "Peter has appeared in the Resoran," the subordinate shout, as the sen of a Resorant littered with crypses unfolda. The boyguard was drenched in sway, utterly bewildered. "In the Resoran? Wasn't he supposed to be in Yunchang Chua Rom?" The sword phantoms. Mies began. Blair. "Mazer. Peter has appeared at the swimming pool. Report. Headquarter. Peter has appeared in the Central ROM. Report poured in from all over the yacht. Peter is in the cassin. This is the engine ROM. Peter has appeared. Peter is in the ease wing lobby. The sword font narrowed her eye, taking a long drag from her cigarette. So you're telling me Peter is in all these places at once? She mused. What in the world is happening? What kind of trick are you playing, Peter? The loyal Boygor, Sil Cien Fuse, asked again blankly. Ma'am? The sword phantom low, all patience, roaring. I said find out what's happening now. While in Onohir Hall, Peter was single-handedly wiping out an entire team of Ohir Boygar. The sword phantom let out a savage laugh, snarling, Go find them. Get O. She furiously yelled at the Boygar. Find that damn DG who's messing up my ship now. And the subordinate cold only obey instantly. The Boyguard on deck hastily ran off, searching everywhere as ordera. From above, the Dako Brohers waved with folded arm, smirking. These small fries probably didn't know that this entire mise is part of our plan. Meanwhile, Chairman Choi's subordinate was assigning a task to ridiculously dressed henchmen. Let me ask you two an important question. The subordinate asked why the guests on the ship were called VIP, and one quickly reply, Do you mean important revenue? ON. Very important people. In any case, though very important people are in danger, the subordinate sigh, recalling yesterday's even. A flashback appear, showing a woman in a red dress's subordinates sweeping aside Boyguard and dragging away a VIP. The subordinate see include, with the sword phantom's crazed face as an illustration. It's clear that woman intend to kill all the VIP guests on this ship. The two rich henchmen were utterly shocked upon hearing Thigh. One stammering incoherently, the Ohir yelling, How dare that woman do such a thing? Chairman Choi's subordinate simply replied, SLD Lee with one word, Perfect. He patted the two thugs on the shoulder, declaring, All your effort will be rewarded in this mission. From now on, you two will be assigned a special A-rank mission. The subordinate sigh, making the two instantly excite. Zhu give the order. The subordinate instruce. Zhu continue cleaning as usual, but while ding, you must spread a rumor for me. Their mission was to whisper into Oer's ears that the ship's owner had a dark plan. The rumor began to spread among the VIP go. The ship's owner is planning to kill us all. In Anohir Kruner, the Dako Brohers were disusing. One of them fearful. If the Mazer find out we leaked the plan, we'll be in big trouble. Biggie Dako suddenly forego the next step after spreading the rumor, causing Junior Dako to snap irritably. Are you serio, Biggie? Sun Gu said. Ty. Junior Dako reminde. And at the same time, Peter Sun looked at his wath, and CL'd Lee loaded his gun. At the right moment, Peter aimed his gun skyward, ready to fire. Bang! The gun show echo, startling the VIP goo, who were utterly bewildered. What was that? A gunch? The entire banquet hall erupted, the crowd streaming in Pawnee, trampling each Ohir as they ran. The rumor is true. She intend to kill us all. The younger Dako Broher, Jr., his eyes gleaming as he realized. It's the signal. In a brief flashback, Chairman Choi's subordinate had instruced the two thug. You know what TD when you hear the gunch, Rye? The two thugs began their A, running and screaming desperately. Help! They yelled loudly for the entire yacht to hear. There's an old Asian man fighting T the death with the guar. Peter CL'd Eldly lowered his gun, CM pleading the first step of the plan, spreading the word T the entire world that the legend Peter had arrived. In the Central ROM, the yacht manager, his face drained of chlor, reported T, the sword phantom. Mazer, the situation is no G. Some say Peter has appeared. Ohers are spreading rumors that you intend to eliminate all the VIP Gue. The manager was drenched in sway, his voice trembling. We tried to control the situation, but the VIPs no longer choose you. Wham! Before he cold finished, the manager TK, a devastating punch from the sword phantom, who roared a single name. Peter! The sword phantom semplately low central, furiously unleashing her anger on the subordinate, each punch accompanied by a stream of her enemy's name. She gnashed her teeth, veins bulging on her face. That damned old mole. The sword phantom's rage didn't splow. She relentlessly punched the manager the floor. How dare you? On my ship? What audacity. A shattered, decorative orb rolled acro the floor, and the sword phantom scream, I'll kill him. Jus then, the burly boyguard stepped forward, speak his mazer's hand and firmly declaring, I will die. I will tear him to shrey. The sword phantom looked up, still panting, while the boyguard bowed in pledge, Let me handle thee, I will surely bring him to you, Mazer. The sword phantom's frenzy subside, replaced by a savage and intrigued smile. "Oh, really?" She sat on the unconscious manager, patting his chest and saying suggestively, "Darling, there's no need to rush. Moles live underground, after all." The boyguard spoke frankly to his mazer. "If we keep digging like thee, well, never cath them. They'll Jews dig smewhere else." The sword phantom brushed aside her subordinate's suggestion. I know what T." The boyguard remained firm. I. You know my capability. As a servant, my duty is to obey my mazer." The sword phantom let out a savage laugh, recalling Smee promise. "When all this is over, you know what will happen. I will handle thee." Crash! She smashed a mole of a twir, her voice filled with madney. "I said moles live underground, didn't I? So if you want T-cath a mole." The sword phantom held up a glowing cylindrical device, declaring her plan. "You Jews have to blow up the entire ground. We will kill that mole." She licked the container, her eyes gleaming with ultimate cruelty, along with about 200,000 of her people. Hi! The device was activate, and a plume of purple smoke began to pour out from inside a cabin. The teak's gas rapidly spree, engulfing the entire ROM. Peter's eyes seans riced in horror as he realized what was happening. Chairman Choi's subordinate was Al-Sune, unable to believe his eye. That woman cooled poably. The Gez began to cook violently, and collapse, the subordinate streaming in despair. Did she Jew osivate Poarok? Peter knew the danger well. "This is Ba. Anyone who inhales that gas will die in minute." He assessed the situation in a flash. "I didn't have time to reach the control ROM. I have to get everyone on this ship to the surface." Sweat began and bead on Peter's forehead, the pressure weighing heavily. There's no more time. He thought of the innocent passengers enjoying the party, unaware that death was drawing near, and his allies who had truced him and followed him in this deadly place. The Dako Broher, the informant, and even the unconscious Apol Simon. All of them would die. Peter looked up, his eyes sharp as blade, silently challenging. "But Leeson, sword phantom, I didn't think you realize." He clenched his thigh, absolute confidence radiating from the legendary man, "that I have been in this situation countless times before." The main item of the Alcyon was reveal. The Porok, a cruel Soviet invention, a weapon of mass destruction. That deadly weapon had just been unleashed on the Go-Yak, causing the VIP Gez to scream in agony as the poison permeated their bois. Peter quickly analyzed. The symptoms of poisoning were graying hair, bleeding eye, kuging blell, and ultimately, death. He grinded his teeth, realizing that the lethal power was the most terrifying aspect of this weapon. The true horror of the Porok was the extreme panic it sweat among the crew. The entire ship plunged into hell. From the critter, Kasin, to the swimming pole, the wealthy trampled over each her, desperately seeking a way. Peter calculated that T saved these frantic people. The phase's way was T use an alarm or a public address, Sisem. But as he swept through the ship's area, from the kitchen littered with crups, don't the suffocating engine rom, he realized a harsh truth. This ship was designed to be a death trap, devoid of any alarm or public address, Sisem. Peter frowned. The situation was extremely tense, and he couldn't run around streaming T-guide 1,000 people. The mo critical problem. Simon was unconscious and completely defensive. He was in danger. Peter growled. The situation was as bad as it could get. There was only one way back to the ROM. But he was stuck in the middle of the crow. He helplessly waved the frantic crowd pushing and shoving, completely unable to push through. Amid the cha, a faint pleading voice rang making Peter lock up. Chairman Choi, carrying his unconscious, long-haired older broer on his shoulder, called out Sungu's name loudly amid the chaotic crow. Peter offered to carry the man's Chairman Choi cold, Runahea, but the bow flatly refused. Chairman Choi declared Deha Group's philosophy. Once smething is considered. Hi, even a friend. He would never abandon I. Don't worry about you. Chairman Choi TLD Peter. Leave him to me. Go to your work, Sungu. Peter was sunned by the bow's speary. A faint smile flickered across his lip. Peter recalled the pa, when Chairman Choi was just a boy wearing a fur hat given by a doll. Life's current were truly unpredictable. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and the children of yesterday had now become me trustworthy a doll. Peter turned back, smiling confidently. Then I'll leave him to you. I'll be right back, Chairman Choi. Chairman Choi frantically called out as he saw Peter rush off. Sungu, why? No that way. Despite the warning, Peter still tray through the air, rushing straight toward the fleeing crow, heading directly toward where the TXE gas was spreading. Chairman Choi was Sune, unable to comprehend what this kid was trying to. He thought team himself. Peter was rushing frightened death without hesitation. Then he lightly leaped over the railing like a guh. Chairman Choi's reason screamed tease Peter, but his instinct told him that this kid could achieve the impossible. This feeling that he could trust him to create a miracle, Chairman Choi mumbled, as a familiar memory suddenly flowed back. He was stunned to realize. This feeling was exactly like when he placed his cleat trues in the legendary Peter of Ol. In a Noher Ram, classical music emanated from a luxurious rec-D player. 3 men in suit suddenly clothed their head and screamed tragically, writhing in agony. The sword phantom casually poured a glass of strong liquor while the Mazur boyguard still as a snay satchway, and she declared, "It's time to raise a ta." She flashed a satisfied smile, raised her glass and pro-lime. "A tas tea my victory. Farewell, VIP client Peter, and the spiral sword Mazur," she said with a smug lock, certain that the TX gas had long since melted their flesh. She laughed morbidly, wondering if her beau would even recognize their CRPs. Suddenly, the magnificent chandelier on the ceiling began to shake unusually. Screech, a piercing sound echoed from above, making both of them lock up. Crash, the chandelier plummeted to the floor, making the sword phantom and the Mazur boyguard jump back to J. Shater, the recred player al Shatere, and the deadly music abruptly fell silent. The sword phantom's face paled as the entire ship shook violently, and she screamed, "What the hell is happening here?" The entire massive yacht swayed precariously, and the sword phantom shrieked in pain, "Who dares to do something to my ship?" 5 minutes earlier, in the central Cientrol ROM, fingers flew acro the keyboard. Peter had gained administrative Cientrol, disabled the automatic Moe, and assessed the ship's ballast tank compartment number 1 directly. With a CLD expression, he prepared to execute a crazy plan. Open the ballast tank's drain valve. He quickly explained, "Large ships maintain balance with ballast tanks full of water on both sides, but if the water on one side was drained completely, the ship would immediately low at balance. The CN sequence would be that the entire massive ship would tilt heavily to one side, creating a real earthquake." Peter smirked. On this go yacht, there was no alarm, SISM, or emergency public address SISM. When the VIP crowd panicked, they would run like a frantic, impossible deer. He CLDly executed the seaman. 2 large boyguard CR passes lay sated at his feet, and ballast tank number 1 began T-drain. The ship swayed violently again, and Peter had calculated the next step. The only way T heard the crowd T move was to let them know, run to the deck, or drown. The VIP crowd screamed hysterically, trampling over each O'Hare as they ran to the deck, Tiasape. While everyone ran upward, Peter calmly walked downward, casually kicking and breaking the neck of the sword phantom's Mazur boyguard. The Texic gas was heavier than air, as everyone ran up war. It would sink to the lower deck, clearing the way for Peter. He was confident. He had enough time, his hand turning the wheel of a sturdy seal. "Doctor." As the ship self-creased at balance, Peter declared firmly, "Now it's time to deal with the sword phantom." Amid the chaotic crow, a blonde VIP Gez was trying to guide everyone. "This way, everyone. Go this way." Bang. Zhu, as he pointed toward the emergency exit. A bullet pierced his che, blow gushing O. The VIP crowd was utterly terrified as they witnessed 2 guard gun dulled a passenger right before their eye. The only ace-paid doctor was Loked Tai, and the desperate crowd pounded on it in vain. Cornere, with poison gas flowing in from one side, and gun barrels pointed at them from the O'Hare, they screamed for mercy. The 2 guard laughed gleefully, reveling in the rich crowd's despair. Before death, everyone is equal. Suddenly, a strange noise from the O'Hare side of the doctor startled the 2 guard into alertness. Thump, thump. An extremely powerful force from outside began pounding against the seal doctor, utterly terrifying the 2 guar. Kabam! The doctor was obliterate, sending the 2 petty guard flying in war. A gigantic figure stepped through the shattered dray, casually remarking, "Well, I guess my arm is broken." Junior Dog, a D-rank assassin specializing in superhuman strength, swearing with a bloid phi, his older broher Biggie Dako behind him. Chairman Choi, carrying his uncenscious older broher on his shoulder, and the O'Hare VIPs gaped in astonishment at the unbelievable resu. The crowd erupted in joy, applauding and cheering as the 2 Janiter brohers had cleanly dealt with the guar. Everyone celebrated their narrow escape from death, hailing the 2 heroes who had Ju appear. From a hidden corner, the sword phantom CLDly observed everything, her face devoid of any emotion. A subordinate ran up, reporting in a Pani, "Mazur, we must go to the Ausion area immediately. It seems Peter is there." The sword phantom grinded her teeth, and her killing intent erupted. She ripped off her evening gown and growled, "The Ocean area? If he want die that badly, I'll personally send him off." Inside, the secret ROM filled with perfume boli, the sword phantom.k offer.ca, wondering which special scent T use T entertain, Peter. She reached for a perfume bowl, muttering, "I need smething, truly enchanting." A scent he would only smell once in his life. She touched Anohair bowl, recalling, "Or perhaps this one. I use this on the spiral sword mazer. This one makes opponent high before they even realize they've smelled I, then plunges them in terrifying hallucination." "Never min." She turned away, her gaze landing on the dragon-tated boygar. "I know exactly which one to use now." Amid the pile of guard CRPs, the sword phantom smirked smugly. "Let's see what beautiful dream that old man will have after inhaling thigh." She turned and walked away, confidently declaring that even a legend like Peter couldn't escape her perfume trap. In the empty Ausion hall, a figure's under the spolig, but it wasn't Peter, it was Chairman Chui's subordinate. Click! The large deeders open, and the sword phantom and the dragon-tated boyguard SRM'd in. The sword phantom sneer, immediately realizing, "I knew I. Peter and Yunchang Choi are on the same side." But she immediately stepped shore, her eyes wide with CN fusion, when Peter was nowhere to be seen. She glared at the subordinate on Sage, growling, "Why are you here? Where is Peter?" The subordinate merely looked on silently, ignoring the sword phantom's question. The sword phantom began to rage, her hand gripping her sword hilt tightly. "You bra." When an adult asks, you answer. The subordinate unexpectedly picked up a microphone, casually teased his voice. "Hell. 1, 2, then declare, and now, we will begin the final Ausion of the Go Yak." He announced Tay's Ausion item was a newly recruited fake Apole, his gaze fixed directly on the sword phantom. He unveiled her identity right in front of everyone. "We have the sword phantom." He continued his humiliation, lising her title, then including with a sorrowful smile. "But perhaps she is best known as the blunt swore, Glory's fake." The subordinate began the biting, his TNE full of sarcasm. "We'll start the biting at 10 sen." The enraged sword phantom tried to charge forward, but was held back firmly by the dragon-tated boygar. The subordinate casually lowered the price T5 sen, then 3 sen, as if selling an item no boy wanty. He continued his humiliating AC when no one be. "Oh, it seems no one want her. What a pity for the poor sword phantom." The subordinate looked directly into the sword phantom's eye, his gaze sharp and clo. "I know your worth. I'll pay you for the low expense, alright?" The sword phantom grinded her teeth, drew her sword with a flourish, and roar, "No dollar, no sen. Wath your mouth, brah." She pointed her sword at him, her eyes narrow. "But before thaw, let me ask you smithing." That nigh, and an image of a wounded man in the rain flashed through her min. Chairman Choi, subordinate, with the image of the spiral sword master in his min, issued a challenge. "Do you truly believe you've surpassed the legendary spiral sword master's skill?" He drew a cane swore, the seal glinte, and he sigh. "The problem you're still green and naive." The sword phantom and the dragon-tated boyguard glared at him as the subordinate declare, "Let me show you." The subordinate TK, a sance, an overbearing aura emanating from him. "This sword technique has followed my family for generation." Witness the ultimate technique of the spiral sword master at its peak. The sword phantom smirked Sarn fully, her eyes full of disdain. "What a farce. Steep acing. Brah." The dragon-tated boyguard thought T himself. Admiting the sword phantom was wry. This kid looked like Juza high school student and cooled no poibly replicate that technique at this age. But the boyguard still felt smething was off. His intuition told him, this kid had the real power to back up his whir, while an image of Simon flashed in his min. Chairman Choi's subordinate looked up, his eyes sharp as blade. The dragon-tated boyguard began to feel uneasy, realizing smething was wrong with this key. The subordinate's eyes suddenly glowed with a deadly red lie, making the boyguard realize, this is a real threa. The dragon-tated boyguard quickly reached out to spa the sword phantom, his Tiniang Siu Maser. "Let me handle this furs this time. You've exerted yourself too much. I believe you should resabai." The sword phantom Z-led Lee cut him off. "My way." The boyguard was dumbfounded. "Huh?" She growled, emphasizing each word. "I sigh. Don't get in my way." The sword phantom's eyes bulge, and her killing intent explode, making the boyguard break out in a CLD sway. The boyguard recognized that gaze, the same insane lock she had on the day she massacred 2,000 people, and knew he couldn't spee her anymore. A flashback began. 1,000-year-old assassin organization had completely collapsed in a single day, all due to the betrayal of a Yakuza gang. An image of the sword phantom grinding her teeth fiercely, her determination for revenge clearly etched on her face, as she had poured blood, sweat, and tears into her training. Zhu waiting for this fated day. In the pa, a Yakuza beau was pouring sake, recounting rumors about the members of Kituryu, that their victims didn't even realize they'd been coup, as if killed by a ga, which is why they were called Sword Phantom. The Yakuza beau sneered at an army of Kituryu assassins in black cloaks looming in the shadow. Who uses sword in this era anymore? Technology has advanced as much, my friend. He pulled out a pistol, kecking it with a sharp click. I didn't know how fast your sword are, boo. The Yakuza beau aimed his gun and sneer. I dut your phaser than a bull. He recognized the young sword phantom. Young lady, you're the only daughter of the Kituryu clan leader, aren't you? I recognized you immediately. You're exactly like your mohair. He chuckled morbidly. Come here. Let's see if you're like her dumb there. The sword phantom grinded her teeth, her killing intent flare, her eyes glowing with a fierce purple lie. You truly are a disgusting bazaar. She SFF, do you think we're called sword famps? Because our victims DNT realize they've been Q, who told you the Yakuza beau gave a faint laugh. Humph, what a joke. Such a sharp TNG, you little bra. You must be eager to die. He kecked his gun, aiming directly at the Hode assassin. I'll gladly send you off. When you get to hell, remember to send my regard to your mohair. Bang, bang. He fired repeatedly at the assassin's potion, but only saw them vanish into thin air. The beau was Sunna, sweat pouring down his face. Why? How? He was shocked to realize he was no longer standing, but was lying flat on his back on the floor, without even knowing when it happened. He widened his eye, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. A voice echoed. Didn't I tell you? The young sword phantom was already standing over him, her blade pressed against his face, repeating her warning. My victims will definitely know they are about to be cut by my sword. That night, she single-handedly faced 2,000 members of the Yakuza Yamagumi gang with that very same crazed lock in her eye, and the result was that all 2,000 of them were brutally massacred by that weapon, their boys piled up like mountain. Back in the present, the sword phantom ripped off her bi, spun her katana, and issued a challenge. Do you want to be cut, or mince? You Cho Ki. Chairman Choi's subordinate maintained a poker face, thinking to himself, your wish is my man. Taking off her shoe? Is she trying to reduce weight? He narrowed his eye, analyzing. If her great weapon is speed, but is speed alone enough to claim the Apol's sea? The sword phantom glared at him. Hey Ki, try to shem anything here. You're going to die anyway, she explained. The title of sword phantom has been passed down through generation, and only the bees swordmen of each era is granted that title. The sword phantom licked her lips excitedly, donning a balaclava mask, while her sword emitted a purple glow. I've specially prepared this Jew for you. Behold the true weapon of the sword phantom, the sword phantom warny. Once you see it's already too late. Then with a whoo, she vanished in a purple blur, as fast that Choi subordinate only had time to realize she had evaporated. The subordinate narrowed his eye, analyzing. He unders she wrapped her feet to reduce friction, but he still couldn't comprehend this insane speed. Who? The sword phantom descended from above with a devastating overhead slash. The terrifying force of the strike shocked the entire arena floor. The subordinate hastily raised his dagger to block the attack. The deafening clang of metal echo, and he was astonished by her terrifying physical strength. The sword phantom grinned maniacally, reading his though. That's what you're thinking, isn't I Ki? She liqueured the subordinate. You men always have such a foolish though, that speed equates to weakness. And that's why you blockhead always die by my blade. With the, she launched into furious assault, unleashing a relentless SRM of slashes toward Choi's subordinate. The subordinate Deej, a fatal sword strike, a bowl shadered right behind him, and he suddenly realized. She didn't take off her shoes to reduce weight. He stared in horror at the shells of the sword famp's fee, severed in pyramid-shaped metal pieces embedded directly into her flesh, a barbaric weapon called Fiend's Foework. The subordinate finally unders the mechanism of her power, using speed and the resale force from her seps to generate physical disruptive power. Every one of her movement transformed into an explosion, creating shockwaves that destroyed everything in their path. The burly boyguard observed from a distance, initially CN evidently thinking he had worried too much, because that kid hadn't put up any resistance far. He analyzed. The Mazer is Tifa. She strikes and vanishes immediately. That kid has Almo. No chance T find an opening T counter-attack. But then the boyguard began. To feel smething was wrong. An anomaly in this one-sided battle. Although clearly overwhelmed and only able to defend with difficulty, Choi's subordinate showed no signs of faltering. He showed no signs of exhaustion, nor any intention of giving up. His eyes remained as CLD as ice. The subordinate suddenly spoke up, provoking, "Hey Key, I thought you wanted to show me the spiral sword technique of the sword mazer?" He bloked a sparks flying slash, then continued, "T-ton. Time is running, oh. When does the show begin?" The sword phantom furiously accelerate. S-phase that she created Kuntal's after-images of herself, surrounding the subordinate. Choi's subordinate now felt as if he was single-handedly facing a Dzen opponent at once. The muscular boyguard frowned in analysis, realizing that kid clearly couldn't counter-attack, yet the battle continued in a strange manner. It was all an Endelslop. Choi's subordinate merely foused on observing and dodging the sword phantom's deadly slasha. The boyguard suddenly froze, a thought flashing through his min. Why? He's observing her. Choi's subordinate maintained a poker face, his eyes fixed on every movement of the sword phantom, even as the blade grazed past him by a hair's breadth. The boyguard broke into sway, realizing the harsh truth. I thought he was judging because he couldn't fight back, but maybe he's intentionally no attacking. Sensing trouble, the boyguard quickly rushed forward. T intervene. Mazer, spa. Something's wrong with this key, I can feel I. The sword phantom show a murderous glance, growling. What did I say? Wham! Without a word of explanation, the sword phantom delivered a devastating punch to the boyguard's face, sending him flying backward. The sword phantom's eyes gleamed with madna. Didn't you hear me? ITLD no T, get in my way, she roared, as the loyal boyguard claps T the floor. Choi's subordinate taunted the panting sword phantom. Your breathing is getting raggy. Are you tired from fighting alone? I think this is a go time for you. T call for backup. He smirk. Your sword phantom skills are indeed fa, but in my opinion, they're no mature enough TC Empare T the spiral sword mazer. He continued to fan the flames with a meaningful smile. How amusing. I heard the Kituryu has excised for 1,000 year. The sword phantom grinded her teeth loudly, her face twithing with rage at the sarcasm. But are you telling me that at level is only this much? You bra. The sword phantom roar, charging forward with terrifying speed. She furiously scream. I'll tear your filthy mouth apart. While unleashing Kuntal's slasha, creating a SAR-M of after-images that surrounded the subordinate, the sword phantom shrieked in rage, preparing to unleash her finishing blow. Come on, let's see if you can dodge this one, she challenged. The boyguard lying on the floor wathed the sene in horror, stammering. Why? The sen shifted T the pa. A young chairman Choi's on a raft P with a young Apole. Simon philosophizing. After experiencing a few thing, I realized I was Jews a big fish in a small pond. In a flashback to the pa, a young Simon declared heroically, I want to be strong like you. I want to beck may the greats swordman in the world. He grinned innately, asking the person opposite, do you think I can di? Chairman Choi in his youth S on the raft P, stating with certainty, Simon, in my eye, you are one of the stronges in the world. Returning to the battle, Choi's subordinate's eyes were sharp as he mentioned the ultimate technique. The sword phantom was utterly in rage, her purple eyes blazing, veins popping on her face as she poured all her strength. She unleashed her final move, the spiral slash, a cloal spiraling slash that swept away everything. While the sword phantom's eyes were filled with fury, the subordinate's eyes remained terrifyingly calm. Two streams of sword energy collided fiercely, the sword phantom lunging forward in a completely dominant stance. But the attack was SPP. The subordinate taunted as the sword phantom's Suna. Aren't you curious how I bloked all your attack? He began his analysis of her power. You simp the ground at launch yourself, then rush forward with incredible speed and strength. The sword phantom's sill, listening to her opponent liqueur her about her own technique. While Tho are incredibly powerful to, they have a fatal weakness. The sword phantom spun around, her expression beginning to change. Her purple eyes widened in horror as the critical weakness was revealed. You need a point of leverage, T launch yourself. The subordinate C continued T reveal his Han. Every time you crouch T prepare T launch, you reveal your attack direction T me. He raised his dagger, C including CLW. All I had did was place my sword in your flight path. The large boyguard on the floor gaped in horror, realizing the perfect counter plan. And what Zhu happened was the power of the spiral sword technique. The sword phantom collapsed on the floor, one arm severe, unable to accept the truth. The sword phantom screamed in utter despair and pain. The boyguard rushed to support his Mazar, who had low her min, and exclaimed in Pani, "Mazar, what's wrong?" The sword phantom screamed madly in her subordinate's arm, ordering with all her remaining strength, "Detonate I tell you to detonate it now." Cornere, the sword phantom screamed a desperate seaman. "Detonate the perfume." Choi subordinates from afar, his 10 EC and descending. "You're phaser and stronger than I though, but still no math for the spiral sword Mazar." He looked directly at the sword phantom, stating plainly, "Inoher were you lo this math from the Sar." The sword phantom gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with a mad glint. "You will die by my Han." Bomb! A cloud of TX purple smoke explode violently. The sword phantom scream, "I will kill you at all." Choi's subordinate narrowed his eye, a memory flashing in his mind as he smelled the familiar scent. In a flashback, a seductive woman held up a perfume bole. Below her 2 men gazed up with infatuated expression. The sword phantom sneer, her voice full of skinfidence. Ki didn't even think about struggling. Once this is Asavate, her blow-splattered face broke into savage smile. "You're as go as Dia." The purple smoke enveloped the entire area, the sword phantom declare. "Even the legendary Peter can't save you from what's about to happen." Choi's subordinate's eyes widen, the memory of that deadly perfume returning vividly. The image of the seductive woman and the 2 infatuated men reappear, CN firming. It was indeed that chemical weapon. The thick purple smoke semplately swallowed. Choi's subordinate's silhouette, leaving no asape. The sword phantom burrs in delighted laughter. "This is my favorite par." Look at him saggering around. "Hi." She recalled a pa battle, where she used this very move to defeat an old man with silver hair, leaving him cripple. "What are you going to? Punch through the wall and jump into the sea?" The sword phantom moked her opponent, who was low in the TXGA. She continued T-boa, "Go ahead and call Peter T save you. But the moment he inhales the bow of you will Jew flail like fish out of water." The sword phantom Takea Sans, preparing T deliver the finishing blow. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock, realizing smething was wrong. Amid the TXE smoke, Choi's subordinate S firm, only slightly hunched as if preparing T move. Amid the TXE smoke, Choi's subordinate clenched his saf, preparing for a see me back. He tray away the wrapping, revealing a short sword inside the saf, his aura simpletly change. The sword famp's large boyguard froze. Why, he wasn't saggering from being high? What is he ding with that swore? The sword phantom realized the bitter truth, her voice hardening. "So you held your breath, huh? Fine, let's see. How long you can la?" She lunged madly. Swinging her sword T create a deadly vortex of wind. She confidently boace, declaring that this hallucinogenic perfume had enveloped the entire space, with no asape. The sword phantom shrieked with Deleg, "Exactly, Ki." But Choi's subordinate calmly reply, twirling his weapon with flair, "Eve been waiting for you to spray that suff." The sword phantom's large boyguard was Cleetly Sune, a bad feeling dawning on him. Choi's subordinate casually lit a lighter, igniting the poisoned clo. "I know you thought this secret weapon cold proec you." His sharp eyes glinted in the flame, full of calculation. "You truly believed you were invincible with I." The sword burrs int flame, turning int a blazing tiarcha amid the purple smoke, tiny fireworks popping around. The sword phantom's eyes widen, unable to believe what was happening. The large boyguard realized in shock. Hallucinogenic perfume is highly flammable. That means he can easily use it to start a fire. The boyguard broke into CLD swe. The boyguard suddenly remembered smething, his face changing. But how did he know? O.N. Recalling the moment the sword phantom go clo T her opponent's face, the boyguard realized that was when their plan was expoe. The sword phantom grinded her teeth, trying to maintain her arrogant demeanor. "Your ridiculous trick." Despite having low an arm, she still yell, "Your little campfire won't do anything. Let's see what that pathetic flame can." She was about T-boas further, when her opponent seedily interrupt. "I'm glad you understand," leaving the sword phantom speechless in terror. The sword phantom's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe the truth. "How is this poible?" Choi's subordinate CLDeli declare, "I will turn this entire floor into sea of fire." Bomb. He semped his F, and flames erupted fiercely from the puddle of alcohol, engulfing the entire ROM. The sword phantom screamed in Pani. "What is happening? Why is the entire floor on fire?" The burly boyguard finally realized, his face changing chlor. He planned this from the very beginning. Recalling the sin of Choi's subordinate destroying the bar, the boyguard from the SAR, he orchestrated everything. He didn't throw the bowls on the ground to impede his mazer with shard, but doused the entire floor with alcohol. The sword phantom shrieked in madness. "You damn bra!" She lunged forward, her katana slashing swiftly through the infern. Choi's subordinate calmly blocked the attack, analyzing his opponent's weak knee. The arm is crucial for maintaining balance. Clang! With one arm L, the sword phantom's flank was cleatly expoe. Her attack Bekming Chawoi. Now, her balance was utterly broken. Choi's subordinate easily parried the blow, assessing. Because of Thi, she has Bekmi much slower and weaker. Finally, she has reached her limey. The sword phantom roared in helplessness, her face scientiarted with rage and pain. Thump! A strange sound echoed as the sword phantom was in a frenzy. She froze, her mouth still agape but unable to make a sound. Choi's subordinate appoint her, his gaze serene. "I didn't expect thee." However, the burly boyguard suddenly appeared behind her, placing a hand on the sword phantom's shoulder and admitting it was the right choice. Choi's subordinate waved the sword phantom claps, realizing that if she pushed any further, she would self-destruct and be in greater danger. He turned for the eserting boyguard who had Ju appear, asking Cieled, "You're my next opponent?" The boyguard, carrying the unconscious sword phantom, his eyes hardening. "You've made a fatal mistake." With Tha, the giant boyguard rushed away with the sword phantom, leaving Choi's subordinate Sune. Choi's subordinate calmly observed, showing no sign of wavering at the Thria. A wall of fire erupted fiercely, blocking all escape route. The east-herding boyguard had vanished behind the flame, completing a spectacular retreat. In a ruined ROM, a suited beau asked a cloaked assassin, "You want tea, return I?" The cloaked assassin replied concisely, "Yea, sir." The beau asked for the rians. The cloaked assassin explained, "After this is over, my Mazer and I will return to our homeland." The beau en firm. "To Japan?" The beau seemed amused, his hand resting on his knee, veins bulging. He continued T question. "And what do you plan to do when you return? Try T. Revive that Kituryu organization, or start a new gang?" The cloaked assassin remained silent, no uttering a word, prompting the beau to exclaim, "It's truly impossible to get any answers from you." The beau smirk. "You Kituryu people have too many secrets. But perhaps that's the fun of this game." Returning to the Yash, Choi's subordinate walk, contemplating. Everything might have gone according to plan, but there are still too many questions that need answer. He wiped the blow from his face, muttering, "The Kituryu organization. I didn't expect their signations. TBS deep." Elsewhere, a female hacker wearing glasses sat with her DG, menting. "That girl is the real deal. Becoming the leader of Kituryu at such a young age, and wiping out thousands of victims with that small frame." The hacker looked at the screen, displaying images of a group of formidable warriors and a bloy crime scene, wondering, "But how did she beck me the new Simon?" She rubbed her forehead, saying to the person on the call, "You probably know better than I, boo." Images of elite warriors appear, and she explained, "The Apoles were specially selected from the Yongguang orphanage. Their skills are on an irreplaceable level, considered more dangerous than nuclear weapon." The man in the suit listening on the phone, his voice full of dub, "Don't you find it strange? It's true that the sword phantom is a Tugwan." The screen displayed the sword phantom's profile, and he continue. "But is that girl skilled enough to beck me in Apole?" A power chart appear, pairing the SAT of the old Simon and the sword phantom. "I've shored all the data on her, and the sword phantom is inferior to Simon in every aspect." The shadowy figure of the bee, sitting in an armchair, appeared in his, though, "You know how picky that old man I. Yet he accepted Smione even weaker than the old Apole? I didn't believe I." A female analyst wearing glazes strolled her mouse, wondering, "There must be smething hidden here. What gave that girl the pass to beck me the new Simon?" Meanwhile, Peter climbed the stair, muttering Jiwon's name, seemingly having realized smething. Grinding his teeth, Peter pushed open a seal. "It seems you were right from the beginning." The female analyst suddenly exclaimed, "Oh!" as she clicked furiously, having Ju found a crucial clue. The man in the suit else received the new, his voice full of excitement. "It must be her. This is what helped that girl secure the potion of Apole Simon." But the female analyst interrupted over the phone, her expression bewildered. "Why? But this is completely illogical." She stared intently at the sword phantom's profile, wondering, what the hell did the Kituryu? Returning to the yak, Peter amid a raging infern, facing a muscular man approaching from a distance. Peter looked at the stranger, his thought echoing, "I keep wondering why you're Dingthi. Why you continue to live in the sword phantom's shadow." The muscular man calmly walked through the flame, and Peter continued in his, Though I didn't know your circumstance, but you ent of td thigh. Peter raised his head high, questioning directly. Do you agree? A pole Simon? The muscular man tray opened his jacket, revealing a chiseled six-pack and a profile appearing. Koanam Simon Kage, member of the Kituryu organization. The new Simon narrowed his eye, radiating killing intent, the title of a pole appearing with imposing authority. Peter calmly replied, Since the day I was born, I've been TLD repeatedly. The new Simon listened silently to Peter's warning. In this line of work, the curious often die young. Peter smirked mockingly, responding with defiance. That's certainly useful advice. Peter thought himself. Besides knowing this guy was a true Apol, he was a spleet enigma. At least when clashing with Nathaniel, he had SME information. But now, Peter was completely clueless about his opponent's fighting style. Amid the sea of flame, Peter realized one thing for sure. Perhaps he had only ever played a supporting role for his mazer. The fire raged fiercely, signaling that the real battle was about to begin. Bomb! Simon Kageo tensed his boy, unleashing terrifying power and an utterly overwhelming aura. Simon Kageo confronted him directly. You're no Zhu Unchang Shua Boiguar, are you? Who are you really? And what's your relationship with Peter? Peter merely smiled faintly, and seriously. I'd be glad to tell you the detail. Peter's gaze sharpened. He knew he needed extract information from this guy. Bo glared at each her. And Peter decided takes me time to gauge his opponent. Peter smirked, repeating Simon Kageo's own word. But you yourself said, who? Peter lunged like an arrow, delivering an opening blow. In this line of work, the curious often die young. Pow, pow, pow. Bo engaged in a rapid exchange of blows at dizzying speed, fizz and feet clashing continuously. Bomb. An extremely powerful impact created a small explosion, shaking the entire area. Peter slid across the ground after the punch, quickly regaining his balance. Peter frowned, admitting, it's completely impossible to read this guy. Simon Kageo ADP'd a strange stance, and Peter analyzed, this isn't karate. I've never seen this fighting style before. Peter wondered, what is he hiding? Or is he using SME secret Kituryu technique that I don't know about? Simon Kageo's stance was Expo, brazenly revealing all his weaknesses. No defense, the mysterious fighting style increasingly infused Peter. Peter include. His movement were as if he was born Fi, no formally trained. Peter did the attack, his mind racing. His movement resembled the instinct of a wild beast more than martial art. Peter grudgingly admitted that he should have landed many punches on that guy, but every attack was deged with bizarre pour, proving the opponent wasn't using his eyes to anticipate. Peter looked directly at his opponent, his gaze sharpening as a hypothesis flashed in his min. Simon Kageo, tall and imposing, his bulging muscles exuding the aura of Smion born from battle, and Peter included in his min. He was born Fi. But Peter became even more CNFUs, muttering. He has innate fighting talent, but no special techniques whatever. Who? Peter lunged attack. Still unable to believe How can this be? For an Apol, a specialty is obvious. Peter narrowed his eye. Ain't her crazy thought popping into his head. Why, cold it be? Simon Kageo bent his boy in an extraordinary way. TDG the attack. His flexibility was incredible. Peter continued to attack with a spinning kick, but his opponent still DG'd with ease. Peter analyzed each piece of the puzzle. Foworks faz it was hard T-Raya. A wild fighting style that followed no shoal. Wham! The two finally clashed. Simon Kageo's punch blocked by Peter. Peter successfully parried the blow, his eyes flashing with understanding. Now I understand. Simon Kageo was pushed back slightly after the impa. Bo slid across the floor after the confrontation, surrounded by burning debris. Simon Kageo sops raid, evidently remarking, Hess wrong. But that's all. It seems I won't need to use that here. Peter looked directly into his opponent's eye, saying yieldly, You're too clumsy. Peter exhaled softly, explaining, You have innate fighting skill, but Bo, your offense and defense are extremely inefficient. You've never been taught how to fi, have you? Simon Kageo was Sune, his pupils CNS rising as Peter's word hit home. Or rather, you weren't allowed to learn, were you? Peter still cooled Underson. Edent Underson. You're strong yet. You accepted living in the shadow of the sword phantom. An image of Simon Kageo standing behind the sword phantom appear, clearly showing a mazer-servant relationship. The sword phantom smirked with a sinister grin, as if hearing a sick joke. What was I wonder, that held you back all this time? Peter asked directly, facing Simon Kage, who was looking done. The Sene shifted a flashback, a voice echoing in the darkness. Has Team 1 completed the mission? A subordinate replied in a deserted alley under the Monli. Yay, leader. The 23rd leader of Kituryu, Uesugi Hideaki, appeared with his henchmen, exuding the aura of a true Yakuza B, standing amid a battlefield littered with the CR-pisses of the Sekinoryu gang. Uesugi sneer. You'll have TCME up with a beater, lie than thaw. The old bow analyze, striking in a flash before the Visum even realizes I. That is the Kituryu Sile. Do you dare claim this was DNE by our people? Uesugi looked at the shredded Wursa, stating firmly, this is the work of assassin. These are the traces of a wild bees slaughtering at prey. The subordinate was sweating, stammering. Apology. Leader, actually Uesugi ordere, speak. The subordinate, CNFS. This wasn't DNE by our team, Uesugi growl. What did you say? So it was caused by Anoher organization? The flashback shifted TAC Convenience SRE. A blow-saked hand dropped clinking sins on the checkout counter. The SRE clerk, his face drained of chlor, tremblingly thanked the terrifying customer, Simon Kage. The subordinate continued T report T Uesugi. This mission was too much for Team 1. Kageo handled everything alone. Simon Kageo's outside the SRE, wiping blow from his face, his eyes CLD and empty. At the Kituryu mansion, Uesugi mused. Kage. He sat in the garden, saying T his subordinate. He poses an amazing talent, but at the same time, it's an extremely dangerous talent. Uesugi, wiping his katana, remarque. Among all the children I've ever seen, you truly are one born for slaughter. An image of Simon Kageo standing tall amid a pile of crypses appear, his eyes glowing red like a demon. The Sard subordinate stepped forward, his eyes sharp and claw, sugazing. Leader, should we deal with him quietly? If we act quickly, we can eliminate all future repercussion. In the Japanese garden, Uesugi, wiping his swore, asked his goatee-bearded subordinate, do you know anything about flea? The subordinate looked bewildered. Flea, sir? You mean the insei? The old man began to explain. Fleas can jump up to 200 times their boy size, but if you trap a flea in a jar and open it after 3 days, from then on, it will never jump higher than the jar's lee, having set its own limit. Uesugi smirked meaningfully. Kage. For a very long time, I have kept you like a flea in a jar. In Anoher Ram, Simon Kageo's tall, hearing the old mazer's word go on, jump as high as you like, but you will never surpass your master. Kageo placed a hand on the shoulder of a girl in a kimono, his gaze claw. Back in the present, on the blazing ship deck, Peter and Kageo TK their stance, ready for round 2W. Peter, panting, began his psychological taunting. I guess you've been suppressed your whole life, and without your mazer, you're useless, aren't you? Kageo growl. Enough. But Peter continued to poke at his weak knee. You were designed to obey his word. Struck at his Kree, Kageo furiously roar. I'm sick of your incessant nagging. He swung a massive piece of metal like a mace, charging straight at Peter with terrifying speed. Peter dodged the attack, no forgetting to sneer. What's wrong with a light old cha? While Kageo continuously unleashed devastating strike. In Peter's thought raced at lightning speed. The more I observe, the more astonished I beck me. All his movement are reckless, yet incredibly creative. Kageo used an iron pillar as a weapon, smashing it on the ship's deck, while Peter used a chain T block the blow. Peter digged a crushing kick, realizing a harsh truth. Perhaps he never truly needed to learn how to fee. A battle aura flared around Kage, and Peter include. I'm sure he's always fightant in victory, no matter the opponent. Has no merely a monster. Peter's eyes gleamed with a sharp CLDNE. He uses his instinct to ensure the demise of his prey. The image of a ferocious black panther overlaid Kag, and Peter affirmed, he is a true predator. But even after discerning Kageo's true nature, Peter still felt Smething was Ami. But that still didn't explain one thing. He's definitely hiding Smething. Amid the blazing wreckage, Peter and Simon Kageo TK their stance, preparing for round 2. Simon Kageo smirke, thinking, at first, I had be wary because this kid was TCN fightin', but now I've seen right through him. He was confident that Peter's attack style was very simple and aimed at only one point, my leg. As soon as he finished speaking, Peter lunged with a lightning kick. Kageo analyzed in his he's setting a trap to disable my leg. Peter somersaulted away, and Kageo became even more certain, my movement must have ruined your plan. Juice, like when I fought my Mazer, He's trying to cripple my legs, to execute Smay Shem. Do you think him stupid enough to fall in such an obvious trap? If you like to fight dirty, you'll use your own trap against you. As Peter lunged to attack his leg, Kageo charged forward as Predis. I'll pretend he fall in the trap. That will make him drop his guar. Peter swung a long chain, a direct attack that Kageo believed he had already discerned. Kageo grabbed Peter's heya, growling, and then, ill twist his neck. The monster was stunned as his hand grasped empty air. Why? Peter vanished from Kageo's hand like a gah. Who? The chain suddenly tightened around Simon Kageo's neck, and boy, the giant was yanked back in the air, letting out a piercing scream. What the hell is thee? He struggled frantically but in vain. Why? When did he tie me up? Kageo's eyes widened in horror as he realized the truth. Damn I. Infiniche. From a distance, Peter held the O'Hare end of the chain, spinning him around like a tie. So that's when you set the trap. Kageo realized too late. Peter used Kageo as a weapon, swinging him around in the air. Peter spoke cieldily, explaining his gambi. You certainly have an innate fighting instinct, but that's precisely why you've never had to use your brain. I exploited your tension to make you foss on my heya, while my hand were ding smething else. Peter S. amid the flame, firmly gripping the chain binding. Simon Kage, declaring the game over. You were preoccupied with your thought to realize I was setting a trap. Now, the game's over. The giant was swung around in the air, and Peter growled a warning. Don't waze your strength. Even a chainsaw wouldn't do anything to these chain. Bound tightly, Simon Kageo still gnashed his teeth and snarl, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This isn't over ye. Who? 4 sharp metal claws unexpectedly sprang from his knuckle, gleaming with deadly lie. Peter was momentarily surprised by his opponent's hidden weapon. So you were hiding claw. Peter remained calm. I advise you give up. Though claws can't break the chain. Suddenly, Peter's eyes flashed as he realized smething. Why? That's Rai. That's I. Clang. Simon Kageo used his claws to tear through the chain with ease, a deafening screech of metal friction echoing. Peter realized immediately, this is what he's been hiding all along. His invincible power. Peter recalled a scene at an Ausion, where a large bodyguard touched the face of a blonde VIP. The VIP screamed terribly as his face melted like wax under the bodyguard's han. Peter, mutere, sweat pouring down. If im no misaken, though claws can melt anything they touch. That means I can't get close at him. Realizing the difficult situation, Peter frowned, CN templating his next move. Simon Kageo, sneer, roaring. Whatever shames you devise are useful. Once I've unsheathed my claw. The assassin's eyes gleamed with madney, absolutely CN evident in his power. You'll vanish without a trace. Who? He lunged with terrifying speed, dust and fire satering behind him. Simon Kageo's sharp, clawed hand struck directly at Peter's face. Ju's one touch would be enough to finish him. He was absolutely confident in his attack, but then froze in surprise at smething unexpected. Instead of dejing, Peter reached out and firmly grabbed Kageo's re. Simon Kageo was Sune, unable to comprehend why his opponent would willingly offer himself. It turned out Peter deliberately TK the blow juice T. Get a chance, T Clowly. Observe Kageo's palm, searching for a fatal weakness. Simon Kageo sneered contemptuously. That trick won't help you here. Whoa, he roared, you're going to die anyway. Then unleashed a fiery punch. Peter narrowly evaded the blow, his chain spinning like a snake. Peter realized his opponent had intentionally cut his own hand T-attack with Thoclaw. He analyzed. But the more crucial problem lies with his right hand. It's no due to any special technique, but the strange liquid flowing from eye. Peter S. Apoit Kijening. Tell me, what the hell is in your blow that can melt bow metal and flesh? Simon Kageo challenge. If you want to know, you'll have to defeat me fur. In O'Hareware, you'll never find O. He darted forward like a flash of lightning. Clang, clang. Peter swung his chain, parrying the SRM of attacks from the claw. Hi. His chain began to smoke and melt upon C-attack with his opponent's claw. Peter assessed that this fight wouldn't be easy. Has much phaser and stronger with the claw, especially with his unique poisonous blow. I can't find an opening to get clo. Crash. The two collide, creating a vortex of energy that swept acro the arena. In the mid of battle, a thought suddenly flashed through Peter's mind. As far as I know, only one group of people possesses this type of blow. Peter suddenly spoke, breaking the stalemate. I'm quite surprised. I thought your kind had all gone extinct, he asserted confidently. You're one of them, aren't you? The poisonous Ice Dragon clan. Simon Kageo froze, his pupils rising in shock. Completely disbelieving his ear. Peter continued. T press him psychologically. Argding T my information. All descendant of the poisonous ice dragon clan Ardea. He looked right into his opponent's eye, his voice icy. So tell me, how did you survive? The flashback began. A Japanese-style castle was engulfed in flame. A ninja reported his leader. My lord, we have eliminated all Targe. From now on, the poisonous ice dragon clan is officially extinct. The young leader of the Kituryu Uesugi Hideaki. CL Delhi ordered Eritrea, but the ninja subordinate hesitate. The ninja spoke up, asking about a remaining Izu, which made Uesugi turn to Kijin him. It turned O. Among the numerous VATs containing the organization's infant.c, there was only one survivor, and the ninja asked for instructions on whether eliminated as well. Uesugi looked Dwan at the infant, smirking with interre. So you survived this cha? How interesting. The baby, Kage, cried out in the vat filled with strange liquid, and Uesugi decided to keep him, thus beginning a cruel fate. Time pace. At a DJ, the Kituryu children were being harshly selded by their instructor for being weak. Inside, a young Kageo's in the middle of the floor, while his peers lay sater, groaning and admitting Kageo was wrong for them. Suddenly, a trainee screamed, clothing his leg which was bleeding and smoking as if splashed with AC. The whole group panicked upon seeing their friend's leg rendered sail. They turned to Kijin Kog, but the boy, terrified, vehemently denied. I didn't do anything. Uesugi observed from a distance, monologuing about the secret of the poisonous ice dragon clan, transforming Tho with poison resistance in living weapons, by having them absorb dixins until their blow turned TACI. Kageo tremble, looking at his blow-stained Han, completely unaware of what was happening, while the narration affirmed, this was the method to create a lineage of venomous warrior. Uesugi assessed Kage, a born Kembat Genyu, and posing formidable poisonous blow. If left to develop freely, he would beck me an untrollable monster. The sinister leader decide, it seems I must begin to cap this jar and trap this little flea. The DGO was engulfed in a torrential downpour, signaling the dark days ahead. Anohair Instrukar was teaching the trainees swordmanship with a harsh philosophy. Kill in one strike, or death await you. Kage, now older, dressed in casual Chloe, secretly waived the training session and was harshly yelled at by the instructor. He realized that because of his BL, no one dared to approach him. Thwack, a blow from behind struck his he. The instructor and trainees chased Kage away like an evil spirit. Kage, don't loiter here anymore. Get L, making him only able to bow his head and mumble apology. The flashback ended in the silent night, with a slitary moonlight glimmering through the dense foliage. Pow, pow. The teenage Simon Kageo vented his anger on a tree trunk, screaming in the night. He claps, choked with emotion, asking himself, what did I wrong? Why does everyone hate me? Bomb. The final punch shattered the tree bark, but his rage remained unquenched. After a while of venting his SRE, Kageo Ponte, drenched in sway, in the silent four. The massive tree trunk had a huge dent from his punch, a testament to his insane strength. As he walked silently, Kageo suddenly heard a faint bird chirp. He looked done and discovered a wounded baby bird lying on the gra. Kageo looked at the pitiful bird and mumbled, you locked Ju as lonely as I am. He quickly climbed the tree, gently placed the bird back in it and said enviously, at least you have a family to return. Suddenly Kageo flinched, looking in horror at his palm. Huh? Why, what is thee? His hand was cured in a disgusting, slimy liquid mixed with feathers. The bird had melted. He was stunned, to realize the horrifying truth. Anything and anyone that touches my blow will disleve in no hingna. Tears streamed down his face. Kageo whispered an apology, accepting his cursed fate of eternal slitude. In his min, he saw himself surrounded by a sea of shadowy figures, laughing mockingly, symbolizing the world's oricism. A flow of painful memories rushed back. His classmate's leg rowing, being chased away by his instructor and peers like a monster. Kageo's eyes shifted from despair to fury. He grinded his teeth and decided, if they're going to hate me anyway, I'll make them fear me. Back in the present, Chairman Chua's subordinate poked at Kageo's raw wound, mocking him for serving the one who annihilated his clan, making Kageo roar. Enough. Simon Kageo glare, his voice low and guttural. Shut up. What the hell do you know about me? The subordinate remained unfazed, continuing his analysis. So tell me, who are you? Knesset D. Apole Peter. You must be from Glory. Your swordmanship is on par with my mazer. You can't be Smino boy. He smirked provocatively. If you're Kiryu. The subordinate launched a lightning hawk punch toward Simon Kage, growling, You have to take me Dwan furs if you want to paw. Pushed back by the force of the blow, Simon Kageo slid across the floor amid a blazing red lie. He immediately regained his balance and shot forward like a flash of lightning to counterattack. The subordinate frowned in analysis, hit directly on the chin, even without using full power. He seems completely unharmed. These probing punches are useful. The two clashed, unleashing a continuous barrage of attacks and defense. The subordinate realized the difficult situation. But if I hit hard enough to make him bleed, he can use that blow as a weapon. It's truly a dilemma. The subordinate bitterly assessed the situation. Unless I find a way to neutralize the poison in his blow, there's no chance of winning. Simon Kageo swung his arm, unleashing a treacherous slash that forced the subordinate T-duck low T evade. Kageo's attack tray through the metal wall behind, the crove acid creating a sizzling, smoking hole, making the subordinate break out in a CLD sway. How can I take down a monster like thee? Kabom! Simon Kageo unleashed an extremely powerful spinning kick, sending the subordinate flying. Crash! The subordinate was kicked away, slamming into shelf, shattering glass and debris everywhere. Crawling up amid the wreckage, the subordinate admit. This fight is toog. I'm out of idea. Suddenly, the subordinate's eyes lit up as he spewed a cleaning supply kerner in the ROM. Simon Kageo grabbed a shard of broken glah, crushing it in his han, and growl, Give up. He stepped over the shattered glass tray, his bulging muzzles looking like a monster. You have nowhere left to run. Simon Kageo loked Dwan at the subordinate from above, offering term, Tell me where Peter I, and I'll grant you a quick death. The subordinate Sopsray, calmly implementing, You are truly TP tier. With that fighting skill, no one has ever beaten you, Rai. Simon Kageo froze, completely infused by the sudden change in the opponent's attitude, as the man challenged him. Come on, bring it on. He looked skeptical, his voice full of CN fusion. Are you joking with me? Your life is hanging by a thread right now. Thu. The subordinate firmly gripped a mop handle, causing Simon Kageo to gape in astonishment. A mop? The subordinate smirked confidently, declaring, Give up? Pfft. No way. From now on, the subordinate declared he would use Simon Kageo's own secret weapon against him, while the man with the crew-cut SRN fully believed his opponent had no chance of winning. The subordinate smirked confidently, warning that Simon Kageo had no idea how dangerous the mop in his hand truly was. Swish! He gripped the mop handle tightly, assuming a fighting stance with sharp eye. Simon Kageo loked Don and Moke. So you chose a long-range weapon? That hilarious. What go can a woman sick D for you? The subordinate retreated defiantly. Jew, wait and see. Simon Kageo began analyzing. He couldn't figure out what trick the opponent was planning with the mop. But one thing was certain. In Simon Kageo's min, the opponent appeared as a phantom, jing blows and counterattacking in a flash amid a pile of broken bowl. He realized this man always anticipated several moves ahead in every fight. Just like how he used his bare hand, T-shader enemy weapon. Simon Kageo mutere. Certain the Oher man had a sheme involving the mop, but the subordinate interrupted. Hey. Simon Kageo looked up, his eyes filled with caution at the opponent's provocation. The subordinate growl, I'm starting to get bored waiting. Who? In an insan, he swept the mop, clearing out a group of guard and creating an absolute safe zone. Simon Kageo realized he couldn't close the distance. The opponent was using long-range attacks, T-counter him, and the man's speed was T-fast T-find an opening. Thwack. Simon Kageo decided T-go all in. Abandoning defense T, rush in and close the gap, accepting the risk of taking high. He roared internally, Zhu one slid hit, and that punk would be finish. Simon Kageo was sunna, unable to believe his eyes when his punch was blocked as easily. Wah. The subordinate smirk, his handsill firmly holding the mop handle blocking the opponent's strike. Heh. Juice. One more hit. Jerk. Simon Kageo realized smething was wrong when the subordinate declared, You fell for the trap. Stab. The subordinate put all his force int I, pressing the end of the mop handle directly int Simon Kageo's face. Spin. He began rotating the mop handle skillfully, causing Simon Kageo to be gagged and utterly confused about what was happening. Slash. Simon Kageo panicked as he realized his claws were tightly entangled in the mop hia, completely neutralize. The subordinate smirk, his sharp eyes declaring, You've been trapped. Give up. Simon Kageo glare, roaring internally at the opponent's smugn, a farce. Slash. Simon Kageo used his brute strength to tear the mop apart, growling. Did you think I couldn't break this woen mop? Your trap is you sell. Bomb. Foregoing strategy, Simon Kageo charged head-on, unleashing a devastating punch at the remaining part of the mop. Who? The subordinate was pushed back, sliding across the warehouse floor in an extremely agile pour. Standing back, the subordinate doozed off his Han, his voice full of sarcasm. I overestimated you. I thought you were more than Jew, this petty trickery. Simon Kageo retorted fiercely. Your mouth. Whew. Without anoher, Simon Kageo lunged like a bulle, claws extended, determined to silence the opponent once and for all. But Jew, as he was about to reach his target, Simon Kageo suddenly froze, his eyes wide with shock. Crash! Simon Kageo's entire massive boy suddenly low balance and collapsed flat on the floor. The subordinate there, Cly asking a singing question. What's wrong? Did you slip on the floor cleaner? Simon Kageo lay sprawled, roaring in frustration. You basar! What did you deet me? He struggled to get up, but ball hands suddenly began to tremble and smoke strangely, causing him to painy. Why? Why are my hand like thee? The subordinate began explaining. You pose an extremely dangerous weapon, as dangerous that I wouldn't even dare attempt to fight you up close. He exposed the fatal weakness. Your blow has strong acidic property. But what happens when highly alkaline chemicals meet strong acidic blow? Clang. The subordinate continued explaining that the chemical reaction would neutralize the acidity of Simon Kageo's blah, causing his formidable claws to fall off onto the floor. The subordinate's CLD face CN's clued. In Oher, your terrifying weapon is now useless junk. Simon Kageo lay there, grinding his teeth, roaring in utter defeat. Damn I. He suddenly realized the opponent's entire plan. So that's what he did earlier. He used that trick to smear the chemical on me. Simon Kageo clenched his bleeding thigh, trying desperately to reassure himself. It's fine. Simon Kageo roar. I didn't need blow to win a fight. Then charged like an arrow. The subordinate, Zhu Zaldli stared at him, uttering a single whir. You. Simon Kageo growled as he charged. I will kill you. The sword phantom suddenly appeared between the TW, her boy severed in wound but still clothing her katana, shouting, Mazer! The subordinate remained silent, his sharp gaze warning, I advise you to leave immediately if you wish to live. The sword phantom ignored him, screaming madly. Shut up! I will personally kill both of you. I will cleave your head off right here. Clang! The subordinate delivered a lightning phase kick, blocking the sword phantom's blade Jew before it cold strike. Simon Kageo's eyes were wide with horror as he shouted, Mazer! He rushed forward to support the staggering sword phantom, snapping, I told you to wait in the ship. Why did you CME out here? The sword phantom Ponte, collapsing into Simon Kageo's arm, whispering weakly, I need to kill him to capture Peter. We already promised, didn't we? Simon Kageo supported her while snapping, Mazer, ITLD, T let me handle I said I would kill him and capture Peter myself. The sword phantom grinded her teeth, her eyes resolute. I have to thee. I can di. Your job, Mazer, is you to follow me. The subordinate sills there, Cieldelli observing the emotional drama of his two enemy. The sword phantom faded away, and Simon Kageo desperately shook her awake. Mazer, wake up, please. Simon Kageo's flashback began. An image of an ancient Japanese Isate appearing under a torrential rain. He recalled a pause of being Orisize, having water thrown at him and being bullied day and night in his own home. However, there was only one reason that kept him in that hellish place. A little girl named Yuika appear, holding white chrysanthemum, happily calling his name, Kage. Look, aren't the flowers beautiful? The little girl frolicked through the bamboo fore, boasting that the flowers all smelled wonderful. And that was the reason Kageo Sae. In his memory, Yuika offered the bouquet to young Kageo to smell, and he could only smile gently, a rare warm moment. In Simon Kageo's flashback, the scent of the white chrysanthemums Yuika gave him was the only thing that shed him. That scent swept away all the hatred, sadness, and lone lines in the heart of the Auta's young man. Kageo remembered Yuika's radiant smile. That very scent had senest two people of different Satuse. Memories of the bamboo fore's surface. Young Kageo hesitantly advised Yuika no TCME near him, but the little girl Zhu smiled and declared she would hug him to her heart's CN10. A large, bald boyguard appear, reminding young lady Yuika that the leader had forbidden her from running around freely. The boyguard bow, politely inviting Yuika home, but the subborn girl flatly refused. Yuika shouted that she wanted to play with Kageo more, making the boyguard only able to smile helplessly. Thwack! The scene suddenly changed, a high-ranking man was relentlessly punching Kageyo's face, cursing him as a discusing monster who had crowed the line. The man continued to beat Kage, roaring, "Die, die, you be a," while Kageo could only sphere his head and endure the assault. From behind the doctor, Yuika fearfully witnessed everything, and from then on, they were forbidden from approaching each her. Kageo bitterly realized that whether it was due to his cursed Blowleen or her royal BL, there was always an insurmountable boundary between them. Time pace. At the estate under the torrential rain, urging shout echo, "Phaser, even Phaser." Inside, Yuika was strenuously training her sword art to exhaustion. A trainer declared she was born to inherit the title of Kituryu leader. Standing in the rain, Kageo silently observed, accepting his role as the young lady's shadow. And that was more than enough for him. On Yuika's birthday, the maid marveled at the gift and splendid kimono she received. Yuika happily held an expensive bowlie of perfume, acknowledging that luxury brand were indeed worth every penny. Standing outside, Kageo quietly held a cheap bowl of perfume, overhearing that the her gift was from the Fujiwara family. He turned and walked away, telling himself that Yuika deserved far better things than his cheap gift. Kageo's thought affirmed that Yuika had once been a radiant chill, but everything had smartly changed after a certain incident. That night, gun show echoed everywhere. The Yamatgumi Yakuza gang suddenly launched a blowy raid on the estate. The Yakuza unleashed a hail of gunfire, shouting that the boy guard had inhaled poison gas and were as go as dea. A large Yakuza thug grabbed young lady Yuika tightly, sphered her mouth, and growled that going outside now was too dangerous. He carried the terrified Yuika and ran off, even as the little girl screamed in vain for Kageo to release her. Kageo recalled that after that horrific incident, his macer had beckoned me a different person, madly swinging her sword like a demon. Kageo had to use all his strength to hold Yuika back as she screamed, demanding to kill all the bossard who had harmed her family. After frantic training session, Yuika lay exhausted on her bed, but in her min, there were only two revenge, disregarding her boy that was being destroyed. As for Kage, all he could do was helplessly watch and care for his young mazer. Many years pass, and finally, the day of reckoning arrive. Yuika sealed lease upon the CRPs of the Yakuza B, ending their feud. Kageo recounted that with his young mazer's sword and his own blah, the two of them had made 2,000 Yakuza disappear without a trace. Revenge was successful, but the price was that Bo became heavily wanted criminal, with no place left to hide. Faint streetlights shone in the dilapidated mole rom, where the two Auta, registered by the entire world, were hiding. Kageo sat silently by the window, looking out at the night city, while Yuika sat slumped on the floor, exhausted and empty. Yuika, now with a more weathered appearance, asked Kageo about their next destination, and he simply replied, "Anywhere you wish, Mazer," making her let out a cynical laugh. She told Kageo he was free to leave, but he flatly refused without hesitation. Yuika was silent for a moment, then looked away, making a suggestion. "Then how about thee?" She suggested that one day, they both go to very distant deserted island. Yuika dreamed of a peaceful life where no one would recognize them, where simply eating fresh fruit and sunbathing every day would be enough. But then she dismissed the thought herself, thinking that a deserted island would surely be very Then Kageo to forget about I. Kageo looked at his mazer, who was huddled against the wall, his eyes gleaming with steely determination and promise. He looked at her with a gentle smile, asserting, "It won't be ho at all, mazer." In the rom bathed in red lie, Kageo's tall, declaring he would beck me the shadow prosing Yuika. Yuika, sighting on the floor, looked up at him with a meaningful and smee-what weary smile. Amid the desolate ruin, Kageo supported Yuika's limp boy, her katana lying discarded beside them. She weakly called his name, and Kageo immediately responded with absolute loyalty. "Yea, my lady." Yuika handed him a small, old perfume bowlie. Kageo froze, completely bewildered. "What is thee?" Memories flowed back. A young Kageo secretly peered in the rom, where Yuika was being dressed in a kimono by Mai, his hand holding that very perfume bowlie. After leaving the gift and a few trinky, the young Kageo quietly departed in the darkness. Back in the present, Kageo was still in shock, his voice trembling as he asked why she still kept I. Yuika sneer, revealing she had known and kept it for 10 years, mocking his thoughtles nay. She asked him to spray it on her, but Kageo flatly refused, saying it had expired and he would never do such a thing. Spray. Despite his refusal, Kageo sprayed the perfume directly onto his che. Yuika smiled contentedly as she inhaled the familiar scent. "It smells wonderful." She leaned against Kag, whispering that whenever she was with him, she felt preceded by her shadow, Jews like in the old days when they were bow children. Yuika apologized for no being able to keep her promise to run away together, then bid Kageo farewell. Kageo's eyes widening, finally realizing the horrifying truth. Without a word of warning, Yuika pulled him into final key. Tears streamed down their face, a kiss mingled with the scent of perfume, ball, and despair. Kageo's eyes now held only extreme agony as the woman he swore T-Proc vanished in his arm. Kageo panicked intensely. Realizing the sword phantom had swallowed his poisonous blow, he screamed, "N, my lady, that's my blow. You must spit it oh." The sword phantom calmly faced death, her gaze resolute. "I have done many wrongs in my life. This is for the bee." She smiled peacefully, whispering, "And this way, you will be able to survive. Please, end this in my sea." The sword phantom's eyes slowly closed. Kageo cried out in despair, shaking and calling his Lada's name amid the flame. "N, please DNT leave me. Yuika." He clothed the sword phantom's klingboy tightly, his agonizing scream echoing through the collapsing ROM. Fierce flames raged violently through the shattered windpane. Kageo suppressed his pain, embracing the sword phantom's crops and whispering, "Yuika, if that is your wish, I will gladly fulfill Peter's opera, his gaze sharp as he heard his opponent's declaration. "I will keep my promise to Yuika. I will end this for her. I will no back. Dwan." Kageo roared like a bia, his sharp claws tearing at his own declaring, "I will kill you, then I will kill Peter." Bomb. Kageo put all his strength into his charge, the ground beneath his feet cracking open. Crash! An entire section of the Crete floor shattered into 100 pieces under his terrifying power. Whew! Peter barely dodged the attack as Kageo showpa, his power destroying everything in his path. Bomb. Kageo lande, creating a CSND explosion, the floor completely ravaged. Peter retreat. Realizing this was no longer a simple fight, he analyzed, "This man is charging at me with all his me. Regards of self-destruction." Peter saw the death wish in his opponent's eye. "I understand." Kageo sup, blow trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes devoid of any life. "You are ready to die for thee." Peter frowned, assessing the situation. This is truly a difficult predicament. He was acutely aware of the deadly danger. Even the slight contact with his blow is enough to kill me. What should I do now? Peter racked his brain in desperation. How can I fight back? How do I counter his deadly poisonous blow? Who? Simon Kageo gave his opponent no time, charging wildly like a savage bia. But as he closed in, Kageo paused, his eyes filled with surprise. "What is thee?" A series of bright red fire extinguishers flew straight at his face, making the assassin dumbfounded. Fire extinguisher? Swish! Peter spun around, throwing the fire extinguishers directly on the floor instead of at Kage. Bomb! White powder from the fire extinguishers explode, covering the entire area. Kageo frowned, mistakenly thinking, trying to use a smoke bomb? But then he froze, realizing Peter's true intention. I understand what he's doing. The layer of white powder severed Kage, sealing his open wound. He roared in frustration. "He's using this to my bleeding." Peter recalled Kageo's previous victim, all of whom died in utter despair. No matter their skill or cunning, all were trash before the power of the poisonous blowed man. Kageo was utterly Sune. He couldn't believe Smaone had figured out a way to counter his ability. And now, Peter, who had found the antidote, was charging forward with the eyes of a hunter. Pow, pow, pow. Peter unleashed a relentless CMB, mercilessly punching and kicking Kage. The smoke and dust gradually clear, revealing a ravaged battlefield. Amid the ruin, bow were queuing violently after the fierce CMBA. Kageo lay on the ground, weakly analyzing. "If you're CNSed T Peter, you must be involved with glory. Your skill level must be A rank, N, on par with an Apole." Peter is tall, seal Dudley questioning. "There's no way I have no information about you. Speak. Who exactly are you?" Kageo merely gave a faint smile, his eyes empty. But what go is finding out now? He simply gave up, having no reason left to survive. "Zeus, kill me." Peter sept clower, his voice deepening seriously. "Is that? You never thought a boo." Peter grabbed Kageo by the claw, questioning why Yamatgumi ambushed Kituryu, then dropped a bombshell question. "What if I TL'd you? Glory was behind everything?" Kageo's eyes widened, his voice trembling in disbelief. "What are you saying? Glory?" The Sene flashed back 10 years, to when Glory's B, with his demonic Bacta, was in the pros of recruiting a new lineup of Apole. The Bo had his eyes on Kituryu, Japan's most powerful assassin organization, with a 1,000-year history. He wanted to take over this prestigious name, But Kitoryu's leader was a proud man, and flatly refused the offer. Reges. The bow's subordinates left a cryptic warning before leaving. One day, before you even realize the boss first move was to seek out the stronghold of Yamatgumi, Kitoryu's Chloe ally. He manipulated Yamatgumi to betray them, using them to simply wipe out Kitoryu. Bang bang! Gun show echoed through the Nai. The Yakuza gang mercilessly unleashed a hail of bull, and the entire Kitoryu clan was annihilated in a single Nai. Amid the Blois Sene, a large man carried the young sword Phantom, fleeing from the ruins, a truly tragic Srai. Since that Nai, every step of revenge taken by the two survivors was orchestrated by the former Kitoryu leader. The bow's threat echoed again. Before you even realize Kitoryu will be mine. After seeking revenge and lowering their purpo in life, Glory appeared at the right time, offering the poison of a pole as a form of salvation. The sword Phantom held Glory's kra, with Kageo behind her, all of it showing that the bow had achieved exactly what he wanted. And what he truly desired was Kage, the shadow of Kitoryu. Back in the present, Peter C. included, Keldley. It might be a hard pill to swallow, but it's the truth. Kageo grated his teeth, roaring in despair, refusing to believe the lies of the one he considered a venomous snake. He growled, "Why should I believe you?" But Peter interrupted. "If you didn't believe me, go ask your bow yourself." Peter leaned down, delivering the psychological finishing blow. "Or rather, why didn't you ask Raphael?" Kageo froze, his mind streaming. How does he know the bow Siname? The flashback returned. Kageo refused Glory's craw, declaring, "I cannot accept thee." He affirmed his absolute loyalty. "No one can serve two mazer, I only have one mazer." The bow smiled cunningly, making a sinister offer. "Then bestows the title of Simon upon your mazer." Perched on his chair, the bow sealed the psychological game. That way you can see and continue to serve her. Back in the present, Kageo gnashed his teeth, his mind streaming. "Are you saying the bow orchestrated all of the? I didn't believe I." He clenched his fist on the shadered deck, the harsh truth beginning to sink in. But if he's telling the truth, does that mean everything Yuika and I went through was meaningless? Poisonous blow dripped from Kageo's han, melting the metal deck as he realized his tragedy. "I only wanted Yuika to be happy, to be her shadow." Kageo collapsed in despair, tormenting himself with a series of what if, Kijin. What if Glory had never appeared? What if I had refused the offer to beck me in a pole? In his agony, he imagined a different scenario, where Yuika smiled radiantly, with a bouquet of chrysanthemum, a peaceful life she deserved. His torment transformed in extreme rage. Kageo snapped his head up, roaring madly. "How cold, he sleeps suddenly after ruining a person's life." "How?" Peter observed CLD Lee, offering a sarcastic piece of advice. "Don't push yourself to har. You're Zhu, killing yourself." The shaded predator and prey, amid the sea of flame. Peter's upright, while Kageo Kanel, gasping for breath. Peter delivered the final blow, his voice sharp as a knife. "Right now, your friend are in danger." Kageo looked up, and before he called Undersun, Peter odd. "We've sent pirates to kill them all." Peter smirked, pronouncing a death sentence for everyone. "This ship is about to sink forever." Peter looked at the sunned Kage, giving his final condition. "If you want to save them, I advise you to go now." The Senna shifted to the deck, where SAF were frantically evacuating the panicked VIP crowd on life raft. A yacht employee tried Reger, an Arab magnate, but on her voice rang blocking their way. "And where do you think you're going?" A group of heavily armed pirates appear, their dark-skinned leader pointing his gun, ordering mercilessly, "Show, everyone on the life raft." The yacht employees froze, one trembling as he asked his Clyde, "Broher, what do we do now?" The Oher broke out in a CLD sway, helplessly admitting, "Eve considered all scenari, but I can't spaff guns with knife." A yacht employee desperately admit, "Everything lead to failure. There are many of them. We're DME." The Dako browers bloking the crow, assazing the tense situation. "Only the two of us know how to fee. Each of us has take on 10 guy, and every single one of them is armed with a gun." The pirate leader ordered his subordinate, his eyes sharp. "Be careful. These two cleanup kid are no pushover. Show them if they move." Chairman Choi raised his hand in surrender, his voice trembling as he tried to negotiate. "Why? Let's make a deal." While Ano, her employee, was equally panic. The pirate growled, pointing his gun directly at Chua's face. "Don't stall any longer. We won't be fooled again." Choi hastily shout, "I am Unchang Choi, chairman of Deha Group. Name your price." The pirate smirked dangerously. "Alri, Mr. Choi, I've ju thought of what I want. He sneer, his gun sill aimed at the targe, sealedly declaring what he wante. Your hia. Realizing there was no asape, the Dako brohairs loked at each O'Hare, shouting their final farewell. You're the best little broer, Junior. See you in heaven, Biggie. Back to Peter, he loked at Kage, who was still frozen, and Tante. Why didn't you G? If you didn't go now, your friend will all die. Kageo replied with an unusually calm expression. It's already. There's already a glory assassin among them. Peter sneer, thinking Kageo was naive. What can a glory assassin against a pile of gun? They're Jew cannon for. Kageo admit. You're absolutely right. That's the case for ordinary assassin. A strange glint appeared in his eye. Peter froze, a crazy hypothesis flashing through his min. Why, cold it be? Kageo confirmed Peter's suspicion, with a mysterious smile. That's right. There's an O'Hare extraordinary assassin on this ship. No sooner had he spoken. A figure flashed across the deck like lightning, the katana in his hand swinging in a brilliant R, slicing the gun and it magazine in half. A yacht employee gaped in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes when he saw the Dako brohers were still safe. He sliced Thogun's T-pieces in an insan. Apole Simon, with only one arm, tall amid the deck, his cat flutering in the wind. The panicked pirates scream, "What's happening? Has no dead ye? Get all the guns, ooh, don't get clodem." In a peaceful flashback scene, a mazer asked young Simon, "Tell me, Simon, what do you think is the absolute worst-case scenario for a swordman?" The mazer placed his hand on Simon's wrist to feel his pulse. Continuing the les. I think one of them is lowing an arm and being unable to wield a sword anymore. The mazer looked directly at young Simon, who was fiddling with his finger, and poed a fateful question. Suppose you low an arm and can no longer use a sword. What would you? Young Simon grinned, answering his senior broer's question. You know I know exactly what I'd if I low an arm. I'd open a knoll shop. The senior broer was speechless, turning his back and walking away, as the conversation grew increasingly absurd, despite young Simon's attempt to hold him back with promises of free nole. From a distance, an O'Hare trainee lamented that Simon had gone too far this time. Two O'Hare trainees standing next to Choi's subordinate agree. Wondering why Simon had t'd such a crazy thing, Choi's subordinate was startled, stammering that he didn't mean for Simon to interpret it that way, calling him a semplate lunati. It turned out that young Simon had deliberately broken his own arm, hung it up, and was furiously practicing sword strikes on logs with his remaining han. Choi's subordinate rushed over, yelling, "What the hell have you done yourself? Are you crazy, Key?" Young Simon calmly replied that he had thought it through carefully, and realized this was easier than selling knolls for the rest of his life. The senior broer shouted that this was no time for joke, but Simon insisted he was completely serio. Young Simon explained, "Just wait and see. There will see me a day when I can no longer use my current technique." His eyes gleamed with steely determination as he clenched his thigh. "And when that day see me, it will be the day I perfect a completely new spiral sword R." Choi's subordinate froze, sweat pouring down, his mind replaying the even. He muttered about Siamon Logi. A swordman need two-hand T-swing. A swar. A marksman need fingers T. Pull a trigger. But Simon, with one arm bandage, was charging forward with his sword in his O'Hare han. Choi's subordinate's eyes widened, realizing that Simon had surpassed all limit of Siamon Logi. Swirling, frenzy, and powerful sword strikes were unleashed, forming a sarem of swordmanship. The ultimate technique born from that madness was the left-handed spiral severing strike, a spiraling slash with the left hand. Back in the present, Apole Simon, now mising an arm, looked directly at his former subordinate and declared, "See, broer, I told you I would perfect a new technique." All passenger, including the wealthy crow, frantically climbed Dulin rope ladders to evacuate the ship, which was engulfed in flame. The Glory Club's CCD base, the Go Yacht, explode and was completely destroyed, while a high-speed yacht sped away in the night. On the deck, the Dako broers knelt on the ground, stammering Simon's name. The two boys expressed extreme admiration, unable to believe they were meeting a flesh-and-blood Apole, while Peter simply Simon ignore them. Biggie and Junior began imitating Simon's sword movement, praising him profusely that they had never seen anyone wield a blade masterfully, leaving Simon speechless. "Do I really lock like the?" The broers' eyes lit up, and they excitedly asked Simon if he knew the legend Peter, even spreading rumors that he posed the power to destroy entire city. Simon's face was snay cld as he repeat, "Destroy city?" Then deadpan, "Peter can move entire mountain, no joke." Peter and the Daco brohairs burst into laughter when Simon clarified that he meant hilly area, leaving the swordman bewildered as to why his joke had landed well. Simon put his arm around the two boy, revealing that he had TLD Peter about them, which startled both of them. Peter gazed into the distance, recalling Simon's ye, he said you two. Simon gave a mischievous wink. Are designed for great thing, skilled enough to beck me a pole. The Daco broers cheered joyfully, shouting, We love you, Peter, as the yacht sped across the sea. On the ship, Chairman Choi advised Peter T-Ray, but Peter waved him off, saying that arms dealers must train their boys TCPE with danger. Simon thanked Chairman Choi for saving him, but Als warned that this ASEAN would make the Glory organization suspicious of him. Chairman Choi confidently replied that he would be fine, as Glory believed he was on an overseas business trip. Peter looked out at the sea, calculating in his min. South Korea has 3,348 islan, yet Glory found Simon immediately on one of the most secluded islan, Islan. They had enough information to successfully kidnap and imprisoned Apole. Peter deduced, there's no way they'd know we're together. The face of Raphael, the final B, appeared in Peter's min. He was surely furious at being led by the Noe again, but Peter merely smirked. There's still plenty more excitement, TCME, Raphael. The high-speed boat cut through the wave, moving forward, signaling that a new battle had only truly begun. The long-haired broer was complaining Jiwon, recounting how she used B head over heels for him and insisted on marrying him. Jiwon slapped the man hard, sending him sprawling and yelping for Peter's help, while she taunted, I punched your back. Swaides your arm her. After taking a beating, the broer scrambled back up, his face grim as he asked about Raphael's conspiracy, the mastermind behind Bo, the Yongguang hospital incident, and this goalie ship. Seeing Peter and Jiwon remain silent, the long-haired man snapped, feeling ganged up on and bullied by both of them. Jiwon's face was CLD, as she delivered a fatal blow. Raphael want to erase Peter, and everything he represent. Flashback T, 2013. The bells of Yongguang Church rang signaling a momentous event about to take place at the old sanctuary of the Glory Club. Inside the magnificent church, a voice resonate, thanking Go for blessing the nation and acknowledging the sacrifices of the children who fought for him. The hand of an old priest rested on the scripture, admitting that no one knew of the fallen children, but he believed Go would acknowledge their presence. Father Gabriel, the founder of Glory, appeared with a solemn expression and declared, From this moment, I officially order the disbandment of the 12 Apole. He commanded the Apoles, citing silently below T-Wash, away their blah, sway, and tears, and step out int the out-eyed whirl. But 1% defied Father Gabriel's will, Raphael, his adopted sin, and the current final bow of Glory. Young Raphael burst into the Ram, frantically questioning his 80-piptive father about his sudden decision. He screamed in a frenzy, arguing that if the minions, meaning the 12 Apoles, were eliminated, Glory would collapse Jew as it was on the verge of expansion. Father Gabriel sternly crest Raphael, asserting that the Apoles were broher, no minion, and that the decision to disband was by mutual CNZen. Driven away, Raphael clenched his thigh, veins bulging, as his rage began to erupt. He mutered T himself outside, staring at the statue of Chris and believing this decision was a mizak. His madness reached its peak. Raphael roared about his destiny and unleashed a devastating punch upon the statue. Crack! He shattered the statue's face, screaming that this was no his father, that he had been posed by Satan. Bomb! The colossal statue crumbled under the fanatic's insane power. Raphael's with his back to the rubble, claiming the right to decide. For Yongguang T proper, that is what's bees for this nation. That is Goss will. Raphael sat on the throne, holding a CR piece, and declared arrogantly, and finally, Go's word is my word. He officially seized the throne, leisurely smoking a cigarette, and began his expansion plan. Exploiting the orphanage's reputation, Raphael transformed it into a perfect C-Ver-T established the Glory Club, Asia's largest assassin organization. He assured the world, recruiting the Monorious assassins to replace the outdated Apole. Raphael's sinister smile revealed his ultimate goal. To expand his territory globally, he needed to clear an obstacle. And that obstacle was Peter, the living legion, the emotional anchor no Ju for the Apoles, but for the entire assassin industry. Meanwhile, Jiwon was seething. Ju's thinking about that bastard Raphael makes my blow boil. Her broer Tante. What's worse is you're standing here fuming about the new Apole, while I'm the one who go beaten up. Jiwon grabbed her broer by the claw, growling. And you dared to bring one of them back to my house? while Kageo lay unconscious on the floor. Peter walked in, gently lifted the enraged Jiwon, and TLD her broer T keep quiet. Hush, he's asleep. They all went down the hallway, and her broer Kipe, Rai, he won't cause trouble in this inn, making Jiwon want sab him for his lame joke. Russell, Ba Sartle, thinking Kajo had woken up, but Peter reassured them. He low a low of BL, there's no way he'd wake up sluss. Jiwon glared toward the Rom, her eyes blazing. You know wha? I'm going to kill him. And do even think about sping me? Peter simply asked calmly, are you sure? Which immediately made Jiwon falter, making excuse. I'm Blin. Are you making me fight him on army? Her broer again teased Jiwon for hiding behind him, only to be retreated by her. With a severed arm? I didn't think. Peter signaled for silence, then cautiously opened the Dr. T the ROM, where Kageo was rezzing. Peter's eyes flasha. He realized Smething was wrong. All three froze when they saw the empty B. And her broer panic. Why? Where did he? I ingest him with a TN of tranquilizer. Peter maintained a terrifyingly calm expression. It's fine. He probably Jew went and I know exactly where. In a dark ROM, the bow received a rapport. The Go yacht has sunk. Can we assume Peter was responsible? The bow smirk, muttering about the enigma of Peter, who had caused 2 major incidents at the hospital and the yacht without revealing his face. The bow asked for the opinions of the new Apoles sprawled below. And one Siamente, Kageo, was defeat? I didn't expect that old man BSS wrong. A bald Apole taunted the musular Apole. Scare, sir? Why didn't you cut back on the pro-in and go train your martial R? The musular man growled back. Shut your mouth if you didn't want to be trin in half. But the bald man continued to sneer. Oh, it seems your mouth muscles are owls working at full capacity. The sniper Apole aimed his massive gun at the 2 noisy men. CLDly warning. Do I need to lodge a fat bullet into your brains to make you shut up? Anohair Hode Apole merely observed in silence. No uttering a single word. The bow chuckle, cuting off their bickering. Alri, I know you miss each her, but now is the time to suspuzina. The musular Apole spoke up again, smugly claiming that the only reason Peter wasn't caught was because he wasn't there. If he had been, it would only take a second to capture the old man. Bomb! An earth-shattering explosion rang and the main DRs of the Grand Hall were utterly destroyed. The sniper Apole looked annoyed. Oh, Gria. At Lee's knock before entering. Simon Kage, severed and wound yet standing tall like a mountain, stepped in from the dust and smoke, and spoke. If that isn't Simon. The bow sprang at his feet, his voice filled with astonishment and joy. You're alive, Eames Gla, Simon. The bow offered sea-end lenses for Yuika's death. But Simon Kageo merely looked silently at the new Apoles and sigh. But more importantly, Simon Kageo clenched his thigh, his eyes sharp. What about Peter? The bow smiled meaningfully, asking directly. Tell me, have you met him, ye? Simon Kageo raised his hia, retreating with a challenging question. Is that true? The bow feigned ignorance, but Simon Kageo growl, getting straight to the point. Is it true that you orchestrated all of the? Simon Kageo stared directly into the bow's eye, pouring all his resentment into the final question. Were you the one who annihilated Kitaryu? Answer me. The bow recanted that Yuika had been very grateful to Simon Kage, that thanks to him, she had a place to rely on. Like a foal, a flashback of Yuika's radiant smile appeared as the bow reveal. But Peter told me the reason that girl's peaceful life was shattered was all because of you. Simon Kageo growl, his eyes icy. I'm asking you one last time. The bow swathed his he, feigning innocence upon hearing the final question. Were you the one behind the Kitaryu massacre? The old bow began to equivocate. So you mean it's my fault that Kitaryu was wiped out and the sword phantom die? You want me take responsibility? That's truly unfair. A crazed and sick smile appeared on the boss' face, hidden in shadow. Because I'm the one who wanted to deliver this news. You. The old bow continued to add fuel to the fire, clenching his thigh. Kage, I'm truly sorry for your L. But it was Yuika's own temperament that caused all of the. The bow pointed directly at Simon Kageo's face, including. And above all, none of this would have happened if you hadn't accepted the Apollo poison in the first place, don't you think? Simon Kageo grinded his teeth, his fist clenched white as he realized he had been painfully deceived. I had hoped it wasn't true. The bows above, looking D-Don at the new Apoles, sprawled below. And CMMande, listen up. Apole. Who? Simon Kageo unleashed his razor-sharp metal claw, ready to fi. Starting now, every single one of you get out of this ROM. He flung open his CA, revealing a boy severed in Batelsar, and declare, I'm giving you 10 seconds. Anyone who remains after Tha. Kageyo's eyes blazed with murderous intent, his voice CLD as ice. Will die. The bow remained terrifyingly calm, sneering. Kage. I didn't think you grasped the situation here. Look around. The entire lineup of new Apoles remained still as Satue. No a single one moving. Their weapons ready in Han. Prepared for battle. A bald, muscular Apole spoke up, taunting. Kage. Why are you suddenly throwing a tantrum about Thee? After all, you're Jus a hanger-on. The Apole with the sniper rifle chimed in. Exactly. Jus let it go. You lock pathetic. An O'Hare Apole wearing pilo goggles tried to be only polite. Come on broer, he fought hard to get where he is tay. Now let's all have a cup of tea together. The Hode Apole cut him off. Silence. I refuse to drink tea with a discusing babin reeking of bly. Simon Kageo growl, radiating murderous intent. Fine. So none of you are willing to leave? With Tha, he decided, tea fight tea the death, roaring that he would drag them all to their grave, then charged forward with terrifying speed. He swung his razor-sharp claw, aiming directly at the Hode Apole. Unexpectedly, the Hode Apole easily bloked the attack, Sealdeli declaring, I TLD. You'd be silent. The Apole continued Teton. You talk too much. You're making my ears burn. Kageo smirke, issuing a challenge. Keep laughing, John. A single drop of my blow will surely kill you. The Hode Apole responded unflinchingly, swinging his arm in a counterattack as he sighed. Yay. I know your blow is deadly poison, but you won't get a chance to spill a single drop on me. Kageo deftly dodged the attack, growling, We'll see. He thought T himself that the plan had succeeded, luring the opponent T-Foos on dodging the poisonous blow T-attack from their blind spee. Kageo launched a decisive claw attack from Beihin, confidently declaring, 1 down. But he was utterly shocked when the Hode Apole dodged the deadly blow, even though Kageo was right behind him. Sizzle. A plume of smoke rose from the large shield, which had bloked Kageo's attack. Kageo froze when he saw the Hode Apole suddenly appear before him, holding a shield sphered in his bluff. The Hode Apole spoke with Entemp. You pathetic small fry. You should feel honored to die here. With Tha, he unleashed a devastating blow on the ground. Bomb. A terrifying explosion sent Kageo flying, and the ground cracked open into massive crater. Kageo struggled his feet from the rubble, unable to believe his opponent's strength. Damn. How can he be strong? The Hode Apole raised his thigh, preparing to finish him off. Dying snur will be easier for you, Kage. The goggles Apole intervene. Come on, you two. Spee fighting. Don't make me step in. The bald Apole snap. What the hell are you ding Thado? Get your filthy foe off me. Thaddeus sneer, taunting. Oh, CMEon have a little sympathy. He's clearly exhaust. You need to blow off Smee seam. Coming all this way to avenge his loved one. How romantic. Kageo grated his teeth, realizing he had low to much blow, and reached his limit, and decided he needed to recover before returning to avenge Yuika. The Glory headquarters building's tall, an impregnable fortress in the nigh. Clang. Kageo used his remaining strength to leap from the building, determined to asape at all. The bald Apole roar. You all scared him off, Philip. Shut up. We cannot let a traitor asape. We must pursue and kill him. The B, Raphael, sat crow-legged on his chair, casually declaring, It's fine. Let him go. I understand. At that age, one tend to be rebellious and a con impulse. He sphered his mouth, smiling seriously, with absolute certainty. Anyway, we'll meet him again, send enough. The bow's up, looking out at the night city through the hole in the wall, wondering about smithing. He muttered that Kageo Moose have met Peter, but Peter coolden poible BC NSed tit Nathaniel, the Goyak, or Kiturius Pa. Raphael stared at the ruined landape, drawing a conclusion. He definitely has an Asian police backing him. Smeon extremely powerful with abundant resource. He pondered deeply. Who could that person be? Let's see. A flash of insight struck Raphael as he recalled rumors of Deha Group's chairman Choi appearing on the Goyak. The bow began TC neck. The why did he suddenly board the yacht after showing no interies in eye? He even refused to meet me, citing a business trip. A sinister and malicious smile spread acro Raphael's lips as he realized the truth. Did he go there and help Peter? Images of Chairman Choi and his truest subordinate appear. Raphael was utterly delight. You know what? The timing is perfect. Anyway, I need a new armory. His gaze fixed on the Deha Group building. The next target had been decided. Raphael turned to a shadowy figure, his voice full of authority. Can you di? Apoljon? A figure wearing a white Apol's cloak sat imposingly on the sep, exuding an overwhelming aura. The new Apol asked back, "Duwa?" Raphael's before the shadered wind W, replying curtly. "You know what I'm talking about." Raphael stated firmly. "You killed Apole Gabriel. Dealing with Smione like Unchang Choi is child's play for you." The bow offered generously. "Of course, feel free to ask for help. Deha Group security is among the Tuge." The new Apol John sneer, reciting intelligence information flawlessly. 372 armed Guar, plus Spain's elite Asud team. "Do you think that's enough tease me?" Raphael smirked with Delhi, clearly pleased with the new recruit's attitude. "Hey, you're all prepare." G. The bow gave his final order. The target seen firm. Go kill Unchang Choi. The Deha Group buildings tall in the Nai. Scene change. A news report was playing. People on the street streamed in Pani, satering in disarray. That morning, the entire Deha Group building was severed in a giant graffiti drawing made of smething-like blah, with the provocative word, Alapide. In a luxurious bar, a group of retired mercenaries was waving the new, and the long-haired man exclaimed, "That's quite a fia. That building is incredibly tall. How did he climb up there to Drotha?" The woman with glazes and a bandaged hand spoke with an air of knowledge. "This is the work of that S-rank assassin, Apole John, who began operating after we retire." The group leader shook his head, creasing the information. It's him. The one who assassinated the previous Apole John, Al's known as Alapide. The name matched the drawing on the building. In a warehouse full of weapon, an Arab prince was in extreme pawnee. "What I? Alapide has left a mark for me." The prince trembled amid his heavily armed boygar, shouting, "I'm going to die." A Seldir reassured him. "Don't be afraid, your Highness. We alls have the honorary Apol here to help you." An elderly man in a suit entier, with the aura of a legion. "It's a pleasure to meet you, your Highness. I will do my best to ensure your safe return." His profile appear, Koiname John, 59 years old, former Apol, assassination expert, with 359 missions and a 100% success rate, a true monster. Former Apol John to the prince. "This might end snur than expess." When asked why, he pointed at a guard and delivered a devastating elbow strike. "Because that damned Alapide who's hunting you is right behind you." The assassin Alapide, his hand still trembling, acknowledged his opponent's skill. "Impressive. How did you see through my disguise?" But former Apol John simply replied curtly, "Easy." John explained condescendingly. "I smelled Smione who doesn't belong in this uniform." The boyguard shout, "He's running, get him!" as Alapide darted away. But the assassin merely smirk. "Running? Me?" Alapide spept in the darkness, holding a strange device, and arrogantly wonder, "Why would I the?" Click. The warehouse plunged in darkness. The boyguard screamed in Pani. Gunshow erupted chaotically, amid gut-wrenching screams as they were brutally massacred. Amid the satyred CR pieces of the boygar, Alipade Ciamente, using muzzle flashes, T-load enemies in the dark. Only TP tier assassins can pull off such a trick. Now I understand why they call you the honorary Apole. John remained unfazed. The two-gold man leaped back, responding with seasoned experience. "I don't know what tricks you're trying to pull, but I've been through TNS of missions like thee." As net as he finished speaking, John activated his quad-lens night vision goggle, declaring confidently, "I might be old, but I've still go eye." Alapide SFF'd from the shadow. "Throwing your shoe, are we?" But John only thought to himself, "Dream on. I'll pick it up right after thee." Even, John still felt smithing was off as he scanned the warehouse with his night vision goggle. The old former Apol began to feel a chill down his spine, muttering, "Strange indeed." Besides, the eerie feeling he emanate, John broke out in a CLD sweat as he realized a horrifying truth. "I can't sense him anywhere. Hes utterly silent, even the scent from earlier is completely gone. It's as if no one is here." The two-gold man couldn't believe his own judgment. Only one question remained in his mind. "You mean I can't sense him at all?" John's seasoned eyes widened behind his night vision goggle. Through the lens, he saw an image absurd. It was unbelievable, causing him to exclaim, "What is the? How can this be?" A dagger was hovering in midair, emitting a searching red hia. John was deeply shocked, because these goggles could detect the boy heat of all living creature, but they didn't detect the one holding the dagger. Kapow! While still reeling, John TK a devastating punch to the face, sending his goggles flying off. The two-gold man Sagire, before he could regain his bearing, he fired wildly into the darkness, yelling in despair, Damn, I swear he was right there, but now I can't sense anything at all. John, the two-gold assassin, spun around in the darkness, yelling, wondering where his enemy was hiding. In the silent space, a voice echoed, full of challenge. I've always wondered. Hearing the son, John immediately aimed his gun in that direction, but there was no one there. The voice then came from another direction, mocking. What the blow of an honorary pole tases like. Who? An invisible attack tre through the air. John only managed to feel the deadly goo. At her base, Peter's team waved via screen and was deeply shook. What the hell? The cameras can't detect him. The bandaged woman frantically Peter, that even a veteran like John was getting beaten by this guy. Simon yelled, no believing that an unknown no-boy could defeat John, but Peter remained silent. Peter slammed his hand on the table, his eyes sharp as he mentioned the name Alipede, and revealed his sick habit of leaving warning signs for his victim. A video appeared, showing the giant word Alipede written in blow on a skyscraper, proving he had chosen his next prey. Simon furiously demanded Dut Hunt done that bastard immediately, but Peter spepped him. No knee, Simon. Peter explained that Alipede always left his mark personally. There was no need to search far. Just as Peter sighed, a hood figures conspicuously in the Arabian prince's bedroom, leaving a bloy massage on the wall right above the victim's hair. Scene change. Simon, with a serious expression, TLD Jiwan that his time was running. Simon noily asked Jiwan, a blind person, how she cold asses Peter via computer, and she threatened to chop off his remaining arm. Jiwan was annoyed, snapping that she had endured enough. She pushed her hair aside, revealing a high-tech hearing device, and explained it was a screen reader that helped her see everything. Simon still wouldn't give up, continuing to tease that even if her senses were sharper, she still needed to see the screen, and was again threatened by Jiwan with a beating. Jiwan delivered a resounding slap to Simon's back, making him yelp. And she snapped. I hit your back. No, your arm. Are you the blind one after all? Peter interrupted the argument, ordering, that's enough, both of you sit nah. I have smithing. Say. Peter analyzed the extremely tense situation. Raphael will definitely go all O, and no only our team, but als the former Apollas will beck me targ. The Sene shifted deed the old Apollo, John's corpse, huddled in the rain, as Peter asserted that they would hunt Don and eliminate all retired Apollo. Peter assigned a mission to Simon, who was hanging by his arms as punishment. I want you to find them before Raphael's people, eh? The Sene returned to John's crops with the dagger plunged into his K. Peter said that he didn't want any of his fellow Apols to shed. Blah. Simon growled, his eyes filled with determination. I'm not worried about them. They can take care of themselves. But for you, my friend Peter, just leave it me. Screech. A pink ice cream truck braked sharply, spiping on the asphalt roa. The whole group's by the car. Peter explained that Simon had been exposed too much. Accompanying him would be T. Dangereux, and his mission was only to find the Oher Apole. Simon shook Peter's hand slimly, promising, call me whenever you need me, Peter. This Apole Simon will always be by your side. Simon waved go by. With his claw-wrapped sword on his back, he confidently walked into Seoul Station with a promise to bring his browers and sizers home safely. The Deha Group skyscraper appear, with the giant Alipede mark drawn in blow on its glass facade, a blatant declaration of war. In a luxurious ROM, Chairman Choi received Sungu while his subordinates were busy dealing with Anoher Isu. Sungu intimately put his arm around Jiwan, intrusing her as a maser hacker, as well as that person's teacher and legal guardian. Jiwan questioned directly, her eyes sharp behind her glaze. Why Sungu? With your sanding, hiring a professional wouldn't be difficult. While he's involved with glory? Chairman Choi broke out in a CLD sway, wiping his forehead with a handkerchief, his voice full of tension. I am absolutely certain of my decision after the Go Yacht incident. A flashback appear, showing Sungu standing next to an unfamiliar girl. Chairman Choi explained, although Sungu is from Glory, he is completely opposed to everything Glory represent. In the flashback, Sungu single-handedly fought through the crow, easily clearing out a crowd with his bare hand, his movement as fast as lightning. Sungu, with sealed eye, seemed to have anticipated everything, completely in control of the situation. Chairman Choi, CNC clued, his expression still haunted. Raphael, the current chairman of Glory, never liked the Deha Group's close relationship with Father Gabriel. Chairman Choi gritted his teeth, asserting that he knew Raphael would eventually eliminate him and devour the Deha Group. The old beau coved heavily, admitting he didn't expect Raphael to go big, hiring even the monster Ali paid. Sungu advised him T. Ray, leaving the Res T their CM raid. In the overflowing armory, Jiwan warned Sungu to be extremely cautious when facing Alapide. Jiwan emphasized that Alapide was the world's TP assassin, no only never having fail, but als norious for his brutality. Here's the living prof. This guy even dared to kill Apollo John, one of Father Gabriel's people. Son, Gusface was Snakla, understanding the situation clearly. Dehas internal affairs must be kept TP secret, and Chairman Choi now can't trust anyone from Glory. A female secretary announced that a support team had been prepared for this mission, introducing them as ASU. Esud was dubbed Europe's #1 security team, the Shield of Europe. Esud's captain looked Dawn at Sungu with a disdainful expression. You're telling me this kid is a Glory assassin? He looks like he hasn't even fully matured ye. He introduced himself as Koa, the leader of Esud's Team A, specializing in the Kisi fighting style. Then smirk, well then, we're partners now, aren't we? As a greeting, Koa flung a fountain pen like a throwing knife at Sungu, a sudden and extremely fast attack, but he was gravely mistaken. In a flash, Sungu snathed the pen right before his face, his reaction speed on an entirely different level. Sungu calmly used the pen, Hiju caught to adjust his tie, his expression unchanging. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Ju Chairman Twice, humble boygar, pay me no min. Koa's annoyance was clear, but he tried to maintain his superior demeanor. Quite the sharp TNG you have. That's one of my favorite pen. Be careful with I. The entire Asud team gathered around, their leader warning Sungu in a menacing teeny. I d care what sinicions you used get in here, but you'd better no get in Asud's way, key. Meanwhile, at Deha Group's Security Control Center, dozens of staff members were glued at the surveillance monitor. A woman wearing glasses sat with her German shepherd, CN evidently declaring, there's no way Alapide can infiltrate this building, because all floor, including the Raft P, had over 100 boyguard waithing every nook and cranny. No send to vigilance was lel. 100 of security cameras swept every blind SP, the defense system airtie. She wondere, with security this tie, why do we still need die? Hire Europe's TP team. In the CN Troll ROM, the security staff were sweating profusely, wondering why their superiors were tense. A staff member, pale as a ga, muttered that Alapide no only killed target but als wiped out all boy guar, CN sidering them all walking CRPs. A dapper man in sunglaze, Mar, leader of Asud's Team B, slammed the table and yelled, nonsense, we are the shield of Europe, why should we be nerveux? Mark approached the female security chief, beginning his we must be strong for the beautiful lady who Jews joined you. He continued press on, CN evidently boasting that Alapide had no chance of getting past Asud's defense, while the female chief Cieldly warned him, sp his game. Mark chuckle, continuing his cheesy flirtation, inviting her tea and Italian dinner, even though his subordinate revealed he hated Italian F. The team leaders on the table, shouting slogans like, a clown T-bow, the morale of his trembling soldier. A bald subordinate named Sanchez approached, reminding Mark that it was time to depart. Mark enthusiastically shout, let's go Kath Alapide, then left with Sanchez. Before leaving completely, he didn't forget, turn back, and throw out a CRNI line. Once the mission is complete, I'll await your answer for our date, my lady. The female security chief sat back, speechless at the recent spectacle. It sounded like a cheap romance novel playing I'm already tired Jew sighting here. She let out a small laugh, adjusted her glace, and thought to herself, what an eccentric man. In a no-hair corner, Koa called out, Tili Sungu, hey Ki. Esad's leader patted Sungu's shoulder, putting on air. Do you know what the Cree element of a boyguard I? Koa squeezed Sungu's shoulder, acing superior. It's experience. Only seasoned individuals like me can reach the pinnacle. True experience isn't smething. A kid can Jew waltz in and acquire. Sungu glanced at the team leader chugging water, thinking to himself. Experience, huh? He's no wrong. Sungu silently assese. I can see him and his team paying attention to every detail, no mising a single kroner. But smithing feels strange. He analyzed the situation. Security cameras are sweeping every shurner of this building, yet there's no trace of Alapide. Sungu put himself in the enemy's shoe, beginning to calculate. If I were Alapide, how would I infiltrate? Is there any way to breach this airtight security system? Lee Sungu narrowed his eye, his mind rapidly prosing. No matter how I lock it eye, that's the only possibility. Bomb. The Deha building was emblazoned with the Bloy word Alapide as an open challenge. Inside, the Asud mercenaries panicked at the sound of gunfire, one yelling, Sir Koa, gun show from the west side of the 36th floor. Koa immediately, TKCM man, shouting T split the ATAC formation. Everyone. SRM the 36th floor now, hurry. Amid the chaotic crow, Lee Sun-gu merely observed silently, his gaze sharp as if he had seen through everything. Koa crowed his arm, trying T to appear calm, urging his subordinate. Hurry! Before Alipida Sape, Lee Sun-gu subtly turned his hia, a meaningful smirk appearing as he waved the small fry satyr and pani. The Asud team aggressively charged into the hallway, then froze, one of them yelling, "What the hell? Where's Alipede?" A Bal, blonde-bearded member, stammered his rapport, his face ashen. "There's a boy here." The mercenary was sweating profusely, his voice trembling when asked the Vissam's identity. No sure, he explained in horror, looking down at the CRPs at his fee. "This boy has no hair." Lee Sun-gu was already at the Sene, calmly observing while the Asud team shout, "Identify the Vissam immediately!" Anoher Seldir, checking the boy, suddenly let out a piercing scream. The ID tag dangling from the Heddle's CRPS clearly showed the name Mark, the team leader who had Jews been clowning around. Koa roared furiously. "How did he get in? Hurry, check on Mr. Choi immediately." The Asud leader SM'd his foe in Uter Helpelsne, realizing he had been clearly wrong. Lee Sun-gu CL Dali deduce. If it's Alipede, the only way T breach this security layer I. Koa turn, snapping at Sun-gu who was explaining, "What are you saying? There's no way he could have going in." Sun-gu calmly delivered a line that silenced the entire group. "Exactly, he couldn't have infiltrated from the outside." Koa was speechful, his brain starting to repros Sun-gu's were. Lee Sun-gu CLDly analyze. For the Pa 2 day, no a single outsider has enter, and infiltration is impossible. There's only one answer, left. The entire Asud team, even the muscular female Boygar, fell silent as Sun-gu and clued. Alipede has been inside this entire time, very likely disguised as one of you. Sun-gu's gaze was sharp as a knife, piercing straight T the harsh truth. That means Smiona in this building is Alipede. Ring ring. All the Boyguard phones vibrated simultaneously, one stammering. "What is the? Avide?" Lee Sun-gu opened his phone and froze. "What?" On the screen was footage from a security camera, a shadowy figure running frantically down a dark hallway. The camera zoomed in on the face of the fleeing figure. The entire Asud team immediately recognized the clown Mar, his face pale with fear. "Who?" An invisible hand grabbed Mark's leg, dragging him backward. Mark desperately clawed at the floor, trying to cling to life as he was pulled straight into the deep, dark abbey. The entire group writhed in horror as Mark was swallowed, leaving only a long trail of blood on the floor. The culprit was undoubtedly Alipede. The Foge Cientinu. The hallway now only showing the blow trail and a deadly silence. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the end of the crater, carrying a round object in it Han. The figure approached. It was Alipede, and what he held in his hand was Mark's he. The Asud sliders were stared out of their Y, stammering insurently. "O.N." Sun-gu remained calm, silently seizing. "This guy is completely different from the new Apolis I've encountered. Extremely meticulous and self-azure. Alipede made no attempt to conceal his movement, he was openly challenging them." The video ended with a zoom-in on Mark's hia. On his forehead was a massage written in blood, "No one will escape here alive." And the final message appeared on the clown's mouth. "Let's see who win, old man." Captain Koa, Hoheed, grabbed Sun-gu by the claw and roar. "Do you think one of us is Alipede?" He clenched his thigh, his face full of menace. "Do you know Waki?" Sun-gu, with a CLD expression, retrotted sharply. "In a scenario where we need it find a traitor, it's highly probable that the one who instigates it is the traitor themselves." Sun-gu stated a firm number, exactly 78%. The mercenary Koa was speechful, while Sun-gu continued his analysis. "No only tha, but the way you speak is as if you already knew about this tragedy." Sun-gu looked directly in Koa's eye, simply dominating him. "You are the most suspicious person in this ROM. Now prove you are no the traitor." Chairman Choi thought to himself. He knew this Boyguard was no ordinary person. He realized that even in this tense situation, Sun-gu was ready to eliminate anyone who's in his way. The red-dressed female secretary rushed to intervene, explaining, "This is exactly what he won. Once we start dubbing and killing each oher, we've fallen straight into Alipede's trap." She turned to Kijin Sun-gu about the evidence, but he simply replied, "Don't worry, it will all be over sen." Sun-gu glanced away meaningfully, leaving the secretary still bewildered. "What do you mean, overseen?" In the security room, an employee cloothed his head in pani. "We're DME, we'll all be killed this time." The head of security received the report after reviewing all camera, 72 hours acro, all 36 floor. No one entered during that time. The security staff started speculating, blaming their colleague. Hey, D, you think it was Sanchez? He was with Mr. Mark the lounge. The head of security pondered, assessing the situation. Alipede is more calculating than I though. She analyzed. Hez slowly turning everyone here against each o her, and through Hez creating an asape route for himself. She identified the enemy's nature. Hez definitely the type who likes tea with people, and such people always leave cryptic message. A piercing stream from the surveillance screen startled the head of security. A security guard stammered in fear, pointing at the screen. Alipede, it's Alipede. On the camera screen, a twirling silhouette appeared in the corridor of the 14th floor. Two security guard frantically reported via Radi. HQ, do you Rhea? The target is on the Caterseth floor, Station C. The two Asud guard received orders and fired wildly at the silhouette at the end of the corridor. After the barrage of bulle, they rejoice, their voices trembling as they reported, Tate headquarter. Target neutralize. We will see en firm. Suddenly, men screamed as an invisible force grabbed them. They called only uter a few desperate sunned as they were lifted in the air. Two guns fell to the ground, while the two guard hung suspended in the darkness. Silence. The camera screen flickered, leaving only a CLD voice from Alipede. Try again if you dare. In the Ciantrol ROM, the security staff panic. One man began D-break. Duen. I knew we're definitely Dia. Jiwan, the head of security, was unusually calm, muttering. I knew smething was wrong. Jiwan recalled that security cameras usually muted the audio, but upon arriving here, she had secretly enabled the recruiting mo. She knew this kind of psychological warfare. Only by recruiting cold she cath what was happening on Vide. Like when Alipede left a massage on Mark's face. Jiwan closed her eye, CN templating, piecing everything together. She remembered the video of Mark's death, the scene of him being brutally taken Duen, dragging himself acro the floor without a son. Jiwan's eyes snapped open, her gaze sharp. That can only mean one thing. That video wasn't filmed Tay. Angrily, she dropped her cane, revealing a sharp sword hidden within. Your bowl. Alipede. Dare to play games with me? A call came in. Jiwan answered and replied to Sungu. Under. What is I? Why else would you call me? Jiwan said irritably in the phone. That little rat Alipede is truly a cunning fox. Sungu replied calmly on the Ohir Ian, but Jiwan cut him off. I didn't know exactly why, but that Basard has been sending me signals all along. Sungu decide. We'll talk in person. Then hung up and dashed off like the wind, leaving Jiwan standing Suna. Jiwan paused for a B. Her legs seeming hesitate before moving forward. Jiwan smirked quaff, confidently as she saw Sungu running headlong behind her, issuing a challenge. Oh, you've underestimated the skills of this Jiwan on. Over the phone, she scoldly reported her loation to Sungu and take his time, no need to rush. Sungu frantically called Jiwan's name, but she simply replied. By the time you get here, there won't be anything left to. Sungu yelled for her, by time, and hung up, his expression extremely tense. As soon as the call ended, Sungu turned to leave immediately. Suddenly, a hand spept him. Koa growl. Where do you think you're going, Ki? Trying to asape only makes you more suspicious. Sungu realized explaining was useless. But only one thought oopied his min. If he didn't go immediately, Jiwan would be in danger. He tried to resolve it quickly. I'm Sry, but I have TG. This is urgent. I'll explain later. Koa narrowed his eye, his face as CLD as ice, and reply, I understand. The captain called two more formidable boyguard T-block the path, ordering, Now I can't let you G. Shut up and sit dumb. Koa declared bluntly, no, allowing Sungu to move an inch until he proved he wasn't Alipede. The burly man continued to threaten, stating that if Sungu resize, he wouldn't hesitate to break his leg. Sungu responded with a sharp glare, his voice challenging, Try it if you dare. Killing intent erupta. Sungu low patience with the low-level thugs blocking his way. Meanwhile, Jiwan entered the dark warehouse alone, the doctor creaking. She used her cane sword T-tap on the shelf, provoking Alipede hiding within. Quite a show. But you've poked the wrong hornetsna. Jiwan revealed her trump card. As soon as I arrived here, the first thing I did was enable the recruiting function of all security cameras in this building. It turned out she had deliberately let Alipede approach and signal her after he released the fake feed. In a flashback, Mark S behind Jiwan as she work. She wonder, what do you want? Why me? Jiwan analyze. There were plenty of people who wanted her dea, but Alipede had deliberately left a scent meant only for her. A shadow appeared in the warehouse. A voice admitting Jiwon was intelligent for nearly guessing his identity. But Jiwon retorted sharply. Almo Rai? Are you trying to provoke me again? Jiwon smirked fidently, declaring the cat and mouse game was over, and she was ready to hear what her opponent had to say. She called out directly, T the dark nay. Well, Alipede? Then paused provocatively. Or should I? Jiwon revealed her Han. I should call you Mar, shouldn't I? And the assassin, disguised as Mark, was forced to reveal himself. Jiwon explained she had smelled smething strange from the SAR, a disgusting scent she now remember. The assassin, disguised as Mark, maintained his smug expression, listening to her analysis. Jiwon continued, T-Ton. That's the smell of special effect makeup. Isn't it ho wearing that stuff? Why didn't you take it off? I can't see anything anyway. She landed a psychological blow. Or perhaps you think you're too ugly to show your face, making the assassin only able to offer a wry smile. The assassin raised his hand to his face, beginning to peel off the disguise. Mark's fake skin was slowly pulled away. Rip! The mask was torn off, revealing a young assassin with stark white hair, and Jiwon didn't forget to the sarcastic remark. Go thingam blin, so I didn't have to see your disgusting face. The real assassin's profile appear. Co-name John, 28 years old, 187 mission, 100% absolute success rate. His rank was Reveal, Apole, one of the organization's S-class assassin. John explained the Riaz he had done impersonate the man he had killed. There was only one Riaz. He looked directly at Jiwon and sighed. I just wanted to meet you, but she retorted fiercely. Trying to flirt again, you pervert? Let me tell you, I only like hand me guy. John asked mockingly. Will you be Alre? Then answered arrogantly. Facing Smion as ugly as me while being Blin. You certainly won't be Alre. G1 SFFE. Unphase. Yeah. Worry about yourself, fur. Ugly. Suddenly, G1 froze. Sensing smething was wrong in the ROM, she wondered, did this rat set a trap here? But she quickly regained her confidence. Screw I, because I have my own secret weapon. Crack. G1 smashed the circuit breaker box with her staff, plunging the entire warehouse in darkness, her weapon being the knife, and John merely smirked, realizing, turning off the lie, a true cunning fox. In the pith-black warehouse, Alipetus amid the water, sensing the sudden environmental change. The white-haired man smirked. Well, DNE. Turning off the light D balanced the playing field? Want D play a fair math? But Jiwon's voice echoed from the darkness. Who said it was fair? Jiwon explained the brain's adaptation mechanism, that when one senses L, the ohers are enhanced T an extraordinary degree. Thunk. She slammed her staff hard on the floor, an invisible wave of sun spreading out war. Her secret weapon was reveal. That sense is echoloation, she declared, the entire warehouse now appearing as a 3D map in her min. Jiwon chuckled confidently, mocking Alipede's idea of a fair fight. Through the sunned wave eye, Alipede was Ju's a shadow, Jiwon growl. In this deep darkness, you are knowing but pray. She lunged, swinging her staff sword at wind-spliting speed. Bomb. Alipede was sent flying by a barrage of fierce attack, showing no signs of resistance. Kathu. The Apole assassin was flung far away, seemingly taking a fatal blow. Alipede go up, his red eyes glinting with amusement. So this is the skill of Gabriel's Fashion assassin? Your technique is well trained. Thanks for the CM Plyman. Jiwon repli, lunging forward to attack. But it's too late. The Apole title won't save you. Slam! She delivered a devastating finishing blow, shouting, in darkness, all beings are equal. The dust clear, leaving only sparks from the destroyed circuit breaker. Jiwon analyzed the situation. Convinced. No one could DGE or block that blow, when 80% of senses depend on psi, which was neutralize. But reality was cruel. Alipede neither dodged nor bloke. He caught her staff with his bare hand, standing tall as if knowing had happened. Jiwon was Sunna, her pupils science rising in horror, unable to believe what she was sensing. How? Alipede began his CM back, repeating the very theory of adaptation she had spoken. And it is because of thee, you will surely low. Alipede's eyes flashed with a strange lie. He asked arrogantly, why? The white-haired man calmly raised Jiwon's staff, placed it on his shoulder, and delivered a line that froze his opponent. It's because I've been blind since birth. Jiwon broke into a CLD sway, finally realizing why the atmosphere had felt strange. Alipede's crimson eyes flashed. It turned out he was using a super-frequency device that even she couldn't data. Alipede smirked mockingly, admitting he had learned the echoloation trick from her. Within his echoloation space, Jiwan realized there were things that couldn't be over no matter how hard she try. Alipede's tall in his own backyard, a deadly crimson space, and called it despair. Jiwan grinded her teeth. Now she unders why he had sent CNF using signals, and why he had chosen her as his opponent. Exactly. Aliped es cl deli cien firme. His gaze full of superiority. Who? Alipede moved like a phantom, delivering his judgment. Anohair blind person is juice a hindrance. Elsewhere, Koa bloked the path, his voice full of challenge. You want break my leg? Try I. Lee Sungu faced the captain and his two impoing boyguar. Koa growl. If you dare. Koa cracked his neck, CN evidently declaring he would snap Sungu's neck before he could even move. Lee Sungu simply replied with a calm warning. Don't say I didn't warn you. Who? Sungu Vanishe? Koa hadn't even registered what happened, thinking the opponent was going for a grapple, but it wasn't a grapple. It was an incredibly fast uppercut aimed directly at his face. Koa flinched and dodged, but realized it was Josephine. Lee Sungu gracefully flipped over Koa's back, turning the burly man in knowing more than a sepping snee. Koa was still bewildered, when Sungu had already slipped paw and sprinted toward the end of the hallway. The captain broke into CLD sway, his face blank, utterly CNF used by what had Ju Hapen. The subordinates prepared to give chase, but Koa raised his hand to spop them, admitting it wasn't luck. Recalling that moment, Koa shiver, realizing Sungu's hand had precisely landed on his carotid artery, capable of ending him in an insan. After being outmaneuvered by Lee Sungu, Koa remained resentful, and decided to lead his subordinates to follow, concerned about the young man. Meanwhile, in a dark warehouse, Alipede found Jiwan, and Sealdeely declared she was his first target because they were Boblin. Jiwan attempted to solve for time with Wur, but Alipede wasted no time, launching a lightning-fast attack. Bam! Jiwan dot a devastating blow, sent flying like a ragdoll by overwhelming force. She struggled to her feet, bitterly admitting she hadn't noticed the unusual atmosphere beforehand. That strange feeling was an ultrasonic frequency, above 20,000 Hz, which Alipede was using to pinpoint his location. Jiwan broke into sway, realizing this frequency was far beyond human hearing, undetectable even to an experienced fighter like her. This ability was unique to Ba. She's included that Alipede's power far surpassed normal human limmy. Jiwan was stunned as a memory suddenly flowed her min. Recalling a training season, her instructor Keith praised Jiwan as being almo the mo, talented at spatial perception through sun. Jiwan, hanging upside down from a bar, preached him about the word almo that bohered her. The instructor quickly gave a thumbs up, reassuring her that her skills were excellent, but Jiwan wasn't full. She knew he was mockingly holding up two finger, forcing him to backtrack and claim it was two thumbs of praise. After the Semitic interlude, Keith seriously explained that while Jiwan's skills were TP-no, there was one type of person she called never Serpa. A blindfolded infant appear, it cries seeming to define the entire space. The instructor revealed that these were people born blind. Alipede, with his blow-red eye, appear, proving the explanation. He had exploited his brain's flexibility, to push his her senses, to limit far beyond human capability. Returning to the present, Alipede, the seeing genitally blind man, unleashed a powerful swing, his her senses now serving as his eye. Bomb! Jiwan screamed in agony as she was sent flying again, simply unable to resi. Lying defeated on the floor, Jiwan bitterly realized her painstakingly trained spatial positioning technique was child's play paired to her opponent's innate advantage. Jiwan bitterly admitted that her skill, honed over 25 years, were knowing paired. His version. It would take him hundred, if no thousand, of years to master, and even then, he might no reach his level. Alipede's perception extended far beyond human limmy. He didn't just see ahead, but in CM paced the entire space simultaneously. Still on the ground, Jiwan didn't give up, realizing his hypersensitive senses were his fatal weakness. Alipede, smugly liqueur. Jiwan, you're different from the blind people. I've me. But unfortunately, I was born with an innate advantage. You can never po. Suddenly, a piercing screech echo, causing Alipede to cloth his head and scream in pain. What the hell is the? Jiwan, smirk. Congratulations on your premature bozing, but your senses CME with a price. She continued. TS rape a metal bar agains, a seal shelf, explaining that his hearing was 100 times more acute than a normal person. Alipede continued to scream in agony. unable to withstand the snick treacher, while Jiwon asserte. This makes you bow, powerful and vulnerable. Jiwon's eyes widened in disbelief as Alipede was still streaming, but smithing felt wrong. Alipede suddenly looked up, his red eyes gleaming with cunning, and smirk. Is this the reaction you expect from me? Clang. He moved like a phantom, using a seal wire to incapacitate Jiwon in an instant. Jiwon realized she had been completely wrong. Damn I. He was tying with me the whole time. Hes nos wrong because hes can genitally blin. Alipede tightened the seal wire around Jiwon's easily breaking her guar. She included in shock. He was a monster from the very beginning. Kapow! Alipede landed a devastating kick that sent Jiwon flying into the wall, offering no resistance. He looked at her with CLDI. You might be one of Gabriel's assassin, but your skill isn't enough to be an Apol. Your fate will be the same as the Oher. He placed his foe on the fallen Jiwon and raised his dagger. This was fun. Who are you? She whispered. Always talking even at death's doctor, huh? Alipede repli. At least you served your purpo as by. He swung his dagger, a murderous glint in his eye. T lure Peter out of the shadow. Juice as Alipede was about to finish Jiwon. A dark figure lunged like an arrow, delivering a powerful punch that bloked the blade. Bomb! The shockwave sent bow of them flying, satiring everything around them. Lee Sungu slid across the floor, landing safely before the dying Jiwon and asking, Are you Alri? Jiwon looked up with tired eye. Asnish T realized her resuer was the kid she had underestimated. She quickly warned Sungu about Alipede, emphasizing that despite being Blin, he was a true monster. Sungu turned at face Alipede, his gaze as CLD as ice. So you're the one who dared to lay a hand on Jiwon? Alipede's frozen amid the dew, his mind blank, unable to comprehend how his attack had been bloke. He mutir? The voice no Peter, but that of Smee Bra. The Asud security team finally arrive, shouting in alarm to find their target had vanished. Alipede threw a sharp glance back, his red eyes filled with defiance. Remember Thai, you will die by my Han, he declared, launching his dagger at Sungu with terrifying speed. Who? Sungu simply raised his Han, cathing the dagger right in front of Jiwon. Utterly outlace, he stared in the darkness, only the enemy's name echoing in his min, Alipede. Koa and the Asud team rushed in, only to find an empty Sene and the assassin had vanished. The entire security force spread out in pursuit, while Alipede calmly know her kerner, having spleetly outwitted them. The white-haired assassin ran his hand through his hair, his expression bewildered. This is absurd. Recalling the moment of Impa, Alipede realized his boy had reacted insensively. T blocked the blow, no, as a ciencious asion. He grinded his teeth, his expression a mix of anger and excitement. Unbelievable. Is that brat hunting me? In the resing rom, Jiwon had woken up. Her pet DG licked her face fordingly, while she cried out in frustration at being thoroughly beaten. I swear my skills aren't this pathetic. Lee Sungu calmly waved Jiwon writhing on the bee, delivering a CLD remark. Don't worry. You won't die from Ju screaming like thee. Snap out of E. Jiwon furiously screamed, blaming the callous teacher, while Lee Sungu merely listened in silence, his face devoid of emotion. The teacher began to analyze, seating aside Alipede's formidable bat prow. The biggest question was how a blind person could perfectly disguise himself as March. Beep! Lee Sungu received a call from Koa, reporting that Alipede had vanished without a trace. Koa's face was grim as he snapped into the phone. Where did that DG disappear? He then hung up, ordering the entire team to continue the search. Back in the lounge, Jiwon deduced that Alipede had failed to kill her and had also exposed his identity. That could only mean the assassin would exert all his strength to eliminate Chairman Choi as quickly as possible, but she wondered how he could bypass the tight security CRDN. Meanwhile, Koa was hastily commanding the Asud team, dividing his forces into various seekers to proec the highest floor. The captain yelled into the CMM, demanding everyone maintain high alert because Alipede was definitely targeting Chairman Choi. The red-dressed secretary and the blonde-bearded boyguards nearby, their faces all showing extreme tension. Koa evidently declared the entire team. No, a single fly is allowed. Enter here without our permission. Lee Sungu also agreed that security had been tightened, then began imagine how he would carry out an assassination in this situation, if it were him. The teacher's gaze sharpened. He had found the answer. There's only one way TDI. Koa continued shout order, demanding report of any suspicious individuals, and declaring he would personally check on Chairman Choi. Lee Sungu sardent the voy. a dangerous glint in his eyes as he unsphered his opponent's trump card. Koa, along with two burly boyguar, strode confidently toward the security doctor, Lee Sun-gu C included. Alipade's deadly move. Disguise himself once more, and Alipade's image appeared in Koa's glace. Upon hearing Thi, Ji-won frantically sprang up, urging the teacher, Go T, Chairman Choi immediately. She grew annoyed seeing Lee Sun-gu remain unperturbed, but he simply replied curtly, "We still have time. Juice and cedar it, as if I've already set up an insect repellent." He sighed, leaving Ji-won bewildered and unsure of what was happening. Alipede, in Koa's guise, was bloked at the doctor by a CLD voice. "You are no permitted. Enter." He arrogantly declared himself the Asud captain to the two muscular female boygar, but they simply replied curtly that no one was allowed into chairman's ROM at this time. The blonde female boyguard recalled Lee Sun-gu's warning. Be wary of the Asud captains and no let anyone through. Alipede began low patience, growling for passage, but the Oher female boyguard was equally unyielding, retreading that precisely because of the emergency. He must step back. Alipede's glasses reflect a shaded image, a sign that his anger had reached its peak. He clenched his thigh, veins bulging, preparing use force resolve the issue. Jus then, a familiar voice echoed from Bahin, "Mr. Koa," making Alipede startle and turn around. The real Koa appeared with the secretary, calmly asking what was happening, shadering the assassin's Koa smirk, displaying a mockingly professional demeanor. He handed the briefcase the secretary and sigh. "I have important document for Mr. Choi. Please ensure he receives them." Koa leaned in, whispered into the secretary's ear, and delivered a deadly warning. "And you dare open this briefcase before he receives I." Koa turned and walked away. The secretary signaled the two female boyguard that there was no need deal with the fake Koa. In Unoher Critter, Lee Sun-gu walked and analyzed over the phone, asserting that Alipede definitely had an assemblice hiding right inside this building. The teacher spoke with Ji-won, agreeing that there was certainly an infiltrator within their rank. The blonde-bearded boyguard standing behind Lee Sun-gu narrowed his eye, his face full of vigilance. Lee Sun-gu headed toward the elevator, instructing Ji-won to be extremely careful, because Alipede was a cunning old fox. The elevator doctor on the 58th floor chimed, and slowly opened. Inside, the real Koase with Alipede, now disguised as Mar, and spoke about the assassin's weakness. "The problem Alipede, fight very dirty." Koa maintained a CLD expression, his sharp eyes showing no fear as he faced his enemy. Lee Sun-gu was giving tactical instructions to Ji-won when he suddenly paused, hanging up abruptly. "I'll call you back later." Through his sunglass, Koa's eyes narrowed with a scrutinizing lock. He was calculating smething. For a moment, Koa recalled a pass encounter with an enemy, realizing this assassin smelled exactly like that O'Hare person. Koa's veiny hand clenched the sock hand tightly, veins bulging, taut as a bow's ring. Vrrr! The elevator doctor slowly trapping Koa and Alipede in a confined space. In Mark's guise, Alipede maintained a calm expression, but his glowing red eyes gleamed with danger. Alipede thought to himself, "He still hasn't recognized me. After I deal with old man Unchang Choi, he'll see me back and slowly tear this guy apart." Alipede spoke his voice full of feigned cordiality. "Saw you seeming dune from the chairman's office? Is smething wrong?" Koa secretly analyzed. The report stated this Mark was merely a low-ranking D-class assassin from Glory, but he couldn't forget the overwhelming skill the enemy had displayed. Smething extremely perplexing. Koa Asese. His scent and movement are clearly tho of a young man, but his aura is strangely cisne. What exactly is he? The Asud captain analyzed further. With that physique and tho reflex, there's no way he's Dikla. He must be at least B, perhaps even A or higher. A name suddenly flashed in Koa's min, a crazy yet plausible probability. Jus then, Alipede unexpectedly spoke up, calling out the very name Koa was thinking of, Peter. Alipede continued his asking Koa if he knew about Peter, a Glory legend the entire organization was frantically hunting. The assassin feigned amiability. "I'd alls like a chance to meet him once," then asked in return, "Do you think Peter is here?" Alipede humbly dismissed himself, believing a low-ranking assassin like him had no chance of meeting a legend, then changed the subject. "By the way, I alls want to ask about Anohair unpredictable individual, Alipede." Alipede uttered the name, and Koa subtly shiver, his entire boy tensing. Alipede continued to press the advantage, recalling the long-standing feud between Alipede and Asud in Europe, then questioned why the assassin had CME all the way to Korea. He continued his psychological warfare, pouring a question about Alipid's fighting style. Why does such a powerful individual insist on fighting in the shadow? Koa looked up, his face changing color as Alipidi delivered the finishing blow. Or perhaps he cannot see? The assassin disguised as Mark began to taunt. All I heard was that even if Alipid had Sembat skill, Koa listened silently, his face CLD as snee. He would never stand a chance against the legend Peter and his legacy. Koa's fizz clenched tightly, veins bulging with anger. Alipid smirked meaningfully. Oh, Rai. I almost forg. He pulled out a pen, offering it to Koa. I want to return this to you. You said this was one of your favorite pen, Rai? In a flashback moment, the pen fell from Koa's hand during a previous encounter. Alipid, disguised as an employee, picked it up and sighed. It's a pleasure to meet you. At that time, Koa reply, that's one of my favorite pen. Keep it safe. Back in the present, Koa te the pen, trying to act normal. Ah, Rai. It's a rare item, hard to find in Europe. Suddenly, Koa's face changed. He realized smithing was wrong. Alipid nonchalantly offered a no her pen. I gave you the wrong pen, my apology. This is the one you gave me last time. The assassin pressed it on. That's strange. You said it was your favorite pen. Why didn't you recognize it immediately? Damn he's testing me. Alipid brought the pen close to Koa's face, his voice full of provocation. Or perhaps you can't see clearly? Koa was speechless, and Alipid began his psychological liqueur, steep speaking and riddle. Do you know that everyone has ingrained hobby? He gave examples of priz, guard and firefighter, whose reflexes are deeply ingrained. Then he pointed the spearhead at Koa. So I wonder, what is the habit of a blind person? They have a habit of checking for braille on everything they touch. Koa's hand holding the sakan appeared in his min. His fingers had traced the braille. Alipid looked directly at his opponent, his voice icy. Juice like you, did a moment ag. Alipid's red eyes gleamed with deadly intent as he delivered the finishing blow. You see, until yesterday, the formidable boyguard Koa could only bow his head in defeat upon hearing the verdict. I had never seen Koa touch the braille on that sakan, no even once. Alipid, disguised as Koa, growled an order, turn off the lie. Who? The Ram plunged in darkness, Lee Sungu startled, wondering what the hell had Juice happen. In the darkness, Alipid lunged like a phantom, the knife in his hand flashing with deadly intent. Thu. A barrage of blows rained down on Lee Sun-gu in the confined space. Lee Sun-gu TK. The high blow splattering. But Alipid continued at taun. Keep struggling. The more you resi, the more painful your death will be. Who? Alipid moved Tifa, transforming into whirlwind of attack, forcing Lee Sun-gu to ad me. He's Tifa, completely overwhelmed. Lee Sun-gu gritted his teeth and endure, unable to pinpoint the enemy's attack duration in the darkness. Alipid unleashed Anohair / it terrifying power, forcing Lee Sun-gu to admit every one of his strikes was incredibly powerful. Ding. An elevator doctor in the outer hallway opened, a faint light flickering. Who? Lee Sun-gu darted into the elevator like lightning to shake off his enemy. Blow dripped on the floor. Jiwon's voice echoed through the earpiece. Hell? Lee Sun-gu leaned against the elevator, severed in blow, while Jiwon on the O'Hare end frantically yelled, Answer me. Are you Dea? If you're Dea, say ye. Lee Sun-gu exhaled sharply, cutting off Jiwon, who was overjoyed that he was still alive. He's up Sray, wiped a streak of blow from the wall, and announced guildly, I Jews had a direct confrontation with Alipid. Still dazed, Lee Sun-gu ordered through the earpiece. Send Smiona T find Koa's boy, then Ada im going, to meet Alipid's ACM please. Looking at his bleeding Han, Lee Sun-gu acknowledged his opponent's true power. In the dark, he can fight as if he has divine sai. Alipid is truly a dangerous individual. The light in the empty ROM where the battle take place suddenly flickered back on. Elsewhere, the real Alipid, with white hair, and a boy full of sar, sat percha, shirtle, his face filled with CN fusion. Impoible. This is T absur. He mutary, sweat pouring done. I sabbed him a tal of 52 time, all aimed at vital point. An ordinary person with sight cold never have parried my attacks in the dark. Recalling the battle, Alipid couldn't believe that all of his attacks were instantly blocked by his opponent. Alipid recall, bitterly realizing that Lee Sun-gu had used two pens to rub against the elevator wall, creating spark, momentarily regaining his sight in an instant. For the first time in his life, Alipid felt a burning desire. T personally finished Smionov, no jus for a mission. The memory of the blade at his throat in the darkness flowed back, but Lee Sun-gu had maintained a terrifying CM pure. Alipede sat Dawn on the floor, deciding T change his plan, and muttered sinisterly. Alray, it's time to use that thing. The real fun begins now. Lee Sun-gu sped off like an arrow, his voice sharp through the CMM. Jiwon, listen carefully. He explained that this whole thing was a diversion orchestrated by Alipede, and the one truly targeting Chairman Choi was Smiona else. Jiwon sat bolt upright in B, asking urgently. So you found his accomplice? Who is I? Are you sure? Lee Sun-gu analyzed clearly. There's Smeon who is always absent during every emergency, yet is always by Chairman Chua's side, and holds CM control over this building. Importantly, that person is the only one allowed. T freely enter and exit Chairman Choi's office, without hindrance. Jiwon was stunned as she realized the truth, while Lee Sun-gu affirmed evidently. That's right, there's only one suspe. In the office, Chairman Choi remained oblivious to the deadly danger lurking right behind him. Swish. The alluring female secretary suddenly appear, a syringe clothed in her hand, revealing her true face as a traitor. Dash. Lee Sun-gu poured all his strength into accelerating, determined to TCN front her SN. Elsewhere, Alipede received an urgent call from his accomplice, Apollo-John. The situation is no G, he sadly asked back. What is I? The Asud Boiguar, led by Sanchez, were aggressively rushing toward Alipede's position, T avenge their B, while his ACMplice urged him, T flee quickly. Alipede didn't bow her with the small fry. Who is Sanchez? Ah, Mark's subordinate. No problem at all. The white-haired man casually sat on the sink. Below him lay the boys of Sanchez and all the Asud Boiguar, sprawled in a pole of BL. He's Dia. Thump. A knock on the daughter echoed as his accomplice inquired about Chairman Choi's fate. The female secretary S outside, carrying a briefcase, Cieldelli declaring, he has been taken care of. Alri, the next target is that young man. Alipede stepped over the pile of boy, painting his face, his TNE suddenly beckoning, bewildered, and confused. Huh. What's going on? The female secretary faced the two muscular female boiguar, Cieldelli asking, what are you two doing here? One of the two female boiguar, Ariana, grabbed the secretary's chin while her teammate Grande's behin, demanding, what's in the sutas? Tell us the truth. The secretary tried to deny I, claiming she had witnessed everything, and there was knowing suspicion. But the two female boyguard asserted it was a direct order from the chairman, to interrogate everyone. Ariana smirka, pretending to believe her. Of course we're no accusing you. You're the chairman's secretary. You may G. The female secretary haughtily order, G. Now, move aside, while secretly cursing the two in front of her as itty. But Grande suddenly changed Tashi, snathing the suitcase from the secretary's Han, only after we see what's inside. Opening the suitcase, the two female boyguard were stunned, to find no dumen, but a set of ingestion TLS inside. Grande shoved the suitcase into her face, demanding an explanation. These are important dumen? These syringes are obvio, but what's in that round SL? Ariana and Grande pressured her together, their gazes sharp as knife. I sugas you tell us the truth. The final threat was Isue. If we don't get in Hone's answer, we guarantee you won't leave here alive. Cornera, the secretary pulled out a hidden dagger, taking a Siambat stance. Try me. She broke out in a CLD sway, telling herself to keep up a two-front, even though she knew she had no chance against these two monster. In her min, she quickly analyzed. By Glory's Sandar, these two were at least B-rank assassin. Israeli mercenaries C-named Grande and Ariana, the real deal, having completed 271 special mission. Out of option, the secretary decided to fight to the death, roaring, die, then lunged attack. Who? Ariana, as easily as swatting a fly, grabbed the secretary's knife-wielding Awari, simply neutralizing the attack. Kapow! Grande delivered a lightning-fast chop to her arm, shattering the secretary's dagger into piece. The female secretary was Suna, her face pale, as her only weapon was destroyed in an insan. Held tightly, she was clintly helples against the two female boygar, listening to their verdi, raises and die. Run and be caught and die. Show. Sweat poured down her like rain. The secretary realized she had no asape and had resert to her las reser. She suddenly collapsed to her knee, crying desperately. CNFizing everything. I was Jew following Glory's order. I've been a spy from the SAR. Please spare me. The two muscular female boyguard gave the secretary a CN-dition. Tell us where John, I, and you live. The secretary's face was pale, sweat streaming duun, Ju as she sammered John as a culi. A pair of hand from behind grabbed her Who? Alipede appeared like a geo. Holding a knife T sliced the secretary's throat, T silence her permanently. Blowsplatere. Alipede squeezed her tightly, his voice full of sarcasm. Well? Go on, speak. Dropping the Usale's crips to the floor, Alipede faced the two female boyguar. One asked directly. Are you John? Your bold T show your face. Alipede wiped the blow from his neck, declaring Cly. Fees your eye, because none of you will get past me. The blonde boyguard smirk. Big talk. We heard your blin. How do you fi? Alipede retrutted sharply. To me, it's as bright as day in here. Worry about yourselves fur. The white-haired assassin began T liqueur. The key to a successful assassination is ensuring no witnesses survive. Tell the tale. With the, Alipede lunged forward like a predator. Meanwhile, Lee Sungu was rushing through the hallway, calling, "Oh, Jiwan, this way." He pulled the panicked Jiwan along. Is Alipede really there? Answer me, I'm Sar. Suddenly, Jiwan sped dia, covering her noe as a disgusting smell assailed her. That's awful. What is this smell? Lee Sungu's face was grim, immediately recognizing the culprit, Alipede. The scene before them was a battlefield. Two muscular female boyguard lay slumped in poles of blal. Lee Sungu. Aga, ordere, Jiwan, go check on the chairman. He knelt beside the gasping Ariana. She tried to hand him smething, whispering, Take thee, he's looking for you. Lee Sungu answered the call, his voice full of anger. Was our conversation in the elevator no enough for you, Alipede? On the Oharan, Alipede replied mockingly. I think we need to finish our talk, young man. In Chairman Choi's though, his subordinate once asserte. No matter how skilled Alipede he can never compare to the legend Peter. Alipede issued an ultimatum over the phone. It's time for a final answer. Go dunt the B10 armory. Alone, he aided Athria. If you dance CME, prepare bid farewell Unchang Choi. Lee Sungu was Sune. No understanding what Alipede was playing at when they were right next to the chairman. Lee Sungu flinched upon hearing the Siamond through his earpiece. Damn get inside quickly. Lee Sungu rushed off like the wind, ignoring Jiwan who was frantically asking what was happening. He grinded his teeth. Damn it's Alipede. A sick basar. Lee Sungu clenched his thigh, his eyes burning with rage at the mention of Alipede's name. Bo were sunned, TC Chairman Choi Drug, slumped in his chair with a bomb clar beeping around his neck. Jiwan asserted that only Alipede could disarm the bomb. Lee Sungu immediately ordered Jiwan, go get the weapons we disused in the elevator. Lee Sungu rushed off while Jiwan was still sammering. He loudly shouted orders to call the medical and bomb disposal team. She yelled after him, Hey, where are you going? Lee Sungu turned back with a CLD expression. Alipede invited me to meet him. It would be rude, no TSEP wouldn't I? Jiwan froze. It's clearly a trap. Jiwan tried dissuade him, warning that Alipede was luring him into dark place where he was stronger and had surely set a deadly trap. Lee Sungu cut her off with a single Kijin. Tell me, what is my name? Jiwan froze, hesitatingly replying, Peter. Lee Sungu smirked confidently. That's enough to know how this battle will on. Without Anoher were, Lee Sungu rushed straight for the doctor, officially accepting the challenge. Jiwan cold only wath him secretly admiring. Damn I have teated me, that's incredibly clo. Deha groups spiral twerse tall and majestic amid the city nigh. In a dark rom, the goatee-wearing subordinate nervously reported T. The B. Suggesting sending Anoher Apole T. Asis Apole John. The Bo SFFE, dismising him. Anoher Apole? You truly know no hang about John. If we John will juice slaughter the one sen. The Bo asserted that John's power had be seen to be believe. Then the sen shifted T. 2017 inches, a 220 in Malta. Creek, the doctor of a Woan house swung open. Alipede, in a hua, sept into dark rom with a large cage. Alipede picked up a white rabbi, muttering CLDly. Strange, I only keep rabbi. He glanced into the darkness, his voice full of sarcasm. What's a slimy opus ding here? From the shadow, two figures emerge. A voice rang out in surprise. Surprising indeed. We're mazers of self. The bald man in a suit asked directly, How did you know we were here? While Achman's behind him, his face as CLD as ice. Alipede hugged the rabbi, sneering. The question is wrong. You already know how I know, otherwise you wouldn't have seen me here. The bald man gave a 10-second ultimatum. While Achman had already loaded his gun, Ready to enlighten the opponent, but was spepped by his B. Alipede began his analysis like a game hack, reading Achman's gun sat verbatim, and C including. But I see you only have exactly one bull. That means you low, you opus brain, Alipede declare. Achman roared in annoyance, asserting one bullet was enough, and pulled the trigger. Who? Alipede disappeared right in front of the gun, leaving a sarcastic remark. While you were rambling on about Tho word, you should have pulled the trigger, Alipede said as he appeared behind Achman, unleashing a CMBO of hand strikes with terrifying speed. Alipede's blazing red eyes shone. He declared, if I had used a knife, you would have been dead 13 times already. Achman fell to the ground, only able to look up at the sky and curse in helplessness. The skill gap was too wide. The bald man clapped his hand in admiration, praising Alipede for dealing with Achman's cleanly, and criticizing his subordinate for only having a large boy. Alipede began. T read the bald man in reverse, from the expensive suit T, the scent of a Korean person, then asked directly, what does Youngwang want from me? The bald man chuckled, caressing a detail. We are no longer Youngwang, now it's Glory. The Glory recruiter threw a card toward Alipede. The card pinned us right, onto map of Korea. The man invited Alipede to meet a special person, and Alipede immediately gazed it was the legend Peter. The Glory official admitted Peter was old now but still TP tier, then left with Achman, leaving a challenging invitation. Alipede appeared extremely interested in a one-on-one math with a legend, his eyes shining with a CMbative spirit. Scene change. Chairman Choi's truest subordinate S in the elevator, his face, CLD, and expression A. The subordinate's face was highlight, his sharp eyes indicating he was no amateur. The elevator's electronic display jumped T floor 810. The bell signaling the daughters were about to open. The subordinate looked up as the elevator SPP, exclaiming an O full of hidden meaning. In a giant warehouse, Chairman Choi's truest subordinate spoke in a challenging 10. Is this how you welcome me gay? Then, he asked Alipede directly. What you want D to sue? While Alipede replied, there are a few things I want TC infirm. Alipede's on a military vehicle, looking WN and talking about a strange feeling he couldn't shake off since first meeting the subordinate. The white-haired assassin stared intently at his opponent, remarking, you are clearly a young man, but I feel like you are no a young person. Alipede continued his analysis, believing the Choi subordinate's skill was smithing. A mere kid cold never achieve, no matter how hard they try. Choi's subordinate replied sealedly. So what the hell are you trying to say here? The subordinate declared he was no the type of person to judge by appearance, and that was why he had reached a C inclusion. Alipede narrowed his blazing red eye, stating plainly, that you are definitely Peter. Choi's subordinate froze, thinking the opponent was quite sharp, then threatened, well, since you've been disfear, you must die. Alipede sneer, holding up a detonator. Calm done, the party has just begun. This little swith can wipe out target within a 60 foe radio. Kwai subordinate saw through the intention. All I hear is that you're going to kill Unchang Choi. But you should know that if you press that bunt, you'll als disappear without a trace. The subordinate continue, convinced Alipede was Zhu playing psychological warfare. Alipede grinned manically. Parfait. That's exactly what I want. Then he pressed the assevation button. Beep. The subordinate's pupils traced in shock as the beep echo. Scene change. Chairman Choi was tied to a chair with a bomb around his neck. The bomb squad frantically shout, what did you pre? The head of security turned pale, stammering in despair, O-N, while the beeping intensify. Alipede's red eyes gleamed with sick amusement as he declared, now, the party has officially begun. The skyscraper of Daeha Corporation was brightly lit in the night. Kabom. A horrific explosion tray through the TP floor of the building, blowing everything T-piece. Alipede appeared visibly disappointed, sarcastically remarking, really, Peter? That's all at TT make you panny? You're no Peter. If you were the real Peter, Choi's subordinate fell to his knee, trembling all over, thinking that if it were the real Peter, he would have kept a cluhe. But this guy was truly a devil. He suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with hatred, growling, do you understand what you've Zhu's knee? Alipede calmly replied, of course. As the horrific scene of the explosion unfold, he casually recounted killing Chairman Choi and that Jiwon's CRPS was probably pulverized. The white-haired assassin held up the detonator, sneeringly declaring, there's smithing I want and show you arrogant basar. Bomb. 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 All the surrounding light explodes simultaneously, plunging everything in pith darkness as Alipede growl. I want to show you what true despair looks like. Alapide's blazing red eyes flickered in the darkness. He whispered, "You haven't seen anything ye." From now on, he pulled out a gleaming karambit knife, threatening, "You will experience pain that will make you wish for death." Choi's subordinate faced the darkness, his red eyes blazing with determination. No, a hint of fear. A flashback to the confrontation with the previous Apol John, a true legend with Seasend Reselve. In that battle, the old Apol John had to use advanced night vision goggles to track his opponent, but Alapide used a special device to skimpletly mask his boy Hia, rendering the night vision goggles useless and forcing his opponent to find Anohair way. Choi's subordinate analyzed the situation, certain that this cautious Alapide had blocked all poible light source. He smirked, admitting this would be an extremely difficult math. Alapide suddenly appeared right in front of him, his voice full of sarcasm. "What's wrong? Afraid of the dark? I haven't even started ye," Alapide sighed, then threw a series of throwing knives from all directions in the darkness. Whoa! A series of sharp blades whizzed toward Choi's subordinate like a deadly rain. Slash! He was grazed by a few high, grinding his teeth and realizing he could pinpoint Alapide's loation or attack duration. His eyes widened, realizing he was no different from the Oher, sempletly helpels against the darkness. Despite being injured, Choi's subordinate maintained his stance, his gaze unwavering. Swow! Alapide suddenly clode in from behind, his knife at his throat, stating plainly, "You are Zhu trash." Alapide glided like a phantom, judging the subordinate's attack while the Oher sweated profusely, admitting the math was too difficult. Choi's subordinate realized the problem. Alapide's attacks were fast and fatal, and he win. They had disable his super snick radar. In the darkness, he only saw erratic slasha, completely unable to land a hit because he couldn't keep up with the opponent's speed. He couldn't even see where Alapide was. The feeling of being swallowed by darkness washed over him, and Choi's subordinate felt himself being pulled into an abyss. He decided, take a gamble, wait for Alapide to get close, and then counterattack. But Alapide was a sep phaser, gliding paw and leaving a clean cut on him, his plan failing miserably. From the darkness, Alapide's blow-red eyes gleam, and he sneer, "Too bad for you. I know exactly where you are and what you're ding." Kapow! Alapide read him perfectly and delivered a devastating blow, declaring, "And your next move. I see it all." The subordinate slid across the floor, gasping for breath. Alapide is there, his voice full of challenge. "You're a lo quieter than when you were in the elevator. You lock, like all talk." The subordinate pushed himself up, a mysterious smirk on his face. "You finally came." Alapide looked CNF'd by the statement. He admitted, "I have to say, you are indeed a dangerous assassin. I've never had to face Smioni this difficult in the dark." Keys continue. "However, your special ability is about Tebek Mayusale," and then lit a flare. Whoa! The bright red light from the flare tray through the nigh, and the subordinate declared with certainty, "Game over for you." The subordinate looked directly at his opponent, now fully revealed in the lie. "Alri, now we're even, and the real fight begin." Alapide repli, his red eyes showing no fear. Slash! Alapide threw a dagger, easily baiting away the flare. Thunk! The flare flew far away, and Alapide smirked, his voice full of disappointment. "I thought you were different, but is a flare all you have? Did you really think that was enough to take me down?" Choi's subordinate smirked mockingly, his teeny CN descending. "Oh, poor thing, don't delude yourself." Alapide frowned. Loking CN fuse. "Excuse me? Who said I was going to use the flare as a weapon?" Flick! The subordinate popped open the flare, a knowing smile making Alapide wary. What is this guy planning? The subordinate began to analyze his opponent's weak knees, while the fire sprinklers started to sir. "I admit your echoloation is amazing, but it's no without it flaw." Fwee! The fire sprinkler head were activated by the heat from the flare, a meticulously calculated plan. Shah! Water poured from the fire suppression CSIM, and the subordinate declare, "Now your vision is as useless as mine." The fire suppression CSIM worked at full capacity, submerging everything in a downpour of artificial rain and chaotic noise. Alapide was Suna, encountering such a bizarre situation for the first time in his life. Alapide's snick vision was completely disrupted, and he roared in his min. "No one has ever broken my echoloation before." Choi's subordinate recalled when he first ontir, and suddenly under, so that's why he was lurking by the doctor, checking the location of the sprinkler. Alapide was shocked to realize his opponent's entire plan. "It was all to prevent me from seeing." Alapide smirked menacingly, acknowledging his opponent's intelligence. "You understand echoloation well. I admit but That descent changed the fact that you're helpful, Alipede stated firmly, his face as CLD as ice. Alipede aced superior, believing his opponent's trick was limit. These sprinklers are a nuisance, but they can't spray water forever. Your effort now is Ju a cheap Sartachi, he sighed, and with the Alipede Vedun from above like a predator. Choi's subordinate maintained a calm expression, thinking T himself. It's no easy T shake him. Swing! The subordinate dodged Alipede's lightning Fa's attack. Analyzing in his min, he hasn't shown a single weakness. A Sartachi? Dash! The subordinate darted away, leaving a cryptic remark. I'm sure you know a trick or two about saring people, didn't you? I mean, I know the truth. Alipede froze, his red eyes widening in shock at his opponent's statement. I know your teammates are still alive. The subordinate continued his psychological warfare, exposing Alipede's hobby. You're obsessed with executing perfect assassination, to the point of notifying them beforehand. Choi's subordinate continued the psychological warfare, asserting that a perfect assassin, like Alipede, would never play the game of blowing up target indiscriminately like Tha. Alipede was speechless, sweat pouring to his face, no understanding how his opponent cold read him and remains Klahid. Choi's subordinate maintained his defensive stance, making Alipede even more bewildered. Is he acing? What on earth is he ding this for? The subordinate up, revealing his Han. I guess you detonated a bomb somewhere else. It was all because your cheap pride was hurt when you couldn't finish me off back then. The subordinate's fizz clenched in the rain, and he delivered a fatal blow. Frankly, you're just a bundle of deep-seated insecurity, you weakling. Hit where it hurt. Alipede lowered his he, silently enduring the crushing psychological attack. The subordinate continued to rub salt in the wound, his voice full of sarcasm. What's wrong? Where did your twinfidence from earlier, G? Stung T the quick. Alipede suddenly looked up, his neck veins bulging as he roared like a wounded bia. What do you know about me? Memories flowed back. A little girl implementing the white rabbit with red eyes that young Alipede was holding, saying it looked Jews like him. Unhair blonde kid rushed over, wanting to touch the rabbit while the blonde girl waved. Young Alipede clothed the rabbit in fear, shouting, N, it's mine, and was accidentally swathed by the kid when he tried T-snath I won. The terrible memories continued as the bullies started harassing him, holding up a fish skeleton tease him. Lox Tazy Desnai? Why'n't you try a bite? One of them threw a lighter at Alipede's Hia, laughing maliciously. What's the big deal? He can't see anyway. Helples and humiliate. Self-dut began Tana at young Alipede's soul. He called to knowing that helplessness was because he couldn't see. He was weak. And then, on a fateful night, his only poison disappear. Young Alipede frantically searched the empty rabbit cage in the pouring rain. Where is I? It's mine. The bullies were huddled together, tormenting the rabbi, mocking at red eyes, and wondering if it was blind like its owner. The leader cruelly choked the rabbi, complaining about how fragile it was. Alipede found them, his rage erupting as he saw his mo precious poison being desecrate. How dare you? How dare you take what's mine? He lunged at beat, bite, and tear, but his strength was no math, and he was pinned to the ground and beaten mercilessly by the whole group. Alipede recalled that Nai, realizing he cried no for the rabbi, but because his pride had been crushed. The bratty thugs gloat, deciding to ignore the blind boy and get Smee go sleep. Snap! The light flickered plunging the entire building in darkness and sending the low-level thugs in panic stream. While the sighted kid frantically struggled to see, Alipede realized a truth. This was his world. Darkness was knowing T. Alipede. He lay still on the floor, his red eyes glowing like two ember. He could see everything. Their poison, their asion, and even their terrified expression. Wham! Alipede unleashed a devastating punch, right to the leader's face, kicking off the hunt in the dark. The thug lay flatly, trembling and begging for his life, making Alipede suddenly realize, all this time I've been bullied by such weakling? The rain poured down, and an elderly man rushed toward the building. Click! The man, seemingly the orphanage director, opened the door, calling out loudly, Children! A horrifying scene unfolded. Alipedes amid a pile of bois, covered in blah, while the bullies lay sated across the floor. After that night, Alipede awakened into his superiority, a savage smirk on his face. Sir, I'm finally better than them. Back in the present, his raw nerve struck. Alipede roar, lowing all Riaz as he lunged attack. You dare call me insecure? Beautiful? Chairman Chua, subordinate calmly parry, continuing, Teton. You're like a dung beetle, using a tug shell to hide the weakness within. Alipede attacked frantically. but the subordinate merely deej, reading every move. I hear you. You're right behind me. Who? A punch narrowly grazed him, missing its target by a hair's breadth. The subordinate smirked viciously, whispering in the rain. I've been waiting to cath you, and this will be the last time. Alipede froze, his red eyes widening in surprise as he realized smething was wrong. Clack. A pair of handcuffs suddenly clamped onto Alipede's re. The subordinate had successfully set a trap. I knew you wouldn't give me a chance. As I waited for you, lo your cm poor and fall in my nay. The subordinate grabbed Alipede's hair, cn fronting him defiantly. Now you're right in the palm of my han. I finally see you. Chairman Chua, subordinate twised Alipede's arm behind his back in the rain, beginning the physical les. 34. Alipede's red eyes widened as he heard the explanation. That was the number of vital point that cold inflict fatal damage. Get ready, the subordinate sealedly declare. Let's see how many blows you can take. Bomb. A devastating elbow strike landed on Alipede's rib, initiating the trucher session. The subordinate explained that a blow to this area would make even breathing difficult. Alipede gritted his teeth, biting his lip until it blow, but subbornely endured the pain. Next, the target was the lung. The subordinate CN continued his assault, aiming directly at the deadly weak point. Thwack, thwack, thwack. A series of precise, surgical strikes continuously landed on Alipede's throat, spleen, upper jaw, and philtrum. I see amend your suborn, the subordinate say. But in the willpower won't save you. Crash, hair blow land, and he fittingly declared that Alipede would surely fall. You're gravely mistaken, Alipede snarled back, his eyes flashing with fire. The one who falls here is you. Alipede mocked his opponent's foolishness. If you truly wanted bind me, then you should have bound my legs. Alipede unleashed a thunderous kick, breaking free from the hold to his opponent's asnishman. The subordinate was unable to believe what was happening. Impossible. He's even stronger than before. What's wrong? Regretting your Misaki? Alipede smirk. You've only begun. Alipede launched a furious counterattack, unleashing a sarem of blows that gave his opponent no time to breathe. The subordinate parry, realizing his mistake. What kept Alipede standing wasn't willpower. It's pride, he muttered as he TK a full punch. This man's pride governs everything he do. In the subordinate's eye, Alipede appeared deadly. A man willing to die and revive 1,000 times due to kill his enemy. Alipede grabbed the chain, seeing the two handoff. While the subordinate realized he had no her choice, the subordinate used the chain T-whip. Alipede int the air and then slammed him on the floor. Thu. The subordinate loked Duen, thinking, what a subborn basar. Alipede slowly go back up, asnishing the subordinate because that blow should have taken him done. Alipede SFFE. Using handoffs TC pensate for your disadvantage in the dark? No, a bad idea, but executed terribly. If you truly wanted bind my leg, Alipede strain, breaking a link, then you should have cuffed yourself me. Clank. The subordinate pated his shoulder, sneering, Tuba, but listen, Alipede, the sprinkler Sisem, is still running, which means your Al's Clately Blin. Alipede grasped the situation. That's right, I can't use echoloation because of the water noise, and it won't stop anytime soon. If that's the case, Alipede turned to T, the control panel, pressing a series of number. Beep, beep. Well, have T change location. He dashed off, dragging the subordinate with him, to a place where the sprinkler system can't interfere. Alipede was surprised to be dragged onto a brightly lit ROM, and the subordinate Aska, are you sure? The subordinate unleashed a devastating punch to Alipede's smach, CN evidently declaring, it's very bright here, it's all over. But Alipede narrowly dodged the dangerous blow, causing the subordinate's kick to merely graze him. Fwo, the subordinate was Suna, unable to believe his eye. That blow should have definitely high. His decision-making skills are truly unmoth. Alipede loked his opponent straight in the face. What are you surprised, Abu? I think you're mistaken about smething here. He calmly explained, without lie, you'll weaken. As for me, whether it's bright or dark, my skill remains the same. Alipede unleashed an incredibly powerful spinning kick. The subordinate's eyes widen, simply choked by Alipede's confidence. Kapow! Alipede landed a perfect hawk kick, sending the subordinate flying backward. The subordinate fell silent, one side of his hair blown back by the force of the attack, revealing a path of white hair. Alipede approach, his voice full of challenge. Silent again? Disappointed because your plan fail? No need. TBS, sa. Alipede smirk, flicking his lighter with a click. declaring that his show would see continue. Meanwhile, Choi's subordinate S in the dark knee, CNFident, that there were no sprinklers or any way T create light here. He smirk, secretly admitting that he greatly respected Alapide's effort. He thought T himself. Ever since facing Gabriel's Apol John, this was the first opponent who had excited him much. The subordinate moked Alapide for playing unfairly by defeating a retired old man. But Alapide CLD Lee denied. You are wrong. Alapide explained that Gabriel's Apol John Lo no because of old age, but because he was T-reliant on Psy, and the subordinate was exactly the same. Alapide provoke, you cano see me. He continued T-challenge while moving at terrifying speed. And you won't be able to DJ my attacks either. In Alapide's echoloation whirl, the subordinate was seamlessly passive, with no luck left as he couldn't create lie. He was cloudily disoriente, unable to decide which direction to move. Alapide analyzed that in this situation, with no trump card left, only one Emoan was gnawing at his opponent. That was extreme pawnee. The subordinate was being swallowed by darkness and feeling pure fear. Alapide laughed maniacally, declaring the end. It's all over. Wham! Suddenly, an extremely powerful attack struck Alapide directly. Thu. The impact force was wrong that it created a loud sound on the floor, right in front of the subordinate. Alapide stepped back, Suna, wondering amid the Dwanpor. What the hell? How did he hit me? He gritted his teeth, asserting that his senses were still completely normal. Alapide decided he would act more discreetly and swiftly in his next attack. With a determined gaze, Alapide was evident that no ordinary person cold read his movement. He charged forward once again in his Sund whirl, swearing to finish off his opponent with this very strike. In his disordered Sund whirl, Alapide sensed his opponent charging. With blowho eye, Alapide roar. Now you're definitely Dea. Pow! But it was Choi's subordinate who struck. A devastating punch that sent Alapide spiting blom. Bomb. The impact was wrong that it shattered the asphalt road surface. Amid the dust cloud, Alapide muttered in disbelief. Impossible, he growled, blow gushing from the corner of his mouth. No way you cold see me. How did you read my attack? Choi's subordinate Sealdali admit. You're right. He continued to explain casually. Normally I truly can't see you, and in that situation I would definitely have low. Alapide became even more confused. Then how? The subordinate interrupted. Don't you remember? The subordinate raised his hand, reminding him. I handoffed you earlier, and you just broke them a few moment ag. He smirked. Wrong. I put a handoff on you that you would never escape from. Alapide froze, trying to prose that meaningful statement. Suddenly, a green glow severed Alapide's boy, and he muter. Handoffs kanoasape. Wait a minute. He suddenly noised a strange smell. This smell, I was T-foused on fighting T-noise. Luminous pain? Alapide looked, horrified at his glowing hand, realizing that the Oher man had applied paint to the handoffs from the very beginning. He bitterly pieced everything together. The Oher man had deliberately thrown him toward the exit doctor, luring him into Ram with lie, all just to activate the luminous pain. Alapide's red eyes shone with panic and admiration. Truly incomprehensible. He wondered in extreme astonishment. How many moves ahead does this man calculate when fighting? Alapide, now completely outmathed, asked with a trembling voice. When did you prepare all of the? Choi's subordinate crowed his arms and explained. I saw that using normal light against you was you sell. Especially since your echoloation skill is T over power. Choi's subordinate ordered G1, G. Leave the weapon we disused in the elevator. He explained to Alapide. Therefore, of course, I had T prepare. Smething T counter you. Alapide admitted his mistake. You know, I misjudged you. I should have approached this fight in a completely different way. Alapide was wary, wondering, what weapon is he going to pull out now? However, the Apol merely smirked with amusement. He truly is a brave one. Hi. A bright red flare was activate, and Alapide realized his opponent intended to use it to light up the entire area. Alapide held the flare, smirking as he arrogantly asked, S? He raised the flare high, challenging. Can you see more clearly now? Choi's subordinate was merely astonished that Alapide dared to fight all out in the lie. Alapide drew out 2 karambit knives, ready for a duel, making Choi's subordinate wary. Who? Alapide threw a knife toward his opponent. He declared Cly. Take I. Let's make this a fair fight. Choi's subordinate calmly accepted I, without a hint of hesitation. As he bent down to pick up the karambit knife, Alapide thought to himself that this time, there would be no excuse for victory or defeat. Alapide TK, a sans knife in Han, and called out his old enemy's name. "Come, young Peter." Choi's subordinate merely smiled, thinking that his opponent was making this fight exciting. T the very N. Who? Bo charged at each O'Hare with terrifying speed, leaving only blurs in the air. Alipede's red eyes sand with Sundwave, and he was certain, no doubt about a one. Through the echoloation Sisem, he's firm he's, right in front of me. But he's faz that I can't discern his form. Alipede's eyes went wide with horror as his target vanished from his radar view before the knife swing. Clang! Clang! The two karambit knives clashed, sparking fire, as Choi's subordinate perfectly blocked the Apola's attack. Choi's subordinate skillfully spun the karambit knife, lunging T attack Alipede with a powerful horizontal slash T the side. Alipede TK. Several knife strikes T the arm but still pushed through, while the subordinate merely gritted his teeth in exertion. The Apole widened his eye, realizing something was wrong with his opponent's fighting style. Through echoloation, Alipede analyzed. He changed his knife grip. Is he planning T/Dronzer? If, then, I must kill him before he can swing the knife. Alipede decisively grabbed the opponent's WI, but the subordinate was a sep phaser, escaping the grab and unleashing a series of slashes that stunned Alipede. So fast I couldn't react in time. It turned out this was his trump card. The subordinate pulled out a CCND karambit knife, with two blades in hand, ready to slaughter. Alipede angrily parried the attack, simply forced on the defensive by the opponent's lightning-fast knife dance. The Apola's face teared with rage, and he growled in his min, "I won't accept thee." A flashback appeared, in which Raphael once mocked Alipede, saying that Peter rarely used weapon, and Alipede confirmed I. Raphael laughed gleefully, deeming it ridiculous, and mentioning a famous quote from the Legion. Back in reality, the subordinate unleashed a dangerous strike, recreating Peter's immortal quote. Using weapons would make the fight too easy. Alipede furiously roared, "Don't you dare liqueur me." The pride of an Apole was mercilessly trampled. Bo lunged at each O'Hare, creating a whirlwind of flashing daggers at a speed far beyond normal human sight. In Alipede's world of Sundwave, he completely lost track of his opponent, utterly terrified. "It's impossible. I've never encountered anyone like him." He, the great Alipede, now admitted a harsh truth. "How cold this be? I can't even perceive him, let alone defeat him." Alipede's radar was empty, and he frantically wondered why he couldn't see the target. The subordinate's image on the radar was distorted like a GH, and Alipede bitterly realized, now that he has weapons in hand, I can't see him anymore. Suddenly, a flash of insight sparked in Alipede's perception. He looked up, his blowhole eyes gleaming with astonishment. "Oh, I see him now." In his sunned wave vision, the subordinate's figure finally appeared clearly, rushing straight toward him. Alipede whispered, "I can." As soon as he pinpointed the target, Alipede roared, "I finally see him," and swung his knife T attack. Clang! The subordinate easily blocked Alipede's knife strike, leaving the Apole stunned by this absurdity. Alipede was knocked back, sliding across the floor, unable to believe his eye. "Just for a moment, I thought I could see him." Alipede's blowhole eyes gleamed with extreme bittern, his pride crucial. The great Alipede can't defeat this key. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain and the humiliation raging in his chest. The subordinate taunted, his teeny like he was liqueuring a chill. "The more you move, the worse the pain will get. Your chest muscles must be shredded. Why didn't you just give up?" Alipede snarled, "Shut up." But in his min, he was forced to admit a harsh truth. He's right. He recalled the previous attack that had smoothly paralyzed his left arm, but what bewildered him even more was something else. It was the opponent's knife skill. Alipede looked at his karambit knife and wondered, "I spent years measuring I. How is this possible?" The subordinate was only around adult, yet he had als mastered the karambi, an illogical and ridiculous fia. The subordinate calmly walked closer, continuing Teton. "I'll turn off the light again if you want. I'll go all out in the next strike." He pointed out the clear disparity. "I still have Bohan, while you only have your right hand left." Whew. He unleashed an upward jawhawk slash, bluntly declaring, "Just you know, you won't be able to block this strike." The subordinate looked straight into Alipede's eye, repeating, "You're right, I can't use one hun. So what about thee?" In a fit of madness, Alipede roared, "For fairn," then lunge, sinking his teeth into the subordinate's arm. He screamed wildly, his mouth full of blow, "There's no one I can't defeat. I won't let go until I take your life." Wham! The subordinate delivered an incredibly fast and precise hawk punch to Alipede's jaw, stunning him. He looked at the pained Alipede, his voice clow. Are you sure about the? He began a liqueur on anatomy. There's a muzzle in the jaw called the masseter. It helps you chew. Attacking this muzzle will force your mouth open. Even a bee's couldn't withstand this shock. The subordinate loped on at the collapsing Alipede, blow streaming from his mouth, then finished him with a psychological blow. Have you finally realized that there are smee things your pride cannot salvage? The devastating punch made Alipede's mind reel, and his world crumbled in an insan. Collapsed but still CNSIU. Alipede wiped the blow from his mouth, bitterly vowing to engrave the name Sun Gu into his heart for the res of his life. Choi's subordinate realized Alipede was up to smething, sensing smething omino. Why? What is he planning? Could it be? Flash. Alipede pulled out a flare, then immediately cut it in half. An unexpected ocean, the blinding light fade, and darkness enveloped them. Choi's subordinate realized he was temporarily blind. Damn I can't see anything. He snarled an order in the darkness. Stay still. Jus then, a heavily armed SWAT team burrs in, and shout rang, ooh, the terrorist suspect has been found. It's the white-haired guy. Get him. Choi's subordinate raised his hand in surrender, perfectly playing the visum as the SWAT team rushed Pa, and he secretly admire. This guy is pretty G. Trapped amid the special force, Choi's subordinate cooled only Wath, knowing he cooled ent, make a move with civilians around, and was about T-low Alipede. The SWAT team searched everywhere, but Alipede had vanished as if he never exis, and a Seldier reported in despair, has nowhere to be found, sir, has disappear. In the first floor lobby of Day Ha Corporation, maximum security forces were mobilized, blocking all exit, T-trap their prey. Security Chief Jiwan appeared amid the chaotic crow, questioning her subordinate. What's happening? Has Alipede still no been caught? And where is Sun Gu? A SWAT officer spepped Jiwan, warning her to say away due to the dangerous situation, but she brushed him off. A light breeze swept Pa, making Jiwan pause, her eyes gleaming with astonishment. Huh? Jiwan spun around. Her superhuman sense of smell had caught a familiar scent, but one that shouldn't be there. She waved the SWAT team heading toward the main entrance, a strange feeling arising within her. Jiwan's blind eyes widened. She realized smething was wrong. Her hand unconsciously touched her jacket poke, feeling a strange object that had been slipped inside. Jiwan pulled out a piece of paper written in braille. On it was a challenging massage. Next time, let's praise this echoloation together. Holding the paper, Jiwan frowned, trying to decipher Alipede's intention. Alipede, what in the world are you plowing? The Senate shift to a luxurious infirmary, seemingly a private treatment facility for the organization. Inside, Chairman Choi's subordinates visit the survivors of an explosion, including Jiwan and the mole secretary, who are all lying on Hospital B. A doctor report that fortunately, the attacker did no aim for vital area, but Choi's subordinate inwardly think, didn't aim for vital area. I didn't believe I. The subordinate's eyes sharpen. He knows this was a deliberate no a failure. He grabs the secretary by the hair and interrogate. Since when have you been a spy for glory? She confesses that she and many ohers were trolled by Raphael from the SAR. The subordinate Hiza, realizing Raphael had already set up pawns within major circulations from the very beginning. As they walk down the hallway, Jiwan wonder, there's one thing I didn't understand. Jiwan directly question, how did you let Alipede slip away? The legendary Peter, letting his enemy Asape? The subordinate smirks and casually reply, no need worry, Alipede will be of use us later, making Jiwan visibly discuss. The mysterious man you'll understand when the time CME. The Sene changes to a bowl of wine dripping onto dark red floor. Raphael, the bow of glory, displays his insane strength by ding a handand on the wine bowl. Alipede sit on the sep, reporting the situation while Raphael inquires about dealing with Chairman Choi. Raphael stand up, muzzles bulging, and Kijin, don't tell me you load a Peter. Alipede denies I. Alipede, with CLDI, reply, Peter wasn't there. Anohair voice chimes in, laughing gleefully. A red-haired man emerges from the shadow, approaching Alipede. The red-haired man taun, you load a Peter, is now you're making excuses that he wasn't there. Rye. Alipede growl. Take that back. Unless you want to die. The red-haired man proudly crows his arm, revealing his identity as a Polethado, an assassin for glory, and continues to provoke. Oh, but the way you're getting angry, it must be true. Pow. Raphael, without a word, throws a lightning-fast punch, sending Thaddeus flying for talking too much. Alipede, still looking done, issues a final warning. One more word and your eyes will be knowing but too whole. Apol Thaddeus arrogantly hold up 2 finger, taunting. What you know about I? The beau smirk, seemingly amused by the unfolding drama. This is interesting. The world's #1 assassin, Alipede, against Smione, who has reached the pinnacle of martial art, and is even rumored pose spiritual power. Thaddeus chuckle, feigning reconciliation, but continuing to provoke. Haha, I'll spee. But I have bad news for you. The red-haired man sticks out his TNG, sarcastically saying, your 100% assassination success rate is gone. As soon as he finishes speaking, Thaddeus lunges like lightning, launching a cunning kick aimed directly at Alipede. Alipede dodges the attack effortlessly, making Thaddeus exclaim, I'm always amazed, Key. It's like you can actually see. The red-haired man attacks continuously, muttering, what a shame. If you had eye, your skill would reach a whole new level. Alipede Josila, Retr, you arrogant basar. Thaddeus show, challenging, come on, fight back with your hand, but Alipede Jew smirk, no a chance. Alipede gracefully dodges a powerful kick, explaining descendingly, if I used my hand for real, you'd be Dea, Key. A kick grazes Thaddeus' face by a hair's breadth, making him mock himself. Oh dear, I might have spoken Sen. At this rate, I'll be the one dying. Alipede's red eyes gleam with deadly intent. Go ahay. Die. Alipede spin, launching an incredibly fast-sweeping kick at Thaddeus. Bomb! 2 kicks collide with a shower of spark, creating a powerful shockwave. Thaddeus lan. Maintaining his stance, Alipede slides back as well. Beau, unharmed after the collision. The beau speaks up to intervene, but Alipede turns away, growling. Don't you dare go near that young man. Alipede turns back with a crazed lock, asserting his claim. The only one allowed to kill him is me. Thaddeus smirks and asks the beau about the plan. B. Shall I take care of Unchang Choi for you? The beau turns his back and dismisses N. There's only one sure way to get the information we need. The true's subordinate helps the beau remove his sure, while Thaddeus wonder, you didn't mean? The beau smiles enigmatically, and order, prepare my car. Revealing a bareback with a demonic ta, the beau states with certainty, I will go meet him myself. Alarms blare throughout the skyscraper of Deha Corporation, the site of a recent terrorist attack. The SWAT team forms a CRDN, blocking Chairman Choi's subordinate. You cannot enter, sir. Chairman Glory is here to see Chairman Deha, a SWAT officer sternly state. This is a terrorist attack, Sine. No, even the president is allowed in. The B, without even glancing, replies curtly, oh, what a shame if that's the case. A SWAT officer inside hears the CMOian and before he can understand what's happening, sees 2 figures fly straight through the glass window. Crash! The beau smashes through the reinforced glass, sending 2 SWAT officers flying like rag deal. Anohair SWAT officer, pale as a ghost, shout frantically, call for backup, immediately. The beau calmly walks into the lobby, leaving behind a pile of dwoned special forces and shattered glass. He smiles maniacally, sneering. I guess this means I have more power than the president. Standing in the main lobby of the Deha building, the beau muter, Chairman Choi is smeeware in here, which means Peter Caldal's be here. In an infirmary, Chairman Choi's subordinate looks at the injured, 2 Esud Boygar, the mole secretary, and Jiwon, and include Perfet. In the office, Chairman Choi is sweating profusely, while her subordinate wait behind him for order. The beau's shadow looms over everyone, his voice echoing, the first thing we will do is meet Chairman Choi. The assistant rushes into the room, shouting, Chairman! A Gez has broken in and is heading this way. Chairman Choi freezes. Upon hearing his subordinate Sammer, the intruder's identity, its glory's chairman, Raphael, the desperate screams of the guard echoed from out-eyed Chairman Choi's office. Dr. Off. Chairman Choi, pale and sweating profusely, stammered a CM manned for the intruder to leave. The doctor bursts open, and the beau Raphael and Terry sneering. Oh, Chairman Choi, you're still alive? The beau's impowingly, holding an unconscious special agent by the head like a rag doll, declaring arrogantly, I'm Gla. Chairman Choi tremble, asking how he go in, to which Raphael casually reply, I'm very annoyed. The beau raised his hand at his neck, challenging, you have a go, Chairman Choi. Why are you treating them like thee? It turned out the entire ROM was surrounded by a heavily armed special forces team, all pointing their guns at the B. Chairman Choi sat on the SFA, trying to remain calm. Given the current situation, I hope you understand. I was shocked to hear you were in danger. He tried Aachen C. Enterol. I appreciate Chairman Raphael C. Emming here personally, but knowing Sirius has happened. A special agent's mind stream. Who is this guy? Did he see me all the way from the gate alone? The soldier reassured himself that his side had superior numbers, and was clearly in the dominant position. But Smething felt terribly wrong. His entire boy froze, unable to pull the trigger, feeling that any movement would result in instant death. Chairman Choi was alls overwhelmed by Raphael's aura. The boss gaze made him freeze in terror. Raphael approached, his voice laced with insinuation. I heard the situation was dangerous. But did Smione help you? The beau leaned close to Chairman Choi's ear and whispered the fatal name. For example, Apollo Pietar? Chairman Choi was utterly terrified, admitting internally that Raphael's eyes were terrifying. He had met many dangerous individuals, but no one in the world had eyes like high. Eyes he dared no look directly in. Raphael's eyes glowed with reptilian vertical pupil, fiery like a demon, and he asked again, Why aren't you answering? Cornere, Chairman Choi forced a laugh and quickly deny. Who is Pieter? If he were here, we would have caught him immediately. Raphael burst into laughter and sat down on the sofa next to Choi, as if they were Chloe friend. There's no way Chairman Choi would be meeting Pietro in secret, right? The beau grabbed Chairman Choi's tie, sneering. Your tie. Why is its lowly tie? He tightened eye, leaning close, the sweating old man's face and threatening. If it says like your neck won't be easy to keep, even if you are the beau of Deha. Chairman Choi screamed internally. He knew he had never met Pieter, but facing this monster, one Corelli's word could be fatal. He realized the beau would kill him without hesitation. His demonic eyes saw through all lie. Alri. The beau suddenly released his grip, his tone changing. He feigned true. I do think you're lying. Besides is there anything else interesting you'd like tell me? Chairman Choi Samari, his voice trembling. It wasn't Pieter. The beau's demonic eyes narrow, scrutinizing. Know him, but what? Under pressure, Chairman Choi finally blurted out on her name. Glory's assassin. Chairman Choi's memory flashed with the image of his loyal subordinate, a man who always appeared at the right moment, even when he was flirting with a girl. He recalled the subordinate quietly making tea, serving him diligently, and never asking question. The loyal subordinate's guard outside while Chairman Choi was engaged in dirty business with Smione in bed in the ROM. In a chaotic situation, the subordinate didn't hesitate to carry a man on his shoulder, clearing a bloy path to Yasape. The image of the subordinate with his confident smile was always a slid support for the ever-anxious Chairman Choi. Returning to reality, the beau repeated the question with intire. Glory's assassin? Chairman Choi tried to smile, continuing his charade. Glory. He tried to appear CNF Iden, boasting. Glory has many excellent assassin. They will surely cath Pieter. The boss demonic eyes glint. He clearly wasn't fooled by the clumsy A. Chairman Choi closed his eyes tightly, sweating profusely. Knowing he couldn't fool this monster, the beau's up, brushed his han, and said casually, To blonde. I'm leaving. I was Jews worried about you. So I wanted to know everything you were ding. Let's grab a meal, Smee time. The beau casually asked about yesterday's spicy beef sup, leaving Chairman Choi speechless and stammering, no understanding how he knew, while the beau asserted that the old man was very interesting. Turning to leave, the beau delivered a parting shh. Finally, if there's anything you want to say, you'd better say it to me now. He continued his threa, his voice as CLD as ice. If you secretly see attack Pietro behind my back, and I find out later, the beau's demonic gaze flasha, impanied by a chilling threa, I will tear you to shred. The scene shifted elsewhere as a group of people rushed in, frantically calling for a doctor in an emergency, cathing Jiwan and Peter's attention, who decided to follow. From behind the slightly open guitar, a man's desperate scream echo, I'm going to die. Peter, under the alias Kim Songgu, maintained a CLD expression, observing the chaotic scene before him. Inside the ROM, Chairman Choi was completely broken, clothing his head and screaming in panic that Raphael would kill him. While a doctor tried in vain to calm him, he went shooing everyone away and yelling that he couldn't trust anyone, believing they were all Raphael's spy, Ju as Peter and Jiwan and Tere. Peter silently listened as Jiwan reported that Raphael had Ju arrived, and Chairman Choi seemed severely shaken after being pressured by the beau for a long time. The doctor looked helplessly at Chairman Choi, who was writhing, lamenting that even a famous psychiatrist was sumped and sedatives were useful. Peter suddenly noticed a strange object, and asked Jiwan what it was, as she held eye. Jiwan explained it was an old hat that Chairman Choi always kept with him. Peter narrowed his eye, called Jiwan's name, seemingly having a plan in Min. Peter ordered Jiwan and all the medical staff to leave, leaving everyone bewildered. The doctor started T-pros but was immediately silenced by G1. If he says, TG, we G, he's a beater, doctor. Click. The Ram Dr. Klo, leaving Peter alone with Chairman Choi, who was in extreme pawnee. Peter faced the devastated Chairman Choi, introduced himself as Kim Sunggu, and gently asked him to speak calmly. Peter asserted that there were no more of Raphael's spies present, but Chairman Choi dismissed him, yelling that he was lying. He was Shadare, burying his face in the table and groaning in despair that it was too late. Deha was in Glory's Han, and Raphael cooled kill him at any moment. Chairman Choi muttered in despair as Peter roared the man's name. Choi Un-chang. Peter yelled directly at the broken old man's face. Are you going to disappoint me like thee? As he spoke, Peter grabbed Chairman Choi's he, forcing him to face the truth. Did you forget the promise from that day? Chairman Choi looked bewildered, sweat pouring down his face, no understanding what promise the assassin was talking about. Memories flowed back. The Sene shifting Timao, 1978. A train sped through the snowy winter night in Russia. In a blow-stained train car, a younger version of Peter, sealedly ordered Chairman Choi, who was then a young boy. Get up. Korea is still far away. The young Choi ran after the young man in a pawnee, shouting, Hey, wait for me. The sharp eyes of the young Peter flashed, as if sensing the approaching danger. The young man suddenly spept the young Choi and ordery, Stay still here, Choi Yun-chang. Young Peter pushed the boy, to sit on the sea, his voice devoid of emotion. Cover your ears and cunt loudly, T10. Juzda, as I say. The young Choi, Sare, Sil Obai, severing his ears tightly with bow hand and starting T-kun. 1, 2. While the boy was cunting, young Peter's up, his eyes CLD, as he loped toward the end of the train car, challenging, Are you going to let me paw? Or D you want TCME in here? 3 armed SLDers menacingly at the train car, Dr. One whispering, Damn how did he know? The redhead signaled his CM-panion, CN evident that young Peter had discarded his gun and they could easily take him WN. When the young Choi cunted T5, the redhead roared the attack order. Now, they all charged in but found only empty space. Their target had vanished right before their eye. A CLD gun barrel pressed against the redhead's neck. Young Peter had already circled behind them. If you were smart enough, you would have jumped off the train already, the young assassin declared CLDly, while the Oher 2 were still pointing their guns at empty air. Who? Young Peter moved as fast as lightning, wiping out all 3 Seldiers in an instant, finishing the cleanup with no wasted movement. Young Peter turned back, gruffly addressing the young Choi for speeding his cunt and ordering, Now, get ready. Without explanation, the young assassin sped off on his motorcycle into the blizzard, dragging the young Choi, who was screaming in fear. On the way, Peter warned that from now on, the boy would face Kuntal's dangerous challenge, and young Choi admitted he was very sare, hesitantly asking him to say. Peter cruelly extinguished the boy's hope. We will never meet again. The young Choi was stunned by the harsh reply. Tears welled up in his eye. He TLD himself that he couldn't get close to anyone, but then Peter suddenly spoke, telling him to see inside the hat he was wearing as himself and making a promise. The young assassin's eyes became sharp. If we ever meet again, det may Smiona who makes me ashamed. Though word ignited a flame of determination, the young Choi smiled brightly and shouted his promise to Beck me strong. The Sene shift back to the present. Peter grabbed Chairman Choi's ha, his voice full of sarcasm. Where is the promise of the young Choi Un-chang to Beck me strong? Peter looked directly at the broken man, ordering with authority. Get up, there are still people below who are waiting for and admire you. Chairman Choi looked up, admitting that he had always dubbed it and thought it impossible. Recalling their first meeting, he remembered the familiar feeling when facing the young man and the old boy Gar. Chairman Choi CNFAs. But from the very first meeting, I always saw the image of Pieter. Since that fateful day on the train, the image of his savior had never faded from his min. Chairman Choi knelt down, looking up at his benefactor with tear-filled eye, his voice trembling. I really wanted to see you again, Pieter. Peter smiled with satisfaction, acknowledging the man's growth. Thank you for growing up well, Choi Yun-chang. Click. The Dr. T. The rombers open. Outside, a group of doctors and Boygor, led by Dor O, were startled when the doctor suddenly opened. Chairman Choi Sept O adjusted his clohe and regained his CM pure as a leader, reassuring his worried subordinate. It seems I have made everyone worry. Jiwon questioned Peter. What did you, senior? Peter calmly replied nothing. Chairman Choi is a strong person. Driving the pink ice cream truck doing the row, Jiwon yelled over the Roddy. I've DNE's much. And all I get is, it's all your? Peter asked nonchalantly. What else do you want? Making her falter and stammer a refusal. At the base, Jiwon slammed the table and shout, Do I lock like Smione who's crazy for money? Who do you think I am? Peter remained calm and replied concisely, I didn't say anything. Peter held out a thank you letter from Chairman Choi, but Jiwon was still grumpy. What is the? I didn't need a thank you letter. Opening it and find a black car. Jiwon's expression changed 180 degrees. She was overjoyed and profusely thanked the chairman. Peter cooled only Wath with an expression of, you can be happy about the, while the DG Alexander was equally excited. On the way, Jiwon asked Peter about their next destination. He replied sincerely, back home, I forego about the Sene shift to Yud High School. A voice calls out Kim Sunggu's name. In the classroom, the Dako Brohers blocked Peter's path, teasing him about his disappearance for the past few days, joking if he had found a sugar daddy and goin' a black car. Yuna rushed into the classroom, her face ashen. She shouted the shocking new, They're going T-fire all the D-rank assassin. The Dako Broers sneer, teasing Yuna that with her rank of 335, she was definitely O. Yuna, Furyu, Retrer, you iddy. That's no I. Yuna screamed at them. You guys are getting fired, you fool. Leaving both of them sune. Peter, the only one who remained calm, explained. Only D-rank assassins will be Tez. Out of 336 people, if you DNT, make it INT the TP100, you'll be eliminate. The Dako Broers were horrified. What? Top 300 is hard enough, let alone TP100? They turned to Peter, wondering why Smione ranked S low like him cold remained as calm. Peter crowed his arms and declared, I knew about this beforehand, and I've found a way for us to survive. Zhu's then, the classroom DR slid open. Peter smirked. Perfect timing, he's here. All three trainee assassins were Suna, turning T-lock at the newcomer with terrified expression. A gloved fist slammed on the draw frame. A commanding voice boom. Is it you, D-rank brah? A burly man with a blonde buzz cut stepped in, muscles bulging under his white t-shirt, looking at them with CN temp. The Dakobro hairs and Yuna recognized him, their faces turning pale. Why? Isn't that the bear guy we saw on the yacht? How is he here? Peter asked back. Oh, you know him? Peter confirmed, the blonde man was the real deal, but Owls wondered why such an important figure had CMET this obscure place. Meanwhile, the blonde man resentfully recalled his encounter with Peter, silently cursing how a no-boy had managed to enter such a luxurious place. The flashback continue. As the blonde man growled, subtly despising Jiwon and her DG, then arrogantly declared T. Peter that he had spared his life only because he was busy. The blonde man was still incising he left because he had been seen, no out of fear, when Peter suddenly interrupted, signaling that their one-on-one conversation had officially begun. The blonde man pressed Peter for the reason he returned, his face still bearing scars from their previous battle. He admitted that besides the Gloria pole, he had never seen anyone as wrong as Peter, and demanded, No, who exactly are you? Peter replied seriously. If I tell you, will you believe I? The blonde man asserted firmly that since he was already here, no hing was unbelievable anymore. Even if Peter claimed to be Pieter, Peter calmly admitted, Yea, I am Pieter. The blonde man was utterly shocked, jumping up and shouting, Wah, impossible, Pietro is an old man. Peter merely smirked mockingly. Oh, didn't you just say you'd believe anything I say? Why is it different now? The blonde man suddenly froze, his brain starting to prose the data. He recalled the bizarre combat techniques and unseen moves Peter had displayed. The blonde man dismissed whether Peter was Pietro or N, as it no longer mattered. He seriously announced, I've returned and met Raphael. He CNFs that with his current strength, he's no chance against the final bow and his henchmen. He recalled his pa, being considered an outsider, never properly trained. The blonde man bowed his head in admission. I know one thing for sure, you are stronger than me. Please train me. Peter replied with a single whir, CLD as ice. N. Crack. He semped on his cane, crushing I, showing an absolute refusal and giving the Oher man no hope at all. The blonde man hung his head low, his voice pleading, Please, make me stronger. Recalling a Yuika radiant in the sunlight, the blonde man declared with determination, I want to avenge Yuika. He prorated himself on the ground, growling, Please, make me strong enough TDI Mazer. Peter merely glanced, his face sneakle, devoid of any emotion. Mazer, what nonsense, Peter returned sharply, steep saying such cheesy thing. The blonde man subbornely remained kneeling. If you don't accept me, I won't stand up. Peter's expression remained unchanged, showing absolute indifference, the pleas of his inferior. Suddenly, Peter spoke, his eyes sharpening. I didn't make my student kneel. The blond man snapped his head up, completely shook. Peter's up's right and ordery. I'll have an important mission. I want interest you. The blond man immediately sprang up, burning with fervor. I will complete any command with all my may. The scene shifted, the clubroom, where the blond man asked blankly, that important mission. Before him were 3 inexperienced D-rank, Yuna, Junior Dog, and Biggie Dog. He was speechless. Is train? These D-rank? The blond man crowed his arm, acing them, and bluntly said, top 100 for D-rank? I didn't think you stand a chance. Yuna immediately bristled, arguing defiantly. Hey old man, do you know who I am? What's your glory rank? While the Dako brohairs turned pale with fear, trying to pull her back. Peter appeared from behind, wearing a uniform, his aura still as overwhelming as ever. Peter leaned his back against the blond man and whispered, I can't train them. Help them survive. The blond man, without a moment's hesitation, said with a resolute gaze, I will, even if I have bet my life on I. The D-ranks curiously asked about the training program, and the blond man looked down at them. He smirked and answered nonchalantly, it's the training I used, knowing special. A flashback appeared, revealing that the knowing special training was a scene of a man tied tightly to a rock, hanging precariously from a cliff, shouting desperately, help me! This isn't training. If I fall, I'm dead for sure. The blond man in a tracksuit SATP the cliff, looking Dune at the screaming trainees and uttered a chilling philosophical remark. If you DNT sand at the threshold of death, you won't get stronger, I think. The scene shifted to a skyscraper, with dark, menacing architecture, the Glory Organization headquarters. On the Raft P, Raphael's subordinate reported to Raphael that there was a CMonality between Nathaniel's hospital incident and Johann's incident, Pietro's trace. The two bows, before a deep chasm, and the subordinate asserted that only insiders knew the movement and plans of Glory's assassin, as Pietro couldn't possibly know. A mysterious silver-haired old man appear, propounding a chilling hypothesis. What if Pietro is already inside Glory? The subordinate dismissed it outright, arguing that a legend like Pietro couldn't possibly infiltrate without being detested, while a wanted poer of the old Pietro appear. Raphael suddenly paused, a spark of insight flashing in the beau's min. Raphael retre. Why do you think he would move like the? What if it's no a stepping snee, but a four? Raphael's face was hidden in shadow, the devil's smile appearing as a crazy idea for me. He suggests a perfect hiding place. For example, among the D rank, where the number of assassins is hihe. The subordinate was still doubtful, but Raphael asserted firmly. Pietro turns the impoible into poible. We must dut everything. The subordinate suddenly remembered an important detail, mentioning the specialty of Anoher Norius individual, Johann. It turned out, Johann's skill was disguise, and an image of him in the guise of a boyguard appear, looking utterly professional. Raphael looked pleased, while the red-haired Apollo Sil lay moyonnaise on the floor. Thaddeus suddenly sprang up, did a hand in right at the edge of the Roft P, and arrogantly declare, I thought of a very interesting way. The Sene Shifta, a panicked voice echoed from the CM Communication CSEM. Senior, this is a trap. In a luxurious ROM, the hacker woman warned the senior member that Glory was targeting him, and a purge involving hundreds of D-rank assassins was about to begin. She urgently tried to dissuade him, but the senior member Sil sat with his arms crow, his face sneakla, and replied curtly, You'll have to go through me. She Sil tried to persuade him, but the senior member asserted firmly, That's right. If I don't I'll back me even more suspicious. I must G. The muscular blonde man standing nearby als demanded to follow, but the senior member dismissed him because his identity as a Glory disciple was easily recognizable. The hacker woman sighed helplessly. One is Reckle, the Oher is foolish, wonderful, truly wonderful. She admitted she had no information about Raphael's loation or trap, but the senior member calmly replied, There is a way. The snee-faced senior member smirked and declared, You'll know when we get there. Despite the hacker woman helplessly screaming on the Oher end of the line. A week later, at the Glory Club's new base, Death Island Sanquari, a deserted island with a massive parking lot packed with people. The senior member sand his eyes acro, the deserted Islan, secretly thinking it was surprising that this was the gathering place for all these people. The brown-haired woman showed excitement upon seeing all the D-rank assassins gather. from ice factory owner Bingsu Park T police officer Kim Kwang. Standing next to the senior member, the brown-haired woman wondered if this was a group training session, which annoyed him. Hearing training, two Oher D-rank assassins collapsed to the ground, streaming in pro, haunted by the Hell Week. Witnessing that pathetic sigh, the brown-haired woman turned to the senior member with a face full of skepticism. What can we probably do with this bunch? On the big screen, the black MC named Kolema appeared with a wide grin, welcoming all D-rank assassins Death Islan. MC Kolema pointed at the crowd and growled. To all D-rank assassins with a bright future, survive here and beck me a greater glory for glory. The crowd started to murmur, impatiently asking what tea, and the MC sarcastically replied, so impatient. No wonder you're still D-rank. With a sinister smile, Kolema declared the test to be extremely simple. The mission was, announce, survive on this island for the next 48 hours. A bunch of small fry, led by the orange-masked man, burst out laughing, thinking this test would be as easy as a vacation. Kolema's smile vanished, and he glared at the crow. Hey, you vacationing booty. Of course N. The MC explained the rules with illustration. This is a battle royale. You can fight each O'Hare freely, like real assassin. The winner will snatch the lure's volunteer ID card. The ranking will be based on the number of IDs class, and only the TP100's ranges will pause the T. Fighting, hiding, or sealing. How you seal the IDs is up to you. All the D-rank assassins gather, the senior member and the brown-haired woman in the front row, ready for the purge. Who would be the lost survivor? All were ordered to leave their personal belongings at a nearby building. The test would begin in 30 minutes. The brown-haired woman, in her tight CM-bat suit, showing off her figure, remarque. Wow, this ID lock's really clue. The numbers on the uniform make me feel like I'm playing a game. We lock pretty, much like assassin. DNT we? The senior member S with his group, secretly thinking that the Glory organization had calculated everything very carefully, and precisely because of that meticulousness, everything TCME would be extremely troublesome. He realized the Cree problem. The fact that they printed ranks on the cloes like the senior member glared around with sharp CLDI. This will definitely cause big trouble because of these number. Two small fry in the crowd, pointed and seffed at an orange-masked man, and an O'Hare dressed like a clown, mocking their fashion sense. Bosi continued Tsar at a female assassin with a fiery figure, marveling at her beauty, thinking she was know-it-all suited to be a killer. The senior member glanced at a D-rank old man, secretly CM pairing. Pietro at this age was already in a pole. I need to quickly shed this D-rank label. While moving around, he noticed the island was equipped with an unusually dense number of security camera. Numerous cameras were panning everywhere, and the senior member unders that they wanted dot monitor every single move, and it would be very bad if he did anything dot draw attention. Standing amid the crow, he see include. They're no sure if I'm among these D-rank. This is a test to see if I'm here. The senior member made up his min. I need TC and seal. My true strength and AC, like a true rank 336. But that's easier said than DNE. Hopefully, there won't be any more variable. Suddenly, Smiona raised bow hand to the sky and shouted loudly, All right, everyone, I will CN Duke Ate. The brown-haired woman wondered who that guy was, to dare take charge, while the senior member merely squinted his eye, recognizing a troublesome individual. That guy was no stranger. He was Juza rank 330, a number known to Bo as Abu. A muscular red Hia, wearing glazes and earring, stepped out with an arrogant smile and introduced himself. As you can see, I am Spode Beautifly, rank 330, disciple of Apole Thado. He grinned widely and declared, There's an urgent matter I need, T-figure O. The D-rank assassins in the crowd started to murmur, thinking a rank 330 trying TAC important, usually get eliminated fur, and were curious about what he wanted T-fin. Bang! The redhead lunged for war, grabbed the rank 273 old man's face, and yelled, You're Pieter, aren't you? You insolent basar, let G. All the small fry froze, realizing this madman's purpose. Wah, has looking for Pieter? Why would he lock for Pietro here? The redhead released the old man, muttering to himself that he couldn't pinch the cheeks of all 335 guy, then flashed a sinister smile. Ah, this will. The senior member crowed his arms and mumbled. Alri. It'll be offensive and quick. He squint, determining that the redhead was the variable in this T, and decided to see what that punk was up. The redhead arrogantly raised his hand and shouted loudly at the crow. Silence. Whoever is Pieter, raise your hand. The small fry around them started up murmur. What the hell is this idiot saying? Should we just take him? Oh, Anoher interjests, calm down. Do you think you can find Pietro by Dingtha? Suddenly, the redhead widened his eyes in surprise when he saw Smione respond. A hand slowly raised stride up in the sky. The rank 336 senior member, Cieldeli, raised his han, his eyes unwavering. One Parazin in the crowd exclaimed in astonishment, "Our broher is Pieter?" All the D-rank assassins started disusing the word Xongdi. One asked what it mean. The brown-haired woman explained it meant broher, which made the Oher guy wonder why he was speaking English, and was then called an iddy, that it was Chinese. The senior member quietly observed, with only one thought in his hia, no matter what his purpo I have t, shut him up. He pointed at the redhead and said directly, "Spode Butterfly, lock around." The crowd continued to murmur, believing Pietro must be an old man. There's no way that young guy is the real deal. The senior member continued in a rational tone. Even if Pietro is really here, you think Hell reveal himself by Ding Thi? Hell Jews go deeper into hiding. The redhead lowered his glaze, smirking meaningfully. You truly are my broer. Who? The redhead suddenly launched an extremely fast kick aimed directly at his opponent. He kicked while laughing gleefully. How interesting. How exciting. Two Idio and Peter's team gape. What's that bastard ding? His leg is going to fall off. Does he think that's Kel? Anyone can detha. But the senior member thought differently. No, everyone can dethi. To O'Hare, this kick might seem ordinary, but a mid-range kick, a Brazilian kick. The senior member recognized the supreme technique hidden behind the seemingly simple attack. The senior member mumbled T himself, analyzing the redhead's kick, and finally, a roundhouse kick. In that brief moment, he changed the kick's trajectory 3 times. He continued, TAs. He's hiding his true strength, but his skill level is very high. The redhead grin, responding the unspoken provocation. Oh, Alrai, I'll make my friend happier. Two subordinates rushed forward, T-shield their senior, the big guy roar. Hey, what are you ding? He's rank 336. Are you bullying the weak? I see right through you, spode Butterfly. The redhead smirk, completely disregarding the small fry. He gently pushed away the two Gons Han. Why are yous tense? It's Jews for fun. The redhead stepped forward, provocatively pinching the senior's cheek. Skin's plump because you're still young? See you later, my friend, 336. After the redhead left, a subordinate turned T asked the senior. Hey Kim Sungu, why were you sar? Were you terrified by his kick? The big guy patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, this big broer will proke you forever. Though who often speak English usually fight like cats wraithing. The redhead glanced back, muttering T himself with amusement. Scare? Indeed. In the redhead's min, he admit, I changed the trajectory of my kick 3 times, and his eyes caught it every single time. That means he saw through my attack. The senior S there, his gaze sharp as his opponent's shoe grazed his face, while the redhead CN clued, Hes no sare, he's CN Fiden. A D rank? The two formidable individuals looked at each O'Hare from a distance. The redhead smirk. Truly suspicious. This will be interesting. Meanwhile, the subordinates were celebrating in ignorance. The big guy flex. If that spode Butterfly is rank 330, then climbing T rank 200 will be a piece of cake. Let's go beat them up and seal their car. The senior suddenly spoke, cutting short their excitement. Hey, this isn't the time for fun. Don't you understand how dangerous the situation I? He looked directly at the two Silcian-fused subordinate. If Smione has an advantage, who will they hunt for? The senior pointed at the ches of the two Gon, his voice clow. The weak? Exactly. He looked down at the number 336 on his che, delivering a harsh CN conclusion. Simply poo, we've beck me target for 332 O'Hare individual. The two subordinates gaped in horror, stammering, so what do we? And the brown-haired girl shouted the only answer. The only way D survive is D sick together. The dark-skinned MC grinned on the big screen, yelling, Alri, let the games begin, survive until the end. The senior ceteldly analyze. Certain that Mo of the assassins here shared the same though. He envisioned the small fry satering like a disturbed beehive, looking for a ghost bow T hide and strategize. The bow Raphael appeared in the seniors though, hinting at a larger problem at hand. The main problem was that with dozens of security cameras pointing from every angle, he called in to unleash his full skill. He glanced at the bewildered subordinate, realizing he had done move with them, and began to devise a strategy. The senior tourney, his sharp eyes CM-anding. Follow me, there's a way for us to survive. The group was led into dense 4, and the two subordinates began to grumble. "Hey Kim Sunggu, why did you drag us to this go-forsaken place?" The two Gons pointed at the map, analyzing that there was foe to the EA, and shelters to the Sooth, all go spe. Number 333. Yell, pointing at an abandoned factory. "Why cho this dilapidated factory?" The senior replied curtly. "The answer is simple." He explained that places with foe and shelters would be bloy battleground, and if they ventured there, low rankers like them would be the first targe. The two subordinates broke into sway, finally understanding, while the senior thought of Ano Hair, Cien Cern. He glanced. His biggest Cien Cern at the moment was the one silently trailing them all. The Spode Butterfly. The senior frowned. The presence of such an individual among the D ranks surely had smithing, TD, with Raphael. The Spode Butterfly leaned against a tree, smirking smugly, his glazes slipping down, exuding arrogance. The senior muter, identifying the target he needed. "T be wary of. I need to be careful with him." Spode Butterfly. The two subordinates suddenly pointed ahead and asked, "But Sunggu, who are these guy?" Where Anoher group of D-rank assassins was gather. The senior merely smirked seriously. "I tell them TCME here." The senior explained the basic strategy. High rankers will hunt low ranker, low rankers mu. "Form a team," he declared before a newly summoned group of low-rank assassin, making his two old subordinates gape. He explained simply, "A temporary ceasefire. Let's join forces to survive this round fur." The brown-haired girl acknowledged the senior's decision was Cree, but still wondered about having T-Seal ID card to survive. Looking at the senior's back, she called to guess what his mind was calculating. The senior turned, his eyes sharp, announcing the next plan, get in the TP-100. The strategy was simply illustrate. While the entire team hid in the warehouse, O'Her assassins would rush out and tear each O'Her apart outside. The plan was crystal clear. A high-rank assassin, no matter how strong, would be exhausted after clearing out a bunch of small fry, and that would be the time to finish them off. The brown-haired girl's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "So we need to go out hunting for car?" The entire team would cohesively attack the lost survivor, take all the ID car, and then divide them equally, transforming 10 individuals into true team. The Joker and the orange mask thug eagerly join, and the senior began assigning task. "You two follow me Sir the 4, the res of you stay here and turn this place into base." From a distance the Spode Butterfly smirk, thinking, "Quick decision-making, he has leadership quality, but let's see how you handle what's about to happen." Who? Several strange objects zipped through the dense tree canopy in the 4. While running, the orange mask thug recanted his paws as a medal-winning boxer, but life circumstances pushed him into becoming an assassin. He lamented that the assassin world of glory was full of monster, where even D-rankers couldn't hold their own, let alone C-ranker. The senior gave a thumbs up, casually encouraging, "I was like that, didn't give up," which made the orange mask thug feel inexplicably CM-forted by a rank 336 individual. In his min, the senior didn't care about the sentimental stry. He was only worried about Tho left at the base. Juice as Perdisa, a rank 317 assassin, was frantically banging on the base's DTR, yelling, "Open up, please open the DTR." Creak! The warehouse doctor slowly creaked open, signaling an impending incident. The rank 317 assassin crawled into the base with a blow-saked arm, panting as he report, "There's a B-rank assassin outside," which stunned all the D-rankers inside. The glazes wearing rank 328, and the buzzcut rank 325, were utterly bewildered, no understanding why a formidable B-rank individual would appear in a test for small fry. Rank 325 yell, urging everyone to join forces and quickly lock all the daughter. It was too late. A hand had already seized rank 325 from behind before he could even finish speaking. A muscular man tray off his number, 328 sheer, smirking about a temporary alliance and asking if they knew the fun part of forming a team. The real deal reveal, Shi Wei Zhou, B-rank assassin, 27, holding a sharp knife, and declaring the fun part is being backstabbed by a B-rank like him. Anoher Monster appear, Do Jae Hyun, B39. Als ripped off his D-rank disguise and sneer, warning the kid to be wary of stranger. From ATP a pile of woe and crate, the red-haired Spode Butterfly looked on with amusement, cementing that things were getting very interesting. The brown-haired girl in Peter's group widened her eye, realizing that if Tho were indeed two B-rank assassin, they were all DME. A fleeting image showed the skill gap. One man's face was crushed with a single blow. The brown-haired girl, despair, admitting, "We can't win," as an image of Anoher person being sliced in half appear. Outside the factory, Screams echo, terrifying the Joker and his companion, one of whom demanded T flee immediately. The orange-masked man frantically shook his senior's shoulder, stammering, "It's Ba 336. We should run, Rai." The senior remained silent, his CLD eyes fixed on the factory, thinking T himself. So it has happened. Inside, the D ranks were cranier, one weakly prosing that killing wasn't allowed in the te. But the spode butterfly casually ret, "What are you talking about?" Shiwei Zhou held a knife, T1 man's throw, brandished a Bloy ID car, and grinned sinisterly. "There's no rule against killing. Give me your car, then die." The spode butterfly rested his chin on his hand, deciding no T intervene, and Zhu Wath these brohairs slaughter each O'Hare for fun. The brown-haired girl broke into CLD sway, worried that Peter would normally handle Thigh, but with his skills res rice, the situation was even worse. The rank 325 man and the tall rank 334 man, S in front of the girl, ready to fight T the death and bid each O'Hare farewell. The brown-haired girl clenched her thigh, her eyes determined. "I've trained a low. Live or die, it end here." Du Jaehyun licked his lip, the knife in his hand glinting menacingly. He cunted 5 ID card and growl. "No giving them? Then, I'll take them myself." He lunged like a phantom, as fast that the wheelchair-bound man could only gape in horror. "Why, Tafa, can't Rhea." Bam! A devastating punch slammed directly in Do Jaehyun's face before he called a crash. His entire boy was sent flying backward like a ball, smashing hard against the wall. The entire D-rank group froze, the tall man stammering, "Hua? On O'Hare B-rank this wrong? Why are they fighting each O'Hare?" The brown-haired girl recognized it instantly, screaming in Pawnee. "Besides Songgu, who else would enter a fight? Like, Thee. We have TSP him. Don't see me in. Go away." But the one who appeared was a tall man wearing an orange ski mask, leaving the brown-haired girl bewildered. "Huh? Who is the pumpkin Nye? Rank 331 fighting a B rank?" The whole group couldn't believe their eye. It turned out this was Peter's plan. In such a heavily monitored area, his ASEANs were limit. The only way to avoid drawing attention was to borrow this guy's identity for a while. That's why he TLD, the D ranks TCME here. He recalled guiding the orange-masked man and the Joker, and that's all's why we went int the camera free for. Peter had calculated everything. The tall man asked the orange-masked man, "Hey, where's Kim Song-gu?" Then realized smithing was off. "Why? He looks different. He seems taller." The brown-haired girl narrowed her eyes suspiciously, a bold gaze forming in her min. "The pumpkin Nye, cold you be." The orange-masked man simply replied nonchalantly, his tone completely different from before. "That's Rai. This is a growth technique." His 2 teammates' eyes lit up with admiration. "Wow, SKL, teach me that move." The brown-haired girl could only sigh at their naivete. Peter, in the guise of the pumpkin Nye, faced Du Jaehyun. The B rank crushed a piece of metal, asking with CN temp, "Who are you?" Du Jaehyun sneer. "A mere rank 331 daring to go slow against me." Peter clenched his thigh, growling, "Don't underestimate my rank. I, the pumpkin Nye, was once the national boxing champion." The D-rankers waved from afar, worried about the pumpkin knight's fate. "That guy's about to get utterly thrasha." The red Hea, spode butterfly leaned back, thinking, this whole situation feels incredibly illogical. Meanwhile, Shiwei Zhou recalled the pumpkin knight's performance, and that of the rank 336 individual earlier. He included with certainty. That level of skill isn't that of a D-rank assassin. Spode butterfly SFFE, deeming the national boxing champion mere foer, and that the sneak attack meant knowing in a direct confrontation. The D-rankers remained incredulo, disusing the pumpkin knight's 180-degree transformation, as if he were an entirely different person. The pumpkin knight, ready before them, muttering that in this situation, there was only one thing he called. Du Jaehyun smirka, twirling his dagger. "The national boxing champion? Fine, I'll kill you." With boxing, the B-ranker roar, charging in with a devastating punch. The brown-haired girl observed, still evident, that if it were Sungu, dealing with a B-ranker would be a piece of cake. The mask merely a disguise. But she suddenly realized the critical issue. If a D-ranker defeated a B-ranker, it would be a major problem. Bam! Du Jaehyun's punch landed squarely on the pumpkin knight's mask, a sharp crack echoing. The immense force sent the pumpkin knight flying backward, sliding a considerable distance across the floor. Du Jaehyun sneer, disappointing. Is this the level of a tournament champion? The B-ranker lunge, relentlessly pummeling the dwoned pumpkin nigh, offering no chance to retaliate. Peter's two teammates turned pale, sweat pouring. Damn we told you no T get involved. The brown-haired girl was als panicky, unable to believe Sungu would let this happen. Or perhaps the B-ranker's skill was far more terrifying than she imagined. Spode Butterfly shook his head and toot, admitting he had misjudged the situation. This bro her pumpkin isn't ding well. Du Jae-hyun delivered a final blow, to his opponent's face. Blow splattering, see including. Being beaten like this means you're no a D rank, but at least an A rank. Spode Butterfly grinned with satisfaction, seemingly having discovered a more intriguing drama. Du Jae-hyun began to sense smething Ami. That's strange. I clearly hit him, but it felt like knowing. The B-ranker recalled repeatedly pummeling his opponent, but a dut a row in his min, I definitely touched him. Why is he pulling this son? Peter's two teammates looked bewildered, while the brown-haired girl realized the absurdity. Taking that many hit without falling means he's acing. Spode Butterfly chuckled at the girl's whir. He can take a hit well, and asked with hidden meaning, take a hit well? What you mean? The redhead smirked and jejured the girl. Wath clowly. Spode Butterfly began to explain the game. Has juice acing, like has taking a beating. He waited until the last moment, and as the punch landed, he moved with the attack to minimize almost all the damage. It looked like he was getting beaten, but it was actually a superior boxing evasion technique called a head roll. Spode Butterfly see included, as Du Jae-hyun threw a high kick. The D-rank crowd started murmuring, noising the anomaly. Clearly the Pumpkin Knight was the one getting high. Why was the B-rank assassin breathing heavily? Du Jae-hyun began low his see impure, unable to believe his eye. He roared, believing his opponent was Jew's lucky, and charged in finished the math once and for all. Suddenly, the Pumpkin Knight imped directly on Du Jae-hyun's F, a dirty trick that sunned the B-ranker. Completely off balance, Du Jae-hyun stumbled, utterly infused about what had Ju happened. Seizing the golden opportunity, the Pumpkin Knight threw a powerful left hook directly to Du Jae-hyun's jaw. Bam! The dry impact echoed throughout the warehouse. The Pumpkin Knights, over the unconscious Du Jae-hyun, feigning innocence. Oh, what happened? I slip, but luckily I hit him. The brown-haired girl and the two teammates gape, completely convinced. This was sheer luck, and how he became the national champion. Spode Butterfly chuckled inwardly, appearing thoroughly amused. How interesting. The redhead mutere, having seen through the entire charade, pretending to be clumsy but using a head roll to evade all attack. Spode Butterfly included that the Pumpkin Knight's skill was on a level that even the world boxing champion couldn't reach. Spode Butterfly analyzed the knockout punch. While the riff-raff saw knowing, the Pumpkin Knight precisely targeted the temple with explosive force. The redhead smirked with excitement, his fighting spirit ignite. I really can't hold back anymore. In honor her Krenner, Shive Zhou, a rank Coxie assassin, was shook. Damn Ido Yahyun Lota Day ranker again. I need a Sapa. Without a CSND though, the rank 2 bolt, ignoring the crowd's show. The Pumpkin Knight CLW ordera. Let him. Gee. We can't cath him anyway. The subordinates cheered as the Pumpkin Knights over the defeated B-ranker. So, Clow, get their ID car, B. But the Pumpkin Knight waved them off, his eyes sharp. That's no the point. The test has only begun. He pulled out a bloy sack of ID card from the defeated opponent's poke. And these guys have already farmed this many kill? The Pumpkin Knight's gaze shifted toward a dark critter, see including with certainty. That means they're hiding smething. The two teammates began to lament. Oh, bro her pumpkin is rich now. So jello. We haven't goin' a single card ye. Well probably have to go home. The Pumpkin Knight generously shared the spoil, bringing tears to the eyes of his two grateful subordinate. Thank you, bro hair pumpkin. He offered an ID card to Spode Butterfly. You take one. The redhead waved his hand away, smirking. No thank, I didn't need I want smething else. Spode Butterfly looked up, his eyes blazing with challenge. Fight me. The whole team panicked and tried to intervene, but the man in the wheelchair seemed amused. Why the foo? We're no killing each O'Hare. Aren't you curious about a slow math between Pumpkin and Spode Butterfly? Spode Butterfly proposed the B. How about I? Let's bet all our ID card on this math. Sun Fun, Rai. A member of the group anxiously called out their leader's name. The redhead said a ridiculously arrogant condition. I'll give you my card if you can touch a single strand of my hair. The Pumpkin Knight replied nonchalantly. If that's the condition, then you give it me? The Pumpkin Knight held his head high, his aura smutly overwhelming. Because you won't have a chance to took me. Two streams of red and blue killing intent erupta. signaling the start of an epic battle, despite their teammates' desperate pleas to sp. The Pumpkin Knight narrowed his eye, thinking T himself. Easier said than DNE, but this guy. Spode Beautifly smirk, secretly analyzing Pumpkin Nye. Since me, he hasn't used his hand once. Could there be smething wrong with them? The redhead continued T challenge fiercely. Let's play your Sranja's game, Sir Pumpkin. Boxing? Or using weapons is fine. Suddenly, the organizer's loudspeaker blare. Announcement regarding the factory area Limmy. If you remain in the area after 5 minutes, you will be automatically disqualified. Spode Beautifly loked up, annoyed at the interruption. What is the? Is Smiona interfering again? All the D-rank assassin, eagerly anticipating the high-stakes math, expressed deep regret that the fight was cancelled. Spode Beautifly received a call, answered it curtly. What is I, big broer? Okay, I'll be right there. Then turned and left. Pumpkin Knight's entire team hastily left the factory. They realized the masked man had vanished, and wondered where the Roki Songu was. Just then, Peter appeared at the doctor and declared, I'm here. The group immediately swarmed Peter, criticizing him. The big guy and the brown-haired girl yell. Where did you run off? We Jew head to slow 2B rank. Peter cut them off with a calm statement. Step. We can't move together, leaving them bewildered. The Roki explained that the organizers had hidden supply bags all over the Islan, Tanning, flashlight, and even bouncy ball. Peter sagays. If we stick together, we won't find many bag. We should split in pairs T-search. And the big guy immediately agree. Peter and the brown-haired girl separate, heading into Dense 4. The girl anxiously asked if they would have twint fight over the supply bag. But Peter replied that it was poible. Yet no the big is problem. Peter turned T-lock at his teammate, his eyes sharp. There's a bigger problem. He explained that the organizers were continuously shrinking the safe zone, forcing all players into battle to the death. Peter's gaze turned clo. He said, if that happen, I'll have no choice but T-fi. Suddenly, the brown-haired girl froze, her face filled with surprise and pani. Kim Songu why? What is the? No way. She turned to Peter, asking seriously. Songu, don't you feel Don't you smell this pungent or filling the air? The brown-haired girl joyfully disfaired a sash of preserved foe hidden behind a rock, leaving Peter speechless. How can you smell canned F? I don't think you'll sarve. Peter wondered about the Dako broher. The brown-haired girl evidently stated that with their keen noe, they surely found go things. And the Dako broher's go things were a bag full of princes, dresses, and stuffed animal, making the two muscular men lock uterly chemical. Bang! A gun show echoe, startling all four of them, who realized smething was wrong. Peter asserted that guns were forbidden in this tay, deducing that Smiona had found a weapon bag, and TLD, the brown-haired girl T-hide immediately. I'll be right back, Peter sighed. Then show off like an arrow, leaving the girl behind. He dashed through the 4, his mind racing. If the B ranks have gun, who knows what will happen. Peter knew this test was far from simple, and he had prevent disaster before it erupted. Raphael's phantom, with a sinister smile, appeared in Peter's min, as he couldn't guess what the old fox was planning. Upon arriving at the Sen, Peter was stunned by the sight before him. A Cientizant had fallen, blowsaining his ches from a fatal bullet wound. Peter knelt, T-check. Cien firming, the unlucky man was cleatly dia. Peter's eyes glowed with a deadly red hue. He's clued. It seems this D-rank test is already over. Suddenly, Peter sensed a figure silently emerging from the bush. Scene change. Smee guy was perched on a tree, answering his phone. Yeah, booty. The red Hia, D-rank 330, Spode Beautifly, reported that he hadn't found any old man resembling Pieter. In a flashback, Spode Beautifly glanced at Peter and remarked that there were two rather interesting individuals among these small fry. The flashback continue. Spode Beautifly encountered the man in the orange mask. Bo exuded an extraordinary aura. Back in the present, Spode Beautifly was talking Teopole Thaddeus on the phone, warning him that he would regret it if he returned. Thaddeus asked what he mean, and Spode Beautifly replied cryptically, There's going be Smee fun sen. On the O'Hare end of the line, Raphael smirked with a savage grin. You'll know when you see it for yourself. Rusla. A strange sound in the force made the D-rank Trey Hundredha a Femoktradive girl who was reasing Beckmiller. She jumped, quickly zup, and yelled in Pawnee, Who's there? A figure saggered out of the darkness, clothing a bleeding wound. The girl was stunned to recognize him. In her min, the image of MC Kalema with his usual wide grin appear. The girl confusedly asked, Why are you here, sir? The MC whispered with difficulty. Only managing to utter one word. Run, he growled, his face drenched in sweat. This isn't a rank retention battle. What the hell are you asking? The MC shouted his final warning. Everyone here will die, leaving the girl speechless. Elsewhere, Spode Butterfly was talking on the phone with a casual demeanor. Explain it clearly, ate me. Everyone will die? The redhead explained that all the D ranks would be eliminated, then smirked with malicious, glowing eye. And if anyone survive, wouldn't that be Pieter? Back in the present, the D rank 335 girl was still bewildered, asking again. What did you mean? The MC collapsed, aiding the ground, revealing a horrifying truth. There are SME hunters after the D rank. He cubbed violently, trying to warn. Be careful. There are more than 2 B rank. Even if all the D ranks team up, they can't win against them. The girl was utterly panicked. More than 2 B rank? Where are they? Before the MC cold answer, he was struck by an extremely powerful force, sent flying like a rag doll. Sir, the girl shrieked. A grotesque hand emerged from the darkness, and the stranger's voice echoed. Yesterday, I didn't want TCME here, but I think I made the right choice. An assassin C-named Chimpanzee, a B rank, revealed himself with a savage grin. I didn't expect to find such a pretty little thing here. The D rank 335 girl, roar. Are you the one killing people? This is a D rank Tay. What the hell? Chimpanzee cut her off, looking nonchalant. That's none of your business. Calling ID? Who care? I was just going to kill all the D rank. N. Actually, I've changed my min. He licked his finger in a sickening manner, his bestial eyes fixed on her. I won't kill you. I'll take you. D-rank assassin 335 secretly assessed the pervert before her. Though he didn't appear overly formidable, his B-rank Satasil made her Katu. The chimpanzee assassin uttered a sick taunt, saying he was Al's thinking of her, which made her even more vigilant. Suddenly, the chimpanzee lunged like a wild bear, heading straight for the female assassin with terrifying speed. The chimpanzee's sinewy hand was about to grab the girl's face, her eyes wide with horror at the unavoidable attack. Juice as the situation hung by a threa, the Doko Brohairs appeared in ridiculous prince's drese, blocking the chimpanzee's lunge and declaring, Sorry, your opponent are you, Peter S. with the female assassin, warning her that the B-rank guy was a perverted scumbag who specialized in hunting people, making her turn pale. The Doko Brohairs shed their drays, revealing their sambat gear underneath, and snarl, mocking the chimpanzee for looking like a baby monkey, declaring they were fed up with guys like him. A flashback surge, showing the chubby prize being restrained by one of Raphael's subordinates, with a sharp weapon in the church. A bitter memory of Karelsna. Back in the present, D-rank assassin 335's eyes were resolute, as she declared that they were different now and had test their strength without Peter. Peter turned away, ordering the girl named Lee Yuna to save her strength for later Phi, implicitly stating that her intervention wasn't needed for this one. The disguised assassin smirked fidently, signaling that he had grasped the situation. The Doko Brohers rallied their spirit, telling themselves this was a necessary stepping stone to one day becking a legend like Pieter. The chimpanzee, perched on a tree branch, observing, while Lee Yuna's defensively, 2 throwing knives, suddenly whizzing past her. The chimpanzee showed intemp, wondering what tricks the D-ranks were up to and guessing they were looking for an escape route. But Biggie Doko unexpectedly lunged forward with tearing speed, delivering a kick aimed directly at the chimpanzee. Biggie Dako's kick grazed the targe, but its power was enough to shatter the large branch the chimpanzee was standing on. The chimpanzee was startled by the attack's force, his eyes wide as he wondered. What the hell? He looked Dune in astonishment. Biggie Dako had already landed safely, his movement speed incredibly fa. Peter's afar, smirking, and asked the chimpanzee if he thought his strength was speed. Biggie Dako roar, I, Dako Hyung, am speed. Then charged into direct fistfight with the chimpanzee, creating a terrifying explosion of energy. Du Jaehyun broke into a sway, realizing his misaka. Why? Something's no right. The chimpanzee sneer, exposing his opponent, has no a speed type. Then taunt. Surprise? Because know what you though? Surprise. My A. You can't D anything. Junior Dako used absolute strength to seize Jaehyun, forcing the B-rank assassin T-Srain and Admai. Damn how can a kid be this strong? The muscular young man grinned sinisterly, leaning Clota, Du Jaehyun's ear and whispering, Hey, old man, once I've go you, even a human can't break free. Seeing Biggie Doko stream. J. Let him g. Leaving his younger broher bewildered as ty. The chimpanzee burst in laughter, mocking. You keep blabbering about Pieter, didn't you? Even if you're reborn, you can't beck me Pieter, he roar, delivering a devastating headbutt directly Thibaut Dako broher's face. Because at your age, he was already a legion. The extremely powerful impact sent Bo broers flying, and the chimpanzee yelled contemptuously, "You D-rank bra." Junior Dako was pinned to the ground by the chimpanzee, his throat squeezed until he choked, only able to gasp in pain. He's Tarong. The chimpanzee bared his animalistic teeth, beginning a liqueur on strength. ON. The average adult man's grip strength is 45 kilograms, but a chimpanzee. He growled, squeezing harder as the image of a giant chimpanzee appeared behind him. Is 130 kilograms. The chimpanzee laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with savagery. Pieter Maie. You can't even deed anything to my hun. Have you ever met an Apole? Suddenly the chimpanzee sensed a strange movement, his eyes widening in surprise. Huh? What's the? Biggie Dako had sprung up, clamping the chimpanzee's neck with his legs while Junior Dako below used all his strength to twist his arm backward, executing a perfectly chained submission hole. Du Jaehyun wathed from a distance, completely choked by the unannounced crodination. An aerial armbar? They didn't even say a word. T each owe her. How is that poible? Biggie Dako gritted his teeth, straining to tighten the hold and yelling at the chimpanzee. I didn't care how great you are, but you didn't get T-lock D done on her people's dream. Bo brohers roared in unison, pouring all their strength and will into the attack. No matter what anyone say, we will beck me Pieter. A young man in a red cap appear, asking rhetorically, what's the reans? Why do you want to beck me Pietros badly? The Dako broer, with resolute and determined eye, answered in unison. It is our destiny. The Sry flashed back 11 years to the Yungguang orphanage, where one child was asking Anoher, did you know? Even among orphan, there's a class sesam. In the flashback, young Biggie Dako asked his younger broer what they should call the Oher children, and from then on, they were nicknamed Thoki. Young Junior Dako asked his older broer, don't you think it's strange? The two broer, with bruised faces and paper stuffed up their no, sat in a mezzy srage rom. Junior grumbled that everyone fof, but only they were punisha, and recalled that when Father Gabriel was alive, everything was fun. Biggie innocently asked if their moher would see me pick them up one day, but Junior cruelly crushed his hope. Edie, she won. Biggie asked why his broer was sure, and Junior, with a hardened expression, replied that a moher who abandoned her child without even naming them would never return. The two brohers lay sprawled on the dusty floor, despairingly realizing that no one would ever see me looking for Namalee's children like them. Thwack. Jews as the lost glimmer of hope fade, an old Bach fell straight on Junior's head from the shelf. Junior grumbled while holding his head and picked up the Bach. Bo broers curious about what it was. They opened it and despaired it was a diary. The first page dated 1967, belonging to Smion, who else had no name, because everyone who knew his name had died in the war. The next page revealed the writer was called the derogatory nickname Lone Wolf, but he decided to ignore it and prove to the world how great this wolf would beck me. By 1970, the writer finally had a name, and no matter how silly it was, he still muted it to himself with ironclad determination. The Dako brohers gape, their eyes wide with astonishment as they read the resolute word in the diary. The last line they read was a vow. I will no beck me Smioni, unworthy of the name Pieter. Bo children were Sune, realizing this was the diary of the legend Pietar, and that he had once been as lonely as them. Junior, for the first time in his life, said smithing sensible, shugasing that the two brohers should also show names for themselves, inspired by Pietros Lone Wolf nickname. Junior decide, we are broher, su will be Doko Hyung, and I will be Doko J. The Sene returned to the prison, the two brohers explaining that was why they wanted to beck me Smione, like Pieter, and the young man in the red cap no, acknowledging it was a sad sri. The young man unexpectedly stated bluntly, but you two can't beck me Pieter. The Dako brohers were speechless at the harsh word, but the young man continued my seriously. But who know? The young man in the red cap looked directly at the two broers and offered a cryptic suggestion. If you two beck me one instead of two W, then perhaps you cool. In a flashback, Biggie Dako yell, questioning how being tied his younger broer had anything dot with beckming one. The young man in the red hat CLDLE reply. Then how about I kill you right now? Making the two broer, who were tied together, immediately agree cheerfully. The hellish training continue. The two brohers were tied together and pushed into ravine. The trainer yelling that their boys in mind must back me one. The trainer attacked relentlessly. The two broers tried to judge, but each went in a different direction and were thoroughly beaten. The final exercise was even stranger. He forced both of them to use the same T-light to synchronize even their bowel movement, aiming to achieve the realm of unity. Back in the present, the chimpanzee killer dodged the broer's coordinated attack and roar. "You trashy D-rank punk. How dare you?" The assassin suddenly froze, his face changing color, wondering what the hell he had just seen from Tho Tu Ki. A terrifying illusion appeared. The broher's eyes glowed crimson with killing intent, and behind them was the deadly silhouette of the trainer in the red ha. The chimpanzee killer tried to reassure himself, thinking it changed knowing. They were still weak D-rank Ki. Lee Eunice from a distance, powerlessly waving the assassin grabbed the Dako broers and threw them away, realizing she was now alone and unarmed. The chimpanzee killer turned to her with a savage grin, licking his lip. "Now it's the two of you. Give up, little dull." Wham! He suddenly took a devastating punch to the face, stunned and unable to understand why he was attacked from the right. The assassin looked around in CN fusion, unable to comprehend how the girl had attacked him from a distance when there were no weapons nearby. He clouthed his swollen cheek, having to admit the girl's adaptability was truly astonishing. Lee Yuna held up her makeshift weapon, a yo-yo, making the assassin burst into SRN full laughter. "You think you can take me done with that bouncy ball?" He burst out laughing, sarcastically asking if she was a disciple of the legendary Pieter. Lee Yuna denied it decisively, asserting she was no trained by Pieter. The chimpanzee killer continued mock her seriousness, believing a small fry like her had no chance of meeting a legend. His smile suddenly vanished, a CLD drop of sweat trickling down his temple as he looked closer. The assassin's eyes widened, realizing something unbelievable. "No way. Why is this girl exactly like Tho Tu Ki?" Lee Yuna recalled her Mazer's teaching, her sharp eyes declaring, "Let me show you what you've learned." The chimpanzee killer slapped his own face. T regained CM pure, muttering that after he'd have to go to the hospital for an urgent brain checkup. He looked at Lee Yuna, who was in a stance with her yoi, and sneer, "A weak little girl plans to fight from a distance to compensate for her lack of strength. Huh." Maintaining his distance in the fore, the chimpanzee killer continued to taunt, "Clever, DLL. But what's the point?" The assassin bared his teeth in a savage grin, asserting that Thai weapon was completely useless here. He reassured himself that her overpowering aura from earlier was just an illusion he had imagined. Lee Yuna foused completely, swinging the yo-yo with terrifying speed, determined it hit the target. "Who?" The yo-yo grazed paws and embedded itself in a tree trunk, making the chimpanzee killer burst into maniacal laughter. "Aim properly. TDL. You missed again," he continued T.SFF, making a mocking face. Provoke the girl. Thu. While boasting, the chimpanzee killer unexpectedly took a devastating blow to the back of his neck and screamed in pain. He sagar, whirling around T-lock in the empty space, and frantically yell, "Who's there?" The force was empty. The assassin started to break out in a CLD sway. Unable to understand what the hell had happened, his pupils CNS rice, a crazy but singular hypothesis flashing in his min. Meanwhile, Lee Yuna maintained her stance, her gaze unwavering, as if everything was within her calculation. A flashback began. Lee Yuna held up a rope dar, asking Peter, "Can I survive with thee?" Peter, while playing billiard, answered bluntly without a cease and D's hesitation. N. She was Sunna, but Peter only gave her a CLD glance and CNTU. Boo. He explained that the rope dart was a go weapon, capable of inflicting great damage from a distance without much strength. However, that was al's it weakness, Peter sigh, implying that CM-plex terrain cold neutralized this weapon. Peter's gaze turned toward the billiard cue rack, and he ordered, "Then, Ms. Yuna, try to hit Tha." Sun Gu Kim pointed from the billiard table acro a pile of scrap metal, setting a harsh challenge. "From here, hit that target over there." Lee Yuna's mouth fell open, yelling that there was no way hit that spee. The blunt Mazer repli. "There is never one path. A path is to be forged." Having said Tha, Sun Gu Kim turned his back and walked away, ignoring Lee Yuna, who was yelling for a clearer explanation. Night fell over a container housing area. Inside, a voice simplane, "I'm going to die." Two voices echo, wondering if anyone else in the world was like them, and answering themselves, definitely N. Sun Gu Kim entered the ROM, seeing the Dako brohairs tied T the B, looking utterly miserable. The two broers whined and cry, complaining about the bizarre training, saying that if they didn't sleep at the same time, they'd be woken up, and even going to the bathroom at the same time was beyond endurance. Biggie Dako wondered where Lee Yuna was, enviously guessing she was probably sleeping soundly. While the two broers tried to fall asleep at the same time, Sun Gu Kim quietly left. He smirked at himself, thinking, yay, she's dreaming about how strong she'll back me. At the same time, Lee Yuna was training frantically, swinging her meteor hammer with terrifying speed and intense foul. Who? The pointed tip of the weapon struck a metal plate, missing the target by a hair's breadth. Sweat dripping profusely, she maintained her fighting stance, her gaze unwavering. The ROM was filled with obstacle. The direct path to the target simply bloke. Lee Yuna knelt on the floor, her hand bleeding, powerfully admitting that everything was useless due to many obstruction. But immediately she rallied her spirit, grinding her teeth with determination. I'll try again. As long as I have the strength to speak, I still have the strength to try harder. She threw it again and again, the weapon instantly hitting obstacle, only grazing the target with regret. Sweat and blow saked her clohe. She wondered how the hell T hit the targe. Then suddenly, an idea flash. Her eyes widen. A truth had just been enlightened as she questioned herself. Obstacle? Lee Yuna suddenly woke up, a crazy yet promising idea flashing in her min. In the simulated 4, the chimpanzee-faced assassin lunged like a wild bee, roaring. We're in a 4. Lee Yuna narrowly dodged the attack, the Oherman surprised by her evasion, while she grinded her teeth and admit, this pervert is wry. She realized the problem. The 4s was full of tree, and if she threw her weapon incorrectly, it would get stuck, leaving her open to counterattack. The chimpanzee-faced man taunted from a distance. What's wrong? Throw it already. Afraid of getting caught in a tree? It's time to reunite with your husband. Suddenly, the assassin was behind her, whispering into Lee Yuna's sunned ear, dollface. Realizing she was being tied with, Lee Yuna decided to take him down the moment he let his guard down and charge. The chimpanzee-faced man easily dodged the attack, bursting into maniacal laughter and cursing her. Your fighting skills are absolute trash. Lee Yuna recalled the scene at the billiard table, remembering her master's teaching. In the memory, Peter was in a playing stance, his domineering mazer deliberately no aiming sry, forcing her to realize the truth herself. She suddenly all her mazer had DNE was show her the right path. Back in reality, the chimpanzee-faced man noised her, changed demeanor and swall, muttering, damn this bith, I've changed my min. He growled, his eyes glowing madly, declaring the game over. No more playing, I'm going to kill you. Lee Yuna cloothed the pink orb in her hand, her only weapon. Peter's teachings echoed again. CM pairing the battlefield TA maze, Peter explained. At fur, you'll get L. When the location change, a new maze will form. But DNT, get disarrage. Because there are obstacle. You won't be able to hit your target at fur. Peter's voice echo. But trust your eye. Peter S. beside Lee Yuna, continuing his liqueur. When you eliminate the wrong path, you will see the right one. The demoneering mazer smiled meaningfully. At that time, the battlefield Itelf, will beck me your weapon. Lee Yuna unleashed a brilliant swing, having fully grasped the lesson. Lee Yuna threw the pink orb, which bounced repeatedly between the trees like a deadly billiard ball, aiming straight for the chimpanzee. Thwack! The orb embedded Itelf directly in the chimpanzee's face, a perfect headho that sent him falling backward. Lying sprawled on the ground, the chimpanzee bitterly realized his mistake. That girl didn't miss at all. She was calculating the trajectory to hit my skull. The Dako brohers gape, their mouths agape. Holy crap, Lee Yuna is saw. Even if it was luck, she's Sil's claw. In Anoher Kroner, Du Jaehyun claps to the ground, streaming in frustration, unable to accept being beaten by D-ranker. You D-rank trash. The chimpanzee suddenly realized smething, his eyes widening in horror. The Dako brohers had already lunged, using all their strength to pin the chimpanzee to the ground. Trap, the chimpanzee roared furiously. How long do you think you can hold me? If I get I'll kill all of you. Junior Dako gritted his teeth, straining his muzzles. T their limit. T hold the monster. He's S wrong. How much longer? Biggie Dako shouted a signal, and Lee Yuna, with sharp eye, was ready for the finishing blow. Who? The pink orb grazed the chimpanzee's face and embedded Itelf in a branch above, causing him to burst in delighted laughter. Ha ha ha. See, it was Ju luck. As he was still being arrogant, Lee Yuna's CLD voice echoed. Really? The chimpanzee's mouth went dry, his expression changing. Crack. The branch the orb was embedded in began to crack. a deeper plan being executed. The chimpanzee looked up, frozen in shock as he realized the throw wasn't a mistake. Impossible. That attack. From above, Li Yuna looked down like a judging deity. Do you know? An attack accelerated from above. The girl forcefully kicked the broken branch, using it as a springboard. T-dive.un with terrifying speed can hit you with the force of a car. Li Yuna brought her entire boy weight and weapon doubling on the chimpanzee's hey. Bomb! The chimpanzee fell uncienciau, bleeding profusely and foaming at the mouth. The math was over. All three celebrated wildly around the Moyon's crypts. Did we really take down a B-ranker? Does that mean we're B-rank now? Li Yuna poured CLD water on their excitement, calmly stating, "There's no rank up for a 3-on-1 fight. Let's go find Songu Fur." Li Yuna was stunned to hear a strange voice, and she responded dismissively. "No ni." An O'Hare musular man appear, lounging on a rock with an arrogant expression. "Because you're all going to die here anyway." Asatu Srin appear, Koaname Shiwei Jo, B-rank assassin, sharpshooter speciale. The Dako brohers broke out in a CLD sway, realizing this guy felt even more dangerous than the chimpanzee from earlier. Junior Dako tried team user courage, boldly declaring that they cold win if they separate, as they had defeated the chimpanzee. Shiwei Jo smirka, saying Cly, "You're all misaken, but I intend T-Fi." The Dako brohers naively breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they had found an easy opponent. Oh, thank God. This guy CM's in peace. Bang. Instantly, Siwei Jo drew his gun and fired a paint bullet directly into Li Yuna's smach, causing her T-claps. The sharpshooter laughed maniacally, pointing his gun at the riffraff. "Because I'm going to show you. I can show anywhere I want, and next will be your brain." The Dako brohers panicked and shout, cursing him for using a gun and no knowing what T. Li Yuna cloothed her smach, realizing this was the one who had shown her from afar earlier and that this guy was on a completely different level. Amid the tension, Shiwei Jo suddenly noticed Smione approaching. "I think there's Smione here," Li Yuna exclaimed with joy upon seeing a familiar figure. "It's Songu." But then her eyes widen, frozen in place. A red-haired man wearing glazes and dressed flamboyantly stepped out from the bush, waving friendly. "Oh, hello brohers and sizer." Everyone stared at the stranger in CN Fusion. The red-haired man introduced himself as Spode Butterfly, a D-rank assassin. Spode Butterfly casually walked up to Jiwei Zhou, asking about Smione named Pumpkin. The sharpshooter Zhu smirk. "Thanks for delivering yourself to me." Click! Shiwei Zhou preceded the gun T Spode Butterfly's temple, but the red-haired man Zhu smirked defiantly. "Oh? Fun. Shuh. Let's see if your gun is phaser, or if I am?" Shiwei Zhou narrowed his eyes and sneer, his finger on the trigger. "You're about die and you're still talking big." Li Yuna leaned against Biggie Dog, whispering in horror yet admiration. "That Spode Butterfly guy is really smart." This is Ba. A tactical diagram appear, explaining how T neutralize a gun at close range, close in, disarm, and use the enemy as a shield. Spode Butterfly casually swatted the gun barrel aside, a mocking grin on his face. You're saying I have the advantage?" The redhead pondered. What would make this more fun?" "Ah, that's right." Shiwei Zhou froze, eyes wide with disbelief at the insane word. "Fun? This is fun? This guy's crazy." Suddenly, Spode Butterfly opened his mouth wide, swallowing the opponent's gun barrel and growling defiantly. "Okay, shh, I can't does this way, can I?" The entire mob of henchmen behind them, in stunned silence, utterly infused by what was happening before their eye. The D-rank thugs began to panic and whisper amongst themselves. "Why? He swallowed the gun? He really can't dodge this way. Is Mr. Spode Butterfly really giving up?" Li Yuna broke out in a CLD sway, muttering in horror. "They're right. He can't dodge the bullet this way. What on earth is this guy thinking?" Shiwei Zhou gritted his teeth, sweat starting to bead on his forehead. He knew that if he pulled the trigger, his opponent would be finished, but his hand wouldn't move, a gut feeling telling him smething was wrong. Spode Butterfly roar, his eyes will show phaser. In that moment, Shiwei Zhou realized a terrifying truth. If I pull the trigger, I'll be the one to die. A subordinate yell, "Brohair Scar, why are your hands shaking?" Spode Butterfly, still holding the gun in his mouth, continued Teton, "Afraid of shooing me, make up your min." The redhead launched a kick as high as the heaven, clamping down on Shiwei Zhou's gun-wielding show, his voice chilling, "Because if you dash, you'll die." Shiwei Zhou tried to calm himself, telling himself, "Stay calm. I'm the one with the upper hand. If he die. No me. I'm just being tricked by him. He roared in frustration and CN fusion. Nonsense. How can I possibly win against a gun? Without Anna her were, Spode Beautifly used his leg as a lever, twising Ziwei Zhou's arm at an employable angle. Crack. The marksman let out a tragic scream. Click. The gun fell to the ground. Shiwei Zhou cloothed his broken arm and claps, stammering in pain. Employable! What the hell did you do? The lackeys behind him gaped in astonishment, and Li Yuna was al-sund in silence, unable to believe what she had. Zhu witnese. What Zhu happen? Spode Beautifly crowed his arm, smirking at the writhing marksman. Calm down, my friend. It's Zhu one broken arm. No need to make such a fool. He leaned in close, his smile turning more savage. Your left arm is still inta, isn't I? Bang. A bullet embedded itself in the trunk of a tree right next to Spode Beautifly's temple. Shiwei Zhou, despite his broken arm, furiously fired with his remaining Han, screaming in despair. Die! Die! I'm the #1 marksman with the black snake. Li Yuna realized with alarm that the marksman wasn't Zhu skilled but had Al's clothed the distance too quickly. She's frozen, completely unable to comprehend what had Zhu's unfolded before her eye. Amid a force of bullet holes in the tree trunk, Spode Beautifly crowed his arms and taunta. What a shame, bro her scar. You fired 26 show and missed every single one? Shiwei Zhou tremble, pointing his gun, and yelled in Pani. Who the hell are you? How can a D-rank guy like you? Spode Beautifly smirk, beginning his liqueur to his enemy. The answer is simple. He explained nonchalantly. Showing a handgun with one hand reduces accuracy by over 50%. And if the opponent is me, your accuracy beckmas zero. Spode Beautifly grabbed the marksman as a shield, darting away like the wind, d'ing all the bull. Shiwei Zhou's eyes widened in horror, completely unable to react to his opponent's incredible speed. The lackeys behind him gape, and Li Yuna couldn't believe her eyes either. She knew he had been kicked, but her eyes couldn't follow that speed. Spode Beautifly unleashed a rapid barrage of kicks with blinding speed, striking Shiwei Zhou dozens of times like a sandbag. The B-rank marksman collapsed without a son, lying sprawled on the ground. Spode Beautifly burst into savage laugh, mocking. "Oh, why has bro her scar faint? You should drink more milk." Li Yuna and the lackey realized Spode Beautifly's rank was no D, and wondered who he truly was, to be formidable. Suddenly, Spode Beautifly paused, muttering as if he had remembered smithing. Ah, I remember now. He looked Tuan at the defeated man and sighed. You've changed as much, it's infused me a by. But there's no way I cold forget you. Shiwei Zhou lay flat on the ground, gasping. Why are you here? Wasn't there a time when the entire continent feared you? Spode Beautifly's upsray, his aura completely changing as he called out the defeated man's old title, Go of Kowloon. The Sene shifted to a dilapidate, cloel, and deadly apartment Plex, known as Kowloon Hell. The Iron Gate of Kowloon Hell appear, a lawless place, known as a point of no return, even for king. A tated gangster, adorned with numerous earring, a cigarette dangling from his lip, smirked with dele. Oh, locks tazy. Flashback T, the paw. The Bolong Fei Lin of the Black Snake Gang arrogantly called out his subordinate Shiwei Zhou, declaring grandly, if we square this place, we will rule the world. The entire Black Snake Gang, filled with fighting spirit, advanced toward the gate named Kowloon Hell, the bow roaring. Forward, annihilate them all. Returning to the present, Spode Beautifly looked at the defeated Shiwei Zhou and asked mockingly, Are you really planning to enter Kowloon? Evoking the man's terrifying memory. In the paw, a disheveled old man chuckled at the Black Snake Gang, likening them to foolish moes flying into flame. The young and hoe-headed Shiwei Zhou flew into rage, grabbing the old man by the claw and roaring, You crazy old man, want to die fur? We are the #1 Black Snake Gang in China. As soon as he finished speaking, Shiwei Zhou suddenly froze, his face turning pale as he realized smething incredibly horrified. The old man looked up with a grossly bloy face, one eye missing, and laughed maniacally. Jus pray, Black Snake, pray you're lucky enough to survive. The terrifying memory flowed back, causing the prorate Shiwei Zhou to shooter, thinking to himself, I should have run away right then. Back in the paw, the Bolong Fei Lin puffed on his cigarette, looking dismissive. What is I? Are you kidding me? The Black Snake Gang entered the central area of Kowloon, finding it eerily desert. The Boput. Is this all the Devil's Den has to offer? The subordinates burst into laughter, thinking the Kowloon resident had fled in fear, but one suddenly pointed upward in Pawnee. B. Up there. Long Fei Lin looked up, annoy, and shout. Why are you dawdling like snail? We have goo. Didn't you know how twelk me them? A figure's majestically on the railing, his voice as CLD as ice. This is your only warning. There will no be a second. The shadow threatened the entire armed gang. The moment you touch even a speck of dust here, all of you will die. A subordinate recognized the figure, his voice trembling. It's him, the Go of Kowloon. How dare he stand there unarmed against our entire armed force? Long Fei Lin smirk, unfazed. What a coincidence. My gun doesn't give CCD warnings either. The bow gave the order, and Shi Wei Zhou roared in response. Ready T fire. The Go of Kowloon simply SP'd his foe lightly. The entire Black Snake gang opened fire simultaneously, creating a rain of bullet that poured directly on the enemy's position. A massive explosion from the barrage of bullet shattered the railing, and thick smoke and dust obscured everything. Long Fei Lin held a cigarette and clydely ordera. Stop. The smoke and dust clear, revealing a scene of devastation after the barrage of bull. The bow smirk, telling his subordinates T save their bull, then sent one T check, mocking the title Go of Kowloon as a joke. Amid the smoke, a figure moved with terrifying speed. The shadow moved like a whirlwind, leaving the subordinate only enough time T Sammer. What is the bomb? Several Blacksnake thugs were troned, T shred by debris from the railing. The remaining mob was flung aside like trash, their weapons saturing as one man screamed in vain. Come, ooh. A gangster frantically fired wildly into the smoke, shouting, Come out now, I'll turn you into beehive. Suddenly, the man choked as a dark figure appeared directly in front of his gun. His eyes widened, pupils CNS rising in extreme terror. He only managed to utter one trembling whir. Go. The Go of Kowloon's tall, unharmed, looking down at the trembling gangster, who was muttering. The Go of Kowloon is unreasonable. The entire elite, heavily armed force of the Black Snake gang lay in poles of Bliel, wiped out by a single unarmed man. Shi Wei Zhou broke out in a CLD sway, grinding his teeth and denying. He wasn't unarmed. An image flasha, showing the Go of Kowloon using his own boy as a weapon, charging into the enemy like a cannonball. A crimson killing intent enveloped the Go of Kowloon, causing Shi Wei Zhou to let out a terrified scream. Shi Wei Zhou prorated himself, begging for mercy, while the Go of Kowloon ordered him to deliver a message. With eyes burning like a demon, the Go of Kowloon declare, anyone who set foe in Kowloon hell will be thrown out limb by limb. Shi Wei Zhou frantically crawled toward the unconscious Long Fei Lin, trying to shake him awake. B, wake up, we have to run. He suddenly screamed in extreme pain, his face CN turning as he realized smething was wrong. The marksman Shi Wei Zhou recalled the horrific scene, CN firming that the Go of Kowloon used no weapon, only his bare hand. He looked on in horror at his B. Long Fei Lin, now juice a mangled me, all his bones crushed in powder. Returning to the present, the Go of Kowloon's tall in the open field, looking down at the defeated chimpanzee assassin, while another group of D-rank assassins waved in stunned silence from afar. The group of D-rank assassin, including Jolie, gaped in disbelief. Hey, isn't that the guy who died? The slicked-back assassin whispered his companion, his voice full of despair. As long as he's here, you guys have no chance to beg. The Go of Kowloon turned his back, his demoneering aura radiating, turning the entire force into true death Islam. In a luxurious VVIP ROM at Glory, a woman was massaging the B. Raphael. A subordinate entered and reported, B. The signals from the B-rank assassins we sent in have completely vanished. Beau Raphael, with his SAR, musular back, calmly repli, of course, that's what I expect. He sent new, his voice full of confidence. The one who cold wipe out tho B ranks is definitely no Thado. It can only be him, Rai, disciple Pieter. The subordinate broke int, a CLD sweat, as Raphael ordery, bring him here. With eyes burning like a demon, Raphael growl. CCTV footage from Death Islam. I'll check it myself. Meanwhile, on the Islam, the D-rank riffraff were running for their life, streaming in Pawnee. What the hell is he? Jus run, Dean Dask. The clown joker and the goatee assassin ran for their lives, shouting, Run phaser, we're going to die. He doesn't belong on this Islam. Suddenly, a seal thighs slammed in the face of the goatee assassin, who hadn't even had time to prose what was happening. Peter grabbed the man's face, a savage grin appearing as he let out a pained roar. The clown joker was terrified as Peter suddenly appeared in front of him, shouting, Why would you destroy such a wonderful tree? Speak. He was right behind you. How did he get there? The dying goatee assassin stammered in fear. Mikhail is here while Joker is CN Fuse, no knowing who Mikhail the First. The goatee man began to recount a legion. In a South American priz holding the mo brutal criminal, a Rio broke O, resulting in Kuntal's guard death. The memory flashed T an image of a KNP SOU warrior, standing amid a pile of dead prisoner, the goatee man C including. No long after the Korean police special forces arrive, all the Rioing prisoners were found dia. The goatee assassin C continued the sigh of Mikhail, a B-rank Gwar, the SLE, survivor of the Re, sighting amid the CRPSes with a blow-saint club. Mikhail's face showed a savage grin. The only reason he was a guard was T-kill legally. The goatee man realized in horror that Peter was no an ordinary assassin, but a pure killer, completely different from the Old Glory organization's Tene. The clown Joker looked up, grinding his teeth and declaring that since a sape was employable, he would fie. Joker's up, unleashing a barrage of throwing knives and fittingly announcing he would show everyone the glorious days of a true assassin. Peter looked surprise. Knife? How do you have weapon? They were all CNFizate. Joker smirk, thinking the opponent was unaware of the item caches on the island, and believing he had an absolute advantage against an unarmed opponent. The clown roar, unleashing his lifelong processed flying knife technique, a rain of metal hurtling toward Peter. Peter dodged the attack with ease, all the throwing knives embedding themselves in a tree, but Joker remained couldn't that he couldn't dodge forever. As the clown was about to deliver an O'Hare blow, the eye beneath his mask suddenly froze. Joker's eyes widened, revealing extreme CN fusion as he realized smithing absurd. A throwing knife was embedded right in the clown's smach. He was Suna, wondering. I threw the knife. So why am I the one high? Peter's there, casually juggling a knife he had caught in Aska. Oh, curious about thee? The clown broke into CLD sway, stammering in CN fusion about how Peter had a weapon, and received a casual reply. You have one? Everyone D. Peter held up a sharpened human bone, laughing maniacally. It's bone. I go it from the guy I just kille. With a who. Peter lunged with terrifying speed, swinging the bone, and smashing it directly in Joker's mask, who only realized the opponent was unimaginably strong. Standing on two CRPS, Peter loked Dune at the clown with CN temp. Struggling is Usile. D-rank is still trash. He then wondered if he should make more weapon. Swish. A sund echoed from the dense bushes nearby. Peter turned, a predatory smile clearly visible on his face. Oh, still one hiding here? Weapon materials ju keep seeming teamy. He burst into mad laughter, shouting with excitement. I'm in a gold mine. Hurry up, D-rank guy. Come out and let me have smee fun. A rank 336 assassin with black hair and a white shriek emerged from the boucher, letting out a maniacal laugh. The sky was clear blue. A perfect day for a bloy hun. Spode Beautifly led the mob, taunting. What's wrong, guy? It's a beautiful day, why'd you all looks glum? He shrieked arrogantly, mokingly asking, Did you see a gee, Doko broher? The two subordinates flinched and vehemently denied I. Spode Beautifly slung an arm around the two subordinate, teasing them for being stiff as log, making them swear in fear. If you order I, B. We'll even go through hell. Yunbioljo broke into sway, thinking their reaction was normal, as they had indeed seen a real GH. In a flashback, she recalled a horrifying scena. A dark figure delivering a kicks fast that the naked eye couldn't follow, effortlessly taking down a rank B assassin. Yunbiol continued her train of though. CM pairing that goatee the strongest individuals she knew. Two shadows appeared in her min. The Monstros Apol Nathaniel and the mysterious assassin Songu. She Shavir, remembering the rank B fighter being beaten TA pulp, confirming that the O'Hare guy was on par with though two monster. Returning T reality. Spode Beautifly appeared bore, wondering, by the way, where did our little pumpkin G? Suddenly, the two subordinates' eyes widened in disbelief, pointing forward and screaming in terror. The whole group, including Spode Beautifly, turned to T-Lock, and the redhead smirk. Oh, what's this fun? Someone faint. The rank D assassin, number 333, couldn't believe his eye, stammering in horror. Leaning against a rock was Peter, number 1, loking battered and exhaust, choking the O'Hare guy. Rank 1 is in this state? Yunbioljo froze, her mind racing. Why? That means he all. She recalled the information. The highest-ranked individuals among the rank D were actually rank B assassins planted there, like this number 2. The number 3 guy, tearing his shirt to show off his muzzle, was Al's a prime example of these wolves in sheep's clothing, and the only one who cold handled these B rankers was Songu. Un Biol-jo si included in horror. She held her breath, imagining the scene if Spode Butterfly knew Sungu was the culprit. A battle between two monsters would be inevitable. Un Biol-jo's mind race, determined to prevent the confrontation between Sungu and Spode Butterfly at all. Seeing Peter injure, a subordinate shouted Kim Songus' name, startling Un Biol-jo in Pani, who quickly waved her hand in denial. Sungu didn't to. She continued to shout in vain, trying to warn Sungu in her imagination. Sungu, run, you can't be here. Un Biol-jo froze, realizing she had accidentally called Peter by his real name, Lee Yuna, making her even more floozer. The two rank D assassins were supporting the baitered Peter, mistaking him for Sungu and asking question, while Un Biol-jo rushed over with a lock of horror. Spode Butterfly looked at Peter's mangled boy, thinking it was Sungu, and unable to believe Smione was skilled enough to beat up Smione. That's wrong. The two henchmen, supporting Peter, Shate, one guessing the culprit was the pumpkin Nye, the O'Hare agreeing. The buzzcut guy pointed at Peter's smashed face, Cian evidently asserting it was the work of the pumpkin Nye, then lamenting how many people hid their true skill. Un Biol-jo snap, telling everyone to shut up and get off the damn island quickly. Spode Butterfly muted deed himself, knowing full well the Pumpkin Knight was Jew's a low-level fighter, and couldn't probably smash the skull of a formidable opponent. The redhead smirked and called everyone over. Brohairs and Sizer, can you speak for a second? The whole group froze. Spode Butterfly pointed at the Senna, and began his Sherlock Holmes-like analysis. Do you see these four trace? A series of clues were pointed. Disturbed foliage, a broken ankle, shoe print on a tree trunk, and finally, Peter's smashed skull. The two subordinates looked blank, stammering that they didn't understand anything, prompting Spode Butterfly to mock their terrible observation skill. Spode Butterfly pushed up his glace, sneering, "Let me explain it simply. Lock here." The reenactment began. Peter charged forward with murderous intent, simply underestimating his opponent due to their sloppy movement. The mysterious attacker waited for Peter to fall in their attack range. The moment the number one stepped in the kill zone, a dark figure unleashed an incredibly fast and vicious sweeping kick, aimed directly at Peter's leg. The arc of disturbed leaves on the ground was evidence of the kick. The kick was incredibly powerful, a technique honed to perfection, shattering Peter's ankle and instantly nullifying his speed. Spode Butterfly continued the reenactment. Taking advantage of that moment, Smione ran up a half-tree and used it as a springboard for an aerial attack. The shoe print on the tree trunk were irrefutable evidence of that acceleration jump. And then, the attacker delivered a devastating punch, using Peter's own momentum to smash his skull. The redhead pushed up his glazes and sneer. That skill isn't for boxing, it's for killing. A subordinate looked at Peter's cientearded boy, and Samir. Was that the pumpkin guy we saw? Spode Butterfly flatly denied the one who killed rank 1 wasn't Pumpkin, but Smione else. The redhead glanced at the silent rank 336 assassin, his voice full of implication. Do you agree? He faced the blow-splattered rank 336 directly. Buddy 336. Do you have anything to say to me? The rank 336 remained silent, only lowering his he. Spode Butterfly smirked sinisterly, delivering the final blow. Why'd I keep thinking the one who did this is hiding behind rank 336? Immediately, the rank 336 S-ream. Bro her, save me. In Anohare area, Yunbiel's group flinched at the stream, realizing it wasn't Ju 1%. They all rushed toward the beach, where boat were loat. Two subordinates ran for their lives through the Castle 4. The rank D assassin, number 333, arrived his face pale with horror. What in the world happened here? A beanie-wearing assassin appeared, casually asking, "Oh, are you guys still safe? What's wrong?" The entire beach was about Lafiel, a squad of elite assassins over dozens of Ciarpses of O'Hare Cientizen. Unbial hid behind a rock, sweating claw, assazing. These are all people I've never seen before. Their aura is completely different. I think they're all rank B. About 20 of them. She panicked, turning to urge the Red Hia. We can't leave the island from here. Songu, let's run, huh? Unbiol froze as Spode Butterfly didn't move an inch. He calmly observed the enemy with a terrifyingly serene expression. The surviving D-rank assassin, including the Dako Broer, raised their hand in surrender, stammering for their lives and claiming they were only there for the Tay. The assassin in the beanie and his bald ACMplies casually replied that they held no personal grudge. The beanie-wearing assassin pressed a knife D-rank's throat and declared with a chilling expression, We were simply ordered eliminate all D ranks here. Yunbyuljo froze, realizing they truly intended to slaughter everyone, and frantically searched for Sungu. Yunbyuljo muted T herself, but then suddenly remembered smething. She screamed as the pumpkin knight slowly emerged from the fore. Kim Sungu. Brower pumpkin. Peter, disguised as the pumpkin nai, mused at himself. The only way to fight 20 B ranks without arousing Raphael's suspicion is under the pumpkin knight identity. He continued. T. Analyze the predicament. But even if I win as the pumpkin nai, Raphael will still keep an eye on me. What should I? The beanie-wearing assassin recognized the pumpkin knight and mockingly asked his ACM plice. Isn't this the lucky guy who managed to take down a B rank? The beanie-wearing assassin liqueured the pumpkin nai, who was surrounded by the entire squaw, but even an A rank wouldn't stand a chance against 20 B rank. Peter was still deep in though. That's right. As the pumpkin nai, how can I win without arousing suspicion? What can I dull alone? Suddenly, Spode Butterfly appear, standing with his back to Peter, and declared grandly, Then how about thee? We'll did it together. Peter, as the pumpkin nai, was utterly shook, unable to comprehend what this madman was thinking. Spode Butterfly turned with an arrogant smile. Oh pumpkin nai, why overthink I? Aren't you all's eating to know who will win? 2 D ranks or 20 B rank? Bo's surrounded by the B rank assassin. A 2-on-2-0 battle about to erupt. Peter still couldn't believe. He was certain. Spode Butterfly was one of Raphael's men. So why was he helping him? Spode Butterfly leaned close to the pumpkin knight's shoulder, grinning widely. You seem fuse. Jus ask me. It's simple. The red-haired man slung an arm around Peter's shoulder, his smile growing even more maniacal. My reason for helping you is very simple. If I thee, things will be much more fun. The 2 D ranks behind them broke into CLD swear, cursing. What kind of crazy nonsense is he spouting? We're all dead for sure. How the hell does he plan to take down 20 B rank? Unbyuljo also agreed in despair, knowing the enemy's strength well. The Dako Brohairs are Rai. Our opponent are 20 B rank assassin. Unbyuljo recalled a B rank assassin being taken down, and thought D herself. I know Spode Butterfly is no pushover, but this is a life or death situation. She continued to analyze that the pumpkin knight was being monitored by cameras and couldn't unleash his full power. That meant Spode Butterfly would have T-faced 20 B ranks alone, a simply impossible scenario. The beanie-wearing leader lit a cigarette and liqueur, foe. Before you worry about rank, do you even know what terrain you're fighting on? Lock at the ground. He pointed to the vast beach before them, where waves crashed against the sandy shore. The Dako Brohers and Unbyuljo snap. We have eyes. Who doesn't know this is a beach? Meanwhile, the pumpkin knight realized the true problem. The terrain was an even greater challenge than the number of opponent. He analyzed that on this shifting sun, a person's speed and agility would be reduced by about 50%. Every heavy step had it force absorbed by the SFT sun, making movement and exerting power extremely difficult. Spode Butterflies amid the encirclement, looking at the 2 guns aimed at him, and muttering T himself. Oh, the sand resrick movement, and you guys have gun. Looks like I'm at a big disadvantage, huh? But then the red-haired man pushed up his glazes and grinned maniacally. That's true, but that's what makes it fun, isn't I? The beanie-wearing leader SFFE. You think that's fun? You madman. How can you still smile? He reloaded his magazine, his voice full of sarcasm. Fine, because the fun end here. I'm quite curious myself. The entire B-rank squad simultaneously kecked their weapon, aiming their guns at Spode Butterfly as their leader challenge. Will you reach here, Phaser? Or will my bullet pierce your skull, Phaser? Unbyuljo broke into a CLD sweat, realizing the harsh truth. There's no severe, and the distance is T-shore. No human can probably be Phaser than a bullet. Spode Butterfly suddenly grabbed the pumpkin nai, muttering. Movement is reised by the sun. No her choice then. The red-haired man tilted his head and said a CNC's phrase to his reluctant teammate. My apology. Who? Spode Butterfly used the pumpkin knight as a springboard, delivering an incredibly powerful kick to his back. To propel himself forward like a bully. The leader burst into delighted laughter at the betrayal, while Unbyuljo gasped in astonishment. Why? Why did he attack Sungu? Mid-air, Spode Butterfly yelled at the pumpkin nai, who was being pushed back by the kick's force. Dig your heels in firmly. Heeding the red-haired madman's whir, the pumpkin knight put all his strength int, digging his feet int, the sand to brace himself after the devastating kick. Who? Spode Butterfly plunged straight into the pack of wolf, using an assassin's head as his fur's foehaul. The red-haired man fluttered like a butterfly, yelling in delight, while the thugs cold only stare up in awe. A series of rapid kicks were unleashy. Spode Butterfly stepping on enemies' faces and shoulders to move without touching the ground. The red-haired man landed amid the neutralized crow, confidently declaring, "If the sand hinders my movement," he smirked arrogantly. "Hen simply dient step on I, Rai." In Jews and Insan, Spode Butterfly swept through like a gust of wind, incapacitating all the B-rank assassin. The two surviving assassins gape, unable TCM prehend what had Ju happened to Fa. The Pumpkin Knight waved from a distance, his mind reeling. Truly Fa, in Ju's a blink. The orange-masked man analyze. He precisely broke the wrists of all the armed B-rank. An assassin with spiky hair scrambled to his feet, deciding to deal with the easy's prey fur. Damn I. Fur. I'll kill that weak-looking guy over there. The assassin charged right toward the Pumpkin Knight, the knife in his hand glinting with deadly intent. The Pumpkin Knight knew Raphael was waiting. He had played his role perfectly. I can't reveal my true strength. How can I take him do naturally? The orange-masked man's gaze swept around and stepped at the perfect target for his there at eye. The Pumpkin Knight suddenly turned and ran toward the two remaining D-rank, causing them T-pani. Why? Why are you looking at you? Stay away. The orange-masked man ran, yelling, "How annoying!" while the two small fries shout, urging him to carry them. You owe us a life, Pumpkin Knight. The bulky D-rank 334 patted his friend's shoulder and bitterly spoke his last word. It was fun, Jay. See you in heaven, broer. The spiky-haired assassin cackled savagely, swinging his knife T-attack all three. Haha, so you're running these D-rank chicken. Fine, I'll send all three of you on your way at once. But as the knife drew near, the assassin suddenly realized something was wrong. His eyes widening, he was stunned. T realize. Why? He isn't running away? Zhu, as the Pumpkin Knight appeared right behind the two human shield. Pumpkin Knight used two low-rank thugs as a springboard, SMPing hard on the ground to gain momentum and charge forward. With a who, the orange-masked man slipped past the two human shield, aiming directly for the spiky-haired assassin. Wham! A thunderous kick landed squarely on the rank B's jaw, making his blow gush out like a geyser. The spiky-haired assassin's eyes widened in horror, blow pouring from his nose and mouth, unable to comprehend what had just happened. What? Was that the masked guy? The two rank D thugs stared blankly at the fallen rank B, then turned T Pumpkin Knight, boasting. This rank B is weak. Hey broer Pumpkin, what would you do without you? From afar, the Go of Kowloon saw through the entire charade. He had exploited the camera's blind spee. The redhead smirk, stepping on the Oher guy's foot to feign a slip, and the credit for taking D the target naturally went to the two idiotic rank D thug. The Go of Kowloon showed extreme interior. That Pumpkin Knight is exactly as I, though. Elsewhere on the Islan, Yunbiol Zhou pulled a flare gun from her backpack, deciding she, cold, Zhu wait, T, die. We must regroup, or everyone will be wiped oh. I'll fire a flare. Who? A dazzling streak of light shows right into the sky, signaling the survivor. In a luxurious ROM, a subordinate rushed in T report, T, Raphael. B. I didn't understand why Sir Thaddeus did I, but he's wiped out the rank B team we sent. Raphael continued his meal calmly, while the subordinate reported anxiously. Should we inform the O'Hara Pole? Raphael asked geldly, without even looking up. Was anyone else there with Thado? The subordinate Rakunte, Anohair rank B, was taken D-down by a stranger, but it seemed he unluckily slipped and fell. They fired a flare, apparently intending to gather the remaining rank D members to Esipe. Could Sir Thado? As the subordinate uttered the foolish question, has he betrayed you? Raphael plunged his knife into the dining table. Raphael sneered contemptuously. Betrayal? I'm no sure about Oher. Raphael's eyes flashed with deadly lie, and he asserted firmly, but Thado, who once was the Go of Kowloon dominating the entire Siantinin, never wool. In a dark basement, the image of the Go of Kowloon, tightly bound in a straitjacket and suspended in midair, appear. Raphael declared with absolute fidence. He can never betray me. Never. Back on the Islan, the rank D assassins had regrouped after seeing the flare, each one pale as a GH. What the hell is going on? We almo die. There are Smee lunatic on this Islan. Unbioljo shouted loudly, announcing that the test was over and demanding everyone leave the island immediately. Pumpkin Knight nodded in agreement, thinking they should escape quickly before anything else happening. Unbiol Zhou was about to rally everyone on the boat when she paused, having Ju called out T Smione. Her gaze fell upon Spode Butterfly, who's with his arms crow, a calculating expression on his face. The redhead mutaire, I must find Pietro before leaving here, ignoring the panicking small fry around him. He sand the crow, realizing there was no old man resembling Pietro among them. But then he held himself. A true mazer knows how to hide. One can't judge by appearance alone. He needed find the one who couldn't see and seal their true power. In Spode Butterfly's min, the image of Pumpkin Knight flasha. He had identified a few individuals whose skill far surpassed their rank D designation. Unbioljo wondered why there was Smione hiding their skills among these greenhorn. Then a thought suddenly struck her. Could it be related to Pieter? Spode Butterfly looked around, then realized smething. Wait a minute, where's that Pumpkin Knight guy? The redhead's eyes narrow. He realized an extremely illogical truth. He pieced together the even, Pumpkin Knight and the Resued Man had never appeared at the same time. Spode Butterfly walked straight up to Pumpkin Knight, smirking. Should I call you bro her pumpkin, or bro her small fry? You're either Pieter, or you're involved with him. Blow seeped from inside the orange mask. Peter Cold only cursed inwardly, while the redhead taunted, feeling suffocated, aren't you? The redhead leaned in close, his voice full of challenge. It's simple, really. He commanded sharply. Take off the mask. Pumpkin Knight raised a hand to block him, asking in a low growl. What if I can? Spode Butterfly crowed his arm, smirking fidently. Then there's no her way. His entire boy radiated an overwhelming killing intent. His eyes sharp as dagger. I will personally rip it off you. Peter broke out in a CLD sweat, thinking. He might talk big, but this situation is truly tense. Everyone is here. Pumpkin Knight was surrounded by all the assassin. A highly disadvantageous situation. He knew he was being waved by the final bow through the camera, racking his brain to figure out what to next. Spode Butterfly smirked provocatively. Broer Pumpkin, if you're hesitating, unsure what to. Hen Jews die already. With the redhead lunged forward with terrifying speed, unleashing a thunderous kick. Pumpkin Knight arched his back, narrowly jinged the dangerous kick by a hair's breadth. The kick mised it targe, incidentally taking out a spiky-haired subordinate nearby, sending him flying like a broken kite. Spode Butterfly smirk. I was sure I hit you, but you deej at the last second? Juice's eye though. The redhead looked extremely pleased. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Without a Cindy's pause, Spode Butterfly stepped on an empty bowl as a piv, spinning T unleash a powerful hawk kick. The surrounding rank D assassins gasped in horror, one stammering. What was the? I Jew heard a sund. Like a cannon firing. Pumpkin Knight realized the atmosphere had changed after Ju one strike. He knew he couldn't unleash his full power in this disguise, and prolonging it would only be a disadvantage. He decided to charge forward with a direct attack, but Spode Butterfly merely smirk. Hey, that attack is T obvio. Instead of kicking at him, Pumpkin Knight suddenly sent his foe hard on the ground, unleashing a kick that sent a cloud of dust flying. Spode Butterfly was momentarily surprised, realizing the kick wasn't aimed at him but was merely a diversionary tachi. Amid the hazy dew, the redhead strained his eye, scrutinizing. He kicked up the sand to conceal himself. Will he attack from the left or the right? Let's end this quickly. Pumpkin Knight suddenly bursts out from the screen, unleashing a devastating punch. The two forces collide, creating an earth-shattering explosion, sending dust and sand flying everywhere. The small fry waithing broke out in a CLD sweat, murmuring, Are tho two really rank D? This level of skill must be rank A. One of them recalled a scene he had once witnessed, a group of assassins wielding chainsaws surrounding a target in a casson, the air thick with the scent of death. The surrounded man, Sanged Park, sprang into Asion and wiped out the entire group in the blink of an eye, making the rank D assassin at the time only think, I will never be able to beck me like them. A D ranker standing next, T Unbiol, Joe asked in a trembling voice, Do you mean they really have that level of skill? Unbiol Joe Denis, her face pale. Isn't this feeling surreal, like a dream? While two surges of power collide, creating an earth-shattering explosion, she glanced at the security camera, worriedly thinking herself. Too many people are waving, and cameras. Sungu can't unleash his full power. Unbiol Joe was utterly bewildered. So what on earth is he planning T? While the Pumpkin Knight was still straining in the epicenter of the collision. But then she smiled with relief. Even. I'm still gla. Unbiol Joe recall. When I saw the Spode Butterfly in the fore, I thought he was an extremely dangerous individual. But Sungu is even stronger, she asserted Cien fidently. as the Pumpkin Knight and the Spode Butterfly were still fighting to the death. Wham! The Spode Butterfly TK. A kick that sent him flying. And he was Asniche. Wow. This Pumpkin Knight is truly insane. Is he CPying my skill? The redhead analyzed immediately. It's no the same. In that very moment, he kicked in the Opawite duration. The Pumpkin Knight unleashed an extremely dangerous spinning kick, forcing the Spode Butterfly T ad me, and improved that technique T a new level. The D rank 4 wathed the math with mouths agape and eyes wide, completely clueless about what was happening. Dust flew everywhere after the collision, and one guy samurai, the Pumpkin Knight beat the Spode Butterfly? I didn't even know what I Jews wath, Anohair guy exclaimed from the crow. Wow, one surprise after Anohair. Mr. Pumpkin, you're truly strong. As the smoke and dust clear, the Spode Butterfly sat comfortably in the middle of the sen, laughing gleefully. This is fun. It's rare to meet Smione this wrong. But have we met before? The redhead squint, analyzing the Pumpkin Knight, has truly suspicious you. He hasn't revealed his true self at all. Why? The Spode Butterfly's up, his voice challenging. If you keep this up, you'll ju low. Why didn't you spacing tug and get out of my sigh? He continued T-ton, along with your true power. The Pumpkin Knight smirk, his voice full of implication. Indeed. Holding back agains, Smione, this wrong would be rude. Having said the Spode Butterfly TK off his glazes and threw them to the ground. The real battle was about to begin. The Pumpkin Knight froze, his eyes behind the mask narroway. Wah? I've never seen these movement before. The Spode Butterfly spread his han, illustrating the difference in power level between before and now, when he had decided to no longer hold back. The redhead smirk, his sharp eyes declare, begging for mercy will be useful. His entire boy erupted with a terrifying aura, and he growl. Because this is what you wanty. Scene change. The beanie-wearing man was waving a screen, displaying a devastated battlefield after a massive explosion. The beau sat in the shadow, sneering at his subordinate. ITLD you he'd be here. A D-ranker with non-D rank skill. On the screen, the Pumpkin Knight Sill maintained a tug demeanor, determined to unmask his opponent for the whole world TC. The subordinate was sweating, nervously asking his B, but sir, if he truly is Pieter, would Apollo Thaddeus be in danger? The beau put his arm around the subordinate's shoulder, smiling sinisterly and changing the subj. We should send in a sprinter. Do you like the? While the subordinate was still bewildered, the beau continué. Yea, a sprint. He began his lecture with an example of a track and field athlete. What would happen if an athlete started running 0.1 cc after the gunch? The subordinate naively gees. Their reflexes must be extremely go-t, react in 0.1 sec, but was immediately dismissed by his BN. The beau gripped his subordinate's chin, explaining, that's their skill. They didn't run after hearing the gunch, they anticipate ECNTNU. Because theoretically, human reaction speed cannot be less than 0.1 sec. The subordinate trembled as he realized the horrifying truth, while the beau whispered into his ear. That means Thaddeus's power is no human. The Sene cut back to the Spode Butterfly, who now looked like a true demon with a crazed smile. Back on the battlefield, the Pumpkin Knight TK Assance, secretly thinking he had be careful before his opponent revealed his trump card regarding his hand. The Pumpkin Knight prepared charge in, his eyes highly focused on every movement of the enemy. Suddenly, a D-ranker with a white streak in his hair rushed in from the side, unleashing a devastating punch at the Pumpkin Knight and saying, sorry but you, Pumpkin Knight, have die. The Pumpkin Knight was choked by the attacker's spee. Too fa. Has completely different from before, but I can still handle this with a counter-attack. The beau sneer, continuing his lecture on power. No one can keep up, because Thaddeus's reaction spee is zero. At the same time, the Spode Butterfly unleashed a whirlwind of tearing blow, crushing the Pumpkin Knight. The beau explained in detail. His brain processes visual information and transmits signals. His muzzles in 0 second. The Pumpkin Knight TK. A devastating punch directly to the face. Blow gushing from his mouth and Noe. His mind reeling. What? The moment I saw him attack, I was already punch. The Spode Butterfly charged forward with a crazed smile, yelling excitedly. Pumpkin Knight, wake up. We've only just begun. Physical strength far beyond human limmy. That was the level of a true monster. The Spode Butterfly, who was Thaddeus the Go of Kowloon, clode in and delivered an elbow strike directly to the Pumpkin Knight's face. Thaddeus TK Assance, his fingers stained with blow, CN evidently declaring, Pumpkin Knight, T block, my 888 technique, 365 days wouldn't be enough. He unleashed his ultimate Kowloon technique, an unblockable technique, creating an inescapable SRM of attack. In Thaddeus's eye, the image of the Pumpkin Knight being TRN apart by Kuntal's attacks appeared vividly. 100-strike instant attack. Thaddeus unleashed 100 punches in the blink of an eye, and the Pumpkin Knight's boy was baitered in disrashon. Crash! The Pumpkin Knight collapsed on the sand after taking the full CMB, and the surrounding four were stunned in silence. Yunbiol rose from afar, her hand severing her mouth, her eyes wide with horror, stammering the Pumpkin Knight's real name, Sungu? The Dakobrohers Alsgape. Unable to believe the sight before their eye. Could he really be Dea? The man with the white streak in his hair crowed his arm, looking at the fallen Pumpkin Nigh, and smirk. Oh, you take that blow, and your boy is still into? Looks like you're still holding back. The Pumpkin Knight lay flatane, his entire boy paralyzed. I can't move. Hess wronger than I though. I can't keep fighting under this Pumpkin Knight persona. I'm T-Res Rice. He grinded his teeth, realizing the dilemma. But I can't reveal my identity. Raphael in this situation. What should I? The man with the white streak in his hair casually walked toward the Moyons. Pumpkin Nigh, Alri, it's time to take that off, isn't I? The Pumpkin Knight was utterly panic, seeing his opponent about to unmask him. Damn, what can I DTSP this situation? His eyes wide open. He yelled in despair. N. Amid the cha, Unbioljo rushed forward. Shield the fallen Pumpkin Nigh, shouting, Let's talk. Mr. Pumpkin Knight has his own Rians. The girl grinded her teeth, sweat pouring down her face, her inner self screaming that she had broke him at all, or her true identity would be expo. The red-haired assassin sneered mockingly. Oh, this is Ba. Imsrai. But if you DNT move aside, he sealedly warned, his eyes showing no mercy. I'll have no choice but retaliate. I can kill you right now. Unbioljo retorted without hesitation, her gaze sharp. I didn't care. She swung her meteor hammer. Ready to fight to the death. If you DNT sp, it'll be forced TA. The red-haired man deeged the attack with ease, gliding past her with a sarcastic remark. You're quite brave, little lady. See you later. With a simple sweep of his leg, he sent Unbioljo sprawling onto the ground. She lay moyenle, her entire boy paralyzed, realizing in horror that she couldn't move even a finger. The red-haired man walked past her as if she didn't exist, heading straight for the Helpel's main targe. He bent down, grabbed the pumpkin mask, and grinned sinisterly. Now, there's no one left as me, is there? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Raphael was wading through a screen, laughing maniacally as he smashed the device in his Han. Finally caught you, Pieter. Take it off. Take it off now. The beau smugly believed that with no disciples by his side, Pietro was Jew a lone tiger, unable to s'entend with Smione, who held the world in his hand like him. Raphael roared through the screen with extreme madness, spittle flying. Thadeo, take off his mask. Returning T, the Batlafiel, Thaddeus prepared T rip off the mask, his eyes gleaming with extreme excitement as he was about to complete his mission. He roared, using all his strength to rip off the mask. Show your face, disciple Pieter. Unbioljo cold only lie there, letting out a desperate cry. N. Suddenly, Thaddeus's eyes widened in shock. The white-streaked assassin nearby als froze, and Raphael was stunned speechless before the screen. The flashback shift, showing a muscular blonde man trying to dissuade a man in a Hawaii. Mazer, no matter how you think about going T, that island is T dangerous. Pietro's identity will be expo. The man in the Hawaii remained unfazed, firmly suggesting, if a disciple appears on the island, you'll have no choice but T reveal yourself. In that case, please let me accompany you. In the flashback, a black-haired man said, T Simon Kage, beck me. Kageo asked in surprise, beck me you? The Mazer explained briefly. Jus as I sigh. He ordered Cog, disguise yourself as a D rank, and go T the Islan. When the time CME, I will give the signal. The Mazer continued to T, lay out the plan. And if you act like a D rank in seed of me, I will use Anoher method to distract Raphael. Kageo was still hesitant, and the Mazer advised, but you need to avoid direct confrontation with Anoher disciple. Simon Kageo growl, extending his claws and declaring, Mazer, Cog, can take down anyone with this cursed blah. That's why you can't DI. The Mazer became angry. Wha? Are you going to announce everywhere that I am Glory's disciple, Kageo? Kageo swathed his hea, admitting he hadn't thought that far. Hea. The Mazer analyze. Even if we swith place, the suspicion that Pietro is on the island won't disappear. He reiterated my seriously. I TLDU, that's the purpo of the Oher meth, causing Kageo T Sart suspecting. Kageo suddenly realized his Mazer's deep shem. With that meth, all suspicion about the D-rank Kim Songu will completely disappear. Returning T, the present, Thaddeus's eyes widen, stammering in disbelief at what he saw. How? He looked at the person who mask he had ripped off, a complete stranger, and roar. Where is Pieter? Why are you here, Simon? Simon Kague, despite his bruised and bloke-feared face, smirked defiantly. Surprise? As Thaddeus was in CN fusion, a voice echo. Who are you looking for desperately? He turned and saw the rank 336 assassin standing tall. Thaddeus was completely bewildered, his brain unable to prose the situation. Wait a minute. Aren't Mr. Pumpkin Knight and Mr. 336 the same person? The red-haired assassin froze, trying to digest the deception he had experience. Thaddeus suddenly burst in laughter, quickly kevering up by patting Simon Kageo on the shoulder. Gah ha ha ha, I misk you for Smiona else. Sorry, my misake. He continued, T.A., appearing friendly. By the way, Simon, you're starting from D rank again? You should have TLD me. Go back and apologize to the B. He even aced right you. I'll put in a go word for you with Philip and the O'Hare. While the rank 336 assassin by silently observing, Thaddeus gave a forced laugh, but Dutt began to creep into his min. That's strange. Mr. 336 seconds face was clearly severed and blow earlier. What the hell did he? The rank 336 assassin smirk, his voice full of challenge. The more you think, the more C-infused you'll get. He explained that the blow on his face was Juzane, part of the disguise T-Fol Thado. Meanwhile, Simon Kage, the impoer, smirked triumphantly, enjoying the ultimate prank. The flashback showed the real high-ranking assassin calling out T. Simon Cage. Simon, wait for me. Are you angry because I hit T-Har? Let's go together. The two D-rank henchmen froze, unable to prose the situation. What the hell? Mazerbear and Spode Butterfly are friend? Is this a joke? The group gather, Un Bioljo nagging Kim Sungu for getting L, while the Oher Tuju wanted T Asape the damn Islan. The purge on Dead Island officially include the survivors leaving on lifeboat amid a fiery sunset. Outside, the tests ended due to an intruder, and the survivors naturally pause, including Jolie and her loyal subordinate. In Anoher Krener, the real Pumpkin Knight woke up from his long slumber, asking blankly, "How long have I slept?" He was startled to see a sack of ID card at his feet, realizing he had pazed the sage unbelievably. Zhu, as his savior had promised. On the Boa, they were all bragging about defeating B-rank assassin, which temporarily cleared the suspicion that Pietro was a D-rank assassin within Glory's rank. Revealing his signature white streak of hair, Bay smirked at the invisible screen, challenging Raphael. Well, was it fun? Now it's my turn. A subordinate rushed int. The Rom T report. T. Raphael. B. Pietro has attacked. Glory. Raphael, his eyes flashing yellow, appeared disbelieving. Wha? Pietro attacked? You? Are you sure? Unless he's crazy. He wouldn't dare see me here. The subordinate affirmed with certainty. It's the real deal. The subordinate reporte. Pietro has appeared at Glory's international branch in Kowloon Hell. Raphael was stunned speechful, his yellow eyes blazing. Wha? He grabbed the subordinate by the claw, growling. Kowloon Hell? Did you Jews say Kowloon Hell? Raphael's blow boil, and he let out a wild roar. His pupils, CN trace, extreme shock and anger, evident in his eye. In Kowloon's Hell, the thugs yelled as they cranered their targe. It's Pieter! That fool has nowhere left to run. Two bald men with machetes blocked the path of the blonde-haired man, sneering. O.N. Even if you're Pieter, you're Jews a sick old man now. The blonde-haired man, Pietra's shoulder, say elderly retre. Why would you think Eid walk into dead-on? The Kowloon thugs froze, their leader starting T-Pro. Why? Didn't tell me he deliberately entered this alley? The fake Pietro, continued his gunpowder-scented monologue. Because that way, I can gather all of you in one place. As he finished speaking, a dark figure suddenly showed in the sky, making the entire group of thugs crane their necks T-Wath. The whole group was still, busy looking at the sky, completely unaware of the real danger right beside them. Unexpectedly, the fake Pietro wasn't in the sky, but had swept acro the ground like the wind, beheading a thug while the res were still bewildered. A whirlwind of sword energy erupted. The blonde-haired man swung a basic move, and the entire group of Kowloon thugs were Tron T. Shrey. The assassin's face remained CLD as ice, without a trace of Emma after cleaning up the riffraff. In the Ciantrol ROM, Raphael's subordinate reported the situation via Leave Sreen. The pursuit team is Wiped. The support team is Al's Wiped. Pietro is turning Kowlin's hell into ruin. Raphael, his back turn, spoke with bone-chilling CLDNE. No Kowlin's hell. Raphael spun around, his golden eyes blazing with madna, roaring like an enraged Bia. Kowlin's hell. It's no there. Meanwhile, the assassin had climbed onto railing, leisurely observing his handiwork. He's on the roft P of a building, a knife in hand, radiating an overwhelming aura as he looked down at the city engulfed in flame. The blonde-haired man raised his hand to his face, beginning to peel off the disguise. The mask was removed, revealing a completely different man with long, romantic hair and a goatee. He muter. Mr. Pieter, Ju as you sigh, this place really sink. Back at the base, the long-haired man sneer, how ridiculous. While I was busy impersonating a crippled T return from Kowlon, you all swift side? He turned to face a very muscular young blonde man. Otherwise, why is he still here? Ju's looking at his face makes my mising right hand ache again. The bespectacled girl in the ROM panic, hastily trying to intervene. Why? Senior. The bespectacled girl quickly urged the long-haired man. Hear me, oh. I hate him, but there's a riance. The long-haired man ignored the plea, CLD Lee declaring, I didn't care. He drew his sword, radiating murderous intent. Do you think I can acknowledge him as one of you? The romantic swordman pointed his blade directly, growling. Come here, phantom sword demon. I will tear you apart before your blow even touches the ground. The muscular blonde man simply bowed his head in silence, showing no intention of resizing. The muscular man suddenly looked up, his eyes sharp, ready to face the wrath. The long-haired man lunged with terrifying speed, his blade flashing a deadly shriek of lie. The long-haired man's eyes widening, pouring all his strength into the strike. Quick as lightning, the long-haired man clode in from behind, grabbing the muscular man's hair with one hand and holding a sword to his neck, rendering him speechless and stammering. I am extremely shy. The muscular man gritted his teeth, accepting his fate, admitting, I know I won't be forgiven. The long-haired man was all surprised by the opponent's attitude. The muscular man knelt down, holding out his fizz and declaring, With thee, I will show you my resolve. The long-haired man gritted his teeth, questioning, You think I won't die? Since you seem to know a lot about transaction. Were you a Yakuza? The assassin with the white lock of hair waved the entire scene unfold from afar. Without further ado, the long-haired man swung his sword directly at the muscular man's thigh. The bespectacled girl screamed in despair. Senior, he's really going TDI. The muscular man maintained a terrifyingly calm expression, unfazed by the approaching blade. The bespectacled girl cooled, only gape in horror at the impending scene. Clang. A piercing sound echoed as the blade collided with the muscular man's thigh. The sword was swept by the muscular man's bare hand, leaving the long-haired man's son. This guy, the blonde muscular man, had no intention of dodging, using his bare hand to block the blade directly. The long-haired man was astonished by the opponent's resilience. The muscular man elderly ordera. Let G. But the long-haired man subornely reply. I am very sincere. The muscular man growl, his eyes sharp. And remember this until the day you die. From now on, that arm is no longer your. The long-haired man retraced his sword, declaring, It now belongs to Pieter. The bespectacled girl breathed a sigh of relief, having avoided blow, but then grumbled about the mess they made on her expensive interior. She muted herself, still annoyed. But what the heck is happening? The muscular man bowed deeply. To the long-haired man, slimly declaring he would call him senior and serve him, which even made the long-haired man floozer. Alri, with this age difference, me being your uncle is enough. The long-haired man complained about no having a hand as wrath his back. As the muscular man volunteer, let me swrath it for you. The pet de Gials excitedly asked, Uncle, is that enough pleasure? Making the bespectacled girl speechless. They're starting their nonsense again. On the surveillance monitor, news about the island test was being brought confirming a shocking truth. The bespectacled girl pointed at the screen, utterly shook. That eccentric guy is Apole Thadeo? The muscular man beside her calmly said firm. She turned to Kijin, the assassin with the white lock of hair. Why aren't you surprised at all? He dragged from his cigarette and casually reply. I predict Raphael would definitely plant at least one Apole. And that guy is wrong. It's reasonable guess it's an Apole. The group sat down at the table, and the girl continued to ask. Then, senior, Why did you send Simon to Kowloon's hell? The long-haired man explained. While searching for Oher, I discovered that Raphael was hiding smething in Kowloon's hell. The assassin with the white lock of Heraday. Cian firming. As Simon sigh, in Kowloon's hell, a Lalo's place, Raphael is hiding smething that moose never be found. The bespectacled girl speculate. Like Raphael's weakney? The assassin with the white lock of hair no, something like that. But this means a direct confrontation. Even for Pieter, it will be very difficult. He sent anew, his expression hardening. The sail of glory now is vastly different from Father Gabriel's time. They will attack you much more fiercely. The assassin with the white lock of hair smirked Cian evidently. I knew it from the beginning. I never intended to fight alone. A vision appeared of incredibly strong warrior, while the assassin with the white lock of hair explained, as Jiwon Sai, glory now has unbelievably strong individual. It will be very difficult if I do it alone. With that, he picked up a bowl of royal salute, preparing for a grand celebration about to begin. Pietro declared his plan. I intend to gather Ali. Jiwon immediately asked, who are they? While Simon replied that the former disciples were satyred everywhere, their fates unknown, Pietro pointed directly at the group. The disciples are right here. Simon and the blond man immediately knelt and swore loyalty, while Jiwon and the DG merely wath, realizing their mazer's intention. The group clinked glace, and Jiwon asked pointedly, you intend Peter recruit more members, Peter's disciple, didn't you? She then wondered why Nathaniel, a punchal ally, had been killed. Pietro merely replied seriously, who know, Jiwon warny. More importantly, from now on, Raphael will act much more cautiously. Scene change. Raphael furiously semped on smething underf. The subordinate reporte. Pietro is in the Kowloon underworld, and Raphael immediately order tell Thaddeus T return immediately. Raphael explode in rage, his eyes blow, roaring. This time, we will kill him. Back with Pietro's group, Jiwon asked worriedly. Knowing what you plan to do about our numerical disadvantage? She continued to analyze, holding a wine glass. They have perhaps thousand of people. Pietro smirked confidently. It's simple math. Jiwon was speechless. Simple? Are you serious? But the assassin in Cise. The ratio is very simple. For every. The whole team raised their glace, ready for battle, with a bold declaration. Nay 1,000 enemy, there will be one of you. Night fell over the Kowloon underworld. A bloy battlefield was about to open. A subordinate bowed and reported a mysterious figure sighting on the raft b. A Pole Thaddeus perched on the raft p, replying to his subordinate, that the forces were ready. Alri. Thaddeus has a sharp gaze in Thanai, whispering, see you sen, Pieter. Meanwhile, Raphael was alls preparing his force. Alri, prepared to welcome them. The Congo brohairs are arriving sen. The subordinate, sweating, asked Raphael with a trembling voice. B. Are you talking about the Congo broher? Why are they CMing here? Raphael smirk, replying curtly. Probably for the disciples C. The bow muted T himself with amusement. Ha, they'll probably smash my doctor down. Two Clowel figure, the Congo broher, swearing in the Rom, questioning bluntly. Are you going to take us as disciple? We're in a hurry. Raphael leaned back in his chair, making a harsh offer. Of course, but only if you bring me Pietro's Hia. One of the Congo brohers suddenly lunged for war, grabbing Raphael by the claw to the bow's asnishman. The giant growl, praising his face close to Raphael. That promise. Bo brohers leaned Dwen, putting heavy pressure on the B. Remember your word, B. The two giant eyes blazed with killing intent, declaring firmly. Because that seat was always our. A goatee-bearded boygar, unable to tolerate his bow being disrespect, drew his gun and shout, how dare you? Get away from the bow now. One of the Congo brohers turned around, with a mocking teen. You didn't understand. Why use a gun? The goatee-bearded boyguard gape, no understanding what the terrifying figure in front of him was saying. The giant grabbed the gun barrel, declaring chillingly, your holding that weapon is prof of your weakney. Crunch. The giant crushed the gun with his bare hand, making the boyguard terrify. After the display of power, one of the brohers turned his back. T. Raphael. We will return. B. Bow giant throw away, leaving behind a bloy promise, of curse, with Pietro's he. Raphael smiled a savage smile, muttering as if speaking to an absent enemy. Please see me back, Pieter. A demonic eye flashed on the gate of the Kowloon underworld, where Raphael whispered a curse. If you dare set foe here, unimaginable things will happen to you. Scene change. The muscular blonde man in Pietro's group began tell us Rai. Why? He's hiding smething in the Kowloon Underworld, the heavily guarded place? Once upon a time, Raphael told his disciples Asura, the sen of the Kowloon Underworld appear, and the muscular blonde man revealed a shocking secret. He said that to dominate the world, the important plan lies within the Kowloon Underworld itself. The muscular blonde man analyze. If that plan fail, Raphael will suffer a devastating blow. The female hacker sitting next T, the police DG turned T Pietro, and Aska. A plan? You must know a lo about Pieter, Rai. A massage appeared on the phone. Did you hear tha, senior? Go meet Simon, he must be there already. Pietro sat in the cafe, leisurely reading the newspaper and sipping tea, replying curtly, I'll il G. He then aided a massage. And senior, I know you're well aware, but things might get complicated there. The female hacker in Sroos. Don't reveal yourself as an outsider, blend in skillfully. Pietro replied curtly, I know, that's insinkwell for me. Pietro sipped his tea, his eyes sharp. But I'm no sure if the O'Her guy knows tha, leaving her puzzle. The dashing, long-haired Apol Simon burst into the cafe like a madman, waving and shouting loudly in Chinese. Have you eaten ye? Simon plopped don't appoint Pietra, seeing evidently thumping his che. Everyone thinks him a lowell, leaving Pietro, speechful. Yeah, sure. Don't stand near me from now on. The long-haired man suddenly became serious, leaned close to the table and slammed his hand, Duan in warning. But broher, the situation is really no-go at all. Simon C. affirmed that security in the Kowloon Underworld had been tightened after he had arrived there. In a flashback, Simon T.K., a drag from his cigarette amid the Kowloon area, teeming with eyes and ear, realizing this place was more wary of outsiders than anywhere else, and sensing smething Ami. Simon Recunte. And as you sigh, I appeared under the name Pieter, and then Chow erupted, as if they had been waiting. The long-haired man emphasized, his eyes sharp. The important part is the Shadwomen. Pietro asked from a distance. Emissaries of the mainland, tho Shadwomen? And Simon C.N. firmly. Simon reveal. These aren't small fry like Nathaniel's team or the Somali pirate. They are TP-tier assassins that glory brought from the mainland T-managed Kowloon. Two Vajra Guardian statues appear, illustrating their two leader, Mishaku Kongo and Narayan Kong. Though nominated as disciples and extremely formidable, Pietro muttered with a thoughtful expression, admitting they were a different and troublesome bunch. Pietro drained his teacup, up, preparing tea leave, making Simon Pani. Are you even listening to me? Broher. We can't enter the Kowloon Underworld. Simon explained that the Shadwomen all knew each other's face. Disguises were employable, but Pietro merely replied with a chillingly cruel remark. Who said, wed use disguise? Pietro smirka, declaring nonchalantly, We'll enter in Sile, through the main gate, leaving Apole, Simon speechful. The sen of Kowloon Hell appear, a cloal simplex, brightly lit at night, truly an impregnable fortress. Perched on a raft P, Apole Simon adjusted his glass, asking in disbelief, Go heaven, broher. Is this what you call a direct assault? True T his were. Pietro advanced alone, in the courtyard of Kowloon Hell, where dozens of henchmen were already lined up, ready for battle. A guard reported to his bow, via walkie-talkie. B. I think we have a gi. While Pietro faced him with an icy gaze. Apole Simon, with an extremely serious expression, prepared to draw his weapon and declare, If that is what you wish, then this disciple Simon will wager his left arm. But instead of rushing int CMBA, the guard simultaneously bowed deeply, shouting in unison, B. Welcome me back. We greet the young Mazer. Apol Simon's jaw drop, unable to prose eye, as he waved the entire group of Shadwomen bow to Pietro as if he were family. Pietro replied casually, assuring Simon that entering this place was no big deal for him. The go of Kowloon, Apol Thade, appeared with a wide grin, waving hell. Sungu, you're here. Thaddeus slung an arm around Pietro's shoulder, grumbling affectionately, Jus be yourself, why sif? While Pietro simply replied, Yeah. Thaddeus eagerly invited Pietro Talok around, ignoring the bald subordinates bowing deeply behind them. Two guard whispered eight each her, their faces full of CN fusion. Who the hell is that guy for the bow T treat him's well? Why do we have T treat him like a superior? Anoher Guar, still in shock, mutere. Is he really a D-rank assassin? He looks more like a jiggle. Jus lock at his face. The guard continued T analyze. His face is spole. Has he ever had T fight for his life? Definitely D-rank level. Meanwhile, Thaddeus and Pietro were still chatting. Pietro gave a faint smile, thinking T himself. They wonder how I go in here. Their beau hasn't taken personal disciples in year. Pietro's gaze sharpened. I'm sure they're curious why I can freely enter and exit this place as if it were dessert. The Sene shifted T a beach, where the D-rank assassins were gather. It seemed the Tez had see include. Apollo Thado, in his combat gear, waved go by, saying he had urgent business and had T leave fur, promising T see them all next time. The assassin Kim Songu wathed Thaddeus's retreating figure, smirking. So Pietro is in Kowloon Hell? He suddenly realized smething, his eyes widen, his face full of astonishment. Songu quickly deduced. He reaced strongly T Pietro's appearance in Kowloon. This guy who hazily left Musby involve. He was determined no to let Thaddeus leaves easily. He had it smething immediately. Songu shouted loudly, "Spode Butterfly," causing Thado, who was rushing away, T-sp and lock back. Songu approach, addressing him directly, Broher 336. He then introduced himself as Kim Songu and expressed admiration for Thaddeus's martial art, admitting he was still to green. Thaddeus asked back, "Bewilder, huh? Learn, wha?" While Songu affirmed his desire to bec me a disciple. Thu. Songu knelt on one knee in the sand, showing his unwavering determination. He slimly bowed his head, his voice full of sincerity. "Please accept me as your disciple." Two Oher D-rankers wathed and whisper, criticizing Songu as an opportunity, with one even affirming his loyalty to his own bear master. Thaddeus smirka, finding this amusing, and declared he would set a proper challenge. He said an outrageous addition. "I'll accept you if you can touch even a single strand of my hair." Thaddeus S., with his arms crow, exuding an overwhelming aura, challenging. "Want to try?" While Songu remained kneeling, calmly replying, "If that is what you wish." The two minor thugs, standing by Gulpa, worried about Songa's fate. Hell surely die if he's no careful. As fast as lightning, Songu was already in front of Thado, gently plucking a strand of his hair, to the opponent's astonishment. The two onlookers gape, unconsciously shouting, "Do you think he'll accept you, you fool?" Thaddeus bursts out laughing, acknowledging the performance. "Al Ray. He did I. See you send my friend, 336. The Sene shift, Thaddeus and Songu, now in casual Chloe, walked side by side on a crowded street. Thaddeus put an arm around Songu's shoulder, intrusing, "This is Kowloon Hell. First time here, right?" Songu replied that he had heard of I. Kim Songu remarked that this place was far different from its name, Kowloon Hell. It looked anything but ordinary. Thaddeus chuckled, boasting that this extravagance was all thanks to Broher Raphael. Songu still felt smething was off. While two bald men observed from a distance, he pointed out the absurdity. Kowloon Hell only sent warriors here. And more importantly, there wasn't a single civilian inside. Thaddeus turned around, his eyes flashing with cunning. He grinned, evading the question meaningfully. "It's a secret." Suddenly, Thaddeus grabbed Songu's shoulder tightly, shifting to the main TPI. He asked directly, "You know about Pieter, right?" Songu confirmed he knew that a pole of glory. Songu admitted Pietro was a formidable figure. His mere existence was enough to throw the entire glory organization in cha. Thaddeus leaned in close, his smile vanishing. "I have no grudge against Pieter," he whispered, his voice full of killing intent. "But I need to meet him." Thaddeus's eyes became will, and he growled, "And kill him." Songu maintained a poker face, without a hint of emotion, at the Bloy declaration. Thaddeus again put an arm around his shoulder intimately, warning that Pietro was hiding right here and advising Songu to sick Chloe to him. He smirked smugly, acing superior. "Songu, I'll proc you." From a balcony, two bald henchmen waved the departing pair. One sfeffed that if Thaddeus kept going against the ranking Sisem, like Thai, Snur, or later, he'd be eliminated by the Congo Broher. The Oher asked who would win, and began Tegoip about old Sri's Ciencerning Glories Apol. In a flashback, Apol Nathaniel displayed absolute power, eliminating a musular test subject with Zhu one kick, proclaiming himself the strongest in the world. Two henchmen in Kowloon were still chattering. One cautiously asked if there were rumors of Smioni stronger than even the Congo Broher, while the Oher frantically TLD him to shut up. Bomb. A terrifying explosion blew away, Bull Minor Guar, and the brick walls shattered. The two bald men's eyes were wide with horror, their mouths agape and speechless at the sudden appearance. The shadows of two musular giant loomed over them, one sammered in fear, the Congo Broher. The profile of one of the two monsters appeared, Narain Kong, leader of the Shadwomen. his rank and skills unknown. The profile of the O'Hare was no less impressive. Mishaku Kong, also Shadwoman leader, with identical Sa. The two guard quickly denied everything. Without further Mishaku Kongo unleashed a devastating punch, crushing one guard into pulpy me. The O'Hare cold only whimper in despair, tears welling up as death approached. Narain Kongo grabbed the surviving guard's head and lifted him. His voice kel, "If you still dub, then experience it yourself." Narayan Kongo's blow-stained hand tightened its grip. He declared this an opportunity to assert dominance, stating that there were though superior even to their current disciple. The Congo brewers side by side, their aura overwhelming, declaring to Raphael that they would prove it with Pietro's Hea. Elsewhere, a high-ranking figure was being informed that the Shadman were hunting Pietro, but he merely replied with full confidence, "Who do you think I am?" This mysterious man was disguised as a Homelays person, and an ally in a green Hoai remarked that when it seems T disguise, Simon seems T min, praising him for becoming the great's beggar. The Homels man, pouring foe into bowl, grumbled that the CM pliement sounded incredibly annoying. He continued T lament, the injustice of having T work his back off, while Smiona else leisurely enjoyed themselves, even as a mouse nearby was eyeing a piece of cake. Scene change. A voice echoed from a phone in a filthy kithen. "What the hell are you talking aboo?" The voice continued to seem plain about being in a difficult situation, but the Homels man on the O'Hare end immediately exposed him. "Difficult, my A. I can tell Jews by the sound of the wind." It turned out the one pretending to suffer was Raphael, leisurely smoking by the wind W, and was read like an open bock by the O'Hare man. T the point he had. T asked back, "Are you spying on me?" The Homels man grumbled over the phone that while Smion else became a VIP as soon as they arrive, he had T fight for foe with Ra, but asserted that being in a ghostpo didn't mean he was happy. He explained the plan. T find Raphael's weak knee. He had T beck me one of the leaders T act freely without being guarded again, unlike his current situation. On the Ur N, Raphael sat by the wind W, casually asked if it was interesting T have a Zen Shadwoman under his CM mand upon arrival, then answered himself, "Of course N." Raphael analyzed the problem. "Think about if a new recruit joined your CM Panny but immediately became a B, how would you feel?" The Homels man was furious, waving his hand, swatting at the Ra, and yelling, "That arrogant Basar, I'll cut off his right arm." And he immediately realized the problem. Raphael CN firmed the biter CN sequence. "I've becked me a target for Tho Shajuman. What do you think?" Raphael glanced over his shoulder, asking loudly in the dark Ram, "Don't you agree, broer?" revealing two bald enforcers clothing their weapon. One of the two Shadowman leader, Narain Kong, was Suna. How did he know? "We simply CN sealed our presence." Raphael kept the phone, his face expression no need to be surprised. "This house was to clean the moment I stepped in." He continued to explain, glancing around the tidy Ram, "to be this clean when preparing for a gua. All knives and forks had been cleared away." Raphael looked at the empty chopstick holder, as if subtly removing all pinchal weapon. Narain Kongo sneer, admitting Raphael was quite perceptive. "Too bad for you, we can't welcome you as a leader." Raphael Als replied with a sarcastic smile. "I find it quite regrettable, because neither of you will have the chance to properly introduce yourself." He uttered a deadly threa. Narain Kongo growl. "Ha, who do you think you are Zhu because the bow has your back? Do you think you're Thado, the leader of the Shadwomen?" Mishaku Kong, the O'Hare man, brandishing a knife and an axe, snarl, "You'll sen find O, the one backing you up, is knowing." The two enforcers roar. Bo charged like wild bia, swinging their weapons directly at Raphael, who remained seat. Mishaku Kongo yell, CN evident, that they had cleared all weapons, and Raphael could only endure the attack, but then he froze, his face paling in horror, stammering, "What is the, why am I?" Before Mishaku, Kongo could even see comprehend what was happening. He was yanked backward in the air by an invisible force, his face blank with CN fusion, like a CW wearing a bow tie. Raphael sealedly grabbed the chain, uttering a chilling remark like a moralizing teacher. "Yulo need to learn from Srath." He swung the tablecloth, transforming the decorative item into deadly weapon that tightly wrapped around Narain Kongo's face, teaching him the terror of household item. Raphael whispered int, the ear of the utterly panic, blindfolded enforcer. Though it's already too late now. The two large enforcers were bundled up like rice cake bundle, lying dially on the B, while Raphael casually dozed his Han, telling them Tiju sleep here for now. In Sme Dark Kroner, the mysterious man disguised as a Homels person, while feeding Ra, called T Taunt Simon, Still jealous of me? Well, I'm going back to my happy life as a beggar. Back at the Sen, Raphael's looking at the two defeated men, muttering, Shadman and the Congo Broher. I came here as their boss friend, didn't I? He glanced at the knife and axe lying haphazardly on the floor. His mind began to analyze. Yet they still dared to brazenly try. To kill me? Raphael's face hardened, his eyes sharp as he realized there was a larger conspiracy. What the hell are these guys planning? Who are you? Elsewhere, a subordinate rushed into the main hall, yelling frantically, B, we're shrew. Thadu, the leader of this place, was leisurely sharpening a knife, seedly asking what was wrong, and was informed that the assassins sent out had been Ataki. The subordinate quickly aid, pressing the knife against a woman dummy. Ah, but they're no dead ye. Thaddeus growled, his face darkening with murderous intent. Wah! The subordinate turned pale with fear, quickly kneeling on the ground, begging, I'm Shry, B, please give me Ano her chance. He was utterly bewildered, no understanding the Bo's logi. Huh? They're still alive. Why is the Bo furious? Am I really about to be execute? Sweat poured from the subordinate, as if he had taken a bath as he continued to sink into pani. Suddenly, Thaddeus grabbed the subordinate by the claw and burst into insane laughter. Gah ha ha ha, I knew I. Thaddeus explained to his dim-whited subordinate. That guy, apart from the patriarch, never befriend anyone. Yet Smione, like him, brings a friend and makes him one of the leader? He sneered maliciously, including. It's clear as day he's aiming for smithing. We'll use this tea play him back. Excellent. In the dark alley of Kowloon Hell, Thaddeus spoke. Amazing, isn't I? Thaddeus offered a candied hawthorn skewer. It's delicious, Broher Songu. Wants me. But Songu Sialai refused, saying it was Jews like Dalgona candy. Thaddeus chewed the candy with puffed cheek, asking if Songus Loging was Alri, and received a perfunctory reply. Yeah, it's G. Songu smirka, his mind already calculating. Now I know. He analyzed the situation. This guy does know he was ambush. That means Smione dared to go over the leader's head to eliminate his ga. There's definitely a no-hair power behind Thi. Songu turned T directly, asked Thaddeus about the Shadman, asking if they treated him well. Songu was silent for a moment, his eyes sharp. Then he smirked mockingly. They welcomed me warmly. I didn't know what T. Songu began the psychological warfare. By the way, Mazer, I have smithing. I'm curious, Abu. You told me to call you Broer to be seem fordable. He glanced at Thado, delivering the final blow. So why aren't the Shadwoman Broer? Thaddeus froze, stunned by Songu's sharp question. But the Apol quickly regained his arrogant demeanor, flicking Songu's forehead. Azak speast of Broher Songu, as sharp as an old man. Songu slung an arm around Thado, seeing through the whole charade. In Oher were, except for you, everyone here is an outsider, right? Thaddeus chuckled, admitting. That's right, he explained clearly. Among Tho here, only I am a Lowell. The Shadwomen are an assassin organization from the mainland. Mercenaries sent to capture Pieter. Thaddeus smirked slyly. But they didn't like me. If the leaders of the Shadmen, the Congo Broer, Cath Pietro Furs, they will take my place and try to eliminate me. Songu was speechless. You can still laugh when you're about to die? Thaddeus replied nonchalantly. It's fun, isn't I? Except for the part about dying. Thaddeus looked directly at Songu, asking a loaded question. What do you think, Broher Songu? Do you think I will die? Songu asked Thaddeus directly. Then why are you trying to cath him? The Apolju smirked and replied, No, at all. Both of them spept in a dark alley. Thaddeus gestured forward, declaring, We're here. It's because of thee. Songu looked up, his expression full of CN fusion. In front of them was an old building sandwiched between two tall apartment simplex. Songu asked, This building? Is this why you want T-Cath Pieter? Thaddeus affirmed nonchalantly. That's right, this place. Is my moher's home. And it's Al's, why I have T-Fi. The Apol clenched his fi, his eyes determined. I need T kill Pietro T proec my moher. Songu listened in silence, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a piercing scream made Thaddeus jump. Why? What was the? Songu immediately became alert, growling. Hurry, what's going on? A panicked voice echoed through the alley. Someone's Dea. Below, an army of Shadmen had surrounded the entire area, and two CR pieces were hanging high above. Songu's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the assassin. He recalled the two bald men who had broken into his house, his mind full of question. They were the assassins who came to my house, but there's no way they're Dea. I only knoked them, ooh. Songu analyzed the situation at lightning speed. Publicly displaying the CRPSs like this means they admit failure. But that can't be the Rians. Why? Seeing Songa's expression, Thaddeus asked, Bro her Songu, what's wrong? Have you met them before? Songu simply reply, what happened to them? Songa's eyes sharpen, a terrifying hypothesis flashing in his min, don't tell me. All the Shajumen bowed in unison to welcome me, the two Nukmer, one of them shouting loudly, welcome me, Brohers Kong. The leader, Narain Kong, with his thick bear, spoke in a deep, menacing voice. I heard there was an unfortunate incident last night. Oh, two Shadwomen Broer. Thaddeus explained to Songu. They came to greet the new leader. Narain Kongo pressed close to Songu, growling. Rai? Songu reluctantly replied, yea. The leader continued pressure him. But after meeting you, their boys were disfear. Is that Kre? Songa's expression remained unchanged, admitting bluntly. It's true that they were disferred after meeting me, but their deaths have knowing TD with me. Songa's eyes widened, as if he realized something unusual in the opponent's were. Mishaku Kongo raised his phone, smirking. Then let me show you that it does have smething TD with I? Songu cautiously asked. Show me, wa? Songu's eyes reflect the light from the phone's screen. He knew trouble was brewing. The giant shoved the phone close to Songu's face. Roaring, see for yourself. On the screen was CCTV footage, showing the two bald assassins entering Songu's ROM, and never seeming OU. Mishaku Kongo smirked triumphantly. Do you have anything else to say, Leader Kim Songu? Songu zealedly realized the entire shem. So this was a plan to kill me, using the guise of friend of the Fashion leader to get in here. Thaddeus suddenly spoke up, reminding the Kongo broher, and hey Bo, you know our rule, didn't you? Thaddeus turned away, explaining the rules of the game. Our rules about brohers killing each O'Hare without Rias. Songu smirka. Appearing all too familiar with these dirty trick. I know them well, he said loudly, clearly stating the final punishment as if sentencing himself. Execution immediately. The scent of the deadly alley appear, two CRPSs hanging above, and below, an entire army of Shadwomen surrounding them. Songu thought in himself, this is a perfect trap. They used the gang's own rules to kroner bow of them, to their deaths in front of everyone. Narayan Kongo bared his teeth and grin, ordering, then Leader Kim Songu. Four Shadwomen immediately pointed their spears at Songu, ready to carry out the execution. Will be execute. Thaddeus patted Songa's shoulder, his teen moking. Broher Songu, say smething, tell them you didn't d. He narrowed his eye, his mind raced rapidly. Strange. The bald Kongo brohers aren't using Songu as buy, so their target is only one. Narain Kongo unexpectedly spoke up, turning the table. Why? I forego smething very important. He pointed directly at Thaddeus. Come T. Think of I. Weren't you the one who brought this criminal here? The Shadwoman leader growled, his eyes full of meaning. You must know better than anyone what this mean. Thaddeus unders immediately. These guys wanted to overthrow him, their leader. The two Shadwoman leaders smirked sinisterly, their eyes flashing with fierce red lie. When there's a problem like Thai, there's only one solution. You have TD the same. Rai, leader? The Shadwoman sliders laughed boisterously, moking. Is he about T-cry? So the Kongo browers are going to be the new bow? Humph. Mishaku Kongo cleared his throat, but was interrupted. Thaddeus burst into maniacal laughter, completely disregarding everyone. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Kongo broher. It seems the head on your shoulders aren't Jew for show after all. Mishaku Kongo roare, his fizz clunche. Wath your were, leader. Be careful your sharp TNG doesn't get pulled out when you lees expec I. Thaddeus wiped away tears from laughter, his voice full of sarcasm. Oh my misak. Ju wanted to say. His eyes flashed with a deadly red glint, his smile turning sinister. You guys look utterly ridiculous trying TAC Dangeroo. The two giants ses blocking Thaddeus's path. Challenging. Feel free to clash with us anytime. After all, you have knowing left T regret, Rai? Narayan Kongo roar, his face filled with murderous intent. You didn't even have a family to worry about. With Tha, Mishaku Kongo flexed his muzzle, preparing to strike. Who? The giant charged forward like a wild bia, launching an earth-shattering spinning kick toward Thaddeus. Songu showed a flicker of surprise, while the Shadwoman gaped in astonishment. What the hell? Is that really a human kick? One Shadwoman Seldier couldn't believe his eye, stammering. What is the impossible? Mishaku Kongo was Sune. His devastating kick had been blocked by Thaddeus with Jew's one han. Songu thought T himself. Even if Thaddeus hadn't unleashed his full power and bloked that kick with one han. These Congo brohers were truly the real deal. Apole candidates who were no joke. Mishaku Kongo's devastating kick was effortlessly bloked by Thado, leaving the giant unable to believe his eye. Thaddeus curled his lips into sneer, uttering a Chinese idiom. Loud thunder, but little rain. Moking the Oherman for being all talk. He continued to provoke. Why is your mouths much more prousive than your kick, huh? Mishaku Kongo was furious. His veins bulged as his opponent openly disrespected him. Thaddeus still held the giant's leg, calmly reddert. A barking DG doesn't bite. If you keep babbling like thee. He looked straight into his opponent's eye, his voice full of provocation. Are you afraid to actually fi? One shadwoman Seldier broke out in a CLD sway, realizing this was a life or death battle between Bo and small fry like them would get wiped out instantly if they interfere. The Seldier concluded that the only certainty now was that one of the two would die, while Thaddeus's eyes blazed with fierce red lie. Mishaku Kongo was no TB outne, his eyes blazed with murderous intent, preparing for an earth-shattering battle. Jews as the two monsters were about to clash, Songu unexpectedly intervened, sealedly declaring, "That's enough." Mishaku Kongo roar, "You basar." But Thaddeus calmly replie, "No need to rush. We'll CME for your head later." Juz Ui. Narain Kong, the Oherjian, was about to speak but suddenly froze, his face changing chlor and astonishment. Songu held up his phone, sealedly asking, "How about thee? Is this enough to resolve the misunderstanding about me?" Rendering Narain Kongo speechless. Songu curled his lips into smile, beginning to explain his plan. "It's no that hard to understand." He recounted that in a tidy ROM prepared for gay, he had been eager to CK smething delishu. However, upon entering the kitchen, he realized there was no cutlery, a clear weapon prevention measure. Songu sat on the windowsill, explaining that he unders knives and forks cold be used as emergency weapon, and this world was inherently dangerous, as a precaution. He had prepared his own insurance, which was the phone secretly recriting in his poke. And juice then, two drunken men accidentally barged into his ROM, but they were drunk. Realized they were in the wrong place. Songu recounted his plan. They didn't want talk sense. I had note help them spare up by putting them to sleep. He held up his phone, a sneer on his face. But here's where the problem began. In the Vide, the two drunken men were neatly subdued and placed on the B. Immediately after, two identical individuals quietly entered the ROM and carried their CM raids away. A clumsy AC caught by the hidden camera. Songu looked straight at the two Guardian Jian, his gaze sharp. "Now wah, still want to fight to the death?" The giant Narayan Kongo gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, realizing he had fallen in this kid's trap from the very beginning. The two Guardian Giant bowed their head in defeat. Narayan Kongo mumble, "We apologize for the misunderstanding." But Songu interrupted. "You're apologizing to the wrong person." Songu jerked his chin toward Thado, who's waving with his arms crow. "Apologize to your leader." Mishaku Kongo's eyes blazed with fury, growling in his min. "That brat Kim Songu dared to play us for foal." Backed int a crinner. The two giant had no choice but bow deeply before Thado, stammering out apology. Thaddeus burst into maniacal laughter, feigning forgiveness. It's fine, everyone makes mistakes sometime. I almost accidentally killed you guy." He slung his arm around Songu familiarly, and the two walked away, leaving the two Guardian Giant rode to the sp. Mishaku Kongo still couldn't swallow his anger, his eyes glinted with deadly intent. "Juz Ui, you bra." The Sene shifted, to the Kowloon District at dusk, a place chaotic yet poetic. On the Raft P, Thaddeus had changed int casual clohe, citing casually scrolling on his phone with a pensive expression. Someone unexpectedly asked, "What are you looking at us intently?" Songu had appeared out of nowhere. Thaddeus startled, turned around. "Ah, broher Songu, it's knowing." He held out his phone. On the screen was the only remaining family foe of, "Hi, Juice, a family PH. What do you think?" Songu silently gazed at the PH, his eyes simplex, as if he had seen through a part of this eccentric assassin's paw. Songu looked at the family.ph, smiling faintly. "It looks truly peaceful. Everyone seems happy." The Go of Kowloon gave a forced laugh, beginning to recount his paw. "Yeah, but my father passed away no long after I was born, and as for my mohair, I didn't even remember her face anymore." A flashback showed the Go of Kowloon's mohair sanding in the rain, sealedly promising, "I'll see me back when the rain spee." But that was the last time he saw his mohair. leaving the young Go of Kowloon huddled alone in the pouring rain. The Go of Kowloon suddenly burst into an awkward laugh, waving his han. Ah, what nonsense am I spouting? How embarrassing. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. Songgu unexpectedly spoke, his voice deepening. I'm enviou. The Go of Kowloon froze, no understanding what was happening. Songgu Tintinu. You still have a family, T remember. The Go of Kowloon turned and asked directly. You don't have family but Yach? A memory flashed through Songus Min, the image of a little girl speeing in Smion's arm. Songgu sneer, his voice full of sarcasm. Family? Forget family PH. I've never even taken a single picture. The Go of Kowloon was surprised. Wow, are you from the 80? I heard Glory didn't allow foe back then. Even D ranks were forbidden? Songgu replied vaguely, his eyes dissan. I'm no sure. But after all this is over, I want take a foe with my broer. Hearing Tha, the Go of Kowloon became excited, jumping up. Yeah. How about Thee? Since we're bo lonely soul, we beck me true broher? He slung an arm around Songa's shoulder, grinning widely. Let's swear broher ho and take a foe together. I'll treat you tea-candied fruit skewers for life. Songgu glanced over, his face as CLD as Snee, devoid of any emoan. Did I ever say I liked honey CMB candy? Songgu retrot, pouring CLD water on the idea. The Go of Kowloon remained persistent, trying to pull Songgu along. Come on, Songgu. Why are you Kel? Jus go with the flow. The Sene Shifta, a woan satwe of a demonic mask slowly taking shape under dim lie. Songgu's hand were meticulously carving each line on a piece of woe with a knife, his movement skilled and precise. The work was complete, a bust of an elderly bearded man, his eyes full of dignity and experience, as if entaining a lifetime of battle. The Go of Kowloon, acing like a senior, TLD Songgu, that he was apologizing to the wrong person, and should apologize to the gang leader in C. Crack, the Shadwoman leader, Mishaku Kong, crushed the Woan Satue in his han. He roared, declaring he would kill all Thobasard and their Fashion. A subordinate rushed in, his voice panic. Sir, Pietro has appeared, making the leader flinch. The leader roared, demanding an explanation, but the subordinate was terrified to speak clearly. He continued sammer inherently, only able to make meaningals sund in his terror. Suddenly, a voice bombed from the loudspeaker, and the two Shadwoman leaders snapped their head up, realizing it was Pietro's message. Pietro announced that he would hold a party in Kowloon Hill tomorrow, for anyone who wished to meet him. He even taunted, asking Gez to prepare a few trivial items, adult diaper, high intelligence, and a weapon for decapitation. And when asked about the loation, Songgu grinned sinisterly in the me, stating Klai, it's a secret. Mishaku Kongo was furious, unable to believe that this old man, practically at death's DR, dared to challenge all of Kowloon Hell. Songgu ended the announcement with a Chinese phrase, have you eaten ye? Then delivered a kick that shattered the loudspeaker. The two leaders amid their knocked-out subordinate, realizing that Tay was truly a day of reckoning, with one troublemaker after Anohir showing up. One of them roared, crushing a shard underf. A party, you say? Bo leaders' eyes blazed with fury, declaring they would wait and see, swearing to display Pietro's head right at the main gate of Kowloon Hell. In a dark alley of Kowloon, the Go of Kowloon muttery, no understanding what the hell Songgu was thinking. He wondered why Songgu, knowing the whole world was hunting him, chodi poke a hornet's ne. The Go of Kowloon reached his chin in though, admitting that if Songgu go ka, head deserve I. But there was still one thing he called tame prehen. He mumbled that the Congo brohers were frantically searching, and in this situation, Pietro was clearly at a disadvantage, and they owls wanted to prevent him from cathing the prey himself. The Go of Kowloon placed a hand on Songa's shoulder, confidently offering, don't worry, Songgu. I can help cath that Pietro. But Songgu brushed his hand away. The redhead declared firmly, I won't put you in danger, because I will kill Pietro with my own han. On a raft P, a muscular blonde man TK a drag from his cigarette, smirking. It's been a long time since I've Denethi. He shrieked with amusement, chuckling. I wonder how many will show up. I'm excited. The blonde man lit an O'Hare cigarette, his eyes filled with madney. Alri, let's kick off this insane party, shall we? In the bald men's lair, a subordinate rushed in, stammering T-speed them. You cano enter right now. An O'Hare subordinate looked at his sweating CM raid, wondering why he was tense. The more experienced subordinate explained, don't, you know what's happening. Their killing intent is exactly like it was back then. He began to recount the paw. Decades ag, Kuntal's assassin sect sprang up like mushroom, vying for power. turning the entire continent into chaotic battlefield. History turned a new page when two monsters appear, dubbed the burden of the continent, the Congo Brower, who unified thousands of Se. Inside the ROM, a sinewy hand gripped a barbell, declaring, "Toei end here." Her deep voice resonate, sound G, while sweat streamed and his bulging muscular boy. Crash! A giant kettlebell was hurled straight onto the floor, creating a terrifying impa. A pair of bare feet landed from above, hovering amid Rusi iron chain. A series of O'Hare giant kettlebells were all's drop, shaking the entire ROM. One of the two giants spoke, his muzzles Tau. "It's time for everything T return T it proper order." Narayan Kong, his eyes blazing, growl. "We will reclaim the title of Glory Disciple." Mishaku Kongo continued with an equally brutal expression. "A title we merely lent T that bra." Bo Kongo Brohair's twirling amid the pile of iron way, firmly declaring they would break Pietro's neck right in front of them. Back in the alley, the go of Kowlon loped bewilder. "Broher, is this where you said wed meet in secret? Is the Shadowman's lair really safe?" Apol Simon was tearing the ROM apart, searching for hidden camera, panicked by how similar this trap was. T. Pietro's style, while the main character calmly sat on the bed telling the old man no TSRE. Pietro smirked with a knowing smile, dropping a philosophical line. "It's right under your no," implying that what you're looking for is always in the obvious place. Pietro analyzed that the Shadwoman leader, after being humiliated for lowing face, wouldn't resort to childish surveillance tactic like cameras anymore. Pietro suddenly felt smething was off, but dismissed it when Apole Simon asked, thinking Smione like him wouldn't understand this feeling. Pietro explained it was the feeling of sighting Acro from me, and Apole Simon seemed to have absorbed the psychological blow. Apole Simon grinned creepily, taunting Pieter. "Booty, you're Sar, aren't you? Meeting your doppelganger means one of us has to die." Pietro merely sneer, no bohering to engage with the old man's sale joke. Pietro turned away, snapping, "If you're going to talk nonsense, leave," making Apole Simon overjoy, thinking his joke was finally acknowledged after 50 years. Putting the joking aside, Apole Simon seriously asked Pietro a question that had been boring him for a long time. Apole Simon questioned directly, "Why did you order me declare war on the Shadwoman?" He pointed out the absurdity of a heavily wanted fugitive, with a 7.6 billion bounty shouting, "I'm here, to challenge an entire organization." Apole Simon suddenly had an epiphany, seemingly guessing the intention, and Pietro, CL'd Lee, CN firm. "If you're thinking what I think you're thinking, then ye." Pietro's tall, exuding an overwhelming aura, and declared concisely, "I want to create a diversion." The plan was summarized with a simple diagram. Use a feigned attack to lure the guard to a random location, diverting their attention. Pietro assigned the task to Apole Simon. "In O'Hare were, you'll disguise yourself as my older self. Lure the Shadman to gather in one place, while I'll infiltrate the empty Kowlon Hell to find Raphael's weakness." Apole Simon cold only smirk in admiration at Pietro's insane plan and grand vision. Old man Simon clapped Pietro on the shoulder excitedly, praising the plan as brilliant, causing Pietro to snap. "Don't do that while looking at me like the." Pietro cautioned Apole Simon as he climbed out the window. "Be careful, the Congo Brohers are no ordinary people. A slip-up and you're dea." Apole Simon turned back with a defiant grin, his aura completely change. "Buddy? You think he'll let them eat me? Don't worry, I won't low again." In the Kowlon Hell Disri, narrow alleys and old casino signs created a scene rife with danger. Songu strolled leisurely through the filthy alley, telling himself the plan was still on track, but there was still one unresolved issue. His eyes were sharp, the Caucasian surfacing in his min. Where exactly is Raphael's weakness? He analyzed. Normally, the location of a weakness would be obvious, the more important it the stricer the guarding. But Songu looked around and realized there was no such place in Kowlon Hell, making him wonder where it could be hidden. Songu put himself in Raphael's shoe. If it were me, would I hide the weakness in a secluded place? Or, his eyes flashed as a bold hypothesis arrayed him. Songu smirka, recalling a basic principle. "It's right under your no." Sometimes the close things are the hardest to noise. He suddenly turned, his eyes filled with determination. "It's there." Songu dashed off, his mind working at full capacity. If it's the safe's place, then there's no need for heavy guar. He zipped through the alleys at breakneck speed, heading toward the safe's place in Kowlon Hell. "In the darkness," Songu affirmed. "It's the place where the strongest person rake most sensitively. The place he must proact with his life." He looked up, his gaze fixed on an old building. The weakness is right there. The target was identify. Thaddeus's family home. Songgu approach, noising smething strange. Come, to think of this place doesn't seem to have any security measures at all. He raised his han, muttering doubtfully. Is it really hidden here? If how is it hidden? Suddenly, the go of Kowloon appeared right behind him, his voice chilling. What are you ding, Songgu? Thaddeus grabbed Songus Rai, his eyes showing clear annoyance. What are you trying to at my moher's house? He threw his face, Clota Songgu, his red eyes filled with killing intent, growling. Why aren't you answering me? Songgu Zhu silently observed, thinking T himself. He's reacting T sensitively. He must find me suspicious no matter what. What should I now? Songgu casually made up a sry, using a broken brick as an excuse. I noiced it last time I was here. A brick at the entrance was broken. He sat down and wedged a piece of woe into the broken brick. Your moher might trip when she sems home. It's Dronzer. The go of Kowloon froze, his killing intent vanishing, leaving only a bewildered expression at Songgu's Asion. Songgu's up, doozing off his han, about to slip away. I'm leaving now. I'll visit against me time. But the go of Kowloon called him back. The go of Kowloon's attitude changed 180 degrees, putting an arm around Songgu and grinning. Since you're here, why no see me in and see my moher's house for a bee? Songgu reluctantly agreed, thinking his plan was going in the right direction. The two entered the building. Songgu see an evident that everything was going smoother than expected. As he stepped through the doctor, Songgu spe, his eyes showing clear astonishment. The go of Kowloon cheerfully intruce. Welcome me to my moher's house, Songgu. While the house looked surprisingly chi and clean, Songgu sand the ram, his brain swithing tea analysis choking. How can a derelict house be maintained well? The go of Kowloon turned back, revealing a bombshell. Do you know you're the first person to ever enter here? He smiled seriously, emphasizing, until now, this house has never welcomed any goo. Songgu looked directly at the go of Kowloon, assessing him internally. The title Go of Kowloon, yet he looks as naive. Songgu's gaze suddenly flickered, a crunner of the ram, spoing smething familiar. He recognized a moher of pearl inlaid cabin, exactly like the ones from his home. When, and the go of Kowloon affirmed, it was a gift from his father. His moher. The go of Kowloon touched the cabinet Dr. CNFing with difficulty. But I can't open He Honesly said that he no longer remembered his moher's voice, or any memories of her. The go of Kowloon placed his hand on the cabinet doctor, his voice deepening. The only trace of her left in this house is the scent inside this cabin. He brought his face close the cabin, his voice filled with fear. Every time I remember her and try to open the cabin, I'm afraid the remaining scent will disappear. Songgu listened silently, then suddenly spoke. I'm Surai, making the go of Kowloon turn back in surprise. The ho news spree, Pietro has appeared. Thaddeus, standing with Songgu, instantly became agitate. Pieter, he's finally here. Tito, full of fighting spirit. Roar. Let's go get him. But Ju as he was about to rush forward. Songgu grabbed him by the claw and CLDeli declare. N. Songgu als wanted T follow. But Thaddeus quickly spept him, warning in Apani. N. Songgu. Pietro is an extremely dangerous man. Thaddeus flashed a confident smile, pointing and ordering. Ju say here Songgu. I'll go cath Pieter. In a dark alley in Kowloon, Pietro mutered Kel himself, realizing this was Ju, a diversionary Tassi. The old man Pietro continued his monologue, mocking his own plan to dive in the sea, then finding it amusing. Pietro strolled leisurely, holding his sword sheath, thinking to himself that the shadmen were all bark and no bite, causing a ruckus but with no one showing up, no even the Congo brower. A worm plank suddenly flew pa Pietro's face, and the old man's eyes widened as he realized smething was Ami. The woman plank shattered right in front of him, and Pietro was still reeling from the unexpected attack. Immediately after, a terrifying explosion occurred right where Pietro had just been, shattering the ground as if struck by a meteor. From within the smoke and dew, two bald giant with eyes glowing red like headlight appear, growling, "Heaven truly helps you, I didn't expect to find him immediately." The Congo brohairs looked at each her, their assassin eyes gleaming brightly. The prey was already in their sigh. Looking at the prey standing amid the rubble, one of the two bald men spoke, Cien firming, Mishaku Congo smirke, acknowledging that the rumors about Glory's legend were no false. A diamond is still a diamond, even in Mew. I can't believe the old man insensively bloked our preemptive strike. Pietro was kneeling on one knee in a defensive stance, holding his sword sheath, which he had used to parry the attack. He had clearly bloked an attack he hadn't even seen. The old man show a sharp glare, silently screaming in his min. My friend, please hurry up a little. Pietro gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, clearly acing. These guys are no small fry. Suddenly, Pietro swift to acing mo, cluthing his back as if in pain. Oh my back! Attacking an old man? Kid these days truly have no respect for their elder. The old man squint, a cunning smile appearing. If that's the case, then there's no her choice. From now on this old man will teach you a les. Mishaku Kongo paid no mind to the taun, his blowho eyes gleaming with deadly intent. Don't worry too much. Well humbly tear you to shray. Mishaku Kongo's eyes flared with crimson killing intent, ready to crush his prey. At the same time, Thaddeus was al seething with rage, roaring in his min. What the hell is Pietro's subordinate ding here? It turned out he was seeing Songu, Pietro's O'Hare identity, standing mysteriously by the doctor. Back on the battlefield, the two Congo giants swearing before Pieter, officially declaring, finally, we me, Apollo Pieter. Narayan Congo sneer, recognizing the old man's weapon. I didn't expect Pietro to use a longsword, but swa. Pietro's sword had shattered after the preemptive strike. Truly, the tiger's fangs had been broken. Pietro gritted his teeth, clearly defining his mission. Note defeat them, but by time by impersonating Pietro's that my friend can fouse on finding Raphael's Achilles heel. But as the old man finished his though, Narayan Congo unleashed a devastating punch, making Pietro wonder if he was skilled enough by time. Crash! The mised punch created a massive crater, blowing Pietro away like a leaf. Thrown in the air, Pietro laughed maniacally, acknowledging his opponent's terrifying power. Jus, as the rumors say. One blow is enough. Send me off. These are the ones who unified the continent. Mishaku Kongo seemed surprised by the old man's agility, but then he sneered. But with a tiger that has low all at fang, the giant charged forward with terrifying speed, roaring, You're knowing but a K, farewell. Suddenly, Mishaku Kongo's eye widened in extreme shock. A sharp sword fragment was pressed against his pupil. Fast he couldn't ria. It turned out Pietro had narrowly dodged the attack and used the sword's own fragment to counterattack. Mishaku Kongo froze, unable to believe what had happened. Hua! He raised a hand at his cheek, where a bleeding cut appeared, leaving him bewildered. I was Q? The sword is broken. How is that possible? From behind him, Pietro's CLD voice rang. Oh, I didn't think this is the time to be disgrace. Seeing his broher humiliate, Narayan Congo furiously lunged forward, shouting, You're going to low the res of your teeth. Pietro merely smirked, his voice full of challenge. Teeth, you say? How interesting. Narayan Congo suddenly froze, his eyes wide as he realized smithing utterly illogical. Pietro simply offered a knowing smile, challenging the giant before him. It turned out that in the instant he dodged the attack, Pietro had used his sword sheath to strike Mishaku Kongo acro the face, an attack no one had expected. The Tug old man sneer, making a sharp declaration. Even without teeth, I can still tear you apart with my gum. Mishaku Kongo was Sune. Unable to believe he didn't attack with the sword, but with the sheath. Swish! Pietro glided past like a gust of wind, leaving the giant frozen in place. Standing at a distance, Pietro slung his sword sheath over his shoulder, taunting, What's wrong, Congo brah? Lo, you're fighting Speary? Are you sar? This isn't a game for key. Mishaku Kongo cloothed the cut on his cheek, finally having admi. Alrig, we underestimated you. He stared directly at his opponent, growling. Even without teeth, a tiger is still a tiger. Bo Congo brohers looked at each oher, deciding it was time to settle the sri. Their eyes blazing, Bo roar. We'll go all ooh, and charged into attack with a serious martial stance. Pietro flinched, his eyes widening at the sudden speed of his two enemy. Crash! A CM-bind attack from the two giants struck Duln, cracking the ground open. Two seal thighs lunged from two sides, forming a deadly pincer. Pietro frowned, realizing immediately, they're phaser than before. If this high, the two old man grated his teeth, knowing the out-me. Like my swore, my boy, will shader int peace. The disruptive attack slammed Dawn on Pietro's portion, creating an earth-shadering explosion. But the old man had dodged, CLD uttering. That's only if I get high. Pietro maintained a terrifyingly calm expression. I've already read their movement. Now, all that's left is for my sword strikes to finish them. A sharp sword stroke sliced through the air. Pietro wielded his sabre like a silken ribbon, continuously slashing at the two Gian, determined to carve them up mercilessly. But the two old man paused, realizing smething absurd. What? Why? All his attacks landed perfectly. Yet why were they no affray? The two hulking brute, eyes blazing didn't bow her to defend, instead charging forward to attack, completely unafraid of injury. Pietro realized the problem. They were getting stronger. The slashes from his sabre were merely tickle. They knew he had no serious weapon to truly harm them. Mishaku Kongo growled a challenge, grabbing Pietro's hun. Keep slashing, 100 n, 1,000 times if you wish. Pietro froze. The giant's guardian hand had seized him tightly. The giant smirked sinisterly. But if you let yourself be caught Jew once, your bones will shatter and do. Pietro moved like lightning, spinning T. Deliver a kick. T Mishaku Kongo's face. Muttering. You're the craziest bastard I've ever met. The tug old man dodged an attack, maintaining a CLD expression. However, mere madness won't be enough to cath me. Mishaku Kongo sneer, blow oozing from the corner of his mouth. But what can you? I can still cath you with thigh. Pietro suddenly felt smithing was wrong. A cloal shadow was engulfing him. What is the? Why is there suddenly a dark shadow? From the ceiling, Narayan Kong, the Oher Jian, was swinging a massive iron flail, CNS'd by a cloal chain. Pietro looked up, his face changing, cursing, damn I. Whew. The iron flail descended with terrifying speed, creating an explosion that shocked the entire ROM. Pietro's entire boy trembled, his face flushed red from the shockwave of the explosion. Narayan Kongo burst into savage laugh. Gah ha 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 ha. No matter how formidable you are, there's no way you can kill us with a mere sabar. Pietro slowly go up amid the rubble, his entire boy aching, letting out a cue. So this is why they kept charging at me. The two gold man looked at his tattered hand, bitterly realizing, they made me foos on one spee, then delivered a finishing blow when I let my guard down. Pietro stared straight in the air, his eyes sharp. Broer, I think this will be the end for the name Pieter. The legendary assassin's eyes flashed with deadly resolve, signaling an impending reversal. The two bald Congo broers superior, taunting Pieter. You should have continued living like a raw. Narayan Kongo smirked sinisterly, thanking Pietro for being their punching bag, allowing them to be promoted to Apole. Suddenly, the bald man choked when he heard Pietro's reply, a flicker of unease appearing in his eye. Pietro sneered, his voice full of sarcasm. I'm the one who should thank you for being merciful to an old passes prime tiger. The Tug old man revealed his han, drawing a razor-sharp dagger. You've given me a new pair of fang. The Congo brohers burst out laughing, still smug. What are you going to eat with that puny knife? It's no different from your trashy saber. Pietro's up sry, his killing intent surging. Then open your eyes and see what happens when I wield a blade. Only then did the two guardians realize they had poked a hornet's neigh, their faces changing. Wait. Pietro exhaled, and the entire space seemed to solidify. Everything in the air, matter, and breath. The scene of the entire dilapidated building appear, all came to a halt. Countless invisible slashes tray through the entire building, sparing only the sword sane. The building continued to be shredded in Kuntal's fragment in the blink of an eye. The Congo bro hairs at the eye of the SRM, their faces pale with terror, realizing their fatal massacre. Amid the shower of woe fragment, Pietro unleashed his decisive slash, and the two bald men finally under. This guy wasn't aiming for us at all. The two gold man uttered a challenging phrase in Chinese, revealing that his goal from the start was to collapse this entire cage. Crash. The entire building crumbled into ruins amid the desperate screams of the two guardian. Pietro muted T himself, reporting to his broer that he was buying time as planned, but this identity was alls about to be disarde. Amid the rubble, the legendary assassin narrowed his eye. Low in though, the two gold man had admit one truth. These guys were the real deal. From within the brick fragment, the two Congo guardians slowly go up, growling their enemy's name. Pieter. A stranger appeared amid the rubble, looking dumb at the Congo brohers and declaring himself the gang leader, making the two guardians lock up. The go of Kowlon, Thado, SFFE, thinking he was a sept late, and wondering why Tho 2 wanted to tear apart a dying old man. The Congo brohers roar, eyes blazing, declaring that they had turned Pietro into half a crups and left knowing for the late Hekmer. Thaddeus merely asked a provocative question. Do you think that's unfair? He grinned, TK off his glace, and reassured the two bald men that he wasn't here to fight over their prey. A panoramic view of the Kowlon Hill Disri, a Crete labyrinth shrouded in gloomy night. Thaddeus amid the Senna, muttering that the collapsed building made it difficult to find any trace. But he else had dud aid me. This Pietro was a mazer who could make anyone tremble with fear. With this level of disruption, Thaddeus believed this was the real Pieter, no sme small fry. Suddenly, he paused, realizing something utterly illogical about the entire situation. He recalled the wound on the Congo brower, a detail that didn't math at all. He included that they weren't slashes from a kithen knife, but from a different kind of weapon. He wondered, why would a mazer like Pietro leave such shallow cu? That cold only mean one thing. The old man's goal wasn't kill. Thaddeus bent down and picked up the pen, transformed into weapon, wondering, Pieter, who exactly are you? Why did you see me to Kowloon hell? He gripped the pen with the label for external use, his eyes filled with contemplation and vigilance. In Anohir apartment, within an old building in the heart of Kowloon, Chairman Choi's trused subordinate had found the place that the go of Kowloon, Thadeu, would risk his life pro. He's before an antique cabinet exquisitely inlaid with mohair of pearl, including that this was the secret house. He reached out toward the cabin, cldly speculating. The probability that Raphael's weakness is in this house Chairman Choi's true's subordinate, with a sharp gaze. Continued T. Analyzed the situation in the secret ROM. He imagined Go of Kowloon placing his hand on the antique cabin, his internal monologue playing. Every time I remember her and open this cabin, I fear the lingering scent will vanish. The subordinate reached toward the cabinet speculating that Raphael's weakness might lie within, or perhaps N. He muted Logically, he couldn't open this wardrobe, doctor, even though it had no simple lock. Suddenly, a call came from Simon Kage. Pieter, why is the investigation taking so long? The subordinate answered the phone. Simon, thanks to you, my investigation is going very slowly. Have you found anything ye? The subordinate, who was actually Pieter, walked out of the alley while speaking into the phone. I'll tell you when we meet. Have you escaped the Senna safely? The path I showed you earlier is dangerous now. D's take the back way. Amid the cramped and chaotic alleys of Kowloon, a figure was advancing. Go of Kowloon Thaddeus walked amid the piles of garbage, his chongsam stained with battle grime. He had used his proesive glasses and began to use his monstrous intellect to analyze. Let me think this over. Thaddeus muter, wondering why Pietro would flaunt himself as if saying "Cath me if you can," when he was perfectly capable of moving in the shadow. He continued T. Kijin if there was a reason for such overt ASEAN. And why? Thaddeus put himself in his opponent's shoe. If I were Pieter, what would I? An idea flashed in his min. What if I had Smeon else impersonate me? While I went to find what I truly wanty. Go of Kowloon's eyes widened as the pieces clicked in place. He had seen through his opponent's plan. Right in the back alley, Thaddeus was already waiting, blocking the path of Pietro as he stepped Pietro turned around with a cian-evident smile. Ah, you're back? Thaddeus grinned widely, replying with feigned friendline. Kept you waiting, didn't I? By the way, who are you talking to on the phone? Pietro nonchalantly replied. Oh, Ju's an acquaintance. We haven't talked in a long time. Thaddeus laughed even louder. Ah, I see. Please feel free to continue your conversation. Boo. He bared his teeth in a meaningful and threatening smile. If they're your friend, then they're my friend, right? Pietro smirked confidently, replying to Go of Kowloon's sarcastic question. Of course. Without unoher word, Go of Kowloon snathed the phone from Pietro's hand. He leaned close to Pietro's face, his voice full of provocation. Then he'd like to say, hello, may I? Go of Kowloon put the phone to his ear, adjusted his glaze, his sharp gaze commanding the person on the her n. Silence. Simon Kageo's voice came from the phone, sunding worry. Sangu, what's going on? Go of Kowloon stared at Pieter, continuing his psychological warfare. Are you fluzered because I take your phone, or is it for Anoher Rians? Over the phone, Simon Kageo continued why did you go silent while ordering? Sir? Pietro remained silent like a statue, even as Go of Kowloon tried to read his intention. Go of Kowloon thought to himself. He had figured out his opponent. Based on my deduction, you're talking to the real Pieter, aren't you? Pietro didn't utter a single word, but in his min, he thought the opposite. N.I.D. Needn't he say anything, because I've been waiting for you, and D exactly the. He continued his internal monologue, his gaze unwavering. And right now, you have no idea that you're in a quagmire. Go of Kowloon began T low. Patience, seeing his opponent T calm, his eyes wide with a glare. Simon Kageo's voice on the phone suddenly changed T ni, shouting, if you're placing a delivery order then finalize I. Go of Kowloon was dumbfounded, completely bewildered by what was happening. Delivery? What the hell? Buying wa? Simon Kageo continued the charade. Hurry up and tell me if you're buying floor tiles or N. Pietro calmly explained. Though broken tiles at the entrance are quite an eyes ray. More importantly, have you caught Pietro Yi? Go of Kowloon, after being hit with such an elaborate deception, stammered an admission. Unfortunately, I haven't caught Pietro Yi. Has truly skill. Pietro patted his shoulder, feigning understanding. We should get going. Ready? Pietro calmly turned and walked away, leaving Go of Kowloon standing frozen, srathing his head in frustration, unable to believe he had been played like Tha. In a luxurious office, Raphael showed contempt as he listened to the rapport. The Congo brohairs let Pietro slip right past them, and now they're struggling juice to cath a dying old man? Raphael poured wine while muttering about the despair of the old man Pietro, who was on the verge of death. He wondered if Pietro truly wanted to find his weakness that badly, then slammed the wineglass on the table. With blazing eye, Raphael smirked and declared he wouldn't let that old man get his wish, and decided to summon the devil to the field once more. A mouse was drowned in the wineglass, symbolic of Kowloon's fate. Because the time for Kowloon's hell is running on a windy raft Go of Kowloon sat alone, looking pensive. He startled and turned around when he heard a son, Songu, appear, raised his hand in greeting and casually asked, "Are you Alri?" Go of Kowloon recognized Songu but immediately noiced his han, asking with surprise, "Songu? Why? What's the?" Songu pretended his hand was injured when his phone was snathed, making Go of Kowloon feel remorseful. "I must have injured you then." Go of Kowloon quickly apologized, visibly feeling guilty. Songu calmly said it was fine, but asked Go of Kowloon to recommend a go doctor because he didn't want to leave Asura. Go of Kowloon, believing him, quickly drew a rough map showing the way to a famous doctor near his home. He held out the map, reminding Songu to go immediately before it was too late, because the deeper the wound, the more critical time beck me. Songu TK the map, then suddenly asked, "By the way, I'm curious, are you really angry?" Go of Kowloon was startled, stammering a question about how Songu knew. Songu pointed at his feet, where a thick woven beam had been crushed in splinter. "How cold I know." He pointed to the woven pillar, twised out of shape by Go of Kowloon's power, stating directly, "You're basically screaming that you're furious." Go of Kowloon swathed his head and gave a forced laugh, admitting, "Haha, you found me Actually, I went meet the Congo broher." Songu immediately turned around, his gaze sharp, asking directly, "What did you hear?" Go of Kowloon's expression turned serious as he prepared to reveal the information. In a flashback, a Kowloon leader with proesive goggles on his forehead growled, "What? Say that again. We didn't have much time?" Mishaku Kongos with his arms crow, his ten descending. "Oh my, it seems the bow hasn't told you ye, leader," he sneer, announcing Shoking new. The demolition date for Kowloon Hell is approaching. The young leader couldn't believe he's stammering. Impossible. Shouldn't the bow have held off the government? Mishaku explained that the government was being very aggressive, glory couldn't spit anymore, and to prevent the demolition. Raphael needed to be adequately pensate. He crowed his arm, his eyes sharp, pointing out the issue. "But you still haven't caught Pietro. Don't worry, after we capture him, we will personally manage Kowloon." Narain Congo leaned twin, his blow-red eyes flashing with a deadly glint, issuing an ultimatum. Leader, why didn't you step out of the devil's shadow? Returning to the present, the Go of Kowloon revealed, "Ti Songu, the Congo brohers are interfering with my deal with the bee." Songu replied directly, "That's strange. I didn't understand you." Songu Quijione, suggesting that if it was you about his mohers memen, the Go of Kowloon should find Ano her way. But the red-haired man Zhu lowered his head and whispered, "It's because of him." The Go of Kowloon looked up, his eyes resolute. "The problem isn't the Congo broer. I need to proke this place from him, the one called the Kowloon Devil, who could return at any moment." Songu was about to wave it off, but the Go of Kowloon spept him, seriously proposing, "I want you to listen to my entire sry." The red-haired man's eyes blazed with hatred as he began his tale of the paw, about the one who turned my territory into battlefield, and is the one I want to kill the M. The flashback began, Kowloon appearing as an abandoned ruin, a land beyond the government's control. It became a refuge for refugees, who gathered and lived a happy, simple life amid bustling Seoul. The young Go of Kowloon, happily eating candied hawthorn, was affectionately asked about by his moher, a warm family sena. The boy cheerfully replied to the friendly villager, thinking this happy life would last forever. The innocent eyes of the boy sparkled with joy and hope, but it all lasted only until that fateful day. The bustling, lively sin of Kowloon suddenly turned into desolate ruin, walls stained with bell, signaling a horrific tragedy had hour. The Go of Kowloon began to recount his pa, the day his mohair quietly left in the pouring rain. Little Thaddeus sat huddled alone in the rain, waiting in vain for a figure who would never return. Nevertheless, he managed to survive thanks to the kindness of the Go villager, like the owner of the Seamed bun shop. One day, the shop owner was working when he was startled by an uninvited Gi. A tall, menacing shadow appear, causing the two men in the shop to break out in a CLD sway. The stranger revealed himself with a savage grin and blow-red eye, a true demon from the outside world. Amid streams of terror, the demon wielded a cleaver, brutally slaughtering the shop owner and Tho around him. Little Thaddeus was Suna, horrified to witness a scene of hell on earth right before his eye. The blow-saked demon grinned sinisterly and declared with chilling indifference, "From now on, Kowloon is mine." The Kowloon villagers were no to be trifled with. They gather, armed to the teeth, ready to fight the invader to the death. But that was a fatal mistake. Thaddeus had witnessed a martial art that was terrifying and admirable. The demon, alone, fought ferociously, clearing out the entire crowd of villagers with his bare hand like a go of war. The tragedy didn't end there. He didn't kill them, but broke all their limb, turning the entire village into crippled infirmary. Standing amid the ruin, Thaddeus realized a harsh truth. Reclaim everything, he had backed me stronger than that demon. Thinking of his moher who might return at any moment, the boy resolved TD whatever it TK, back me strong. He reaned that the demon wasn't always daimonan. There must be a secret. He remembered that the man always had a mysterious bok with him. His weakness, the secret of his strength, must lie within that bok. Sneaking in the demon's sooty, Thaddeus frantically searched for the martial art manual. Juice as he found the bok, the demon appeared behind him, his voice icy. "Who are you? What are you looking for in my sooty?" The silver-haired man chuckled mockingly as he caught the young Thaddeus holding the bok. "My martial art manual? You want learn I?" The young Go of Kowloon, though terrified, raised his voice. "Yeah, I want be as wrong as you, proic this place." The boy quickly fabricated a shry. "My father said you are very strong. Please take me as your disciple." The Kowloon devil chuckled dismissively, uttering a chilling sentence. "You didn't have a father." The silver-haired man smirked contemptuously, having simply read the weakling in front of him. Thump. Without further the Kowloon devil unleashed a kick, sending the Go of Kowloon flying into the air. He continued with a barrage of continuous kicks like a SRM. The boy could only take the blows in despair. The Kowloon devil's eyes turned he growled. "A trash like you with no talent will never learn." He turned and walked away, leaving the Go of Kowloon sprawled on the floor. "Bloy. Gettle. Come back again and I'll kill you." Despite being thoroughly beaten, the Go of Kowloon clothed the bok tightly, grinding his teeth and vowing, "Mohair, I will show you." From the day he slew the manual, he threw himself in training like a monster, no wising a single sec. He accepted everything. Dried blell, broken bone, it didn't matter. As long as he could beck me stronger. Finally, the day of revenge arrived. The Go of Kowloon transformed into Ripa, muscular warrior, ready to repay the debt of the Pa. But when he returned, the Kowloon devil had vanished, leaving only an empty ROM and a piece of paper. The Go of Kowloon Canel, his hand trembling as he read the content of the paper, his face changing chlor. It was an official Duman, Kowloon City relocation plan. Memories flowed back, the scent of government SLDers swarming in, arresting and tying up all the Kowloon villager. He realized the bitter truth. The Kowloon devil had turned this place into hell, only to sell it to the government. All his effort were in vain. He was captured, gagged like a wild bee, his eyes filled with despair. After lowing everything, the Go of Kowloon was tightly bound in a straitjacket, his lost ray of hope extinguished. A mysterious man in a suit appeared, offering an irresistible proposition. "Do you want to reclaim Kowloon hell? I have seen Nesions with your government. One word is all it take." Tied up, Go of Kowloon question. "How can I trust you?" The Oherman smirk. "The more desperate one the easier they are to believe. And you look exactly like that right now." The suited man leans down, looking directly into Go of Kowloon's eyes with absolute confidence. "I'm wondering how strong your faith. Of course, there are condition." He stand ups right and states plainly, "I have a brilliant plan, and your role is very simple. I do need your strength." Go of Kowloon lowers his voice filled with biternity. "My strength? The poison of Apole? I never wanted that in the first place. If you want I'll give it all to you." Go of Kowloon's eyes flare with a red spark, and he grit his teeth, accepting the deal. "If it helps me get my home back, take Returning to the present, the Sri se includes with Songu and Go of Kowloon sighting on a raft P in the quiet Nai. Songu locks directly at Go of Kowloon and in. Now everything is clear. That's why you don't have much time left. And why you need Tkath Piatar. Go of Kowloon smirks with confidence, looking incredibly dangerous. He places his bandaged hand on Songu's shoulder, his expression defiant and arrogant. Go of Kowloon declares with certainty, "Don't worry too much, broher Songu. I've already figured out where Pietro will appear." He locks up at the skyscrapers and utters a single name. Simon. The Sene Schiff, and Songu is standing alone, making a phone call. "How are you holding up?" On the Ohir En, an old man in a hua clothes his side, his voice breathless but still firm. "Apart from a few broken rib, I'm fine." This old man has found the clinic's adre. Songu Sieldli Repli. Broken rib? Back in the day, Wed Jus apply tiger balm for broken rib. Your know as toog as you used it be. The old man chuckle, completely trusing. "All right, my friend, I'll call you when I get there." The old man hangs up, hobbles into dark alley, and groans in pain. The Sene unfold, a desolate, ruined place with tattered rags hanging lowly. The old man is Sune. "What is thee?" The old man locks up, full of dub. "This must be the adre. Did I see me to the wrong place? How skilled is this Dr. T open a clinic here?" Despite the eerie appearance, the old man walks toward the doctor of the deadly clinic. Creak. The doctor of the eerie clinic slowly open, revealing a dark space within. The hoed old man enter, his face changing as he noises the abnormality. "Wah, what kind of place is thee?" The interior is a wreck, with blowings sated around the hospital B, looking more like a slaughterhouse than a clinic. The old man calls out hesitantly in the darkness, but only a deathly silence answer. On the Ohir En, Songu receives the old man's call, his eyes sharp as a razor. The old man, still naively reaching for tiger balm, suddenly frees, sensing a deadly presence. "There." A CLD voice echoes from above. "We finally meet." The old man jump. He locks up and sees a figure casually sighting on the windsill, exuding the aura of a true monster. The stranger reveals himself. It's Go of Kowloon, and he asks directly without hesitation, "Are you Pieter?" The hoed old man can only gasp in astonishment, feeling the immense pressure from his opponent. Despite the danger, the old man Boa, CN evident in his reputation. "Everyone knows me." Go of Kowloon sneer. While on the Ohir En, Songu screams in despair. "Simon, retreat immediately. Don't fi." Snap. The old man, now knowing he's been betrayed, crushes the phone in his hand, ending the futile stream. He chuckles bitterly. "By the way, I'm curious. How did you know I would see me here?" Go of Kowloon, replies CN Sisley. "As if it were obvious. It wasn't difficult." He explains clearly. "I knew you would be injured after dealing with the Congo broher, and with that broken boy, you could only seek out a cleanie." The old man bursts out laughing. "That's touching. You know me's well, but this old boy is too much trouble." The old man draws two sharp dagger, his eyes flashing with a deadly glint, and asks, "Can you take this on?" Go of Kowloon smirk, feigning indifference, of curse. "Let me tell you this beforehand." He leaps from the windsill, assuming a ready stance. "I have no ill intentions toward you, but the real fight begin." Go of Kowloon assumes a stance and pose a challenging philosophical question. "They say everyone has their fate. It's easier to live thinking that way." The old man brandishes his dagger, smirking. "We get along quite well." The old man alls get in position, grinding his teeth. "I thinks, shall we fi?" As then as he finishes speaking, a kick from the sky descend, making the old man's eyes widen in shock, unable to rea. "Who?" Go of Kowloon's kick send the old man flying like a ball, crashing straight into the wall. Lying sprawled on the ground, the old man grind his teeth in frustration, admitting, "Damn I couldn't see anything. Has much phaser than the rumor." Go of Kowloon land lightly, thinking to himself, "I knew he wouldn't see my move, boo." It turns out that while being kicked away, the old man had twised his boy T counter-attack, aiming directly for Go of Kowloon's Achilles tendon. The blade grazes his heel by a hair's breadth. Go of Kowloon realizes that if it had been 2 centimeters longer, his leg would have been crippled. Go of Kowloon narrows his eye, acknowledging the old man's skill. No census though, the boy re-aced on its own. A seasoned professional, this must be Pieter. The old man get up, trying to ACAC-eyed. He's pain. "Hey Key, I advise you. Being T-ho-headed won't impress girl." But inside, he's sweating CLDly, knowing that the longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it beck me. and he only has one lost trump card. The old man chuckles dismissively, his eyes turning deadly. Sorry, but this old man doesn't have much time. Let's finish this in one blow. Go of Kowloon SFF. One blow? What can that broken boy possibly? The old man explodes with speed, charging forward like a SRM, the ground beneath his feet cracking. A rain of daggers and wild slashes is unleashed. Go of Kowloon can only gape. Unbelievable. Go of Kowloon deeges frantically, unable to believe that an injured man could unleash such a devastating CMB. The old man had anticipated knowing that finishing Go of Kowloon in one blow would be difficult. A slash grazes Go of Kowloon's face. The old man regret that the knife was 2 centimeters away from taking a life. The old man realizes the harsh truth in despair. Oozale. This guy can see all my attack. Though he deej, Thaddeus broke out in a CLD sweat, as the blade grazed his face by a hair's breadth. A no-hair slash embedded itelf in his hair, 2 millimeters from his scalp, making the young man lock up in horror. The old man slid across the floor after his mised attack, maintaining distance from his overly agile opponent. Thaddeus smirked, his voice full of sarcasm. Wow, that was close. Lucky for you, you're wielding a knife. The old man retreated with a sneer. Of course. But you could all say you've used up all your life's luck tay. He told himself, he was Jew, trying to appear dangereux, but the skill gap between them was growing wider by the moment. Seeing Thaddeus still unsafe, without a single shrath, the old man desperately tried to think of a way to turn the table. Sweat poured down as he gritted his teeth and decided, this might be my last chance. I musu see, the old man roared, charging forward with unbelievable speed, his eyes gleaming with deadly intent. A SRM of daggers was unleashed, and Thaddeus could only exclaim in astonishment at this insane display. The young man remarked, every movement must be excruciatingly painful, yet he endures and fight on, but then he SFFE. Still, your attacks are cess weak. The old man froze, realizing a terrifying truth. This guy is still holding back. The old man strained his eyes to analyze, trying to read what ace this young monster was hiding. The old man snapped. That trick again. If you want praise your opponent, you should wait until you've defeated them fur. As he spoke, he lunged attack, asking rhetorically, you know the advantage of a dagger? While a long sword can only swing once, the old man explained as they clashed like 2 whirlwind. A dagger can strike an opponent dozens of time. He vanished in a whirlwind of blade afterimage, leaving Thaddeus Sune. He vanish? From above, a massive rain of dagger, sparkling like a deadly sea insulation, was pouring down on Thadu. The young man looked up, his eyes wide with horror, finally realizing, so that's I. The old man's attacks weren't weak at all. He deliberately held back to force me into portion where I couldn't this move. Bomb. The rain of daggers explode, and the old man smugly thought the battle was over. But an attack phaser than lightning, had nullified everything. The old man was Sune, his eyes wide in disbelief, unable to believe what was happening. Thaddeus tall, without a single shrath, grabbing the old man's rees and smirked at his opponent's helplessness. The old man broke out in a CLD swear, muttering in panic that even after unleashing hundred of slashe, the young man had blocked them all with effortless ease. The old man's face CNT arted in horror, realizing their skill levels were world apart. Thaddeus counterattaque, aiming directly at the old man's flank, forcing him to hastily defend. A wind-splitting punch show for war, and the old man barely managed to raise his arm to block the blow. The terrifying impact force sent the old man flying backward, crashing hard into the wall. Despite being sent flying, the old man still managed to twist his boy to avoid a fatal injury, admiringly. Truly the real deal. Pietro's skill is smething else. Thaddeus was bewildered, wondering why this crooner of the world was full of such 2 gold men. The young man admitted he had been Oregon, bowing his head in respect a true warrior. And with that recipe, Thaddeus channeled his energy, declaring he would send the old man off seriously. His eyes flashed with killing intent, roaring the name of his ultimate technique, 100 Shadyu Instant Kill. 100 of razor-sharp energy streams erupt, engulfing the exhausted old man. The old man was speechless. He could only sand and wath death approach, powerless TD anything. He closed his eye, accepting his fate, at peace, knowing that at least it was him falling. No his broer. Steep, Thado. A powerful voice rang and the deadly attack was suddenly halted by an invisible surge of pressure. Thaddeus turned back in shock, recognizing the newcomer. Brohair Songu? Songu's there, calmly looking at both of them and declared he would explain everything. Songu turned his back, his voice dropping. beginning his reveal T Thadu. He admit, I truly cherished you. A flashback showed a Sene in Kowloon Hell, where Sungu recounted that amid a place full of enemy, he felt like he had a true broher for the first time. But broher Songu. Thaddeus began T-retter, his teeny full of hidden meaning. He recalled the broken bricks at his moher's house that Songu had once cared abu. I didn't fix them. It's no that I didn't, but that I colden. Thaddeus stated bluntly, his gaze sharp. He explained that no place in that area would repair such trivial things, a lie that Songu saw right through. Songu Cieldeli asked directly, when did you start suspecting me? And Thaddeus responded by recalling the battle between Pietro and the Congo broher. Thaddeus recalled Pietro using a weapon capable of cutting as cleanly as a razor. He analyzed. Looking at the slashes on the Congo broher, I knew Pietro only used his left hand. That sword art was purely that of a left-handed person. Thaddeus Cientinue. Eureka. Once TLD me Pietro's close ally only had one arm. A mazer swordman with only one arm. Then I guess you are Upole Simon. He see include. The image of the legendary sword mazer appearing. Songu continue, stating that speculation alone wasn't enough. He needed undeniable proof. I need concrete evidence, Songu emphasized, his gaze fixed on Thadeo. A flashback showed a wounded Pietro, sought out a secret clinic, and drew a map for Thadeu, but the only ones who knew about that clinic. Songu began TC include, were you and I, he sighed, exposing Thaddeus as the one who tipped off the enemy. Songu looked directly in the traitor's eye, and the air grew thick with tension. Thaddeus admit, there were many times I suspect you, but I didn't say anything until now. Clink. His glasses cracked as he bitterly cien Fazy, because I truly hoped you weren't my enemy. The go of Kowloon questioned Songu, certain he was Pietro's subordinate. What is your purpose in approaching me? Did Pietro send you? The go of Kowloon was dumbfounded when Songu flatly denied it all. Songu calmly replied, you've misunder. The go of Kowloon Sil, Kuldant Pro's eye, Samaring Songus name, while the Oher continued T, reveal his Han. There's no way I'm Pietro's ally, because, Songu delivered the bombshell, his eyes sharp. I am Pieter. The go of Kowloon froze, a forced smile on his face. Songu, what do you mean by tha? He growled furiously, knowing he had been painfully deceived, while desperately searching for Pieter. The go of Kowloon yell, unable to accept the truth. Pietro is an old man, and the image of an aged Pietro appeared behind Songu. Songu Cld. Firme. It's a long stry, but I am the Pietro you're looking for. The go of Kowloon tilted his head back, Tike off his glace, his face ethed with extreme B-turn. So, that's I. You're playing this car, huh? He declared bluntly. If Songu is Pieter, or a tiger trained by Pieter, it makes no difference. The go of Kowloon's eyes flashed with blowless as he lunged forward, unleashing a lightning kick. No matter who you are, I will kill you. Songu recalled Kuntal's times. He had run simulations in his mind. T find a way T. Counter the go of Kowloon's attack, and he had finally found the solution. The go of Kowloon's eyes blaze, his hand clawed forward like a beast talon. Songu had anticipated his hand swept the attack right in front of him, preventing the go of Kowloon from touching a single hair. The go of Kowloon was stunned when Songu easily neutralized his move with Zhuan Han. Songu gently brushed his hand aside, redirecting the force of the attack, and causing the go of Kowloon to low, balance, and stumble. Songu glided completely superior, while the go of Kowloon was still in shock from being outlaced quickly. Songu TLD himself, this situation was dear. He didn't even have a chance. T took his opponent and decided T widen the distance T counter attack. But the go of Kowloon immediately closed in, giving him no ceasing to breathe, preparing T unleash an O'Hare attack. Bay's face was ice clo. He had read his opponent's entire strategy. He glided like a guh, neatly dodging all meaningful's attack. The go of Kowloon broke out in a CLD sway, realizing the power difference was a joke. CM paired. His opponent's illogical spee. From on O'Hare loation, Raphael wathed the math, amazed by the go of Kowloon's reflexy, but even more choked by his broher Songa's skill. The beau muter, completely unable to understand what the hell was happening on screen. The go of Kowloon gasped for breath, unable to believe I. You've taken Kuntal's blow. So why? He grabbed Songu's claw and growl. Why do you look completely unharmed? Songu smirked contemptuously. What's wrong? Are you mocking me? He leaned his face close at his opponent, his voice hardening. Your attacks aren't sincere. Songu pointed at the go of Kowloon's fee. These aren't attacks with killing intent. You even deliberately reduce their power. What the hell are you thinking, Thado? The go of Kowloon was speechal, his mind entangled me, unable to explain his own Asion. He infested himself that he had once considered the scenario of Pietro planting a spy, but Songu was different. He bitterly admit. Memories flowed back. The go of Kowloon remembered the Songu he once knew. There were moments when Songu slung his arm around him, laughing and joking like sworn broers in Kowloon hell. To him, Songu was the only one who's by him. A true broer. Back in reality, Songu lowered his hia, his eyes as CLD as ice. He looked up, his voice full of sarcasm. You truly can't read people. Do you know? Songu leaned close to the go of Kowloon's ear, whispering each venomous word, asking you to take me as your disciple, loitering around here, and stepping into your moher's precious home. He emphasized the last word, a cruel truth about TB reveal. Songu whisper, revealing the harsh truth. They were all part of my plan to find Raphael's weakness. The go of Kowloon bowed his hia, accepting the bitter truth, then asked one last question. Songu. He looked up, a forced smile on his face but his eyes full of hope. Was there even a single moment when you were sincere with me? Songu remained silent, turning his face away, making the go of Kowloon hold his breath in anticipation. He muttered hesitantly. There was one sec. Thwack. Juice, as a glimmer of hope sparked in the go of Kowloon, Songu struck with lightning speed, giving him no time to rea. The go of Kowloon only managed to raise his arm to block the blow, his inner thought screaming. This guy is on a completely different level from anyone I've ever faced. Even though he bloked he was still terrified. But what kind of monstrous attack is the? The injured elderly ally scrambled at his feet and anxiously yelled. Senior Simon. What the hell is going on? The old man struggled to stand up, muttering in Pawnee, seeing that Songu's recent engagement with the go of Kowloon had created an unbelievable situation. His eyes widened in horror. This can't be called a battle. This is Jew. The image of Songu unleashing Kuntal's SRM-like attacks appeared in the old man's eye, looking like a one-sided bombardment. Songu delivered a devastating kick to the go of Kowloon, his inner thought analyzing. Normally, raw power is what determines the stronger combatant in a battle. Songu's kick was as powerful. It sent the go of Kowloon spinning through the air, completely out of control. Songu continued to ponder, his eyes ice-claw. But what if that power? He grabbed the go of Kowloon's face, his eyes glowing eerily. Songu's hand tightened, his gaze filled with overwhelming power. He smirked mockingly. His tennis temptuo. Where would I find the time to waze on such thing? Songu unleashed his full power, his eyes flashing with a deadly blue-white lie. The go of Kowloon was sent flying by a fatal blow, while the elderly ally cold only scream in despair. Why, senior? The go of Kowloon lunged to attack, but Songu deftly dodged, making his elderly ally frantically show. Are you insane? Why provoke an opponent like the? Songu delivered a devastating uppercut, the go of Kowloon's face. Elderly warning. You cold die. The elderly ally's face went pale, stammering. Why to tell me? Friend, you're no actually going to use the, are you? While the go of Kowloon Al sensed smething Ami, the go of Kowloon broke out in a CLD sweat, his mind streaming. His attacks are completely different from before. This killing intent is real. He truly want to kill me. Each strike is like a cannon blast, and incredibly precise. He continued to analyze in horror. As he dodged Songu's kick, his physical prowess far surpasses that of a normal human. I was certain that kick was aimed at my lower boy, but when I regained my sense, it was already right in front of my face. The go of Kowloon realized Songu's speed was impoably fa. Songu continued to clo in, while the go of Kowloon was utterly helpful. Even after Kuntal's battle, devising myriad countermeasure, he is completely unpredictable. The go of Kowloon's eyes widened in horror as a foe was about to SMP on his face. Wham! Songu unleashed an incredibly powerful spinning kick, sending the go of Kowloon flying like a tie. Songu landed lightly, doozing off his Han, while the go of Kowloon was cranier, realizing he had no other option. The elderly ally still didn't understand, yelling, Freen. That way is a dead end, you have to run a wider area. The old man burst in tear, desperately calling Songu's name, but he completely ignored him. Songu approached, calling his opponent by his true name, Kim Songu. Pieter. I understand your circumstance, but you know smething? He held up a family foe of the go of Kowloon, his voice full of hidden meaning. I'll have smithing I need, T-Pro. Songu straightened up, his sharp eyes declaring, "It's over, you can't defeat me." He began his psychological warfare, acknowledging, "Your physical prowess is truly astonishing, and your reflexes are TP no. You've surpassed human limmy." Boo, Songu paused, looking directly into his opponent's eyes and asking, "Do you know that you alls have a fatal weakness?" The Go of Kowloon froze, unconsciously repeating, "Fatal weakness?" He tried to regain his arrogant demeanor, sneering, "Ha, can't win with skill, so now you're trying to use your brain. It's Uzella." Songu smirked dangerously. "Whether it works, or n," Songu said sealedly, his hand flipping a swith. "We'll find out as soon as I turn it on." Flash, a blinding light erupted, casing Songu's shadow on the sunned Go of Kowloon. The Go of Kowloon frantically raised his hand and shielded his eye, shouting, "Wha? Lie?" Songu smirka, his voice full of challenge. "Your astonishing reflexes can't be phaser than lie." The instant the Go of Kowloon was blind, Songu lunged like a phantom, declaring, "Your skill." Crash. A sky-shattering kick sent the Go of Kowloon flying. Songu cruelly finished his sentence. "Bekmi Usele." In Anoher Ram, the elderly ally was reporting over the phone. "G1, Big Bro her, is using a Shadwell's surgical lamp in a dark Ram. That's Rai. If he's human, his retina will be overstimulate." The explanation continued with an image of the surgical lamp. It illuminates from multiple direction, powerful that it creates no shadow. The Go of Kowloon's eyes widened in despair. He knew his divine eyes had Bekmi Usele. The explanation echo, "He will be blind for about 10 cns. In Oherwur. Though 10 sect are more than enough to finish him." At Anoher base, the hacker girl and the blonde boyguard were waving the math. The girl excitedly cheering, "Amazing. Senior is incredible. Kill him." The blonde boyguard unexpectedly delivered a CLD shower. "No way." The hacker girl irritably glared at him. "If you're no going teacher, DNT ruin the M." The boyguard replied seriously, "I didn't think Pietro will low." Boo. As the cine showed Songu continuing to dominate the Go of Kowloon, the blonde boyguard continue, he problem I. His opponent is the Go of Kowloon himself. The blonde boyguard muse, "What about him? Blind like Alipede?" N. Right now. The Go of Kowloon I know. Wool. Back on the battlefield, the surgical lamp still cause it deadly lie. Songu gave his opponent no second to breathe, unleashing a continuous punch CMBO on the saggering Go of Kowloon. The elderly ally waved over the phone, smiling triumphantly. "Excellent. At this rate, Big Broher will win." But then, the old man's smile suddenly vanished, his expression turning tense. "Why? Smething's no rye." Songu noiced smething illogical. He's temporarily blin. Boo. Despite unleashing a continuous CMB, Songu couldn't believe it as all his attacks were perfectly blocked by the Go of Kowloon. The blonde boyguard explained the situation with a serious expression. Even before the Shadwell's lamp turned on, the Go of Kowloon had instinctively planned his escape route. Songu began to feel annoyed. This guy was truly a toog nut T-crack, truly exhausting. When did he figure it oh? Suddenly, the Go of Kowloon seized bow of Songu's Han, flashing a smug smile. "ITLDU." The red-haired man tightened his grip, his eyes full of defiance. "These petty tricks are useless against me." It turned oh. The Go of Kowloon had anticipated Songu's trick, and Claude 1 IT broke his vision Ju before the lamp activate. Songu let out a sigh, admitting he had been outplayed by his opponent. The Go of Kowloon, with one eye still closed, provocatively asked, "Have 10-second paged ye?" He opened his eyes wide, his vision fully resre, his voice as CLD as ice. "Then, it's my turn, isn't I? From now on, I'll show you." The Go of Kowloon's eyes blaze, he snarl. "What happens when you give me 10 sec?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Go of Kowloon exploded with speed, darting away like a phantom, neatly jing Songu's attack. Songu slid acro the floor, struggling to maintain his balance after his opponent abruptly vanished from his range. The surgical lamp on the ceiling began to flicker. Songu's SEL advantage had ended. Songu froze, his mind racing. A normal person cannot be phaser than the speed of lie. But how cold a human perceive and block that Shadwell's lie? Songu's pupils reised as a crazy hypothesis flashed in his min. Could it be? He finally the problem wasn't deejing the lie, but reading the ASEAN of flipping the swith. The Go of Kowloon pointed at his eye, sneering. "My right eye still her. That was Almo, truly dangereux. But you know." Songu straightened up, his sharp eyes retreating. Even if you flip the swith behind your back, there's one thing you can't hide from me. Songu revealed his trump card, his muzzle reading ability. From the subtle movement of the rotor cuff muzzle, T the centration of the pronator quadratus muzzle, and the tension in the abducar pollicis longus muzzle, I can read it all. Songu activated his cheat see, his eyes blazing as he scanned all of his opponent's movement. I see everything. The Kowloon Go recognized Songu's skill. Was no joke. Before I even turned on the lie, he saw my muzzles hit the butt and squinted digging on. Songu smirke, acknowledging his opponent's strength. Thadeo, you truly are a monster. The Kowloon Go cracked his knuckle, his eyes fully revere, and he sneer. 10 second? On second though. 10 second is boring for me. As sen as he spoke, the Kowloon Go vanished and reappeared right in front of Songu, freezing him with his terrifying speed. The Kowloon Go unleashed a whirlwind of punches and kick, forcing Songu into passive defensive stance. Songu gritted his teeth, his mind racing. The damage is accumulating. I need to bring out his trump card immediately. A devastating kick sent Songu flying like a cannonball, crashing through a clothesline. Songu struggled to kneel on one knee amid the messy Chloe. Admitting the situation was dire. What should I now? He clenched his thigh, his eyes filled with determination. No matter what, I have to find a way to lock his reflexes and see and firm that thing. The Kowloon Go suddenly appeared on a clothesline pole, looking down and asking mockingly, "Are you Pieter?" He brushed it off, waving his hand as he Amanda. Steep, the nonsense. If you want to leave, tell me where the real Pietro I. Songu's up Srai, facing the Kowloon Go calmly. At this point, no matter what I say, you won't believe me. Songu provoke. If you truly want to know the truth, then go all out in this fight. The Kowloon Go appeared bore. Ha. I'm no in the mode to play game. Suddenly, Smay Clohespins flew toward him. The Kowloon Go's eyes widened in surprise at the ridiculous attack with Clohespin. He easily caught the pin, about to mockingly say, "You call this an attack?" The Kowloon Go froze, realizing Songu had disappeared right before his eye. This was Jua Fein. Songu's voice echoed from behind a white she. "I want to play hide-and-seek with you one last time." The Kowloon goes amid the maze of Klo, smirking confidently at the challenge. "If you can cath me, you win." "Of course, that's if you can cath me." The Kowloon Go crushed the Clohespin, growling, "I TLD you. I'm no in the moti play game. Songu, hidden behind the she, complementa. Your reflexes are indeed no joke. You dant me's a single small movement." Songu lunged from behind, continuing. "And you react instantly." The Kowloon Go deed while sneering. "So Clohespins are the only thing you cold think of. I TLD you. I can see through all your attack." Songu smirked and launched a surprise move. "What about thee?" The Kowloon Go falteri, noising smething was wrong with the shadow at his feet. "Wah. What's with this shadow?" His eyes widened as he understood his opponent's intention. "Ah, so it was aiming for this from the SAR." The Kowloon Go loked up, realizing the entire thing was a ploy for Songu to get Chloe T, the Chloe's line. From behind the she, Songu explained his strategy. "If you have such incredible reflex, then I just need to cover your eye." A large sheet suddenly fell over the Kowloon Go's face, leaving him no time to rea. "So you can't react anymore." Songu delivered a thunderous kick through the she. The powerful kick aimed directly at the head of the Kowloon G, who was still blind. Songu's eyes gleamed with determination. Songu was speechless, smirking bitterly. "I really thought I had landed the high." The Kowloon G, though temporarily blind, spun and bloked the attack in the nick of time. The old man in the Hoi wathed through his phone, utterly shook. He still bloked it even with his eyes splitly severe? "Buddy, what on earth are you thinking?" Bo landed on the ground, maintaining their distance. White sheet fluttering around them. Songu looked directly at his opponent, his voice full of disappointment. "Hey, let's end this prolonged fight. I had high expectations hearing your name as a disciple. Steep messing around and show me your real power." The Kowloon Go sigh, appearing bore. "I'ls want know why you did this. T me. But fine. I'm no in the mo anymore. Let's speak." The Kowloon Go's eyes turned CLD as he declared, "I'm going to get serious now. Kim Songu." The Kowloon G, his eyes blazing growl. "Open your eyes wide and wath carefully, because this will be the last thing you see before you die." The old man in the Hoi panic, realizing Songu was injured and wouldn't withstand the UP-seeming attack. The Kowloon Go assumed his stance, channeling blue energy that enveloped his boy, preparing to unleash his true power. He channeled his power into his fizz and F. preparing for an unavoidable Nine Dragons ultimate technique. The Nine Dragons technique was described as impoible, T-block, or evade. He semped his foe on the ground, the earth cracking under the immense pressure. A sarum of attacks named Hundred Severing Instant Kill was unleashed, appearing like hundred of blades rushing toward Songu. The old man in the Hoi stream, N. Bro her Pieter, horrified as he witnessed the Kowloon go unleash his ultimate technique. Amid the SRM of attacks and flying Fabri, Songu remained standing. The old man in the Hoi couldn't believe his eye, his voice trembling. Bro? The Kowloon go's eyes widened in shock. Wha? Impoible. He couldn't believe Songu had bloked his Hundred Severing Instant Kill. Songu merely glanced CL'd Li, his boy Inta. The Kowloon go tremble, muttering impoibility, certain he had seen wrong. He smirk. Are you Jews going to stand there, taking hit and waving me attack forever? Songu remained silent, a trickle of blow running from the corner of his mouth. The Kowloon go declared he would end the fight with this blow, though he was still curious how long Songu could endure. His eyes blazed again, a stream of red energy surrounding his thigh. He asserted that no one had ever survived this attack. The old man in the Hoi was extremely worried, shouting for Simon to take Songu and flee, as the situation was too dangerous. But then he froze, realizing Songu had been foused on smithing else all along. No the fi. Songu, blow trickling from the corner of his mouth, listened dotly to the final warning. The go of Kowloon declared he would truly kill him, and aced superior. You should beg me for your life. He growled, the madness starting to surge. Use beg. Eyes blazing, the go of Kowloon roared in ultimate fury. Please, beg me. Songu smirka, his blow-red eyes filled with defiance. You're going to spare me, Thado? Is that all your obsession with cathing Pietro amount? The go of Kowloon froze, then gritted his teeth, deciding to play his trump card. Fine. Try T-block thee. Let's see if you can spy. He began to gather his power, a narration echoing. Sometime, fizz are sharper than 100 swar. His hand slowly extended, preparing for an absolute piercing blow. Even the slight's opening is meaningless before me. The go of Kowloon unleashed his ultimate technique, a void-piercing punch called the Bending Needle Air Punch. The attack was described as the sharpest needle in the whirl, a disruptive wave of energy bending the very space around I. Songu's firm in the center of the SRM, Kuntal's needle-sharp energy current enveloping the entire area. The deadly energy wave was unleashed, pierce everything in its path, aimed directly at Songu's boy. Songu's eyes widening, reacting instantly to the unavoidable attack. Thwack. A resounding impact echoed as the go of Kowloon's punch was spep dead in front of Songu. The go of Kowloon was Sune, his eyes wide in disbelief. What? The attack had no F? This is a perfect technique. Why? Songu sneer, his expression full of confidence. Don't BS shoke. He clothed the dissonance to the go of Kowloon in an insan, his hand as sharp as a blade at his opponent's face. This is you the beginning. The go of Kowloon had no time to rea, only able to wath as the counter-attack was about to lan. Crash. Songu unleashed a thunderous kick, its power creating a terrifying blaze of air. The go of Kowloon fell to the ground, clothing his wound and muttering in utter disbelief. Impoible. I know you couldn't react to my attack. So how did you neutralize it in counter? What the hell did you? Songu's tall, calmly admitting. You're right. No one could block that attack. He explained that an attack requiring near-zero reaction time was smething an ordinary person couldn't block, and even he couldn't cleatly SPI. The go of Kowloon still couldn't accept the truth, growling and asking how he managed I. Songu smirka, blow trickling from the corner of his mouth. There's only one way to prepare for an attack that requires an instant reaction. He looked directly into his opponent's eye, his voice chilling. It's T predic and counter before you even throw the punch. The go of Kowloon let out a mocking laugh, thinking predicting his move was absurd. He yelled in frustration that the technique was impoible T predic or block. Songu agreed again. That's right. If this was our first encounter I would havel, he continue, his voice full of implication, that this was a technique he was all too familiar with. Songu revealed he needed witness the technique, because it was the same one his broer used. The go of Kowloon was Sune, roaring that Songu was spouting nonsense, that it was the technique of the Kowloon devil. Songu calmly confirmed, yea, the Kowloon devil, who tormented you and turned your homeland to Asha. An image appear, the Kowloon devil with his silver-white hair sanding imposingly, identified as Thaddeus of Glory. Songu looked at the go of Kowloon with pity, preparing to deliver the final mental blow. He uttered a fatal line. "And Al's your father." The go of Kowloon went riggy, his eyes wide open, his entire world collapsing before him. He Samir, unable to speak, only able to spit out one word: nonsense. Songu maintained his CLD expression as the go of Kowloon screamed in denial. "The devil who destroyed everything of mine is my father? You expect me to believe the?" Songu said sf'ly. "Of course, you can't be him, boo." "Who?" A tightly bound scroll flew past the go of Kowloon's face, embedding itself in the wall behind him, making him flinch. The go of Kowloon tremblingly opened the scroll, recognizing it as a tatered old leader. Songu, his face ashen, uttered a short Siemun, read I. He added the finishing blow. "It's the truth about the Kowloon devil you hates much." The flashback began on a snowy winter night, outside a worn-out laundry shop. The leader was opened with the word, "To my broher Pieter." In a cluttered ROM, the go of Kowloon's father was diligently writing, inquiring about his broer whom he hadn't seen taste in a long time. He rose, sensing himself that no news was als go new. Then the cruel truth was, reveal. "I'm sick. They say I might die." He admitted he used brag about living a long life, but reality had slapped him hard. With a sad expression, he thought that for people like them, dying in absurdity might be a blessing. But then, a final desire arose. "If I had one wish before I die, I want to see my family again." The sen shifted to an old box ray, where the elderly Mr. Bay sat amid twirling sacks of bok. He was reading the leader from the go of Kowloon's father, his expression full of contemplation. Mr. Bay picked up his pen, preparing to write a reply. In the leader, he warned sternly, "I understand how you feel, but if you your wife and sen will be in danger." He advised, "Don't think about such foolish thing. Take care of yourself, and live even one more day." The laundry shop appeared, once on a snowy night, once under the daylight sun. Returning to the go of Kowloon's father, he was overjoyed. He row in excitement. "Broer, you received the leader." A leader from her. But the joy was quickly replaced by anxiety. "But I'm's worry. I haven't received a reply. And I have a bad feeling." In a flashback, Old Man Bay writes a reply with a CLDTNE. "I know what you intend to. Since speeing you is futile, I will only say remember to keep them well hidden." The sen of Kowloon Hell appear, a grey slum, signaling an impending tragedy. The go of Kowloon's father, sensing something was wrong, rushed to find his wife and child for a whole month. He found traces of his wife, but it wasn't a reunion, but evidence of a horrific tragedy. He collapsed to the ground, clothing the remnant of his wife's clothing, screaming in silence, if only I had known a little snur." The image of his wife, Yen Lucien, appeared in his min, standing in the rain with a distance row. With tears streaming down his face, he clothed his SNS red hairpin, shouting that if he had arrived snur, they wouldn't have met such a tragic end. Crushed by despair, he paced out amid the ruin. Upon waking, though knowing he had little time left, he found a single reason to continue excising. Revenge. At the seamed bun shop, the owner was startled when a strange customer, the Kowloon Devil, suddenly appeared. The Kowloon Devil approached with dense killing intent, mockingly inquiring about the renowned seamed bun. He let out a savage grin, his blow-red eyes glinting with a deadly lie. "I heard the seamed buns here are very delicious." The go of Kowloon's father, now with white hair, lunged for revenge, crushing the shop owner's head and roaring the truth. "You sundrels make seamed buns with human flesh, and my wife disvered I." His eyes blazed with hatred, determined no to spare anyone who had massacred his family. "Cruche." The shop owner weakly called out the name Lebe before breathing his la. The go of Kowloon's father froze, his eyes wide with horror. He stammered in Pawnee, realizing the meaning behind his enemy's dying word, Lebe. He was horrified to realize his young Snay, the young go of Kowloon, was trembling in a corner, witnessing the entire Bloisene. He bowed his accepting his cruel fate, telling himself this was the best he could. He decided eat Beck me a monster in his SNSI. If my SNN find out I'm his father, he'll be in even greater danger. The go of Kowloon's father gritted his teeth, accepting the villainous role. This is for the B. He told himself he had to clean up this deep pit of sin called Kowloon. These sundrels here intended turn his snon into an Adi, while Al's harvesting his organ. To save his sen, he single-handedly slaughtered the entire sum, turning the place into a sea of Biel. He only wished for his sen to live a peaceful life, know a flower that blooms and withers in an insan. But then he realized a harsh truth. If I die, how will my sen live? He must learn it Proac himself. so that his Inuit sin cold survive without him. He prepared a path. The young Go of Kowloon sneaked into Sudi, searching for smething on the bookshelf. Suddenly, an old man with white hair and an imposing aura appear, questioning the boy about what he was doing in his Sudi. The old man smirk, holding a martial art manual. "Looking for my martial art manual? Do you want learn from me?" The young Go of Kowloon raised his head high, his eyes determined. "Yay! I want to bec me as strong as you." The boy pleaded, "Be taken as a disciple." Innocently saying his father told him the old man was very strong. The old man laughed sealedly and cruelly, delivering a dagger-like blow. "You didn't have a father." The boy froze, while the old man maintained his contemptuous smile, knowing the only way for the boy to survive was to bec me stronger. With thaw, he delivered a devastating kick that sent the boy flying into the wall. The old man displayed his overwhelming martial art prowess, mocking, "You want learn my martial art? Try it if you dare." The old man's eyes blazed with blalu. He insulted the boy. "A trash thief like you will never succeed because you are incompetent and useless." The old man turned and walked away, leaving a final threat as the young Go of Kowloon claps, spiting blow but still clothing the bok. Hidden behind his cruel facade, the Go of Kowloon's father endured heart-wrenching pain, knowing this was his only selfish choice. The Go of Kowloon's father painfully pleaded inwardly, wishing his son would stay away from him for his own safety. Humiliate, the Go of Kowloon threw himself into training like a bia, punching and kicking day after day until his limbs blow. The old man waved from afar, unable to deny that this boy was born to be a radiant and powerful Blom. But peace was short-lived. The government put an eviction noise right at the entrance of Kowloon Hell. A formidable armed force was dispatched to level the area. The Seldiers were wiped out without a single survivor, and the one who remained reported in despair. He screamed that a devil was there, and that devil was the Go of Kowloon's father, fighting the entire battlefield alone. The old man growled, his eyes flashing with a warning. "Get out of here, and if you ever set foe in my territory again, I'll rip out your goo." Hearing the deadly threat, the remaining two Seldiers fled for their lives. He's alone amid the CRPs, his imposing presence dominating the entire area. But immediately after, the old man cubbed up a mouthful of BL. His boy warned Tiat Limi. He knew he didn't have much time left, and had one last task to complete. At the government office, officials presented a peace treaty, but the old man merely issued a CLD warning. He glared, stating his final condition. "Never lock toward Kowloon Hell again, and I won't threaten your life." He pointed at the Dooman, forcing the officials to accept the agreement in silence. His gaze was sharp as a knife, allowing no room for refusal. The officials cold only remained silent before the old man's overwhelming aura. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared at the doctor, his voice deepening as he asked directly, "You are the Kowloon Devil, aren't you?" In the Sufi Ram, the government officials knelt on the floor, while the white-haired assassins with his arms crow, facing the Kowloon Devil. The old man smirked, mocking the assassins to knee. "Do you think you're my friend to call me the Battlefield Devil?" The CLD blowed assassin declared the mission. "Target Cien Firme. From now on, I will neutralize you." The Kowloon Devil Siga, feigning annoyance at the dirty trick, but accepting the challenge. "Fine, I'll show you." The old man strained himself, an immense surge of power radiating from his boy, preparing to unleash his final strength. But his boy had reached it Limi, fresh blow trickling from the corners of his mouth. Ignoring his injury, his eyes blazed with a fierce red lie, his aura even more terrifying than before. He extended his gnarled hand forward, beginning to perform a final type of SR Seri. Illusions of overlapping hand appear, an invisible energy being channeled. His entire boy ignited in a sea of energy, and he looked directly at the assassin, asking, "Can I ask you one last favor?" The old man extended his hand forward, his voice pleading, "If you ever meet my son later on." His eyes filled with determination, conveying a final wish. "Tell him the blow streamed from his eye, and he raised his head to impar. Do no fear the howling wind, nor mind the pain of bees buzzing around you." He gritted his teeth, accepting his fate. "I will do my bees to beck me fertilizer." The image of a young Kowloon Devil training furiously flasha, his dying word echoing, "So that you can forever be a beautiful flower." The Kowloon Devil let out one final roar, releasing all his life force. His boy dissolved in Kuntal's specks of lie, rising into the air like asha. The Sene shifted tea, a lush green bamboo fore, bathed in sunlight. Amid the bamboo fores as a simple woman house, and a voice called, "Oh, bro her." A younger Kowloon Devil burrs in, his face beaming, shouting, "It's a sen. I've beck me a father." All the CM rods in the Woan house erupted in joy, Simon, the ponytail guy, jumped up to congratulate him, declaring he was now a true uncle. Only Johann, the quiet assassin, remained seated by the Kesbor, low in though. Simon nudged Johann, teasing, "Hey, bro, Herr Pieter, you have a nephew now, aren't you going to congratulate him?" He then thought himself that he would wait for the kid to grow up for a one-on-one. The Sene transitioned to a clear, peaceful stream. In the Bamboo 4, the Kowloon Devil and Johann sat facing each her, the atmosphere palpably tense. The Kowloon Devil spoke fur, his voice tinged with resignation. "Don't seld me, I know what you're thinking." Johann replied cldly, questioning why he would risk it despite knowing the CN sequence. "We assassins cano have family." The Kowloon Devil admitted but subornedly in size. "You know, even if I have to give up everything." His face lit up with a burning desire. "The only thing I want is a family." Johann simply waved his close friend in silence, his expression complex. He continued the harsh reality, warning that if his family were expo, his wife and child would be in danger. The Kowloon Devil grated his teeth. I know very well, in fa." He clenched his veins bulging, dying te or maro desant mater. "I just want one fa, with my wife and sen." When Johann was about to retter, the Kowloon Devil cut him off. "I know, you idiot. I know we can't take a PH." Johann reiterated with finality. "That's right. You can never take a foe with your wife and chill." The Kowloon Devil snap itld I know, rambling. But Johann delivered a including remark. He turned away, his voice icy. "If you weren't a pol thedao, perhaps it would have been poible." The flashback ende, the voice of the Kowloon Devil's father echoing on a deserted Sri, Imsari, Lucien. "This is the only thing I can." In the flashback, the Kowloon Devil's moher held her newborn Sen, smiling gently at her husband. "I understand, because I love this side of you." She looked at her husband with understanding and acceptance, despite his dark paw. Johann, disguised as a photographer, grumbled at the Sif family, urging them to sandclower for a decent PH. The Kowloon Devil's father's inner monologue roar. "I am a man, forbidden to have a family, or to be recredit in any photograph." But even he tightly gripped his wife's hand, determined, "I still want to leave this trace." And the only family foe was born, a moment of complete happiness for the assassin, his wife, and their infant Sin. Returning to the devastated reality, the Kowloon Devil, severed in blow, looked up at Bay, his voice a growl. "So you want me to believe all of this is true?" Bay's tall, silently observing the kneeling young man, his mind spletly shattered by the irrefutable evidence. The Kowloon Devil was shook, the truth hitting him like a sledgehammer. "The Kowloon Devil is my father?" Then, logic began to race in his min. That means he didn't betray Kowloon, but was prosing But prosing it from whom? Bay delivered the finishing blow, his eyes sharp. "Wah? Haven't you ever felt anything?" Bay's word triggered a cascade of horrifying memories in the Kowloon Devil's min. He recalled the Sen of Kowloon's resident being tied up and escorted away like cattle by government soldier, a child crying in despair. He remembered government soldiers brutally suppressing a man with electric baton. All like a saged play. And finally, the image of himself, bound tightly in a straitjacket, helpless and defeat. The Kowloon Devil stream, clinging to the old lie. It's absurd, it's all a deception," he shouted in desperation, pointing at his che. He said he would give Kowloon hell back. To me, the government told me there was a way. Suddenly, a bolt of realization struck his min, his eyes widening in horror as an even more terrible truth dawned. In a flashback, Raphael's before the elder ally, hanging upside down, and declared sealed lie. "I will resre Kowloon hell to it former state. I have seditions with your government." The Kowloon Devil froze, a terrifying thought flashing through his min, his voice trembling. "Why? Raphael planned all of the impossible." He screamed in despair, unable to accept the truth. To me, Raphael the First. Absurd. Why? What did he it for? Bay grabbed the Kowloon Devil by his claw, his voice chilling. "Let's go, Bay say. Well, go confirm Raphael's true intention." Suddenly, Bay spept Dea, his eyes flashing with vigilance. Bay sigh. "There's no need to go anywhere to find O." All three rushed in the night, Thaddeus leading the way while Bay carried the elderly ally. Bay realized. The closer they the louder the sun became in this direction. Thaddeus suddenly spake, his face pale with fear. He sammer, his voice full of pani. "Why? No there." He screamed in terror as he realized their destination. That's my moher's house." Bay remained silent, his sharp CLD gaze fixed on the collapsing Thado. Thaddeus stared in horror at the ruined house, black smoke billowing from a dry. He trembled as he realized. My mohair's wardrobe? No way. Bay's behind him, his face grim, knowing that the worst had happened. Thaddeus desperately mumbled, It's no true, Rye? He tremblingly reached for the wardrobe handle. The moment he touched his eyes widened, and he froze, stunned by the sight inside. In a flashback, Thaddeus pressed his hand against his mohair's wardrobe, mumbling that he dared no open eye, fearing her scent would vanish. Crash! Thaddeus collapsed to the ground in the rain. He screamed in horror, crawling forward while Bay and the elderly ally swathing. He cried out for his mohair as he saw the shaded wardrobe, revealing a secret passage. Bay see elderly analyze, realizing there was a tunnel behind the wardrobe, and wondered why Raphael would destroy a place Thaddeus cherished. Much. Thaddeus was stunned in silence, stammering insurantly. With tears welling up, he began to understand why Raphael had sight him. Bay explained clearly. Raphael is looking for Smione, who would risk their life to proact smithing, and this place, Thaddeus's fatal weakness, was the perfect location in his eye. Thaddeus screamed Raphael's name in utter despair. He's up, his eyes filled with determination. Yea, I have to check it myself. He advanced toward the shaded wardrobe, determined to find what Raphael was hiding. Thaddeus led the way, shining his flashlight down the stair, followed by Bay, who was supporting the elderly ally. Both were stunned by the sight below, wondering what the hell this was. A massive underground facility was engulfed in flame, clearly an act of disruption to track. Bay immediately recognized the opponent's plan. If they couldn't destroy everything, leaving no trace. Amid the ashes, Bay picked up a half-burnt piece of paper with the logo of Jacobus Pharma. Meanwhile, Simon Kageo received an urgent message from his burly subordinate, reporting that Raphael had sent mercenaries to capture him and demanding a retreat to the poor. Simon Kageo gritted his teeth, declaring he would no spare those who caused thee, and vowing to fight to the end, to slaughter them all. Choi's subordinate analyzed the situation. Right now Simon is trying to hide, but he's severely wounded. It will be hard for him to hold on. His eyes gleamed with concern. A bigger problem still lay ahead. Amid the sea of flame, the subordinate looked at the collapsing Thaddeus and ordered, Thaddeus, get up. He warned that Raphael was mobilizing all his forces to capture them. If this continue, all of Kowloon would be in danger. He emphasized that if he wanted true revenge, he couldn't collapse here. The subordinate extended his hand, declaring that what needed to be done now was to reassess the situation and plan for the future. Thaddeus looked up at the outwreathed hand, silently cittering, veins bulging. Thaddeus firmly grasped the subordinate's hand, his determination reigniting. Thaddeus lifted his face, his eyes having regained their inherent sharpness. Alri, let's go back. The group rushed in the nigh, Bay silently cursing whoever had aced us cruelly. While supporting the injured elderly man, Bay quickly analyzed and immediately identified the suspect. In Kowloon, it could only be the Congo Brower. Bay knew well that the twins had long been annoyed by Thaddeus, and this was a golden opportunity granted by Raphael. The elderly ally being supported spoke up TCN firm. Though twins are no ordinary opponent, an image of the Kowloon devil appear, demons rating the monstrous strength and brutality of this family. That power was terrifying to the extent that they could smash the ground bare-handed into deep crater. The elderly man warned that confronting them, especially Mishaku Kong, would be a huge problem. The elderly man grinded his teeth, thinking that, if they were a wall T over semi, they should deed it sen, then suddenly fell silent. Thaddeus esped dea, his face changing chlor, completely stunned by the sight before him. Bay and the elderly man were no less suna, Thaddeus Samer, asking if it was real, and Bay cooled only heavily som firm. Yea. The entire group froze before two Heddles CRPS. The Congo Brewers had been eliminated. The elderly ally's face was drained of all chlor, unable to believe I. What Basard cold take dumb though two monsters easily. The two Jian, Narayan and Mishaku Kong, lay flatne, their boys twised and crushed as if squeezed by an invisible Han. Bayals broke out in a CLD swear, his mind really, wondering who had turned the two Congo monsters into this pulpy me. Only Thaddeus maintained a clo, impassive expression, his mind beginning to prose the situation. Whop! A giant holographic screen suddenly appeared in mid-air, brightly illuminating the dark alley. A powerful voice rang, issuing orders to all force. Capture Pietro alive. The one fleeing to the poor. The elderly man was utterly bewildered, because this voice was directly controlling the entire Shadwomen group, smithing that seemed impossible. Thaddeus stated firmly. Since Nathaniel's demise, There's only one person in this world who cold kill the Congo brohers in such a way. The red-haired man turned, his eyes sharp. We need to get to the port immediately. The group scrambled toward the windy harbor, where fishing boat were anchor. An ally was already waiting on the boa, waving desperately. Over here. Hurry up. We have tea leave now. The group hastily boarded the boa, the injured old man no forgetting tea caution. Simon, be careful. You, Thado. Peter cast a resolute gaze forward, ready for the up-seeming battle. The old man reassured Thaddeus about his wound, then urged, I'm fine. Thaddeus, get on the boa. Thaddeus suddenly froze at the edge of the pier, his face changing. Why? I forgo my mohair's memen. The ally on the boat yelled. What nonsense are you spouting? Life CME's fur. Glory is about Tiflo the poor. Thaddeus S. Sill, his eyes filled with CNFLI. But he had no intention of boarding the boa. Peter looked directly into the red-haired man's eye, then calmly ordered, Alri, go get them. Quickly. Thaddeus brushed aside the dissuasion, firmly declaring he would follow, and waved goodbye to his CM raid. The red-haired man wasted no time, turning and sprinting back to the dangerous area. On the boa, the ally reported via radio that Peter and the old man had safely boarded. Thaddeus show off like an arrow in the night. He arrived at a simplex of buildings in a distinct Chinese style, adorned with eerie lantern. 2 Cloel guardian statues imposing, the atmosphere growing heavy and deadly. A shadowy figure tall in the hall, his enormous shadow wreathing across the floor. The mysterious Hode figure spoke in a chilling voice, greeting the late Tekmer. You're late, Thado. He's in the middle of the hall, declaring he had Jews received a new mission directly from the B. The Hode figure announced, the Impoer Pietro has escaped by Boa. The pursuit mission begins now. Follow me, Thado. Thaddeus crowed his arm, responding with a casual smirk. Yeah, sure. The Hode figure paused, sensing the defiance. Thaddeus sneer, his teeny full of sarcasm. I can't explain everything, but Smething has CME up, my friend. Without further word, Thaddeus propped his leg to block the path, ordering, You're no going anywhere. Jews go home quietly. The Hode figure remained unfazed, delivering an icy ultimatum. I'll give you 3 sec. Put your leg dumb. He began. Cunt Dwan, the pressure escalating. 3. Thaddeus maintained his arrogant smile, with no intention of yielding. Twa. The Hode figure finished the cunt one, his patience exhaust. 1. The moment he finished speaking, the Hode figure's hand snathed Thaddeus' ankle with lightning speed. The Hode figure said knowing more, snathing Thaddeus's ankle with invisible speed. With a powerful spin, he used Thaddeus like a club, slamming him mercilessly into the ground. The impact created a small tremor, and Thaddeus was flung like a ragged doll, flying straight in the doctor. Thaddeus staggered to his feet while the Hode figure landed as light as a feather, his overwhelming aura simply demonon. The Hode figure CLDLE declare, I've Ju received a new mission. At Anno her base, the female hacker reported her Bo. Simon and Sungu have boarded the boa. The muscular blonde man beside her nodded in approval. At the same time, the Bo's powerful voice echoed over the Radi, ordering a general mobilization. This is a mission for everyone. Capture Pietro alive, the one fleeing the poor. Report immediately upon capture, and I will CME personally. Simon Kague, the true uphold, heard the order and his face darkened, muttering, a mere mercenary dare. The Bo's voice resonated again, full of authority and broking no argument. I repeat, this is a mission for everyone. Simon Kageo flew into rage, slamming the table and shouting, making the female hacker jump. Depart immediately! She was bewildered, no understanding why he reacted excessively. Simon Kageo growled, revealing shocking information. I've found the one who killed the Congo broher. He stated firmly. Besides Nathaniel, there's only one Oher person I can think of. The female hacker trembled, asking for that person's identity. Simon Kageo explained. He was a Kia. In the PA, people called him the Battlefield's devil. All his information and recruit have been erased. He included with a pensive expression. I didn't know why, but somehow he has CME back to life. Memories resurface. An elite special forces team from the PA. Hand-picked warriors of a secret force. They were mazers of jungle warfare, hiding, like Go, among the thick. They were Al's expert in maritime infiltration, silent as death beneath the frigid water. Clo quarters, CM Bat, was Al's their forte, clearing every target in CN-fined spaces with deadly precision. And among the outstanding of them, one soldier emerged as a legend, hailed as a CM-prehensive expert in all forms of military CMBA. The memory began. One day, the Battlefield's devil, clad in full CMBAT uniform, appeared amid the shadow. While on a desert mission, his Humvee was suddenly targeted by an unidentified missile. A horrific explosion tray through the vehicle, and the legend was presumed killed in ASEAN. But to be more precise, he was merely presumed dia, and while he was slowly being forgotten, elsewhere, a voice CMManda. Everyone. Hal. 2 soldiers in the fortification received the order, spowing a stranger advancing sooth and ready to open fire if he wasn't an ally. One soldier sensed smething was wrong, remarking that the target was approaching T brazenly, T Karelsly. Through the spee, only a looming figure was seen advancing in broad daylight, no bohering to seek Sever. The sniper's eyes widened in horror, his voice trembling as he recognized who it was. The legend reappear. The Battlefield's devil, whom everyone thought was Dea, once again stro leisurely acro the Battlefield. The sniper frantically demanded backup, while his CM raid foolishly tried Tom reasure him. Calmden, even if he's a devil, he's unarmed now. The order D-fire was given, and the machine gun Nez roar, unleashing a hail of bullet upon the legend's poison. The soldier roared madly, swearing he would kick the devil's crypts back into grave once more. Dust and thick smoke row after the volley of bulle, obscuring everything. As the smoke gradually clear, an unbelievable sight was revealed. The sniper couldn't believe his eye, his mouth agape. Wha? No way. When did he tear off the car, Dr. T block all the bull? The soldier broke out in a CLD sway. No understanding what had Juha pain. He still tried to reassure himself that there was no way that tatered car Dr. Cold block all the firepower. The devil spoke CLDly, analyzing dispassionately like a machine. 4-person. That's the probability of your 7.62 millimeters bullet penetrating this doctor. He's up, the bullet riddled car doctor in his hand, and declared chillingly, since I'm unharmed, your survival probability I. The Battlefield's devil, behind the demon mask, CLDly sate, 0-person. The sniper screamed in horror, as if he had seen a real demon after hearing rumors of his resurrection. Amid a hail of bullet and an earth-shattering explosion, the devil still charged forward like a G. After the rampage, he's amid the ruin, severed in blow, looking no different from a monster risen from hell. He left the team, forming his own special forces uni, named Leviathan Raven, or LR for sure. This LR uni, in reality a one-man army, eliminated enemies wherever it went, spreading terror everywhere. The blonde man explained the girl beside him that no one had ever seen the LR Special Forces unit on the battlefield with their own eye. The hacker girl looked puzzled, but the blonde man asserted that it was perfectly logical, because this army CN sized of only 1 person. The blonde man CN affirmed firmly. That's the truth. It was created that way. A one-man SWC. Co-named Philip, alias Battlefield's devil, CMander of LR. The Hode assassin faced Thado, declaring bluntly, Thado, because you're suspect of meeting Pieter, I will kill you. He take a stance, his eyes sharp, and capture Pietro alive. Thaddeus sneered confidently. Oh, what a coincidence. I was thinking the exact same thing. Without further Thaddeus charged forward T-attack. I will als kill you. He continued with a determined expression, and go capture Raphael. But immediately, his eyes widened in astonishment. A dull thud echoed as the Hode man bloked his kick with his che, a sund that cold no pobly CME from a human boy. The Hode man unleashed a kick that sent Thaddeus flying, questioning, Why have you suddenly beck me's weak, Thada? Behind the mask, the assassin's glowing red eyes gleam, and he chillingly declare, That attack is useless. The Hode man dodged the attack while taunting. How much longer, you think you can la? Thaddeus was sent flying by a devastating kick. The Hode man uttered a chilling sentence. Until you die. Thaddeus smirky, looking superior. That's my line. You can't touch me, and you'll never defeat me, Philip. The demon-masked assassin retret. There's one thing you don't know. He's uprig, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. For a soldier, the word never doesn't exist. Thaddeus still fidently DJ'd attacks with ease. I see everything, that's why I say smee things are impossible. But a ripple of dut began in his min. Something's wrong. He can't get clote to me. Why is he a CN Fiden? The demon-masked assassin growl. If it's impossible, then I will make it poible. Suddenly, a barrage of sun grenades flew past Thaddeus's face, making him freeze. He immediately realized his opponent's shem. He want to cripple my sight and reflexy. But Thaddeus still arrogantly thought that this trick was useless against him. As the grenades explode all around him. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the battlefield. Amid the smoke, the assassin's silhouette gradually emerged. Thaddeus TKA Sans, confident that he had neutralized the trick. Was I right? The demon-masked assassin suddenly appeared right in front of him, repeating his Usale. I see everything. Estaging is easy. Thaddeus's eyes rolled back in shock. He smartly failed to understand what the hell had Zhu happen. The demon-masked assassin DADE attacks like a G, then counter-attaque, delivering a devastating kick to Thaddeus's side. Bomb. The impact was strong. It created a burst of air. The assassin reminded him, never say never. Thaddeus Sagare, queuing up, unable to believe I. What the hell, this shouldn't be poible. I predicted everything. Swy couldn't IDA. The Hode assassin CL'd Lee reply. Because you couldn't see a damn thing, T-Didge. Thaddeus growl, still no understanding how he had been out math. What are you babbling aboo? The assassin began his liqueur. Stun grenade, when detonate, prouse an average sound of 170 decibel. He continued to explain that volume is enough. T destroy auditory cell, causing temporary or permanent deafness. T put it bluntly. This is military-grade weaponry. Blow began to trickle from Thaddeus's ear. He realized that his sight and hearing had been crippled. Even, Thaddeus still smirked arrogantly, secretly thinking that this Philip was truly formidable, perhaps Raphael's right-hand man. He recalled his mission, to prevent the enemy from reaching his true subordinate, who was urging the mysterious older broher to safety. Thaddeus struggled to his feet, clothing his agonizing side. Thank you, Philip. I learned a lesson today. In return, he channeled all his power, his killing intent flaring like wildfire. I will kill you with everything I have. The pain from an old wound flared up. He realized the blow from Kim Song-gu earlier had no heal, and if he didn't end the fight now, he would be the one die. The demon-masked assassin had read everything. I know you're hiding an injury. He delivered a chilling statement, crushing his opponent's confidence. Your survival rate with that injury is 11%. Go of Kowloon's eyes widened in surprise. Then he burst into laughter. Oh, 11%? Then what about? Bam! He semped his F, the ground beneath him cracking as he channeled all his strength into the final blow. Go of Kowloon lunged like a bully, roaring. What about your survival rate after this strike? That technique is. He stared directly at his opponent with a deathly gaze, telling himself, it must end here. The masked assassin saw through his opponent's move. 100 instant strike, Rye, Go of Kowloon growl, blindly seeing Fiden. I've already broken that move once. The battlefield's devil merely smirk, reading defiantly. Who says I can't hit it again? Go of Kowloon was stunned, his pupils shrinking in disbelief. Huh? What the hell? Thump. Without a whir, the battlefield's devil lunged, delivering a devastating punch that drove straight into Go of Kowloon's face. Crash! The punch was powerful. It sent Go of Kowloon flying like a ball, smashing through the wooden wall behind him. Go of Kowloon lay, sprawled on the ground, blow gushing from his mouth and eyes wide from the horrific impa. The battlefield's devil, sealedly analyzed his praise. Weak knees, inner ear imbalance, effacing your equilibrium, reduced mobility, due to old wound. He hovered in the air like a go of death, delivering his verdi. Coupled with Thofacker, your survival rate now is 0%. Whoosh! He descended like a meteor, unleashing the finishing blow. A barrage of continuous punches rained down on Go of Kowloon's potion, tearing up the floor. Go of Kowloon lay defeated and unciencio, and the battlefield's devils there declaring, with thee, the mission is complete. Go of Kowloon gasped for breath, but still managed a defiant smile. 10 minutes have pace, they moose have all left by now. Rye? A cloal fist descended directly toward the defeated man's babbling face. Clang! The battlefield's devil's fist spept mere inches from Go of Kowloon's face. Spee. He raised his looking at the defeated man beneath his fee. Aren't you the one looking for me? From the brightly lit dry, a tall, imploring figure slowly enter. The battlefield's devil narrowed his eyes at the newcomer, wondering, who is this guy? A deep voice echo. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the one you've been looking for. An old man with eyes as sharp as a razor blade fully revealed himself, intrusing. My name is Pieta. The Go of Kowloon lay sprawl, weakly asking the masked assassin, why? Why would you? The red-haired man struggled to rise, ordering, go back, this is my Thado. Pieter, the real Targe, looked at the dying Go of Kowloon, and Cieldeli remarque, his condition is truly The old man assessed the injury, muttering that the broken ribs might have pierced the lung, causing fatal implication. Pietro did a quick calculation, realizing he only had about a golden hour left to survive. In the remaining time, he needed to reach a boat for emergency treatment, but the mercenaries outside weren't the main problem. The real problem was the monstrous man in military gear, wearing a demon mask, standing tall before him, Smiona, completely different from the small fry. Pietro finally realized, saying T the assassin, "I see. Is this why Kowloon doesn't separate with glory?" He then turned T-snap at the go of Kowloon. "Stay out of the Thado." The battlefield's devil ignored Pietro, bent Duan, and ordered the go of Kowloon. "You must live. Live and go in Korea." The go of Kowloon looked at the assassin in Asnishman, who continued with a chilling 3's that we can legally execute you. The glowing red eyes behind the mask gleamed with cruelty. Under military law, the battlefield's devil's Upsray cracked his knuckle, preparing for the real battle. He turned face Pietro, his voice full of challenge. "Pietro, if you're busy, you can go ahead. Now I'll start the timer." The masked assassin stared at the old man. "Let's see how long it takes and kill you." Pietro smirked confidently, replying, "If it's about there's no need." "Because." The old man looked up, his eyes sharp as blade. "You'll never know." "Who?" The battlefield's devil lunged forward like a phantom, with terrifying speed. Bang! Pietro threw smething T-block the way, creating a small explosion powerful enough to halt the lightning-fast attack. The battlefield's devil TK Assance, ready for a mercile's fi. Pietro else TK Assance, his muscles tensing, realizing, it seems he doesn't intend to let us leave easily. Pietro's eyes sharpened as he thought T himself. After that last attack, I know one thing for sure. The old man broke out in a CLD sway, recalling the devastating kick, admitting that if he hadn't bloked it in time, his bones would have been shattered. Looking at the mangled CR pieces of the Congo brower, Pietro mutere. So he was the one who killed them. Such terrifying strength. The battlefield's devil roar. "What are you ding, giving up already?" Then charged forward with tearing speed. Pietro still kept a clehe, calculating. Surprise attacks are useless now. What I can aim for. The battlefield's devil continued to T-clo in, his overwhelming aura startling his opponent. His weak knee. Pietro weave, launching a lightning phase attack at the opponent's lower boy. The old man unleashed a flurry of Relental's CMBO attack, a true all-out assault. The battlefield's devil was forced on the defensive, continuously taking punches and kicks from all angles. The masked man began to feel breathful, admitting, "I can't withstand Pietro's attack, especially the bizarrely angled strike, targeting his lower boy and flank." He bitterly realized, is this old man really Pietro? He's not perceptive, he knows everything, even my weak knees. The glowing red eyes behind the mask gleam. He knew his fatal weakness was the mask itself. The mask obscured his peripheral vision, and the cunning old man Pietro was fully exploiting that blind spo with insidious attack. Wham! Pietro threw an incredibly powerful hawk punch, landing directly on the battlefield's devil's mask. But Pietro's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe what had ju happened. The battlefield's devil had blocked the old man's punch with ju one hand. He gripped Pietro's fist tightly, his voice icy clear. "Your ta hazi." Crash. The battlefield's devil swung his arm, sending Pietro flying like a ragdoll. Pietro scrambled at his feet, while the battlefield's devil's tall, radiating exploive killing intent, growling. "Is it because of your injury, Pietro?" The battlefield's devil stared at Pietro, his voice icy claw. "Considering an old man's boy full of injuries and the little time he has left, though movement are truly astonishing." He continued his cruel analysis. "It's been 4 minutes and 27 CCND since your injury was infirm. From now on, your survival probability is 18%. Pietro merely smirked at the death sentence. "Thanks for the detailed explanation. In that case, from now on," the old man declared firmly, "I'll increase that probability," then vanished into dense 4. The battlefield's devil's sill, uttering a contemptuous remark. "It's you sail. You won't win even if you hide," he asserted his deminance. "The longer this battle drags on, Pietro, hiding behind a tree trunk, SFFE, he lower your chances of survival back me. Typical Seldier, S-Regi. Aren't you tired of living like the red eyes behind the mask flashed with deadly lie. The battlefield's devil sand the 4. "Is it there? Who?" A dagger suddenly flew out from the darkness, but the battlefield's devil merely tilted his boy, gracefully dodging letting the dagger embed itself in the tree trunk behind him. Pietro stepped out from Sever, his voice full of challenge. "To ba, you mise. Is my probability still 18%? Of course n, the battlefield's devil retta. That rate is dropping extremely far. Because I already know your poison. He roared, time's up, then charged straight at the tree. Swinging his fizz-tea, finished the job, but suddenly spept in surprise. The battlefield's devil looked up, his glowing red eyes clearly showing astonishment, as he realized he had fallen for a trick. I'd know what's special about your physique, but is your cervical spine that too? Pietro lunged Dwan from the tree like a bia, delivering a devastating kick aimed directly at the opponent's nape. Crack! A gruzma sound echoed as the kick landed. But it wasn't the sound of breaking bone, but the sound of the battlefield's devil's seal hand seizing Pietro's ankle mid-air. Pietro was utterly horrified. Realizing his more insidious attack had been easily blocked, the old man was stunned as he realized the bitter truth. He threw the dagger for thigh. Recalling the dagger embedded in the tree, Pietro analyzed. Military knives are specially designed no to reflect light for self-purpo, but the dagger he threw reflected everything like a mirror. The old man was speechless as his own reflection appeared on the blade. He used it to find my poison. I am proficient in every martial art in this world, the battlefield's devil declared demeaneringly as he grabbed Pietro by the neck. Old man Pietro's face turned pale, suffocating in the seal grip, as he heard his opponent declare, "In O'Hare were, you've seen all your move." Beneath the demonic mask, the battlefield's devil's crimson eyes glow, affirming his absolute dominance. Wham! The old man was slammed straight to the ground like a pup, without any resistance. Therefore, the battlefield's devil raised his thigh, stating, "Your survival rate is 0%. Slam. A devastating SMP landed directly on Pieter, completely ending all his hope. Pietro lay flattened on the ground, completely motionless after the swift beatdown. The battlefield's devil thought to himself, admitting that the old man's previous attack was quite sharp, and if the old man hadn't been injured, he would have been in danger. He recalled Pietro's cunning kick, realizing that no opponent could be underestimate. Therefore, to eliminate all variable, he drew his dagger, deciding to finish him cleanly, to prevent any further supplication. On the ground, Pietro could only grit his teeth and endure, his entire body paralyzed, without any strength left to esape. Suddenly, an O'Hare variable appear. Whew! The Go of Kowloon rushed in from behind with terrifying speed. He unleashed a disruptive attack, energy surging like claws tearing through the air, aimed directly at the battlefield's devil. Sadly, the battlefield's devil calmly faced the attack, saying, "That's your last move, but it's useful." Thu. The Go of Kowloon fell head over heels to the ground, his attack having no effect whatever. "You think a little bleeding will settle the matter of betrayal?" The battlefield's devil asked, looking Dwen at the blood-soaked defeated foe. He continued to liqueur. "Thaddeau, your boy is already shatere. That move could never affect me." The Go of Kowloon laughed savagely, despite his mouth being full of BL. "My attack was a complete success." The battlefield's devil frowned in CN fusion. "What the hell are you talking about? It had no FA. ITLD. I am a variable." The Go of Kowloon smirk, raising his Han, which were tightly bound by seal wire. The battlefield's devil realized he had fallen in the brat's trap. "I've been trapped." To create the explosion, the Go of Kowloon played dirty, pulling all the safety pins from the grenades on his armor. An ordinary person would frantically remove their armor, but the battlefield's devil was different. 1.5 CCND was more than enough time. Enough time to drag the real targ. "Pieter, don't to hell with him." Pietro's face drained of all chlor, he stammered in Pawnee. "Why?" There was no waiting. The battlefield's devil lunged like a grabbing Pieter. Pietro only managed a desperate scream before being seized by the neck. The battlefield's devil held Pietro tightly, turning him into human shield for the impending explosion. Bomb! An earth-shattering explosion engulfed both of them in a sea of flame. In a dark alley in the city, hazy Fopes echo. Songu was carrying the heavily wounded Go of Kowloon, blood all over, fleeing in the night. "Jews, hold on a little longer. We're almo at the boa." Songu Reger. But the Go of Kowloon mumble. "I." The Go of Kowloon gasped in delirium, his mind reeling. "No matter how I think about I can't understand." He wondered where everything had gone wrong, completely unable to comprehend the current situation. In his final moment of consciousness, the Go of Kowloon looked at the person, carrying him and Asuka. "Are you really my broer?" Memories flowed back. The image of a young Go of Kowloon intimately slinging his arm over Sungu's shoulder appear. The two of them once together before the characteristic overlapping buildings of Kowloon. They once sat together on SME high vantage point, waving the brilliant sunset. Memories of their simple yet chi home resurfaced in his min. A scene of the two brewers standing before an exquisitely carved wooden cabin, a pause that seemed to have been forgotten. In the flashback, Songu thought to himself, "No matter how slow I am to understand. I thought I could at least realize. Hat we no longer spoke to each O'Hare, the go of Kowloon, his mouth smeared with blood. Gaspa, see?" He forced a smile, looking at Songu. "Your eyes can't lie," Songu replied curtly. Well, deal with it after treatment. Jus keep talking, im listening. The go of Kowloon slowly fade, blow still trickling from the corner of his mouth. Songu sensed smething was wrong, calling staffedly, "Hey." He called louder when the go of Kowloon didn't respond. The go of Kowloon's Han, clinging to Songu's shoulder, began to lowen. His hand semplately went limp, sliding down powerlessly. Songu realized the gravity of the situation, his eyes showing clear worry. He continued to call out in desperation. "Thadeo?" Songu carried the go of Kowloon through the dark alley, trying to rouse him. "Wake up, we'll go eat the candied hawthorn you mentioned." Only silence answered Songu. The go of Kowloon's facial muscles twithed slightly, then spe. Memories flowed back. A young go of Kowloon grinned widely. "Bro her. That's what people call each her here." The two of them sat on a raft pea. The go of Kowloon Sagaze. "We're bo lone wolf, Rai? How about thee, from now on?" He intimately slung his arm over Songu's shoulder, asking, "Do you want be real broer?" Back in reality, Songu carried his CM raid through the dilapidated alley, whispering, "You were wrong." Songu held the go of Kowloon tightly, his voice firm. "From now on, I can't be your older broher, because..." He smiled faintly, affirming an undeniable truth. "We've been brohers for a very long time." In the dilapidated alley, Songu carried the go of Kowloon on his back, darting like an arrow with a single though, moose be fa. The flashback returned to the Hode assassin, activating a cluser of sun grenade, explaining that while no lethal, a large quantity cold create deadly shockwave. A blinding explosion engulfed everything, the shockwaves from numerous grenades resonating into disruptive blow. Back in the present, the go of Kowloon was fading, but in his min, he still held absolute true. But if it's him. In the memory, the Hode assassin lay sprawled on the ground, stunned to realize his opponent, Philip, was still standing firm. The assassin scrambled at his feet, calling out Pietro's name in utter astonishment. He mutir, realizing a harsh truth. "You had a chance to kill me, but you left. From the SAR, your target wasn't me." Memories of the battle flash, the battlefield's devil.k, the assassin's full attacks without a srath. Even while taking high, the battlefield's devil's eyes beneath his demon mask never left his targe. The assassin realized his opponent bleatly disregarded the fi. His entire attention foused on the go of Kowloon. He couldn't believe he can still fight like the. Recalling the battlefield's devil, easily deflecting his attack. The Hode assassin CNCD. "Pieter. It seems your reputation isn't a rumor." He pulled out his radi, ordering all force, all glory member. Swith T plan B from now on. Songu ran while calling G1, deracing her Tiano her peer while receiving news that Glory's mercenaries were sweeping through Kowloon. Songu confidently declare, "It's fine, I can handle I." Despite his CM raid on the O'Hare end frantically warning him of the precarious situation, Songu glanced at the go of Kowloon, noising his lips and fingers were already purple, immediately diagnosing. "Definitely a pneumohorax. If no treated in time, he'll die." Ahead was a checkpoint manned by Glory mercenaries brandishing firearm, and Songu knew that carrying an injured person meant no chance of breaking through. Songu's gaze, sharpeen. The situation had backed him into Kerner. He made up his min, a deadly glint flashing in his eye. "This is a gamble." Snap. Songu ace, and the life or death gamble officially began. A masked mercenary, fully equipped, suddenly appeared, and Kejone. "Who are you?" Songu, hand hidden behind his back, faced the enemy without a change in expression, Blowin's still clinging to his sure. He thought to himself, although this plan was extremely risky, it was the only viable way at the moment. Night enveloped the dilapidated Kowloon Disri, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowsring. Two Glory mercenaries set up a checkpoint, receiving orders via Radi. Pietro is carrying an injured person. If he resi, kill on Sai. One soldier wondered why they were being Sesrik Ju, for a dying old man. Which the Oher replied that it was the first time he'd seen the Siamander. Seriu. There must be a Rian. The bald soldier suddenly froze, eyes wide as he noised smething. A figure loomed out of the thick fog, heading straight for the checkpoint. The two SLDers flinch, quickly pointing their guns at the approaching figure, one shouting, "Someone's seeming! Is it Pieter?" The figure became clear. It was a man in combat gear, identical T there, pushing a Srether severed by a tarp, making the two Seldiers dumbfound. "Huh? Is that one of our Songu, in mercenary disguise?" His gaze sharp, thought T himself. Disguising as a mercenary is a clever move. He glanced at the Srether, knowing full well that mere disguise wouldn't be enough to fool them. The two guard pointed their guns directly at Songu, ordering decisively, "Hand up, move and we sha." Songu remained calm, having anticipated the situation in his min. "Zhu as Jiwan Perdis. T get pause here. I need to get past this checkpoint." He looked directly into the muzzles of the SL Dyer's gun. Certain they would ask for one thing, a password. Elsewhere, the hacker girl monitored the situation on screen, frantically grabbing the blonde man beside her. "It's over. What are you going T? Run now." The muscular blonde man maintained a poker face, explaining, "The password is a method used to distinguish friend from foe." He further explained the call-and-response password CSEM, where two unrelated word had Tmath TCN firm and ally. The blonde man asserted confidently that even if Songu had slain the Chloes for disguise, there was no way he would know the password. A bald guard pointed his gun at Songu, growling the password, "I'll ask again, blade." Three mercenaries surrounded Songu, who had his hand raised in surrender, threatening to fill him with lead in 3 cent if he didn't answer. The bald Seldier began to cunt duan, his eyes cla. 3. At the base, the hacker girl was in Uterpani, screaming that there was no way Songu could know the password, and that the go of Kowloon on the Srether was about to die. Tebdu. Songu remained eerily calm, his gaze unwavering before the dark muzzle of the gun. 1. The guard's eyes widen, ready to pull the trigger and shout, "Fire!" The Seldier's finger tightened on the trigger, and a click echo. The hacker girl froze when she heard Songu's answer over the Radi. Songu, with his hand still raised, casually replied with the her half of the password gene. The bald soldier froze, his eyes wide and mouth agape, unable to believe his ear. The Saldiers lowered their guns, but cautiously demanded Songu sate his identity, uni, and mission. Songu calmly picked up the Radi, identifying himself as a logistic agent for the mission with the Saname Kran. Bo, the hacker girl, and the muscular blonde man were utterly shook, unable to understand how an outsider cold know the password. Songu smirka, thinking to himself that there was only one way he could have known the password pair. Blade and Jean. The flashback returned 30 minutes earlier, on a dilapidated street in Kowloon. A dark-skinned mercenary blocked Songu's path, who was still wearing ragged clothes at the time, and Asuka, "Who are you?" Songu fabricated a sry about carrying out Commander Philip's order, but the soldier remained suspicious due to his appearance. The soldier pointed his gun, demanding the password blade, completely unaware that he had handed half the information to the old fox, Songu. And Songu's plan, CNT knew, the dark-skinned soldier, was now stark naked, lying unconscious in a barrel, while Songu calmly donned the military uniform he had slen. The flashback CNT knew. Songu in his new guise SP'd Anohair soldier, shouted blade, and the blonde soldier reflexively sammered Jean, handing over the O'Hare half of the password. Songu smirka, secretly pleased with his plan to exploit the fatal flaw in the password CSEM. He pushed the cart past the checkpoint. A soldier reported over the CMMs that there was knowing suspicion, a member pacing through. The masked CM Mander, looking at a map, suddenly grew suspicious upon hearing the report. "Hey, why is he carrying so much stuff? That cart is heavy as hell." He spun around, his sharp gaze looking on Songu. "You." The CMander doubtly ordered his subordinate, "Show him immediately." The soldier was dumbfounded. "Huh? What are you suddenly saying, sir?" "Show him," the CMander growled, making the soldier break out in a CLD sway, his voice trembling. "Commander?" Songu realized he had been exposed when the CMander explained, "You're supposed to carry a load of supplies when entering, no, when leaving." Anohair soldier yell, urging his CM raid. "Show him." Immediately, but it was too late. Songu lunged forward like a guh, the two guard unable to react in time. "Who?" Songu swept pa, and the two guard were eliminated in an insan, blow splattering everywhere. The masked CMander roared in frustration as his prey escaped right before his eye. He immediately pressed his CMEM, ordering a full mobilization. "Call all mercenary. Head toward the DK. Block all entrance." Running at full speed, the CMander repeated the order over the Radi. Determined no tea let Sungu asape. The CMander had D bitterly, add me, Philip. This guy is craftier than I though. Sungu realized that the guard's casual question about the heavy cart was what had exposed him. Back in the present, Sungu ran headlong, pushing the cart forward, knowing that reinforcement were on their way. He grinded his teeth, his eyes gleaming with determination. Phaser, even Phaser, the DKS came into view. Glory's mercenaries had surrounded them from all sides, and the Asape boat was waiting, hidden behind a wall. Sungu observed the situation and realized the only path to the boat was bloke. Sungu narrowed his eye. With no retria, a life-or-death battle was inevitable. Ultimately, I have no oher choice. Songu's beside the cart sientaining the unciencesus thado, whispering an enigmatic apology. Glory's mercenaries were startled by a strange son. One of them suspiciously asked if it was Piotr. They stared wide-eyed as the cart rolled down the slope by Idolf. Completely baffled as T, where the target wa. An icy voice echoed right behind the soldier. Over here. Bomb. Songu suddenly appeared from their blind spee, opening fire and tearing through the enemy formation, leaving them sune. A red hair, TP node, CM Mander yell. Damn I. Don't pani, if he's clo, don't Jew sand there. Before he cold finished saying, fall back and fire. A bullet pierced his hia, splattering brains everywhere. The massacre began. Songu moved like a phantom, jing bullet, and retaliating with absolute precision. The Seldiers falling like demon-o. The battlefield's devil had returned. He moved and fired simultaneously, each bullet claiming a life, giving the enemies no time to breathe. He sealed LDK00 and a soldier, snathed a fresh magazine, and continued the purge. Amid the hail of bull, Songu simultaneously showed one an enemy above, and dejed an attack from an enemy below, dealing with bow cleanly. He unleashed a final volley of bully, thoroughly clearing out the remaining zwar. The masked devil CMander frantically called his CMMs but only received silence. Senior, what's happening? Answer me, even if you're Dea. Amid a pile of CRPs, Sungu picked up the CMM, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You know what? It's like you all really want me Dea. Juice kidding, YS Seriu. The Isape boat sped across the water. His CM raid on board shout, Are you Alri, Freen? Sungu was on board. They quickly brought the severely wounded Thaddeus inside. The old CM raid checked the situation and announced, I'm more worried about Thado. Well, give him emergency first aid and save him. The old man wearing the captain hat heard this and panicked. Why? What are you talking aboo? The old CM raid explained with a serious expression that Thaddeus's lungs were severely damaged. The long-haired man, CLDly C include. He won't live long unleash the worlds. Be surgeon operates on him. Depart immediately. We must get a hospital as sen as poible. The old CM raid despair, believing that Glory had cut off all avenues of survival, and that no doctor in the world would dare save Thadu. But from Bahin, Songu Seldli Sat, there is one. He assured the group that there was still one person capable of saving the kid's life. Upon hearing Thai, the long-haired C. Murad's face turned pale, his voice trembling. You're no talking about that person, are you? Songu C affirmed with certainty, declaring that the group would go meet that man. With sharp eye, he uttered the name of death. Nathaniel. Meanwhile, at a desolate DK, the masked devil CM Ander S. alone. He called Anohair a Pole, his voice CM amanding. It's me. Let's me, Matthew. In a brutal flashback, a rebel was about to execute, while the beau's voice echoed over the phone. Philip, have you finished cleaning up Kowlon? The B, Raphael, was leisurely relaxing on the SFA, and the masked devil CM Amander. Philip, reporta. Yay. B. Kowlon has been successfully UP. Philip C. continued D. report that he had engaged in CM Bat with the traitor Thaddeus and the target Piotr. Raphael smirked in the shadow, his voice full of intiri. On? What were the result? Philip reported that Thaddeus had been beaten a pulp and was being helped away by Pietro on the sea. The group was giving emergency furs aid to Thaddeus on the boa, Ju as Philip had reporte. The masked devil diffidently asserted that even if Thaddeus was alive, he would Jews be Asula's Arps, and they had bloked all routes T hospital. He included after analysis that there was only one place Pietro could G. Raphael ordered Matthew to join the Pursui, but then he suddenly interrupted Philip. Why, Philip? If it's that place. The beau chuckled sinisterly, stating that there was Smona even more suitable than Matthew for this mission. Raphael looked at a Bloy execution foe on his phone, his voice full of hidden meaning. Jews wait and see. The Resu boat continued. T cut through the waves under the daylight, but a crew member on board hesitate. Boo. The long-haired man anxiously asked about Nathaniel, calling him a monster, while the hoed old man affirmed that he was indeed one. The long-haired man explained that Nathaniel was a monster because he could bring the dead back to life, leaving the hoed old man bewildered. The flashback began. Nathaniel was entrusted as a medical genius, one who had mastered 24 specialties by his early 20s. The long-haired man smirked sinisterly, revealing an event that had turned Nathaniel into legend, piquing the hoed old man's curiosity. The paw resurfaced with a horrific explosion in a mission zone, sending fire and debris flying everywhere. Dozens of severely wounded SLDers raced against death amid the rubble, but the medical team had all been wiped out in the explosion. In a makeshift field hospital, the remaining DRs were utterly helpless against the overwhelming number of wounded SLDers with various injury. In the mid of despair, a figure appeared, calmly donning surgical gloves. Glory's genius Dr. Nathaniel. After Nathaniel began his work, all the near-death cases were miraculously saved. Back in the present, the hoed old man still wondered, thinking that saving lives was normal for a doctor, but the long-haired man declared that he had missed the most crucial detail. The flashback showed Nathaniel performing surgery with bare, blow-saked Han, without a hint of hesitation. The Kriyasu was revealed. There were absolutely no medical instrument at the time, only random household items like kettle, lighter, and sewing thria. The boat, DKE, and Sungu carried the dying Go of Kowloon ashore, followed by the long-haired man. The long-haired man seemed uneasy, asking Sungu if it was Alri, as Nathaniel had disappeared without a trace after retiring. He continued to mutter that he wasn't sure Smione like Nathaniel would welcome them. Sungu, with a resolute gaze, declared firmly, "He is the only one capable of saving the Go of Kowloon." Bo loked around the fore. The long-haired man found the place peculiar, and dubbed it if their target was truly here. Days before an ancient temple perched on a cliff, a grotesque architecture that made the long-haired man exclaim in astonishment. Sungu whispered, "To the unconscious Go of Kowloon on his back. Jus hold on until we meet Nathaniel." As the group entered the temple courtyard, an old man was leisurely sweeping leave, his long shadow sreathing acro the ground, blocking their path. A muscular, bald monk greeted them with clasped hand and a friendly smile. "What brings you here, patron?" Sungu carried the Go of Kowloon, snee face, while the long-haired man beside him clearly looked bewildered. The long-haired man hastily asked the monk about Smiona, named Nathaniel, but the monk replied blankly, "Nathaniel? Have you needed the wrong temple, patron?" The long-haired man forced a smile and plead, "I understand your reaction, but we're in a hurry. I know for sure he's here." The monk maintained his smile and flatly refused. "Oh, I understand your situation, patron, but that person is no here." The long-haired man turned to Sungu. Speechal. "Ahem. My friend, I think we've seen me to the wrong place. I tell you there's no way he'd be in a place like thee." Sungu narrowed his eye, observing, his mind beginning to analyze. No signs of disguise, no worries toward stranger. This cold only mean it was a normal temple. Juice then. A few Oher monks walked chatting about Smee timid DG, further reinforcing the temple's peaceful facade. Sungu still didn't give up, his sharp gaze wondering, is Nathaniel truly here? Suddenly, a piercing scream rang making Sungu turn T-lock. A female tourist was writhing on the ground, clothing her shoulder and screaming desperately, "I think I dislocated my shoulder. What die now, it hurts much." The panicked crowd of tourists realized an ambulance couldn't CME up the mountain, leaving them no choice but to carry her down, while the woman yelled that she was about to die. Amid the the monk calmly swathing, and the entire crowd of tourists suddenly fell silent, bewildered. The injured woman suddenly sprang to her feet, moving her shoulder in disbelief. "Huh? It doesn't hurt anymore?" The monk smiled kindly and inquired, and the woman happily confirmed she was fine, making him muter. What a relief. It wasn't a dislocation after all. The woman laughed and thanked the heaven, muttering that her arm had clearly been dangling as if it was about to fall off shoe momentog. Seeing the strange sigh, Sungu turned to the long-haired man, signaling with his eye, "We should go," and his companion immediately agree. Sungu paused, a flicker of dut flashing in his min. The monk suddenly called, "Oh, why?" The one carrying the injured person locks utterly exhaust. The monk approached, looked at Sungu, and Sujizi, "It's getting dark. Why don't you stay here for the night, and descend the mountain tomorrow?" Sungu carried the dying Go of Kowloon, and with his long-haired companion, entered the temple, the atmosphere tense. Inside the main hall, silent Buddha statues observe, and the seedy tapping of the woven fish echoed eerily. A monk was meditating, stiffly chanting the Heart Sutra in the silent space, the tapping of the woven fish never ceasing. The long-haired man looked at the go of Kowloon, lying moyons on the ground, visibly worry. Even though we've escaped the four, it will be difficult for him to rekver like thee. I wonder if my nephew will make I. Songu remained silent, his gaze sharp and full of determination. He looked directly at the unsensuous go of Kowloon, and declared firmly, we will make him Alrai. Creak! The Ram doctor suddenly opened, the disguised monk in Tira, forcing a smile. I hope your logging tay is comfortable. The temple floor is where we are Amusement tea training. Songu sup, showing his gratitude. I didn't know how to express my thanks into you. While the monk humbly reply, it is all thanks in the boundless merit of the Buddha. After Songu left, the monk sat alone in the Ram, a seeming bowl of white rice before him. The monk asked Songu why he wasn't eating, and he politely declined. I'm still tired from the journey and have no appetite. Songu glanced at the sleeping go of Kowloon and continued. And I still have tea. Take care of a friend. He looked at the Buddha Satwe, making an excuse. I'm worried smething might happen while I'm groggy from F.S. I'll save the foe for later. The monk replied curtly, I understand. But his gaze changed. Bekming CLD and Dangeroo. The monk muttered with a sinister smile, his tini murderu. You should have eaten and slept. Crack! The monk squeezed the one fish tightly in his hand, and the rapid tapping echoed like a signal. Songu's eyes gleamed with a deadly glint. He knew everything. I knew I. Immediately, two muscular monks appear, one brandishing a long staff, blocking all Isape route. Songu remained terrifyingly calm. He looked directly at the group surrounding him and asked, how did you know about you? He smirked contemptuously, answering his own question. It wasn't that difficult. The leading monk pointed, the knife scars on your hand when clasped together are no smething time can heal. The bald monk drew a knife and pressed it against Songu, but the Proagones was unfazed, asking directly, can I meet Nathaniel? Songu repeated the name Nathaniel with a meaningful expression. The leading monk, named Hyun, a rope dart expert, began his attack. The bald monk, named Damwol, swung his long spear and declared bluntly, Nathaniel is Dea. Hyun thought to himself, admitting that even though his opponent was unarmed and injured, he still sensed a deadly danger. Hu! Hyun's rope dart show tightly siling around Songu from head to tail in an insan. Hyun spoke condescendingly. Your life or death will be decided later. If you are one of you, it would be awkward for Bo, side. Let's end it here. Believing it was over, Damwol charged forward with a finishing blow. Songu's eyes gleamed with a sharp, CLD lie. Snap, the rope dart snap, and Songu's tall with Damwol's spear in Han, while the two assassins froze in shock. Damwol broke out in a CLD sway. Unable to believe I. How did he dutha? He was tied up, wasn't he? I didn't even see anything. Songu smirked defiantly. Well, do you want to call your friend outside to join the fun? Hyun growled, his eyes completely change. Who are you? Songu made an offer. If I tell you, will you let me meet Nathaniel? Damwol sneer. Of course, but that's if you survive until then. He yelled an order, everyone attack, and a swarm of thugs burst out from the dark corner. Songu's eyes turned claw, and he uttered a single word, spee. A hoed figure appeared at the doctor, speaking with authority. Why are you acing recklessly in front of the Buddha? Everyone. San Don. The hoed monk began a moralistic speech. We have been disrespectful. There have been many incidents lately, so everyone is a bit tense. When the sun rise, we will. But Songu cut him off, trying to put on a show. Songu looked directly at his opponent, his gaze sharp. Until when? The hoed monk still tried to act in a known. What are you talking about? But Songu stated firmly, you won't fool me this time either. Songu recalled a scene of a female tourist with a dislocated shoulder, screaming in pain. The hoed monk had approached the panicked female tourist. In a moment no one noticed. He slowly reset her dislocated shoulder, making the girl go from pain to joy, without realizing what happened. Songu's eyes questioned. How many people in this world do you think can pull off such a trick? Songu continued to expose him. Furthermore, no matter how much time pays, habit never fade. A flashback showed a pair of hands professionally putting on medical glove, and Songu asserted, the habit of wearing gloves for hygiene before treatment is still exactly the same. Songu's gaze locked onto his targe. Do you agree? The hoed monk flinched, his hand unconsciously rising to his claw. Songu called out his name directly. Honorary Apole, Nathaniel? And the old monk pulled down his H, revealing his true face. Nathaniel, now disguised as an old man. Kunter Quagione. You know Nathaniel, and you're still young. You're from Glory, aren't you? Damwell and Hyun immediately put on air. Aren't new recruit at Glory taught to respect their senior? Get low while we're still being polite. You won't lay a single finger on Sir Nathaniel. Songu merely smirke. Won't lay a single finger? Then turned his back, completely disregarding the small fry. Nathaniel suddenly signaled T-Sp, making Hyun and Damwell freeze. Nathaniel continued his we barely ever me, how could a stranger like him recognize me, leaving Hyun bewildered. Nathaniel sneer, finally revealing his true claw, one of the 12 honorary Apole, the group of assassins disguised as monks behind Songu, all drawing their sword, ready to see in front, the one Nathaniel called, the one who stand at the very peak. Realizing Songu's true identity, the entire group of monk assassin, including Damwell and Hyun, immediately prorated themselves on the ground in silence and fear. All members of the secret temple simultaneously bowed low to the ground. Nathaniel, in his old man disguise, slamly declare, all member, welcome me Apollo Pieter, before a Songu who's tall like a monument. The Sene shifted to Anoher Loation. Inside a Shiram, with an altar and candle. A long-haired man looked at the hoed old woman and sigh. You was beautiful back then. The long-haired man continued with a sincere expression. And you still are now. Songu was kneeling, listening to the old woman's sarcastic remark. Oh, spy, how can I seem pair to Smion who regained their youth? I still can't get used to seeing you like thigh. The long-haired man was relieved to see the old woman safe, while Songu and she were tending to the unconscious go of Kowloon. The long-haired man asked directly, full of curiosity. I've always wondered about thee. Why did you suddenly disappear that year, making the old woman freeze? The old woman remained silent, clearly avoiding the question. She turned to Songu, changing the subject. Let's talk about smithing else. The old woman warned bluntly that if Songu dared to bring anyone else from Glory here again, she would no help. Songu's expression turned serio, and he replied firmly, I understand. The old woman looked toward the lying go of Kowloon, asking Songu, but what exactly is wrong with this kid's boy? She revealed that the go of Kowloon's condition was unbelievably châteauray, asserting that with though injury, he should have died 100 times over. The old woman turned, looking directly at Songu, tell me the truth. Her eyes were sharp as knife, and she questioned, who is this key? Songu remained silent, his gaze beckoning simplex, preparing to answer. The long-haired man eagerly broke the atmosphere. Your intuition is still as sharp as ever. That kid is Thaddeus Sen. Hez our nephew. Songu broke into sway, hazily speaking his talkative ally. Why? Let me finish fur. The old woman suddenly spept her han, prompting the long-haired man to ask, what's wrong? Jus treat him. The long-haired man frantically called after the departing old woman. Why, Caesar? You said he was in critical Hirschen, he's our grand. The old woman cldly replied without turning her head. Then there's even more reason for me, no tea treat him. Songu simply observed in silence, his sharp eyes unwavering. Seeing Songu else turn his back and leave, the long-haired man became even more confused. Huh? You? Where are you going? The long-haired man was completely bewildered, his face blank. What on earth is going on? Why did you suddenly leave? In the quiet of the night, in a sacred place, a figure was kneeling in prayer before a Buddha statue. Songu approached from behind, facing the praying individual. Songu sneer. You're praying in the wrong place, aren't you, Pieter? But the old woman immediately ret her. Aren't you, Nathaniel? The Sene depicts a tranquil mountain forest under a starry night sky. Songu goes right to the point. Is the reason you can't treat him related to that incident? But Nathaniel quickly deni. N. It's N. Nathaniel, his hand trembling, explained. It's been a long time since I was a surgeon, and the more urgent you is. Nathaniel looked up, his voice filled with bitterness. My mind as a doctor has quickly changed since then. That's all. Songu stared at Nathaniel's, retreating back, exposing him. But your Ashans and word DNT math. Songu continued at pray. Sunning Nathaniel. If that were truly your reasons. Songu analyzed like a monster. You knew everything beforehand. Immediately TK his pulse, and confirmed Thaddeus's condition. Songu included with certainty. Therefore, without a dub, you must have already prepared the medicine to save Thado. Songu looked directly into Nathaniel's eye, delivering a fatal psychological blow. Don't you want to save people as a doctor anymore? Songgu's gaze turned Clo, and he recalled a painful memory. And about that incident with Hannah, a flashback appeared, showing a little girl crying out as she was carried away, accompanied by a desperate voice. "There's no her choice. This way, you and your daughter can live." Nathaniel, in the guise of the old woman, asserted with a pained expression. "It wasn't your fall. It was an accident." Songgu turned away, his voice icy. "Even if I save thousands of people, if I fall because of one death." Nathaniel continued, his eyes firm. "Then I dare no call myself a doctor." Boes in the desolate temple courtyard, the atmosphere Tao. Nathaniel suddenly realized smething, his eyes widening in surprise. Abruptly, Songgu, who had been as hard as steel moment before, collapsed at his knees before the old woman. Nathaniel stared at Songgu in shock, who was bowing his head and pleading, "Please, my friend." Songgu looked up, his eyes sharp but his voice pleading, "I beg you, Nathaniel, please save Thado." Nathaniel bowed his expression fleeced by the plea of a legend. He grabbed Songgu's sleeve, an Aesion showing hesitation. But then, he decisively let G, leaving Songgu still kneeling. Nathaniel turned and walked away, leaving Songgu alone in the windy temple courtyard. In the ROM, the Kowloon Go was dying, blood gushing from his mouth and eye, in critical condition. His long-haired CM raid panic, shouting, "Grana, you have dot, hold on." Songgu entere, and the long-haired man quickly reporte, "Freen, the situation is ba. Our grand is in critical condition." Songgu remained Klahid, ordering, "We need take him immediately. I'll carry him, give me a han." The long-haired man continued T-stream in Pani. "Hey, Freen. I tld you he's in critical condition." Songgu turned back, his eyes like dagger, and growl, "Step." The long-haired CM raid was speechless, utterly choked by Songgu's attitude. The doctor open. Nathaniel had returned, his face veered by a sarf, ready T-work. The battle T-save a life began. Nathaniel diagnosed the Kowloon Goss condition. Severe lung hemorrhage, he won't last long, causing the long-haired CM raid T-Pani. Nathaniel CLD declared he would perform open chest surgery, a bold decision that stunned the long-haired man. The plan was laid, split the che, remove the crushed lung, and use clamps and sutures T-sep bleeding and address the pneumothorax. The long-haired CM raid was relieved that there was still a way to save him, but still hesitated slightly. Nathaniel's eyes were sharp and serious. Nathaniel uttered a chilling statement, gambling with the Kowloon Go's life. "If I fail, he will die." Outside, the long-haired CM raid anxiously asked Songgu while rowing the boa, but Songgu insisted they must trust Nathaniel, as no one else called DI. The long-haired CM raid was Riesla, sensing smething was wrong. Songgu maintained his poker face, waiting silently for the wrestle. Night fell upon the ancient temple, the atmosphere tense. On a nearby beach, a man in a monk's robe, wearing a beanie and mask, was savaging for smething. The monk suddenly froze, sensing Smion approaching. Two figures appear, and the monk asks, "What brings you here?" Yoon Biol, Joe and the burly assassins before him. The man growl, "We have business up there." Eskedel, "Sweetie." The monk clasped his hand and calmly reply, "I'm Shrai, T say this." He continued with a sigziv T-knee, but the people up there don't like the smell of blow on O'Hare people's han. As he finished speaking, 4 O'Hare monks suddenly appeared from the shadow, surrounding the two intruder. The burly assassin looked annoyed and muttery. "These guys are such a nuisance." The leading monk assessed the situation, realizing the two before him were not to be trifled with. Unbiel Zhou was also analyzing the opponent, knowing they weren't armed but decided not be Karel. They had be taken down before they could make a move. The masked monk shouted an attack order, brandishing his twin, throwing knives and lunging at the red Hia. "Don't give them time, T think." Blow splattered on the monk's face, his eyes widening in utter shock, before he could comprehend what was happening. Thump! A gaping hole appeared right in the monk's che, the rope dart slipping from his grasp. He couldn't believe stammering. "A gun?" A sex ago that girl was standing still. More importantly, the monk stared in disbelief, looking back at all his CM rods lying satyred on the ground, all taken done by a single shah. The monk claps, weakly asking how, as the musular assassin sneer. "How, you ask?" The redhead girl smirk, a Satus Windabu appearing, Koaname Matthew, a pole rank, sharpshooter specialty, nicknamed Der Freischütz. Matthew turned T, her musular teammate, asking, "Can we go now?" Anoher Satus Windabu appeared for the musular assassin. Rank, Sineme, and specialty were all Kijin mark, but the nickname was incredibly imposing, a genius born once every 5,000 year. The genius CLDly warned. Call me Pietro one more time and I'll kill you. Matthew chuckled contemptuously, pointing his pizzle directly at his goo. I'll put a hole in your smock before you can do anything. The girl stared directly into the genius's eye, provocatively challenging him. The silver pistol remained pressed against her teammate's boy as she continued date taun, whether it's bare hand, dagger, or gun. Matthew leaned in close, whispering seductively. I can handle any weapon you want, Matthew. Want to try? A voice echoed from afar, announcing that reinforcement were CMing Matthew Puta, looking annoyed that their fun was being interrupted. The girl glanced at the genu, promising, let's have a round after this is over. Matthew declared loudly that her goal was no money or fame, but to kill Pieter. Scene change. Songu was sitting leisurely on a bench, waithing Anno her monk, Damwol, Praesus, sword fighting, and narcissistically remarking, I heard I'm quite the dreamer. The monk Hyun, who was previously aggressive, now approached and respectfully called, Oh, Sir Pieter. Hyun bowed deeply, apologizing for his disrespect in no recognizing Songu's identity, but he casually waved it off. The monk Hyun explained to Songu. Back then, even the Apolis rarely met each oher. It's understandable that you didn't recognize you. An illustration showed Hyun's skill was no joke, as he instantly bound an oher muscular man with his rope dar. Damwol was no less impressive. A single sweep of his staff was enough to send an opponent flying. Hyun humbly reported to Songu, acting to glory's sesame. Our skills are at Leah's B rank or higher, Sir Pieter. Songu narrowed his eye, getting straight to the point. With such skill, why did you retreat into hiding and take this path? Hyun smiled meaningfully, revealing a shocking secret. It's because all the monks here are living their CCD live. Songu repeated with intérêt, his eyes sharp. Second live? Scene transitions, to a flashback. Tens of years, a Woan house, engulfed in a blinding snow zarem. Inside, a special forces team led by a young Hyun shivered in the claw, having narrowly escaped death on a mission. The team's morale had hit rock bottom, one muttering, Are we going to die here? While Anoher clung to the vain hope of reinforcement. Young Hyun extinguished all illusion. There won't be any. We're at an altitude of 2,000 meters, all communication is cut off, and even helicopters can't reach you. He recounted that the harsh CLD of the snowy mountains was more terrifying than any enemy, and the entire team was exhausted and fell in despair. Suddenly, amid the howling blizzard, the sound of seedy Fopes echo. The sound grew clearer, startling the entire team. The group frantically drew their weapon, assuming the enemy had found their position and preparing for a final battle. See you in the next life, broer. Crash! The Woan doctor burst open in the snowy wind. Young Hyun's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. A figure's tall in the SRM, and the young Seldier stammered the savior's name, Ms. Nathaniel. The entire Special Forces team stared at Nathaniel in CN Fusion, wondering how she could possibly be here, and only received a casual reply. Ju came. Young Hyun stared intently at Nathaniel with a dreaming eye, telling himself that at that very moment, he decided he would follow this person for the rest of his life. Hyun recounted that Nathaniel had climbed a 5,000-meter mountain on her limbs frobitten, yet she calmly declared, Shall we begin? Even though she was on the verge of death from the CL, Nathaniel didn't diligently treating each member of the team. The flicker of hope was extinguished as a Seldier shakily up, believing Nathaniel had made a mistake seeming here. The Seldier desperately explained the situation. Helicopters can't reach no no warmth. We're all going T-freeze, T-death. Anoher Seldier yelled at Nathaniel. Why? Why did you ZMET this damn place? You could have survived. Nathaniel turned her back, replying nonchalantly. Die here? No bad either. She continued to declare arrogantly. I always sigh. I'm the one who decides where I'll be buried. The young Seldier cold only remained silent, listening to the unshakable declaration of his savior. Nathaniel turned back with a proud smile. And that place is with all of you. Returning to the present, Hyunsi included his sir, affirming that for Nathaniel, his life was no wasa. Songu nodded as if he replying trucingly. I entrust Nathaniel to you. Suddenly, the clear sound of wind chimes echoed through the quiet night of the temple. Hyun smiled and explained. This sound is the special thing about this place. Like a gift from the wind. Songu Als replied sly. Very nice. Hyun offered tea make a po of ho tea, and Songu thanked him. The sound of wind chimes continued to resonate throughout the space, signaling that smithing was about to happen. And then, heavy, decisive Fopes of a stranger arrived at the temple gate. A whole army in black sui, with fierce face, barged in, reporting via radio that they would see attack again once they found out who Pietro was. The leader smirked. At this temple, there's usually a bell that rings when distinguished guests arrive. The assassin army faced 2 gatekeeping monk, and a voice asked pointedly, "Why have you rushed here late at night?" Hyun and Damwol clasped their hand in a show of sympathesion, gently advising the uninvited guest. "This place proact the mountain's tranquility. The monks are all asleep. Please leave for night." The leader of the assassins in suit sealed and flatly refused. "We heard Pietro is here." Hyun feigned a smile and flatly denied. "Pieter? This is the first I've heard of that name. You must have mistaken the temple." "Enough talk." The leader, Park Kang-han, impatiently swung his knife directly at Hyun. The B-rank assassin growled, his eyes sharp. "Can you speak with this ridiculous monk, eh?" Behind him, a horde of OHR B and C+ rank assassins brandished their weapon, exuding murderous intent. "Ready to slaughter everyone in the temple." Park Kang-han ordered decisively. "There's no time, hurry up. Kill them all." The assassins charged forward simultaneously, like a pack of hungry bia, but Hyun merely sneered, declaring, "There's one thing you've misunder." A razor-sharp rope dart flashed in the darkness. The dart's blade gleamed brightly, and the monk continued, "We are monks who have participate." As soon as he finished speaking, Hyun swung his arm, and the rope dart sliced through the air, sweeping across the assassin's formation. One assassin, before he could understand what was happening, had the dart's blade pierced directly into his face. In the official ceremony, Hyun continued his massacre, the rope dart dancing like a searing dragon, sending them one by one to their demise. "We are no acing at all." The remaining assassins froze, their faces pale as they waved their CM raids fall. "What the hell is the? Who are they?" Damwol Al's goat work, his eyes as CLD as ice. "Is this how juniors greet their senior?" The bald monk swung his sword, unleashing the light swirling cut technique, cuting down 2 B-rank assassins in an insan. The surviving assassins tremble, disbelieving their eye. "What's going on? How can these monks fight as fiercely?" Hyun calmly explained, fiddling with his rope dar. "It's simple. Even if you add up all the people you've killed, it still wouldn't seem fair to the 2 of you." Hyun's profile appear, former direct subordinate of Nathaniel, rope dart speciale. Damwol TK assents, his sword gleaming, asserting his superiority. "Glory Sandard have truly declined lately. Far from our time." His profile als appear, former direct subordinate of Nathaniel, sword fighting speciale. Commander Park Kang-han broke out in a CLD sway, realizing these 2 monks were serious threat no mentioned in the rapport, and began to plan his asape. A my serious Hode monk appear, uttering only one word, "Stup," making Park Kang-han freeze. Songgu stepped out from the shadow, surveyed the battlefield, and muttered about the glorious days of old. Hyun and Damwol turned to Park Kang-han, speaking in a scene descending teen. "Are you the leader? You still have time to take your subordinates and leave." The CM commander stared intently at Songgu, analyzing. "He doesn't look impressive at all. No murderous aura, no weapon. Someone like this is a leader? What is he hiding?" Hyun and Damwol exchanged glance, deciding to strike first to be safe, muttering Booty's prayers for go luck. Without further Hyun immediately unleashed the one-strike kill technique, the rope dart shooing out like a bolt of lightning. Hyun's eyes were razor-sharp, concentrating his entire spirit on the deadly attack. "Who?" Songgu merely tilted his boy slightly, neatly jinged the dart to Hyun's asnishman. But that was Juza Fein. The real dart circled Beihin, piercing directly into large rock, and making it explode into 100 pieces. Damwol's eyes were wide, his voice trembling, unable to believe what he had witnessed. It turned out Songgu had caught the rope with his bare hand, trolling his opponent's own weapon to shatter the rock. Hyun was utterly shook, muttering, "I've trained with the rope dart my entire life and couldn't duh. How can he it easily? Could he be a rope dart mazer?" Damwol roar, deciding no fight slow anymore. "Hyun, let's go together." Bo charged in. Damwol unleashing his light swirling cut sword technique while Hyun launched his rope dart in a coordinated attack. The 2 attacks merge, creating a terrifying wave of murderous intent that swept across the ground, kicking up blinding dew. Damwol's eyes were wide with horror when he saw the wrestle. Hyun was als frozen sif, a trickle of blow having appeared on his forehead. Songgu's tall and unmoving, using Hyun's own rope dart to bind him and hang him upside down, while his oher hand pinned Damwol's sword, neutralizing Bomazers in an insan. Park Kang-han's face drained of all chlor, realizing a harsh truth. This is an opponent we cannot poibly fi. Park Kanghan and his subordinates were staring at Sungu's back, with only one question in their min, who the hell is this guy? The entire squad in suit bowed deeply. Forgive you, sir, we were Usele. Please forgive you, Lord Judah. Hyun turned pale, utterly shocked to hear the legendary name. Judah? He's Judah? Is that Judas Izari? A powerful intrusion appear. Disciple. Saname Judas Izari, a genius born once every 5,000 year, the one who came close to Pietro's level. Sungu looked at the rope dar, his voice full of sarcasm. A rope dar, huh? You're using an antiquated weapon, only seen in old movie. In a flash, Sungu had cleatly mazered the weapon, adepting an extremely professional attacking stance. Is this the correct way to use I? Hyun broke into CLD sway, thinking to himself. A rope dart is a rare weapon. Even I TK 15 years T Mazer I. Hyun's eyes widened in horror as he realized an unbelievable truth. And this is his first time. And he's better than me? Sungu wielded the rope dart like a G, the dart shooing toward Hyun. The razor-sharp dart stepped right before Hyun's forehead. He was clearly moyonle, unable to rea. Hyun was sared sif, with only one thought in his min, I'm going to die. A voice rang, oh, Judah, and a hand spept the dar. A Pole Simon, the swordman with a sard face, had appeared. Simon easily pinched the dart between two finger, asking indifferently, are you having fun? Simon S. in front of Hyun, telling Sungu. A disciple shouldn't bully children. Hyun tremble, Lord Simon, why would you? Simon smirk. You're as interesting as ever. Anohara Pole with sillish long hair appear. Long time no see, Simon. Why are you here alone? Where is Pieter? Simon CLW retreat. If you're here, TCNFA, forget I. Pietro only meet people of honor. The long-haired Pole raised an eyebrow. Why are US reserve? Aren't though from honor and glory all from the same R? Simon thought T himself. He had T by time at all C for Thaddeus treatment, TBCM pleat. And more importantly, he couldn't let this guy see Pietro's current sate. The long-haired Pole pierced Simon with his gaze, uttering a contemptuous remark. But Simon, you've beck me much weaker. Pole Simon, with his right arm bandage, faced the traitor and remarky. Since I last saw you, Simon Tonta. If you're going to say things like the, at least, by me smay TNI. Actually, I'm the one who should be asking you. How does it feel after betraying you? Pole Judas sneer, offering a flimsy excuse. Betrayal? Finding a beater home is simply human insin. Simon growl, his hand gripping a rope dar. Then you were wrong from the very beginning. Without unohair were, Simon lunged at his opponent like a wild bea, roaring. Because you're no human. Judas deftly dodged the attack, siffing. Your impatience hasn't changed, has I? Even when you can't use your right hand. Simon unexpectedly seized Judas's wrist with his left hand, making the man freeze. With eyes blazing, Simon closed in, determined to fight to the finish, even with only one arm. Simon's eyes gleamed with deadly resolve. Judas smirked mockingly. And you still rush into close CMBA? The two Apoles glared at each O'Hare, sparks flying. Simon growl. Still CN Feeden, are you? Judas retra. Your still as troubles me as ever. Simon unleashed a thunderous left-hand punch, but Judas retreated and dodged I. Simon declared Cly. What do I care about one hand or two? One hand is enough to deal with you. Simon finish. And Bo lunged at each O'Hare. A terrifying hand-to-hand Kimbot erupta, their speed tearing through the air. Judas taunted as he fav. Where's your mighty spiral sword technique? Hearing you pity me is utterly discusing. The henchmen waithing held their breath. The bald monk exclaiming, this is a battle between Apole, and Sir Simon doesn't even have a swar. The O'Hare monk CM mente, his combatability is superior. Sir Simon might win, but then Ba monks realized smething was wrong. The bald one asking, you feel it? Ever since that Judas guy. Simon Alls realized he was being deceived, thinking bitterly. Judah, that DG, he's tying with me. Pole Simon realized a horrifying truth. He's CPying. Every technique I've used since the start of the Phi. Pole Judas narrowly dodged Simon's attack. Simon bitterly admit, and he's executing them perfectly, even making my breathing techniques his own. Judas unleashed a thunderous kick, the force of the blow cracking the ground and sending Simon flying backward. Simon stumbled upon landing, completely overwhelmed in his own game. Simon desperately though. What can I? In my current state, there's no way win. I need to find a way. Then a shout rang, oh, Sir Simon. Simon whirled around, a flicker of hope in his eye. The bald monk had thrown Simon's sword toward him, shouting, "Here, Simon Smirke." Well, well, well. With a who, Simon snathed the swar, his demeanor simply transforma. Now I no longer feel like a fish on a chopping block. Judas drew 2 dagger, knowing. Agree. Finally I get face the real spiral sword technique. Judas crowed his arm, taunting. Though I must say, it's a pity you're mising an arm. Simon TK his sance, growling. You'll regret saying the. Judas immediately noiced Simon's clutly changed aura. His aura has shifta. This eye. Simon unleashed his ultimate technique. The swirling sword strikes, forming a sarm of energy. Left hand whirlwind slash. Judas froze, admitting. A completely different level. Impossible t duj. Ye. He remained unfazed. However, clang! Simon's blade was bloked right in front of Judah. Simon gritted his teeth, cursing. Usalez trash. Judas sneer, sping the sword with his bare hand, looking down at Simon and the 2 fallen monk. Seriously, bro her Simon, long time no see. Your heart has beck me as weak as your boy. That was your last chance to strike me da. Apolly Simon was utterly in rage, realizing Judas was deliberately tying with his prey to humiliate him. Judas sealedly swept the sword aside, casually kicking the monk Damwell away like trash amid his CM raid's desperate cry. Judas smirk, his eyes full of mockery. Whirlwind slash, huh? He held the 2 daggers in a reverse grip, striking a graceful poe. Judas perfectly mimicked Simon's sword stance, preparing to unleash a CP'd version of the whirlwind slash. Simon was utterly shook, unable to believe his eye. Wha? No way. Judas launched the technique. The swirling dagger strikes, creating a SRM even more terrifying than the original, completely overwhelming Simon. The monk Damwell lay sprawled on the ground, speechless as he waved the ultimate technique he had trained his entire life for being CP'd easily by his enemy. Simon broke into CLD sway, realizing Judas had memorized every detail of the move. What kind of monster is this guy? Clang! Judas' daggers clashed fiercely with Simon's sword, bloking the swordman's attack. Judas suddenly spepe, his eyes revealing a lock of boredom. I think it's time. He neatly tucked the 2 daggers into his jacket, crowing his arms as if the battle were over. Judas turned his back and walked away with his suit-clad subordinate, casually calling back, Bro her Simon, see you around. I'm a bit busy. Simon roared in Biterna, demanding a proper death math. Judah, where are you going? Come back here and finish thee. Judas merely replied CLD Lee, pointing toward the fallen subordinate. These guys will be excellent playmates for you. Judas approached a Ram in the temple, knoking politely. May I enter? Inside, Chairman Choi's True's subordinate anxiously inquired about Pietro Ciandician, who lay on the hospital B. The hoed old woman performing the surgery replied that Pietro was out of critical danger, having survived thanks to his robust physique. An ordinary person would have perished long ag. The naive subordinate believe. Thank gone. It seems Simon is still handling things well. I hope everything ends smoothly. The hoed old woman, Apollo Nathaniel, was still sweating, concentrating intensely on the surgery. Almo DNA. Jus a little more. One of the 2 musular monks reported to Nathaniel, who was currently in disguise, that he would go fetch clean water. Chairman Choi's True's subordinate, outside the DR, silently observing the situation inside. Suddenly, his eyes widening, and his assassin's senses screamed a deadly warning. He roared, a sund tearing through the air. Get done. Thwack. A bullet pierced the wall, embedding Itelf directly into the musular monk's K. Blow gushing like a fountain. T. Nathaniel's asnishman. Nathaniel, still in his old woman disguise. Suna, wondera. What the hell ju happen? Anohair subordinate. Al's TK a bullet T the shoulder. The force of the show pinning him against the wall, frantically searching for the enemy. The subordinate looked at the bullet hole in the wall. His mind began to calculate. To snipe from here, they must be at a higher position, which could only be the mountain P. He mute here, ruling out that possibility, because the mountain P was at least 4 kilometers away. A target viewed from there would be as tiny as a speck of dew. He looked at the 2 fallen men, his mind reeling with an even more absurd question. How the hell could they aim accurately when there was a wall in between? His eyes flashed as he realized the truth. There it I. The subordinate realized the enemy had loaded their target based on the shadow of the giant candle. An unbelievable level of skill. He analyzed with a tense expression, realizing that T pinpoint a location slyly from a shadow at that distance was utterly overpower. He mentally calculated that the bullet's flight time T reach here would be about 10 cn. Without a second's hesitation, he lunged toward the candle, deciding he had T block their line of sight for. Crash! He kicked the candle away. The rom plunged in darkness. Zhu Azanohair bullet embedded Itelf in the head of the already dead monk. The subordinate loped through the hole in the wall, breaking out in a CLD sweat at the invisible enemy. Nathaniel spoke up, suggesting they move to the dense fours below to safely complete the surgery. The subordinate pulled out his phone, well aware that stepping out of here would be suicide, because a sniper of this caliber would never die. He called Peter for help, his voice urgent. "There's a sniper on the opposite Mountain P targeting you." And Peter simply replied, "Mountain P?" Under. Nathaniel warned the subordinate that the sniper was hiding in a Lytle's 4, completely untraceable. The subordinate smirked smilvidently. A Lytle's 4? Even beater. The Sene shifted T a dense 4. Pith, black at nigh. A figure glided through the nigh, light as air. It was Alipede. Alipede, a TP tier assassin, advanced deep into the 4, a gleaming metal weapon in his han. He drew a razor-sharp karambit knife, because only one person was skilled enough for this challenge. Nathaniel wondered, "Are you really going to call Johann of Glory a mazer of disguise? T.A.?" Nathaniel C. continued T. Cajun, arguing that Bo were on the same side. Why let them deal with each O'Hare? The subordinate sneer, uttering a cryptic remark. "If your vision is limited in the dark, sme times you are the problem." In a Noher Sene, the subordinate asked by the seashore, analyzing the situation over the phone, stating that Raphael would surely guess they were seeking Nathaniel. He knew Raphael would anticipate that he, the Go of Kowlon, and the long-haired man would be together. The subordinate looked at the unconscious Go of Kowlon, including that they were all at a disadvantage and needed reinforcement. The muscular blonde man suddenly volunteered for a mission, startling the subordinate, but was immediately refused. The subordinate assigned the muscular man the task of prosing G1, then turned T G1. Wondering who she intended T ask for help, he revealed that there was Smeon else who would listen to G1 more than him, and it certainly wasn't the DG Micking. G1 froze, a name suddenly flashed in her min. She spun back to her desk, filled with old equipment. Her hand glided over a piece of paper inscribed with Braille, a secret method of CM communication. In the dark 4, Alipede received a signal. "Alipede, it's me, G1." G1 made a fierce proposition. "I want T hire Europe's Bez assassin T. Take care of an Apollo of Glory, your ally." Alipede sealedly retruded T G1. "Why should I DI?" while simultaneously receiving crucial intelligence. The information revealed that the target the Gloria Pole was hunting was a formidable warrior named Kim Songgu, a man who could single-handedly withstand a deadly attack. Kim Songgu's murderous face appeared, showing he was no an easy target. A full view of Chairman Choi's subordinate, Kim Songgu, in a peak Siembat stance, his aura utterly overwhelming. Alipede flatly declared, "Let me be clear. I won't help you." He smirked arrogantly, asserting his claim. "I am the one who will kill Kim Songgu." The Sene shifted a mountain temple, where Apollo Matthew exclaimed, "Wow, this guy is the real deal." The female sniper lay on the cliff, muttering about how she never expects the enemy T have such a high-caliber subordinate. Through her spee, Matthew had loaded the targ, admitting the opponent was incredibly sharp and decisive. She squint, readjusted her aim, and fidently declared she wouldn't miss this time. Suddenly, Matthew flinched upon hearing a strange voice. Terrified, wondering how he had found her portion, Johann casually emerged from the shadow, Cly explaining that he found her simply by listening to the bullet's trajectory. The female sniper asked if Johann was there to help, but he merely suffed that she was in the wrong place, as the target was on the Oher mountain. Johann turned and walked away, no forgetting to taunt her. "It's dark now, be careful no low your shoe." Matthew remained there, completely baffled as to why Johann had seen me all this way. Just to say a few word and disappear. She angrily loked through her spee, realizing the target had vanished without a trace, all because Johann had interfered. At the same time, the Beau called Johann, his voice full of authority, "Prepare the death certificate." Alipede S in the dark nigh, his murderous aura surging, along with his declaration, "Toei, Matthew will die." Inside the temple, candlelight flickera, illuminating a corner of the quiet ROM. A subordinate spoke up anxiously, warning his macer that lighting candles now was akin to making themselves target process. Looking at the hole in the wall, the truest subordinate declare, "We can probably get out now. Our package has arrived." The Hode ally no, silently praising Pietro's ingenuity in such a perilous situation. She analyzed that Pietro had used a dummy T-test and disavowed that the enemy had ceased fire. Suddenly, a bell rang, and the subordinate startled, reporting, Big broher, it seems Anohergez has arrived earlier than XP. The subordinate's eyes sharpen, and he ordered immediate action. Without a moment's hesitation, he hoisted his injured ally onto his back and dashed into the silent night of the temple. The Hode ally was racing against time, telling herself she had to reach the location before the enemy arrive. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, freezing her in place. Long time no see, Big Sizer. A man in a red suit with dashing dark blue hair revealed himself, blocking their path with a meaningful expression. The strange man approached, his teeny eerily intimate. I've mised yous much, Big Sizer. The Hode ally tremble, uttering the name of the newcomer, a name from a pa she thought was Barry, Judah. She bitterly admit, I thought we'd never meet again, but our ill-fated Snesion truly Percy. Judah smirk, repeating the word ill-fated, Snesion, with heavy sarcasm. He feigned sadness that their relationship was considered ba, but the seasoned ally immediately cut him off, stating they weren't close enough for pleasantry. Judah stepped beating around the bush, getting straight to the point with a sinister smile. Where is Big Broher Pieter? Before the ally could even deny Judas firmly stated that he was there because he already knew everything. She tried to explain that she had cut ties with the outside world, but Judas merely replied cldly that he under. Then, Judas said ambiguously, his hand gripping the hilt of a cane. Who? He drew the sharp sword hidden within, lunging forward with terrifying speed and growling. If I to thee, will he show himself? Judas's sinewy hand tightened its grip on the sword hilt, preparing to unleash a finishing blow to force Pietro to reveal himself. Apolli Judas' eyes flashed with deadly intent, and he growled his target's name. Pieter. Judas pressed his sword, the masked subordinate's throat, but immediately realized, it's no him. This subordinate was young. Judas guessed he was Nathaniel's soldier, but his aura was genuine, a quality the honorary Apolles Fashion couldn't po. Judas sneered at the subordinate. Hey Key, still carrying this trash around? Then ordera. Who are you? You should greet your senior. Show me your face. The subordinate broke into sway, realizing the enemy was Judah, Smione who knew his face from his youth, and he absolutely called no reveal his identity. The subordinate tried by time, turning to the ally he was carrying and saying, Please go, Miss Nathaniel. I think you should let go of my hand right now, the subordinate said stiffly. Judas smirk, I won. Judas sneer, his pale eyes filled with killing intent, and declared bluntly, Then, one of us must die. The Sene shifted a dense mountain force as night fell. Apolli John, Alipede, appeared with a karambit knife in hand, his blowho eyes warning, I've warned you clearly. Dienti touch that key. The marksman Matthew sat nearby, looking at the rabbit tat on her thigh. Then Aska, I see. Is Johann fighting Pieter? Matthew continued 8 ton. What's wrong? Don't tell me you're a biter, because you couldn't bring Pietro's head back, are you? And that hurt your pride? She asked, smirking provocatively. How unappealing, Matthew include. As her personal information appear, Koa name Matthew, rank a pole, Mazar of firearm. Alipede CL Deli Dinii. I have never engaged Pietro in CMBA. Matthew continued T needle. Why are you talking sweetly? No need to be embarrassed. Mission failure is CM Mon. You don't need to know. Alipede growl. This is your final warning. Step I. Matthew suck out her TNG, making a devilish face to provoke him. Are you ma? Who? Alipede vanished and delivered a lightning faz kick, straight to Matthew's face. Before she called Rhea, the marksman flew like a bull, taking the full force of the devastating kick to her face. Matthew scrambled at her feet, her Colt python slipping from her hand. She knew she was in trouble. Damn the fours is dark. Matthew struggled to her feet in the pith black four, bitterly admitting, that's why I can't see anything. But the marksman's blue eyes gleamed with calculation. She knew one thing for sure. The blind assassin cold see her clearly through his echolation sesam. Alipede's voice echoed from the darkney, taunting, Matthew, even if you're called the demon marksman, here you're a foal with a gun. Matthew smirked evidently. Honey. SP with the lame joke. I know what echolation it sans object as if seeing them. Rye? Her smile grew more cunning. So what if I'd thee? Bang. Matthew didn't show Alipede but fired a bullet into nearby tree, creating an extremely loud ek. Alipede flinche. His radar sesam heavily jam. Unable to see, he realized she had found the weakness of echolation in an insan. In the open space, the sun vibrations became chayoi, causing the 3D map in Alipede's mind to vanish. Matthew sat in the darkney, her gun ready. Now both of them were equally blin. Now neither of us can see the O'Hare, but if I do see him once, I'll put a hole through him. You think I won't see you if you hide like tha? Alipede suddenly lunged from above, his sharp blade slashing D-Dun, terrifying Matthew. Who? The blade grazed paw, tearing open the ground exactly where Matthew had narrowly dodged. Matthew clouthed her bleeding shoulder, her face pale with shock. No way. Is he really blin? The marksman's eyes widened in horror as she heard her opponent's explanation. Alipede land, his voice as CLD as ice. Those who rely on sight have inadvertently limited their own potential. He lunged for war, his blade ready in Han, preparing to finish her. That's why you can never win. Bang. A bullet whizzed past Alipede's face, forcing him to lean back and deej. Wow. Almo go you. Didn't I, honey? Matthew's voice echo. Alipede froze, unable to comprehend what had ju happen. How the hell did she hit me? Could it be? Matthew smiled triumphantly, pointing her Colt Python Skywar. A specialized spee was mounted on the gun. A night vision spee. Alipede finally under. I wondered why she ran toward the cliff. It turns out it was to get a high-angle shot. The female sniper, Matthew smirk, revealing her trump card. She had removed the night vision spee from her sniper rifle. Peering through the spee, Matthew taunted. Sorry, but I'll have to put a few holes in you fur, darling. It'll only sing a little. Bang! Alipede darted forward, dodging bullet like lightning, but one sill grazed him by a hair's breadth. Swish! Alipede's blade flasha, deflecting an incoming bull, proving his reflexes were on an O'Hare level. Even. Alipede had to admit that the girl's marksmanship was terrifying, especially as he was moving at high speed in the dark. Matthew continued her psychological warfare, pointing her gun as a warning. Johan, be careful. If I see you, you're DNE for. She laid down her term, her voice full of condescension. If you kneel and surrender, I'll spare you. You'll only take 2 bullet instead of the 7 I plan. Suddenly, Alipede was right behind her, repeating his les. Matthew, I'll say it again. Because you relied much on your sigh, you can't defeat me. He vanished in the darkness, his voice echoing with confidence. You'll soon realize how useless this night vision spy. Alipede's blade flashed in the darkness, ready for a finishing blow. But Matthew sneered from afar. Sweetie, let me tell you, this is a duel mo spy. It dedicate, I can see you perfectly. She continued, TAC superior, but Alipede immediately saw through her. Based on that teeny, it seems you haven't found me. Matthew bit her lip, bitterly realizing that this blind assassin knew everything, and was playing cat and mouse with her. She muttered about the spez fatal flaw. It couldn't find things that were spleetly hidden. Looking through the len, it was indeed pith black. She thought to herself, I shouldn't be able to see anything, buh. Suddenly, a bright shriek appeared in the spee. Matthew didn't hesitate, pulled the trigger, and yelled, I still see you. Alipede was, hi. Collapsing at the bush, unable to believe I. How the hell did she see me? Matthew laughed triumphantly, explaining, Want know how I knew where you were, sweetie? Because I learned how warm you truly are. The thermal spee had revealed the warm trail of blow Alipede left on the ground, an undeniable trace. Having found her targe, Matthew calmly reload, preparing for the final chasse. Well then, since I've already seen you, sweetie. Matthew continuously unleashed a barrage of bullet, T-pin. Alipede Duen. Growling. You're finish. But as she loked through the spee, she suddenly froze, her eyes wide with astonishment. The blowing on the tree trunk was clearly visible through the thermal spee, but the prey had skimpletly vanished. Matthew broke int, a CLD sway, muttering, No way. From behind, Alipede's voice rang I TLD you. Alipede in his full boy self sui, suddenly clode in from behind, his voice chilling, the blowing on the tree, was use a trap. With thaw, he unleashed a devastating punch at Matthew. Whew! With monstrous reflex, Matthew twised her boy, narrowly dodging the attack. Alipede had not acknowledged his opponent's skill. This Matthew girl is truly agile, she even dodged a critical blow. Matthew muttered furiously as she swept her spee around, seeing knowing. Damn this is ridiculous. The fours was pith black. She couldn't see him, but she remained feeden. I can't see you, but you're no my friend Alipede. Matthew suddenly had an idea, her eyes gleaming. I get It's the sui, isn't I? Alipede s there. His full boy suit severed in a layer of high-end multi-speakral camouflage. Matthew continued her analysis. Neither night vision, Hermal signature, Nor radar can detect Smione wearing this sui. Her eyes shone with determination. That means even if you reappear. Alipede lunged with a flurry of attack, but Matthew deed and fired back, yelling, "You still won't cath me." Alipede looked annoy. "Tisk, I've low intire. You know, once you take one high. Struggling as you sell." Suddenly, Matthew was right in front of Alipede, whispering, "I can even see your breath." Alipede confidently declare, "It's over, Matthew." But Alipede's own red eyes widen, revealing extreme astonishment. Matthew clung to Alipede like a leech, whispering smething provocative. Alipede gritted his teeth, his face darkening. "What the hell is this trick?" he roared, and a terrifying surge of energy sent Matthew flying like a roke. Alipede waved his opponent's retreating figure, his voice full of sarcasm. "What trick are you trying now? Out of move? You're giving up?" Matthew lay sprawled on the ground, groaning miserably. "Ow, that really hurt." Alipede approached, judging her from above. "Let me tell you this one last thing. You are the ceasing person. He second disciple. I will send eat their demise." Suddenly, fresh blow splattery, and Alipede froze, no understanding what was happening. A wound appeared on his che. Alipede couldn't believe impob. There's no way she could see me in this sui. But she show me? Alipede realized his fatal Mizaki. "I was to Karel. I momentarily forg." Matthew's up, a crazed smile on her lip, her gun barrel still smoking, while Alipede bitterly admit. "What kind of person Matthew I?" The flashback began in the USA, 2018. A voice over the radio reported on the Hoj situation. On the Raft P, a younger Matthew lay prone, while two snipers reported the tense situation. Infiltration was impossible, because the terrorists executed a Hoj every 10 minutes. A CLD order was given. Eliminate the target immediately. The sniper broke into swear, asserting that the mission was impossible. Through the SPI, the target was using two Hojes as human shield. A cowardly but highly effective move. The CM Mander asked about Dorohi over the Radi, but the Sildier dismissed believing that this foreign mercenary woman would only get in the way, and didn't understand the situation. The sniper's eyes widened in astonishment at the CM Mander's reply. He turned back to where Matthew had been lying and was Suna. "Huh? She was Jew here." The sut next to him als yelled in Pani, calling the sniper's name. He pointed frantically. Hey, lock in front of the building," which only infused the sniper further. The sniper's eyes widened, cursing internally. This woman is insane. Through the SPI, Matthew, under the alias Dorohi, was calmly entering the enemy's stronghold, making the sniper mentally stream. What in the world is she thinking? The sut tried to reasure his CM raid. If it's Dorohi, I'm sure she has a plan, but the sniper still couldn't believe his eye. Matthew stepped inside the building, the doctor slamming shut behind her, leaving the two Seldiers in uter CN fusion. Inside, Matthew gently placed her hand on a vase of flower. Suddenly, she threw the vase, shadering eye, petals satering everywhere. Bomb, bomb, bomb. 3 show rang o, and the woman doctor behind her was riddled with 3 holes as if show by a hunting rifle. The terrorist leader ordered his subordinate. "What was that noise? Go check it, ooh." A subordinate, armed with a pizzle and dagger, his face fully masked, cautiously approached the doctor. He peered through the peephole, warily checking the situation outside. Through the peephole he saw Matthew standing there, pretending to be a neighbor semplaning. Dronzer. "Why is it noisy up here? I can't even take a bath." The entire group of terrorists and Hojas were soon, one asking, "Is that a woman's voice?" While Anoher Semente. "Must be smay crazy woman Dronzer. She looks pretty ho though." The doctor slowly creaked open, and a lecherous thug couldn't wait any longer. "It's been 2 days since I've been with a woman." Matthew stepped in, facing 2 terrorists brandishing their gun. She feigned innocence. "Is it okay? 2 halves many people here?" She sand the rom, calmly counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Matthew nonchalantly calculate. 5 bad guys and 4 go Hoj. Okay, no tea crowd. Causing the terrorists in front of her tea growl. "You're quite Cianfedan, aren't you?" The blonde-bearded terrorist hadn't even grasped what was happening when Matthew flung her cloak in the air, revealing her tated boy and Siambat suit underneath. Matthew suddenly ted her cloak in the air, obscuring the terrorists' vision, causing them to panic and show. "What the hell are you ding?" A young loking Hoj stared at the sen before him in disbelief, muttering, "Impoible." She killed all the terrori. With a single bull, Matthew wiped out all 5 terrori, each with a hole right in the forhia. blow gushing like a fountain. Apole Matthew smirk, striking a gun-showing po as a final flourish t her perfect performance. On the raft p, the sut stammered in disbelief. This is absurd. Doro he succeeded while still wearing a bathrobe. Corporal Martin, a veteran sniper, squinted and sated firmly. The girl take care of them in under a second. I'm sure of I. Through the spee, Martin only saw Matthew striking a provocative po, muttering, "Come on, guy." Matthew sat casually on the windsill, her entire boy Tate, and chuckled faintly. Don't BS singy. Martin admit. This girl is too unpredictable. If Dorohi hadn't, if der Freischütze had ace, her failure rate would be zero. The suit flinche, turning T ask again. Why, did you just say der Freischütze? Martin broke out in a CLD sway, his voice filled with astonishment. I didn't recognize her. I never expected that girl to be der Freischütze. In the history of the U.S. Special Force, a legendary sharpshooter with unprecedented achievement was recorded, the unpredictable der Freischütze. Alapide, in his South Sui, recall, I couldn't read this woman's Asion. He remembered the moment Matthew, with a crazed smile, smeared her own blow onto his Sui. The warm blow stain was clearly visible on the night vision goggle, and Alapide realized he had been expo. He could see himself through the infrared spee. Alapide ups ray, acknowledging his opponent's brilliant move. That was a wonderful surprise. Matthew sneer, taunting. Now you're completely naked, Alapide. And Cian evidently declare, my eyes are adjuicing to the darkness. What are you going to? Surrender? Under the night sky in the fore, the atmosphere was tense. Alapide Cian temptuously curse, crazy bith. Then he began to unzip his South Sui. He growl. Whether you see me or N, the result will be the same. Alapide tray, off the TP layer of fabric from his Sui, sneering. Taking off your clothes doesn't make you sexy, darling. With a hoo, he threw the piece of fabric at incredible speed, creating a whirlwind of leaves and dew, making Matthew exclaim, That's too noisy. Matthew's eyes widened in surprise as she realized his intention. She had clearly low track of her target amid the swirling dust and leave. Unable tish. Amid the swirling dust and leave, Matthew only caught a glimpse of Alapide's reflection as he lunged like a phantom through a broken char. She hastily pulled the trigger reflexively, but the bullet only hit the ground as Alapide had already slipped paw. From the dark knee, Alapide liqueur. If you're always obsessed with appearance, then in the yawn. Matthew's eyes widen, unable to comprehend her opponent's spee. You won't be able to see the true nature within. Alapide suddenly appeared right in front of her, making Matthew realize she had missed her chance to shah. Alapide's barse-marked eye glinted with deadly intent as he struck. Who? He used his dagger to block the hammer strike of the pizzle, simply neutralizing Matthew's weapon. Overwhelmed by his strength, Matthew was pushed back, a shoe flying off. She muttered in admission that she couldn't fight him hand-to-hand. Alapide grabbed Matthew, leaned in clo, and taunta. Oh, it seems you really are in a pole, aren't you? He continued Tamok. Without Monlai, you'd be truly finishe. But even with I, you'd still be wiped out in close CMBA. Matthew suddenly asked back. But Mr. Johann, why'd we have to fi? At the same time, a sharp blade was pressed against Alapide's throw. Alapide remained unfazed, Cly replying, I already told you. He reiterated his mission clearly. Don't touch that key. Matthew asked blankly. Which key? Alapide explained that his mission was only incapacitate the nun. The res was up T. Apole Judah. Hearing the name Judah, Matthew went completely silent, no understanding what was happening. Alapide merely sige, showing his exasperation at his opponent's naivete. He released Matthew, turned his back, and declared, This isn't fun anymore. I'm leaving. Matthew suddenly called Oh, making Alapide think she wanted TCNTNU fighting. But N. Matthew extended her hand, and nonchalantly CMande. Carry me. Leaving Alapide Sune. She further re-and that her shoe was broken because of him, he was responsible for carrying her, Don the mountain. The tranquil night enveloped an ancient temple. Apol Judas appear, extending a dagger toward Chairman Choi's true's subordinate, who was disguised as a monk. Judas narrowed his eye, analyzing, thinking T himself that if this man was Nathaniel's subordinate, he should have shown fear when facing him. But N, the masked subordinate, remained unusually calm, his gaze unwavering. The subordinate silently called Judas's name, wondering if it was time to end this cruel relationship. Get L, the subordinate CLDLD Lee, pushed Judas's hand away. You are no worthy of meeting Sir Pieter. Judas growled, his eyes blazing. Even if I die Tay, I will drag Pietro with me. A faint memory resurface, the image of the subordinate in his youth, who once declared his dream was T beck me like Judah. Back in reality, the subordinate calmly sigh. It's truly regrettable that our relationship has CMET, but it's time to end this broken and twised relationship. Judas sneer, revealing his trump card. You're finiche. Whether you speak me or N. My men are chasing Nathaniel. That woman has nowhere left to run. He grinned savagely, mocking that all of the subordinate's effort were futile, and he would die a meaningless death. The subordinate merely tilted his head slightly, asking sarcastically, Do you truly think? Judas froze, sensing smething omino. What you mean? The Sene Shifta, a squad of assassins in suit, were aggressively rushing through the four, shouting that the target was running toward the Sne Satue. A bald subordinate, carrying the hoed elderly ally on his back, frantically reporte. Miss Nathaniel, there to fa. We're about TB Ka. The assassins, led by Park Kanghan, were right behind them, mockingly laughing. Full, that path only has one way done. They've run out of places TG. The elderly ally remained unusually calm, reassuring, Don't worry, we've arrived just in time. They raised a small, weasel-like object, casually declare, Outsiders, the trap is ready. The hoed elderly ally raised a glowing object, firmly declared that the enemy would no be able to find them. The assassins in suit aggressively charged for war, shouting that they must capture Nathaniel alive. Commander Park Kanghan froze, no understanding what the hell Jews hapain. The entire assassin squad s bewildered on the four's path. The target had vanished right before their eye. Park Kanghan furiously ordered his subordinates to spread out and search. The four's path was now devoid of any human presence, leaving behind only an eerie silence. Returning T, the main Sene, the truest subordinate, and Apollo Judas were still locked in a sanduff at an ancient temple. The subordinate thought T himself. T proke the go of Kowlon. He had T by time by disracing Judah. He knew Judas wouldn't leave easily. He cold only wait for that thing T appear. Judas flinched when he received a report through his earpiece. Sir Judah, Commander Park Kanghan stammered a report that he had low track of Nathaniel, making Judas furiously curse his useless subordinates under his breath. The subordinate smirk, his eyes full of mockery. Didn't I tell you? He continued T-taun, asserting that Judas would never find Miss Nathaniel or Sir Pieter. The subordinate feigned regret. Unfortunately, I wish Sir Pietro could see this scene. Judas began to frown. The subordinate continued to add fuel. The fire. I wonder how loudly Sir Pietro would laugh seeing your fused expression. The subordinate delivered a fatal blow with his whir. Come think of I. You strangely resemble Pieter. Judas was provoked to a boiling rage. He growled. I suddenly want to know what your face looks like. He declared he would rip off the subordinate's mask and tear that damned smile to shreds. Drawing his pair of sharp weapons with a flourish, Judas roared, disdaining his opponent as merely one of Nathaniel's small fry. The subordinate remained terrifyingly calm, ready to fed. I will make you realize. The subordinate drew the sword hidden within his cane, muttering. Let's see how terrifying a mere small fry can be. He tiki his stance. The sword flashed with immense power, ready to see in front an Apollo. Judas smirked arrogantly, roaring the name of his technique, twin blade flow. His eyes blazing, Judas charged straight at his opponent with terrifying speed. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the swirling slash, creating a sarem of sword energy that shredded everything around him. The subordinate remained unusually calm, thinking to himself, he hasn't changed a bit. In his min, a ponytail swordman was demonstrating the swirling slash technique, a technique that required an undisturbed trajectory, smithing mo people couldn't achieve. But Judah, in a short amount of time, had created his own twin sword version of the swirling slash. The Apollo was truly a genius at seepying, perfectly recreating the whirlwind of sword energy. However, the subordinate knew a crucial truth. Judah, who had perfectly peed the swirling slash, probably didn't know the subordinate analyzed. The swirling slash he was using had a fatal flaw, however small. The subordinate's sharp eyes had looked on that weakness. Clang! The subordinate unleashed a single strike, stabbing directly into the heart of the sword SRM, simply shattering Judas's attack. Judas's eyes widen, unable to believe impossible. I perfectly pied the attack. How the hell did he deet the subordinate liqueur? Why be surprised? Ignorance is no a crime. You pied it perfectly, but you overlooked one important thing. Judas was stunned in silence. The subordinate revealed the weakness. It's the law of symmetrical movement. He explained that when performing coordinated movement with Bohan, Humans instinctively tend to move symmetrically. The illustration showed that bow hand would eventually perform identical movement, and the subordinate C include, "You are Ailes human." And I seized that exact moment of weakness. The subordinate CLD declare, his counterattack Sil pinning Judas's weapon. His technique Shatere, Apole Judas slid acro the ground, his weapons sparking after the impa. Judas growl, his eyes gleaming with resentment. "So you're no just me ordinary piece of trash, are you?" In his min, he Sil couldn't accept defea. There was an extremely tiny flaw that ordinary people couldn't see. And this brat prosing Nathaniel, saw I? Impoible. The subordinate arrogantly pointed to as he, challenging, "Call me trash if you can walk out of here alive." The subordinate remained highly vigilant, thinking to himself, "This is Judah. I know this isn't everything. He definitely has a trump card left. What the hell is I?" Suddenly, the subordinate's eyes widened in astonishment at his opponent's next move. Judas unexpectedly launched a completely new attack, swinging a makeshift weapon that grazed the subordinate's face. Judas smirked and began to liqueur. "You know this saying, right? I heard it's much. I go sick of it when I was a key." He held up a broken blade, dangling from a string. "Third rankers can wield sword well." A red lantern was thrown als tied to an o'hare string. "Second rankers can use all kind of weapon." Judas grabbed bow item, now CNS T form a kind of meteor hammer, and growl. "And first rankers can use anything in the world as a weapon." The subordinate was Sune, unable to believe he made a weapon from a broken blade and a lantern? When did he He suddenly realized, recognizing his opponent's true nature. That's right. Judas has always been such a monster. A flashback showed young Judah. While O'Hare trainees struggled to learn one thing, he had already mastered 1,000. Back in the present, Judas's eyes gleamed with extreme madness and arrogance, ready to deliver the finishing blow. The subordinate calmly closed his eye, seemingly having found a way to counter. He opened his eye, his voice chilling, swithing T psychological warfare. "Stop and leave. Isn't it time you let Mr. Pietro G?" Judas froze, simply surprised by his opponent's irrelevant remark. "Wah?" The subordinate continued to poke at his weakness. "Mr. Pietro did knowing for you. T be jealous of." Judas was utterly CNFUs, growling. "Jello? What are you talking Abu?" Struck where it hurt Judas furiously roar. "What the hell do you know?" Then lunged to attack the subordinate. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. "Mr. Pieter, this way," causing Judas to halt for a moment. The bald monk, standing in front of a temple, continued to show, pointing the way. "Please Asape this way." Judas spun around, his eyes narrowing with murderous intent, clearly having taken the bye. Judas pointed his makeshift weapon at the subordinate, growling. "Brah, I'll remember your face. When this is over, I'll ZME back for you." True to his word, Judas dashed away with terrifying speed, heading straight for the temple to pursue his targ. The subordinate Sil, silently waving Judas's retreating figure until he disappeared from sight. Once the enemy was far away, the subordinate called out, "T the pure sen, in hiding. You can see me out now." The bald monk emerged from his hiding spee, his voice trembling as he asked the subordinate, who was called Pieter, if everything was alri, and was reassured that everything was under control. Pietro explained the plan. Since Judas's main target was Pietra, they Jew needed to provoke him, to lure him away. Pietro ordered the monk to quickly move to the prearranged location, and Bo immediately set off. A familiar voice echoed from the fore. "Broher! Over here!" The monk ran to uphold Simon, overjoyed that he was safe, while Simon stated that the glorification had split their force, making the situation quite tense. Uphold Simon turned to Pietro, admitting he didn't know where she wanted them, TG, and Pietro al Fest. He was clueless about this place. Pietro struck a math, recalling Nathaniel's instruction. He used the math to light all the candles placed on a booty's altar. Uphold Simon's jaw dropped in astonishment, unable to believe Nathaniel could prepare such a complex secret mechanism like smething out of a movie. As the last candle was lit, the snay wall behind the altar slowly opened, revealing a hidden cave. Pietro ordere. "Let's go inside." The group didn't hesitate, entering the dark and mysterious tunnel. Apole Simon was still in shock, muttering that this was too absurd, unable to believe a secret space had been created. The group entered a massive srage room, filled with shelves of foe and drink, illuminated by a few dangling light bulb. A hoed old woman appeared, joyfully calling, "Oh my grandin." The old woman looked at Thaddeus, lying unconscious on the bee, while Pietro confirmed he was safe, and praised the secret base as excellent. The hoed old woman calmly explained that she had anticipated the glorification would eventually find their way here. The old woman confidently declared the surgery was a clot success, thanks to their help, and Thaddeus would soon wake up. Pietro looked at Thadu, who was sound asleep, a lock of slight relief and satisfaction on his face. A Paul Simon gesture, frankly stating the immediate problem. But we still have a problem. That Judas is probably going crazy, looking for us right now. Pietro listened in silence, knowing the swordman was wry. They couldn't hide in this cave forever. Pietro admitted that, although this place had enough food and drinks for temporary refuge, it wasn't a long-term solution. The group began to refuel. Apollo Simon ate like a starving man. Pietro calmly drank tea. While the old woman sat beside the dough, Pietro reminded Apollo Simon to eat slowly, but the swordman brushed him off, muttering about how rat once slay his brie. While chewing noisily, Apollo Simon muttered that there were taught many things he didn't understand. The swordman turned and directly asked Pietro why Apollo Judas hated him so much, remembering that Judas used kill, be a very bright chill. Hearing Pietro's face darkening, he lowered his head, avoiding the occasion, clearly indicating a hidden sry. Pietro changed the subject, picking up a can of chiren sup, then declared he was going T-ray, despite Apollo Simon calling out in C infusion. Apollo Simon still tried to call Pietro back, shouting that if he didn't eat the rat would devour all the F. The hoed old woman spoke up, telling Simon to leave Pietro alone, then hinted that there was a reason for his behavior. The old woman continued to ask, "You know, didn't you?" Causing Apollo Simon to be dumbfounded, simply clueless about what was happening. The hoed old woman slowly revealed a shocking secret. Our broher Pietro once had a daughter. The long-haired man froze upon hearing the name Hannah, pressing to know what happened to the girl. The old woman confirmed. It was indeed that girl, her voice lowering as she repeated the name Hannah. Then she looked up and uttered a chilling sentence that made the air thick with tension. "I killed her." The long-haired man froze, utterly shook, stammering, asking what the hell she had jusai. The old woman explained that was the beginning of their ill-fated scenacion, and the flashback shifted to the truest subordinate in his youth. A flashback begins at Honor Orphanage, where an Apollo position is vacant, and a replacement is needed. The real Pietro enters the office, respectfully asking, "Father, did you call for me?" Father Gabriel turns around with a mysterious smile, greet Pieter, and says he has smething tea disu. In the sudi, Father Gabriel announces that the Apol Judas's position is vacant, and they cannot leave the seat empty for too long. Pietro locks out at the training ground, where the children are sweating profusely during praxis, then report that a child has caught his eye. But there's still a worrying concern. Pietro hesitantly asks if Father Gabriel is referring, and the image shift to Choi Jin's youthful face. Father Gabriel's smile, confirming, "Indeed, that boy," his eyes full of hidden meaning. The hellish training scene unfold, with children being brutalized like animal. From hand-to-hand combat to rope climbing, all life-or-death struggle. 3 her trainees openly resent unable to believe that a mere boy like Choi Jin was chosen as an Apollo, while they had tiled like oxen. An older trainee calls Choi Jin over, and the boy immediately obeys while still delivering a take down on her opponent. Choi Jin promptly runs over, bringing a 12 to the older trainee. "You must be tired from training. I brought you a 12. The blonde-haired older trainee snathes the 12 and whips it directly at Choi Jin's face, growling, "Are you crazy? I'd you to bring a warm 12. Why do you keep forgetting?" The sarred blonde-haired one leans in close, threatening, "The seniors are waiting." "Wath, you're back, Choi Jin." The envious trainees mock Choi Jin. "Now he's Judah, huh? Don't get ahead of yourself, you arrogant basar. Jews because you were chosen as an apprentice, you think you're Pieter?" They laugh boisterously, planning Choi Jin's demise. Hell die trying to imitate Pieter. Sound G, then the apprentice position will be vacant again. The peaceful mountain fours scenery sand and sark cienturas to the hellish training facility. Choi Jin trains diligently, veins bulging on his arms as he strikes a Woan Po with a staff, telling himself, "It's no luck. I earned this position purely through my own strength." He suddenly sensing Smion approaching. Who would see me at this hour? Pieter, the legendary Apol, silently appear, sunning Choi Jin. Choi Jin joyfully runs over to rapport. "Sir, I've finally been chosen as an apprentice. After the first generation, I'm the young, aren't I?" He locks up at Pietro with a dring eye, declaring, "My dream is to bec me Jew like you." Pietro pours CLD water on his enthusiasm, directly calling him by his new title, Judah. "Do you know what happened to the previous Judah?" Choi Jin locks bewilder. Huh? I heard he died during a mission. Pietro recount the horrific sry. Judah, my broer, was captured and treachered for a week. His teeth and fingernails were pulled his limbs severe, and his boy discarded in the wildern. He leans his face clo t the pale Choi Jin, warning. That means you cold alls go through smething similar. This is no smething t be happy abu. Choi Jin quickly bows in apology, his voice trembling. He thinks t himself. I can't believe he cold say such things t a junior s easily. But, in seed of fear, Choi Jin's admiration grew. That's Lord Pietro for you. So clo. The Sene shift an empty plough of land at Nye, where Pietro sand amid a circle of 12 gravesnay, each bearing a weapon of a fallen Apole. Pietro light a cigarette, holding a file, his gaze pensive. He glances through the file of a trainee specializing in sniper rifle, thinking, normally, trainees take years to master their main weapon and hone basic skill, but on Gravesney number 6, a fresh red blowane has been drawn. Pietro locks at the file, a cryptic smile playing on his lip. He includes his though, hinting at smething special about a clueless boy. Pietro locks at Choi Jin's file, acknowledging that this boy is a true geniu, capable of masering an arsenal of weapons from sniper rifles and daggers t longswore. Recalling the paw, Pietro realizes that talent revealed t early can be poyons, and the answer came very quickly thereafter. During a mission, 3 young trainees are desperately fleeing, shouting that they musasape t survive. Suddenly, a gun show rings and the ponytail-haired trainee claps, screaming in agony as blow gushes from his leg. The bald-headed trainee tries to help his CM raid, reassuring him that it's just a leg he won't die. But the injured man knows he's a burden. He yells at his CM raids, to leave him behind if they want to die together. Choi Jin, the youngest in the group, SPs and wonder. If it were Lord Pieter, what would heed in this situation? The bald-headed man is still trying to convince his CM raid, shouting that there's no more time, they must stick together. The bald-headed man's eyes gleam with determination, ready to risk his life to drag his CM raid along. Just then, Choi Jin steps forward, grabs the injured man's knife-wielding Han, his eyes close. The bald-headed man is utterly stunned to see Choi Jin, the one called Judah, CL'dly execute his own CM raid. Choi Jin calmly explains that carrying an injured person is impossible, and he might reveal information if captured. His voice devoid of emotion. I stabbed him in the left ventricle, he died painlessly. It was Ju's a logical decision. The bald-headed man frees, unable to believe the cruelty before his eye. He muters in disappointment. If it were Lord Pieter, he would never the bald-headed man assert that Pietro would everything to save his CM raid. CM plitly trari t Choi Jin's asion. Hearing the CM parison, Choi Jin pause, a flicker of emotion in his eye. He remains silent, lowers his face, and clenches his teeth at his CM raids were, leaving the boy on the raft p. Both continue their asape, while a descent voice begins, t uter a prayer. Inside an ancient church, the prayer echo, asking for forgiveness for sins and salvation from evil. Father Gabriel stand before the members of glory, beginning the mission briefing. Brohers and Caesar, does anyone know Professor Li Jinhee? Pietro immediately confirms that he is the genius professor who developed a biochemical weapon. Father Gabriel N, announcing shocking new. That professor has been kidnapped along with the deadly weapon in Rakandia. Pietro frees, recognizing the name Rakandia, the largest criminal nation in Southeast Asia, a true den of devil. The old prize explains that Rakandia is a small but extremely dangerous island. The simple reason is that the entire population on the island, CNSCS of criminals, armed to the teeth, he CNT knew. The urgent matter now is the safety of the Hoj, but sending an entire army in there would be suicide. Only an elite strike team can be used. Father Gabriel include. That is why we have been assigned this mission, an extremely crucial one. He looked directly at Pietro and intrused him. Take on this mission, Pieter. The young assassin respectfully clasped his Han, accepting the order. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the congregation. Father. Judas raised his hand, volunteering enthusiastically. I will assist Pietra, causing the ponytail-haired man next to him to hold him back. Judas stared intently at Pieter, his eyes burning. This is my chance to realize the gap between you. I truly want to go with Pieter. Father Gabriel narrowed his eyes at Judah, his expression full of hidden meaning. He smiled kindly and approved. Very well, Judah. I think it's a bad idea for you. Go and gain experience. Judas rejoiced as if he had struck gold, while a narrative voice revealed that this mission was far more brutal than they had imagined. The Sen shifted a tropical wrestler, where a panicked voice cried, "Ooh, damn we've been desvier." Pietro lay prone in a trench, bullet tearing up the ground around him, as he realized he only had 10 rounds left against an enemy force many times his size. Pinned down by the hail of boule, Judas broke out in a CLD sway, realizing the intelligence was completely wrong and trying to figure out what Pietro would. After racking his brain, Judas gritted his teeth and C included. There was no O'Hare option. Judas yelled into the CMM, proposing a naive plan. "Pieter, there's only one way. Jus use me as bait and run." From the O'Hare N, Pietro casually interrupted, asking an unrelated question. "Are you go at billiard?" leaving Judas dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the mercenaries heard a strange noise, and their leader ordered his subordinates to investigate immediately. A low-ranking Zoldyr looked up at the sky, his face paling as he saw a massive object hurtling toward them. If there aren't enough bullet, a motorcycle fell from the sky, smashing a Zeldyr's hay. Pieter, free-falling and aiming his gun, CLD finished the sentence. "Then you have to make them enough." Hiding behind the wall, Judas's jaw dropped, unable to believe what he had heard and seen. Judas' eyes widened, sweat pouring down him as he realized Pietro's insane plan. From Judas's perspective, the sight of Pietro throwing an entire motorcycle into the enemy base looked nothing short of an absurd joke. The motorcycle exploded like a bomb, blowing up the entire CM pound in a sea of fire. Amid the explosion, Pietro calmly TLD Judas over the CMMs that he should learn to play billiard when he go home. Because knowing how to play, he landed perfectly, charging through the smoke and flames with terrifying speed. Was truly very useful, as he grabbed an enemy as a shield and fired a piercing show through the necks of 3 Zeldyrs standing in a line. Pietro moved like a phantom, sliding across the floor while unleashing a barrage of bullets on the panicked low-level thug. Judas was still in shock, stammering incoherently at the unbelievable display. He finally, under Pietro, had used the explosion to force the enemies into a straight line, then executed a trick show through their artery, allowing a single bullet to take down multiple targe. The remaining mercenaries screamed in agony amid the infern, simply wiped out by the slow performance of a legion. Judas was utterly terrified, with only one thought in his head: "This guy isn't human." Pietro rested his hand on the Silho motorcycle, his gaze as CLD as ice. He's up, looked at the Silsund Judah and Aska. "What are you ding, Judah? No seeming?" Judah still couldn't believe his eye, his brain reanalyzing Pietro's surreal maneuver. He used the motorcycle to create a distraction, then efficiently eliminated the enemies with his bullet without a moment's hesitation. He looked up at the legend's back, only the name Pietro echoing in his min. The two arrived at a dilapidated ROM, supposedly where the target was hell. Pietro gave a firm order. "This is Professor Li Jinhe's location. Go in together. Keever me." They moved as one, praising against the doctor, guns kecked, and ready to clear out everything inside. As the doctor opened, Pietro's eyes narrowed at the sight before him, and he muter, "Wah?" Professor Li Jinhe was Snadea, slumped against the wall with a clean bullet hole right in the middle of his forehead. Pietro examined the wound, immediately including no suicide. He was snipe. He couldn't understand why they would kill the target after going to such lengths to kidnap him. Pietro's up, his eyes sharp, having seen through the entire game. "There's only one Rians," he explained to the still-bewildered Judah. What they needed from the Sart wasn't the old professor. Pietro's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. He recalled Smione he had once encountered. Judah still hadn't prosed the information, stammering, "What? We weren't informed about this at all." Pietro flipped the blanket on the table, revealing the true target, an infant. Judas gaspy. "A baby? Li Jinhe's daughter?" Pietro mused, analyzing. There's no way the old professor would bring his child along. So, the baby was Al's kidnapper. But what's the Rians? Judas looked at Pieter, his voice trembling as he called his senior's name, Pieter. But immediately, he regained the CLD demeanor of an Apollo, drawing his dagger with lifeless eye. "I will proceed as in Srus, as we cannot leave any witnesse." Pietro grabbed Judas's rye, speaking the fatal stab aimed at the infant. "Why?" The legendary assassin ordered decisively, "We're taking the baby." Judas maintained his stance, returning sealed lie. "The rule is to leave no witnesse." Pietro dismised I, telling his subordinate to think, "N. Smithing is very wrong. Think." He glanced toward Professor Lee's crypts, beginning to analyze. The old professor was captured for biological weapon, but why did they go not the trouble of kidnapping his child as well? And why didn't they kill it immediately after capture? Pietro picked up the baby, stating firmly, There must be a reasons why they kept this baby alive. He looked at the baby in his arm, his eyes sharp. And remember this well. Pietro emphasized each word, ordering Judah, this baby's existence must absolutely no be reveal. Judas lowered his weapon, bowing his head in obedience. Simply subdue. I understand, broher. The Apol fell silent, secretly admiring his senior's min, realizing he hadn't thought that deeply. Pietro was holding the baby when it squirmed, seemingly uncomfortable. Pietro's eyes widened in surprise, as if realizing smithing was wrong. The baby suddenly cried loudly, breaking the tense atmosphere. The legendary assassin now looked like a flustered new father, awkwardly trying to sheathe the child lying on the bee. Alri. Quiet now. He gently touched the baby's fontanelle, and it spept, crying immediately. Pietro sighed in relief, muttering with relief. Anyway, he picked up the baby, his mind racing with question. There must be a reason why the Racandia kept it alive. What important secret is hidden within this chill? Pietro imagined the Racandia criminals searching everywhere if they knew the baby was still alive. He knew he had not hide it at all. He looked at the child in his arm, setting himself a life-or-death challenge. This baby need to survive until the mission on. Can I die? Pietro, the legendary assassin, was now srathing his head in frustration. What die feed I? How die clean I? I've never encountered a case like this before. Sitting on the bed with the baby, the TP assassin admitted he was completely helpful. Taking it along is truly difficult. Caring for an infant is an entirely different category. Someone help me? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in the veteran's he realized. The Senna shift, a shabby dining room, where a life philosophy was being summarized. When life gives you a lemon, it means life is she, the ponytail man, complained. While Judah, a girl, and ano-haired taciturn man were burying their faces in their rice bowl. The ponytail man continued, whine about the meager meal, but the bun-haired girl immediately cut him off. There are still starving children out there. Complaining is a luxury. Silence. The ponytail man turned to T. Pro Judah. You really have a knack for killing the M. Hey Judah, say smithing. The bun-haired girl elderly interrupt. Step I. Suddenly, she sensed smithing as a familiar voice called Nathaniel's name. Nathaniel turned around, her eyes slightly surprised, seeing the person who had Jew called her. She hesitantly asked, What is I, broer? Pieter, the assassin, who had just been troubled by diaper. Now as tall, with a serious expression. I have an urgent mater te disu. Can you see me te my rom? Nathaniel froze for a few seconds, simply unexpected of this sudden invitation, but still agree. The usually calm girl was now a little fluzer, but sills up and followed Pieter, her eyes unable to hide her curiosity. The two remaining men at the table, Judas and the taciturn man, only buried their faces in their rice bowl, while the ponytail man was prosing the information. The ponytail man severed his mouth, his eyes wide, muttering as if he couldn't believe his eye. Did I see wrong? It seems this is the first time broher Pietro has spoken to Caesar Nathaniel. He turned to Judah, who was still eating as if knowing had happened, and pressed him. Rye, Judah? Judah simply replied curtly, I didn't know. The ponytail man still couldn't believe I. Continuing babble. NY. This feels incredibly strange. He began to analyze like an intelligence expert. Broher Pietro has always handled all his problems himself. And ye, the ponytail man screamed silently, his face changing clore, that broher Pietro invited Caesar Nathaniel to his rom at this hour? He looked at Nathaniel with eyes full of admiration and excitement. Could it be that spring has finally arrived for Caesar Nathaniel? Our rare beauty? He clasped his hand in prayer, his face full of anticipation. I've been waiting forever for Caesar Nathaniel to get married. Then laughed at his own absurdity. Jus kidding. The woven floor creaked with fopes as Smiona left. Nathaniel seldly shut. Dwan the ponytail man's silly joke. You've gone too far, Simon. Instead of thinking nonsense, ache like an adult. The ponytail man tried to salvage the situation. It was just a joke, do you get I? Of course it's for work, we're like sibling. There's no way for romance. Night fell over a secluded four. Nathaniel walked alone toward an isolated woven house in the four. She stepped short before the doctor, with a hint of hesitation. Meanwhile, the ponytail man was still screaming in his hia. Broher Pietro invited Caesar Nathaniel to his rom at this hour. Nathaniel felt pathetic for misunderstanding, but still couldn't spur though. Her face flushy, her heart pounding. Why? Why did he call me at this hour? She slapped her own face to calm down. Snap out of eye, Nathaniel. Don't think nonsense. It's Jew work. Click. The doctor open. She stepped in and announced professionally. Bro her. I'm here. I'm busy. Jew gets right to the point. Pietro replied from inside. Come in, and then my bedroom. Nathaniel froze. She flared up, her voice trembling. How dare a man invite me into his bedroom? I know I'm a woman, but this is rude. Her eyes widened to their full, stunned by the sight inside. Pietro was sitting on the bed, holding an infant in his arm, his face looking haggard. Aska, what does rude mean? Nathaniel Samir, her brain unable to prose fast enough. A baby? What the hell is going on? She tried to reassure herself that she was a professional in medicine, but her mind was racing wildly. Could Broher Pietro have reproused asexually? She cried her mouth, her face flusha, thinking of Anoherpoability. Or is it an affair? No way. There's no hing between him and me to begin with. Pietro Sige, speechless at her reaction, instead of sanding their dumbfounded, ask a sensible question. Pietro gently lifted the baby's tiny feet, secretly thinking it was a drabble. But the immediate problem was extremely headache-inducing. Nathaniel held the baby, realizing it might be the key to unlocking the secret of a biological weapon. She turned to Pietro, who was sighting thoughtfully on the bee, and Aska. But why did you call me? Pietro smirk, preparing to uter smething, choking. He tightly held her hand and declare, Nathaniel, let's raise this baby together. Nathaniel was utterly shook, screaming, Are you crazy? You, me, and this baby? Her face flusha, she Samir, seemingly swayed by the offer. It's Jew. How can we raise I? Pietro cernly instrus. Nathaniel, remember thee. Until I uncover the secret. No outsider moose know we are raising this chill. The Seneshift T the Pa, Rakondia, in 1985, where two men struggled with a high-tech safe, yelling because they couldn't open One man tried using a fingerprint, but the CSIM reported an error, refusing to identify him. He fumed, damn what's the problem? The subordinate reported in despair. Behind him a pile of severed children's Han. B. I've cut off the hand of all the children in this area and brought them. But it seems only that baby's hand can open He further explained that if the safe was forced open, the biological weapon inside would detonate, wiping out everything. The ponytail-haired beau furiously roar. What the hell is a fingerprint? Why isn't it working? Why can't it be open? The subordinate, sweating profusely, explained that this was new technology, and it could only be opened with that specific baby's fingerprint. The beau turned away, his eyes hardening, and decided, then there's only one way. He on to find that child immediately. It fingerprint is the key to this weapon. The beau snapped his finger, speculating. That's right. Some bastard from Korea came here. It's highly likely they've taken the baby. He decisively ordered, find them fur. We must retrieve the baby at all. The subordinate promptly obey. Returning to the present. In a 4-2 assassins whispered, T each O'Hare. One in Srus, Freen. Remember what I say? From now on, deedn't make a son, no even a breath. The TOE, one sard and one with a ponytail, their head camouflaged with foliage, lurked in the busha. The ponytail-haired one exclaimed, Oh, she's there. From their perspective, Nathaniel was walking toward the Woan house. The sard man Samir. Broher Thadeo. You saw correctly. The sard man muted in disbelief. Cicer Nathaniel goes T Broher Pietros Rom every night. I can't believe it's true. They go in there every night. The ponytail-haired man frantically shocked the sard man. Then 3 people. CMEO. You think it's strange, Rye? I'm no crazy, am I? Nathaniel's before the Woan house, her voice sweet. Broher, I'm here. A male voice echoed from inside. Come in. The ponytail-haired man tremblingly sagaze. Simon, how about we see me back tomorrow? Thaddeus sprang up, curiosity surging through his men. I have to go in and get to the bomb of Thee. The ponytail-haired man frantically tried to sap him, but Thaddeus confidently declared, Don't worry, I have 888 skill. Bang! The Woan detour was mercilessly kicked open. Thaddeus swaggered in, acing dramatically. Ah ha ha ha! Oh dear, I came to Pietro's house because I forego smithing. I wonder where my treasure went. The ponytail-haired man broke out in a CLD swear, thinking Thaddeus was making excuse, while Thaddeus continued his charade. I won't spee until I find I. Both Thaddeus and the ponytail-haired man froze in shock as they looked inside. The 2 eavesdroppers' eyes widened, and mouths dropped open, stammering, No way. The scene that met their eye, Pietro was holding a sack of diaper, while Nathaniel cradled a newborn baby. The goips were utterly flabbergazed. She gave birth? A granddaughter? Bow lurkers jumped up, screaming in their min. Why, how cold she give births quickly. Thaddeus declared like a sage. With their gene, 3 days is enough. The ponytail-haired man Noe. Sound incredibly logical. The ponytail-haired man gave a thumbs up, asserting that this baby would be the Sranges on Earth. Despite Nathaniel trying to speed their wild speculation, Thaddeus picked up the baby like a general, and the whole group marveled in praise, while Pietro could only hold his head in helplessness. The brain-dead bunch had already planned to train the baby into a warrior, one even demanding it be given a gun on its first birthday, ignoring Pietro's shout that it was a girl. From the shadow, Judas quietly leaned against a tree and asked, "What are you all ding?" Judas stepped out of his hiding spot, smirking. "Fun things should be waved together, shouldn't they?" Pietro cldly retread. "You didn't need to know. Go away." An o'hare figure appeared behind Judah, the name Raphael emerging with imposing presence. Suddenly, the baby cried loudly and incessantly. The aquil scene unfold. Pietro was struggling on the bee, trying to she the wailing baby, looking utterly pathetic and cruel. Finally, after a struggle, Pietro managed to quiet the baby, realizing, gently pating them makes babies quiet. He looked at the baby with sharp eye, his mind starting to race. Pietro picked up the baby, muttering, "There must be a reasons why the Racandia group kept you alive. There's definitely an important secret." The scene shift to a flashback, a voice echoing in the church. "Father Gabriel, did you call for me?" Father Gabriel sat behind his desk and called Pietro over. "Yay, Pieta. I have smithing I want to show you." The real Pietro began explaining the situation. The Racandia people are sweeping Acro-Asia. They are severing children's Han. He's continue. "I think they're trying to find the key to Professor Li Jinhe's biological weapon. Take a look at the." Pietro looked at the item given to him, his eyes speeping, immediately recognizing the problem. "This eye." The real Pietro affirmed, "You know what it eye? A fingerprint recognition safe." In a flash, all the pieces fit together, and Pietro unders everything. He looked back at the baby lying on the bee, his mind racing. So this is why they kept the girl alive. Her fingerprint is the key. Pietro turned back and presented his deduction. "Father, everyone's fingerprint is unique. I heard there's a new security method based on that function." The real Pietro worry. "That's why they're ding such cruel thing. Isn't it just a matter of time before they get their hand on the biological weapon?" Pietro cldly reply. "I didn't think." He clearly explained. "You said they're severing Han, right? Fortunately, they know about that par, meaning they won't be able to open the safe." Pietro revealed the crucial point. "Because this safe doesn't just sound fingerprint. A finger was placed on the scanner, and the fingerprint clearly appear. It requires the owner's biological signal." Pietro confidently. Include. Through trial and error, they will realize all their effort are futile. That's why they will remain silent for a while. Upon hearing Thigh, the real Pietro breathed a sigh of relief, clasped his Hun, and gave thank G, our father. Pietro remained silent, his eyes filled with calculation after hearing the old man's prayer. Outside, the secluded Wowen house, his female CM Raid asked with concern, "Are you sure you're Alri?" Nathaniel held the baby, her face showing clear unease. "If the Racandia are searching everywhere, I'm afraid the child will be in danger, Smede." The group sat around the table, and she continued to Sage. "Should we inform father?" Pietro replied curtly. It would only add to his burden." Pietro explained clearly, his hand on the baby. "If the truth about this child being the key, the biological weapon is Expo, all of you, including father, will be wiped. He's up," placed Bo hand on the table, and looked directly at the group, his voice firm. "Therefore, this matter must absolutely no get o." Nathaniel, the ponytail man, and the Go of Kowlon remained completely silent, understanding the gravity of the situation. Pietro cast a sharp glance, signaling the end of the delusion. From the outside, Pietro's by the window, vigilantly observing the dark nigh. Nathaniel carefully checked the baby boli, muttering, "Perfect rati," and the temperature is ju rai. "Excellent." The baby eagerly drank from the bowl, seemingly very hungry. Nathaniel sighed in relief seeing the baby drink, while Pietro sat exhausted on the floor. The Go of Kowlon teased, "It feels goat be acknowledged, doesn't I?" and received a chilling reply. "Do you want tea The Go of Kowlon, still unrepentant, continued T nag. "Hey Key, My milk is tastier than high, you know? Then turned T taunt Pieter. You don't actually think the baby understand, do you? And was threatened again. One more time. D. You want T die? Nathaniel, feeding the baby, looked at Pietro and asked an unexpected question. Hey, I've been meaning to ask. What's the baby's name? Pietro sat still as a statue. The entire ROM plunged in silence, awaiting his answer. He turned his back, his gaze unwavering. Pietro delivered a CLD truth. We need not know. It's better no T know her name. It will only bring unnecessary emotions later. Nathaniel looked at him, wondering. We were born in the same year, yet we're world apart? Pietro replied curtly. Different DNA. She asked a deeply personal question. Have you ever thought about having a family or children? Pietro ignored her, fousing on cleaning his gun. Pietro continued cleaning his gun, disregarding Nathaniel's question and replying curtly. I already know the answer. SIDNT need, T here I. While she was still ding on the baby, suddenly, the baby in Nathaniel's arms grin, babbling, da-da, da-da. Nathaniel was Suna, turning T-lock at Pietro, with an incredulous gaze. Oh my gee, did the baby Jew call you da? Pietro froze, lowering his hia, his eyes low in shadow, clearly deeply efface. The baby, completely unaware, continued to giggle innuently. The hardened assassin brushed it off, trying to sun clell. It's Jew babbling. It's a son, no a were. Nathaniel wouldn't give up, standing up with the baby and challenging him. N. The baby clearly said, Dada. Are you really a daughter? Then she seed at the chill. My angel. This uncle doesn't believe you. Did it again. The baby looked directly at Pietro again, once more clearly calling oh, da, a candle flickery. And Pietro began his discourse on the philosophy of life for Smione, like him. After a long day, the baby was fast asleep in B. In a flashback, Pietro put his suit back on, telling himself that their encounter with this baby was a revelation, even destiny. He's there, his professional assassin's demeanor, return, CLD, and decisive. His hand gripped the pistol firmly, the candlelight reflecting off the CLD metal of the gun. Pietro tucked the gun behind his back, monologuing. We are the sword of this church and this country. For people like you, family is Jew an illusion, never to be ha, he asserte. That is the revelation Go has given you, and it is our destiny. S. DN Drim. Elve any deeper. Pietro turned and walked away, leaving Nathaniel sadly waithing the sleeping baby. Time pace, snow began to fall, and the dangers surrounding Racandia gradually subside. Pietro narrated his decision. I couldn't leave a growing child in a drug tree. SI placed her in a family orphanage. At the orphanage entrance, the baby, now a little older, sat on the snowy ground, crying desperately. I want not go home. It's CLD and Sari. Take me home. Pietro S. there, awkwardly trying TCM for her. This place is warm and go. Dad will visit often, okay? But the child only cried louder. N, da, D, G. Pietro S. under the snowy sky, his face as CLD as Snee. The baby sat on the snow, looking up and grinning, asking him if he was Clo. Pietro bent down, his eyes sharp, teaching a harsh life lesson. Listen carefully. This world is much colder than you think. The child's eyes widened in surprise as she heard the warning. So if you want tain't live, tain't be a crybaby. He delivered a cruel blow. Beside, know your father, call me tha. The baby was cleatly sune, no understanding what was happening. Pietro maintained his SNY expression, devoid of any emotion. The girl accompanying him quickly pulled Pietro's arm, questioning, Bro her, why did you say that to the chill? At the orphanage entrance, Pietro handed the baby to a nun, completely intruding her. I'm intruding this child. T.U. The old nun looked up and asked a simple question. What's her name? Pietro remained silent, his gaze dissan. No boring T answer immediately. Turning his back and walking away, he uttered a CLD remark. She has no name. Jews call her whatever you find. C.N. Venyen. Time flew by, and the scenery shifted to the season of blooming flower. Outside the orphanage, a voice rang out proudly. Our sock is as intelligent. Many years later, Pietro brought a TVT Vizzy. The child was now older and being taught T read by a nun. The girl, now called Sock, smiled brightly, praising, the word grace son's beautiful. The nun asked the girl if there was anything graceful in her life, and the child pondered deeply. The girl's eyes lit up when she spooed Pietro there and quickly called his name. The girl waved Pietro, fumbling with the TV installation, while a younger nun felt uneasy about him having TD manual labor. The old nun called Pietro, and he turned around, his hand wiping a seine with a red rag. The nun suggests to Pietro, how about we name the baby? Pietro wondere, thinking she had already named her. But the nun explained it was only a temporary name, and no yet officially regizir. The nun gently said that Pietro was like the child's father, and hoped he would care for her more. Pietro's face was CLD as ice, as he uttered a blunt apology. He flatly declared he had no hing left tea offer, then turned and walked away, leaving the nun Sune. Little Sock cold only sand silently, waving Pietro's retreating figure disappear. The Sen shifted. A desolate, ruined area called the Honor Training Ground. Choi Jin, in sportwear and with longer hair than in his youth, emerged from an old building. A senior trainee, wearing a fur-clad jacket and puffing on a cigarette, blocked Choi Jin's path with an arrogant lock. Choi Jin merely glanced, sweat beading on his forehead, looking tired after his training session. The senior trainee jewed his chin, ordering, "Hey you bossar, I tld you to bring me a ho 12. The senior C continued don the sep, simply disregarding Choi Jin. Choi Jin remained silent, but his gaze had changed. He called, "Oh, senior." The senior trainee maintained his CND sending attitude. No bo hurring T turn his he. The senior trainee irritably asked directly, "I'm busy. If you have smething T say, gets right to the point." Choi Jin began his interrogation. "My clothes have been getting TRN lately." The senior trainee turned back, looking annoyed. "What days that have to with me?" Choi Jin seen to new. His TNE casual yet full of hidden, meaning, "I smell animal blow on my cloe. Why are you asking me?" The senior trainee snap. "What are you mumbling aboo? Juice say it clearly." Wham! Choi Jin grabbed the senior trainee's claw, his eyes sharp, growling. "You did I, didn't you?" Even as the senior trainee was grabbed by the claw, Choi Jin didn't flinch. His oher hand had already seized the senior trainee's knife and blocked his attack. Choi Jin raised the knife, saying seedly, "See? Exactly the same." His eyes sharp, he pressed the blade claw to his own face. "The smell of animal blow on my clohe. And this filthy knife. This is why you'll never improve." Caught off guard, the senior trainee Ju Das furiously struggled, stammering curses and liqueuring. "You shouldn't be disrespectful to a senior who taught you, Anderson. They say you're very arrogant." He pointed directly at Choi Jin, yelling, "You think becoming a disciple will make you Pietra? You wouldn't even cath up T Pietro's heels after 1,000 days of training." Judas screamed at Choi Jin with a crazed lock. "Your Ju's a cheap CPY of Pieter." Suddenly, Jus as Judas was yelling Pietro's name. A white twell was thrown straight into his face. "Here's your twell." Wham! While Judas was still bewildered, Choi Jin delivered a devastating punch to his jaw, sending him flying. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Choi Jin unleashed a powerful uppercut kick, sending the senior trainee staring straight in the air. Thoo! Judas fell freely, hitting the ground on his back like a sack of trash. Unable to get up, he lay sprawled on the ground, his face feared and bleed, only able to groan in pain. Choi Jin looked down from above, his voice casual. "Ah, my misake. You taught me the simply wrong way, to prepare a twell." A flashback appear, showing a group of trainees observing Anohair senior demons rating how T use a twell as a weapon. The senior trainee in the flashback used the water-saked twell T powerfully whip Anohair trainee, the strike as potent as an iron whip. Back in the present, Choi Jin poured ho water from a thermo on the twell, making Ju Da, who right hand was tie, scream desperately. Choi Jin's eyes gleamed with a crazed and defiant look. "Pietro CPY, huh? Fine, it'll show you I'm even beater than Pieter." The Sen shifted. An orphanage, where a childish voice rang. "Oh, Sicer. When I grow up, I'll thee." Little Grace held up a newspaper to show the nun, her face full of pride. The nun exclaimed, "Look, our sock already has a dream? I'm's prue, let me see." The nun looked at the newspaper and was surprised. "Why, sock, you plan to build a hospital?" Grace excitedly sighed. "Sister Nathaniel is clo. I want to build a hospital." While the nun began to mumble calculations from the newspaper, her face changing chlor, the nun mumbled calculation. "A normal salary is about 260,000 won a month. If you save, after deducing living expenses then." The nun's face turned pale, and she yelled, "It will take about 4,786 year." While Grace Sill smiled innocently, trying TCMPOE herself, the nun hesitantly suggests, "Soak, instead of building a hospital, why didn't you beck me a doctor like Sizer Nathaniel?" Grace's eyes lit up, and she joyfully exclaimed, "We have Caesar Nathaniel, Creek, the Rom doctor suddenly open, Pietro, and a female companion entere." She sigh, Pieter, days without missions like these are wonderful. While Grace looked up in bewilderment, Grace raised her big, round eye, curiously staring at the unfamiliar man. The young Pietor, with his black hair, responded with a clairvoyant's gaze. Grace suddenly ran off, startling the nun who called after her. "Huh? Sock." Pietro maintained his expressionless face, his sharp eyes observing everything. He turned around, speaking decisively. "Caesar, we're leaving." A younger nun said with concern, "We can't let our precious broer and Caesar do such hard work." But Pietro and his female companion still decided to leave. The female companion glanced at Pieter. Her expression seemed complex and disapproving. Meanwhile, Grace was burying her face in a basque, seemingly searching for smething. Pietro urged coldly, "Let's g." While the girl was still calling, "Oh, Nathaniel, what are you ding?" The female companion's face was full of worry, reluctant to leave. Outside the orphanage, under the cherry blossom, Pietro declared, "From now on, I will say, N." The girl questioned, "Why are you ding that again?" "It's goat visit, and see the children grow up me time. It would be more effective to leave that to people who are better at it than you." The girl hesitantly asked, "Why, you really didn't know?" But Pietro only replied coldly, "What?" The girl tried to explain, "I just thought it would be nice to drop by and see how soak is dings my time." But Pietro bluntly cut her off. "And why should I the?" His female companion questioned Pieter, bringing up the psychological imprinting F.A. She explained that Jew as newborn birds see insider, the first person they see as their parent, for that chill. He was that person, Pieter. Pietro maintained a snacld expression, without a hint of wavering. He decisively turned his back, leaving behind the plea. Meanwhile, inside the orphanage, Grace was happily playing papercraft with her friend and a nun. Standing outside, Pietro silently wathed, his gaze complex. He told himself that the place for that young bird, to spread its wings and soar, was no by his side, but here. Seeing the girl's radiant smile, Pietro murmured, "She's living very well." He believed things should be this way, then picked up his bag, preparing to leave. As they both walked beneath the cherry blossom, Pietro uttered a harsh remark. "Children forget quickly." The scene shifted to a gloomy, dense forest, full of tree. Hidden deep within, it was a secluded Woan house, looking like a hermit's dwelling. Who? Inside, a blue-haired man was frantically swinging a weapon, shouting, "I canned it!" He yelled loudly in a fit of rage. "I can beck me smione like Pietra." A flashback began. The young man, dubbed the 5,000-year Geniu, was training rigorously by smashing Woan sake. Back then, at the training ground, he looked up at a man with eyes full of admiration and longing. That man was Pieter. The young man's smile appeared. His lifelong goal ethed into his here, to beck me smione like Pieter. A voice rang grumbling about the genius obsession. Always Pietro tha. That basar juice pied ano hair, one of Pietro's skill. A flashback T, when Choi-jin was known as Judah, where a teammate disdainfully claimed he was Jew's lucky to beck me Pietro's disciple. In a perilous situation, young Choi-jin claps, desperately wondering, if it were Pieter, what would he do in this situation? Amid the Choi-jin was trying to save an injured ponytail-haired teammate, while the bald man standing behind him was pale with fray. The bald man thought of the legend Pieter, wondering if he would act like Choi-jin. He was certain if it were Pieter, he would do anything to keep us alive. Back in the present, Zhu Da, the fur-clad senior, was insulting the 5,000-year Geniu. "Do you think Zhu being a disciple makes you Pieter? No, even in 100 year. Zhu Das yelled directly in the genius' face, delivering a fatal blow. "Your Zhu's a cheap imitation of Pieter." Stung by the insult, the blue-haired genius lowered his hia, sweat pouring down, biter that the name Pietro kept swirling in his min. He grinded his teeth, wondering why an outstanding talent like himself had to live under that man's shadow. The genius repeated in anger, "An outstanding talent like me, right?" His mind shot array, immersed in resentment, and the obsession named Pieter. The genius panting in the Woan house, his hand already bleeding after a frantic training session. Hearing Pietro's name mentioned again, he flew into rage, veins bulging in his neck. He let out an earth-shattering roar. "Who dares to babble? In front of me?" Without hesitation, he unleashed a thunderous kick, shattering the Woan table into piece. The doctor suddenly opened, a figure's tall, and the genius was stunned. T realize. Raphael? Raphael, Al's known as the bee, sa in the shadow, his voice as CLD as ice. What a pity, he glare, silencing the genu. Wath your mouth, because I want T kill Smione right now. Raphael held a knife, and lightly threw it at the doctor. If your skill level is only here. Whew. A second knife flew, embedding itself in the doctor, a head higher than the previous knife. Then Pietro is at this level. An absolute display of dominance. The genius eyes were blow. Extremely bitter after Raphael's display of dominance. He screamed madly. Shut up, who are you to say such a thing? Raphael sealedly pulled the knife from the wall, his voice even. Normally, you should have been here already. The bow yanked the CCND knife from the shadered wone wall. The genius looked up, sweat pouring dumb like rain, his eyes revealing pure horror. Raphael, in the shadow, spoke with hidden meaning. Broher Judah, you didn't know about thee, du. Father said you were even more talented than Pieter. The genius was Sune, his voice trembling as he asked again. What? Father Gabriel said the? Raphael sneer. Honor is a finite thing. You understand what I mean, right? The bow continued to manipulate. This world is tearing itself apart with wicked Shem, and the symbol of honor, Pieter, is slowly crumbling. You know the flashback shift, the go of Kowlon S by the wind W, his expression pensive. A little girl, Grace, smiled brightly, seemingly telling him that lately he had been disraced by smething strange. Back in the present, Raphael placed a hand on the genius' shoulder. It's only a matter of time. In a moment, honor will crumble. The deadly temptation echoed in his ear. The genius regained Smi Siempor, asking directly. So what exactly do you want to say? Raphael smirk, knowing important. It's you that now. I think we might need a her. With the bow turned and walked away. The genius slumped to the floor, amid the wreckage, questioning himself. Am I better than Pieter? Red light reflected on his hair. He murmured a sund, as if enlightened. Memories flowed back. The go of Kowlon was holding a newborn baby, asserting, the truth that this child is alive must never be revealed. The genius bowed his head, his voice full of determination. Indeed, honor is too small for Smiona like me. The genius born once every 5,000 years reselve. He needed T-lock at the bigger picture. The Sene shift, T.A. dislate loation. The colonial island of Rakandia, Paktir. A voice rang, Ooh, where are you from? A sharp blade was pressed against the genius's neck. 2 minor thug, 1 bald leader, and 1 long-haired thug, were blocking his path. The long-haired thug sneer. The perimeter security is, Tai, how did you get in here? But the genius calmly reply, you should ask why, instead of how. The genius looked up, his eyes devoid of fear, and declare, tell your B, ICM from honor. The long-haired thug was Sune. Honor? No way. The place Pietro came from? The genius smirked mockingly, clearly annoyed to hear that name again. Even here, it's all about Pieter. He challenged, even as the blade cut into his neck, drawing blow. Lower this piece of iron in 3 seconds, and you won't die. The bald leader was skeptical. What? Don't tell me you're Pieter? Then he dismissed it himself. With this shabby appearance, you're Pieter? As he finished speaking, the genius struck with terrifying speed, slicing Donbo criminals in an insan. The 2 thugs collapsed, severed in blood, without understanding what had ju happen. The bald leader lay gasping on the ground, his eyes filled with extreme terror, and stammered a plea. Why? Spare me. The genius looked Don, his eyes wide and vacant, and sealedly CM Amanda. Say that again. Without waiting for an answer, he grabbed the leader's preparing to grant him a brutal death. Thu! He furiously slammed the leader's head into the ground, shouting the name that haunted him. Pieter? Pieter? His rage still unspent. He continued to brutalize the CR piece, blow splattering everywhere. He punched the ground, shadering eye, shouting a biter, self-questioning challenge. Do you still think I'm inferior, T. Pieter? After venting his fury, the genius up amid the battlefield, gasping for breath beside the 2 CRs. He wiped a streak of blow from his cheek, muttering sarcastically, Oh dear. Died Jew for no believing my word. Suddenly, a mysterious figure wearing glittering golden shoes stepped on the scene. A subordinate lightly pated the face of the fallen leader, cementing on the genu, Ju's lock at his goo, he's no small fry. A newbie, the king of Rakandia Islan, appeared with an eager expression. Well, the honor I've been seeking for 5 years has CME knocking at my doctor. The geniu, his face still stained with blood, smirked sealledly. I've seen me to make a deal. An extremely profitable one you can't refuse. The Rakandia Bobersint, delighted laughter, showing in tire, excellent, outsider. I'll listen to what interesting things you have to say. The beau introduced himself with a smug expression. I am Datukan. While information about him appeared. A notorious war criminal. The genius replied in turn, his voice full of sarcasm. I am a disciple of honor named Judah. Datukan grabbed Judas's claw, questioning him bluntly. What do you gain from thee? Judah's eyes gleamed with madness as he growled his price. Pietros Hea. Datukan froze for a second, then a cunning smile appeared on his sarred face. He burst into mocking laughter, taunting. Pietros CM raid, want to kill Pieter? This drama is moving me to tear. Judas raised his blowsake to swar, asserting firmly, I will give you what you want, and when Pietro CM's here, I will finish him. Datukan maintained his mocking attitude, disregarding Pietra. Oh, my Pietro is CMing? How interesting. I'm curious to meet this celebrity. Judas warned with a serious expression. You didn't know who Pietro the First. He has never meased a targe. Datukan casually brushed it off. Yea, I didn't know who I. He leaned in close, his voice full of challenge. And Pietro doesn't know who I am either. Datukan's smile grew more arrogant, as he posed his final question. I'm truly curious if Pietro will leave here alive. The Sene shifted ta Massive Fortress, where an army as numerous as ant roar, ready for battle. The Sene shift to a flashback. A voice called out, Hannah, and a little girl was smiling happily, holding a name tag. In a chi-rom, Hannah jumped with joy in front of a nun, exclaiming, the name Hannah is beautiful. Thank you, Caesar. Hannah carefully glued her name tag onto treasure box, then looked at it with determined eye. Hannah gleefully showed her treasure box to the nun, proudly declaring, Denis, giving this to you, Caesar. Click. The rom doctor slowly opened. Pietro entere. The nun happily welcomed him, while Hannah looked up in surprise. The nun apologized for bohering Peter, while he went straight to the point. What do you need my help with, Caesar? Suddenly, Anno her boy rushed over and snatched the box from the nun's hun, shouting mine, then ran off. Hannah furiously chasing after him. The nun awkwardly apologized to Pietro again, while he calmly asked what he needed. As they were talking, a shrill scream echoed from outside, startling Pietro and the nun. Beau rushed outside to check the situation. The nun anxiously asked what was happening. Hannah was pinning the boy to the ground, shouting, give it back, while the boy cried in struggle. With murderous eye, Hannah raised her thigh, shouting loudly, I tell you to give it back. Who? A large hand swept Hannah's punch mid-air. Pietro grabbed the girl's rye, sealedly asking, what are you ding, key? While Hannah was stunned, and the her boy wail. Pietro looked directly at Hannah, his voice full of authority. Key, do you think I brought you here to hit your friend? Hannah resentfully argued that the boy had stolen her treasure, and thieves are always wrong. Pietro, bluntly, retret, hitting your friend is wrong. Pietro's stern gaze left Hannah speechless. With tears welling up in her eye, Hannah burst and saw. The little girl sprang up and ran away, while the nun anxiously called after her. Hannah. Pietro silently waved her G, then glanced down at the box left on the ground, as the nun wondered aloo. How strange, Hannah isn't usually like thee. Pietro remained standing there, his gaze pensive, seemingly contemplating smething deeper. In a secluded Woan house deep in the fore, a silent night enveloped everything. Pietro's female's companion told him to take the box, Hannah left behind, and make amend with the girl. A flashback suddenly surged. Hannah excitedly showed the nun the handmade box, but then a hint of sadness crowed the girl's face. Pietro held Hannah's treasure box in his hand, a simple child's handmade item. He solidly up, knocking the box off the bee. Clang. The box clattered to the floor, its lid flying open. Pietro glanced at the box with Imowanal's eye, seemingly uncertain. He mumbled, this eye. The Sene shifted TA4's path, where the name Judas appear, full of hidden meaning. As Pietro walked, the 5,000-year genius suddenly appeared behind him, asking why he was tailing him. Judas retre. Broher. Why have you been visiting the orphanage often lately? Pietro curtly replay. I have business there. Pietro TK, a drag from his cigarette, his sharp eyes revealing no emotion. Vrom. The sudden roar of a car engine made Pietro freeze, his assassin's senses screaming in alarm. An old car was approaching from a distance on the dirt road. Judas Ciamente. Must be rich folk, driving such a fancy car, while Pietro silently observed. He completely ignored Judas's question about the old mission, his entire Faust now on the car. Pietro's eyes widened. He realized Smething was Ami. A deadly threat was drawing near. Who? Without a word of warning, Pietro slammed in Judah, shouting a warning. Judas tumbled, to the ground. Still unable to comprehend what was happening. Broher? What's wrong? Pietro show off like an arrow, his mind analyzing at terrifying speed. Someone who can drive this luxury car would need to destroy. Pietro analyzed with lightning speed, noising, smething unusual about the car's doctor handle. Judah, Sil Cluel, cold only Sar blankly after him, regardless of what was happening. A battle-hungry Judas Sil yell. Broher! Let me block their escape route. Two figures show off like arrow. Pietro tearing through the wind toward the orphanage, while Judas ran take-cut off their retrea. Pietro mumble, his face hardening, the car speeding straight toward the orphanage, a place that couldn't be found. He knew full well that the Honor Family Orphanage was a secret location, no excising on any map. Only one possibility flashed in Pietro's mind, a name full of death, Racandia. A piercing scream echoed from the orphanage, tearing through the silence. Pietro flinched as he recognized that familiar voice. He poured all his strength into his leg, his boy beckoning a blur as he shoved forward at terrifying speed. Pietro arrived. To find, the old nun collapsed on the ground, and he yelled in Pani, Caesar! Where's Hannah? Pietro's eyes narrowed as he heard the grim news. Hannah had been kidnapped by a group of unknown armed men. He looked up, just in time to see the kidnapper's car accelerating away on the dirt road. Inside the car, the bald beau chuckled gleefully, having finally captured Hannah, Professor Li Jinhee's daughter, after 5 years of searching. A subordinate suddenly cried, "Oh," his voice filled with terror. "B. Lock." The driver glanced in the rearview mirror and froze. A figure was chasing right behind their car. None of them could believe their eye. A human was running faster than a car on the rough road, while Hannah screamed, "Uncle," the beau sneered arrogantly, ordering, "He'll follow us to the end. You two, get out and deal with him." Pietro didn't slow down at all. His dagger-sharp gaze locked on the car that had juice bay. Two thugs jumped out of the car to block the path, while the car carrying Hannah sped away, leaving behind an impending battle. Pietro casually leaned against a tree, asking the thug, "Racandia, how did you know this place?" The leader sneered, "You're about to die. And you're still curio?" The muscular man aimed his gun, his voice full of sarcasm. "Want me to tell you as a final gif?" Pietro gadely repli. "No knee." Pietro straightened up, declaring chillingly, "I am Pieter." The muscular man paused slightly at the name Pietro's disciple, but still arrogantly retre. "So announcing your name won't do you any g." Pietro smirka. On the Cienturi. "This is a declaration of my resolve. Hat, I will surely kill every single one of you standing before me." As soon as he finished speaking, he darted off like a gaw. The two thugs frantically fired their gun, but Pietro had vanished among the tree, their bullet uselessly embedding themselves in the trunk. The leader burst into laughter, thinking Pietro was just a fleeing raw. "Keep running. With the trees in the way, I can't hit you." He confidently ordered his bald ACM place. "He can't be faster than us climbing the mountain. Let's head back to the B." The moment he finished speaking, a devastating punch appeared out of nowhere, right before his face, deforming eye. "Who?" Pietro unleashed an incredibly powerful spinning kick, sending the leader flying backward like a ball. The bald man, Sil Disriente, cursed loudly and hastily aimed his gun at Pieter. Pietro was even phaser. He glided forward in a flash, one hand swatting away the gun, the O'Hare breaking the bald man's trigger finger, while his O'Hare foe shattered his Achilles tend. The leader lay sprawled on the ground, horrified to realize, impossible. In that instant, he precisely targeted our trigger fingers and Achilles tend. His eyes bulge, sweat pouring off him. He deliberately did that turn us in cripple. Pietro's there, twirling like a go of death, his eyes glowing red in the darkness. The leader trembled, thinking, "Is this truly Pieter?" The leader still tried. T-force a twised smile. Pietro zealdeally declare, "Whoever CME's fear, get dealt with fear." Crack! Pietro wazed no were, simming done and shattering the leader's leg, making him shriek in agony. Pietro grabbed the struggling bald man by the claw, his voice devoid of emoine. "Where is the child being taken?" The bald man fezed in agony and despair. "We truly didn't know. Only Bo Satid knows the destination." The henchman Samir, revealing the leader's name as Bo Sathi, while Pietro's above, CL'dly demanding, "Have you dealt with him, ye? Answer me." Pietro's crimson eyes gleamed with a deadly light as he repeated the name Sathit like a death sentence. The leader grabbed the walkie-talkie, his voice trembling as he reported his B. "It." It's Pieter. Pietro gave him no chance to speak further, snathing the walkie-talkie from the terrified henchman's Han. Hacking directly into the enemy's frequency, Pietro issued a harsh ultimatum. Return the girl immediately. I will exchange her for 2 of your men. On the O'Hare N, Bosathet sneer, so you're Pieter. Who do you think is more important, that Lytle girl or these 2 small fry? He continued to Boaz loudly. Confident that Pietro couldn't probably cath up since he didn't know their location. Pietro closed his eye, simply ignoring the provocation, fousing on the engine sound and surrounding environment through the walkie-talkie. He began deciphering the sun, 3rd or 4th gear. That means they're on a dirt road. After thaw, there will be a fork leading to the port or the city center. Which way are they going? A flashback suddenly surged, showing Pietro taking foe of Hannah as the nun taught her read the name Grace. Back in reality, Pietro came up with a brilliant plan, speaking int the walkie-talkie. Little one, you've learned Korean, right? Read any word you recognize. In the speeding car, Hannah suddenly shouted a place name from a sign, Mohori, startling the 2 kidnapper. Pietro Smirka. The tables had turned. If it's Mohori, they're heading toward Supopor. Without a moment's hesitation, Pietro rushed off like a ga, while Hannah's beam voice came through the walkie-talkie. Uncle, I'm Shri, uncle. Pietro ran while reassuring the girl. But his expression had hardened, signaling an impending bloy purge. In her flashback moment, Pietro sat in a room, staring at a blue box, recalling his companions were, I think it's bees if you return that box to the girl. He's up, accidentally dropping the box to the floor. The box sprang open, revealing smething inside. Pietro bent down to lock, his gaze sharper than ever. He looked straight ahead, his eyes blazing with steely determination, ready to level everything, to save Hannah. Inside the box was a scrawled handwritten letter from Hannah. Uncle, I'm learning Korean, sir. I can write letters to you. Pietro read the letter, his eyes hardened, and a flame of Rieslelv had just been ignite. A flashback showed little Hannah diligently studying in the middle of the night, while the O'Hare children were fast asleep. At the orphanage, a nun asked Hannah why she was trying so hard, and the girl replied that she wanted to learn quickly. Hannah smiled innocently, her slay goal being to personally write a letter to her uncle. Memories flowed back to the snowy day when Pietro instructed little Hannah to speak whining. Hannah had kept her ironclad promise. No whining, no trouble, no crying. All due to be acknowledged by Pietro Smede. The girl even disciplined herself next to the trash can, determined to beck me a go-child in her uncle's eye. Hannah diligently continued her duty, declaring that she would grow up and earn a load of money. Her dream wasn't anything luxurious, but to build a hospital jus for Pieter. Hannah innately boasted to the managing nun about the hospital CN's Rushan C she read in the newspaper, a staggering sum of 7.6 billion won. Although the amount was astronomical, Hannah still believed that, as long as she studied well, she could die, even if it meant working hard on weekend. The girl recalled seeing Pietro severed an injury, and Caesar Nathaniel's word that a big hospital could cure him. Hannah knew Pietro couldn't go to the place, as she was determined to build one herself, and TLD her uncle to take care of himself until then. Hannah's innocent yet resolute gaze looked at Pietro through the crack in the doctor, pleading, Uncle, please don't get hurt anymore. In a Noher Sene at the orphanage, the nuns were teaching the children to make handicraft, to give to their loved one. A boy wondered who they would give them to since they were orphan. But the nun Jew smiled, and asked if they had anyone special in their here. The elderly nun turned to encourage Hannah, believing that the girl surely had Smona to give this gift. Little Hannah placed a paper carnation in the blue box, muttering to herself. To me, you're Jew an uncle, but Tay, I want to give this to you. Because that day was Parent Day, and inside the box, the vibrant red paper flower lay silently, containing all the affection of a chill. In the fore, Pietro's Adapi the Cripses of Tusu, casually picking up the walkie-talkie to make CNTA. He spoke calmly in the walkie-talkie, his face devoid of emotion. Pietro asked an unrelated question. What is the population of Rakandia? Leaving the O'Hare en Sune. A shrill scream rang out from the walkie-talkie. Seemingly, O'Hare Seldier had Jew been dealt with. Pietro continued his massage sealedly. Go and tell your B. In a car, Beau Charlie was monitoring the situation with a tense expression. Pietro's eyes blazed with deadly red as he concluded his declaration of war. The day I arrive in Rakandia, it will be wiped off the map. Rakandia's colonial island of Paktir appear. A fortress in the open sea. In the Cientral Ram, Bo Charlie and his subordinates sneer, believing Pietro had no chance of setting foe on the Islan. They confidently boast about their state-of-the-art radar CSEM, powerful it cold even see the driver's underwear chlor. Suddenly, a technician was startled to see a strange signal on the screen. Beep beep. The radar screen showed a red D heading straight for the Islan. The henchmen gleefully exclaim, "It's been detest. Let's see what chlor Pietro's underwear I." Then ordered preparations for interception. A strange voice rang out from behind Bo. "Charlie, it's Yahello." Charlie spun around, severely shocked to see a stranger, who had silently appeared in the central ROM at SME point, stammering, "Judah?" The stranger named Judah smirk. "Do you think a paltry radar can cath Pieter?" Charlie was still bewildered when a subordinate shout, "B. Lock." The technician reported in astonishment. "The plane has turned around. It seems we couldn't cath him." The Celadiers burst out laughing again, thinking they had scared the enemy away. Judah silently drew out a gleaming scythe, sarcastically asking, "What are you doing? Aren't you preparing tea welcome gay?" Bo Charlie's face turned pale, and he yelled, "What the hell are you talking about? The plane has turned back." Judas merely replied CLDly, "Thanks to the foolish time you gave him." The transport plane circled in the sky, preparing T-drop at Karg. A figure plunged S-right Dion like a meteor, declaring, "Apole Pietro is CMing." Pietro's sharp gaze flashed behind the helmet's visor, looking onto the targe. "Who?" He tray through the air, plunging straight to went on the island like a bullet. A few hours earlier at a port in Korea, Peter ran at full speed while calling TCN firm. "Have you investigated it, ye?" His hacker ally reported from the state-of-the-art server ROM. Though foreigners are heading toward the East Sea, and among 38 Islan, only one is emitting extremely strong electromagnetic wave. Peter analyzed the situation, including that only one island was suspicious, a place that could hide thousands of people. That island was named Paktir, and a parachute was gently descending onto E. Pietro parachuted Dwan on Paktir beach. He discarded his parachute gear, revealing a tight-fitting black Siambat Sui, looking like a demon monk. He muter, landed safely. "Now I need T find a spo T observe the enemy's movement." Pietro's red eyes sand through the four, exuding a deadly and calculating aura. Meanwhile, at the stronghold, Datukan questioned Judah. "Hey Judah, D, you have any proof that Pietro is on the Islan? You're overestimating him." Datukan pondere. Beginning T. Calculate the enemy's move. If it's Pieter, where would he attack fur? Where? Suddenly, an idea struck Datukan, his eyes flashing with realization. He yelled, pointing and ordering, "Inform them immediately. Deploy troops to the location I specify." The Sen shifted T a dense 4, rustling Foop's echo, signaling that the hunt had begun. Asut was searching through the 4, asking over the Radi, "Have you found Pietro yet?" The lead Sut reported back, "There are no traces here at all. He hasn't even set foe in this area." Suddenly, Peter appeared like a go behind the Seldier, patted his shoulder and said succinctly, "Well, Dine." The Sut was scared out of his wee, stammering and begging for his life. "Spare me. I did everything you told me." Peter didn't Boert reply. His blow-red eyes were icy clo, sweeping over the small fry. He remained silent for a moment, calculating his next move in his Hia. Peter's gaze remained unchanged. His silence was more terrifying than 1,000 threa. Peter uttered a CNC-sized sentence. "Alri, G." The Seldier, thinking he was spare, ran for his life and yelled a threa. "You fool. You're dead for sure, Pieter. I'll go kill your chill." A shadow darted past the fleeing soldier. Peter replied sullenly, "Thanks for showing me the way, teach your headquarter." Peter landed as light as a feather after dealing with the unwhiting guide. He glanced forward. The hunt had only begun. Peter S. on a rock outrop, tasting his ally. "Nathaniel, I'm shooting from the cliff here." A female voice came over the Radi, asking eagerly, "Big broer, you did Gria. What's the situation? Are there many of them?" Peter smirk, looking done. From above, a massive fortress appear, with a teeming sea of people inside. Peter replied casually, "The numbers are Jew average." He analyzed the situation. "But quantity isn't the Izu. They are heavily armed and concentrated at the entrance. There's no way T infiltrate." His ally anxiously asked about the plan, but Peter had already calculated, I've just thought of a way T, get inside." Inside Datukan's stronghold, warm yellow light shone. Datukan was visibly delighted, opening his arms to welcome little Hana, who had just been brought in. "Here's the girl. Hey, she doesn't understand. Quickly get an interpreter." Datukan grinned widely, feigning friendline. It's a shame. Didn't you remember me? I saw you when you were Jew. A tiny baby like thee. Long time no see. Let's shake hand. The beau's giant hand reached out in front of little Hana. The girl looked up warily. Slap. Hana didn't say much, swung her hand and slapped Datukan directly in the face, and let out a piercing scream. Datukan froze, his face sunned in disbelief. He grinded his teeth. This bra. Hana burzent SBS, but still strained her neck. Teeth threaten. My uncle is seeming sin. Datukan's eyes widen, sneering maniacally. Your uncle? Ha, Pieter. What can he do if he see me? He roar, swinging his hand to grab the girl. Do you think you'll survive until then? Who? A sharp dagger instantly bloked Datukan's Han. A CLD voice rang. Oh, steep. Hana was overjoyed, turning back and calling out loudly. Uncle Judah. Judah, who had juice appeared like a guh, looked directly at Datukan with deadly eye. You dare lay a hand on Hana? ITLD, no T kill the girl. He sept clower, leaning close to the frozen beau's ear. Judas whispered menacingly. This child is our insurance. Outside, the entire Rakandia fortress was a sea of people, heavily armed SLDers, as dense as an Abal, tated CM Ander roar, ordering 3,356 armed SLDers to immediately gather at the mansion. Commander Charlie was evidently arranging defense, assuming Pietro would launch a sneak attack from behind, when a frantic Seldier ran in, his voice trembling as he reported, Pietro has arrived. Charlie spun around, his face completely changed chlor. Wah. He couldn't believe his ear, muttering in Pawnee. Insane. Is he the real deal? Between two lines of Seldiers with ready weapon, Peter calmly walked straight in the main gate alone, as if strolling in a park. Charlie's SLDers were utterly bewildered. One asked if they should shh, but Charlie quickly waved his Han. Why? He has no weapon. What trick is he playing? The lead soldier aimed his gun, sweat pouring down, his voice trembling. Beau Charlie. Surrounded by gun, Peter raised his Han. And a low-ranking Seldier wondery. Is Pietro surrendering? Peter sealed-ly declare. You won't be able to open that safe with the girl's Han. His gaze sharp as a blade, he made an offer. But I know how to open I. Let's separate. The leader roar, pointing his gun directly at Peter's face. Shut up. What trick are you trying to pull? Do you think we're that easy to fool? Commander Charlie ordered from behind. Why? Dent. Bring him up here, then in Sruce. Keep your distance, point your guns at him, in case he tries anything. Peter continued the charade, explaining while being ESRT. That biological weapon safe can only be opened with a physical key. And I have that key. He stated his final condition, his voice devoid of emotion. Give the girl back to me, and I'll open the safe. No one has to get her. Charlie and his cronies sills at a distance, full of suspicion. I believe you. If what you say is true, where's the key? Peter slowly reached for his poke. A Seldier frantically warned, Hey, DNTD anything soupy. While Peter calmly sat. I'll take it From the balcony, Datukan looked down, appearing satisfied. Pietro isn't bad at all. Things are going smoother than I though. Judah, standing beside him, narrowed his eyes suspiciously, muttering. Pietro, surrenderings easily? In the courtyard, Peter looked up, pointing. Right poke. That bulging thing is the key. Charlie smirked, his mind already calculating. Don't mess with me. If you lie, I'll kill you. If you tell the truth, I'll just take the key and kill you anyway. A subordinate eagerly ran closer, confirming. That's right, it's the key, Charlie growled. Hand it over, now. The soldier obediently followed order, aggressively rushing toward Peter snath the key. Upstairs. Judas suddenly noised, smething. Unusual. There's no way Pietro would personally approach them like thee. What the hell is he planning? His eyes widened as he realized the trap, quickly yelling, Stop! Stop him now. The subordinate had handed the key ring to Charlie, and the commander asked in fusion, What is thigh? Then looked at his palm. It's a key beau. The key ring had an object that looked like a pin attaché. Charlie muter. What is this pin-shaped object? Peter's there, hand still raised, a deadly smile on his lips as he infirma. It is a key. Peter smirk, revealing the pin was the detonator for a smoke grenade. The key for him to carve a bloy path inside. Amid the thick smoke, Commander Charlie realized he was trapped and cursed before Peter grabbed his face. Wham! Peter wazed nowhere, delivering a devastating punch straight to Charlie's face. In the white smoke, the Rakandia Seldiers screamed in Pawnee. completely disoriented as a phantom slaughtered them unseen. Peter's eyes gleamed with deadly CLDNE. He had entered cleanup mode. Amid the smoke, Peter moved like a whirlwind, single-handedly taking on the entire army, turning them into lifeless corpses in the blink of an eye. A subordinate frantically reported to Tukan that Pietro had breached the main gate, enraging the bow because his usile seldiers couldn't but one man. Datukan roar, ordering all his subordinates TCN verge on the gate and cursing the SLDers as a bunch of ID. Judas spoke sealedly from Behin, denying, "They're no supi." He continued to warn Datukan to prepare himself for the UP-seeming battle. Judas explained that the opponent they were about to face was no ordinary foe, while Peter's silhouette loomed large amid the smoke at the entrance. "That man is Pieter," Judas included as Peter emerged from the smoke, his aura dominating the entire ROM. In a know-her ROM, Hannah screamed TB release. It turned out Datukan was dragging the girl roughly. Hannah desperately called out Judas's name for help. Despite her small size, Hannah struggled wildly, determined no to let the bow easily central her. Datukan's face darkened. His patience had run out. "I treated you kindly, and you dare bow her me?" He roared, then threw Hannah straight to the floor. Hannah fell sprawling, tears welling up, but her eyes were still full of defiance. She whispered, "Enough." Datukan grabbed Hannah, declared he would open the safe and leave this Islam, then called out the name of a subordinate named Sathi. A muscular man with a buzz cut appeared, calmly replying, "You called for me, sir? I heard Pietro is here, and I'm already preparing." Datukan admitted, Pietro was no ordinary opponent, ordering his Srange's warrior to use all his might to deal with him. Sathat nonchalantly replied to his B, "I only need 2 men. The formidable one revealed himself. Sathi, Rakandia's #1 warrior, nicknamed the Cold-Blooded Executioner, only asked for 2 paltry SLDers to clean up the bois. Suddenly, a blinding light burst from the driveway, signaling the arrival of an uninvited Gui. A twittering figure stepped in, his aura dominating the entire ROM. Peter, in his pith-black CM bat gear, twin daggers clothed in his Han, strolled in as if entering an empty space. His face sealed as ice. Peter glanced at the low-ranking thug. He uttered a CN-sized statement, "Too late." Ahuar, trembling with his gun Ame, Peter Tante, "You should have pulled the trigger when you had the chance." The guard broke out in a CLD sway, his mind unable to pro. How? How did he know? Peter explained, to the dying man. That 1 second of hesitation. The guard still didn't understand what was happening. Still tried aim his gun in vain. Your life. Who? A dagger flew right into the Seldier's forehead. 1 shot, 1 kill. Sathat witnessed the swift execution, thinking to himself. 1 sect? Peter replied as if reading his min. That's more than enough. Peter's eyes were razor sharp, signaling that the real fun had begun. Sathat ordered the remaining Seldier. The Oher man was stared out of his Y, apologized with a trembling voice, and fled immediately. Sathat officially faced his opponent, introducing himself. "I am Sathi, Pieter. I finally get to meet you." Peter merely smirked, replying arrogantly, "Many men want to meet me." Then he recognized the familiar voice. Over the CMM, Peter CN Ferme. "So it was you, Pieter." He had remembered Sathat's voice from their previous CNTA. In a flashback, Raphael warned Pieter. During the mission in Rakandia, be careful of the man named Sathi. Raphael asked if Pietro knew him, and Pietro confirmed he had heard of him. Pietro mused, realizing he and Sathat shared many similarity, from their birth circumstances and upbringing to their past experience. Raphael emphasized, "It's no that I trues you, but if you encounter him, it's bees t avoid a confrontation." Back in the present, Sathat called Pietro's name, but the image that appeared was that of the legendary Go of Kowloon. The CLD face of the Go of Kowloon appear, an implicit comparison of the true and the fake. Sathat declare, "I respect you." And precisely because of who? Sathat drew his weapon, a Pisau Rao, his eyes sharp. "I will fight you with the utmost sincerity." Peter immediately analyzed. The weapon is a Pisau Rao, specialized for mid-range CMBA. I need to widen the distance to observe fur. But immediately after, Peter's eyes widened in astonishment. Wah! Sathat lunged forward with terrifying speed, his Pisau route swinging with an absurdly long reach. Clang! Peter struggled to parry the blow, completely choked by his opponent's deceptive range, muttering, "My weng is much shorter." Peter was still, reeling, unable to comprehend what had happened. Sathat sneer, mocking. "Pieter, you're no familiar with the weng, are you?" Sathet continued his relentless assault. Peter retreating, believing he was out of his reach. Slash. A bloy cut appeared on Peter's boy. He couldn't believe I. How the hell did he cut me? A flash of insight sparked in Peter's eyes as he realized the trick. Peter stared intently at Sathet's weapon, muttering, "It's because of I." The secret was revealed. Sathet's pisau route cold extended reach. Sathet CM-beamed his arm's length with the weapon's length by sliding it in his han, creating a deadly and unpredictable attack range. Sathet swung his weapon, proudly boasting. Lighter than a spear, wider reach than a knife, infinite attack opportunity. He roared, claiming it was the perfect weapon as he brought a devastating strike down on Peter's head. Peter deeged the blow. Sathet's slash was powerful. It shattered a knee pillar. Peter muttery, analyzing. A weng, a traditional Javanese dagger, with a broad and short blade. Who? The blade tip scraped acro the floor. Peter sen including this type of weapon was unsuitable for offense. Sathet performed a technically flawless aerial smersal. Continuing to apply pressure. The two clashe, Sathet unleashing a series of executive slashes forming an arc of disruption. Peter was pushed back by the overwhelming force. Sathet boasting loudly. Rakandia is my homeland, and I have left my name on Kuntal's battlefield. Sathet stared at Peter with the eyes of a predator. And me, you are the perfect trophy. He swung his blade, sending Peter flying. Peter landed seedily, muttering. I've measured his true strength. He analyzed his opponent's weaknesses, go reflexa, but poor at dealing with long-range attacks, and doesn't truly understand his own weapon. Sathet sneer, showing CN temp. I overestimated you. A small cut appeared on Sathet's cheek, as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow. It end here, Peter. Sathet's eyes widened in shock. He screamed in his min. Hua? Peter merely completely undefended, making Sathet wonder if he intended to give up. Peter smirk, repeating the weapon's characteristic. A weng has a broad and short blade. Though. Peter pepped his foe directly on the broad blade, pinning it to the ground. Much to Sathet's astonishment, Sathet froze, realizing Peter was using the very characteristic of the weng to neutralize his power. There gazes me, Peter sadly analyzed. And within a narrow turning radius, Peter continued his analysis. It allows me many attack opportunity. Sathet's head blow, his mind in turmoil, impossible. This skill level isn't for Smione, using it for the first time. The weng isn't a weapon. Peter unleashed a powerful spinning kick, swinging the slen weapon as if it were his own. It has been used here for a very long time. Crash. Sathet collapsed to the floor, severed in blood, bitterly admitting, I was to curl. Did you intentionally stab me? The Rakandian warrior looked up, his eyes filled with awe and terror. How many steps ahead did you plan, Peter? Sathet bowed his head in defeat, his voice filled with respi. It was an honor to fight you. Peter held the blade to Sathet's throat, his voice as CLD as ice. Sathi, this is the lost respect I will show you. Sathet Gospi, attempting one last psychological attack. Thousands of Salagirs will send swarm in here. You have no asape. Peter merely smirk, completely disregarding the threa. I think you're gravely mistaken about one thing. Peter's eyes sharpened, delivering the Kijin that extinguished his opponent's hope. Why did you think I came here alone? Sathet was Sune. In the sky above the Islan, the sound of helicopter engines echo. The cavalry had arrived. Meanwhile, outside, a CM-mander was screaming at his Seldir. Pietro is inside. Kill him. Don't spa. A figure landed as light as a feather, astonishing the entire Rakandian army. A Seldir Samir, Pieter? The red-haired man spread his hand, looking at the swarming Slaughtiers and clicking his TNG. Huh? More than I expect. He casually sheathed his join, his voice full of challenge. If you intend to charge all at once. From above, the Rakandian army, like a pack of hungry bee, charged toward their slow prey, roaring. Kill him. Kill Pietor. The go of Kaulones amid the encirclement, battle aura flaring around him, a defiant smile evident, then all the beater for me. A data panel appear, Koanam Thado, one of the 12 Apole. Thaddeus's crimson eyes flashed with murderous intent. His ultimate technique activate, 100 Shadwa, consecutive strike. Who? Thaddeus transformed into deadly whirlwind, sweeping away everything in his path. The Rakandian sliders cold only stream in agony before being wiped out en masse. A surviving soldier frantically yelled into his CMM, requesting reinforcement. Thaddeus of honor has appeared at the ease gate. Datukan Maharsa yelled into the CMM, his face pale upon hearing the new. What? Thaddeus is here? Damn I. Pietro isn't alone. Meanwhile, at the west gate, Anohair's squad of Racandia Seldiers was shouting as they pursued their targe. Pietro has appeared. He has nowhere left to run. They all froze upon seeing their opponent's back, a soldier stammering. Why, but Pietro. The Seldier's eyes widened as they stared at the enemy standing alone at the end of the roa, a longsword in hand. Is wielding a longsword again? The unfamiliar swordman gently placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, smugly. Well, didn't I look more dashing than that O'Hare guy? He smiled fidently, his long hair flowing in the wind. Still, being mistaken for Broher Pietro is quite enjoyable. A Seldier seemed realized smething, his eyes narrowing. Hold on, I've heard about him. That long hair, and that swore. But the muscular leader brushed him off, drawing his gun and pointing it directly at the targe. Forget I. What go as a swore? Can it spull? The swordman merely sneer, replying nonchalantly. Indeed, I've sliced guns before, but never bull. The Seldier roar, pulling the trigger without a second's hesitation. Try it if you're curious. Farewell. Who? A swirling vortex of energy formed right in front of the swordman, blocking the bullet's path. His eyes remained terrifyingly calm, without a hint of wavering. Slash. He swung his sword with incredible speed, a perfect strike cutting through the swirling energy. The bullet flew forward, striking directly against the waiting blade. Clang! The bullet was cleanly sliced in half. The two halves of the bullet flew past the swordman, embedding themselves in the ground. A complete outplay. He sheathed his sword. An overwhelming aura radiating from him. A display panel appeared, seen affirming his siname. Simon the swirling sword sane. The Seldier holding the gun broke out in a CLD sway, his eyes wide with disbelief. Impoible. The young man smiled, his voice resonating with power. I am Simon, the swirling sword sane, a disciple of honor. Who? He vanished from his bee, leaving only a lingering phrase. My voice. The swirling sword Saint Simon growl. Will be the last thing you hear. Then charged straight into the enemy formation, like an arrow. In Anohair Ram, Datukan Ponte, drenched in sway, appearing extremely tense. He stared at Hannah's tiny hand, muttering that because of this weapon, he had tiled like a DG for the past few years. Datukan pressed the girl's finger on the biometric scanner, and the system confirmed a successful fingerprint scan. He burst into maniacal laughter, screaming that everything was over, that this entire world would sen belong to him, and Pietro would die. The man proclaimed himself king, but the system screen, sealedly announced, fingerprint size error. Datukan's smile froze on his face, his brain temporarily shutting down at the incomprehensible message. He frantically screamed, unable to comprehend what a fingerprint size error meant when the system had Jews reported a math. Then furiously pounded on the doctor. The bow froze, a terrifying realization flashing through his mind. He glanced at the unconscious Hannah, his mind racing. Could it be that as a child grow, their fingerprint, else change in size? Datukan's petrify, realizing his perfect plan had juice collapsed in a ridiculous manner. He furiously drew his pistol, his eyes blazing with rage. He roared, cursing Li Jinhe, the one who had devised this idiotic plan, for which he had wasted 5 years. Bang, bang, bang. Datukan emptied an entire magazine into the central panel of the Vault Doctor, but it was U-Cell. The specially reinforced Seal Doctor was unharmed, only showing a few bullet dent on its surface. Creak! The doctor suddenly slid open to the side, automatically revealing Itelf T. Datukan's asnishman. Inside was no a treasure, but a glowing cryogenic chamber, or SME form of high-tech cultivation P. Datukan was speechless, bitterly thinking he should have DNE this from the start instead of creating such a smulplicated shem. He stared at the chamber, completely bewildered by what was happening. The blue liquid inside the chamber began to bubble violently. Smething within was being activate. Datukan panicked as the chamber glowed wildly and began a kuntwan. He yelled for Smione T check. Hey, what's going on? It's out of control. A twirling figure appeared, and Datukan, thinking he had found salvation, hazily ordered perfect timing, CME fix thee. Datukan's eyes widened, drenched in sweat, as he realized who had Jews arrive, and he cursed under his breath. Choi Jin, in his Pietro Persona, there with an overwhelming aura, forcing Datukan to scream his name in horror. Datukan pointed his gun at Pietro, using Hannah as a shield, screaming in despair. Don't you dare CME Cloer. You basar. Do you see who I'm standing next? I'll kill this girl right now. Pietro merely waved silently, his gaze as CLD as ice, clearly disregarding the cheap threa. Lowing all patience, Datukan pulled the trigger, firing wildly. It yelled you know TCME Clower, UDG. Usele. Pietro moved like a phantom, jing the barrage of bullet, as if it were a game. Datukan was utterly terrified, firing wildly while still screaming, die. But no, a single bullet hit it mark. With a flash, Pietro clode in, using a sharp object T-slice, Datukan's gun into pieces right in his han. Datukan froze, unable to believe his eye. Only managing a single curse. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Pietro unleashed a brutal hand-hand CMB, shattering Datukan's ribcage. Pietro's eyes were sharp, and he seldly declare, I already TLD you. Pietro grabbed the remains of the gun, his her hand holding a chalk-like object, preparing T deliver the finishing blow. Crack! Pietro used his bare hand to smash bow of Datukan's leg, ending all hope of resistance amid his agonizing scream. Datukan writhed on the floor, screaming as his legs became useless, while Pietro calmly walked as if taking a stroll. The cryogenic chamber vibrated violently, its blue light flashing continuously, the countdown timer showing only 17 CSEN. Pietro glanced at the machine, stating Cly. It's too late. It's about to explode. The legendary assassins there, completely calm before the ticking time bomb. Hannah still lay unconscious on the CLD floor, while the countdown timer showed only 15 CNTN. Datukan, with his legs shattered, crawled on the floor, screaming and begging for his life, promising Pietro all the money he desired. Pieter, with an ICLD expression, wearily asked why trash like them always repeated the same exact line. Pietro picked up Hannah, looked directly at the criminal, and said sarcastically, Here, the biological weapon you love. Cheer. Datukan was utterly panicked, stammering to beck me Pietro's DG, even barking desperately as Pietro turned and walked away. Meanwhile, the bomb in the cryogenic chamber was still counting down. Only 5 seconds left, then 4 seconds, the blue light growing increasingly dazzling. The clock continued to tick. 3, 2, 1. The entire ROM trembled at the decisive moment. Suddenly, with a click, the clock spept, and the light went. Oh, the bomb silent, as if it had never been activate. Datukan stared blankly, then burst into maniacal laughter, thinking the bomb had malfunctioned, and he had escaped death, roaring that he would kill Pieter. Bomb! An earth-shattering explosion engulfed everything. Datukan only managed to scream, Save me, Pieter, in despair before being obliterate. In a daze, Hannah called, Oh, Uncle Pieter? The image of the man who saved her appeared faintly. Hannah woke up in Pietro's arm, recognized him, and softly smiled in relief. It really is you, Uncle. Pietro looked at the little girl, and softly called, Oh, Key. Pietro carried Hannah and walked away. The little girl innocently asked, Are we going home now? And he firmly replied, Yea, we're going home. But then Pietro spep, his eyes sharp, and he sighed, but fur. A swarm of armed SLDers had cleatly blocked the path, ready to open fire. Hannah cried out in fear. I'm sorry, Uncle. Pietro held Hannah with one arm, a gun clouthed in the o'hare, an overwhelming aura enveloping him, ready for a purge. The legendary assassin's gaze was icy, looked on the small fry before him. Hannah looked up at Pietro's face. Her initial fear seemed to vanish, replaced by absolute true. Pietro gave the little girl a reassuring glance, his eyes bow gentle, and holding a deadly promise for his enemy. Pietro's hand tightened on the Glock, CLD, and ready to fire. He calmly turned to Hannah and Insrus. Key, close your eyes and spare your ear. It's going to be a bit rough. Hannah obediently kimply, placing absolute trust in the uncle she had found. Tuing his gun in the air, Pieter, holding Hannah with one arm and a knife in the o'hare, charged straight into the pack of hungry wolves. Solo time. A low-level thug swung a knife, but Pietro effortlessly brushed aside the attack with one hand, as if it were child's play. A blade flasha, and 2 head flew. Pietro moved like a phantom acro the Batlafiel. He spun, his blade carving a deadly AR, sweeping away the obtrusing henchman. Blows splattered everywhere. The entire armed squad was cleared in a flash, and the gun fell perfectly back into his han. Amid the slaughter, a familiar voice rang. Oh, his female CM raid called loudly. Pieter. The girl named Nathaniel looked at the Senna before her, her eyes wide with shock but else filled with relief. You've arrived. Pietro twaring amid a sea of crips, holding Hannah in one arm and a gun in the o'her, exuding the aura of a true monster. He set Hannah down, and the little girl immediately ran. Embraced Nathaniel, joyfully calling Caesar Nathaniel. Nathaniel hastily reported the situation outside, urging, Thaddeus and Simon are fighting. We must go and support them. But Pietro interrupted with shocking new. There's a problem. Datu Khan has activated the biological weapon. He explained that, if they didn't, the TXE gas would spread across the island and kill all the civilian. Nathaniel frantically asked what T. We must shut down the central Cientrol Uni, Pietro declared. Nathaniel immediately objected, deeming it T. Dangereux, worried for his life. Pietro merely remained silent, his resolute gaze showing that the decision had been made. Unshakable. Hannah clouthed Pietro's leg, tears welling in her eye, her voice trembling. Are you going to die? You can't die? The little girl SBB pleading. Please. I didn't want to be separated from you again. Pietro's snide gaze wavered for a moment as he looked down at the little girl clinging to him in despair. Nathaniel frantically suggested evacuating the villager, but Pietro cldly dismissed There's no boat that can carry 1,000 people. Hannah while clinging tightly to Pietro's leg pleading, Uncle, don't go. If you don't go, I won't go either. Pietro's gaze subtly waver, low in thought by the little girl's desperate plea. Nathaniel pulled Hannah away from Pieter, and declared resolutely, I understand bro her, I will proke Hannah at all. Hannah screamed through her tear, her heartbreaking cry. Father, don't go. Pietro's red eyes flashed, casing aside all emotion, leaving only the foos of one walking int certain death. Held back by Nathaniel, Hannah subornedly clung on, declaring, I'll say with father. I'm no going anywhere. Pietro's snee expression showed a flicker of bewilderment at the little girl's resolve. Nathaniel shouted loudly, urging, Broer. Gee, don't worry about Hannah. Hannah SBBE, her final desperate plea. Don't G. Father, die. Who? Pieter. Without a moment's hesitation. Show forward like an arrow. Nathaniel only managed to scream his name in horror as Pietro's back vanished in the death zone. Black-green TX gas billowed from the doctor-leading T, the central Cientrol Uni, which was glowing madly. Hannah wailed through her tear, offering a final desperate bargain. Im Srai, I won't call you father anymore. Please dient G uncle. Hannah's words were like a knife, piercing Pietro's min, making him howl. A flashback surge, Pietro recalling his first encounter with Hannah, when he say El Desai father. This world is sadder than you think. If you want to live, say crying. Little Hannah froze, stunned by the harsh word of the man who had saved her. Pietro turned and walked away with his female CM-raid, leaving Hannah alone, huddled in the white snow. Hannah's innocent eyes wathed his retreating back, filled with awe, fear, and CN fusion. Pietro's face from the paw appear, CLD as ice, devoid of any emotion. Flashback. T. The orphanage. Little Hannah ran away while a young nun frantically called after her. The little girl squeaked, rummaging through a trash can, and whisper, Uncle, I have smething tea ask. Hannah wathed Pietro's retreating back, holding a box, and in Srus. Uncle, please DNT, get her. You're always getting her. With teary eye, Hannah Rakunte, the nun told me, Hat I should give this tea the people I cherish. The little girl say, holding a clumsily written Korean leader meant only for him. To me, you're Ju a stranger, but Tay I really want Tay give you Thee, Hannah sigh, offering a paper carnation. Twi is parent day. The memory hit Pietro like a thunderclap, freezing him in place, his eyes wide. His female CM-raid grabbed his shoulder and yelled, Hey, snap out of. This isn't like you at all. The brown-haired girl screamed, trying pull Pietro back to reality. Well, I'll be wiped out if you stand there, she declared firmly. Ilda, everything T-proec. Hannah. SG. The brown-haired girl grabbed the crying Hannah, urging Pieter. We have no her choice, hurry. If you you, your daughter, and everyone else will live. She screamed, holding tight T. Hannah who was struggling and calling Uncle. Hannah! His female CM-raid yelled as the little girl broke free and rushed forward. Hannah collapsed at Pietro's feet. SB bang. Uncle, please DNTG. A single tear rolled down the CLD blowed assassin's cheek. Unohair memory flowed back. A scent of Pietro sighting acro from Hannah amid falling snow. Back in the present, Pietro closed his eye, suppressing all emotion. He knelt on one knee facing Hannah, his voice low. Go ahea key. I'll follow right behind. The assassin's gloved hand gently took the child's small hand. Then he let G. An unspoken promise that he would return. The promise made, Pietro's gloved hand released Hannah, accepting his fate T-say and face death. Without a second's hesitation, Pietro turned his back and charged S right in danger, leaving behind his female CM raid and Hana's heartbreaking cry. Hana desperately watched her uncle's back disappear in the darkness, her cries echoing through the crater. A plume of green TX smoke began to spew from the wall, quickly engulfing the space. Pietro shot like an arrow through the TX smoke, heading straight for the gas-emitting machine. He realized the situation was worse than he, though. No time. The amount of TX gas isn't decreasing. At this rate, everyone will die. Just then, a figure rushed in from the main DR, shouting, "Bro her Pietro, I'm here, sorry I'm late." Pietro was stunned by the unexpected arrival of reinforcement, silently wondering who it was. Suddenly, the newly arrived CM raid appeared right behind Pietro, holding a sharp dagger to his neck, and sweetly asked, "Can I help you with anything?" Pietro froze, no understanding what was happening as the machine's warning beeps continued to blare. With a swift cue, the man used his knife to sever the machine's cable, immediately disabling the TZIC gas-spraying system. Pietro turned around, his voice filled with killing intent. "Why did you do that?" The strange young man, Judah, tilted his head and innocently asked back, "What did you mean?" The two S facing each her in the dissipating TX smoke, the atmosphere as tense as a wreathed boss ring. Judas began to reveal his Han, his voice chilling, the day the little girl was kidnapped. A flashback appeared, showing a luxurious car driving on a deserted dirt road, while Pietro and Judas merely waved from a distance. Judas continued his interrogation. "You knew perfectly well there wasn't 1% in that car." Inside the car, Hannah was tightly bound and gagged, sighting between two menacing men. Pietro's eyes flashed with deadly intent as Judas directly asked, "Why, Judah? Why did the little girl have to be kidnapped?" Judas slowly removed his face cavering, flashed a sick smile, and declared, "It's because you're in my way." Slam. Judas loked the doctor, trapping both of them in the death chamber filled with TX Ga. Pietro faced him sealedly, while Judas began to reveal his true intention. "You know, you being in my way isn't the only reason the little girl was kidnapped." Judas turned his back, admitting, "I only wanted to be like you. But at some point, that desire became a heavy chain." A flashback showed Anna, her trainee, exclaiming, "He pied Sir Pietro's skill again. That's Judas for you." Young Judah, with a sad expression, realized the harsh truth. "When I go close to you, everyone started CM pairing. Me to you." Other trainees whispered among themselves, their eyes full of admiration directed elsewhere. "If it were Broher Pieta, he would have saved us all by now." Onohair trainee pointed directly at Judas and insulted him. "You think you'll beck me a disciple by imitating Pieter? You're just a fake." Judas gripped his weapon, bitterly realizing, "Every time I try, Pietro was a wall in front of me." He snarled, unleashing his pent-up resentment. "So what about me? When will I be recognized? How can I escape this guillotine?" He found the only answer, putting on a gas mask. "I just need to defeat you, Pieter." Judah, armed the teeth with two dagger, declared bluntly, "Pietro of honor will die, and I, Judah, will take his place." Pietro merely smirked, taking off his jacket and unbuckling his belt tee used as a weapon. "Thanks for letting me know your garbage Logie." Judas charged like lightning, swinging his daggers in a direct assault on Pieter. "Who?" Pietro used his leather belt tee whip back, creating a wind-splitting lash that blocked Judas's attack. Bo lunged at each Oher, weapons clashing and sparking, one using agile dagger, the Oher an unpredictably shifting leather whip. Judas roared, wildly swinging his daggers in a frenzy, but Pietro calmly dodged and counter-attacked. Bomb. One of Pietro's attacks created a small gas explosion, pushing both of them back. Judas let out a sigh of relief, sneering through his mask. "You're no different, Pieter." He burst into delighted laughter, waving Pietro holding his breath. "I thought the great Pietro cold fight without breathing, but it turns out you're just a normal person." Pietro silently calculate, acknowledging the perilous situation. Judas is wry. Inhaling this gas is certain death, and this guy is both fast and precise. Judas glided forward like a phantom, showing off his speed. "See? I'm really fa, aren't I?" Pietro narrowed his eye, silently admitting, "This guy isn't bluffing, has much phaser than I though." Judas analyzed in his min, realizing the anomaly. Is Pietro trying to lure me in? He was frustrated to see Pietro still sanding his ground, easily dodging all of his attack. The more Judas realized the disparity in skill, and the closer the sharper Pietro's counterattacks became. Both facing each O'Hare in the ROM hazy with teak-sick smoke, the tension palpable. Suddenly, Judas vanished right before Pietro's eye, leaving behind a hazy trail of smoke. Pietro's eyes sharpened with vigilance, wondering what trick his traitorous junior was pulling. He mutered T himself, realizing his vision was limit. The TX gas is T-dense. I can't see clearly. Suddenly, a deadly sense of danger descended from above. A barrage of heavy safes and object crashed down from the ceiling on Pietro's position. Without a hint of CN fusion, Pietro swung his bell, shadering everything, hurtling dawn like a whirlwind. Pietro had read Judas' intention. This bastard's goal isn't to inflict damage, but to force me to move and quickly exhaust myself. Judas spoke from the rye, his voice full of sarcasm. Big broer, how long do you think that flimsy clo will la? But that was Josephine. Judas suddenly appeared from the left, swinging his knife and lunging right at Pietro. Pietro spun his belt into perfect defensive circle, blocking the knife's tip by a hair's breadth and muttering. What a nuisance. Judas was astonished by Pietro's caliber, realizing his senior was fighting without needing to breathe, relying slowly on his nervous system to create advantageous positions for himself. Judas sneered through his mask. In the end, you'll still die because of that girl Hannah. You're still human, unable to control your emotion. He stabbed himself in the han, roaring madly. I will beck me a perfect being, unshaken by such cheap emotion. Pietro began to reminisce, acknowledging Judas as a born geniu, standing out separately from the insignificant candidate. The pause revealed Judas's profile was truly formidable. Running 100 meters in 9 seconds, shadering seal doctor, achieving a perfect stride on the obstacle course, and fluent in 5 languages. Judas's recred, under the name Choi Jin, was display, confirming his superhuman memory and perfect reflexes in dangerous situation. A glory recruiter and a trainer had gape an acknowledgement that this kid's talent was truly extraordinary. Father Gabriel ordered a young Pietro T train Judas well, the one dubbed a genius born once every 5,000 year. Back in the present, Judas roared through his gas mask, biter that despite being acknowledged by Father Gabriel and Pietro, he had never been acknowledged by his own parent. He gripped his knife tightly, growling that he only yearned for recognition, and if Pietro didn't exist in this world, Judas's eyes glowed crimson behind his goggle. He screamed in a frenzy. Then I would be Pietro. Pietro, with eyes as CLD as ice, replied curtly with one word, do I? Go ahead and beck me Pietro. Pietro sighed, his voice devoid of emotion. But no thee. Judas froze when he heard the next judgment from his senior. Pietro held up 3 fingers, delivering a fatal blow. Your pathetic yearning for recognition has turned you into third-rate no-boy. Struck at his pain, Judas roared like a wounded bee. Shut up. He lunged forward like an arrow, pouring all his resentment and strength into this attack to prove himself. I've trained for 15 years for this day. Judas screamed while swinging his knife. He unleashed a powerful slash, aiming right for Pietro's face with terrifying speed. Smack. A thunderous slap echo, halting Judas's charge in the humiliating way possible. Judas froze, his brain unable to prose what had happened. Huh? What was that? A slap? Pietro, maintaining the demeanor of a senior, sigh. As your big broer, I bear great responsibility for no guiding you the right path. ITLD, you'd shut up. Judas furiously roared and lunged to attack again, but Pietro had vanished and reappeared directly above him, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. Judas Raciel, realizing he had foolishly charged in T-Clo. Damn, I closed the distance without thinking. He glared sharply, his mind racing. He deliberately provoked me to charge in. This was his objective. Wham! Pietro unleashed a devastating punch to Judas' face, teaching him as he struck. You didn't know your own limmy. Anohair punch landed squarely on Judas's temple, Pietro continuing his liqueur. You lack humility. Pietro se included CL Dali, as the third punch deformed Judas's heya. Tho are the reons you can never beck me TP tier. Judas was sent flying like a ragged slamming right into the wall. The young man staggered did his fee, muttering bitterly. Top tier? You're wrong. Judas roar, his wounded ego exploding. I am a genius, born once every 5,000 year. Pietro narrowed his eye, revealing his true intention. The reason I held my breath is because I was waiting. Pietro spread his hun, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. Suddenly, Pietro's eyes widened in astonishment. He cursed in his min. Oh, damn it. The scene shifted on a flashback. A high-ranking glory official anxiously asked Father Gabriel. Father, will Pietro be Alri? I heard Rakandia is an extremely brutal place. Father Gabriel looked out at the hellish training ground, replying nonchalantly. Worry? This is what I think. He spun the globe, beginning to explain Pietro's caliber. Let's say in a world of 5 billion people, Each nation send one representative. A battle T, the death would erupt among Thochon. His hand glided acro, the world map. Father Gabriel's finger stepped on the map. He asserted firmly, if that were to happen, the only one to survive would be Pieter. The final affirmation echoed as the globe stepped on the Korean peninsula. Back in reality, Judas is firm in his gas mask. He had under. So he held his breath to find an opportunity to use I. A plume of noxious green smoke emanated from Judah. He had found his moment. And that moment is now. Pietro unleashed an earth-shattering punch, the ground beneath his feet cracking. But Judas was already poised with his twin dagger, screaming in his min, I can! Judas tried to defend, but was completely overwhelmed by Pietro's barrage of attack. A devastating punch landed squarely on Judas's face, making him stagger, his inferior skill unable to keep up. Pietro continued to pre, giving Judas no time to breathe. The difference in their levels was absolute. Struck by a hammer-like kick, Judas flew straight into the wall like a tatered puppa. Lying flattened on the ground, Judas gasped for breath through his mask, muttering in despair. No way. Imagine you. I can't low. The Dr. T. Anohair Rom burrs open, revealing a new Sene. Pietro S. there, dagger in Han, CL'd Ellie calling out the defeated one's name. Judah. He looked done at Judas with pity. In your next life, be born human in a beater environment. With tha, Pietro swung his dagger done, finishing off the impoer. Memories flowed back. A young Judah, eyes filled with adoration, looked at Pieter, exclaiming, Pieter. Pietro's eyes in the present gleamed with a simplex expression, as he recalled. In the flashback, Judah, as an innocent boy, had once declared, Becoming like you is my dream. During a ceremony, the young Judas raised his hand high, shouting with fervent enthusiasm, I will go with you, Pieter. His youthful face was filled with determination. I truly want to go with you, Pieter. The young Pietro merely sat silently in the back, witnessing Judas's fanaticism. Back in the present, a CLD smile briefly crowed Pietro's lip. Whew! The dagger's blade plunged into the floor, right next to Judas' face. Pietro Canel, declaring his final judgment. Choi Jin, from Tay Forwar, you are stripped of your disciple title, and permanently expelled from honor. He snathed the identification tag from Judas's neck, warning, from now on, never let me see your face anywhere in this world. Pietro zealedly loked Diwen at the flattened impoer, delivering a chilling verdi, and live as if you were already Dea. Leaving Judas lying there, Pietro turned and walked away, offering a final les and T, the defeat. Judah. Learn humility. Judas screamed in despair and agony, realizing the bitter truth that he was merely a clown who didn't know his place. The Sene Shifta. Pietro darted like a phantom through the dense four. As he ran, he assessed the situation. I've bloked the biological weapon in Rakandia. The remaining gas will dissipate. Moving further away should be fine. Pietro pulled out his Roddy, calling his CM raid. Nathaniel, where are you? Meanwhile, the Rakandia villagers were satering in Cheo like a disturbed beehive, streaming as the deadly TX cloud spread toward them. The female assassin Nathaniel led the group, shouting Int the Roddy. Bro her, we're fine. Everyone is running to the beach. Jew, 1 more kilometer and well reach the safe zone. Carrying Hannah on her back, Nathaniel updated Pieter. The Rakandia thugs are nowhere to be seen, and the gas is almo gone. Finish up quickly and CME here. Suddenly, a thwack echo, and Nathaniel froze in shock. From a distance, a sniper assassin with blow-red eyes had just completed his shoe. Hearing the strange son through the Roddy, Pietro growled. Nathaniel, what was that son? Answer me. Nathaniel. Blow splattered as the bullet pierced through Nathaniel and Hannah in an instant. The sniper rifle's barrel appeared and disappeared behind the boucher. The enemy was still lurking. Receiving no reply, Pietro roared in the Roddy, his rage beginning to ignite. Nathaniel. Nathaniel loked Duen at the bleeding wound on her che, weakly calling the child's name, Hannah. She tried be reasure the unconscious Hannah, her voice trembling. Hannah, everything's all right. The uncles from the honor orphanage are CMing son. Hannah lay slumped on the ground, blow spreading from her shoulder, her eyes tightly shoe. Nathaniel checked the wound, realizing the bullet had grazed her heart but had paced through her boy. Memories flowed back. Hannah lay gasping, weakly telling her older sister that her boy was burning H. Nathaniel hazily put Hannah Duen, telling the girl to be strong while she went to get water. She frantically searched the dilapidated Wowen house for Sal, as there was no saline solution available. Finding Sal, Nathaniel frantically mixed the solution, trying to calculate the correct 0.9% ratio in her pani. She called Hannah's name, reassuring her that she was almo DNE, but her voice had begun to waver. Nathaniel's eyes widen, sweat pouring down her like rain as her intuition told her smething was terribly wrong. She loped toward Hannah, who was hidden behind the doctor, calling the girl's name in vain. Nathaniel's face went blank, utterly horrified as she confronted the cruel truth. The painful memory became clear. Hannah was Dea, lying in a pool of blood. Back in reality, Nathaniel shocked the unconscious Hannah vigorously, screaming in despair, "Hannah, open your eye, wake up." Blows continuously gushed from Hannah's wound. Nathaniel realized the girl wouldn't survive if this continued. She subbed apology, blaming herself for taking Hannah away from Pietro, only to face this situation. Amid her tear, a flash of insight sparked in Nathaniel's mind. She suddenly remembered the crucial detail. Blull. That's right. Blull. I need Oblo type. Nathaniel sprang up like a siled spring, screaming Simon's name, knowing he had Oblo type, then dashed away like a whirlwind. The image of Simon, Pietro, flashed through her mind like a final ray of hope. While running for her life, Nathaniel suddenly halted, a strange sensation washing over her. Bang! Her gun show rang striking her directly and flinging her boy forward. The sniper with blow-red eyes revealed himself, his rifle barrel still smoking after the finishing shot. Nathaniel lay slumped on the ground, weakly realizing she had been high. Blow spread from her wound. The girl was utterly helpless, only able to lie there and await death. Who? A dark silhouette showed forward like an arrow, landing directly at the sen. The monk rushed over, shouting Nathaniel's name as he saw her sprawled on the ground. He helped her up, asking frantically, "Where's the key?" Nathaniel, gasping, reported that Hannah was still inside, bleeding profusely, and blamed herself. The monk ordered her to stay still, his sharp gaze fixed on the Wowen house. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged right into the tiger's den, telling Nathaniel to stop the bleeding. As he charged, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening as he heard an unusual sound. Inside, Hannah's eyes widened in horror as she realized what was about to happen. Boom! The entire house exploded into giant fireball, blowing away everything around. Hannah cold only gape, frozen in place by the terrifying disruptive power. The shockwave swept through, and the monk was thrown back from the epicenter of the explosion. Nathaniel screamed in despair as she waved her CM raid and the child swallowed by the sea of flame. Amid the ashes and flame, the monk stills firm, his boy tensing to resist the pressure. He slid across the ground but maintained his stance after taking the full force of the explosion. Suddenly, two shadowy figures lunged forward. A ponytail-haired man and a redhead grabbed him from behind. The monk was tightly gripped by the two enemy, simply restrained right after narrowly escaping death. His eyes flashed with furious spark, reflecting the raging infern. In the monk's pupil, the flames from the explosion reflects, igniting a trend of burning memory. The paw resurfaced on an autumn afternoon, with golden leaves rustling. September 1990. At the Honor Family Orphanage, Thaddeus was lounging under a tree when a frantic voice called his name. A ponytail-haired boy ran up with shoking, "No, Caesar Nathaniel is gone." But Thaddeus lazily brushed it off, thinking it was trivial. The ponytail-haired boy was annoyed by his indifference, holding out a piece of cloth with a caterpillar on it and growling. "She left this behind and disappear." Thaddeus looked up, his eyes full of surprise as he saw the caterpillar, beginning to realize the situation was no simple at all. In her farewell letter, Nathaniel wrote that by the time everyone read these she would no longer be there. She confessed that ever since Hannah's tragedy, the child's image had haunted her relentlessly. Thaddeus and the ponytail-haired boy read the letter together, their faces changing as they saw Nathaniel tormenting herself despite being Blamele. Nathaniel wrote that as time passed, she began to deceive herself in believing it was an untrollable tragedy. She decided to flee because she felt she was about to become a terrible person and lacked the courage to face her guilt. At the end of the letter, Nathaniel expressed extreme worry for Pietro and asked everyone to take care of him. Thaddeus mumbled that Nathaniel must have misunderstood, while the ponytail-haired boy mentioned Pietro with a simplex expression. Contrary to that worry, Pietro was living quite well, happily changing light bulbs at the orphanage with an old nun and the key. A warm scene where the nun and the children were making craft together, a world completely different from the Blois Batlafiel. The nun thanked Pietro for his frequent visit despite his busy schedule, but he humbly replied, "No TBS formal," returning the two boy. The ponytail-haired boy had to admit Pietro was truly formidable, recovering astonishingly fast after the shock, but Thaddeus still felt smething was off, especially when thinking about the child who regarded Pietro as her biological father. Nathaniel revealed in the letter that she had stumbled upon smithing in Pietro's cabin and was deeply shocked, an image of a train crowing a bridge appearing. In a wone rom, Pietro was writing when a voice echo, reminding him, prepare for the next mission. Pietro sharply clothed the red severed Noebach, agreeing that it was time dressed in a neat sui. Pietro bid farewell to his female companion, promising return for Nathaniel, while she told him take care. After Pietro left, the girl suddenly paused, seemingly having noticed smithing unusual. Her gaze fell on the red Nobach Pietro had left on the table, sensing smithing ominu. A flashback appeared. She remembered Pietro always keeping the Nobach with him, and out of curiosity, she decided to secretly peek at eye. The girl's face clearly showed extreme astonishment as she saw what was inside. The first page of the Nobach wasn't writing, but a carefully printed child's foprin. Anohair memory flowed back. The girl was cradling a baby's tiny feet, marveling at how adorable they were. She showed Pietro, but the assassin merely stated dryly, "Our feet used to be like that," simply dampening her enthusiasm. Returning to the Sene, where Pietro was personally taking the baby's foprin, a gentle act empletly enterari to his nature. He picked up the baby, mumbling that it was his first time seeing such tiny feet, and decided not recrowd her growth. Pietro hesitated for a moment, wondering if he was allowed to but then he quickly dismissed I, telling himself that merely recreating it surely wouldn't hurt. Back in the present, the female companion was still reeling from what she had jus desver. She turned to Anohair page, which contained Pietro's diary entry, requiting his astonishment at wathing a child grow. Pietro admitted in his diary that meeting this baby felt like destiny, causing him to start neglecting his deadly mission. The TP assassin began to have very mundane though. Whether the baby slept well, if her diaper had been changed, if she was hungry or uncomfortable. Standing before a pile of weapon, Pietro questioned himself, a proud blade of the nation. Yet now his mind was haunted by thought of a chill. In his Pietro tormented himself, believing that for Smione like him, family was merely an illusion, and he wasn't allowed to delve deeper. He turned and walked away, trying to shake off the though he admitted that in his eye, the sleeping child looked truly beautiful. The female companion continued to flip through the diary, disvering more hidden aspect of the assassin. A flashback surged back, to Pietro Cieldelie telling little Hannah amid the snowy weather, "I am no your father." The assassin immediately regretted I, wondering if he should have used gentler word, while Anohair girl led him away. But Hannah's hurt gaze as she waved his retreating back became a haunting obsession for Pietro throughout the night. Back in the present, the female companion read those very lines of self-reflection, her expression shifting in astonishment. She turned to Anohair page, where Pietro had recreated a different memory. In the flashback, the orphanage director nun wondered why Pietro TK, an old newspaper. He simply replied that he needed it for smithing. Little Hannah looked at the newspaper, muttering smithing that made Pietro think children were truly foolish. He assumed the child was talking about a large sum of money, a ridiculous matter she would be ashamed of when she grew up. But then Pietro himself mocked himself in the diary, admitting that he was the real fool who didn't know how to spend money, while the child was better than him. The female companion continued reading these CNF, growing increasingly curious. Suddenly she read a puzzling line. "Nathaniel is no smar." A flashback showed Pietro talking to Nathaniel, asserting that she always argued back when he claimed children quickly forgo thing. He had shown her Hannah happily playing at the orphanage, but Nathaniel subornely refused to believe I. Pietro recorded in his diary that he had researched and learned. Children usually forget everything before the age of 3, but Hannah was 5. Perhaps she forgo T quickly. The female companion read T the last line, where Pietro wrote, "Tratically. I didn't know. Never min. I won't worry about it anymore." Her eyes widened in horror, as if she had realized Smee shocking truth. Pietro's female companion froze, her hand trembling as she cured her mouth while reading the diary. Her eyes widened in horror, her voice faltering from shock. "Impossible. Pieter." The flashback returned T, the orphanage, where Pietro was listening to a nun explain the meaning of the word grace to little Hannah. Little Hannah smiled innocently, praising it as a very beautiful word. The nun continued talking to Pieter, the assassin merely silently, his face devoid of emotion. Pietro's face was claw, but in his he was clearly calculating smithing. In his diary, Pietro wrote a philosophical sentence. "Everyone is born empty-handed." Back in the present, the female companion was utterly shocked by what she had Juria. Pietro continued writing that the name Pietro Etelf had shaped him, and he hoped these words would help that child beck me strong and speedily move forward. But the assassin questioned himself, wondering if he had the right TD, and tried and tell himself no T interfere. Tears streamed the girl's face as she read Pietro's final line. But if I didn't die, I no ill regret it for the res of my life. The scene shifted a secluded Woan house deep in the fore, the assassin's dwelling. Suddenly, two young men, one with red hair and one with a ponytail, kicked open the doctor and burst in, shouting Pietro's name. The red-haired man froze, his face changing color as he saw the scene inside. What the hell is thee? A leader was left with a resolute message. Use this once, let me bear this responsibility for the res of my life. Inside the room, Smiona was sleeping on the bed, while the shadows of the two intruders swrethed long acro the floor. Pietro's diary entry echo, admitting he was flaw, no knowing how to express his clumsy emotion. The person on the bed was Nathaniel, and Pietro's final word were actually for him. But I hope it reaches you, even Jews a little. Pietro's flashback, Tinu. He admitted he was too late. Little Hannah in the paw smile, thinking to herself that Grace was a truly beautiful name. Pietro looked at the little girl, silently blessing her with all his hear. The final leader reveal, Hannah means grace in Hebrew. He gave her the name hoping she would grow up gracefully. The scene shifted to a secret cave entrance, hidden deep in the secluded fours under the Manhwa. Inside the makeshift bunker, only a flickering light bulb provided illumination. Simon Pietro walked easily through the bunker, ignoring his long-haired ally grumbling behind him. The long-haired man swore in frustration. Why didn't you tell me important thing? Never min. It's all that bastard Judas's fall. The hoed elder woman grinded her teeth, her eyes gleaming with deadly intent. I'll kill him. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed throughout the bunker, startling both of them. The long-haired man and the elder woman looked around in panic, as the voice shout, I know you're hiding here. Judas' arrogant voice bombed from a loudspeaker. He sneer, did you think I wouldn't find you? I have my way. Judas laid down a brutal condition. Every 10 minutes, he would take a life in this temple if the target didn't appear. He held the microphone, issuing a direct challenge. If you want to save these people, CMET the floating bridge behind the mountain alone, my friend Pieter. The elder woman panic, stammering, it's definitely a trap. Simon, what should we? Simon Pietro replied with a knife-sharp gaze, declaring resolutely, I will go and end this persistent ill-fated sine. The scene shifted to an ancient temple, where a stream of azure sword energy tre through the air, piercing straight into the ground. An assassin in a fencing suit's there, sighing in disappointment. I had high expectation, because you're a member of honor, boo. He flicked his swar, looking done at the CR piece of a monk who had Jews been defeat, and uttered a contemptuous remark. How boring. Hyun broke out in a CLD sway, unable to believe I. Absur. Eve never low to anyone in terms of spe, yet I couldn't even perceive his movement. An A-rank fencer named Levin appear, smirking as his sword flasha, and he's getting even phaser. Hyun had a bad premonition, a single thought streaming in his heya. Something's wrong, everyone moose run now. The monk let out an angry shout as Levin launched his sword like a spear toward him, but the sword merely plunged into the ground. The target had vanished without a trace. The monk had glided away into the night, leaving the temple courtyard empty. At a rickety suspension bridge spanning a deep chasm, Choi Jin, disguised as a monk, slowly approached. On the O'Hare side of the bridge, Judas sneer. They say a fleeting glance is destiny, but thigh? Judas looked at the approaching monk, uttering arrogantly. It seems we are a math made in heaven. Judas Siamande. I wasn't asking you. Go feth the old man Pieter. Choi Jin sealed la. Retre. Unfortunately, that old man won't be CMing. As he spoke, Choi Jin grabbed his beanie, his voice dripping with sarcasm. And what's even more unfortunate is that the person you're calling for. He ripped off his beanie, revealing a youthful face with sharp eye, and declare, Who it is me? Judas's eyes widen, choked, he was speechless. He Samir, disbelieving what he saw. Pietra? And that's impossible. Does Pietro have a sen? Judas tried to calm himself, telling himself to keep a claw head, despite no understanding what the hell was happening. The two facing each her on the bridge under the Sari Nai, Judas growl. Who are you? Why do you look like a young Pieter? Choi Jin reply, his voice stirring up the paw. You wouldn't believe I. Judah, this is the first time we've met since the Rakandia incident, isn't I? A flashback appear, showing a young Judas admiringly declaring his dream to beck me like Pieter. Choi Jin. SFFE. A child who used tea, say that out of habit has now grown into norious criminal. Upon hearing thee, Judas's face darken in rage. Judas growl, realizing this was why the entire Glory organization had turned everything upside down, yet couldn't find Pieter. He tightened his grip on his staff, unable to accept that a sick old man could defeat the disciple, and declared that Tay was the day he had waited for. Spliting the staff into two sharp dagger, Judas smugly declare, I've finally met a worthy opponent. Choi Jin casually walked across the bridge, his voice icy. I'm fine with everything, but cold you. Please no, call me a worthy opponent? Choi Jin continued walking. See him politely disregarding Judas, who's frozen at the O'Hare end of the bridge. Judas gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with fury. Pieter, I didn't know what the hell happened. You, but right now, you have no chance of beating me. Never. He asserted firmly, confident in his current strength. Choi Jin merely smirk, a challenging smile. Hurry up. Judas furiously roar, his face teared with excitement and rage. Hurry up and CME at me, Pieter. Meanwhile, in Anoher 4, Hyun was panting heavily, clothing a profusely bleeding wound as he ran for his life. The Hode elder ally, waving through a screen, cried out in alarm. Why, Kyung-un, why isn't he escaping? Hyun had no O'Hare choice but to rush toward a cave that seemed like a safe haven. The elder ally was already standing at the cave entrance, waving and shouting, Kyung-un, hurry, get in here. Nathaniel. Leaving the doctor open like this is too dangerous, he yelled desperately, urging Hyun to get inside immediately. Chloe, hurry, get inside, quick. Swish. Jus as Hyun near, a sharp sword thrusts right through his chest from behind, too fast for him to Rhea. The elder ally froze, his eyes wide with horror as he witnessed the scene before him. A group of new assassins appear, led by a swordman. He pulled his sword from Hyun's boy and CLDeli declare, We've kept you waiting for too long. The young swordman, Levin, pointed his blade at the elder ally, addressing him directly, former disciple Nathaniel. The elder ally quickly supported the dying Hyun, pleading, I'll go with you but let me save him fur. Levin merely smirked and kuntere. Huh? Why would I need take you? The young swordman smirk, declaring chillingly, Glory or honor? Who care, you'll all die anyway. Levin lightly swung his rapier, appearing puzzled by his opponent's resistance. The two monk, Damwol and Hyun, TK defensive stance, ready to fight as Levin questioned their allegiance. The Hode old man frantically yell, Hyun, Damwol, run, it's too dangereux. But Levin calmly reply, no, a bad idea. Despite the warning, the two monks firm, their sharp eyes showing no fear. A flashback showed a young Hyun once vowing, the place I am buried will be beside everyone. Back in the present, Hyun reaffirmed his unwavering loyalty, because the place we fall will be beside Lord Nathaniel. The bald monk Damwol swung his saber and CMMande. Nathaniel, get Kyung-un inside now. We'll deal with them and follow. Bo realized this was no ordinary battle. Their opponent were no mere small fry. The enemy's formation became clear. Levin S in the center, flanked by 4 suit-clad subordinates who else didn't lock like pushover. Levin smirk, ordering his underling. You know what, T, Rai? Take go care of our senior, and find them a sunny grave. With the 4 subordinates charged like a whirlwind. The subordinates roar, die, and attacked the 2 monks in a tren. But Damwol was no pushover. A single swirling sword strike dispatched 3 of the henchmen in the blink of an eye. Hyun sighed in relief, admitting these guys weren't easy, but still manageable. Damwol agree, confident, that if their skill level was only this much, their side cold handle I. Levin S from afar, his eyes CLD and showing boredom. How troubles me. Whew. The swordman vanished and reappeared instantly. Hyun's rope dart severed in midair, leaving Damwol Sune. Hyun claps, his weapons completely neutralize, leaving his bald CM raid frozen in shock at the enemy's terrifying speed. Before he cold Rekver, Levin unleashed a lightning-fast kick, sending Damwol flying like a ball. Damwol cried out his CM raid's name in despair, while Levin CLDeli CMente. Humans are truly hone. Levin suddenly appeared behind Damwol, whispering that one cold-hide expression, but no boy language, leaving the monk stiff with shock. I, Levin, the swordman growl, lunging forward with terrifying speed, giving Damwol no sect to breathe. A flash of lie, and Damwol was mercilessly sent flying. Levin declared he wouldn't let his reputation be tarnished by these small fry. All the monks lay satyred on the ground. Levin dismissively muttering, these glory seniors are's boring, Lying flat on the ground, Hyun couldn't believe his eye. Muttering that the man's speed was inhuman and wondering where glory founds many monster. Levin smirk, asking why he was surprised, then suck out his TNG. T show a green capsule. Hyun's eyes widened in horror, stammering T ask what the hell that wa. Oh, Levin gulped doing the pill. His boy began to TCN Vulse, and blow vessels bulged all over him. Blue and purple veins popped out acro his face and neck. Levin's eyes gleamed with blawless as he growled. Many things have changed, senior. After powering up, Levin ordered his waiting subordinate. Now, go drag that old hag out here for me. The swordman slumped down onto a knee platform, smugly feeling the new power surging within him, muttering that it far exceeded his imagination. He laughed maniacally, telling himself he was unbelievably strong. Levin poured the paean into his han, seeing evident that with this power, becoming a disciple was well within his grasp. But after waiting for a long time, Levin began to feel smething was wrong. A terrifying silence enveloped the area. He wondered why his subordinates hadn't returned then decided TAC himself. Suddenly, Hyun lunged up from the ground, grabbing Levin's leg tightly, his voice weak. Don't even think about leaving. The fight isn't over Levin glanced down with CN Temp. Sealedly drew his sword and reply. Fine. If you insee, I'll end I. Levin signed fidently throw in the dark cave, intending to drag the target out himself. The swordman was slightly surprised by the unusual silence. He's in the middle of the cave, beginning to feel. Smething was wrong. What the hell? Levin continued. T advanced deeper. In the pith black darkness. His eyes widened in horror at the sight inside. Who? 4 CR pepses of his subordinates were kicked out of the cave like trash. Levin was utterly shook, shouting, What's happening? Why are you all here? Where's that old woman? A subordinate, gasping for breath, warned with a trembling voice. Levin, there's a monster in there. From inside the cave echoed a sleepy voice. My boy's sift from sleeping too long. A figure stumbled out from the darkness, wondering how long he had slept. Levin recognized the danger, his eyes turning sharp and close. Without a whir, Levin thrust his rapier straight into the cave with the speed of a bull. Bomb! The attack was instantly swept in the darkness. Levin couldn't believe his eye. Wah, impossible. He muttered in panic that thrust was even phaser than a bull. He asserted firmly. No human cold probably block the. A bandaged hand gently caught the sword's tip, and a sarcastic voice spoke up. It seems Smeona accidentally dropped the. The red-haired man let out a huge yawn, with a mocking expression. Choi Jin appeared in his Go of Kowloon form, twirling his opponent's sword and greeting. Why, Lytle Brower. Levin froze, his mind struggling T-pros why Choi Jin wasn't Dia, when he should have been on his lost breath by now. The Hode elder woman rushed over in Apani, shouting Thadeo, and trying to speak Choi Jin, as he hadn't Rekvir. But the Progonas calmly realized this was the person who had treated him. Choi Jin leaned his face close to the old woman, teasingly asking, You look familiar, have we met before? Which made the old woman fluzzardly push him away and urge him to go inside. Levin smirk, beginning to analyze his opponent after the initial shock. He sarcastically remarked that Thaddeus was an ordinary person, and no matter how well he hid his Emoyon, Choi Jin's bleeding boy betrayed everything. Completely unfazed, Choi Jin calmly replied, I guess, then retrated with an extremely provocative question. And who are you, pretty boy? Levin's face darkened, veins bulging from irritation, and he growled, It's understandable. You don't know, as we haven't me, he declared arrogantly. Remember my name before you die. With that sigh, Levin showed forward like lightning, proclaiming himself as the one who would take Thaddeus's place while delivering a deadly through. But Choi Jin merely tilted his boy, deftly jing the attack, leaving Levin stunned that his opponent had dodged eye. Levin roar, bow astonished, and acknowledging that Choi Jin's speed had reached human limit, but he confidently declare, However, I have surpassed that limit, thanks to that serum. Levin shout, I am a superhuman, and launched a thrust with terrifying speed. He charged forward with surging killing intent, CN evident that this thrust would finish off his opponent. Bomb. An explosion of sword energy erupted from the collision. The subordinates who had been defeated earlier waved from a distance, their faces pale because Levin's speed was too monstrous for their naked eyes to keep up. Even the inanimate Sni Satue seemed to be waiting this peak battle. Choi Jin, with a feigned bewildered expression, bloked Levin's sword tip with 2 fingers, and asked a sarcastic question. Huh? Why are you fa? Levin curse, his face flushed with anger and humiliation. realizing he was being moked like a puppet by the cripple. "How dare you make a fool of me?" He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury from the insult. "Fine." Levin furiously gritted his teeth, growling a vow to tear his opponent's boy to shreds. Choi Jin calmly sat. "I'd know what's going on, but it seems you're using illegal substance. Even if you are, it's no you punk." The two subordinates waving from the sidelines broke out in a CLD sway, muttering that Choi Jin had enraged Levin, who had surpassed human limit and was unspeakable. Choi Jin narrowed his eye, as if he had noticed smething in his opponent's movement. Immediately, Choi Jin unleashed a sarem of blow, hundred of punches raining down on Levin. The speed of his attacks was as fast it created afterimage, each punch a small explosion, giving Levin no room to breathe. The swordman, who had proclaimed himself superhuman cold, now only stand still and endure the assault, his boy battered like a punching bag. Bomb, bomb, bomb. The entire area shook under Choi Jin's continuous barrage of punches, and Levin was officially overwhelmed. The two subordinates were speechless, their eyes wide and mouths agape, simply unable to believe the sight before them. The hoed elder woman was Al's deeply shocked. She realized that Choi Jin's appearance at this moment was exactly like the legendary luminous war Gothado, a youthful and powerful version. After thoroughly beating Levin, Choi Jin spept and sreth, grumbling, "Tisk, my boy isn't quite in shape ye. Moose have slept much, old lady?" He casually put his arm around the old woman's shoulder, asking for clothes while muttering threat to the small fry lying on the ground, making the old woman sigh. This temperament is exactly like his father. From a distance, a voice echoed in the night, responding to Choi Jin's challenge. "Alright, my broer." Judas appear, clothing a pair of dagger, his eyes wild as he declare, "Tuai, let's end this ill-fated scenacion." Choi Jin's true boy, in the form of a young man with black hair and a white streak. Telled Lee reply. "Yeah, I agree." Choi Jin calmly walked across the rickety bridge, heading straight toward Judah, who was poised and ready for battle. Judas smirked provocatively. "Hurry up and see me here. Jus one more step an." He confidently revealed his trap. "Your dia. I've planted a bunch of explosives right under your feet." A series of Matthias's sicky bombs had been pre-planted, and if Ju one explode, the entire bridge would be obliterated along with Choi Jin. Judas screamed like a madman, using Hannah's death tea trash talk. "Come on, Pieter, you know the girl died because of you." Choi Jin, his face CLD as ice. "Retreat. I don't know what the hell you're planning, but I've lived long enough. Note T, be provoked by such cheap taunt." As he finished speaking, he charged straight for war. Judas smirk, his eyes revealing a wild madney. "Too bad for you, Pieter. I didn't intend to fight you. I just want you dead tay." He boasted loudly. "Because no matter where you step, you'll explode and be obliterate." A violent explosion erupted right under Choi Jin's feet. Ignoring the exploding bomb, Choi Jin still charged forward with terrifying speed, making Judas scream. "Phaser!" Judas laughed gleefully, seeing his prey still rushing headlong in death. "That's right." He continued to shout in extreme excitement. "One more step. Just one more step." But then Judas's eyes widened, his mind started to lag as he realized smething was wrong. "Who?" Choi Jin suddenly unleashed a rope dart, Hyun's signature weapon, launching it straight forward. He used the rope dart to hawk onto the her side of the bridge, swinging cleanly over the minefield. Bomb! Hair bomb explode right where Choi Jin had pause, but it only shattered a few woven plank. Judas was completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what the hell was happening to his perfect trap. Choi Jin was all slightly surprised, muttering, "What was the?" Judas alone on the bridge. Choi Jin had vanished without a trace. He started piecing things together, realizing a crucial detail. If a long-abandoned bridge was strangely clean. Judas frantically looked around, sweat pouring down his face. "Where is he? I didn't see him anywhere." He realized he had been tricked. "Hen that would make me think." Very carefully. From above, Choi Jin was swinging with the rope dart, hovering right above Judah, who was still muttering about his bomb-planting plan. Choi Jin landed like a G, grabbing Judas tightly from behind and whispering, "I'm pretty sure, ITLD, no T, turn back." Judas Vasuna, realizing this Parisen was even phaser and stronger than the Pietro he once knew. Judas TK, a barrage of attack, helplessly admitting, "I can't keep up." A final kick sent the genius flying straight dumb on the bridge floor like a broken tie. Collapsed on the ground, Judas still forced "Whether I did or no is my choice." Choi Jin. Klee extinguished his illusion. Raphael decided the Choi Jin leaned close to his ear, revealing the bitter truth. Judah, from the very beginning, you were manipulated by Raphael. Flashback Sen, Hong Kong 2023. Judas lay lisely in a filthy ROM like a garbage dump. He looked like a soulless man, face down on the floor, surrounded by empty bowls and left for F. A sarcastic voice echo. Why are you living in such a pathetic place? Judas raised his hay, deeply shocked at see Raphael standing tall in the ROM, his voice trembling. Raphael, why are you here? Raphael announced. Glory Zhu put a bounty on Pietro's Heya. Judah, surprise, asked why, and was answered curtly. Hes hindering Glory's development. Judas go, srite t the point. And what do you want from me? Raphael explained that even a high bounty is usella, because it lacks smething very important. Judas looked at Raphael with a puzzled look, unsure what the beau was talking about. Raphael declared, it lacks the genuine hatred for Pietro. Raphael pointed directly at Judah, his voice full of conviction. The one who hates Pietro the Mo is right here. My broer, Judah. He lifted Judah's chin, continuing to whisper poise into his ear. The reason you're in this sot is because of Pietro. Raphael smirked sinisterly. Swing hatra. If you eliminate the one you're always CM paired, you can beck me the B. How wonderful it would be when Pietro disappear. Then I, you, and everyone else will all be happy. Back to the present. Judah still lay flatly. Choi Jin uttered a judgment. You haven't changed at all. Choi Jin looked down at the defeated foe, his voice full of CN temp. You evaluate yourself through her. It's time to sep. Judas looked up with resentful eye. Choi Jin finished him with a final insult. It's time for you to sp acing pathetic. Humiliate. Judas roared furiously. Shut up. Don't look at me like you know everything. He gathered all his strength, swinging his weapon straight onto the rickety bridge. The go of Kowloon's eyes flasha, realizing his opponent's intention. A terrifying explosion rang blowing up the entire bridge. The Woan bridge shattered in splinter, cascading done in the bombless abbey. Judas laughed maniacally, thinking he had successfully dragged his enemy to a shared death. Bo fell freely in the Endel's darkness below. But the go of Kowloon was quicker, managing to grab onto a remaining section of the bridge's chain. He sealed extended his hand to his struggling enemy. The go of Kowloon looked down at Judah, his voice judgmental. Judah. Judas looked up, his hand still clinging tightly to the chain, his eyes filled with hatred and internal CNF lie. He gritted his teeth. If I take your hand, it means I admit I'm a pathetic basar. The go of Kowloon simply writhed in silence, awaiting the defeated foe's final decision. Judas smirked bitterly. I can't da. With that sigh, he let go of the chain, blow ozing from his han. Judas chota fall in the abbey, determined no to accept pity from the one he hated. Memories flowed back. Judas recalled his past as a young monk. I knew if I had gone with the flow, none of this would have happened. In the church, he realized his greed was rising, craving things that weren't high. That's why I started desiring what belonged to Pieter. He remembered the feeling of helplessness, having chase great a shadow. No matter how hard he try, Pietro was always on a completely higher level, a position Judas cold never reach. Judas recalled collapsing amid the rubble, realizing he was tired of everything. His obsession was clear on his face. A killing urge defeat Pietro at all. He once deluded himself in thinking that if he confronted and defeated Pieter, he would take that person's place. But Judas realized too late that even if he achieved his goal, he would still be a failure. Recalling Pietro easily carrying Hannah in his arm, Judas bitterly admitted he wasn't strong enough to bear that responsibility. Judas's face clearly showed exhaustion. He was tired. He let himself fall in the abbey, only wishing for eternal ray. At the cliff's edge, the go of Kowloon silently looked done after the defeated foe. The go of Kowloon's gaze was as CLD as ice, without a hint of wavering. Scene change. A panicked voice rang, "Oh, B." A subordinate rushed in the ROM, where the beau was leisurely resing his fee. He snapped. What are you yelling, Abu? What's wrong? The subordinate, his face pale, stammered a report that disciple Judas's biosignal had gone and the beau simply replied curtly, Is that? The beau Siga, showing disappointment. I had sme hopes for Judah, but it ended up like the subordinate mumbled that the two of them used te be clo fren. S. Pietro Moose be very shock. The subordinate anxiously asked if a team should be sent to retrieve Judas's boy. The beau simply ignored him. Sep and made an unrelated statement. Im's hungry. I need TEA. Prepare the F. He casually ordered 2 servings of pho to be prepared. leaving the subordinate Sune. The beau smirked eerily, his eyes flashing with a crimson glow, ordering T call Matthias immediately. At the temple, thanks to Simon, the captured monks were released, and were now cleaning together. Simon argued vehemently. You all should I'm the one who's been working tirelessly, while the monks simply clasped their hand in thanks, T Buddha. Simon argued vehemently with the monk, biter that all his effort were attributed. Buddha. It's too late. You should alls be thanking me, Simon, right here. The monk, unfaze, thanked Simon and invited him to say and process asceticism, making the swordman helplessly yell, Please N, you all can keep that process. The Sene shift, a yacht slicing through the water, speeding swiftly across the sea. On the deck, Matthew was surprised to see Alipede, a blind man, expertly piloting the ship. Alipede, CLD lie order. Take your hand off. Matthew ignored him, her hand still on Alipede's che, and flirtatiously asked, about that young man you mentioned earlier. Can you intruse him, me? Alipede growled a warning. I'll kill you, Matthew, but the female sharpshooters you sneer, flatly declaring, that young man is mine. Alipede, with his blowhole eye, asserted his senses were extremely sharp, while Matthew continued to tease. Are you two in that kind of relationship? Alipede repeated definitively. Even as Matthew kept pressing and acing sulky. The white-haired assassin cold only sigh in exasperation. Night fell, and the ancient temple appeared under the starry sky. A voice rang out excitedly. Finally! These people have finally seen me to their sense. The group was invited by the monks to lavish fees as thank. But one monk include. It's all thanks to the Buddha's grace. The table was laden with an abundance of temple vegetarian dishes, looking incredibly appetizing. Nathaniel looked at Simon, who was complaining, and bluntly sighed. Simon, you haven't changed at all. Haven't I told you that complaining is a luxury? Choi Jin apologized to Nathaniel for dragging her into trouble with the Glory organization, but she calmly replied that Glory had already been hunting her W'n. Simon suddenly changed his attitude, slinging his arms around the shoulders of the two monk, Hyun and Damwol, and cheer, Toei is a happy day, no more sad talk. Let's smile. The entire dining table fell silent. No one heard T respond. T Simon's C-medic A. Nathaniel and Choi Jin simultaneously retorted T Simon. Your jokes have never been funny, leaving the swordman speechless. The dining room Dr. burst open, and a young man with reddish brown hair, severed and bandage, rushed in, his eyes shining brightly. Wow, what's that smell? What a lavish fia. The young man was overjoyed to see the table full of but then realized it was all vegetarian dishes, and openly expressed his disappointment, absolutely knowing. The young man turned and slung his arm around Simon's shoulder, affectionately calling him, Of course, brar, I think making Choi Jin exasperatedly remind them, Do you two remember fighting to the death, no long ag? Nathaniel spept the reddish-haired warrior, sternly saying, You haven't reckford enough, eat your porridge, but he Jews wine. That's sa, auntie bra, everyone else is feasing. While suffing a large mouthful, the reddish-haired warrior wondery, I've been wondering, why are these monks sighting as still as Satue? The two monk, Hyun and Damwol, sat stiffly, one wondering, I didn't know either. Why am I sighting like thee? While the Oher thought T himself that this situation was beyond their league. The entire dining table was filled with monster, from Simon, Nathaniel, and Choi Jin T, the reddish-haired warrior. All of them were Apolas in the eyes of the two low-ranking monk. The reddish-haired warrior grin, livening up the atmosphere. What's wrong? Jews, make yourselves at home. Eat as much as you want. While Nathaniel quietly ate, I kecked all of thee. Simon liqueured him pompously. Hey Key, forcing Ohers to relax his ill manner, but Nathaniel bluntly reta. You're no beater. The reddish-haired warrior burrs out laughing. We're all ill-mannered anyway. To celebrate, I'll make candied hawthorn skewers for everyone tay. Leaving Choi Jin speechless at the nonsensical conversation. Night fell, and the bright moonlight shone in the sky. Choi Jin sat alone on the temple roof, low in thought under the starlight. The reddish-haired warrior found him, hesitantly calling big broer. Choi Jin turned T-lock at the reddish-haired warrior, his gaze calm. Choi Jin admitted he was actually quite old and unders the warrior's awkwardness. But the reddish-haired warrior brushed it off. What desage mater? Broer Songu is still my true big broer. Hearing tha, Choi Jin smiled in relief and sigh. From now on, feel free to talk to me casually. The reddish-haired warrior suddenly changed his teeny, his eyes sharpening. But in Kowloon, I really hated you. You deceived me. Choi Jin explained that he had no her choice, and the reddish-haired warrior immediately brightened up, slinging his arm around him. I know. If you feel guilty, buy me smee candied hawthorn skewer, and Choi Jin promised he buy 100 of them. Choi Jin asked why he was up here alone late at night. The reddish-haired warrior replied that he was just sorting out his thought about everything that had happened in the past few months. He see infesta truth. The person I hated's much, is al's my father. A flashback appear, showing the white-haired father with a pained expression as his young son carried his moher's boy away in the night. Memories of his father streaming in despair resurface, and the reddish-haired warrior realize all of his Asians were proek me. A metaphorical image appear. A man in a suit as waithing on her person, tightly bound in a straitjacket, hanging upside wn. The reddish-haired warrior muse, I didn't know whether to hate him or pity him anymore. Bo fell silent, low in thought under the night sky. The reddish-haired warrior let out an awkward laugh. Ahaha, this is my first time experiencing smething like this. I feel super awkward. Choi Jin Ju listened in silence, his eyes full of understanding. The reddish-haired warrior flinched when Choi Jin suddenly spoke. He was very clumsy. Choi Jin began to recount his sry. That damned Thadeu. In the flashback, young Thaddeus was always grinning, sensantly picking fight, and being obsessively Lou. Choi Jin cemented bluntly. A guy like that having a chill? The out-me was already clear. Memories showed Thaddeus was clumsy in everything, from playing chess to fighting. A childish man who didn't know how to be a father or a friend. The reddish-haired warrior was stunned when Choi Jin include. That was Thaddeus clumsine. I'd know what happened between you two data. Choi Jin looked right at him, his voice firm. But I am certain of thee, he affirmed. He was a true fidant of mine. And even if your father was troubles may. Choi Jin smiled faintly. He was Ju as sincere. The reddish-haired warrior was completely stunned by the truth that had Ju been revealed. The young man Samir, how do you know my father's feelings well? Choi Jin replied simply. Because I had no her choice. Choi Jin gazed in the distance, low in his own memory. A fleeting image showed Choi Jin as a young boy, with naive eye. He admitted a truth. Because I was once very clumsy. Choi Jin's eyes in the present shone with deep empathy, transcending time. Choi Jin and the red-haired warrior sat on the raft pea under the night sky. He advised him. Go smewhere far away with Nathaniel and Ree, until the world stabilize. The red-haired warrior bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Sungu. Your word have comforted me greatly. The young man looked at Choi Jin, seriously instrucing. Then, one day, in the distant future, an image of his family appeared in his flashback as he tinua, when you meet my father again, tell him the red-haired warrior up, his eyes resolute, having found a new path. I have realized that my purpo is serve with this martial AR. With the red-haired warrior resolutely jumped on the waiting boa, leaving Choi Jin, Nathaniel, and Simon on the shore. Nathaniel asked Choi Jin worriedly. What are you going to do now, my friend? Raphael will run rampant again. Are you ready? Choi Jin didn't answer. Ju silently looked at a small pouch of medicine in his han, as if he had made a decision. In a dark space, a tated bow was swallowing handfuls of pill, his eyes wide with madni. He tilted his head back, veins bulging on his face as he absorbed power from the drug, muttering, It doesn't matter what it I. Back at the harbor, Choi Jin crushed the medicine wrapper, his sharp eyes declare, The path I must take has already been say. Simon turned to Nathaniel, instrucing, Rai, I know you'll be fine, but take care of yourself. Simon continued to nag. And by the way, this is the last time I'm saying the. Don't bring any glory patient here. Nathaniel interrupted impatiently. Why, see. Simon still didn't understand, chuckling. You talk as if we'll never see each her again. Nathaniel winked meaningfully, her voice CLD and emphasizing each word. I said, Glory. Nathaniel turned and walked away decisively, resolutely declaring, I didn't say honor. Choi Jin-ju smiled faintly, waving his former CM raids retreating back. The boat carrying the red-haired warrior alone glided across the vast sea, beginning a new journey. 500 meters deep in the South Pacific, a submarine was moving. A subordinate reporte. B. We received a message from Raphael of Glory. The bow asked back, What does it say? The subordinate read the message. I will CME for you. No matter where you. All the thugs in the Ciantrol Rom burst into arrogant laughter. The tated bow growl. Where day he think this? Even the old man Pietro that Glory Boa's about couldn't reach the submarine we slew. The subordinate held the table, his face slightly tense. reporting Smee unpleasant new. I'm no sure you'll like I. The drugged beau asked again. What did you say? While eating pasta, the tated beau was disturbed by a subordinate rushing in frantically. B. Lock. The beau was still, calmly eating, asking, what now? The subordinate report. We received hair massage from a different location. The subordinate read the massage see intent with an awkward expression. How to make Alfred pepper pasta, and muttered to himself. This is ridiculous. All the thugs listened out the recipe as if it were a joke. Boil water, add sal, and ck the pasta. Reserve Smee pasta water. Add butter, olive oil, and garlic. Tea a pan and sauté until fragrant. The tated beau slammed the table and roar. What the hell is thigh? What kind of sick, damn joke is thigh? The subordinate C continued. T read from the table. The final, important step T, make Alfred pepper pasta. The subordinate continued with a horrified expression. Is T add nano pepper bomb? The beau panique, wah, bomb? He suddenly heard a strange sound and yell. Where's this damn sound seeming from? The beau's smock swelled abnormally. The subordinate Samir, pointing, from your smock, B. The beau's face turned pale. He only managed to utter one last curse in despair. Bomb. An internal explosion blew the beau apart. Blow and organs splattering all over the central room. The subordinate, his face severed in blow, screamed in shock. The beau's smock explode. What the hell is happening? Surface immediately. Amid the cha, the subordinate received hair strange massage. Remora is a type of fish belonging to the family Echinidae, with a boy length of up to 130 centimeters. Hair thug, Alsfeared in Blee, yelled at the subordinate. Forget those stupid massages and surface now. The subordinate C continued reading information about remora fish. They can swim down to a depth of 300 meter. Please no athee. The subordinate suddenly remembered smething, his face turning pale. 300 meter? Come think of we had remora fish clinging to the submarine before, but we are a depth of 500 meter. It turned out that what was clinging all over the submarine was a swarm of mechanical fish with deadly glowing red eye. A leading mechanical fish flashed a red lie, transmitting the final message. Sender, the subordinate read the fated name Matthias on the screen, and immediately after, the entire submarine exploded into 100 pieces. At the bottom of the deep sea, an autonomous robo turned on its headlight, ready for its next mission. In the central ROM, Matthias arrogantly looked at the screen, displaying the submarine explosion, declaring, from now on, your lives are in my hand. Scene change. Yuna grumbled on the way. Damn isn't this ridiculous? Riff-raff like you. Why did we have TCMET this fancy shoal? Choi-jin sealedly interrupt. Lee Yuna, shut up. While the Dako Brohers and Yuna continued walking, Choi-jin sternly reminded them, shouldn't we fulfill our duties as student, since we've mised many class, making the Dako Brohers glare, as he was clearly the one who mised the M. Bang! The classroom door was forcefully pushed open. The Dako Brohers SR met in, grinning. We're here, D-rank assassins are in claw. The whole class turned T-lock. A classmate spoke up. Oh, the Dako Brower, long time no see. You must be busy with D-rank mission, yet you still managed T-attend shoal. Truly impressive. A boy and a girl in the class started, whispering, feeling that smithing was off. The Dako Broher, who used rule the clay, now seemed meek. The reason was simple. There was a transfer student in class. The Dako Browers immediately bowed deeply, in unison. Tiger Butterfly, we hope you're well. The transfer student nicknamed Tiger Butterfly sat casually on a loker, chewing on candied hawthorn, remarking, this shoal is truly peaceful. A bit quiet, perhap? Choi-jin, standing behind him. Asuka, where did you get that uniform? Tiger Butterfly complained that his TNG hurt from eating candied hawthorn, and asked for water, and immediately, one of the Dako Brohers hastily offered a glass. The classroom doctor opened again. A voice rang, oh, all right everyone, have all the volunteers gather? All the students, including Choi-jin's group, unanimously replied yay, and looked toward the doctor. Yuna looked at the person, who Zhu enterre, wondering, but it must be because it's been a long time since we lost me. I think his hair has grown longer. A muscular middle-aged man, Teacher Lee himself, walked in and asked, are you D-rank troublemakers here? The whole class started whispering about Teacher Lee's hair. Semi said it grew longer. Owers suspect it was a wig. Teacher Lee growl, Alrig, quiet Duen and Leeson. I have smething important to say. Teacher Lee's sharp gaze swept acro the claw, then spept at one spee. Teacher Lee pointed directly at Tiger Butterfly, roaring, "Who's sighting on the loker while the teacher is talking, huh?" The whole class held its breath, knowing that Teacher Lee was famously ruthless with delinquent. Teacher Lee paused, his eyes scanning the visor screen, trying to identify the new student. Why? This guy. He broke out in a CLD sweat, realizing that Tiger Butterfly was none other than disciple Thaddeus, a big show at headquarter. Having Ju accidentally snapped at a superior, Teacher Lee racked his brain for a seaver up, deciding to invent, "Sme excuse T, get by." Regaining his Sempor, Teacher Lee announced an extremely dangerous intrused mission, deliberately changing the subject to save face. The entire class of assassin trainees turned pale, muttering to each other that no sane person would dare take on such a sweet deal reeking of death. Unexpectedly, a fiery red-haired guy raised his hand, to volunteer, leaving Choi Jin beside him, speechless. "Are you sure you're here for a disguise?" Teacher Lee puffed out his che, ran a hand through his hair, and declared that even though it was only a D-rank mission, with him there was no need to worry. The group headed to a barbecue restaurant. The red-haired guy ecstatic about his first D-rank mission, while the others considered it business as usual. It turned out the mission was Ju Choi Jin single-handedly wiping out a bunch of thugs in 3 minutes, leaving the Dako brohers gaping in awe. When asked if he had enough money to pay, Teacher Lee, annoyed, ordered 10 more Sikh, ignoring Sungu Kim's dagger-like sar. Teacher Lee mused, feigning experience. "It's fine. I made a fortune in my prime. Enough to pay for this meat fia." The group bickered while eating, Yuna yelling at the Dako brohers to be eating, even as she herself was stuffing her face. Waithing the noisy children, Teacher Lee unconsciously smiled kindly. The muscular teacher suddenly became profound, speaking of the arduous path ahead and how he couldn't proc them forever. In a serious moment, Teacher Lee faced Sungu Kim, promising to use all his strength to proc the entire team. An image flashed, showing the group as a fledgling superhero squad, ready for the future. Teacher Lee looked directly at his student, his voice firm. "Therefore, I want you all to trust me." The profound speech ended, and the group once again buried their faces in the pile of grilled meat as if they'd never eaten before, making Teacher Lee sigh. Teacher Lee suddenly realized Choi Jin had disappeared and asked, causing Yuna, who was mid-bite, to freeze, thinking she was being criticized for no reasoning. The whole team left the restaurant, thanking Teacher Lee in unison for a satisfying meal. The group, full to the brim, left the restaurant. The red-haired guy even insisted on paying for his share, only to be selded by Yuna for disrespecting Teacher Lee. Teacher Lee, acing like a big sha, asked for the towel damage, and the cashier calmly quoted the price. 3,000,001. Hearing the number, Teacher Lee froze. While the student were else heavily choked, T learned they had devoured 50 portions of Maya. Teacher Lee broke out in a CLD sway, his mind calculating if his card had enough limit, and envisioning a month of instant knoll. Juice, at the critical moment, the cashier announced that Smeoni had already pie, making Teacher Lee Bo overjoyed and annoyed at being robbed of his chance to show off. Teacher Lee yelled, asking who dared to upstage him, but then quickly backpedaled, saying that canceling the payment would be rude. It turned out the benefactor was Choi Jin, who had now shed his shoal uniform for a super class sui, muttering, "I pie, and I still get yelled a phone rang, and Choi Jin turned away, his expression calm but exuding the aura of a true big sh. He glanced at his phone, screen. The call was from Jiwon with urgent information. On the screen was a message from Jiwon, "Im hacking glory, I've got me juicy intel." Elsewhere, Jiwon is in a filthy public restaurant, reporting over the phone that Glory seemed to be seducing human experiment, and she would dig deeper. Jiwon questioned if Choi Jin didn't trust her ability, then plunged the sharp tip of her cane into the ground, evading smething. Choi Jin sealedly warned over the phone, "I know you're capable, but what if Glory intentionally let you hack them?" Jiwon Siga, accepting the CERN senior's warning, and said she would call back later. She touched a session of tiled wall, and a secret mechanism was activate. Jiwon put her sunglasses back on, her expression full of confidence and misery. She descended a dark spiral staircase, leading to a secret base. The heavy doctor opened, revealing a luxurious space inside. Jiwon walked in, frowning in CN fusion. Strange. I didn't remember having Gez Tay. Inside, a gang of 5 dapper men in white suit and masks sat waiting. A clear ambush laid O. The beau in the white sui, wearing a mocking mask, spoke up to greet her. "Pleasure to meet you. Honors #1 hacker, on Jiwon." Jiwon froze, her eyes sharp behind her sunglasses. The bossy continued to rattle off Jiwon's personal information as if reading a file. 45 years old, 171 centimeters tall, 55 kilograms weigh. Jiwon frowned, realizing this group wasn't small fry. My age and weight are national secret, you know. She leaned on her cane, depicting a superior attitude. I know who you are, but you've seen me to the wrong place. This is 3 underground levels deep. Understand? Jiwon's eyes flashed with danger. In Oher no a single ray of light can penetrate here. She pulled out a blizer pack of pill, which looked like a harmless tie. Suddenly, Jiwon crushed the pill pack, letting out a deadly smirk. You're all about to be wiped ooh. The sen shifted T Ava, searching desert. A Pole Matthew, also known as Dorohi, was sprawled on a picnic blanket, cradling a massive sniper rifle, asking casually, Lippy, can you hear me? I think Matthias has started his move. A large man wearing an Oni demon mask, Lippy, was observing through binocular, reminding her, Dorohi, that's no how you talk to your superior. Dorohi puta, superior, my F. That's old new. Dorohi seemed worried. But is it okay for Matthias to go alone? It seems the traitors Simon and Thaddeus are there. Maybe even Johann. The demon-masked man stated fittingly. In terms of Siembat skill, Matthias stand no chance. Both Thaddeus and Simon could defeat him, but they can. Dorohi looked bewildered, unable to believe her ear. Huh. Are you kidding? Matthias looks weak. Are you saying he's that formidable? Lippy shook his head in exasperation. Dorohi, you truly know knowing. Or perhaps you choose to care. Dorohi grumble, then explain I talk like the. Lippy began to explain. Matthias is the leader of Trinity, the organization that created over 90% of the world's military and industrial exploitive technology. One day, outside a bar named Paran, a voice echo, you should have gone inside when I told you. A burly, muscular bee, Tamaihu, leader of an exploives trafficking organization, faced a man in a dark sui, the exploives Maser, Mathia, leader of Trinity. Tamehu Boas, I admit I prepared quite a low before you arrive, but it seems your reputation precedes you. What's your plan now? Matthias C. elderly retreat, while the entire alley was strewn with the corpses of Tamehu's henchmen. Your team is knowing but a pile of dead boys now. 2 of Tamehu's high-ranking subordinates aced arrogantly, boasting about their army of 3,000 and siffing that Matthias only had a pile of CRPs. The bald beau issued an ultimatum to Mathia, his voice full of CN dissension. In this bazine, there are only 2 choice. Work under you, or die, he see include, while Matthias remained silent under his hat brim. The bald beau sneer, telling Matthias to spee his pipe dream, but Matthias unexpectedly spoke up, mentioning the 3,965 bombs they had plant. All of them have been disarmed, Matthias declared CL Dudley, as he poured a handful of removed detonators on the bar. Matthias casually asked again about the offer of separation. Share, you mean? I'm no interesse, he replied curtly. Take it all, as long as it involves exploive. The bald beau was Sune, unable to comprehend what this guy was up. Matthias pulled out a device, guessing they might be annoyed about smething else. He lifted his face, revealing a massive Trinity tat under his chin, and laughed maniacally. Like for example, Trinity being called number 1? The goatee-wearing subordinate smirk, thinking Matthias was all talk. Ha, locks like you know your place, but knowing it T-Sin means an early death. He raised his gleaming golden gun, pointing it directly at Mathia, ready to finish off his prey. You'd bees put that hand doin, Matthias warned, his voice devoid of emotion. He stated firmly. Once you've stepped in this space, you cano asape my blas radio. What nonsense. The goatee-wearing man, esfaved, contemptuously, completely disbelieving the threa. Matthias simply gave a clear, one-word seaman, his eyes still fixed on the device. Right Han. Boom. The goatee-wearing man's gun-holding arm exploded into bloymes of flesh. He let out a pathetic scream, collapsing on the floor while the bald beau froze in terror. Matthias continued. TCMN. Right leg. Boom. The bald beau's right leg else instantly explode in smithereen. The bald beau shrieked in pain and pawnee, trying to yell at his subordinates outside. What the hell is going on? Everyone. Shh. Matthias Saga, muttering T himself. Controlling them is becoming a bit troublesome. He decided T with Mo, automatic Hun. Boom. The entire ROM explode into sea of fire, wiping out everything inside. Intrusing Apolla Matthias, the madman who uses explosives as easily as breathing. Essentially, he is a walking nuclear weapon. Scene change. Choi Jin frantically yell, Kage. Simon Kage, who was lifting Wei, asked blankly what was wrong, and Choi Jin order a Get to Ji-won immediately. Choi Jin screamed in extreme anxiety. I can't reach Ji-won. Meanwhile, at an underground base, Ji-won was surrounded by a group in white sui. One of them spoke up. I don't know who you are, but you've CME to the wrong place. This is 3 Sri's underground. Ji-won Cieldly sept for war, and the assassins continued T warn. Do you know what that mean? Ji-won's eyes gleamed with a deadly lie. There isn't a single ray of light dwun here. In O'Hare were. Ji-won raised a strange device, a smirk on her face. You're all about T die. She charged forward T attack, her staff swinging in a sharp, lethal R. But one of the men in white suit narrowly dodged the attack, leaving Ji-won Suna. He dodged I. The masked assassin gave her no chance, immediately closing in with a counter-attack. He unleashed a flurry of punches with terrifying speed. Ji-won couldn't react in time. Ji-won was sent flying, collapsing sprawled on the floor. She lay there, unable to believe impossible. There clearly no blin. But why was I the one high? Her eyes widened in horror as she realized a terrible truth. Don't tell me. Ji-won bitterly realized these Basard only knew her weakness, but were als equipped with night vision goggle, truly TP tier operative. The masked leader spoke up. On Ji-won. We have been tracking your every move. He continued T-mock, lising Pietro's numerous achievement, from the honor hospital hack, don't the visit to Yoil Islan, and even the Cheo on the go yak. He stated firmly. You might be able to fool glory, but you can't fool me. Suddenly, Ji-won's DG Micking growled furiously, charging forward as if encountering a mortal enemy. Ji-won froze, realizing smething was wrong. Micking. She muter. In the past 10 years, he's never been this agitate. Your target isn't me, is I? Ji-won gave a bitter, faint laugh. From the very beginning, she had figured out the entire plan. You only wanted to destroy this house. Throughout the ROM, Kuntal's tiny red D of activated bombs glow. Ji-won lifted her Hia, her gaze sharp. Who are you? We should get acquaint. The leader, sighting in front of a lapped P, replied casually. It's a bit late for I am Mathia. Matthias slightly pulled down his mask, revealing his braces and a sick smile. From Glory, he explained. This place is very likely Pietro's Hideyu. SSRI, but we have T blow it up. On Ji-won. You've worked hard for 45 years. Ji-won snapped back. My birthday hasn't even CME, I'm only 44. Suddenly, Ji-won's eyes widened in horror as she sensed smithing. She frantically loked Dune at her boy. 2 mini-bomb, glowing bright had been planted on her without her knowing. Matthias raised the detonator, his TNE like a death sentence. Thinking as usual, game over. He tightened his grip on the detonator, preparing to press the button to finish her off. The detonator in Matthias's hand was suddenly crushed by an invisible force, splattering blow everywhere. Matthias screamed in pain, his hands smoking profusely, leaving even Ji-won Sune. Simon Kageo landed in the middle of the ROM like a G, his eyes sharp, ready for battle. Kageo rushed to Ji-won, asking if she was Alri, but she quickly warned, worry about them, they're incredibly dangerous. My radar is completely disabled. The assassins in white suit simultaneously charged T-attack Kage, and Ji-won screamed in despair. You fool, duh. Mathia, through his pervasive goggle, only managed to realize the situation had spiraled out of control. Kageo moved like a phantom, easily blocking and countering all of the A-rank assassins' attacks without breaking a sway. He pulled Ji-won behind him, questioning. What did you say? That's right. You used T, be a disciple of glory. Kageo spun around, looking directly at the Mazerman, and greeted him with a challenge. Long time no see, Mathia. Matthias sneered from behind the screen, calling the disruptor by his real name. For a traitor, you look quite relax, Simon. Simon Kageo frowned, mutering T himself. Damn this is trouble. Getting stuck with Matthias here is truly bad luck. He knew the explosives expert's tactic well. I'm sure he's planted bombs in unexpected place. Simon Kageo analyzed the situation. He can decisively detonate bombs to turn the fight into his playground, and though guys are all TPA ranks from glory. Matthias spoke from afar, his voice full of self-satisfaction. Simon, Kag, you must know this well, right? He boasted of his achievement. I've planted hundreds of bombs in this space, anticipating your every move. You can't win in my territory. Simon Kageo calmly admitted. Yay, your bombs are indeed deadly. I know you can blow this place up with a single button. He smirked arrogantly. But what am I supposed to do with one button? A set of sharp metal claws sprang out from the back of Simon Kageyo's Han, declaring, "I have plenty of bunts right here." Clang! Simon Kageo unleashed a sweeping attack, red slashes tearing through the air. In Juice and in San, all of the A-rank assassins in white suit were Tron in 100-piece. Blow splattering all over the ROM. Blow and the C-arpses of the white-suited men splattered everywhere, and Matthias's bombs began flashing signaling death. Bomb! An earth-shattering explosion blew everything away, exactly as the exploives expert intended. Amid the sea of flame, Simon Kageo sped up G1 and her DG, and rushed narrowly escaping. The devastated Sene was left with only rubble. G1's cane was als broken in half, lying disarde. Matthias and a subordinate waved from afar. The subordinate asked if they should pursue, but Matthias sullenly refused. On G1 has played her part perfectly. Matthias smirked sinisterly under his mask, his red eyes glowing. Because I've obtained what I need. The Sene shift eta high shoal that appears normal, but definitely is. In the gymnasium, Unbyul-jo mised a basketball show, and was moked by Smee Boy. Haha, you can't even deet tha? A Siki transfer student with reddish brown hair appear, calling himself Tiger Butterfly, and declared he would make 100 shaw, telling the small fry T get out of his way. The ROM Dr. Burse opened, and the Sarge Shulbo Jang Yisol walked in. Growling T asked who the transfer student was. Jang Yisol slapped Anna her guy away, calling him a monkey, while Tiger Butterfly, Choi Jin, secretly thought one finger would be enough to dispath them all. But he had T hold back. Jang Yisol and his subordinates approached, intrusing himself as the bow of Mapo Disri, and pressed Choi Jin on why he dared to seal his Yejin. A flashback showed a scena of Choi Jin walking with Yejin, where she invited him home to eat candied hawthorn, making Jang Yisol even more furious. Jang Yisol pointed directly at Choi Jin, challenging him to a slow fight on the Raft P, and Choi Jin calmly accepted. Alri, I like fighting. Returning to his true form, Choi Jin, with his black hair and white streak, reassured a red-haired friend that the UP-seeming battle would be fine, because he alls knew boxing. Choi Jin sat in the sand with Jonathan, asking about G1's Ciandition, and was informed that she wasn't seriously injured. Jonathan hesitated before continuing that smething unfortunate had happened, making Choi Jin curious. It turned out the unfortunate thing was G1 was rolling on the ground, throwing a tantrum, crying miserably because her lifelong secret base had been destroyed. Simon Kageo was on the phone, ignoring G1 loudly complaining behind him, because she had low her home while he was still busy on his phone. Simon Kageo hung up, calmly announcing he had spoken with Chairman Choi Yun-chang, and turned TT's G1. You two dared to laugh at me? Ju's why, I'm calling Choi Yun-chang now. Simon Kageo announced that Deha Group would provide them with a new base, causing G1 to immediately change her tune, flattering him to the heaven. Oh sir, I saw you in my dream. I know this is destiny. Choi Jin cold only shake his head and give a wry smile at her dramatic performance. That's G1 for you. Choi Jin turned asked Jonathan, who attacked the base, and received the answer. Glory's disciple. Mathia. Jonathan began describing Mathia, an explosives expert with bizarre detonation meth. A flashback showed a devastate. Bloy Sen. A terrifying explosion in the flashback illustrated Matthias's power, who could create explosions in ways no one could anticipate. Choi Jin thoughtfully analyze. So he can take on many people alone Jews with bomb. Jonathan affirmed. Matthias was an extremely troubles me opponent because it was impossible to predict when or where the bombs would explode. But he could still be defeated if a pattern was found. Suddenly, Yoon Byul-jo called out from the basketball court, whiningly asking Jonathan for guidance because the hop was high. Jonathan sighed exasperatedly, secretly thinking he should have entered the shoal as a student in C, as being nearly 30 years old and wearing a uniform was truly a disacer. The Sene shifted ant the shoal's brightly lit gymnasium. Simon Kague, now in basketball attire, was reminded by Choi Jin note to draw attention, but he replied with a smug lock. Who do you take for me, sir? I might lock like thee, but I'm very siable. Simon Kageo held the ball and began liqueuring the student with a philosophical lesson about fleas and their extraordinary jumping power. He dribbled the ball while explaining that if a flea is find in a box, it will limit its own jumping ability, believing the lid be its own limmy. Saying thigh, Simon Kageo charged right toward the basketball hop, growling. Don't set limit for your own pointial. Basketball is the same. He leaped in the air, ordering the student, relax like me and be gentle. Crash. Simon Kageo unleashed a monster dunk, shadering the entire backboard into 100-piece. The student Wathing cold only gape in astonishment, with wide eyes and open mouth, at the unbelievable sigh. Simon Kagyo Lande, standing amid the wreckage of the basketball hop with a nonchalant expression, as if knowing had happened. In the sun, Choi Jin broke out in a CLD sway, speechful, wondering T himself. Does he even want T hide his identity? For heaven's sake. Simon Kagyo casually fabricated a sry that the hop was rusy, but teacher Lee, standing nearby, immediately exposed him. We Jews bought a new one last week, an official NBA Sandar. Choi Jin perched on the grandin, his mind taut like a bow's ring. Jiwon's hideout had been obliterate, and he might have left trace. He muter, knowing the probability was low, but unable to rule it. Oh. I know it's unlikely, but what if? Suddenly, a thought flashed in Choi Jin's min, and his eyes sharpened. In the locker, Kageo's uniform hung ready. A new plan had formed. Without a moment's hesitation, Choi Jin rushed off like the wind, beginning his move. He arrived at the gate of a shoal with an award sign and the G logo of the Glory organization. A young janitor spepped him, asking, "What are you ding at shoal?" Suddenly, a dapper man in a white sui, wearing a fedra, appeared and replied, "You ask why I am here?" The Apollo Matthias was already present at Divine Honor High School, one of the enemy's stronghold. Standing on the raft P of the building, Matthias surveyed the entire Sene, muttering, "I've turned this entire shoal upside down and still haven't found Pietra, even though his traces are everywhere." He opened his lapped P, typing away, deciding T, change Tashi. Searching for him directly is Usule. He'll juice hide again. Closing his lapped P, Matthias plan, in C. I will find suspicious individuals and trawl them. His gaze suddenly spept at the schoolyard below, and a smirk appear. Perfect timing. Down in the yard, a noisy crowd of student was gathering, creating an unusual even. Matthias looked down at the crowd with amusement. A massive variable Jews caught my eye. Scene change. A middle-aged man was cheerfully shaking 2 bowls of stew in his mezzi-ram. He poured himself a drink and laid out pho on the table with a beaming expression. "Today, I must open a really go bowl of shoe because today is a special day." He congratulated himself. "Guangyu, you've done well this past year. Jews keep trying harder next year, and you'll be fine." Suddenly, his phone rang, interrupting his slow celebration. He cheerfully answered, "Yay, this is O Guangyu, a teacher at Divine Honor School," completely unaware that the caller was merely a telemarketer from a financial company. Teacher O Guangyu was visibly delighted when offered a loan right on his birthday, thinking he'd stumbled upon a sweet deal. "Oh, I really need money." He naively asked to borrow a whopping 1.5 billion won, and was thoroughly accused out by the caller as a penile's frauder. His hopes dasha, Guangyu sat alone in his mezzi-ram, silently clinking glazes with himself. He bitterly admitted, "That's right, if only I could go around samming Oher. How great that would be." It turned out he needed 1.5 billion won pay for a life-or-death surgery for a woman clinging to life in the hospital. Guangyu's face plunged in despair as he thought about the enormous sum of money. Suddenly, there was a knock at the doctor's startle. Guangyu turned around, wondering, as he hadn't arranged to meet anyone. He quickly regained his cheerful demeanor, thinking Smione knew it was his birthday, and had CME to celebrate, and rushed to open the doctor. Guangyu grinned as he opened the doctor slightly. "That's right, it's me, Tae's main character." "Oh Guangyu." The moment he saw the strange visitor, Guangyu's pupils CNS rised in shock. Standing tall at the doctor was a large man in a white sui, wearing a mask and a fedra. His glowing red eyes flashed in the darkness. Guangyu tried to remain calm, staring at the stranger. He forced a smile, probing, "How may I help you, sir? You didn't look much like a salesman." The man in the white suit spoke with an impoing tone. "Fear, Mr. O Guangyu, you can relax the arm you're hiding behind your back now." The stranger sighed, exposing the fact that Guangyu had a knife ready. He continued, his hand tying with a detonator. "I've CME here," though a bit abruptly. He introduced himself. "I am Matthias from Glory," then pulled his mask, revealing his haunting brace. Matthias was morbidly polite. "May I see me in for a moment?" Oh Guangyu's frozen, sweating profusely, unable to utter a word. In the ROM, the kettle on the svi began to boil furiously, signaling a blowy birthday celebration about to unfold. In the cramped apartment, Matthias s tall, like a phantom, facing the teacher, O Guangyu, who was frozen stiff with fear. Matthias held up a photo of Guangyu with his sudan, including Pieter, as a silent warning. The Apol spoke with a sarcastic tne. "You seem like a go teacher." I heard you used to be a prominent member of Glory. Guangyu turned his back, trying to appear calm. Haha, the kid nowadays do see me as a regular neighborhood uncle. But inside, he was an extreme pawnee. Apole Matthias is in my house. What the hell does he want? Matthias replied curtly and CLDly. Cooperation. Guangyu broke out in a CLD sway. He sen tinu, pointing at the PH. I have included that Pietro is CNS at T this shoal. Matthias laid out his CNdition. Help me with this matter, and you can continue your peaceful days with your student. Then he changed his demeanor, and the smile on his mask turned terrifying. However, if your separation is unsatisfactory, crack! Matthias crushed the faux frame with his bare hand, his voice filled with murderous intent. Everyone will die. Guangyu tried to vehemently deny I, saying Pietro had knowing TD with I, and demanded Matthias leave. But he knew Matthias wouldn't leave, and his student were in danger. He realized there was only one way. Guangyu stealthily drew out a razor-sharp dagger hidden inside his umbrella handle. His profile appeared. Oh Guangyu, a former assassin specializing in ambush attack. Quaint fightant, he had a chance at this range. Guangyu narrowed his eye, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Now, Matthias calmly warned, I'm trolling you. It's bees not TD anything foolish. Guangyu growl, ignoring the threa. There's no more time to delay. It's CME to thee. He lunged forward like a cranard bea, swinging his knives right at Mathia. But the Apol merely utered Cieldelli. Right leg. Boom! A blinding explosion erupted from Guangyu's right leg, blowing off his entire lower leg. Guangyu was flung backward, crashing hard, into Ram's furniture, completely defeated in an insan. Teacher O Guangyu lay crumpled on the floor, his right leg mangled, muttering in horror. Bomb? Why? Since when? Matthias CL'd Lee stepped over the rubble, looking dawn at the dying teacher. Whether these students survive or no, depend on you. Teacher Guangyu. The Apoli extended his hand, delivering a simple yet weighty ultimatum. Will you separate, teacher? He bent low, pressing his masked face close to the trembling Guangyu, his voice like a judgment from hell. Or will you refuse? The Sene shifted a peaceful shoal hallway, where old memories flowed Guangyu's min. In the flashback, teacher Guangyu cheerfully greeted his colleague, a normal day like any O'Hare. Two Mishiva Sudan, the Doko Broher, rushed T-block teacher Guangyu's path, yelling, Teacher, Chohu Wig is prettier. Teacher Guangyu cold only smile helplessly at the student auntie. Returning to the brutal reality, Matthias's voice echoed like a curse. If you want that peace continue for these student. An image of Matthias crushing a foe of teacher Guangyu and his student appear. A threat that couldn't be clearer. Then it's bees to obey my order. The Doko Brohers wathed teacher Guangyu's receding figure, wondering. He locks smutly leafless tay. The younger brower declared fidently, he probably Jew hasn't taken a big dump ye, making the older brower know in approval. Yunbiol Zhou appeared out of nowhere, selding the two foals for daring to wear wig. But they juice chuckle, explaining they wanted teacher Guangyu to be the judge. On the raft P, a blonde student looked Duan at the noisy schoolyard and aska, what's going on? Simon Kageo smugly reply, lising the formidable lineup present on the raft P. Bo, of you, Kagebro here, myself, and Thaddeus. The blonde student smirk, confidently declaring, that's right. With us here Matthias can't anything. Choi Jin suddenly spoke, his eyes sharp as he see Amanda. Get O. The group was dumbfounded, no understanding why they were being dismissed. Choi Jin's alone, explaining his move. Right now, Matthias will suspect every probability that Pietro is connected to this place. He continued to analyze, pointing out an undeniable truth. Disciple, Simon, Thaddeus, and Pietro, though who have fought before, are all in this shoal. That is undeniable, prof. The entire shoal appear, now the full point of a deadly Hun. A brown-haired student wearing glazes sat on the raft P. Low in, though. He crowed his arm, his face full of skepticism. Hard to believe, really. Looking Duan, at the peaceful schoolyard, he muttered that this place was too different from where he grew up. He said with a puzzled expression, I never imagined such a peaceful and beautiful place would be where Matthias is heed. Choi Jin's nearby, turning T asked directly, what kind of person is Mathia? The blonde student reply. He's known as the living bomb. He explained that the most terrifying thing about Matthias was what he did immediately upon meeting Smione, planting bombs on opponent without their knowledge. By Sme my serious meth, Matthias cold detonate the bomb at precisely the moment he desire, accurately controlling the location and sail of the explosion T, finish off his targe, Choi Jin smirk. Uttering a concise remark, He truly is a troublesome fellow. Choi Jin continued to ask about Matthias's appearance, and the blonde student asserted that he was very easy to recognize. The blonde student leaned close to Choi Jin's ear, whispering confidential information. Below, the student were still casually going about their activities in the schoolyard, completely unaware of the impending danger. Choi Jin listened, his eyes sharpening, muttering. I understand. He pondered. The Matthias that Kageo described is a very decisive individual, but would he really use such obvious tassi? In a classroom, the projector and air conditioner were still running. Teacher Lee announced the end of class, but asked everyone to stay a little longer. The teacher glanced at the doctor and called out loudly, "Come in." A tall figure in a shawl uniform s right at the drawway, their face obscure. Teacher Lee entrusted the new transfer student, causing the class to murmur, wondering why many people were transferring lately. Eunbyul-jo sat next to Choi Jin, her eyes wide with surprise, wondering if that guy was really a student, while Choi Jin silently observed. A blonde male student recounted Matthias' identifying feature. You can't miss him, his face is feared in Tia, and he wears gross brace. The new transfer student, Mathia, appeared with a crazed smile in the shadow, introducing himself. Is this the volunteer club? I look forward to your guidance. The teacher T, the class T, get acquainted with the new student, while a ponytail-wearing senior swaggered past the newcomer, Matthias. Before all the Roki, asking a question loaded with menace. Are all of you the new recruit about T. Beckme? Glory Assassin? Interesting. Matthias's eyes flashed with deadly red light as he delivered his final judgment. But all of you are Jews a bunch of failure. The club senior, led by the Dako Broher, S up T Ton. These failures are throwing you a welcome party. Do you think we're Ser Jew because you drew Smee Suff on your face? The entire group simultaneously charge, shouting, Let the volunteer club's welcome party begin, turning pens and rulers into weapon. In less than a heartbeat, all the seniors lay satyred on the floor, swept aside like trash by Matthias with Juza pen. Choi Jin, owls among the defeat, looked up with a CLD expression, realizing his opponent's skill was no joke. Matthias blew a bubblegum bubble, looking directly at Choi Jin and mockingly asking, It's you? Isn't I? The Roki pinned Choi Jin to the desk, held the pen to his neck, and flatly declare, Leader. Choi Jin analyzed in his min, suspecting Matthias was using an overly obvious method to probe the senation between the club and Pieter, feeling that smething was Ami. Matthias' true face was revealed, severed and tat with the word Trinity acro his noe, and grosk metal brace. The image of the blonde male student reappeared in Choi Jin's min, recalling the warning about Matthias' unmistakable appearance. A close-up of Matthias's brace, glinting with savage red as he bared his teeth in a smile. Choi Jin recalled the blonde friends were. Jus thinking about Matthias gives me go bump, and began to feel uneasy. The Dako bro hairs approached Choi Jin, wondering, when did our leader change? Then realized Choi Jin was also a transfer student from the Glory Orphanage. Matthias smirk, rattling off Choi Jin's achievement. D rank 333 Dako Hyung, and D rank 334 Dako J. Divine Hopital, Go Yak, and Death Islan. The Dako Broers immediately changed their tune, chuckling and acing friendly. Why didn't you say you were a fan earlier? Please forgive our Ruden. Matthias sneer, exposing everything. You lucky bastard actually survive. The Dako Brohers swaggery, thinking they had the upper hand with Matthias's backing. Matthias demanded mentally. Die by the hand of these small free. And the Dako Broers charged at Choi Jin like rabid DG. But with a single claw grab, Choi Jin made Biggie Dako shriek in terror. The difference in their skill levels was world apart. Eunbyul-jo quickly intervened, while Junior Dako naively pointed and threatened Mathia. You with the brace, I've got my eyes on you. Eunbyul-jo immediately realized this transfer student was no ordinary person, secretly thinking it beast for Bo her and Sungu note to interfere. But right after, she was stunned to see Choi Jin had no intention of backing Dublin. Choi Jin sprang at his feet, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, advancing directly toward Matthias, who was perched on the table like a king. He leaned close to Matthias' face, his eyes piercing. Yea, you're right. Matthias smirk, his trinity tat, clearly visible. Certain he had guessed his opponent's identity correctly. I am. Choi Jin suddenly grin, revealing his hand in a flash. The volunteer club president, Kim Sung-gu. Everyone was dumbfounded. The real club president cold only say silent, while Choi Jin casually TK on the task of showing the new student around the shoal. Choi Jin put his arm around Mathia, guiding him on a friendly tour. and C conveniently criticized O'Hare bullies for their untidy uniform. The group headed int the Restroom, where the Dako brohers were still fooling around, the younger one even threatening T deal with Matthias after finishing in the tile. Choi Jin led Matthias T a secluded backyard scenery, filled with broken items, a perfect spo for a CN versation. He continued the A, pointing at SME thugs, sighting nearby, and liqueuring them. Though guys are delinquent, the evil that sanes the whirl. The Sen shifted, T the sage lie, signaling that Honor AC was about to begin. Choi Jin led Matthias directly into the empty auditorium, rambling on about play, but Matthias interrupted. Enough acing. Bows face to face on sage, Matthias bluntly stating, no need solve for time anymore, you say what you want to say directly. Matthias cunningly smirk, having seen through Choi Jin's intention. There's no one else here anyway. Choi Jin turned his back. His Tina Beckming serio, I have smething to tell you. Choi Jin began his psychological warfare, his voice full of CN fidance. If you are truly human, then you would have disinkabi. The fake Matthias looked, puzzled by his Sudan were. Choi Jin continued his analysis. Someone who has had braces for a long time has one habit they would never do, and that is chew gum. The fake Matthias's face froze, his wicked smile vanishing. Choi Jin, see include, his eyes piercing. Someone who chews gums casually like you. It proves you couldn't have had braces for a long time. Am I wrong, fake Mathia? The impoer irritably ripped off the human skin mask and fake brace. Damn this is truly annoying. A hard mask was revealed underneath, and he smirked. Es your CNS to T. Him T Pieter. Aren't you? This is even more boring than I though. He began tame user his strength, the eyes on his mask seemingly about to emit energy. Alright then, I'm fine with that. The eyes on the impoer's mask began to tremble, preparing T activates me ability. But it's useless. He was surprised to see Choi Jin remained unfazed, realizing, unfortunately, in this auditorium, all forms of CM communication are useless. Choi Jin lunged with terrifying speed, delivering a devastating elbow strike to the enemy's face. The scene shifted to a cafe outside, filled with the bustle of passers-by. A group of passers-by marveled upon seeing a bunch of hand-me guys sighting in the cafe. Who are they? They look like idle trainee. I think they're Akiar. Their charisma is truly exceptional. The red-haired young man was sighting with his legs crow, bouncing his knee with amusement. It turned out the red-haired young man and Simon Kageo were sighting in front of a giant bingsu bowl, making everyone around them soar. The red-haired young man sped a spawnful of bingsu and wondered, why day everyone keeps staring at you? Simon Kageo. See Lee Repli. Because you ordered a dish like tha. The red-haired young man continued eating innocently, while Simon Kageo was contemplating. I should have taken care of all of Matthias's subordinates back then. The red-haired young man suddenly realized Matthias's subordinates were there. Perhaps the teacher is in danger. Simon Kageo immediately sprang to his feet, realizing the gravity of the situation. Simon Kageo reassured him. Don't worry too much. Matthias' subordinates are knowing T Songu. But the red-haired young man replied with a serious expression. But what I'm worried about is, the red-haired young man worry. If Songu takes down one of them, it's only a matter of time before Matthias cathes wind of I. Simon Kageo smirky, showing confidence in his senior. You know he's already accounted for tha. The Sene shifted empty auditorium, sage light casing done on silent rows of red sea. Choi Jin held the impoer's mask, muttering. So this is how Matthias attack his subordinate. Standing on sage with the impoer sprawled at his feet, Choi Jin realized time was running out before Matthias disvered a soldier had gone offline. His eyes were piercing, his mind race, including. There's only one way to handle thee. He decided don't go big, putting the enemy's mask on his face. I'll beck me one of them. After putting on the mask, Choi Jin to himself. Now I need to figure out how this damn thing work. Back at the cafe, Simon Kageo agreed with the red-haired young man. You're right. The red-haired young man sped bingsu while explaining. Why worry about the teacher? But Matthias is a completely different sry. Simon Kageo looked thoughtful. The red-haired young man had hit the nail on the he. He's overwhelmingly powerful. His desire to control everything goes against all CM logi. In the auditorium, the impoer's phone suddenly vibrated with a buzz. Choi Jin glanced at the screen. I knew It turned out, they were CM communicating via a secret messaging app, with OHER members reporting that the situation outside was stable. Choi Jin realized the critical issue. The moment I say silent, or say smething wrong, they'll immediately grow suspicious. He decided on a strategy. Beginning T-type. If. I'll speak lost no T draw attention. He mimicked their writing style, reporting the volunteer club was fine, but the leader seemed have grown suspicious and Aska. Really? The leader, Siamanda, Pietro Moose, have realized we've infiltrated the shoal. Initiate Plan A. Choi Jin froze, unsure how to respond. Unexpectedly, the leader sent her cryptic message. Minimum courtesy dicates, we intrude ourselves fur. Choi Jin frown. No understanding. What kind of game was being played? Intruce. What the hell is the? Choi Jin stared intently at the screen, then suddenly snapped his head up, escaping him as he realized the opponent's intention. A henchman of Matthias seized the broad-acing Rom, sending warm greetings, the entire divine honor shoal, and declaring himself a peace lover. The Dako brohers and all the assassin trainees looked bewildered as they heard the warning over the loudspeaker. From now on, if you obediently follow order, knowing bad will happen. The man in the broad-acing Rom continued his gunpowder-scented speech. I'm only saying this out of keenly. If you follow my word, then you will pay a horrifying price. The student, including Yunbiol J, froze, no understanding what was happening. He announced that all radio signals in the shoal had been blocked, and no one called Asape, turning the shoal into cage. A teacher in the SAF Rom tried use his phone but to no avail. He trembled, asking himself, no signal, what I'm sorry. Physical education teacher, Go Sung Jin, a fierce man, ignored the threat and charged Sarait to the broad-acing Rom, intending to break the DR. Open up, you basar, I'll break your leg. The surveillance screen showed the PE teacher frantically banging on the doctor, while the voice over the loudspeaker, mented Dotly. For complete troll, making an example out of Smioni isn't a bad idea. Teacher Go Sungjin was immediately identified. It's PE teacher Go Sungjin, the one disobeying orders and attempting to break into the broad-acing Rom. The PE teacher roar, kicking open the doctor and surming into the Rom. Who are you? Kumo. I'll beat you to death. A pen flew out from inside the Rom, embedding itself in the ceiling right above the teacher's head, accompanied by an ICLD warning. I've warned you clearly. The henchman in the broad-acing Rom spoke into the microphone, ordering the entire shoal. All right, everyone. Listen up. This is the scene sequence of no listening.me. The PE teacher was still yelling in the Rom, oblivious to the deadly danger hanging over his head. Where are you? Who's Ding Thi? The student, including Yunbiol Jo and the Dako Brower, looked at Choi Jin with bewildered expression, while a mysterious voice echoed, ordering the donation. Boom! The PE teacher's head exploded like a watermelon, blow and brains splattering acro the Rom. All the student witnessing the scene through the surveillance screen screamed in terror, utterly horrified by the teacher's brutal death. Choi Jin immediately rushing out of the classroom, while the ohers were still frozen in fear. All the students snapped awake, screaming and satyring in the hallway. One male student yelling, "Don't stand here, run to the teacher's Rom quickly." Amid the chaotic crow, Choi Jin maintained a CLD expression, his mind racing. How is Matthias hiding? How can he eat all this secretly? The entire shoal was in an uproar, like a disturbed beehive. Choi Jin mutere, analyzing as he ran. It's highly likely he's already in the shoal, and his appearance might differ from the description. So where exactly is he? Amid the chaotic flow of people, Choi Jin's gaze swept ACR, looking onto suspicious targ. The mastermind's voice rang, full of self-satisfaction. All right. Human in sync is to detect and avoid danger. In Choi Jin's superhuman vision, the entire crowd appeared as a heat map, and he growled in his min, but, unfortunately, I'm facer than your insin. A blonde student amid the screaming crow, completely indifferent, the cha. The blonde man licked his braces in a morbid manner, while the student realized their phones were useless, and the DRs were locked The terrorist's profile appear, codename Mathia, alias Human Bomb, a true apole of glory. In a flashback, Matthias approached teacher Oh Guangyu, sneering. Teacher Oh Guangyu, do you intend to pay your wife's hospital fees until you die? He placed a small object on the table, casually offering, Glory will help you pay. Matthias gave a thumbs up, smirking. All the treatment. He looked down at the distraught teacher, laying out his condition. If you follow my order, I will guarantee your safety. Teacher Oh Guangyu burst in tear, the tears of a helpless man streaming down his face. After a struggle, the pitiful teacher tremblingly up. He TK heavy steps toward the devil. Matthias smirka, his teeny full of challenge. Didn't you like my offer, teacher? Matthias's blue eyes gleamed with a cruel lie. Teacher Oh Guangyu collapsed at his knee, pleading in despair. If I obey, please didn't kill anyone in this shoal. Matthias looked Duen at the supplicant at his feet. Teacher O, you didn't need to feel guilty. He pointed T, a calendar marked with Teacher O's birthday. His voice dripping with sarcasm. No one here is celebrating your birthday. Forget about this shoal. Matthias hand grabbed Teacher O's face, forcing him to lock up. And think about your wife. Crash. Back in the present, Choi Jin had identified an impoer in the crowd and delivered a devastating punch that sent him flying straight into the wall. All the teachers and students screamed in terror, horrified by the chaotic scene. From the broad-acing Ram, the henchman projected the PE teacher's crips on the screen, growling. To everyone in this shoal, this is the CN sequence of no obeying my order. He continued with his ultimatum. If anyone dares to escape the shoal or call out-eyed, then it's game over. While Choi Jin maintained a poker face, the student began to panic, realizing the main gate was locked and their phones had low all signal. The crowd screamed in vain, trying to break in the daughters, but to no avail. Realizing the back daughter was all's locked, Teacher Oh Guangyu desperately shocked the chain locking the doctor, but it didn't budge. He hung his hia, utterly helpless before the sealed doctor. Suddenly, Teacher Oh Guangyu jumped through a window into Anoher Ram, showing that he was no ordinary man. He calmly walked toward the stair, entering an empty office. The old teacher entered the office, seemingly searching for smething. A flashback surge. A strange blonde woman repeated the threa. No one here is celebrating your birthday. Forget about this shoal. She grabbed Teacher O's chin, her voice full of menace. And think about your wife. Back in the present, Teacher O muttered guiltily. I did anything for Teacher Go Seung Jin, but there won't be any more visum. He TK off his Jackie, accepting his fate. No one will want to die, so everyone will obey him. Teacher O's eyes flashed with a spark of determination, but then he paused, discovering a gift box on his desk, inside which was a necktie. Teacher O picked up the Ampan Ying car, locking Smiwat Cien Fuse. He opened the card. Red eye. The card Rhea. Teacher Guangyu. Sorry it's late, but happy birthday. I hope you like the gif. Yuna. Turning T the back. He continued. T read his student's massage. Teacher. I'm shy about what happened before. Which left him slightly sunna. In a flashback, the Dako brohers were being extremely chemical, arguing over who wig was clear. Teacher O Guangyu, CLDly TLDM T-spe their antic and prepare for CLA. The older Doko broher wondered why the teacher loked us worn out Tay, and the younger one sagely declare, he probably hasn't taken a dump ye. Yuna snapped at the two clown, sliding them for daring T provoke the teacher right after giving him a gif. The massage in the Dako broher's card appear, naively apologizing to the teacher and wishing him a belated happy birthday. After reading I, Teacher O fell silent, tears beginning to fall. Anoher car, handwritten by Kim Sunggu, all sent birthday wishes to the teacher. Teacher O held Bocard in his hand, the Iron Man's heart seemingly melting. Inside the gift box was an elegant striped tie. Standing alone in the quiet teacher's office, Teacher O was low in a flow of CMplex MON. Back in the present, student huddled together, frantically disusing the physical education teacher's explode hay. Amid the chaotic crow, Peter calmly sat beside the CRPs, his mind rapidly analyzing. How the hell did he plant the bomb without leaving a trace? He muted the name Mathia, trying to decipher this terrorist's modus operandi. Peter suddenly turned around, as if he had realized smething or heard a call. Anoher teacher was trying to herd the frightened student back to their classrooms for sever. His blonde female friend anxiously asked Peter if he was all right, and urged him to go back to class with her. Students scream, pushing each her as they satered wildly down the stair, the sen like a disturbed beehive. Peter called out to the teacher. Teacher. Wait a moment. He decisively TK off his uniform Jackie. Peter quietly approached and used his jacket to ver the unfortunate teacher's boy. Amid the chaotic scene, Choi Jin maintained a CLD expression, his sharp eyes analyzing the situation. A teacher was trying to herd the terrified student into faculty office. Everyone, in the faculty office, it's all right. The blonde terrorist Matthias smirked cunningly, clearly enjoying the chow he had created. Choi Jin realized the problem. He threw several strange devices on the ground, and then dashed away like the wind. He muttered to himself, if a large number of bombs are planted in unknown location, then this situation is beyond salvation. In Choi Jin's though, the image of an exploding student appear, a testament to Matthias' cruelty. The terrorist cold blow up this entire shoal whenever he wanta, turning everything dude. Unable to sit and wait for death, Choi Jin pulled out his phone, beginning to deploy his counterattack plan. A group message was sent with a CNCI's CN10. Let's begin. 2 ohers immediately. CN firm. The objective was clear. Infiltrate enemy ranks and find a way to neutralize all the bomb. In this critical moment, the Sholbo Yisol Jung had unoher outburst, yelling at the Sudan, "This is just a joke, you pig-headed idiot actually believe I?" His girlfriend, Yejin, grabbed the Sholboss Han, telling him to shut up and follow her. "You're the pig. Follow me, I'll show you." Yisol Jang boastfully declared he would show her true manly courage by breaking down the Dr. T Aesop. A thunderous punch flew from nowhere, landing squarely on the Sholbo's face Zhu as he was about to show off. Yisol Jang flew like a kite with a broken string, sprawling on the floor. He was bewildered, no understanding why he go punched in seat of the doctor, lowing all face in front of his girlfriend. He furiously grabbed the stranger's claw, roaring, "Are you crazy, you trashy orphan?" The Sholbosi continued, "T threaten. If you leave you'll surely die by my hand right now." The man in the white suit and Fedra, sealledly retreat. "Didn't I already say I?" "Huh? He's tall, blocking the way. Though who tried to sape, will die." The Sholbo Yisol Jang was speechless, realizing he had Jew encountered the real deal. The Sholbo Yisol Jang growl, asking the man in the white sui, "Is that you?" He boastfully declare, "The guy who sared my girlfriend, who caused KO in my shoal. Now it's my turn to show my prow." Yisol Jang furiously roar, "You think you're sco at fighting?" Im Yisol Jang the bow of Mapo Disri, and swung his thigh. The Sholbo's eyes widen, realizing smething was wrong. "Who?" A punch even phaser than his own attack flew straight at him. Crash! The man in the white suit landed a punch, the ground crocky, and the Sholbo was sent flying. Yisol Jang spat blood, sprawling on the floor while his girlfriend screamed. The man in the white suit placed his foe on the thug, CLD Lee declaring, "Listen up." He looked at the trembling Sudan. "This pig will be an example of what will happen if you try to leave this shoal." Having said that, he swung his fist to one, preparing to finish off the Sholbo as a display of power. Suddenly, a muscular arm blocked the white-suited man's punch. He asked in surprise, "What is the?" Junior Duck, a member of the volunteer club, appeared and tightly gripped the enemy's rye. The white-suited man's fizz was tightly squeezed, unable to move. The assassin mutere. "This guy," Yunbiel Joe anxiously asked, "What should we?" "We can't let ordinary people see our skill," but Biggie Dako brushed it off. "This can't be avoided, Unili." Biggie Dako smirked CN evidently. "Great power CMEs with great responsibility." Junior Dako alls grinned widely. "It's time for us to bear that responsibility." The Oher student whispered in fear, while Yejin tended tea. The uncenscious shoal be, "Someone spee them. If Yisol couldn't do anything, what can they?" Yunbiol Jo hesitated no longer. She swung her weapon and growled, "You should worry about yourself," as she and the Dako brohairs charged into attack. The assassin in the white suit with the fiery red-eyed mask appeared cautious. The 2 Dako brohairs coordinated like pincer. One grabbing the Y, the Oher unleashing a devastating uppercut on the assassin. Biggie Dako put all his strength into delivering a direct punch to the face, making the masked man stagger. Yunbiol Jo's eyes sharpened as she seized the opportunity. She threw her chain, tightly wrapping it around the assassin's leg, and yanked hard, making him low his balance. The assassin seemed surprised by the seamless coordination of these low-ranking thug. The Dako brohers gave their opponent no time to breathe, and continued to rush in, raining dom punch. Yunbiol Jo suddenly froze. Her chain had been sped. The assassin had effortlessly clamped her weapon with his leg, his voice full of sarcasm. "So it's you, brah." With one hand, he lifted Junior Dog, his foe pressing on Biggie Dogo's back, declaring, "You D-rank assassins of glory." He continued to liqueur them. "You dare bare your fangs without knowing your opponent's skill level. That's why you'll forever remain D-rank." With that sigh, he used Junior Dako like a club, throwing him straight at Yunbiol. Yunbiol Jo froze under the pressure, unable to move, only panic remaining in her min. "No way, I can't move." Crash! A devastating kick suddenly appeared, striking the assassin directly. The terrifying force of the kick sent the man in the white suit flying straight into distance, leaving a blur. A middle-aged man appeared, his hand wrapped around a golden staff, questioning, "You're looking for the legend of honor, Pieter, aren't you?" The man's graying hair fluttered slightly in the wind, his aura smeatly different. He had used his tie and said calmly, "Then you've seen me the right place." Choi Jin, disguised as a middle-aged man, holding the golden staff, declared loudly, "I am Pietor." The assassin in the white suit slowly go back up and sneered defiantly. "O.N. Im Sara. But im even more Sara." Before the assassin in the white suit could finish his sentence, "I'm more afraid of my bow than you." He was sent flying by a surprise kick from Smion else. The Sudan, including Unbiol J, Biggie Doc, and Junior Doc, froze, no understanding what was happening as they realized the one who Jew aced was their bald teacher. All three stared dumbfounded at their bald teacher, who always nagged them, and had Jews taken done an assassin, with a single kick. Teacher Guangyu used a bamboo saf T block the white-suited assassin's attack, making all three students scream in astonishment. "Is that really Teacher Guangyu?" The white-suited assassin tensed his arm to block the blow, admitting, "Pieter, you're definitely different from Thoki. You're strong." He sneered, his eyes sharp. "But you're no Pieter, are you?" The assassin continued as on analyze. "If you were truly Pieter, as Choi Jin, disguised as the middle-aged man, lunged T attack, hen you wouldn't have taken a blow like thee." The assassin unleashed a thunderous punch to Choi Jin's smach. The tremendous force of the punch sent Choi Jin flying down the hallway, crashing hard into the descent wall. Choi Jin lay slumped on the floor, blow filling his mouth bitterly admitting, "How many times have I been hit like thee? No time to rea. Even at my peak I couldn't defeat him." The white-suited assassin approached, his eyes flashing his presence overwhelming. "I'm Kuryu." He looked down at Choi Jin lying on the ground and questione. "If you're no Pieter, why are you trying so hard? Don't you value your life?" Choi Jin clothed his aching smock and retra. "Of course Why are you trying so hard? I truly didn't understand people like you." The flashback returns to 2010, Intrusing Gloria Assassin. Oh Guangyu, B rank, 16th place. Citing in a Mezi office. A voice echo, announcing that Guangyu was no longer qualified for frontline operation, but the organization recognized his effort. The organization had arranged a teaching position for him at the Divine Honor High School's volunteer club, with the task of training new assassin. Guangyu looked down, bitterly realizing that no matter how eloquently it was phrase, this was still an expulsion order, forcing him to babysit. The image of a woman lying in a hospital B, surrounded by intricate medical equipment, appeared in his min. Guangyu pondered, worried if a teacher's salary would be enough to cover his wife's medical expense. The sen shifted. Divine Honor High School, where rumors were spreading about a new teacher, a former B-rank assassin ranked 16th. In the classroom, the trainee assassins whispered about the new teacher, a genuine B-rank assassin, and wondered why such a big show would see me to this shoal. Teacher O Guangyu, in his youth, at the poem, and asked the entire class directly, "What are your goal?" The whole class eagerly raised their han, Smay wanting to beck me glory's hrung, Oers wanting to be like Pieter, Thadeu, Simon, and Smay wanting to beck me an Apole. Guangju Smirka. Apole who? That's G. He began his liqueur, stating that there were a total of 666 assassins from D rank TS rank, and if they could rise TS rank a pole, hen, the wealth and fame of this entire world would be there, illustrated by an image of a powerful Apole on a luxurious yacht. But Guangyu suddenly changed his tune, boo, making two eager student freeze. Guangyu abruptly pulled up his pant leg, revealing a metal prosthetic leg, and declare, "If you stumble along the way, this will be your future." He continued to pour CLD water on their ambition, describing the tragic outme. "You'll low limb, suffer psychological disorder, depression, and then be disarde Jews like me." Guangyu stared at two student who seemed clo. "You two are clo, aren't you?" "Forget he growled, exposing the brutal truth of the assassin whirl. "You'll never know when the friend sighting next T you will die, or when you'll have T, kill them yourself." Finishing his Guangyu waved his han, dismissing the clay. "Go Sudi on your own," leaving a sunned group of Sudan. In his though, Guangyu admitted his dissolute pa, when alcohol was the only thing that helped him survive. The image of Guangyu sighting on the floor in a mezzi rom, surrounded by empty beer cans and liquor bowl, sunk in despair. He thought in himself, "Until I met Thoki." The Sene shifted Divine Honor High Shoal in 2021. Back in the present, Guangyu, now balder and older, repeated his familiar question. "What are your goal?" Two Siki delinquent student raised their han, boldly declaring they wanted to beck me the Sranjas and be like Pieter. Guangyu looked exasperate. "Pietro again? Why is it always the same every year?" He repeated his old intimidation tossi, pulling up his pant leg to show his prohetic leg, which utterly choked the two delinquent, then lazily dismissed them to Sudi on their own. The two new recruit, eyes gleaming, shouted in admiration, "This is incredible, teacher. A legend should be Zhu like thee. Teacher Guangyu culled, only break out in a CLD sway. Speechless at the youngster's excessive enthusiasm. The assassin trainee Yunbiol Al seriously thanked him, declaring her desire to make me strong enough to math the burden on her teacher's leg. Guangyu was utterly bewildered, with only one question in his min. What's wrong with these crazy key? Outside the schoolyard, a voice rang calling, teacher. The group of youngsters clung to Guangyu, arguing loudly about whether T practices swordmanship or weightlifting, while Unbiol snapped at them T spi bohering their teacher. Guangyu rubbed his forehead helplessly, listening to his student bicker like a chaotic marketplace. The whole group continued to follow their teacher out to the schoolyard, refusing to let him g. A key kid declared fidently, we want T Bekme assassin, will accept any number of injury. After hearing the, Guangyu silently pointed to the athletic track and curtly saute, then run. The kid thought they were getting real training, flexing their muzzles and cheering excitedly, while Guangyu affirmed, yay, this is training, keep running until I tell you T-spa. The whole group obediently followed order, vigorously starting their furs running exercise with extreme excitement. Guangyu wathed them, thinking dejectedly, assassin my F. You're all Jews a bunch of key. The clear blue sky signaled a peaceful shoal day ahea. Click. Guangyu opened the classroom doctor, announcing the start of class. Inside, the classroom was empty, and Guangyu sighed in resignation. I knew I. In Smay Hayden Kerner, Anno her student was grumbling to his friend. Why would they let a cripple be a teacher? Let's just drop Guangyu, CN Tirari, T explication, smiled with amusement upon seeing the entire class skip, raising his hun. This is even beater. Let's go drinking. The jaded teacher ambled out of the shoal gate, leaving behind the student who were running like mad outside in the yard. Suddenly, Guangyu froze, his eyes wide with astonishment as if he had Jew despaired smithing unbelievable. Teacher Guangyu's eyes bulge, and he stammer, What the hell is going on? It turned out that the subborn student, Biggie Dog, Unbiol J, and Junior Dog, were running headlong on the stadium track, completely out of breath. Guangyu ran over and snapped, Hey, what are you guys ding? And received a nonchalant reply from the key. We're training Jews like you TLD us. The teacher froze, speechless at his student, innocent naivety. It turned out that yesterday, to get rid of the annoying key, Guangyu had casually pointed Day the field, and snap, You want Day be assassin, right? Then run. The teacher couldn't believe his eye, asking hesitantly, You mean you've been running since yesterday? All three lay sprawled on the ground, exhaust. Biggie Dako mumble, Thanks to you, teacher. My life has turned 360 degrees, to a new page, which made Guangyu redder sharply. I think you guys are lacking brain cell. But then, a faint smile unexpectedly appeared on the jaded teacher's lip. Guangyu TLD himself For him, this teacher poation was originally knowing special. But as he looked at the student bleeding fee, he realized that the potion he had taken lightly was their only hope. The former assassin thought bitterly to himself. It's too late. Lying flat on the ground, Junior Dako Sil Aska. Teacher, is the training session over ye? Biggie Dako even eagerly demanded run for 3 more day. Seeing their teacher leave, the student felt a bit disappointed but then TLD themselves that they weren't running for praise. The sky remained clear blue, a rare moment of peace. Lying there breathing, Unbioljo suddenly startled and looked up, asking in surprise, Huh? Guangyu turned back, without a whir, pushing a wheelbarrow and ordering, Get in. He repeat, Get in the car. We need to get to the restaurant before they close for lunch. Guangyu recalled his failure, a crippled assassin, defeated and having low everything. He pushed the cart carrying the 3 student Duan the Roa, telling himself that his failure wouldn't affect the whirl. Junior Dako eagerly asked, Teacher, what's on the menu today? Guangyu replied curtly, Mea, unlimited Mia. He thought in himself. But by turning these children into assassin, perhaps they will affect their own whirl. Junior Dako excitedly asked, Teacher, are you acknowledging our painful? Yunbioljo boldly declare, We're ready to die 100 times over. Guangyu realized that CMing T this shoal wasn't a failure, but a new beginning that he had recognized too late. A muscular assassin in a white suit appeared with overwhelming killing intent, declaring he would finish off those who didn't value their life. Teacher Guangyu immediately sensed the deadly danger closing in. Who? A sharp hairpin suddenly plunged straight in Teacher Guangyu's neck. Unbioljo roared in anger, charging straight at the enemy. Get away from our teacher right now. Choi Jin's on a blonde student sprawled in a pole of BL, mockingly saying, Hey, fake Pietar, take a re. The assassin in the white suit smirk, lunging toward Eunbyul-jo and declaring he would kill her fur. The assassin's attack suddenly froze in midair, and he wondered in surprise, "What the hell is thee?" The student impersonating Pieter, despite having hit the ground, subbornely clung to the enemy's leg like a leech. The assassin tried break free, but Colden. He was astonished to realize that this kid had suddenly beck me incredibly strong. The student loped up, his voice full of defiance despite being on the verge of death. "Where do you think you're going? I'm no dead ye." Eunbyul-jo was stunned when she heard him say, "I telled you already." A flashback showed the entire group, including teacher Guangyu and the student, happily eating grilled meat together. During the meal, teacher Guangyu had thought T himself about the children's arduous path ahead and how he couldn't proec them forever. The teacher smiled, a smile that held much determination. Looking at the group PH, Guangyu promised himself that as long as he was alive, back in the present, the student impersonating Pietro grinded his teeth in endurance, continuing his teacher's line of though, and as long as this boy still has strength. He smiled through the pole of bleh, fulfilling his promise T Eunbyul-J. I will proec you. With a final burst of strength, the student used his entire boy T tackle the much larger assassin. The entire hallway was engulfed in deuce after the Klol Impa, ending the battle spectacularly. Amid the dust and smoke, teacher Guangyu staggered to his feet, severed in injury. Eunbyul-jo rushed over to support her collapsing teacher, desperately shouting his name. The assassin in the white suit sat on the ground, sneering mockingly. "Impressive. T still be sanding after I punched your gutto?" Teacher Guangyu cugged up blah, the student pain making him zulse, as Eunbyul-jo cooled only stream and helplessness. The assassin's glowing red eyes gleamed with a deadly light as he declared he would seize this chance to finish off Bo teacher and student. Wham! Before he could finish speaking, a devastating punch flew out of nowhere, landing squarely on the assassin's face. The terrifying impact force sent the large man flying, creating a powerful shockwave down the hallway. Eunbyul-jo stared blankly at the enemy who had just been sent flying. No understanding what had just happened. The assassin was no less shocked, his face disfigured by the punch, as he mumbled, "Wha? How? What the hell are you ding?" Eunbyul-jo gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment as she recognized the person who had intervened. She couldn't believe her eye, stammering, "Impossible." A figure in a shoal uniform landed on the ground. It was Choi Jin, wearing a mask. As he shouted his teammate's name, "Songgu?" Choi Jin glanced at the situation, his eyes sharp behind the mask. He noiced teacher Guangyu, though unciencio. His boy still reaced with fighting inson, trying to push himself up. Choi Jin gently supported his teacher, his voice full of respect. "You processed us very well, teacher." He helped the exhausted teacher Duan. "Now, please Ray." Teacher Guangyu. Choi Jin looked at his teacher with grateful eye, affirming, "You've already been an amazing teacher." Now, Choi Jin's ups Ray, taking a fighting stance, declaring, "From now on, let this humble student handle him." The assassin in the white suit cugged violently, still reeling in shock. Mark 17. "What are you ding? I didn't think you could make a misake in an attack." Choi Jin remained silent, his mask seeming to exude uterine contempt for the enemy. The assassin in the white suit mumbled to himself, unable to believe his eye. "Ha, am I going crazy?" Choi Jin's opoit. Waving the enemy slowly get back up, and stated that his previous question was wrong. The assassin growled, his eyes spiting fire, staring directly at the masked figure. "Who are you?" Choi Jin merely replied sarcastically. Mark 17 is waiting, making the Oher man curse, thinking it was a joke. The assassin thought T himself that he had almost been wiped out by that surprise attack, and began to wonder if there was anyone in this shoal stronger than even O Guangyu. He analyzed Choi Jin's physique, ruling out the probability of him being a disciple, as his build didn't resemble Thaddeus or Kage. Eunbyul-jo sighed in relief, completely trozing her teammate. "Songgu is here, he'll take care of everything." The assassin burst into maniacal laughter, admitting Choi Jin was wrong but still had an ace up his sleeve. Choi Jin's eyes narrow, realizing the Oher man wasn't Ju making empty threa. And what made him fidgetant was probably, the assassin raised the detonator, laughing maniacally, and screamed that with this in his hand, all of humanity would kneel before him. He spread his arm, challenging Choi Jin, yelling, "Come at me, I'll turn you into Bloimy." Eunbyul-jo frantically screamed, telling Songgu to run, knowing full well about the bomb, but Choi Jin only replied with an icy alri. Choi Jin casually extended his hand, provoking, "Go ahead. I'm curious to see how formidable your bomb I." Eunbyul-jo was stunned speechless, unable to understand why Songgu would provoke a suicide bomber. The assassin grinned savagely. "As you wish." then decisively pressed the detonator. Boom! A terrifying explosion ripped through the hallway amid Yoonbyul-jo's desperate scream. Thick dust and smoke enveloped the entire area, completely obscuring visibility. Yoonbyul-jo's eyes were wide, utterly disbelieving what was happening. As the smoke cleared, Choi-jin sills firm in his SP, without a single wrath, making her sammer in astonishment. Yoonbyul-jo realized Sungu hadn't even flinched, her mind completely blank. What the hell is going on? Amid the rubble, Kim Song-gu casually asked the assassin, "Allow me one question. Why am I no dead ye?" Song-gu smirked behind his mask, his voice full of provocation. "What's wrong? Are you starting tea like me?" Yoonbyul-jo's behind him, frantically wondering why Song-gu kept provoking that suicide bomber. Her eyes were wide open, her brain completely unable to prose the situation. The assassin in the white suit frantically pressed the detonator, but to no avail. As he mumbled, "Pressing it endlessly won't deed anything." Song-gu cldly declare, "I've carefully observed your movement. You have a hobby." The assassin, now wearing a Fedra S. While Song-gu analyzed that his movement and bomb control followed a pattern, Song-gu spread his arm, revealing the harsh truth. "The area you move in is the safe zone, free of bomb." Having his strategy expo, the assassin TK off his ha, admitting with a sneer, "Clever. You figured it. Ooh, you're safe. But wah." He pointed behind Song-gu, growling. "Will the student behind you be safe from the bomb?" Song-gu glanced at the trembling student, then turned back and asked nonchalantly, "What do you think a bomb I?" The assassin smirk, "Fing. It's no even morning ye, and you're already getting sentimental, you fool." He raised the detonator, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "All of you. Die." Song-gu began to liqueur. "When people have too many things to believe in." "Who?" Song-gu dashed away with incredible speed, his hand swinging T-throw smithing. The assassin only caught a blur flashing paw, a student ID card flying see including Song-gu's lesson. "Hey beck me weak." The assassin's expression changed, his eyes flashing with cruelty. "I'll use this chance to kill Bo, the weak teacher and his student." Song-gu tilted his head, his voice full of sarcasm. "Weak teacher and student? I'll re. Then how about thee?" Song-gu unleashed a devastating spinning kick directly at the assassin's face. Crash! An earth-shattering explosion echoed as Song-gu's kick CNS, creating a terrifying shockwave. Lying flat on the ground, teacher Oh Guangyu let out a groan, while Choi-jin's above him, and curtly declare, "Fall." Choi-jin held the detonator, casually asking the defeated foe in return, "Do you think you can crawl the world with just a button?" Then Cian fidently asserted that Apollo Matthias would else be an easy opponent. Lying amid the rubble, Oh Guangyu let out a weak sneer, mocking that this button-pleasing game was mere child's play to the b. He continued to babble about Smiona who needed knowing, stating that once he considered Smiona an opponent, it was the end for that person. With his last breath, Oh Guangyu uttered a curse. "The moment you meet him, you're dead for sure." The Sene shifted to the infirmary of Divine Honor High Shoal, where student were gathered. Yoonbyul-jo shriek, unable to believe her ear. Dizipol Mathia, the student in the volunteer club, panicked and satir, realizing that the teacher who had evacuated them was none other than Apole Mathia. In the infirmary, Choi-jin had removed his mask, calmly confirming the truth, which deeply shocked Yoonbyul-jo. She never expected the enemy to approach hers naturally. Yoonbyul-jo turned pale with fear when she discovered a small bomb blinking on her che. She couldn't understand when he had planted it on her. Choi-jin explained that it was a technique ordinary people could detect unless they already knew about making Yoonbyul-jo even more curious about Matthias' bizarre skill. Choi-jin nonchalantly revealed the name of that skill: diversionary illusion. Seeing Yoonbyul-jo still bewildered, Choi-jin jured for her T-wath the seeming demonstration slowly. He performed an extremely swift hand movement, his sharp eyes foused on an invisible targe. Bomb! The pod plant in the corner of the ROM explode in fragment, scattering sill and debris everywhere. Yoonbyul-jo gasped in astonishment, stammering as she asked how Choi-jin called poibly to tha. Choi-jin explained that it was a basic sleight of hand technique, throwing a sin at extreme speed, but only high-level expert could perform and admitted that Matthias was likely on an even higher tier. An image flasha, showing the real Apole Mathia, a blonde man with skillful hand juggling deadly sin. Esphas that even a slow Moyon camera couldn't capture Yoonbyul-jo looked worry, turning to ask Choi-jin if he was alright, and if he had ever encountered Matthias before. Choi-jin calmly answered the girl's question, his voice even, "I have." Meanwhile, in the broad-acing ROM, a female voice echoed over the Roddy, inquiring about Matthias's situation. The blonde female assassin and the boy guard in the white suit reporte, but the one presumed TB, Matthias dismised I, saying it was Nohing Seryu. In an imagined moment, Ano-hair blonde female student anxiously asked Choi Jin if he was alright and invited him back Tikla. The blonde girl suddenly pointed at Choi Jin's shoulder, an extremely swift and decisive Aseon. Choi Jin sealely brushed it off, signaling her wait a moment, his eyes sharp. The blonde student's blue eyes gleamed with surprise and heightened vigilance. The real scene unfolded. Choi Jin was using his jacket, TCV. The boy of teacher Oh Guangyu, who had Ju claps. The blonde female assassin in the broad-acing ROM smirk, remarking that an interesting variable had appeared. In the hallway, a volunteer club member frantically shout, "Hey, what do we do now?" The remaining student were Als and Cha, reporting that phones weren't working, ambulances weren't CMing, and the police were nowhere not to be found. The entire shoal had been completely isolated. Choi Jin's in the middle of the hallway, his expression thoughtful. "I've figured out how he plant the bomb, boo." He recalled the provocation derived at the Matthias Impoer, seeing evident that dealing with this Apol would als be easy. Teacher Oh Guangyu's dying word echoed in Choi Jin's min, warning that the bow needed no opponent, and the moment he acknowledged Smione, that person would die, while als asserting that Matthias was hiding smething. Choi Jin mumble, trying to decipher the mysterious word, acknowledged that the teacher had Ju spoken. Ring. Choi Jin's phone vibrate, drawing his attention. The screen displayed a message from Matthias's subordinate. They reported finding no trace of Pietro in the shoal, and suspect the plan had been exposed. An O'Hare message appear, suggesting that Pietro, knowing the plan was actually a go thing. Choi Jin read the message, his mind reeling with the question. Beater? What in the world is Matthias plowing? While panicked screams still echoed everywhere. A student, disfigured smething, sucked to his elbow, frantically realizing this was what had caused the teacher's demise, then panicked when he saw them suck on himself. The foolish student tried to remove the red bomb chip from his arm. Choi Jin roared like thunder. Don't tuha. Without a CCND's hesitation, Choi Jin lunged, grabbing the streaming, panicked student tightly, and praising his arm Dwana water clear. Wham! A decisive chop from Choi Jin crushed the chip, causing a small explosion powerful enough to shatter the water clear. The student shrieked in agony from the burning sensation, thinking head low his arm, but Choi Jin calmly reassured him. It's still there, don't worry, then ordered Anohair student to take him to the infirmary. Choi Jin realized the insidious nature of Matthias' bomb. They weren't Ju-suck on, but embedded directly in the flesh. The most terrifying thing was that they couldn't be forcibly removed. The image of Matthias' savage grin with his braces flashed in his min. He recalled that the bomb on Teacher O was only sucked at his Chloe, but with a madman like Mathia, he surely planted bombs in far more treacherous location. Choi Jin's killing intent flared as he tried to guess what trick Matthias was ultimately playing. In a scene troll ROM, a blonde female assassin asked if Pietro would reveal himself. And a voice definitively replied, N. The man in the white suit standing nearby explained that Pietro would never show his face, as dings would mean abandoning everything. The blonde female assassin continued, stating that their goal wasn't TC troll Pietro, but TC troll this area, which would naturally allow them TC troll him. She glanced at the ring on her hand, casually saying that whether he showed up or no didn't matter. Her hand moved slightly, full of confidence. With a provocative smirk, the female assassin declared, "The game will end if we control the next variable." On the C-Imputer S-Reen, an announcement was, Broda. To everyone in the shoal, we will now proceed to the next rule of the game. In the hallway, Unbiol and the Oher student froze in terror as the loudspeaker blare. If you wish to live, all volunteer club members must gather in the auditorium. Unbiol recognized Matthias's voice with horror as he continued to give order, threatening to deal with anyone who aced suspiciously. Matthias' insane voice echoed through the speaker, his braced teeth bared in a delighted grin. "I'll wipe you all, ooh." In the auditorium, the student of the volunteer club were herded in like sheep, their faces drained of chlor, trembling and wondering why they had been summoned here. Unbiol tried to reassure her companion that they would be fine if they worked together, but he brushed her off, pointing out the harsh truth. Teacher Guangyu was dealt with as easily. What can mere D-rankers like us? He pointed toward the two biggest bullies in the group, who were Als trembling untrollably, proving the situation was tenser than a taut string. Unbiol suddenly froze, drenched in sweat, as she realized smething unusual. All the student in the auditorium, from the two bullies to Unbiol and her friend, had their eyes wide with astonishment. A blonde assassin sept casually remarking, "How strange. If my calculations aren't wrong, then currently," she sand the frightened crow, declaring CL deadly. "We are mising a member of the volunteer club." The blonde assassin's knife-sharp gaze, SP, and she smirked as she called out the name of the absent one, Kim Song-gu. In her, though, she recalled her true targe, the only one she had overlook, an unpredictable variable. A flashback showed Choi Jin, in the guise of Kim Song-gu, stripping the jacket off a defeated enemy. And incidentally, this student, named Kim Song-gu, appeared in every incident-related Te Pieter, ever since his time as trainee number 336. The man in the white suit standing nearby asked if they needed Dut go out and find him, but the blonde assassin raised her han, growling, "N." She gave her subordinate a lock full of confidence and authority. A calculating smirk appeared, showing that the prey was already within her plan. The assassin ordered, "Use all the drones outside. Observe him. Finding him won't be difficult. Let's see how long he can hide." But in a hidden croner, Choi Jin, the hidden monster, CL'd Lee though, "No matter how much you search, you won't find me." The subordinate Obi, unaware that Choi Jin was standing right behind him, muttering, "Because I'm right here. Who will be the next one?" Clodit Mathia. In the chaotic infirmary, Unbyoljo frantically reported that they were all under suspicion, but Choi Jin calmly replied, "There's a reason for everything." Choi Jin asserted firmly that he had a valid reason to say Cloti that Basard Mathia. He pulled out the impoer's mask. Unbyoljo was dumbfounded, no understanding why this cursed thing was the Rian's. But Choi Jin declared this was a golden opportunity. Choi Jin explained, "This mask has a signal emitter, a voice changer, and contains all their confidential information." Choi Jin's eyes sharpen, and he growl, "The technology they pride themselves on will beck me the Noe that strangles them." Unbyoljo was quickly seeing Vince, her eyes shining brightly. "Songgu, you're truly amazing. What will you do?" After infiltrating, Choi Jin's eyes gleamed with determination, revealing his ultimate plan. The only way to disable Matthias Bomb's eye. Choi Jin held up a specialized jamming device, CLD Lee declaring, "Jamming." He briefly explained that jamming is a technique that uses artificial waves to interfere with and neutralize enemy radio signal. A quick flashback showed the subordinate in the broadazing ROM fuming, because his Ramosi and troll had suddenly beck me usily, unaware that Choi Jin was standing nearby. A tactical diagram appeared. Choi Jin's blue wave simply overwhelmed the enemy's red wave, but he doused their hope. No quite. Choi Jin fell silent for a moment, calculating every move in his Hia. A terrifying warning flashed in his min. The bow doesn't need anything. The moment he acknowledges you as an opponent, it's game over. You'll be wiped out the moment you face him. Choi Jin frowned, admitting that the final boss' true strength was still an unknown. No. More observation is needy. The scene shift. Choi Jin, disguised as a subordinate in a white sui, saw before Unbyoljo and declare, "Miss Yuna, I am very close to Mathia, close enough to find the frequency of his bomb." Unbyoljo turned pale, believing this plan was T-Reckles and that being disvered by Matthias was only a matter of time. She glanced around. All the students were gathering T-Wath and raising their phones T-Recur, making Choi Jin's situation even more perilous. Despite the risk, Choi Jin in his disguise stared intently at the wave analysis screen on his table, determined to jam all of Matthias's weapon. Unbyoljo gritted her teeth, confirming the plan had begun. Now, it was juice a matter of buying time and praying for everything to go smoothly. Unbyoljo froze, suddenly realizing a fatal problem. The blonde assassin held the microphone, smiling as she announced that because Smione wasn't obeying, she would tighten the rules of the game. She smirked, showing off her brace, asserting that no one could speed this play. Choi Jin, in his disguise, secretly calculate, "I need to buy time. How can I distract Mathia?" The blonde woman shouted loudly, announcing that the bombs on everyone in this auditorium would detonate in exactly 3 minutes, accompanied by a sinister smile. She warned that the bombs would self-detonate if removed or if there was suspicious behavior, causing a student to frantically show, "We're definitely going to die." The ash-brown-haired trainee assassin roar, "Speak the faint-hearted from acing rashly. Stup, don't touch the bomb." The blonde assassin continued her psychological warfare, directly provoking Pieter, saying that she knew he was hiding and would continue to see where. She sneered, emphasizing that the moment Smione, who operates in the shadows like Pietro, reveals himself, is Al's the moment he loads his Range's weapon. Unbyoljo bit her nails anxiously, realizing the enemy would wipe them all out in 3 minutes, while Choi Jin was completely suck. In her though, the image of Choi Jin holding the jamming device appear. He explained to Eun Jo that an expert like Matthias would surely know about jamming technique, and it had a huge flaw. Choi Jin revealed the problem lay in the fact that it would take several minutes to detect the encrypted radio frequency. Eun Jo was stunned speechless, stammering in horror. Several minutes? Choi Jin's eyes turned close. He knew Matthias would never give them that precious time easily. Back in reality, the blonde assassin sneer, challenging Pietro on what he would dud when the student were about to explode in a few sec. The trainee assassins completely broke down, crying out in despair as the Kuntwin cloak showed only 10 seconds left. Seeing the Oher side remain silent, the blonde assassin smirk. It seems Pietro and his accomplices didn't intend to show themselves. Already, when the clock hit 8 sec, the blonde assassin sneered, "Int the me," her voice full of sarcasm. "Let me tell you, it's best no to hope the bombs won't explode." Her blue eyes gleamed with cruelty as she asserted firmly, "I never go back on my word." The Kuntwin clock hit 1.cn. The student faces turned ashen, simply stunned in silence by the imminent death. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed, and the blonde assassin's eyes showed a fleeting hint of surprise. Who? A small dagger was thrown by her at terrifying speed. 2 figures suddenly appear. The Dako Browers calmly caught the dagger, making the blonde woman sarcastically ask, "Excuse me," my hand slipped and the dagger went as ray. "Could you please return I?" The remaining students were bewildered, no understanding what was happening while their lives hung by a thread. Jo sighed in relief, realizing the bombs didn't detonate thanks to the Dako Brower. The Dako Browers declared outright that even though they had never met him, for Mazar Pieter, they were ready to do anything. Jo froze, suddenly realizing smething after their were. Flashback. Choi Jin explained to Eun that the signal jamming device had a fatal flaw. Choi Jin calmly sighed, "It's time. We need a few minutes." But Matthias would never give us that time for free. The image of the Dako Brohers lying unconscious in a hospital bed appeared in Choi Jin's min. Jo frantically asked how to buy time, and Choi Jin simply replied, "We have to find a way now." Back in the present, Sme student yell, telling the Doko Brohers to be mezzing around. 1% in the crowd grumble, "What are you ding if you're no mezzing around?" But the Dako Brohers Zhu smiled and replied, "Zhu wath how entertaining our show will be." Jo Samire, sensing smething omano. Why? The Dako Broers looked at each Oher one last time, smiling bitterly but with full determination, and said their go by. Doko Broer, Bo Rare, then charged S right into formation of the white-suited assassin, kicking off a life-or-death battle T by time. The Dako Broers rushed into the enemy formation like 2 moths to a flame, swinging their knives to attack the white-suited assassin. Junior Dako gritted his teeth and endured the blow, thinking T himself that if he called Ju by a few cent for Pieter, he would have completed his mission. The blonde assassin appeared CL'dly, unleashing a lightning kick aimed directly at Junior Dog. Crack! The kick landed, and Junior Dako's leg bent at a sickening angle. He was sent flying like a broken pup. The disparity in skill was obvious. The blonde assassin smiled disdainfully, praising their determination but including it was merely Usuli's bravery. Junior Dako writhed on the floor with his shattered leg, trying tell his brower to run while Biggie Dako desperately streamed his brower's name. Biggie Dako furiously roar, "If I'm going duan in CL, then, knife in Han, charged straight for war." A white-suited assassin wearing a fedra easily caught the attack, then choked Biggie Dog, lifting him in the air. He slammed Biggie Dako on the floor without mercy, completely ending his attempt to resi. The blonde assassin asked her subordinate what T, and he replied that they should make an example for the Oher. The white-suited assassin strode forward imploringly, sanding over the Moyanez Biggie Dog. Unable to bear it any longer, Jo rushed screaming for Thobasard to spawn. The blonde assassin simply flicked her finger, and an invisible force knocked back. She smirked, signaling her subordinate Tcntinu the traitor. The assassin forced open Biggie Dako's mouth, shoved a small red bomb into his mouth, and threatened, "Swallow I. If you spit it all your friend will die." Boom! A terrifying explosion engulfed Biggie Dog. Jo was thrown back by the Shoquav, screaming in despair as she witnessed her CM raid perish right before her eye. Her eyes widened, reflecting extreme horror at the scene that had just unfolded. Amid the rubble, a stranger in a white suit and mask imposingly over the CRPZ of a recently defeated subordinate. The remaining students were deeply shocked, no understanding why one of the enemies had turned on his CM raid. The masked figure thought in D himself. Perhaps this will be the last lunch I eat with my friend and teacher. I won't be able to laugh and wear this uniform anymore. The blonde assassin smirk, her eyes sharp. I knew it was you. She called out his real name, Kim Sunggu. Kim Sunggu, who was actually Choi Jin, sealedly removed his mask. All the students were sunned in silence, murmuring amongst themselves when they realized the one who had Zhu swept through the white suit was their classmate. The blonde assassin sneer, showing her superiority. I knew Kim Sunggu would bring me entertainment. But you know, as long as you're in a space I control, your Zhu's a small fry. Yoon Byul-jo frantically realized the signal jamming device was broken, screaming in despair. Sunggu, run! Ignoring the warning, Choi Jin turned his back, facing the enemy alone. The blonde assassin simply waved in silence, waiting to see what trick her prey would pull. Yoon Byul and her assassin friend beside her didn't understand what was happening. Click! Click! A series of bombs suck. The student boys suddenly fell, sated on the floor, causing the entire crowd to stream in cha. Countless small red bombs were deactivate, satering acro the arena floor. Smoke from the recently short-circuited devices billowed up war. The blonde assassin froze, muttering, signal jamming. Choi Jin spoke up defiantly. How does it feel? Your CN troll is now worthful. He pulled a blue signal jamming device from his poke. Choi Jin raised the device, declaring bluntly, from now on, I will be the one in control of you. The blonde assassin gritted her teeth, flashing a crazed smile, signaling that a life-or-death battle was about to begin. Choi Jin ordered a sunned male student. There won't be any more bomb. Get the Dako brohers out of here. As soon as the order was given, the panicked student ran for their life, screaming and urging each O'Hare T help the Dako brohers away. The blonde assassin clapped her hand in admiration. Well done. She looked at Choi Jin, admitting, I knew you weren't ordinary from the first time we me. From figuring out how I planted the bombs to unswearing my identity? She sen tinue. Loking puzzle. But what I least expected was that you cold even jam the signal. For a kid like you pose such knowledge and foresight, it's truly unbelievable. Choi Jin merely glared back in silence, his eyes as sharp as knife. No bohering reply. The blonde assassin issued a warning. Then let me tell you smething. No matter how much Pietro proic you, it'll be usele. An army dressed in white sui, Fedra ha, and black masks with glowing red eyes appear, radiating an overwhelming aura. She declare, everyone here are the ones who founded Trinity with me. Every single one of them is an A-rank assassin of glory. Choi Jin replied nonchalantly, I should show you smithing, shouldn't I? He reached into his jacket poke. The blonde assassin narrowed her eye, wondering, a weapon? What the hell is I? Choi Jin pulled out an old bamboo staff, declaring, there's no weapon stronger than this in this country. Of course. I'm talking about Smee punishing blow. Hearing Thee, she merely smirk. I'll humor you. The white-suited assassins charged simultaneously, surrounding Choi Jin. He's in the center of the encirclement, bamboo staff in Han, declaring, I'll show you Zhu how terrifying these blows can be. From a distance, Yoon Byul-jo realized in horror, this isn't G. These guys are on a smutly different level, smut paired T Nathaniel's crew. This is T Dangeroo, even for Sunggu. Choi Jin maintained a snay CLD expression, his eyes intensely foused on the UP seeming battle. The blonde assassin merely waved with a smug smile, completely confident in the strength of her subordinate. One of the white-suited figures charged like a whirlwind, his profile appearing. Koaname Amala Ra, former Younga's assault team commander of India's Cobra Special Force. Choi Jin lightly swung his bamboo staff, neatly parrying Amala Rao's lightning foss attack. Anohair, larger man als charged from behind. His profile was equally formidable. Koaname Umwabe Goob, a former Seldier from a CN flick zone in West Africa with a 100% survival rate over 15 years. Wham! Choi Jin didn't even lock, swinging his bamboo staff backward and striking an inming assailant directly in the he. The blow swift and clean, it was brutal. The profile of Anohair Monser among the white-suited figures appear. Alexei Ivanov, former Russian soldier, an expert in axe throwing and survival in harsh environment. Wham! Choi Jin wielded his bamboo staff like a whirlwind, single-handedly taking on the entire group of assassins charging madly at him. A series of profiles of O'Her Norius international criminals flew out as they were mercilessly taken WN. He unleashed an aerial spinning kick, sweeping away 3 A-rank assassins who fell like autumn leaf. The dust slowly settled, leaving behind a silent battlefield littered with defeated foe. Choi Jin's tall amid the small fry, CL'd Lee asking, "Now show me what an A-rank assassin can?" The blonde assassin bowed her he, completely shook. "He keeps surprising me. There's no way he's D-rank." She smirked, a bold Genjicure forming in her mind as she reevaluated her opponent's true capability. She muter. Is he a disciple? N. Perhaps even more than Tha. Realizing she was facing a monster, she TLD herself. T go all out T show her recipe. Unbioljo's frozen, still holding the signal jamming device, stammering. Who exactly is Sungu? She was Suna, noising, smething unusual in her teammate's demeanor. She wonder, why does Sungu seems tense? We clearly have the upper hand, didn't we? Meanwhile, the blonde assassin had quietly deployed her new tie. Who? A swarm of dragonfly-shaped drones with glowing red light flew circling above the arena. She looked up, smirking defiantly. Let's see how you handle thee. Choijin immediately recognized the danger, his pupils CN tracing as he yelled, Doge. Yunbiol's eyes widen, no understanding why they needed TDG when she had a countermeasure. The swarm of drones simultaneously unleashed a rain of mini-bomb, carpet-bombing the entire arena. Unbiol screamed in Pani. It's Yusel. The signal jamming device is still on. All the bombs will be neutralized. Choi Jin moved like a guh, pushing Unbiol away Jews before a bomb explode right where she had been standing. The rain of bombs poured down like a tren, but Choi Jin swung his arms like a whirlwind, sweeping them all away in a blur. Unbiol Sil innately yelled, Songu, the jammer is working fine, while Choi Jin roared wildly. Get out! The blonde assassin smirked savagely, clearly enjoying this traitor. One bomb slipped through his defense, exploding in a fiery burst right on Choi Jin's left arm. Unbiol shrieked as blow splattered. Songu, your arm! The blonde provocatively licked her pierced TNG, relishing the sight of her wounded prey. Choi Jin's gaze remained as sharp as a dagger. This minor injury was no enough to take on a legend. Despite his injured arm, Choi Jin rushed forward and tightly embraced Unbiol, using his entire boy as a human shield against her horrific explosion. The entire arena was engulfed in a thick cloud of smoke and dust after the chain of explosion. Lying beneath Choi Jin, Unbiol Sil couldn't believe her eye. No way. The jammer is still on. How the hell did Matthias Ditha? Choi Jin, his face feared and due, CL'd Lee delivered a chilling answer, through BCI, a brain-computer interface. Unbiol looked bewildered, her voice trembling as she asked again, BCI? Choi Jin, holding his bleeding arm, explained that it was chip implant technology for brainwave control. But Unbiol could only worry about his injury. He frowned, telling himself that this technology was almo employable T control at will. Matthias was certainly no ordinary foe. A flashback began. In the late 90s, Western researchers initiated secret experiment on analyzing brainwave. But the experiment encountered deadly side effects. The test subject began to vomit and convulse violently. The scientist frantically called for doctor. The human boy simply couldn't withstand the synchronization pros between the brain and the computer. Thousands lost their lives due to this failed experiment, and the project was ultimately terminated. But then one day, in a state-of-the-art laboratory, a drone successfully TK flee, and a voice cheered in Delig, Al Rai, I did I. The flashback returns T.S. Sene, where a genius scientist, Dr. Elio Marcelu, finally succeeded in controlling a drone using a brain-computer interface. His colleagues erupted in joy, hailing the great achievement after many years of failed research. Back in the present, Unbiol was utterly Suna, unable to believe such an overwhelming technology exists. Choi Jin gritted his teeth, remarking that, if that doctor was a genius, then Matthias was 1,000 times smarter, as he controlled an entire swarm of dragonfly drones filling the sky. Mathia, a blonde man with CLDI, amid the swarm of drones like a go of death. Choi Jin explained to Unbiol that BCI uses brainwave, completely different from normal frequency. Completely had completely fail. With Ju's brainwave, or even a fleeting thought, Matthias could control everything. His eyes gleamed with morbid delight as a drone landed on his Han. Matthias spoke, his voice full of sarcasm. How many more times will you surprise me, Songu? You bow jammed and figured out my BCI technology, he continued. But the mo interesting thing was the moment the bomb exploded. A flashback shows Choi Jin being hit by the bomb, but he reaced in time. Matthias analyzed. You deliberately moved your arm toward the bomb to minimize damage. The blonde man ran a hand through his hair, a sinister smile clearly visible. A high shoal Sudan, a D-rank assassin, ding all the. Impoible. Matthias licked his braced teeth. declaring he would continue t. Observe Choi Jin t. See how much more this prey could surprise him. Thousand of dragonfly drones, once again TKT. The air, ready to attack. Eunbiol's face pale, realizing that if all of them explode simultaneously, it would be thousands of bombs, and Choi Jin couldn't possibly block them all. In this critical situation, Choi Jin merely remained silent, a nearly imperceptible smirk appearing on his lip. The drones circled around, as if mocking. Have you seen me up with SME clever plan? How can you read Oher's thoughts well? Choi Jin retra, his eyes sharp. Aiju thought of a brilliant way to capture you, then turned to Eunbiol, and asked an unrelated question. Ms. Yuna, are your legs alri? Eunbiol replied blankly to Choi Jin's question. My leg? Yea, they're fine. Why? Choi Jin, see elderly ordera. Get ready, while his hand gripped a chair tightly, making Eunbiol even more infused. Choi Jin's gaze was razor-sharp, spleetly foused on the target in front of him. He growled, let me show him my genius idea. Then, with all his mia, he spun and hurled the chair right into the swarm of drone. The chair collided, detonating a drone and causing a terrifying chain reaction explosion, engulfing the entire swarm. The entire ROM was engulfed in smoke, dew, and debris after the impromptu fireworks display. As the smoke gradually cleared, the emergency exit in the descents became visible. Matthias sills tall amid the rubble, simply unharmed, his eyes CLD and unwavering. Seizing the opportunity, Choi Jin dragged Eunbiol and fled desperately, she gasped, calling his name in Pawnee. Eunbiol cried, oh. What's the use of running like thee? Hell Ju Kath U, and questioned his genius idea. Choi Jin simply replied cisely. Mathia. As they ran, Choi Jin explained. He poses BCI, an overwhelming power that is almost absolute. He has reached a level where he fears no one. Choi Jin glanced, emphasizing. As I sigh, it's almost absolute. In Oher were, it's no absolute. Eunbiol Sil didn't fully understand but clung to a glimmer of hope. We have a chance, Rai. Choi Jin sweat, admitting. No sure. We'll only know after a bloy fee. Bo rushed up the stair, their foops rapid and urgent. Choi Jin suddenly spept and declare, here. Eunbiol asked blankly, here? She looked around, her face completely bewildered. Is this what you were talking about? In front of them was a massive library. Eunbiol was speechless. This is your idea? This is Juice a library. What do you plan to here? Matthias calmly appeared right behind them. Like a guh, the blond man smirked with a taunting expression. Your genius idea, huh? You have a strange ability to always make me anticipate, Songu. The blond man sneered. I'm sure you have a TN of plans in your Hia, but in the on, he declared bluntly, I will crush all tho plan. Eunbiol Sil didn't understand anything. Songu, why here? A library is a dead end. Wouldn't it be better to go outside? Choi Jin replied cisely. It's even more dangerous outside. Civilians would get caught in the crowfire. She was about to ask further when Choi Jin signaled for silence, hiding behind a bookshelf. Matthias's slow, unhurried foops echoed throughout the silent library. The blond man approached, his teen full of curiosity. I'm very curious. Among all poible place. Why did you choose the library? Eunbiol suddenly realized, her eyes widening as she understood Choi Jin's intention. She thought not herself. That's Rai. Hiding. The library has Kuntal's hiding spemp. Simply countering Smione like Mathia. Unlike an empty gym, here there were too many obstacles for him. T effectively use his drone. Eunbiol secretly rejoiced. Greya, we can win because Matthias won't easily find you. Just as she was about to ask what she called. Choi Jin suddenly grabbed her head and pushed it Dwun forcefully. Bo ducked to the floor Zhu as smething tray through the air, sending box flying everywhere. Matthias gave a faint smile, holding several small red detonators in his han. If hiding was your plan, then T-Ba, it's already fail. The blond man casually sighed, finding you $2, while a swarm of mini bee drones buzzed around him. A view from a drone rapidly sanding through the box shelf is quite easy. The drone immediately looked on the fleeing Eunbiol. The drone's lens zoomed right into Eunbiol's panicked face. The hide-and-seek plan in the library officially failed in Ju's a few moments. In a perilous moment, Choi Jin moved like a guh, using a pen to shatter the drone hurtling toward Eunbiol. Matthias sneer, his hand stained with blood, using Ms. Yuna as drone by. A clever plan, Songu? Eunbiol realized the disadvantageous situation. Destroying one is G, but this metho can't stand against the whole swarm, and Matthias is still there. The blond man smirked, his voice full of challenge. So let's see how long your genius plan will last. Matthias's smile turned sinister, his eyes darkening, signaling a spectacle of disruption about to begin. As he finished speaking, a swarm of drone, numerous as an, flowed the library, their eyes glowing red like hungry demon. Choi Jin landed on the floor. Without wasing a second. Listen up, this part is crucial. He threw Unbiol a green clo, ordering decisively, Miss Yuna, find what I did you earlier, and the girl immediately dada ferm. I'll find it right away. Unbiol worried about his blow-saked arm, but Choi Jin brushed it off. It's fine if I die, Ju let me fi, Miss Yuna. He looked her straight in the eye, reassuringly. You've already helped me a little. Choi Jin smirk, his eyes both CLD and slightly warm. If I'm still alive, I'll see you later. With tha, he show off like an arrow, leaving a stunned Unbiol calling out in vain. Songu. The drone swarm immediately changed direction. Hundred of mechanical eyes simultaneously loking on Choi Jin. Their AI system echoed CLDly. Target acquire. Target acquire. The order was given. Eliminate on Sai. The entire drone swarm simultaneously opened fire, unleashing blazing red energy beam. Boom! An entire row of bookshelves shattered int dust in the blink of an eye, with unfathomable disruptive power. Amid the SRM of explosions and gunfire, Choi Jin glided like a phantom, his face as CLD as ice. There isn't much time. I need to move even more, Ju a little more. Matthias smirky, speculating. Trying to play a war of attrition? Or does he want to lure me in using all my bomb? Meanwhile, Unbiol was crawling on the floor, feeling completely helpful. Eve trained. Smuch see why can't I help him at all in times like thee? She grinded her teeth, her eyes flashing with determination, as she looked, toward the task Choi Jin had entrusted her with. Amid the barrage of attack, Choi Jin glided like a phantom, his mind working at lightning speed. His bombs are more numerous than I, though, and the drones are phaser. His eyes remain sharp, seedily calculating every sec. Juice a little more, only a little more. Matthias amid the swarm of suicide drone, smirking as he called out Kim Songa's name. I'm only saying this for your own G. Reading his opponent, he continue. But if you're trying to solve for time to make me use up all my bomb, then abandon that idea. Choi Jin continued, rush frantically, ignoring the provocation. Think whatever you want, but these bomb are bow phaser and more numerous than you. Matthias waved his hand, and the entire drone swarmed a bookshelf like a disturbed beehive. Boom! A terrifying explosion sent Choi Jin flying, box and papers saturating like autumn leaf. Matthias closed his eye, savoring the moment, his tiny full of descension. Your reflexes are impressive. But as I sigh, he opened his eye, looking at Choi Jin, struggling amid the smoke and dew. It's Yuzel. Crash. Another series of explosions swept through the library, leveling everything. The smoke and dust gradually clear, leaving the entire library as knowing but a pile of rubble, with fires crackling everywhere. Matthias casually walked through the ruin, looking at Choi Jin with a triumphant look. What's your plan now? Choi Jin sat slumped on the ground, his white suit now trun and severed in BL, seeming utterly exhaust. Matthias started ain't get bore, muttering. Knowing is happening. Considering he's trying. Ain't get lure me. Did I overestimate him? Jus then. Unbiol suddenly lunged from behind, a dagger in her hand aimed straight for Matthias's nape. Matthias didn't even bow her turn his he merely smirka. I told you it was Usale. A wave of invisible energy erupted from behind Mathia, striking directly at Unbiol. The girl let out a scream, and was sent flying like a rag doll, colliding hard with a bookshelf. Matthias glanced Twen, his face darkening, showing annoyance at being disturbed. Unbiol lay sprawled on the floor, blood trickling from her mouth, but still struggled to warn him. Run. Run. Songu. Unbiol Joe's eyes were wide, fuse, wondering why Matthias had suddenly stepped attacking. Amid the rubble, Matthias wathing Choi Jin, who had collapsed, having ceased all attack. Matthias's face darkened, and he smirked inscrutably. Matthias began ramble, acing magnanimu. I'm giving you a chance, Kim Songu. Surrender and reveal information about Pieter, and I will spare your life. He continued to entice him, claiming Pietro's time was over, and that Choi Jin was skilled enough to work for more powerful individual. Badly battere. Choi Jin still looked up and smirked. Mathia. Choi Jin slowly sup, dozed off his Tyran Chloe, and Tante, didn't realize you were quite talkative. He looked Matthias straight in the eye, his voice full of challenge. You need talk alel. Unbiol didn't understand what was happening. She cold only muter. Talking? What the hell is Sungu talking abu? Choi Jin continued his psychological warfare, quoting a proverb. A barking DG doesn't bite. He asked Matthias directly, a critical question. Why aren't you attacking me anymore? Matthias started T sway, his smug expression vanished, replaced by obvious tension. Yunbiol shrieked in alarm as she realized smething. About T signal. Choi Jin, when Matthias interrupted. Fine, try it, if you dare. Choi Jin held up a small red detonator T his own forheya, challenging Matthias, detonate E. Matthias froze, sweat pouring done like rain, realizing he had fallen into trap. Choi Jin began to explain. Undoubtedly, your BCI is a terrifyingly powerful skill, as you can control everything with though. He looked Matthias right in the eye, his voice chillingly clow. However, BCI has a fatal weakness. And that I, Choi Jin declared loudly, overloa. Matthias panted heavily, his shirt drenched in sway. His boy seemed on, beseeming. An illustrative image appear, an electronic device smoking profusely from overheating, showing that everything has a CLD double time. Matthias tried to force a smirk, but Choi Jin had cleatly read him. Your rambling Jews now was Jews to Saul for time, wasn't I? Matthias amid the rubble, admitting, until now, no one, no even my CM raid, has realized I. He forced a smile, sweat pouring down his face. Who would have though? Meeting you Tay, you've surprised me yet again. Matthias frankly admit. That's right. I'm using BCI ability. And it's all's true that I've been overloaded from using drone. He pulled out a cigarette, feigning indifference. So what do you think I'd be like without BCI? From now on, Matthias charged forward, unleashing a rain of mini-bomb, growling. My true self will control you. He explained the new rule. Bombs are different from drone. These will explode the moment they sick. Me. Choi Jin only realized the danger when a small bomb had already sucked to his cheek. A barrage of mini-bombs embedded themselves directly into Choi Jin, loking like a death sentence. Choi Jin looked up, his mind churning. I thought I had reached the peak, but it seems no ye. His attack speed is phaser and more precise than I imagine. Bomb. A small but powerful explosion sent tables and chairs flying, blazing Choi Jin away. Matthias waved Choi Jin get thrown, his mind filled with question. I know Kim Sungu is in a desperate situation, but why? Choi Jin lay sprawled on the floor, but his eyes remained chillingly calm, making Matthias unable to comprehend what was happening. Unbiol suddenly appear, her face pale as she reported, Sungu, I found what you asked for. Has getting closer to Mathia, it'll be harder to dodge. She suddenly froze, her eyes wide with panic as she realized a critical detail. Huh? Why, that? Matthias spoke up, challenging, cutting off the girl's pawnee. What are you going TD now? He's a poit, Choi Jin Akro, a long row of table, CN evidently declaring, we've closed the distance, now you have nowhere left to run. Choi Jin lowered his hia, his voice deepening. You're right. The fact that there's no distance between us makes me. He suddenly looked up, a demonic grin spreading across his face, Fing happy. A diagram appear, clearly explaining. The blast radius of a single bomb is 1 meter. Choi Jin ended the psychological game, his smile growing even more savage. That means the danger now applies to you. So I've decided, go all ooh. Matthias's eyes widen, unable to believe what this madman was planning. Without unoher were, Choi Jin grabbed the nearest chair and slammed it straight in Matthias's face. Matthias quickly dodged, the chair shattering into 100 pieces right behind him. Choi Jin roar, lunging forward like a bia. The way T smeltily crush you. Is clue quarters CMBA. Matthias was thrown backward, muttering bitterly. Ju's luck. The blond man grinded his teeth, sweat pouring. He found the only weakness of close quarters bomb. But this is a suicidal attack. Doesn't this guy fear bomb? Choi Jin sealedly warned. Don't be shocked ye. Then he hoisted up the heavy metal base. He slammed the base on the floor, declaring, this is you the beginning. Matthias smirked, a flicker of madness in his eye, ready to face the challenge. The Sene shifta, and my serious voice echoed in the desert. What do you think, Philly? Apol Matthew, the genius marksman, relaxing among a pack of animal, received the question. Who will be the one take down Mathia? And reply. Bombs pose absolute power in CMBA. Her Oni demon mask-wearing CM raid replay. However, everyone has an Achilles heel. Matthew chuckled, asking back, an Achilles heel? You mean the weakness of a perfect person? So what is Matthias' weakness? The Oni mask-wearing man asserte, A disciple would find it difficult to exploit that weakness. He knew. But perhaps with Smioni stronger than even a disciple. At the same time, Matthias was once again sent flying by Choi Jin's attack. Matthias Ponte, sweat pouring, telling himself, I've faced Kuntal's enemy. He recalled that in the Pa, only one figure had ever seen through his technique. He, though, that person was a disciple. But this is completely different. Matthias bitterly realized that the one currently demonating him was Kim Song-gu, a mere rank D assassin of glory. Matthias grudgingly admitted that Choi Jin had read his bomb-setting meth, causing his T overloa. Choi Jin scaldly retert. Overload. Matthias broke into sway, muttering about BCI technology and his fatal weakness. He knew his biggest weakness was Cloakwater's CMBA, and now Choi Jin was charging T-exploit I. Choi Jin grabbed a trash can, warning, Don't be shook, this is Zhu the beginning, wham. Without hesitation, Choi Jin swung the entire trash can right at Matthias's Hia. Matthias, daze, wonder. A trash can? What is he going with? Choi Jin then grabbed the trash bag inside and whipped it hard at Matthias. He used the trash bag as a weapon, continuously attacking, giving Matthias no time to rea. Bomb! A sudden, large explosion erupted from the point of Impa, filling the air with smoke and dew. The smoke slowly clear, leaving an eerie silence in the library. Standing from afar, Unbyuljo Cien fittingly thought that without his bomb, Matthias was Usele. Songgu would surely win. But her eyes widened in horror as she noiced smething unusual. Amid the smoke, Matthias up, doozing himself off. Sempletly unharmed. Matthias sneer. You're right. If all I had were bomb, I wouldn't be worthy of being a disciple of glory. He ripped off his sleeve, growling. But now, it's different. He pointed at the saggering Choi Jin, sneering. You can't even stand seedily anymore, Kim Songgu. Matthias wiped his face, his voice full of provocation. Hey, let me tell you smething even more despair-inducing, Alri? Unbyuljo had a bad feeling. Her face changing chlor. Matthias savagely licked his braced teeth, growling a single word. Time. A mechanical dragonfly drone shattered the glass and flew into the library, its red light glowing ominously. Matthias amid a swarm of drone, declaring that time had allowed him T over me his BCI over Loa. He looked at Choi Jin descendingly, admitting, Among all the people I've met, you are truly the most formidable, Kim Songgu. Matthias Sentenu. CM pairing Choi, Jin T a legend. To the extent that I can say you are the embodiment of the great Pieter. He savagely licked his braced teeth, his voice full of arrogance. However, even if Pietro were here right now, he would still have submit me. He's there with absolute confidence, while the swarm of drones surrounded Choi Jin like a death sentence. Seeing the overwhelming sigh, Unbyuljo cried out in despair, Songgu, you're in danger. I've always been a hindrance, but I can't stand by and wath. Choi Jin lowered his breathing heavily, admitting bitterly. It's too late for regret now. Matthias raised his hand in the shape of a gun, aimed directly at Choi Jin, and ordered Seedald Li. Unbyul, Joshrika, her eyes wide with horror as she saw the swarm of drones charging for war. Bomb! A drone exploded right in front of Choi Jin, creating a dazzling fireball. But Matthias was Suna, his eyes widened in disbelief at what had happened. Bomb, bomb, bomb. A series of O'Hare explosions are, but they didn't target Choi Jin. In Sia, they surrounded Matthias himself. The blonde assassin, utterly panic, stammering, impoible. My BCI has fully require, but why? How? Matthias's blue eyes CNS riced in horror and CN fusion. Choi Jin lifted his Hia, inverted in the frame, a challenging smirk clearly visible on his blow-stained face. He calmly sighed. This is the desperate news I wanted to tell you. Immediately, the remaining drones rushed toward Matthias and self-disruse, tearing his boy apart in a chain of explosion. Unbyuljo was frozen stiff, no understanding what was happening to Matthias. Amid the ruined library, Choi Jin's firm like a G, while Matthias was merely a charred sarps collapsing. He burst out laughing. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. So that's I. Mathia, his face bruised and battere, finally realized. I knew smething was off. Your deception started back then. He bitterly realized. It wasn't that you couldn't dodge that bomb, but that you deliberately didn't dodge I. The blonde assassin continued. Analyze. And you're letting me make you bleed during Clo.cmba. It was all intentional. Unbyuljo froze, unable to believe her ear. Hua. Sunggu did all that, on purpo? Refleeced in a puddle of blow, Choi Jin calmly explained. Exactly. Blow contains cium and calcium ion. Esit duke electricity, better than water. She still didn't understand. Wait a minute. But what cold generate electricity in the library? Mathia, now fully understanding, pointed at the trash bag on the ground. So, you used the trash bag. Choi Jin smirked in see information. Kore. He crumpled the plastic bag, explaining a high shoal physics lesson. In a dry environment, strong enough frisson can generate thousands of volts of electricity. Combined with my blow, Choi Jin growled, swinging the charged bag directly at Matthias's face. That voltage is enough. Disrupt your BCI. A powerful electric current sent Matthias flying, making him see convulse in pain. Enough. That's enough voltage. Choi Jin's, ups Ray, his boy exuding an overwhelming killing intent. And the reason I gave you time for your BCI. Rekver. Crash. He semped one foe on the floor, and the ground cracked open. It alls means the. Matthias flew in the air, but Choi Jin was already there waiting. His gaze was sharp as he declared, I als had time to rekver. Bang. A devastating blow struck Matthias directly, creating an energy explosion that swept away everything around them. Matthias flew backward, blow gushing his face disrupted from the disruptive blow. As the smoke and dust clear, only the ruins of the library remain. Choi Jin's tall, queuing a few times, while Matthias lay moyones at his feet like a rag dll. Choi Jin looked down at his defeated foe, his voice clow, I want to ask you smething. With such formidable skill, why no use them for ga? Instead of being a lackey for Raphael? Matthias lay flattened beneath the rubble, queuing up a mouthful of blah. Even on the verge of death, Matthias smirked with a sick smile. Because, the flashback began, a brightly lit mansion appearing in the night. Hat was the right path for me. A perfect life. A perfect family foe hung on the wall. A professor father. A gentle moher. A gosen. Matthias recalled the empty praises of Oher. Talented parent. A wealthy family. A brilliant min. Young Matthias looked like an angel. Everything was perfect. But that was in the eyes of outsider. In reality, Matthias Moher's face was bruised, swollen, and severed in blow as she cursed under her breath. You stupid basar. A son of living hell. The professor father went smashing furniture and screaming about his invention, while the Moher lay sprawled on the floor. The sick father yelled, declaring that true peace would be created by the bomb he boil, as the TV screen showed a nuclear explosion. Matthias's Moher, who knew knowing about that deadly invention, was just a punching bag for the father to vent his anger whenever he was shrees. Under the guise of a wise engineering professor, when he came home, the father unbuckled his belt and advanced toward his wife, who was querying on the bee. Stripping away his intellectual facade, the father was truly a devil in human skin. The memory shift, his Moher, her face still bandage, TK Matthias T, an amusement park for the first time, apologizing for no taking go care of him. Moher and Sen waved the excited crowd streaming on the pirate ship ride, and the Moher found it strange. Mathia, with his genius brain, explained to his Moher about pendulum moyon and the feeling of Waitelsne, explaining why people preferred sighting in the back row. His Moher smiled proudly, despite her face still bearing wound. My sna is smar. Amid the festive atmosphere, Moher and SN ate together, a rare moment of peace. Young Matthias was led by his Moher to take a foe, with the eagle ma, holding a bag of candy. Matthias flashed a radiant, in smile, holding a lollipop and a ballon. Moher and Sen, left hand in Han, the boy eagerly promised his Moher they would see Emmy again next year. And she agreed. But that promise was never fulfilled. His Moher's arm hung limp in a pole of blau. Under the gloomy sky, a desperate scream echo. At the funeral, his father put on a show, collapsing by the CFN and wailing, How can I live without you? Why did this happen to a great professor like Davi? Young Matthias silently, his face expressional, thinking it was for the bee, as his Moher would no longer suffer. But now, all that pain had transferred him. His father flew into rage, kicking Matthias. ITLDUT clean up. How many times do I have to tell you? He snarled at his SN, who lay curled on the floor. You didn't have a Moher, you have TD, her share of the work, everything must be my way. His father began to unbuckle his bell, advancing toward Mathia, who was querying on the bee. This son of Trucher had repeated tens of thousands of times, tortured to a shadow of his former self. Matthias als yearned for liberation, for peace. And then he realized a twised truth. Peace is smething only I can create. Standing before the house, Matthias suddenly had an idea to find his own peace. In the laboratory, His father was astonished by the bomb Matthias had created, a device that even university student would find employable. Matthias handed the bomb to his father, his voice calm. "Father, you can res easy now." While the Oher man remained smug about his gene, the boy turned and walked away, muttering once more, "Res in peace, father." Bomb. The entire house exploded in a sea of flame, incinerating everything T-ash. Gazing at the infern, Matthias realized that it was within his father's control that he had found knowledge. Returning to reality, Matthias collapsed at Choi Jin's feet, babbling about his philosophy. To maintain order, there must be control, and T-control, there must be bomb. He continued ramble, amid the rubble that glory was the place that recognized and supported his called C-entrol. Though Batera, Matthias still refused to yell, his hand reaching for smething. "It's no over ye." Matthias lay sprawled on the ground, his arms limp, officially noked o. Choi Jin looked down at the defeated foe, uttering sarcastically, "It would be better if you knew the disruption glory would cause beforehand." Suddenly, Choi Jin paused, his gaze sweeping to a familiar object. Matthias's phone? He picked up the phone, its screen brightly lit with an incoming call from Raphael, the final B. Choi Jin held the phone, a cunning smile appearing on his face, deciding to play a high-stakes game. He raised the phone at his ear, activating the voice changer. "Mus. Hang up after getting what I need." Impersonating Mathia, Choi Jin reported to the B, who was yelling on the Oher end of the line, that he had met Pieter. In a luxurious penthouse, Raphael, wrapped only in a towel, seemed to temporarily believe his subordinate, thinking Pietro was out of their league. But immediately after, Raphael roared furiously, realizing the old man Pietro was playing him for a fool, and was still at large. Choi Jin remained calm, continuing the charade. "B. Wait a moment. I've prepared smething that will please you." Raphael listened in silence, his eyes flashing with danger, awaiting an answer. Choi Jin smirka, his voice full of provocation. "It's me, Pieter." Raphael bared his fang, veins bulging, semplately in rage. "Long time no see, Raphael." The scene shifted outside the shoal, where an enraged crowd was shouting at the police about the terror. Breaking news. A terrorist attack on a shoal in Seoul. The public demand the perpetrators' identities be revealed. The Trinity force in white suit was easered away by the police. The entire terrorist ploy had been thwarted. Police and media swarmed the scene, while the public praised the heroic deed of an anonymous her. The ringleader, Mathia, was escorted his hand feared by a white claw. The swarm of reporters rushed in like a disturbed beehive, pointing cameras and microphones at Matthias's face, shouting "Quesion." An agitated reporter grabbed Matthias's claw, yelling in his face while the police tried to push the crowd back. The battle with Matthias ended. He was captured by the Deha group and became a guinea pig in the laboratory, with DRS shoking his head. Extract data. All evidence of the Shoal KO was recorded by security camera. G1, the blind hacker, cursed irritably while her pet DG sat beside her. "Damn am I a cleanup special eye? Forget Pieter, Jus dump all the work on me." Thanks to G1's intervention, all data vanished, and the student unanimously kept silent, especially the Mapo Shoal boss gang. The Mapo Shoal Bo was now a hospital errand boy, being bowed around by his subordinates while his girlfriend Espai, Fing. "Is that all the Mapo Shoal Bo is capable of?" A voice echoed in the hospital critter, grumbling at a subborn patient. The helpful doctor looked at teacher Guangyu, who lay in the hospital bed but insisted on wearing a tie, then declare, "Nurse Kim, discharge patient Li Guangyu. I give up." And then, it was our protagonist's turn. Choi Jin's alone in the empty classroom after everything had ended. He realized that continuing to say at Shoal was T dangereux. He decided to leave, leaving behind only traces of his identity as Kim Songgu. The scene shifted to a windy riverside in the city. Choi Jin was chilling on the step, enjoying the fresh air. Suddenly, Yoon Byul-jo appeared, pointing at him and shouting, "Police! Is this delinquent smoking illegally?" She was embarrassed when the people she called turned out to be getting fined by the police for illegal fishing, while Choi Jin could only offer a wry smile. Choi Jin turned to look at her with a teasing gaze, while Yoon Byul was flusser, no knowing where to hide her face. She shyly looked at him, unable to believe she had mistakenly reported the wrong person. The two sat next to each O'Hare by the river, Yoon Byul hesitantly calling his name, Songgu. She gathered her courage and sighed. "I know, clinging to you is pointless, but I really want to say thee." Yoon Byul sincerely express, "After meeting you, I've matured a little. My browers and my gratitude are beyond word." Yoon Byul-jo looked directly at Choi Jin, her eyes resolute. The kindness you've shown me, I will surely repay. Choi Jin smiled faintly, agreeing. Indeed. Debt of gratitude must be repay. The assassin's gaze drifted. Low in reclusion. Looking back at my child. Memories flowed back. A young Choi Jin, bruised and battere, crawling through moody swamps and barbed wire in a hellish training camp. Every moment was pain and endurance. In the pa, the young Choi Jin smashed a large rock with his bare hand. It was the only way to fill his hungry smock for the next day. For the first time in his life, Choi Jin wore a uniform and sat in a classroom like a normal person. This was the first time I learned what Shol wa. He recalled his days at Shol, having lunch with Yoonbyul Jae, dealing with the teacher Gwangyu Oh, and confronting the bullies Junior and Biggie Dog. At Shol, I met her and many oh her. Painful memories resurface, images of Eunbyul Jo, kneeling, crying in despair with her arm in a K. And through her, I experienced a different kind of despair. But he als witnessed the burning passion of teacher Gwangyu Oh, and the love, expressed through the teacher's blosane, intended smile before his departure. Back in the present, Choi Jin recalled the moment he's, alone in the amusement park, wearing a cat ear headband, when Smeoni called his real name. He turned his head, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. Before him were Yoonbyul Jae, Junior, and Biggie Dog, all happily enjoying the festival. Memories of volunteer activity. When he carried children on his back, flanked by his two musular friend, all were precious moments. He alls remembered his days as a trainee assassin. Number 336, alongside teammate 335, and the oher, the gathering, the laughter around the barbecue table, all were pieces of a life he had never had. The time we spent together. Choi Jin mused, admitting, I didn't know how much time I have left. The legendary assassin gazed in the distance, his voice filled with regret. But though moment, I will remember them for the rest of my life. Yoonbyul Jo looked at him, her eyes filled with worry and understanding. She suddenly asked, But Sungu, do you remember what you said on Yoel Islan? That when the time is right, you would tell me everything. Choi Jin, his face expression finally gave in. I guess I have no oher choice. But then he changed his min. Now is no the time. Yoonbyul Jo was speechless. What? No telling me again? Biggie and Junior Dako suddenly rushed forward, shouting at Choi Jin, demanding he keep his promise and questioning what he was hiding. The two musular men continued to craner him. You're no Asudan, are you? You talk like an old man. Who the hell are you? A young man with ash-brown hair suddenly appear, perched fidently on the railing and bluntly declare, He is Pieter. Everyone froze. Silence enveloped the air after the shocking revelation. The young man with ash-brown hair looked surprised. What? You guys didn't know Sungu is Pieter? Choi Jin Sihei, replying curtly. Well, now they know. Thanks to you. After everything was clarified, the group S in silence amid the picturesque sunset. Yoonbyul Jo was still a bit awkward, but Choi Jin reassured her Tiju talk normally as before to avoid awkwardness. Choi Jin smiled, placing his truths in his subordinate. Even without me, I believe you all can proke the shoal. I'll be back when it's D&E. Yoonbyul Jo wathered her friend, muttering. But what I really don't understand She waved the two Dako brohers racing a speedboat down the river, shouting loudly, and wondered when they would ever grow up. Choi Jin chuckled sfly, replying with a meaningful remark. Of course. But that's precisely their charm. Junior and the ash-brown-haired teammate waved go-by, promising no tea get in the way and telling them bo ti ri. Yoonbyul Jo's alone, her gaze fixed straight, ahea, full of determination, as if she had resolved smithing. Choi Jin recalled the kid oath. Our oath. He and the ash-brown-haired teammate side by side, radiating charisma, asserting their belief. We are no the kind of people who kneel. The flashback returned to the pa. Two scrawny and dirty young Biggie and Junior Dako standing before a dilapidated house. That very thing made them strong. The Sene showed two exhausted children sprawled on the mezzy floor, as the CND oath echo, a testament, tia hellish pa. The Dako broers' third oath echoed from the pa. Even if they had to face a monster bear, they would never kneel. The two scrawny boys sat reading, asserting their unwavering belief. Because we will never be tho who kneel. Biggie Dako growl, his face filled with determination. These leg. Suddenly, Bodoko brohers prorated themselves before Choi Jin, shouting, We'll only kneel before Pieter. Biggie continued T. Acer. Until this very moment, you have been our dream and our guiding star. A flashback showed Choi Jin gently putting the helmet back on a spabbing young Dako boy after Sme battle. In Ano her flashback, The two Dako brohers lay injured in a hope it'll be, but their eyes were still firmly fixed for war. The broers fighting pas unfolde, always side by side, fighting fiercely against their enemy. Unbyoljo als bowed deeply before Choi Jin in the sunset, her voice filled with reverence. We will forever respect you and aspire to be like you. The Dako broers bowed their hay, sweat and tears streaming down their cheek, preparing Tate Lees and Tate their leaders were. Bo looked up, their eyes filled with hope and absolute adoration. Choi Jin placed his hand on Biggie Dako's hia, a gesture of acceptance and recognition. He smiled, placing his hand on Bo Brower's head and declare, "From now on and forevermore, I will wath over your growth." The two Tug young men couldn't hold back their tear, crying like children at the recognition from their idol. Unbyolje, standing behind them, couldn't help but be moved, tears streaming down her cheek. She bowed deeply once more, a loyalty that had been established. The Sene shifted tea, a harbor at Nai, and a voice echo, I still didn't understand. Choi Jin, and a brand new redhead teammate, Thadu. Before a scene-tainer wall severed in vine. The redhead grumble. Jiwon's tase in Hideu. Am I the only one worry? Who? An automated turret appeared from above, it blazing red laser sanning, and a mechanical voice echo, stand still, stand still. Any movement, even a twith of a norl, will be met with fire. The CSMC confirmed Thaddeus and Pietro's identity, allowing them, Bo T enter. The redhead aske, crowing his arm, should we bail? But Choi Jin-ju smile. Why? This is fun, my friend. The heavy elevator doctor creaked open, revealing a secret space in basement B3. The red-haired teammate gaped in astonishment, muttering, wow. This Jiwon girl. They Bo entered a super luxurious penthouse, the red-haired guy still in awe. Jiwon is rich. But Choi Jin sealedly reply, that's no her money. Jiwon, the true owner of this place, appeared on the stairs with a queenly demeanor, calling Don, brings me tea here, Alfred. The old assassin suddenly appeared in butler attire, bringing TT Choi Jin. Bo were stunned as they only Ju learned each Oher's name. The whole team gathered in the living room. Choi Jin, Ji-won, the red-haired guy, the old butler, the long-haired guy, and the muscular blonde guy, ready to plan their fight against Raphael. Choi Jin placed a phone on the table, stating Cien Cisely, this is the plan. The entire group of Ali, including the DG, all leaned in T-lock, utterly Cien fuse. The long-haired guy's eyes widened, his mouth forming an O. Impossible. Choi Jin, with eyes as sharp as knife, began to execute his insane plan. He dial, his voice calm. It's me, Pieter. Long time no see, Raphael. On the O'Hare AN, Raphael replied with a mocking teeny. It has been a long time, Dazipel Pieter. I've been looking for you everywhere. Choi Jin smirked dismissively. Ju's a bit busy, thanks to Smiona. Raphael continued Teton. Upset because I TK your money? Does an old man like Pietro have tickling tea every last penny? Raphael's by the wind W, showing off his muscular back with a bizarre ta, his voice full of authority. Anyway, why'd you keep hiding like a raw? Choi Jin boasted arrogantly. Don't you know? If you want to see me, you have 2Q. His eyes flashed with a deadly glint. Your number in the queue is 10. Raphael sighed in feigned wearying, but his teen turned threatening. All right then. I have smething very prishu. Choi Jin maintained his CLD expression, but Raphael held up his phone, asking, what you think? Choi Jin's eyes CNS rice, utterly choked by the image on his enemy's screen. Raphael held out the phone, displaying a picture of him with Hannah, with the caption, Our Hannah. Choi Jin's eyes blazed with blowho vein, his killing intent surging. In the PH, Hannah smiled beside Raphael, who had his arm around her intimately. Choi Jin's killing intent explode, his eyes turning red like a demon. He roared Raphael's name, his rage reaching at peak. Raphael zot by the wind W, Nake, casually holding his phone with a defiant expression. The Botante, S, can I cut the line? Choi Jin, Sail Deli Retre. If it's you, you certainly can. Sighting beside the unceases old man, Choi Jin grinded his teeth and promised over the phone. Wait for me. I will be number 0 in your queue. His eyes blazed with fire, ending his declaration of war. And I will break your jaw. The whole team, including the long-haired guy, the red-haired young man, the blind woman, and the blonde guy, looked up at Choi Jin, completely shook. The long-haired guy Samir, so Hannah is alive? Choi Jin turned away, his voice firm. It's highly poible. The blind woman immediately warned, her expression Seryu. ITLDU. This is definitely a trap. The group began their team meeting. The long-haired guy worried about the disparity in firepower, thinking they couldn't charge in. But Choi Jin had a different plan. Suddenly, Chairman Choi appeared on the large screen, stating firmly, "If you lack firepower, Deha Corporation will provide 100% support. Use any resources you wish." The blind woman grinned gleefully, full of confidence. "With thee, we can go all out against Raphael. See, it's all thanks to me." Choi Jin began to explain his situation and to the team. Until recently, in a flashback, Choi Jin and his old boy looked at the pile of medicine and money on the table, a helpless man accepting death. The flashback continue. He was stunned to see his young muscular boy in the mirror. Back in the present, Choi Jin said to the team, "I still haven't found the Rias, boo." Choi Jin looked at Raphael's PH, asserting that the bow was plowing, smething dirty, and Hannah might be part of I. All like a revelation from G. He lit a cigarette with the foe itself, CN templating. And if that's why he returned, my youth to me, with sharp eye, Choi Jin was determined. "Hen, I will abandon this pathetic life." The Sene shifted to a modern, sturdy building. A loud noise echo, making Tho inside wonder what was happening. Outside, Matthew was annoyed by the strong security doctor. But a deep voice, "Siamenda. Move aside." A Aegean, sinewy hand in a black glove swung up. Bomb! The Apollo wearing the demonic mask delivered a devastating punch, and the thick seal doctor began to deform. Matthew ran inside, marveling. "Wow, Philly, you're truly a monster. Every time I see you, I have to ask, are you even human?" Inside the luxurious ROM, Raphael sat with his legs crow, smirking. "Ha, that doctor was expensive. A white robe, Hode Apollo Reporte, Matthias Fail, Loation unknown. I think Pietro is gathering his own disciple. They seem to be TP tier. The masked Apoliciamente. Jews like Pieter." Matthew rested his chin on his hand, his expression full of intire. "It's shocking that old man cold handle though technologically equipped disciple." The white-robed Apollo continued his analysis. But then he paused. "Boo." He looked up, his eyes closed. "Pietro is unpredictable." Raphael smirked sinisterly, one eye glowing in the darkness, thinking of the hell he had prepared for his opponent. Back at Choi Jin's base, the female ally with glazes appeared worried. "Boo. Senior. Our team is a bit short on number." The seeky red-haired guy smirked, raising his hand like a gun. "Don't worry, I can sweep them all by myself." Choi Jin calmly interrupted. "You Dean Notha." The whole team looked at Choi Jin as he stated firmly. "There might be people willing to fill Thogap." Outside a Ciantainer base severed and vine, a voice echoed with curiosity. "Why? What is the?" Two hoed figures before the Ciantainer wall, one calling, "Oh, hey, is anyone home? They called us here, didn't they?" Nathaniel was about TA, but the old female doctor spepped him. "Door, may I proe?" She replied curtly. Your boy hasn't reckford ye." Despite the warning, Nathaniel swung his arm, and the old Dr. Cold only exclaimed, "Oh my, I telled you no." Crash. The thick seal Ciantainer doctor was blown in smithereens by a single punch. The old female doctor gaped, her face pale with astonishment at that insane power. Nathaniel's up, his robust boy without a single strath, and smugly sigh, "I knew I. This boy feels completely different from before. I've beck me tea curious about I." Nathaniel turned back with a sinister smile, his green eyes flashing with deadly lie. "To the point where I can't wait any longer." Door. A dark inner monologue appear. "I was created from your fear. I am a demon." The Sene shift to a gloomy night sky above a city ablaze with lie, viewed from an airplane WinW. On a luxury fly, a flight attendant brought a seeming bowl of drink tea a passenger. She recognized the passenger and exclaimed in surprise, "Is that him?" The passenger was a celebrity named Chai, and the flight attendant immediately showed herself to be a huge fan. The celebrity Chai lifted his sunglaze, smiling smugly because his fame couldn't be hidden. The entire plane cabin boozy, her passengers als recognized him, and Chai politely promised to take foe later. Chai turned back, TK the flight attendant's Han, and remarka, "It seems you've been working very hard." He turned her hand over, pointed to the rough callus, and inquire, "So many callus, is it from work or smithing similar?" Chai looked directly at the flight attendant, his voice full of hidden meaning. "How interesting." Flight attendant didn't have these callus. He delivered a fatal blow. But Tho who used guns, which revealed the flight attendant's true assassin identity, her red eyes burning with murderous intent. The assassin flight attendant broke into sway, stammering Keesians about gun, clearly trying to deny everything. She revealed her Han, drawing a gun and pointing it directly at Chai, while the surrounding passengers else pulled out dagger, turning the entire first-class cabin into deadly trap. She sneer, boasting that glory was expanding, and that Jews the head of an pole like Chai would give them cause to celebrate for a month. At the same time, a muscular henchman had loped a garrote around Chai's neck, preparing to send the Tsar to his demise. The henchman leaned close to Chai's ear, warning that any resistance would be futile, because everyone on this plane had a gun. He yelled, urging the flight attendant to show the target immediately, but Chai remained strangely calm, even gesturing to wait in a challenging manner. The flight attendant realized smething was wrong, her face changing color. She trembled, pointing the gun but no daring tish, urged by her CM raids and CN fusion. Sweating profusely, she realized she was trying to pull the trigger, but her finger couldn't move, the gun seemingly locked by an invisible force. The gun must be broken, she screamed in despair, while the henchman grew irritated by his CM raid's hesitation. Chai calmly up, brushed his Han, and Klee declare, whether you show 1,000 or 10,000 bulle, it'll be the same, then ordered the petty assassins to gather. He slowly said that everything would be useless, while his hand formed a strange mudra, his fingers bending unnaturally, when aimed at him. The assassin flight attendant's face was drained of all color, sensing that smething earth-shattering was about to happen. Bomb! The entire plane shook violently, ting all the armed assassins like ragdoll. She was utterly terrified, stammering incoherently. No way! The plane. The entire aircraft flipped upside down in midair, defying all laws of physi. The lead assassin, hanging upside down in midair, screamed in horror. Captain, what the hell is the captain ding? No way. In the CKPI, the pilot was drenched in sway, his face pale, unable to comprehend what was happening. The pilot tried to grasp the CN trolls, but it was useless. His hand felt frozen. My hand won't move. Crash! The entire CK pit rattled violently, and the pilot was severely shaken. He yelled into the inter-CM, desperately trying to cam tack outside. What the hell is going on out there? Answer me, attendant. The pilot mumbled, sweating profusely. It's only been a minute since the first gunch. Damn I. He stared at the Claude Ditar, his fear escalating. What kind of monster is out there? The Sen inside a wrecked military transport plane, filled with smoke and fire, as the narration echoed. On this plane, whether there are 100, 1,000, or 10,000 people, Chai's tall amid the pile of Sildier CRPZ. C. Clydeley declaring, the out me would be the same. Click. Chai nonchalantly unlathed the plane doctor, asking and answering himself about who had cleaned up everything. Of course, it was me. Som Chai. Who? Chai jumped from the plane, plummeting straight into the night below. He mumbled out himself as he free fell. Finally, the time has seen me. Chai smirked defiantly in midair. I've been waiting for thee. Let's see if it's worth risking my life. See you sen. Chai spread his arms wide, free falling from high above, with the dazzling city light below. The night city view from above. A voice echo. Hey, this is really close. The Senate shift TA flashback. A friend showing off an old MP3 player. What's the? It's called an MP3. You can CPI music on I, and the sound quality is really G. Her friend handed the device to Hannah, caxing. Tell your dad that buy you one. I can even CPY English listening exercises onta. Seeing Hannah hesitate, her friend wondering. Doesn't your dad buy you these thing? Hannah quickly deny. It's no like tha. I'm Jews no interested in these thing. Hannah suddenly brightened when she saw Smione, happily calling da. In a flashback, Choi Jin looked in a certain direction with a rare warm smile. Hannah, as a shoal girl, was happily running like the wind on a sun-drenched roa. She rushed over and called a man da, a radiant smile on her face. Hannah's real father greeted her, asking about her hospital examination result, and she reassured him that everything was fine. Hannah pinned a carnation on her father's shirt for Parent Day, promising to eat it for him every year. Choi Jin, observing from afar, silently witnessed that happy family scene, his face filled with contemplation. Returning to reality, Choi Jin lowered his head, low in sad memory. He sat alone on the bed in the dark room. Clearly, the pause was still a heavy burden. The Sene shift to a music show airing on TV, titled On Doyon's Dream Rom. A young singer named Saren appeared on stage, CNFtantly greeting the audience. The stage erupted in light as Saren included her excellent performance. In a luxurious bass, the long-haired man and a young man wearing glazes were waving TV, with the DG micking sighting between them. The young man remarked, he can't sing or dance, yet he's a singer? How interesting. The whole team was gather. The blind girls selded the young man with glazes, no tea let micking wath such thing. But the long-haired man retruded subornedly. Girls can like girls, you know. The muscular blonde man cut short the argument, announcing, Uncle, Sizer, the mazer is calling. Choi Jin began the meeting. On the screen was the enemy's organizational char, Raphael at the TP, with a series of formidable Apoles below him. The entire team Faust, listening to Choi Jin, present the plan. He declared he would explain the more offensive infiltration method. The arrogant young man with glazes propped his feet on the table and blurted, Why? Boher Loking. Jus charge in, and sab Raphael to death. Rai. Choi Jin Dutly responded his teammates impulsivine, making the long-haired man turn ask what he mean. Choi Jin dropped a bombshell. Raphael has disappeared, without a trace. The long-haired man brandished his sword, growling. Clearly he's afraid of you. That's why he ran away. But the muscular blonde man behind him Kuntere, I didn't think uncle. The Raphael I know. Choi Jin analyze. He will use any means to achieve his goal. His disappearance without a trace only means he is plowing smething massive. The man with goggles plopped down on a chair, asking directly, what do we do now? Choi Jin's in the middle of the ROM, holding up a small device, announcing, Everyone, lock at thee. The entire team immediately turned their gaze toward him. An image of a male student in uniform appear. The man with goggles wondera, Is this why you called us here? A shoal key? Are we supposed to fight him? Choi Jin cress. Ah, this is an old PH. Then he zoomed in on the boy's face. The man with goggles was startled, realizing, It's him. And Choi Jin's firma. Yay, you know him, didn't you? The entire team looked at the large screen. Choi Jin explained. This is Andrea, a disciple of glory, when he was young. Among the new disciple, he is known as the Unknown One. The man with goggles squint, pointing at the screen. Wait a minute. Behind him, the image Faust on two female student in uniform laughing behind Andrea. Her foe of Hana appear. She was wearing the exact same uniform. The entire team realized the deadly coincidence. The man with goggles and Choi Jin looked at each her. The former Acerte. I think Andreas knows, smithing about the girl. The long-haired man turned asked the muscular blonde man, who is Andrea? The muscular blonde man hesitate. Actually, I didn't really know. This surprised the long-haired man. Huh? I thought you two were on the same team before? The blonde man further explained, Hez very myserious, but what I know is that Hez been with Raphael for a very long time. The long-haired man then deduced, so he became a disciple because he was close to Raphael? But the blonde man immediately dismissed, it's completely the opposite. The man with goggles leaned back in his chair, dropping a shocking piece of information. I know that it was thanks to Andreas's help that Raphael was able to advance as significantly. Furthermore, he is an extremely secretive individual. Choi Jin raised the device again, his voice icy, then Wathi. Two horrifying images appear. A shatere, burnt-out airplane, and a bus crashed through a high-rise building. The man with goggles gape. Wow, what a terrible sigh. But why are you showing us thigh? Choi Jin delivered a final statement that silenced the entire ROM. All of this was DNE by Andreas alone. The long-haired man was utterly bewildered. Did he use superpower? How the hell are we supposed to find him now? The muscular blonde man's behind him, his voice firm. Uncle, it's no you. Everyone here will know sen enough. Choi Jin turned on the large screen, and a flash of light appear. The group stared wide-eyed at the screen. The man with goggles mumble, Wait a minute. The man with goggles shouted as he recognized the Horoki singer. That's Saren. The entire team sat silently waving TV. Choi Jin, Sien Firm, yeah. Now, we will meet the show's On Doyon. A pair of gleaming leather shoes stepped on the stage under dazzling light. The MC, On Doyon, walked out of the cheers of the audience. On Doyon, your sklel. The entire team was son. The long-haired man Samer, don't tell me disciple Andreas first. An ominous intrusion about Andreas appear. The one who infiltrated Boeing 708 and killed 385 people in 1 minute, the unknown one. Andrea, in a sillish outfit, waved to the audience like a true Tsar. The monster's profile was revealed. Co-name Andrea, second disciple of glory. Also known as the Unknown One and the National MC. They were all still in shock. The muscular blonde man admitted, We didn't know either. Choi Jin remained calm, stating firmly, Juice keep a close eye on him, and it will beck me clear. On stage, singer Saren asked Andrea, Do you miss anyone? Andreas smiled in reply. Of course, He continued that this person was even more important than celebrities or old friend, and Saren suggest he send a video message. Andreas seemed a little shy but still, agree. I think Smee of my friend might be waiting. But I'll say one thing. Andreas's eyes flashed with a deadly red glint. He growled into the microphone, sending a direct challenge. I miss you, Hannah.